Chapter 1. Terminal illness at the start, extending life by listening to stories? Parallel world. Qinglu City. First People's Hospital. Dr. Lee, are there any dietary restrictions for my condition? You can skip hot pot, barbecue, milk tea, none of those are necessary. I can also go to bed early and wake up early, no more staying up late. Jiang Li coughed a few times, each cough tugging at his chest with a dull pain. The doctor looked up, glanced at him, and gently shook his head. Eat whatever you want now. Jiang Li suddenly felt dizzy, his body swayed slightly, and he nearly collapsed. Then, how much time do I have left? Advanced throat cancer, at most 1 month. Everyone must face this trial, eventually try to take it lightly. 1 month. My mind went blank as I mechanically picked up the diagnosis report and turned to leave the consultation room. Everyone in the corridor was in a hurry. Jiang Li felt as if he had been abandoned by the entire world. Loneliness, helplessness, despair, all these emotions intertwined and overwhelmed him in an instant. Leaning against the wall, he shuffled step by step out of the hospital. The air is fresh, the sunlight is bright, yet not a trace of warmth can be felt. Suddenly, a mechanical notification sound echoed in his mind. Host emotional breakdown detected. Divine level entertainment system successfully bound. Collect other stories to unlock corresponding songs. 10,000 influence points extend lifespan by 1 day. Current influence, 0. Jiang Li froze abruptly, an overwhelming joy surging through his body like an electric current. He pinched his arm hard, it hurt. This wasn't a dream. He actually had a system. Does that mean I don't have to die? Take a deep breath and force yourself to calm down. A month. No, with enough influence, it won't take that long. Bin listens to netizens share their stories through live connections every day. The live stream enjoys high popularity, often reaching hundreds of thousands of viewers online. However, as a nobody, who would actually come to watch his live stream? Even if someone did come, how could he ensure the shared stories were genuine enough to trigger the system and unlock the songs? Jiang Li frowned deeply, lost in thought. Free songwriting services. Yes, this is the only way to attract people. When his parents passed away, they left him an inheritance that was enough to live on. Now, nothing is more important than staying alive. 2 hours later, Jiang Li stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, outside of which neon lights flickered and traffic flowed endlessly. The ink-black night sky hung low, with lightning tearing through the clouds. The rain poured down, washing away the city's clamor. This spacious apartment, located in the most bustling area of the city center, was one of the inheritances left by his parents worth a fortune. The interior was minimally furnished and spotlessly clean. Jiang Li returned to his computer desk and adjusted the live streaming equipment. Open the live streaming software with a striking title. Share your story. I'll write you a song for free. Habitually straightened his collar and wiped the table again. Time ticked by, but the number of viewers in the live stream remained stuck in single digits. Occasionally, a few bullet comments floated by. Is this some kind of performance art? Who writes songs for free these days? Must be out of their mind. Probably just a gimmick, right? Jiang Li's face remained expressionless. In this era where traffic is king, without gimmicks or connections, attracting attention is as difficult as reaching the heavens. After a long while, the live stream remained deserted. Someone finally began attempting to share a story. I just went through a breakup. My girlfriend left me for a rich second-generation heir. I need a song to comfort me. I'm a failed entrepreneur, drowning in debt. I need a song to encourage me. My parents divorced when I was little, and I grew up with my grandparents. I need a song to reminisce about my childhood. Faced with these vapid comments, Jiang Li felt nothing. The stories were too hollow to trigger the system. Chen Yuxi lay slumped on the sofa, the living room light casting shadows on her slightly haggard face. As a singer, she had signed up for the variety show, I Am a Singer, hoping it would be an opportunity to take her career to the next level. But after several rounds, not only had she failed to showcase her talent, but due to nervousness and mistakes, she ended up in the elimination bracket. If she lost again in 3 days, she would have no choice but to leave in disappointment. I've thought about turning the tables with original content. Inspiration is like that. The harder you chase it, the more elusive it becomes. After several attempts, she began to feel disheartened. Picking up my phone, I mindlessly scrolled through Douyin, trying to empty my thoughts. Suddenly, a live stream title caught her eye. Share your story. I'll write you a song for free. Chen Yuxi's finger paused. In this day and age, who still writes songs for free? Then again, she thought, since she couldn't come up with any good songs herself right now, there was no harm in trying. So he clicked to connect. Zhongli felt as if his throat were stuffed with iron caltrops, each swallow a form of torture. When the connection request appeared, he didn't hold much hope, just mechanically clicked, accept. A girl's face appeared on the screen, with delicate features and an ethereal aura. Even with slight signs of weariness, her breathtaking beauty remained undeniable. Zhongli froze for a moment, then quickly regained his composure. Summoning all his strength, he forced a sentence from his throat. "You can begin sharing." Chen Yuxi looked at the pale-faced man on the screen, slightly surprised. His cheeks were sunken, his eye sockets deep, and his lips devoid of color. He looked like someone suffering from a serious illness. An inexplicable emotion welled up in her heart, perhaps a sense of shared suffering, or maybe something else. Instead of immediately starting to share, she first sent a wave of gifts worth thousands of yuan. As the special effects bloomed on the screen, the initially single-digit viewer count began to slowly rise. This female streamer is really good-looking, much better than those cookie-cutter internet celebrities. What's wrong with the male streamer? Is he sick? He looks seriously ill, yet still insists on streaming. That can't be easy. Bullet comments began to drift across the screen sporadically, and the livestream gradually grew lively. Xiao Yu and I grew up together since childhood. She always wanted to be a singer, while I dreamed of becoming a police officer. We went to school together, walked home together, and shared dreams about the future. She had a beautiful voice and sang exceptionally well. I told her, "You'll definitely become a big star someday." She always said with a smile, "Then you'll have to be the police sister who protects me in the future." We promised to work hard together. That year in senior high, I remember the rain was especially heavy that day. We were in class when the homeroom teacher suddenly called Xiaoya out. I didn't think much of it at the time, assuming it was just a routine conversation. I later found out that Xiaoya's father had unfortunately sacrificed his life while carrying out a mission. I can't imagine how Xiaoya must have felt at that moment. Later, she applied to the police academy, telling me she wanted to fulfill her father's unfinished wishes. And I got into Sichuan Conservatory of Music, fulfilling her unfinished dream for her. We continue moving forward on each other's paths. After graduating from university, I came to the capital to pursue my dreams. One day, Xiaoya suddenly sent me a video. In the video, it was the ceremony where she inherited her father's police badge number. 030581. This is the command center calling. 030581. Dongqing Police Station calling. 030581. Xiqing Police Station calling. She was crying bitterly, saying that in that moment, it felt like her father had returned. The next time I saw Xiaoya was at the funeral. She was stabbed 13 times by a criminal while protecting the crowd. Badge number 030581 has been permanently retired, but I really miss her. By the end, Chen Yuxi was sobbing uncontrollably. The live chat remained silent for a long time. Then, bullet screen comments started rolling in one by one. So touching. I'm crying my eyes out. A sealed police badge means no successor salute to the hero. You hang in there too, girl. Fulfill Xiao Yu's unfinished dreams for her. At the same time, a long-absent system notification sounded in Zhang Li's mind. Congratulations, host. Song unlocked. Echoes of Dusk. Chapter 2. A song completed in just over 10 minutes. Netizens are stunned. Then, a torrent of information flooded his mind, including lyrics, composition, as well as mixing, strings, guitar, bass, piano, and other accompaniments. It can be said that as long as Zhang Li is willing, he alone can bring this song to the table. The entire song is emotionally rich, especially the lyrics. Those irretrievable regrets and unforgettable memories overflow between the lines. Opening the software, he coughed while typing out the thoughts in his mind as text. After Chen Yuxi finished sharing, she saw Zhang Li sitting stiffly in front of the computer, coughing violently. Are you okay, streamer? If it's too much, don't push yourself. You should end the stream early and go to the hospital. It's fine. Zhang Li's voice grew weaker. All he wanted now was to finish the song as quickly as possible and send it to the girl. His survival depended entirely on her. The live stream fell into complete silence, broken only by the rapid clatter of keyboard typing. He's starting to write already? Writing songs requires inspiration. How can you just whip one up on the spot? Probably just slapping something together, right? Probably just some generic pop tune, good for background noise at best. Great works need effort and time to refine. How good can you expect something free to be? Scripted, right? These days, people will try anything to go viral. I agree, and a cop sacrificing himself? Even soap operas wouldn't dare write something this cliched. The host looks so sickly. Is that just an act too? Chilling to think about if this were a script, the acting would be way too convincing. In the live stream, skeptical voices rose one after another. Zhongli turned a deaf ear, his fingers dancing across the keyboard. There was no time to pay attention to these barrage comments now. His physical condition was deteriorating rapidly, and time was running out. Every second was precious. He had to finish the song as soon as possible and send it to the recipient. This is his only hope for survival. In the room, the sound of keyboard tapping mingled with the rain outside the window. Zhang Li's face grew increasingly pale, with fine beads of sweat breaking out on his forehead. The coughing fits came one after another, as if trying to cough his lungs out. More than 10 minutes slipped away unnoticed as he struggled to tear his gaze from the screen and turn it toward the camera. His lips moved weakly, each word draining the last of his strength. Send me your email. Privately, Chen Yuxi froze, her long lashes fluttering slightly. Even if there still lingered a faint glimmer of hope in her heart for this boy on the other side of the screen. But what could possibly be written in just these brief 10+ minutes? If it were her, just the lyrics alone would require repeated refinement. Every word carefully weighed, let alone the melody. Seeing the online trolls' doubt that Xiaoya was following a script made her furious. However, under the weight of preconceived notions, any defense seems feeble and unconvincing. The only way to prove he wasn't an actor was for the streamer to compose a song that was at least somewhat listenable. But when the words, "Send the email to me privately," reached his ears, the faint glimmer of hope in Chen Yuxi's heart was completely extinguished. Zhang Li's voice sounded again, weak and ethereal, with a hint of urgency in his tone. Hurry up, I've already spent $1,000. Even if the song turns out to be garbage, I should at least get a taste of it. Chen Yuxi thought self-deprecatingly as she clicked on the streamer's avatar, entered the private message chat box, and sent over her email address. Soon, a compressed file was sent over. Looks quite professional. Muttering to myself, I decompressed the file and opened it. When I saw the contents, I froze. Was this song Twilight Echoes really written in just over 10 minutes? Her beautiful eyes fixed on the computer screen. Chen Yuxi's breathing unconsciously quickened. A faint blush spread across her fair cheeks, making her look even more lovely. Her right hand moved swiftly while her left tapped rapidly on the keyboard. The software interface displayed overlapping audio tracks with various parameters being rapidly adjusted. This song was perfect in both melody and arrangement. What shocked her even more was the excellent mixing. It was hard to imagine that a piece completed in just over 10 minutes could achieve such a high level of perfection. The file sent by the other party is a semi-finished product. Just input the parameters, and the software can generate the accompaniment. Chen Yuxi sometimes furrowed her brows in thought, sometimes nodded, completely immersed in the world of music. She couldn't wait to see the final presentation effect of this song. The number of online viewers in the live stream didn't increase but instead decreased, while the barrage comments kept growing. Densely packed, almost completely obscuring the screen. Damn, who's this beauty? Her looks are absolutely top tier. New here? That's the viewer who just shared a story on mic earlier. Apparently she's also a singer. A singer? For real? What's she doing now? The streamer just wrote a song in about 10 minutes, probably working on the accompaniment now. What? A song? In 10 minutes? Are you kidding me? Seriously, what can you even come up with in 10 minutes? Bet the lyrics aren't even complete. I'll bet a pack of spicy sticks this song is gonna be absolute trash. A flurry of bullet comments filled with speculation, skepticism, and playful teasing intertwined, creating a lively atmosphere. Chen Yuxi remained completely oblivious to all of this. The backing track was already prepared, and she was now wearing headphones to familiarize herself with the lyrics and melody. Streamer, would you mind if I sang this song during your live broadcast? After a long while, Chen Yuxi, having fully immersed herself in the emotions, opened her beautiful eyes and began to speak slowly. Although the songwriting service was free, given the quality of this piece, Echoes of Dusk, 1,000 yuan gift donation simply wasn't enough. The live stream might be genuine, But the free songwriting was definitely just a gimmick. She wouldn't have the audacity to accept everything without question. It's necessary to get the other party's consent first. Before Jiang Li could speak, the live stream audience had already grown impatient. Hurry up and sing, miss. With such a lovely voice, even the worst song would have its own unique charm. Taking a wild guess, the streamer will refuse after all. Continuing the act would expose the scam. If this isn't scripted, I'll eat. It's obviously giving the streamer an out. The song, it's yours. Sing it if you want. A faint smile forced its way onto his pale face as Jiang Li's voice grew weaker. The body sitting in front of the computer began to sway unsteadily. He couldn't wait for the other person to sing Twilight Echo in a crowded place. After all, the more people who heard this song, the greater the influence he would gain. It was just a song. As long as his life could be saved, what did it matter if he gave it to someone else? Anyway, with throat cancer preventing me from singing and my parents' inheritance being more than enough to live on. All right. Chen Yuxi gave a slight nod, removed her earphones, and connected to the Bluetooth speaker. Clicking the play button, a soothing melody began to flow gently. The live stream's barrage of comments suddenly paused for a moment, then became even more densely packed. This melody sounds so sophisticated. The intro sounds great. Just hope the lyrics don't turn out to be a pile of crap. Yeah, the girl is a singer. Her musical skills are definitely top-notch, and she might have even optimized the accompaniment herself. Lyrics are the true measure of a creator's skill. I don't believe it anyway that someone could compose a melody of this level in just over 10 minutes. Legend says among the vast Milky Way, 1 star is her choosing to stay even after stepping beyond time. The ethereal voice echoed through the live stream, reaching the ears of thousands of viewers. Chapter 3. How much he must love this world. The old rocking chair creaks endlessly. The wind sweeps away fallen leaves and blossoms filling the yard. Holy! These lyrics! Incredible! Did the streamer really write this in just over 10 minutes? That's insanely fast. The poetic imagery is perfect. It matches the girl's story completely. Forget everything else. Just this speed alone, I'd call it godly. In just over 10 minutes, I couldn't even come up with a song title in that time. Is the streamer a newbie? Are we sure this isn't some big shots all to count? Thousands of netizens sat frozen before their screens, as if struck by a paralysis spell. The once bustling barrage of comments instantly became sparse. It was replaced by a screen full of shock and disbelief. Perhaps she's in the final place, by your side, in your nightmares. If you see her, don't be afraid. This chorus. The melody and lyrics in the chorus are absolutely perfect. I got goosebumps all over. The quality of this song easily surpasses 90% of the mindless pop songs out there. Streamer, what other surprises do you have that this emperor doesn't know about? Is that freeloader still here? Please begin your performance. The song continued, and the number of viewers in the livestream kept rising. Meanwhile, a comment caught everyone's attention. From a professional perspective, the composition and arrangement of this song are both outstanding. The melody flows naturally with clever harmonic arrangements. Especially in the chorus section, the high note design not only challenges the singer's vocal skills but also delivers immense emotional impact. What's even rarer is how perfectly the lyrics align with the melody, vividly expressing the emotions embedded in the story. If this was truly composed by the streamer in just over 10 minutes, then I can only say he's a genuine genius. This comment exploded like a bombshell in the livestream. Even the professionals are shocked. Writing a song of this level in just over 10 minutes, how the hell is that humanly possible? If this song gets released, it's definitely gonna blow up. The netizens were completely feitung boiling with excitement. They had never imagined that an obscure little streamer could possess such astonishing creative talent. Creating a high-quality song in just over 10 minutes, this completely surpassed people's understanding. Watching the Tribogen live stream viewer count continuously rise and the Fengkong Gundong frenzied scrolling of bullet comments, a faint, relieved smile appeared on Jiang Li's pale face. He never expected that a song produced by the system could cause such a sensation. Cough, cough. A violent coughing fit interrupted his thoughts, sending a tearing pain through his chest. The last ounce of strength gave out, and darkness swallowed his consciousness. The live stream chat flooded with question marks. Chen Yuxi's singing came to an abrupt halt. 2 gashes tore through the endless darkness. Then the light surged in wildly. Beep, beep, beep. The rhythmic beeping of the heart monitor echoed through the empty room. Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes, his vision filled with pure white. With a slight thought, a faint blue illusory screen appeared before his eyes. Name, Jiang Li. Remaining lifespan, 27 days. Influence gained, 78,000. Have I been sleeping for so long? He murmured to himself, his voice hoarse and strained. A heavy weight pressed against his arm. Tilting his head slightly, he saw a girl in his line of sight. She was slumped by the bedside, seemingly asleep. Her cascading hair, like a waterfall, covered half her face, yet still couldn't conceal that breathtaking beauty. Sunlight streamed through the window, spilling over the girl and outlining her soft contours. She exuded an ethereal aura, as if untouched by the mortal world. At the sound, the girl's long lashes fluttered as she slowly opened her eyes. A pair of clear eyes, limpid as autumn water. You're this seriously ill, why are you still live streaming? Chen Yuxi's voice was soft, carrying a hint of reproach. Withdrawing his gaze, Jiang Li didn't answer, instead steering the conversation elsewhere. How? Did you know where I live? He didn't want to tell anyone about the system. Explaining would take too much effort, and the other person might not believe him anyway. Most importantly, there was no need for it. Outside the window, a few sparrows perched on the branches, chirping incessantly. You suddenly fainted during the livestream that day. I was terrified and immediately called the police. Chen Yuxi rubbed her sleepy eyes, her beautiful gaze still carrying traces of drowsiness. When the operator asked for your address, I realized I knew nothing about you. At that moment, I wondered, where are your family? How could they not notice you were sick? But then it occurred to me, if your family were around, how could they let you livestream while being ill? So I pulled some strings and found a hacker to track your address through your email IP. Luckily, we're both in Kyoto, otherwise, I wouldn't have known what to do. Chen Yuxi gently brushed aside the stray hairs on her forehead, revealing her smooth skin. You mustn't livestream anymore, your health is what matters most. Thank you. Jiang Li closed his eyes and smiled self-deprecatingly. He never expected that someone would still care about a dying man like him. No need to guess after losing consciousness. The girl before me didn't finish singing the entire song during the livestream. Otherwise, the influence wouldn't have been less than even 100,000. My name is Chen Yuxi, and you? The girl's voice was soft, carrying a hint of anticipation. Jiang Li, by the way, you're trending. Jiang Li took the phone, fingers gliding across the screen. On Douyin's trending list, Twilight Echo ranked 27th. Terminally ill streamer offers free songwriting, collapses live on stream ranks 36th. Clicking on any random video reveals countless netizens in the comments section curious about this song. Almost no one paid attention to the collapse itself. The handful of comments that mentioned it all accused Jiang Li of staging the incident for publicity. Did the streamer just die? Am I the only one who thinks this song is amazing? On my knees begging for the full version. This song is so addictive. I've had it on loop all day. Why did you think of writing songs for free? Especially with your health. Chen Yuxi trailed off. Jiang Li flipped through them one by one, his face expressionless. After a long while, he spoke slowly. My time is running out. I must leave something behind to prove I was once in this world. So, I hope you can take that song to a bigger stage. Before life reaches its end, I want to use songs to record more people's stories. Afraid that Chen Yuxi might feel too shy to sing that song, Jiang Li expressed the idea of writing songs to extend his life in a tactful way that the other could understand. However, when these words reached Chen Yuxi's ears, they took on a different meaning. Perhaps it was her keen sensitivity, or perhaps her extraordinary empathy. From just a few words, she sensed Jiang Li's longing for life and his boundless attachment to this world. This young man, about her own age, was clearly gravely ill and could leave this world at any moment. Yet he still wanted to use his songs to record the stories of others. How deeply he must have loved this world. Why must fate play such cruel tricks on this kind and extraordinarily talented boy? What others take for granted as tomorrow remains an unattainable dream for him. A wave of sorrow welled up in my heart, tears brimming in my eyes. Chen Yuxi struggled to hold back her tears. Chapter 4. Taking his hope onto the stage. Her eyes were red, and her delicate nose tingled with suppressed emotion. Chen Yuxi's voice choked with sobs as tears finally spilled from her eyes. I will definitely bring Twilight Echoes to a bigger stage so more people can hear your work. Hearing these words, the weight in my heart finally lifted. Jiang Li let out a sigh of relief as exhaustion washed over him like a tide. The heart monitor began beeping urgently. Doctor, doctor. Several figures in white coats rushed into the ward almost instantly upon hearing the commotion. Prepare the defibrillator. Administer epinephrine injection. With a thud, Jiang Li's body jerked violently upward before collapsing back down heavily. The monitor showed a flat line with no fluctuations. Defibrillate again. Increase the dosage. Chen Yuxi was pushed into a corner, tightly covering her mouth with both hands. Tears blurred her vision as she dared not make a sound, afraid of disturbing the doctor's resuscitation efforts. Bang! Another electric shock jolted Jiang Li's body upright again. Again. 360 joules. The nurse quickly adjusted the defibrillator as the doctor pressed the electrode pads against Jiang Li's chest. Bang! This time, Jiang Li's body nearly leaped off the bed. Everyone held their breath, eyes fixed unblinkingly on the monitor. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, that stubborn flatline showed a flicker of fluctuation. Then, faint but rhythmic heartbeats began to sound. Beep, beep, beep. The doctor removed his mask, let out a long sigh of relief, and turned to look at Chen Yuxi. The cancer cells have spread, and the patient is very weak now. Try not to disturb him and let him rest as much as possible. This way, perhaps he can live a little longer. Doctor, how long can my friend still? Holding up one finger, the doctor slowly said, optimistically speaking, about a month. But if he continues to exhaust himself like before, it might only be 10 days. Chen Yuxi seemed to have thought of something. If we transfer him to the ICU, could he hold on a little longer? It wouldn't make much difference. The doctor sighed. The ICU charges by the hour, and ordinary people can't afford it. If needed, I can arrange it on my end. Transfer him to the ICU. As for the expenses, I'll figure out a way to cover them. Time quickly passed until evening. In the backstage lounge, Chen Yuxi was extremely nervous. At that moment, a staff member pushed open the door and said, Ms. Chen, it's your turn to go on stage. Okay, got it. Chen Yuxi closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then stood up and walked toward the stage. The recording set of I Am a Singer was dazzling with lights. The new generation singer Sun Xiao finished her song, dressed in a black leather jacket with sparkling studs, exuding a full-on rock vibe. The audience erupted into thunderous applause, with all 4 judges showing expressions of approval on their faces. Wang Xin even stood up directly to applaud for him. Sun Zhao's performance was explosive. He delivered this rock song to perfection. Na Lan also nodded in agreement. His stage presence is remarkable. He can instantly ignite the atmosphere. He's definitely a promising talent. Zhou Yi, as always, was sparing with words, giving a slight nod and saying, Hey, not bad. Xue Jihuan, on the other hand, was quite lively and joked, Sun Xiao, are you trying to steal teacher Wang Xin's job? The room erupted in laughter, creating a relaxed and cheerful atmosphere. Now only one last spot for advancement remained, with 2 contestants still to perform. Among them, Song Wan's performance in the previous round won Na Lan's approval. Song Wan, this girl, her singing skills are truly solid. As for her, she needs a song that can showcase the advantages of her voice. Wang Xin crossed his hands and placed them on the table. Exactly. It's just that the song choice slightly affected her performance. It's too technical, which actually diminishes the emotional impact. Zhou Yi rarely spoke at length. Xue Jihuan was even more blunt. When it comes to singing, sometimes focusing too much on technique can make it feel mechanical. Then he shifted the topic. I'm actually more optimistic about Chen Yuxi. Her mistake in the last round was mainly a mental issue. Wang Xin nodded. Chen Yuxi's singing has strong emotional appeal. That's her strength. But the downside is also obvious. Her performance is inconsistent, sometimes high, sometimes low. Na Lan added at the right moment. I think the most important thing for a singer is consistent performance. I hope she can adjust her condition tonight. The live audience fell into complete silence. Everyone was paying close attention to the final 2 matches. If Chen Yuxi successfully advanced, it would mean Song Wan had lost her last chance to qualify. The same holds true in reverse. As long as Chen Yuxi is eliminated, Song Wan will also advance directly to the finals. The entire audience held their breath in anticipation. The reason was none other than Chen Yuxi's more striking appearance and consistently outstanding performances up to that point. Had she not made a mistake in the previous round, she would undoubtedly have secured a spot in the finals. Although Song Wan is also quite strong, anyone with eyes can see the gap between the two. Therefore, the final spot for advancement undoubtedly belongs to Chen Yuxi. But nothing is absolute. Song Wan's uncle happens to be the producer of the I Am a Singer project. No one can guarantee whether he might pull some strings in this final life or death competition. After all, constantly relying on cheats might come across as insulting to the audience's intelligence, but doing it occasionally is harmless. If Chen Yuxi were to perform poorly again due to nervousness, there wouldn't even be a need for cheats. The host, Hua Xiao, walked onto the stage holding cue cards. With a smile and a magnetic voice, he paused for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the audience. The importance of these last two matches is, I believe, clear to everyone. This might be the last time they stand on this stage. Let's all cheer for both competitors, hoping they can withstand the pressure and perform at their best. As soon as the words fell, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Cheers of support for Chen Yuxi rose one after another. This clearly demonstrated her popularity among the audience. Indeed, not only the live audience but even the online support ratings showed Chen Yuxi far ahead. As the applause gradually faded, Hua Xiao picked up the microphone again. Next, let's welcome the next competing singer, Chen Yuxi. With his smile fading, Hua Xiao turned and walked off the stage. In the live audience, waves of cheers erupted, each louder than the last. A cacophony of shouts and cheers merged together, nearly lifting the roof off the entire studio. Chen Yuxi, dressed in a white evening gown, walked slowly onto the stage. The skirt was adorned with delicate sequins, and a silver belt at the waist accentuated her slender figure. Her jet black hair was styled into an elegant updo, with a few loose strands framing her face, adding a touch of softness. On the stage, the lights gradually dimmed, leaving only a single spotlight shining on the girl. Chen Yuxi stood at the center of the stage, able to hear her own heartbeat clearly. Pounded like a drum, each beat faster than the last. She took a deep breath, trying to calm the nervousness within. Yet the more she tried, the more anxious she became, her hand holding the microphone trembling slightly. The four mentors sat with their backs to the stage. Though Zhou Yi and Xue Zhihuan couldn't see Chen Yuxi, they could still clearly observe her every move through the large screen nearby. Oh dear, she looks quite nervous. Chapter 5. Just over 10 minutes? The mentor is stunned. Zhou Yi rested his right index finger on the bridge of his nose and let out a faint sigh. Although Chen Yuxi showed great promise, her on-the-spot performance and ability to handle pressure were indeed somewhat disappointing. With this kind of attitude, even if you make it to the finals, you won't achieve any significant results. The finals will be held in a live performance format, with contestants facing an audience of hundreds of thousands. If they're already this nervous in the studio, their performance is likely to be even worse on a bigger stage. Xue Zhihuan's expression looks even more nervous than the contestants. If Chen Yuxi can't overcome this psychological hurdle, her journey won't go very far. I hope she can withstand the pressure. As the prelude played, the noisy crowd gradually quieted down. Wang Shun and Na Lan, noticing Chen Yuxi's nervous reaction, felt that Song Wan's advancement was practically guaranteed. But when they heard the prelude of this song, their expressions changed abruptly. The expert appreciates the intricacies, while the layman enjoys the spectacle. This song demonstrates exceptional creative mastery, whether in its string arrangements or its mixing. Most importantly, no corresponding song could be recalled from memory. In other words, Chen Yuxi is about to perform an original composition. This is not good news for them. He had already boasted to Song Wan's uncle that he would definitely ensure the other party's advancement. Failing to deliver would be tantamount to slapping himself in the face. They say there's a star in the vast galaxy that is him, choosing to remain even after stepping out of time. Gentle beyond words in the pitch-black night, quietly guarding his regrets. The ethereal voice rang out, and Chen Yuxi's mind conjured up Xiao Yu's smiling face and voice, and that pale-faced youth lying on the hospital bed. They faced death without any fear. What about me? Just standing on stage makes me scared to death. Compared to them, Chen Yuxi felt like a coward. Remembering the promise she made with Xiaoya, remembering the promise to Zhang Li to bring his work to a bigger stage. Chen Yuxi's heart grew increasingly resolute. God, can you let me feel it for once? Seeing how we can't stop worrying about each other. Even if it's just a gust of wind, a single leaf, or the touch of a glance, it's enough. The ethereal voice, paired with lyrics that seem like a prayer to the divine, it strikes straight to the soul. Every note is elevated to its utmost sublimation. The audience below had long forgotten to cheer, even forgotten to breathe. They listened quietly, feeling the sorrow, the persistence, and the longing for the departed in the song. A good piece of music can resonate with its listeners, and Twilight Echoes is just such a song. Some had moist eyes, some clenched their fists, and some silently prayed, remembering those vague figures who once warmed my heart, only to vanish in an instant. Their faces gradually grow clearer in my mind. Mom, I miss you so much. Now can say Daddy now. Honey, do you see that? Dad. I shouldn't have argued with you before leaving that day. I'm sorry. All four judges slammed their buttons simultaneously, their chairs slowly turning around. They saw the radiant girl on stage, and also noticed the glimmering tears in her eyes. Wang Xin furrowed his brows. He never expected Chen Yuxi to deliver such a profoundly moving original song. This song is nothing short of perfection, whether in its lyrics, melody, or arrangement. What's even more remarkable is how Chen Yuxi seamlessly blends her emotions with the song, giving it a soul. Na Lan's eyes brimmed with admiration, as if seeing a younger version of herself. Zhou Yi discreetly wiped away the tears at the corner of his eyes. He hadn't heard such a moving song in a long time. Xue Jihuan's eyes turned slightly red as he recalled his experience of being shelved. Those days of striving for dreams, those untold hardships and sorrows. A myriad of emotions welled up in his heart. Plop! Tears rolled down her cheeks one by one. Then let's wait for the universe to perish, for the underworld to run aground will turn to dust, yet meet again. Chen Yuxi closed her eyes and sang the final line. The music stopped abruptly, and the lights came on. The entire venue fell into complete silence. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Suddenly, thunderous applause erupted throughout the studio. That was amazing. What's the name of this song? Goddess, you sang so beautifully. The audience screamed wildly, waving their glow sticks in the air. All four mentors stood up and applauded for Chen Yuxi. Did you write this song yourself? Wang Shun's expression was agitated, with a barely detectable tremor in his trailing tone. No, a friend wrote it. Chen Yuxi shook her head, recalling that pale yet handsome face, her mood turning visibly somber. What's his name? Nalan asked eagerly. Jiang Li, the Jiang from rivers, the Li from drizzling rain. Chen Yuxi enunciated each word clearly. Jiang Li. Zhou Yi murmured to himself. This name is new to me. Hard to believe the song was written by a newcomer in the music industry. By the way, what's the name of this song? Echoes of Dusk. Echoes of Dusk. Xue Jihuan repeated the song title, turning to Zhou Yi. Senior, what do you think? This song is special. Zhou Yi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. It reminds me of some, well, things from a long time ago. Indeed, Xue Jihuan nodded. The emotional expression in this song is very delicate and sincere. Wang Xin furrowed his brows, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, his gaze filled with curiosity. This song is very well crafted. Jiang Li must have put a lot of thought into it, right? He paused, then turned to look at Zhou Yi and Xue Jihuan. Old Zhou, old Xue, you're both singer-songwriters. How long would it take to create a song like this? Zhou Yi pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. The melody of the song is catchy, the lyrics are profound, and the arrangement is just perfect. If it were me, it would take at least half a year, and I might not even achieve this level of quality. Xue Jihuan nodded in deep agreement. King Zhou is right. The song is incredibly polished. I guess Jiang Li spent at least a year refining it. After a pause, he added, creating a song of this caliber requires not just inspiration, but also the accumulation of time and effort. Wang Shun and Na Lan exchanged glances, both of their eyes filled with astonishment. A year? That's way too exaggerated. Yuxi, how long did Jiang Li take to compose this song? Wang Xin turned to look at Chen Yuxi, hoping to hear a positive answer from her. At least a year or even longer. Chen Yuxi glanced at the four mentors, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately told the truth. He only took about 10 minutes. Just over 10 minutes. All four mentors exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Wang Shun's pupils constricted sharply, as if he had heard something utterly unbelievable. He instinctively repeated, just over 10 minutes? Are you sure? Xue Jihuan stood up abruptly and began pacing back and forth, muttering to himself. Just over 10 minutes? How is this possible? Just over 10 minutes. Chapter 6. Conspiracy? Mentor withdraws, servers crash. This is absolutely impossible. She firmly denied it, her words sharp and vehement. In my youth, my thoughts also flowed like a spring. Yet even so, I couldn't have created such a masterpiece in just over 10 minutes. The melody, lyrics, and arrangement of this song have all reached an exceptionally high standard. Without long-term refinement and accumulation, it's simply impossible to accomplish. Wang Xin didn't speak, only furrowing his brows even tighter. He believed Chen Yuxi wouldn't lie about something like this, yet his reason told him it simply defied all logic. Composing a song in just over 10 minutes? Don't be ridiculous. Which timeless masterpiece wasn't painstakingly crafted before being unveiled to the world? Joey stroked his chin, lost in thought. This song gave him a long-lost sense of awe. It was a soul-stirring emotion, impossible to feign through affectation. Yuxi, can you tell us about this friend of yours? Joey spoke up, breaking the silence. Chen Yuxi opened her mouth, but didn't know how to begin. Tell others that the young man is terminally ill and has little time left? Or tell them that Zhang Li is burning his life just to live on, only to be accused of using his illness as a marketing ploy? He's already suffering so much he shouldn't have to endure malicious speculation and slander. He is a very talented person. Chen Yuxi carefully chose her words and said softly, "It's just, he's usually quite busy, so he doesn't have much time to write songs." She wasn't lying. Zhang Li was indeed very busy. Busy fighting against his illness, busy racing against time, busy using his works to capture the beauty of this world. Are you usually busy? Xue Jihuan keenly picked up on the key information in that sentence. His already large eyes widened even more at that moment. Could it be that he's not a professional musician? What does he do for a living? Chen Yuxi hesitated for a moment, then finally shook her head. I'm not quite sure about his specific job. I just know he's very busy. This is really… Xue Jihuan scratched his head, looking utterly puzzled. Oh, interesting. Zhou Yi's lips curled slightly upward. It had been a long time since he encountered something so intriguing. A musician with astonishing talent, yet remaining obscure and unknown. This is itself a topic full of storytelling. If there's a chance, I'd really like to meet this Zhang Li. Zhou Yi's tone was filled with anticipation. I'd like to meet him too. Xue Jihuan followed closely behind, his face filled with curiosity. If he's really that talented, I'd love to collaborate on a song with him. Wang Shun and Na Lan exchanged a glance, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. They had originally hoped Song Wan would advance. Now, it seemed the chances were slim. Yuxi, where's your friend now? Joey looked at Chen Yuxi and asked again. Chen Yuxi lowered her head, her eyes slightly reddening, and her voice became choked with emotion. He's in the hospital, so it might not be very convenient. Hospital? Xue Jihuan was taken aback for a moment before suddenly understanding. Oh, I see. Doctors are always busy, of course. He thought he had guessed the truth, his face revealing an "I see now" expression. Joey didn't speak, just quietly watched Chen Yuxi. Something felt too simple about this whole situation. Chen Yuxi's expression, that mix of sorrow and resignation, looked more like a farewell. Can we go see him after the match? Joey spoke up again. Chen Yuxi hesitated, unsure how to respond. Zhang Li's current condition probably isn't suitable for visitors. Yet she didn't want to refuse Joey after all. Zhang Li had the singer's poster hanging in his bedroom. At this moment, a whisper came through the earpieces of Wang Shun and Na Lan. The two of them froze slightly, exchanging a glance that revealed mutual astonishment and helplessness. Clearing his throat lightly, Wang Shun drew everyone's attention to himself. Yuxi, there's something I must point out. This song is truly outstanding. But for original songs, you need to report and get approval from the program team in advance. Did you submit the paperwork? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuxi's eyes widened in shock, completely stunned. Her lips trembled slightly as she struggled to find a response. My mind went blank with only Wang Xin's words, "Did you report it?" echoing incessantly. I hadn't noticed at all that there was such a rule in the competition guidelines. Besides, when I handed the accompaniment to the production team, didn't they already know about it? Does that not count? Or are these people deliberately picking a fight? Zhou Yi and Xue Zhihuan's thoughts were interrupted, both looking at Wang Shun and Na Lan in disbelief. They never expected these two to cause trouble at this moment. Old Wang, what do you mean by this? Xue Jihuan, being straightforward, immediately questioned him. It's nothing personal, rules are rules. Wang Xin avoided Xue Jihuan's gaze, his tone stiff. I do recall there being such a rule in the competition regulations. Nalan also spoke up, her voice somewhat distant. But Zhou Yi wanted to say something, but was cut off by Wang Shun.
Nobu, Kingzu.
As mentors, we should abide by the rules even more strictly. Though I truly admire this song, appreciate its writer Jiang Li, and cherish Chen Yuxi's performance. But I just received instructions from Song Wan's uncle through the earpiece. No matter what, Chen Yuxi must be eliminated. After all, one who takes from others is in their debt, and one who eats from others is at their mercy. Moreover, he and Nalan were counting on skimming some profits from Song Wan's uncle's new project. At this moment, the host Hua Xiao stepped onto the stage with a professional smile on his face. I'm sorry, Yuxi, he said, looking at Chen Yuxi with a hint of regret in his tone. According to the competition rules, any original song not reported in advance will be deemed invalid. So, your results in this competition are void. Boom! Chen Yuxi felt an explosion in her mind, leaving her completely stunned, standing dazed on the stage, like a puppet drained of its soul. Tears silently fell. At this moment, she even forgot to cry. She only felt so tired, so wanting to find a place to sleep. The audience below erupted in chaos. What's going on? How could it be invalid? Rigged. This is absolutely rigged. Production team, come out and explain this. The crowd was seething with anger, their voices rising in waves. Yet none of this mattered to Chen Yuxi anymore. She turned slowly and walked off the stage. Her figure looked lonely, her steps unsteady. Zhou Yi's heart was a tumult of mixed emotions. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end, it all dissolved into a sigh. Xue Jihuan was so angry that his entire body trembled. He abruptly stood up, pointing at Wang Shun and Na Lan's noses as he roared. Have you no shame at all? To help a personal connection, they'd even resort to such despicable tactics. As seasoned music professionals, you must clearly recognize the caliber of the song Echoes of Dusk. If this continues, does Chinese pop music even have a future? Such a show isn't worth recording anyway. Old Xue, calm down. Zhou Yi quickly grabbed hold of Xue Jihuan, fearing he might do something drastic. I can't calm down. Xue Jihuan shoved Zhou Yi away with a forceful motion. He yanked off his headphones, slammed them onto the table, and strode toward the backstage. Zhou Yi shook his head helplessly and followed as he left the mentor's seat. In the evening, the top-tier king of the Chinese music scene, Zhou Yi, and the superstar Xue Jihuan. At the same time, he unilaterally announced his withdrawal from the recording of the I Am a Singer program. It once crashed Weibo's servers. Chapter 7. A prodigy emerges, stunning the entire internet. Online discussions about the alleged behind-the-scenes manipulations of I Am a Singer have been snowballing into an increasingly bigger controversy. On major forums, discussion boards, and social media platforms, the related topics remain highly trending. Countless netizens transformed into Sherlocks, attempting to piece together the truth from the faintest clues. On Weibo, several well-known entertainment marketing accounts almost simultaneously released the latest rumors about I Am a Singer. These marketing accounts are usually known for their speed and accuracy in reporting, boasting a massive fan base. Their collective outcry undoubtedly added fuel to the fire of this public opinion storm. According to reliable sources, a major incident occurred during the recording of I Am a Singer. Mentors Zhou Yi and Xue Jihuan announced their immediate withdrawal from the show on the spot, with the reason being, shocking. Prodigy emerges overnight. One song sends shockwaves through music industry. Zhou Yi and Xue Jihuan break ties with capital for him. Shocking scandal exposed on I Am a Singer. Chen Yuxi tragically eliminated. Who's the mastermind behind the scenes? These sensational headlines quickly captured the attention of countless netizens. The comment section was instantly flooded with countless netizens eager to witness the drama unfold. Everyone chimed in, trying to piece together the whole story. Seriously? Jay Chou and Joker Xue both dropped out of the competition at the same time? That's a huge bombshell. It must be rigged. Otherwise, why would both mentors be so adamant? So what exactly happened? Can anyone who was there explain? I know. My friend was there at the time. Said it was for someone named Jiang Li. Someone wrote a song for Chen Yuxi, and it's absolutely amazing. Then the show's producers, to protect their connections, shamelessly eliminated Chen Yuxi. Zhang Li? That name sounds unfamiliar. Is she a newcomer? Never heard of this person. But if both Zhou Tianwang and Xue Jihuan are speaking up for her, she must have something special. So, what about that song? Did anyone record it? I really want to hear it. Same here. A song that made two mentors turn against capital must be extraordinary. As the discussion deepened, more and more details were revealed. The name Zhang Li began appearing frequently across major social media platforms. People wondered, who exactly was this unknown young man? And where did he come from? What kind of magic does his work possess? It could bring together Zhou Yi and Xue Jihuan, two pivotal figures in the Chinese music scene, defying capital to seek justice for him. At this moment, a netizen who claimed to have been in the livestream posted a lengthy message. It detailed the process of Zhang Li creating Twilight Echoes. I was in Zhang Li's livestream at the time and witnessed the birth of this song with my own eyes. He looked very unwell, then pale and coughing constantly, as if suffering from some serious illness. Chen Yuxi connected with him via livestream, shared a story, and then he started writing the song. It took him just over 10 minutes to go from inspiration to completion. I was completely stunned. It was nothing short of a miracle. Once this lengthy post went live, it instantly set the entire internet ablaze. Writing a song in just over 10 minutes? Really? That's way too exaggerated. I don't believe it. It must be scripted, just for hype. Even if it were the heavenly King Zhou, he couldn't write a high-quality song in just over 10 minutes, right? Could it be that it was written in advance and then pretended to be created on the spot? You're overthinking it. Chen Yuxi's story is so intricate. How could it have been written in advance? Whether you believe it or not, I certainly do. After all, Jay Chou and Xue Jiqin both withdrew. This is no joke. Has anyone searched for this song? Is it actually good or not? Doubts and gasps intertwined. The keywords Zhang Li and Echo of Twilight quickly climbed to the trending list. Soon, netizens found clips of Chen Yuxi performing Echo of Twilight during her live stream. Though not the full version, the ethereal vocals, beautiful melody, and deeply emotional lyrics instantly captivated countless netizens. This song is so heartbreaking. I burst into tears. Is this really written in just over 10 minutes? I don't believe it. On repeat, already addicted. This song has magic. It makes me want to cry the more I listen. Just who is Zhang Li? So incredibly talented. Hurry up and check it out. This song is trending. As the popularity of immersive echo continues to rise, discussions about Zhang Li have also increased. People were astonished to discover that this exceptionally talented young man was actually an obscure, unknown streamer. His act of writing songs for free in the livestream also left countless netizens utterly baffled. Is he stupid? Such a great song could earn him a fortune if he sold it to any singer. Maybe this is the world of geniuses, beyond our understanding. He doesn't look well. Could it be that? For a time, the entire internet was abuzz with discussions about Zhang Li and his song Twilight Echoes. The song unexpectedly went viral across the internet in no time. Qinglu City, First People's Hospital. Outside the intensive care unit, the atmosphere was suffocatingly oppressive. Xue Jihuan stood with his hands in his pockets, brows furrowed. His gaze fixed through the glass window on the young man covered in tubes. Zhou Yi stood to the side, arms crossed over his chest, silent. Chen Yuxi emerged from the intensive care unit, removing her protective suit, exhaustion evident on her face. Why are you here? We came to see him. Xue Jihuan's voice was low, his gaze still fixed on Zhang Li. Why didn't you tell us earlier? He turned to Chen Yuxi, his tone carrying a hint of reproach. I thought he was a doctor, but I never imagined. His voice trailed off abruptly, as if he couldn't bear to continue. I guess he must have been sick, but I never imagined it would be this serious. Zhou Yi took a deep breath and slowly spoke, breaking the silence. How did you find this place? Chen Yuxi voiced the doubt in her heart. I asked around all the way, Xue Jihuan explained. First, I inquired at the hospital if there was a doctor named Zhang Li. Only then did I realize no such person existed. In the end, it was from a nurse that I learned there was a terminal cancer patient with the exact same name you mentioned. With that, the three of them fell into silence once more. She had originally intended to ask Zhang Li to compose a song, but seeing him in this state, she couldn't bring herself to speak up. At that moment, A faint rustling sound came from the hospital room. Jiang Li slowly opened his eyes, his consciousness gradually clearing. Before his eyes, a pale blue light screen appeared. Name, Jiang Li. Current lifespan, 33 days. Influence gained, 6,000. His lifespan had increased by 6 days, and the influence had also been reset. Jiang Li secretly breathed a sigh of relief. This proved that the system could indeed keep him alive. Yet, the shadow of death still loomed over him. He needed to compose more songs as quickly as possible. Jiang Li hated the feeling of being covered in tubes, like a potted plant on display for others to see. He longed to return to a normal life, to breathe freely and run without restraint. His thoughts were interrupted by the sound of soft voices. Jiang Li turned his head and, through the glass window, saw Zhou Yi and Xue Zhihuan standing outside. My heart skipped a beat, as if it were about to leap out of my chest. That's Zhou Yi and Xue Zhihuan, the top-tier king and the hottest superstar of the Chinese music scene. What are they doing here? But in the next moment, he was overwhelmed by immense joy. As long as he could write songs for these two, given their fanbase and influence, he would surely gain more lifespan. Chapter 8. The terminally ill boy's plea moves the superstar. Jiang Li mustered all his strength, struggling to sit up and pressed the bedside call button. Before long, Chen Yuxi changed into protective gear and re-entered the hospital room. Shortly after, several nurses and the attending physician filed in one after another. I want to be discharged from the hospital. Jiang Li spoke, his voice weak yet resolute. No way. Chen Yuxi refused without a second thought. How can you be discharged in your current condition? The attending doctor frowned, his tone grave. Given your current physical condition, leaving the intensive care unit will only accelerate the deterioration of your illness. But I feel like my body has improved a lot. Jiang Li argued his case, not wanting to stay any longer in this place that felt like a display case. That's because in the intensive care unit, all the equipment and medications help alleviate your symptoms. The attending physician patiently explained, trying to dissuade him from leaving the hospital. Seeing no hope of being discharged, Jiang Li had to settle for the second best. Then, can I be transferred to a regular ward? This time, his attitude was unusually firm, his gaze burning as he stared at the attending physician. The others exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Chen Yuxi looked at his pale, gaunt face, her heart aching with sorrow. In the end, she couldn't bear it any longer and turned to the attending physician. Perhaps we should do as he says? The attending physician pondered for a moment before nodding helplessly. That's the only way, but you must be prepared. His condition could deteriorate at any moment. After being transferred to the general ward, Jiang Li clearly felt much more at ease. Though still physically weak, at least the air no longer reeked of disinfectant with every breath. He turned to Chen Yuxi and spoke softly. Could you invite Zhou Tianwang and teacher Xue in? I have something I'd like to say to them. Chen Yuxi hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, wait a moment. A few minutes later, Zhou Yi and Xue Zhihuan entered the hospital room. Are you here to request a song from me? Jiang Li got straight to the point and asked directly. The two were taken aback and quickly waved their hands in denial. No, we just came to see you. Yes, we were just a little curious. Jiang Li looked at them and smiled, a hint of bitterness in his expression. Actually, my health is fine, I can still write songs. He paused briefly before continuing. If possible, I hope each of you can share a story. In return, I will compose a song for each of you. Zhou Yi and Xue Zhihuan exchanged glances, both seeing shock and hesitation in each other's eyes. They had indeed come with the intention of requesting a song. But after witnessing Jiang Li's condition firsthand, they found themselves unable to bring it up. Now, the other party has taken the initiative to offer to write a song, leaving them both delighted and uneasy. The delight comes from finally having the chance to obtain a work by this genius. The unease stems from wondering if doing so might be too cruel. After all, what he needs most right now is rest, not creation. Zhou Yi carefully weighed his words and tactfully declined. Jiang Li, we truly appreciate your kindness, but your top priority right now is to focus on recovering. As for writing songs, let's discuss that another time. Xue Zhihuan also nodded in agreement. Yes, health is the most important thing. We can talk about music again after you've recovered. True death is not the end of the body, but being forgotten by others. Jiang Li's voice was soft, yet it reached everyone's ears with perfect clarity. Perhaps one day, I will leave this world, but I hope my works can continue to be sung. In this way, it's another form of immortality. He raised his head, his gaze sweeping over Zhou Yi and Xue Zhihuan in turn, eyes filled with anticipation. I know this might seem unfair to you, but I really want to leave something behind for this world. The hospital room was enveloped in silence. Only the occasional chirps of nameless birds outside the window broke the heavy atmosphere. Chen Yuxi stood by, her face already streaked with tears. She bit her lip tightly to keep herself from crying out. At this moment, she finally understood why Zhang Li was so obsessed with creating. Because for him, it was the only way to resist being forgotten. Zhou Yi and Xue Zhihuan were also deeply shaken. They never imagined that someone so young could have such a profound understanding of eternity. Even less did they expect to be taught a lesson by a terminally ill teenager. I promise you. Zhou Yi was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Xue Zhihuan quickly followed. I happen to have a story. Zhang Li's pale face finally showed a faint smile. I'll go first. Zhou Yi seemed to have made up his mind, determined to bring that long-buried past to light. Back then, I was still an unknown singer, rushing between bars every day, just seeking an opportunity. Until I met Haruko, she was gentle and always smiling. We met at a friend's gathering, where she sat quietly in the corner, listening to me sing. Later, we fell in love. She always encouraged me, saying my music had a special spark and that I would surely succeed. For me, she gave up the opportunity to study abroad, staying in the country to quietly support my musical dreams. But I was too young back then, solely focused on making a name for myself, and neglected her feelings. We started arguing, giving each other the silent treatment, and gradually drifted apart. Until that day, she got into a car accident and left me forever. At this point, Zhou Yi's voice was choked with sobs. His eyes reddened, struggling to hold back tears. When I rushed to the hospital, she was already gone, no longer breathing. The doctor said when she was brought to the hospital, she was still tightly clutching a ticket to my concert in her hand. She was supposed to come to my first concert, but I can never see her again. Xue Zhihuan and Chen Yuxi fell silent. They never expected that Zhou Tianwang, who shone so brightly on stage, had such a heartbreaking past. All these years, I've been living in regret and self-blame. If only I had cared for her more, understood her better back then, perhaps the ending would have been different. I poured all my longing for her into these songs. Yet no matter how many songs I write or awards I win, nothing can fill the void of this regret in my heart. If possible, I'd like to dedicate this song to her, and to all those who have loved and lost. Zhou Yi raised his head and looked out the window. His usually deep eyes were now filled with sorrow and longing. The hospital room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the tireless birds outside the window continued to chirp cheerfully. Congratulations, host. Song unlocked. Nocturne. A system notification sounded in Zhang Li's mind. Immediately after, countless musical notes and lyrics flooded his mind like a tidal wave. Playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, commemorating my lost love, while I conceal my name for you, playing the piano under the moonlight. Every note, every lyric, is filled with endless longing and sorrow. Suddenly, Zhang Li seemed to see a solitary figure playing the piano under the moonlight. A girl in a white dress danced gracefully under a spotlight not far away. Chapter 9. Is this guy an alien or something? It's my turn. Xue Zhihuan's voice snapped Zhang Li out of his thoughts. He looked at Zhang Li and slowly began to tell his story. I once loved a girl. Her name was Anren. A very special girl. We knew each other in the wee hours and went through many storms together. She accompanied me through the lows and witnessed me grow step by step. I thought that we would go on like this until we grow old together. But the reality has given me a heavy blow. Her family cannot accept a poor boy who has nothing. We were forced to separate. She married a so-called family. The day we separated, she cried and said to me, I'm sorry. I tried my best. Tears glistened in Xue Zhilu's eyes, and her voice became a little hoarse. I looked at her departing back and felt like the whole world had collapsed. Like a fool, I stood still for a long time, unwilling to leave. Later, I took my thoughts of her and wrote them into a song. That song recorded the bits and pieces of our past, but also buried me, the love that did not end. I often wonder, if I had tried a little harder, would I have been able to change the ending? But there are no ifs in life. A miss is a miss, and there's no going back. Xue Zhilu smiled bitterly and shook his head, his eyes filled with despondency and helplessness. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song, Anha Bridge. In Zhang Li's mind, the system beep sounded once again. At the same time, a beautiful and slightly sad melody sounded in his head. I know that those summers can't come back just like you, and I won't be looking forward to anyone, full of anticipation. I know. This world has too many regrets every day, so hello and goodbye. The lyrics are full of nostalgia and disenchantment with the passing, as well as helplessness and compromise with reality. Zhang Li closed her eyes and quietly listened to the song. At some point, the corners of her eyes were wet with tears. Seeing Zhang Li's eyes closed in contemplation, Zhou Yi, Xue Zhilu, and Chen Yuxi held their breath. They didn't even dare to take a breath for fear of disturbing him, although Zhou Yi recognized Zhang Li's talent. But to say that in such a short period of time, he had created 2 high-quality songs in a row, he still felt that it was impossible. After all, the emergence of Twilight Echo was already shocking enough. If there were to be 2 more works of the same level, it would be simply... Zhou Yi didn't dare to continue thinking about it. He was afraid that his heart, which had been baptized by the music industry for a long time, wouldn't be able to withstand this succession of shocks. Xue Zhilu was in a completely different state of mind. Expectation and apprehension at the same time, like a gambler waiting for the lottery. The anticipation was that he might be able to witness a miracle. What he was worried about was that if Zhang Li failed to perform well, then it would be an empty joy. He didn't want his story to be wasted in a mediocre piece. Chen Yuxi had the most complicated feelings. On one hand, she knew Zhang Li's creative speed better than anyone else. On the other hand, she was worried whether Zhang Li's body could withstand the load of such intense creation. After all, it was extremely mind-consuming. Stealing a glance at the up and down curve on the monitor. In his heart, he silently prayed that Zhang Li would be able to create a miracle again. However, only less than 2 minutes had passed. Zhang Li slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes that were originally dull and lifeless were actually flickering with a bit of starlight at this moment. He signaled Chen Yuxi to bring him paper and a pen. In fact, he couldn't wait to hear the story and start creating immediately. But that would be too appalling. He didn't want to be treated as a monster, arrested and sliced up for study. Even so, this scene in front of him still shocked Zhou Yi and the others. This started writing. Xue Zhilu's eyes widened, his mouth opening into an O shape, disbelief written all over his face. He even wondered if he was hallucinating. Zhou Yi wasn't much better, and his eyes, which weren't very big, were also wide open at the moment. He tried to calm his inner shock, trying to make himself look less out of sorts. Chen Yuxi, on the other hand, was filled with worry as she quickly walked over to the hospital bed and handed Zhang Li a pen and paper. How do you feel now? Do you want to rest for a while first? I'm fine. Zhang Li took the paper and pen and smiled at her. Then, amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, she wrote furiously. Rustling. The tip of the pen scratched across the paper, making a subtle sound that was particularly clear in the silent ward. Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu coincidentally went over, wanting to find out what was going on. They wanted to see just how this genius had created it. However, when they saw the lyrics on the paper, they were once again shocked beyond words. Playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, in honor of my lost love, while I play the piano for you incognito, under the moonlight, Zhou Yi recited softly, each word like a stone, thrown into the lake of calm heart, stirring up layers of ripples. It was as if he saw his former self, playing the piano for Qing under the moonlight. That familiar melody, that moving scene, made him instantly redden his eyes. I know those summers, just like you, can't come back, and I won't be able to look forward to anyone, full of expectations. For his part, Xue Zhilu stared at the lyrics in a daze, seemingly evoking a certain memory that he didn't want to mention. Thinking of that girl who was once deeply in love. Thinking of those beautiful times spent together. Thinking of her determined back when she left, and his own torn heart. How did this do it? Xue Zhilu muttered, his voice trembling. It was impossible to believe that these lyrics that hit the soul came from a teenager who had just finished listening to the story. Zhou Yi just silently looked at Zhang Li. The concentrated look, the smooth strokes. It made him believe that the teenager in front of him might really be a musical genius that was hard to come by in 100 years. Even Zhou Yi's mind suddenly came up with a thought that even he himself found absurd. This guy couldn't be an alien, right? Otherwise, how to explain this series of unbelievable behaviors? Chen Yuxi looked at Zhang Li, who was writing furiously, her eyes filled with heartache and admiration. She knew that Zhang Li was creating with his life, racing against time and fighting against death. And all of this was just to let himself, in this world, leave more traces of his existence. Thinking of this, tears once again flowed indisputably. Chen Yuxi hurriedly turned around and secretly wiped away the tears, not wanting others to see his weak side. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Li stopped her pen, handing the 2 pieces of paper filled with lyrics to Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu respectively. This is good. Xue Zhilu trembled as he took the lyrics. Aha! Zhang Li nodded. I hope you guys will like it. Zhou Yi also took the lyrics and scrutinized them. Thank you, this song, I like it very much. Raising his head, he looked at Zhang Li, his eyes filled with gratitude. Xue Zhilu also nodded his head repeatedly. I also like it. This song is simply customized for me. It's good that you guys like it. Zhang Li smiled, with a bit of fatigue on her face. Creating 2 songs in a row, even with the system, it was still a considerable burden for him. It could be felt that his body was gradually becoming weaker. Leaving the hospital, a heavily armed Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu stood by the nanny car. I can't take this song for nothing, Zhou Yi pondered, speaking slowly after a long time. Xue Zhilu nodded. Let's open a concert in Zhang Li's name and give him all the proceeds. Chapter 10. I Am a Singer. Shady act continues to fester. Ratings. Although Zhang Li repeatedly excused herself from needing any financial assistance. But the hospital was a bottomless pit. No amount of money was enough to throw into it. With this expense, Zhang Li would be able to enjoy the best medical resources. Good. I'll have someone prepare it as soon as possible when we get back. Zhou Yi got into the nanny car and took off. A concert that was enough to shake the entire Chinese music scene was finalized in a few words. A few days later, I Am a Singer aired as scheduled. Chen Yuxi, dressed in a white dress, stood in the center of the stage and sang Twilight Echoes with deep emotion. The ethereal voice, paired with the heartfelt lyrics, mesmerized the audience in front of the TV. This song is too good. It's simply heavenly. Chen Yuxi's vocals are superb. This high pitch, superb, superb, superb. The lyrics are so well written. It brings tears to my eyes. Who is Zhang Li? Did he write this song? He's too talented. Not, how can this be eliminated? It's too outrageous. Isn't it? After the program aired. Twilight Echo, Zhang Li, I Am a Singer. Shady and other words. Quickly on the microblogging hot search. Netizens marveled at Zhang Li's talent, and at the same time, seriously questioned the fairness of the program's team. Writing a song of this quality in 10 minutes, Zhang Li has opened up, hasn't he? This song will definitely catch fire. I've been single cycling it all night. The program team came out to explain why such a good song was eliminated. Shady. There's definitely something shady going on. Why else would King Chao and Xue Zhilu drop out at the same time? I feel sorry for Chen Yuxi, such a powerful singer, but she was eliminated by shady practices. Boycott I Am Singer. Give the Chinese music world a clean slate. In the face of a growing storm of public opinion, the I Am a Singer program team finally couldn't sit still. They released a statement claiming that the scoring process was open and transparent, with no shady practices. However, they avoided talking about key issues such as Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu's withdrawal and the elimination of Twilight Echo. Instead of calming the anger, this statement made netizens even angrier. The statement is a lonely, when we are little cute. What's the point? Avoiding the main point and talking about other things. Isn't this a sign of weakness? Does the program team really think we're 3 years old? How dare they issue such a statement? Even King Chao and Xue Zhilu can't stand it anymore. What credibility does this program have? Stop watching and boycott this trashy program. Under the netizens' spontaneous boycott, the ratings of I Am a Singer declined at a rate visible to the naked eye. Many brands that originally intended to place advertisements have also withdrawn their investments, saying that they will no longer cooperate with the program. For a while, I Am a Singer was in an unprecedented crisis. In order to salvage the decline, Song Wan and her uncle, who was the producer of the program, began to operate secretly. They bribed a large number of marketing numbers and water armies, spreading rumors online, They questioned the originality of Twilight Echo and pointed the finger at Zhongli. Shocked, Echoes of Twilight is a plagiarized work? Genius teenager Zhang Li's persona collapsed. So he's a fraud and a liar. Zhang Li's black history. See what kind of person he really is. These marketing numbers, in a decent manner, listed the similarities between Twilight Echo and other songs. They also used various so-called real hammers to prove that the song was plagiarized. They even went so far as to rehash Zhang Li's previous comments and behavior, taking them out of context and interpreting them maliciously, trying to portray him as a morally corrupt, low-character image. With the water armies fueling the rumor spread quickly, and many netizens who didn't know the truth began to waver. It can't be? Is this song really plagiarized? I told you, how could you write such a good song in 10 minutes? Who is Zhang Li? I've never heard of her. She's probably a small singer from the 18th line. Shame on him for plagiarizing for the sake of popularity. I liked this song, but I didn't realize it was plagiarized. Boycott plagiarism. Support originality. There were even some extreme netizens who started to physically attack Zhang Li. Through various channels, they inquired about Zhang Li's hospital and ward, and then sent elegiac couplets and wreaths to the front of the ward. In the corridor, a few nurses were pushing carts, clearing out the obscure things out of the room. Young people nowadays are really getting more and more unqualified. That's right. People are sick and hospitalized. And they still send these things. Isn't this cursing people to die? I heard that Zhang Li offended someone, and that's why he got screwed like this. Alas, the network environment nowadays is really getting worse and worse. Anyone can talk nonsense on the internet. I don't know whether he can survive this. The nurses cleaned up while whispering, their words filled with helplessness and regret. In the hospital room, Chen Yuxi looked at her cell phone, those unbearable comments, and was so angry that she was trembling. These people were so vicious, not even sparing a person who was seriously ill. It's too much. Biting her lips tightly, tears welled up in her eyes. How can they be like this? Meanwhile, Zhou and Xue Zhilu, who were buried in preparations for the concert, were also concerned about all this negative news online. After deliberating, the two decided to speak out for Zhang Li through their personal social accounts. They hoped to use their influence to help clarify the facts and clear Zhang Li's name. Zhou Yi's personal account has always been low-key, except for the necessary publicity, rarely releasing personal news. But this time, he unprecedentedly updated a dynamic. There were only a few short sentences, but it was like a deep water bomb that stirred up 1,000 waves on the network. Some voices should not be buried. Some talents deserve to be heard by all. Zhang Li, your song, I heard it. The accompanying picture was a photo of him and Zhang Li in the hospital. In the photo, Zhang Li was pale but still smiling. Zhou Yi stood beside him, his eyes filled with concern. Xue Zhilu followed suit, posting on his social account. In this era, there's no shortage of clowns who clamor for attention. What's missing are people with real talent. Luckily, I met Zhang Li. His songs have made me find a long-lost touch. The accompanying picture shows another photo of him with Zhang Li. The stance of the two big names in the music industry instantly pushed the name Zhang Li into the limelight. Those netizens who had been questioning and hurling insults shut their mouths and began to re-examine the young man they had attacked. And those netizens who had originally supported Zhang Li, at this moment, they were even cheering like they had won a battle. Both Heavenly King Zhou and Xue Zhilu have spoken out, those black people. Does their face hurt? So, I am a singer is really shady? It's so scary to think about it. Who's still questioning Zhang Li's talent? Come out and take 2 steps. Immediately after, Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu once again sent out simultaneous messages, announcing that they're organizing a concert called Echoes. At the concert, they will release 2 new songs written by Zhang Li. This news was like pouring a ladle of water into a boiling frying pan, instantly blowing up the entire network. Chapter 11. Blessed by the disaster, starting the live broadcast again. Heavenly King Zhou and Xue Zhilu are going to join forces for a concert? What kind of divine combination is this? Lifetime series It's unbelievable that these two can perform on the same stage. The point is, they're also going to release a new song written by Zhang Li. This is too big a deal. Who is Zhang Li? How could he get both King Zhou and Xue Zhilu to stand up for him at the same time? I'm so excited about the 2 new songs. Those marketing numbers that had questioned Zhang Li earlier quietly deleted their articles at this moment, fearing that the netizens would rehash their old scores. However, There were still netizens who took screenshots and saved the comments of these marketing numbers and posted them online. These marketing numbers, weren't they dancing happily before? How come they're all mute now? I'm laughing. These marketing numbers are just wallflowers, blowing whichever way the wind blows. They'll fall whichever way the wind blows. They're the ones who scolded Zhongli the most, but now they're all acting like shrunken turtles. Under the netizens' denunciation, these marketing numbers had to issue an apology statement, saying that they had received false information before, and only then did they release those remarks. And seeing that things were lost, Songwan's uncle quietly withdrew the circular that smeared Zhongli. However, he was not willing to do so and contacted several so-called music critics. He attempted to disparage Zhongli's work from a professional point of view. These music critics posted some seemingly professional but flawed comments on their social media accounts. The song Echoes of Twilight is too skillful and has lost its soul. Zhongli's song, which can only be considered as medium level, has been over-exaggerated. His creation lacks depth, it's just a disease-free moan. The comment was immediately rebutted by netizens. You so-called music critics are probably paid to do this, aren't you? If Zhongli's songs are only average, then there are no good songs in the Chinese music industry. I'm afraid he's not jealous of Zhongli's talent, is he? Both sides started a heated debate on the internet, and for a while it was quite lively. Fans organized themselves to fight back against the comments that smeared Zhongli. In the midst of this online scolding war, the popularity of Twilight Echo increased instead of decreasing, and it quickly surged to the top of the charts on all major music platforms. Zhongli's influence was spreading at an alarming rate. In the hospital, the attending physician held Zhongli's examination report with a frown on his face. How is this possible? The indicators on the report showed that Zhongli's physical condition was improving. According to the speed, it wouldn't take long for it to reach discharge standards. This was simply a medical miracle. To know Zhongli's physical condition before was almost sentenced to death. The physician's mind was filled with doubts. After years of practicing medicine, this was the first time he had seen such a situation. In the hospital room, Zhongli was lying on the bed with her eyes closed. During this time, Chen Yuxi often found excuses to stay with him. This made Zhongli feel a little helpless. It could be felt that Chen Yuxi seemed to have developed some kind of special emotion towards himself. But right now, he didn't have the energy to think about that. He only wanted to seize the time to create more songs to accumulate influence. In this way, one could live. With a slight movement of his mind, a light blue illusory light screen appeared in front of him. Name, Zhongli. Current lifespan, 47 days. Influence gained, 85,000. 47 days. Still too little. Zhongli sighed lightly and muttered. Meanwhile, the hospital cafeteria. Chen Yuxi was lining up to give Zhongli a meal. Buzz! The cell phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Pulling out the phone, she saw the word Zhou on the screen and hurriedly stepped aside and pressed the answer button. Hello, Mr. Zhou. Yuxi, the concert has been finalized. It's next Saturday night. Are you okay with it? Zhou Yi's slightly magnetic voice came from the receiver. No problem, Mr. Zhou. I'm available anytime. That's good. Zhou Yi continued. When the time comes, you'll sing Twilight Echoes at the concert as a supporting vocalist. This song is hot right now, and it's very suitable as the opening track. We have to rehearse during this time at the Workers' Stadium. It's okay to set aside a few hours every day, right? No problem, Teacher Zhou. I will definitely prepare properly. A warm current surged in Chen Yuxi's heart. She knew that this was Zhou Yi lifting himself up. There's one more thing. Zhou Yi's voice paused. All the proceeds from the concert will be used to pay for Zhongli's medical expenses. Don't tell him yet. Give him a surprise then. Got it, Mr. Zhou? I'll thank you for Zhongli first. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yuxi took a deep breath and turned back to the line to continue queuing. Returning to the ward 10 minutes later, she handed Zhongli his meal. There's something going on in my family. I have to go out. In the recent days, I might not be able to come over as often as I'd like. Oh, it's fine, you go and get busy. Zhongli took the lunchbox. Her tone was calm, but inside, there was a slight imperceptible loss. These days had gotten used to Chen Yuxi's presence and companionship. Suddenly saying leave made him feel empty inside. But this was good. With her absence, he would be able to open a live broadcast again. Previously, there were several times when he was ready to open the live broadcast, but Chen Yuxi forcefully took away the laptop. In the name of letting him have a good rest. After Chen Yuxi left, Zhang Li rummaged through the bottom of the bed to find the computer that had been hidden. Skillfully flipped open the notebook and clicked on the live broadcast software. Just opened, the number of people in the live room was very few, only a few sporadic water friends. Hello everyone, hello again. He turned to the camera and revealed a slightly pale smile. At this time, the number of people in the live broadcast room suddenly began to soar. From a few people to dozens to hundreds to thousands, the speed was so fast that Zhang Li was a bit unable to react. Once he looked at the system reminder, it turned out to be the official push stream for the live room. On the screen, there are constantly pop-ups floating by. It's the living Zhang Li. I didn't expect him to be so young. Look at the strange background. It's hard to believe that it's in the hospital. Zhang Li tried to guide everyone to share their stories, but it had little effect. Any friends sharing experiences? I can customize a song for you based on the story. We're just an ordinary person. How can we have any amazing stories? If we can sing Little Star, does that count as musical talent? Don't make it hard for us, we can't even hear the sound of our voices. Anchor, it's not that we don't want to share. It's that we really don't have anything to share. We're bored every day, going to work and coming back from work, 2 o'clock in one line. If you don't write a song, we can listen to it. Upstairs +1, just listen to the song, not the story. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Zhang Li was somewhat helpless. Thinking carefully, I can understand the reaction of the netizens. Although it is free to write a song, but after all, in the live broadcast room, in full view of everyone, whoever really took the song he wrote and sold it for money would definitely be sprayed to death. For ordinary people, there were neither singing skills nor channels of realization. Naturally, there was no desire to share stories. Only in this way wouldn't the plan to gain influence by writing songs fall through? No, there had to be a way to mobilize everyone. Just as he was thinking hard, a pop-up caught his attention. Why is the anchor so obsessed with writing songs? Looking at this pop-up, Zhang Li was silent for a moment and slowly opened his mouth. I've loved music since I was a kid, and I studied composition in college. If it wasn't for a problem with my voice, maybe I'd already be a famous singer by now. So it's from a science class. No wonder it's so powerful. What happened to your voice? Can it still be cured? Don't feel bad, Anchor. You're great even as you are now. Thank you all for your concern. Zhang Li smiled. I can't tell you what's wrong with my voice for a while. In short, I can't sing right now, I can only write songs. At this time, a Connect application suddenly popped up in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. Chapter 12. Capital Black Hand. Bullying. HM? Someone wants to connect. Zhang Li's spirit perked up and she hastily clicked agree. A very handsome, but slightly haggard-looking boy appeared on the screen. Hello everyone, I'm Zhang Yang. The boy opened his mouth, a hint of fatigue in his voice. Isn't this the Zhang Yang from I Am a Singer? It's really him. Why is he here? Isn't Zhang Yang the favorite to win? Why does he look so haggard? The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Netizens speculated on the reason for Zhang Yang's appearance. Mr. Zhang Li, I've listened to your songs and they are great, especially that song Twilight Echo. It simply sang to my heart. Thanks. Zhang Li smiled. Are you preparing to share a story? Zhang Yang was about to speak, as if he had something difficult to say. What's wrong with Zhang Yang? If you have something to say, just say it. You're not in any trouble, are you? Look at this. I guess he's really in trouble. Under the urging of the netizens, Zhang Yang finally opened his mouth. Teacher Zhang Li, truth be told, this time I want to ask for your help. Help you? Zhang Li was a bit puzzled. What can I help you with? It's like this. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and slowly told what happened. It turned out that Zhang Yang had performed well in I Am a Singer and was regarded as the favorite to win the title. However, on the eve of the final, he was threatened in some way. They asked me to withdraw from the competition. Zhang Yang's voice trembled a bit, saying that if I don't withdraw, they'll make it impossible for me to mix in this circle. Who are they? Zhang Li asked with a frown. I can't say. Zhang Yang shook his head. They are very powerful. I can't afford to offend them. What era is this? There are still such things. In broad daylight with a clear sky, is there any king's law? Is there any law? It's very scary. What's the secret behind this? What are you going to do? I don't know. Zhang Yang eyes full of confusion. I'm just an ordinary person. Can't fight them. So I want to ask you to help write a song. Write a song. Zhongli froze. Writing a song will help you solve the problem? I don't know, Zhang Yang said with a bitter smile. My brain is really messed up right now. Okay, I know. Zhongli pondered for a moment. Tell us your story. Zhang Yang smiled bitterly. The story is actually very simple and common. I was born in a small remote mountain village, and my family was very poor when I was young. Liked to sing, but didn't have the chance to receive professional training. In order to chase the dream of music, I came to the capital alone to fight. Over the years, I have been a waiter, a deliverman, and a construction worker who has suffered from everything. But I have never given up my dream. I have always believed that as long as I work hard, I will stand on my own stage one day. Later, I participated in the I Am a Singer, all the way through to the present. I thought finally I can realize my dream. But I didn't expect. Speaking here, Zhang Yang's voice choked and did not say any more. Unexpectedly, but encountered shady practices. Right? This program team really sucks. My heart aches for Zhang Yang, working so hard, but being suppressed by capital. Suddenly, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the song, Someone Like Me. Subsequently, the lyrics, melody, arrangement, and remix all flooded into the mind. The netizens didn't realize that Zhang Li had written 2 songs for Zhou Yi and the others in just a few minutes. Therefore, they felt that there was a coincidence factor involved in Zhang Li writing Twilight Echo so quickly. There were even people betting on the pop-up screen, guessing how long it would take him this time. I'll bet a pack of chili fries. This time it'll take an hour to start anyways. 1 hour? You're underestimating the anchor too much. I bet half an hour. Half an hour? You're not here to make fun of me, are you? You think it's easy to write songs? I'll bet 50 cents that you'll lose. I'll bet. Who's afraid? If I lose, I'll eat my keyboard live. Eating the keyboard is too hard. Why don't we do a live show of washing my head upside down? Wash your head upside down +1. The bet has been placed. Wait for the prize. The vast majority of netizens' guesses were for 1 hour. A small number of those who guessed half an hour were asserted by other netizens to be losers. Zhang Yang was not that nervous. In fact, he was just giving it a try. If Zhang Li could write a good piece, then he would bring the song to the final stage even if he had to carry the capital. If not, he might choose to bow down for the time being. In fact, he couldn't make up his mind on how to choose. Subconsciously, he didn't want to compromise, which is why he came to the live broadcast to seek a silver lining. Okay. Email address private message to me. Less than 10 minutes later, Zhang Li looked at the camera again. This is done? I didn't hear it wrong, did I? 10 minutes? You call this writing a song? This is homework. Isn't it? Upstairs. How fast can you do your homework? I doubt it's in Versailles. Zhang Yang also froze. He didn't expect Zhang Li to write it so quickly. After receiving the email, he half-heartedly clicked on the mailbox and downloaded the file sent by Zhang Li. In addition to the song's score, there was even a short sample. Putting on the headphones, he clicked on the play button and hummed along with the lyrics. A slightly melancholic intro sounded, instantly pulling him into that lonely world. An excellent person like me should have lived a splendid life. How can more than 20 years come to an end, still floating and sinking in the sea of people? The low and magnetic voice sang out Zhang Yang's heart. In his mind's eye, the self who had a dream, but repeatedly hit the wall in reality, appeared in his mind. His eyes moistened, and every lyric stuck hard in his heart. People like me who are lost, people like me who are searching, people like me who are bumbling, how many other people have you seen? Singing this, Zhang Yang could no longer control his emotions and tears came to his eyes. Thinking of all the sorrows over the years, thinking of all those cold eyes and taunts. All kinds of bitterness surged to his heart and he started to cover his face and cry. A big man, in the live broadcast room, in front of tens of thousands of netizens' face-tearing heart and lungs crying. Only on the pop-up screen, there was no one to mock and ridicule. At this moment, Zhang Yang represented countless ordinary people who were struggling at the bottom of the society, silent and unappreciated. After a moment, he stopped crying. Zhang Yang reddened his eyes and smiled with some embarrassment. I'm sorry, Mr. Jiang, for letting you see the joke. I've decided not to withdraw from the competition. This song, Someone Like Me, must be heard by more people on the final stage. This was exactly what Zhang Li wanted to see. Just now, Zhang Yang didn't finish singing. Otherwise, the water friends in the live stream alone would have provided him with a huge wave of influence. Smiling and nodding, Zhang Li was about to open his mouth. Just then, he saw countless pop-ups floating by quickly. Don't big brother. Let the brothers have an earful first. Those lyrics, that melody, it's a bit ear-catching. It's too strong. A song written in 10 minutes is so powerful. Zhang Yang, go ahead and finish the song. We all want to hear the full version. My mom asked me why I was kneeling down to watch the live broadcast. Chapter 13. Very blessed and unwilling to be ordinary. Okay, I'll sing for you guys. Zhang Yang wiped away the tear tracks at the corner of his eyes, took a deep breath and clicked on the accompaniment. With a slightly hoarse voice, he sang with deep emotion. A good person like me should have lived a splendid life. How is it that in the end, after more than 20 years, I'm still floating in the sea of people? A smart person like me has long said goodbye to simplicity. How is it that you still used a love affair to exchange for a bruise? People like me who are lost. People like me who are searching. People like me bumbling around. How many other people have you met? After the song was sung, the live room was silent, and no one posted pop-ups. Everyone was immersed in the song for a long time. Zhang Yang's song was like a key that opened up people's long-sealed memories. Those former dreams, those former persistence, those former confusion and struggles, all came flooding back at this moment. I don't know how long it took before someone broke the silence. It's too good to be true. The lyrics are written to my heart. I'm a big man, but I cried. What a shame. Upstairs, you're not alone. I'm crying too. This song reminds me of myself, the one who had a dream, but was battered by reality. We are all such people. Lost, struggling, but never give up. Very fortunate, not willing to be ordinary. Mr. Jiang, great. What's the name of this song? I'm going to download it. People like me. People like me. Jiang Li softly said the name of the song. This name is so apt. It's practically tailor-made for us. Mr. Jiang, quickly upload this song to the music platform. I want a single song cycle. Kneel down and ask for it to be uploaded. If this song becomes a hit, I'll wash my hair upside down live. Upstairs, you'd better think about how to wash your hair upside down first. If this song doesn't catch fire, I'll eat my keyboard. Zhang Yang was also excited. Mr. Jiang, can I use this song for the final? Of course. Jiang Li nodded with a smile. All right, that's it for today's live broadcast. I'm a bit tired. Good night, everyone. After saying that, she turned off the live broadcast. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, couldn't wait to upload the recorded song onto his social account. With the caption, dedicated to all those like me, I hope you all find your own stage. Soon, this dynamic was topped on the hot search. Hashtag Zhang Yang's new song hashtag. Hashtag people like me hashtag. Hashtag Zhang Li wrote a song in 10 minutes hashtag. The three phrases quickly dominated the top 3 of the hot search list. Countless netizens flocked to Zhang Yang's social account to try out this new song. A vulgar person like me, who never likes to pretend to be deep. How is it that when I occasionally hear an old song, I suddenly shake my head as well? Cowardly people like me, everything must be left a few points. How once also for whom, thought of defying, low voice, melancholy melody, straight to the soul of the lyrics, let countless people instantly break defense. I cried. This song is about me. Me too. I can relate so much. This song reminds me of my ex, the one who once said he would accompany me through my life, but ended up getting off the bus early. We are all like this, ordinary but not willing to be ordinary. I'm going to sing this song 10,000 times. Soon, all the major music platforms, pirated resources of this song appeared. Although the sound quality was uneven, it still couldn't stop the netizens' enthusiasm. In just a few hours, the number of plays surpassed 500,000. And it was still growing at an alarming rate. Many professional creative singers and musicians also noticed the song. The lyrics and music of this song are simply outstanding. Liang Bo, a famous musician, praised it without mincing words on his social account. Especially the lyrics. Every single line is written to one's heart. The person who can write such lyrics is definitely a genius. The arrangement of this song is also very impressive, seemingly simple, but with hidden mysteries. Su Feng, a well-known composer, also expressed his opinion, especially the chorus part, that kind of layer upon layer of emotions, makes people listen to it and can't help but shed tears. The singer of this song, Zhang Yang, is also a good talent. Gold medal producer, Li Yan, was full of praise for Zhang Yang's singing. His voice is very recognizable and he expresses his emotions very well, singing out the soul of the song. What kind of person is Zhang Li, the lyricist of this song? Ding Lei, a famous music critic, raised his own question. Writing a song of this quality in 10 minutes is simply unbelievable. I've never seen such a talented young man. How on earth did he do it? Is he really a genius? Does anyone know his contact information? I want to work with him. For a while, the entire Chinese music scene was looking for Zhang Li. All the major record companies also threw olive branches at him. And at this moment, Zhang Li was lying on the hospital bed, looking at the growing influence on the system panel, the corners of his mouth rising slightly. Name, Zhang Li. Current lifespan, 63 days. Influence gained, 125,000. It seems that the effect of this song is even better than I imagined. Zhang Li muttered. As long as there are a few more songs like this, I'll be able to completely get rid of the threat of death. Meanwhile, the discussion on the internet about someone like me continued to ferment. Many netizens spontaneously made music videos of the song and uploaded them to major video platforms. Some of these MVs were clips of Zhang Yang singing in the live broadcast. Some were clips of life filmed by the netizens themselves. Some were also clips from some classic movies. But no matter which, they all fit perfectly with the mood of the song. People can't help but cry when they watch it. This song is simply a tear-jerker. I've been playing it on loop all night. My eyes are all swollen from crying. This song reminds me of my youth. A youth full of dreams but full of regrets. We are all like this, ordinary but not willing to be ordinary. This song will surely become a classic. Mr. Jiang, I'm your biggest fan. Meanwhile, inside a high-class apartment in the third ring road of the capital, Song Wan was pacing back and forth, unable to hide her anxiety under her delicate makeup. The nails were bitten and pitted, and the originally moist lips were destroyed and peeled. What to do? What to do? Zhang Yang's song People Like Me. She listened to it. She had to admit that that song had the power to hit the heart. She had a premonition that once that song was presented on the final stage, her chances of winning the title would be greatly reduced. No! I can't lose. Stopping violently. I must win. Picking up his cell phone, he dialed that familiar number. Uncle! Did you listen to that Zhang Yang song? As soon as the call was connected, Song Wan asked eagerly. Chapter 14 Annoyed. Black Hand reappears. On the other side of the phone, a slightly gloomy male voice rang out. Listen, what's wrong? I'm not sure I can win him anymore. Song Wan's voice was filled with uneasiness. That song is too powerful. I'm afraid. Afraid of what? The voice on the other end of the phone steeply raised a few points. How can you be afraid of a nobody? But. There's nothing but. The man interrupted Song Wan. The championship must be yours. It must be yours. No. Song Wan bit her lip. But that song. I'll find a way around that song. The man's voice was grim and determined. You just need to do your own thing. Hanging up the phone, Chui Zion lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. In the smoke, his eyes were gloomy and terrifying. Zhang Li. Is this Zhang Li again? Breaking my good deed 3 times. Do you really think that I, Chui Zion, am a pinch of clay? Song Wan was more accurately described as his lover. This unseen relationship was the biggest secret between them. It was also the sword of Damocles hanging over his head. Once exposed, he would lose his reputation and be left with nothing. Chui Ziyuan can have today's position. All rely on his wife's family. Over the years, he used his position to gain countless benefits for himself and Song Wan. If he can't win the championship this time, there was no guarantee that Song Wan wouldn't become enraged and make their relationship public. Thinking about this, he picked up his cell phone and dialed a number. Hey, it's me, Chui Zion. Get in touch with Zhang Yang for me. Tell him I want to see him. A few minutes later, the call came back. Mr. Chui, Zhang Yang's side called back, saying that he's busy right now and doesn't have time. No time, Chui Zion sneered. Tell him that I have a way to make him have time. After a few more minutes, the phone rang again. Mr. Chui, Zhang Yang has agreed to meet. You set the time and place. Good. Right now, tell him to come to my office. Half an hour later, Zhang Yang appeared in Chui Ziyuan's office. Zhang Yang, sit. Chui Ziyuan pointed to the sofa, signaling Zhang Yang to sit down. Zhang Yang sat down with an expressionless face and a wary look in his eyes. Do you know why I'm looking for you? Chui Ziyuan asked right to the point. No idea. Zhang Yang shook his head. I listened to your song, Someone Like Me. Chui Ziyuan spoke slowly. It's well written and sung. Thanks. Zhang Yang's tone remained cold. But Chui Ziyuan's words changed. This song is not suitable for the final stage. Why? Zhang Yang frowned slightly. Because it's too negative, too pessimistic. Chui Ziyuan lit a cigarette. The final stage needs songs that are positive and full of positive energy. I don't think so. Zhang Yang retorted. Although this song is a bit sad, it expresses a real emotion, a persistent pursuit of dreams. I believe it can resonate with many people. Resonate? Chui Ziyuan snorted. Do you think those judges, those viewers, will like this tone? They will like it. Zhang Yang nodded, his gaze firm. Because it's a real voice, a voice that can touch the hearts of the people. Impress people's hearts? Chui Ziyuan looked like he heard some joke and spat out his eyes. You're too naive in this circle. You can't succeed by impressing people. Then by what? Zhang Yang asked. It relies on capital. It relies on operation, Chui Ziyuan said unabashedly. As long as there is capital and operation, you can turn a piece of into a flower. And you, Zhang Yang, don't have capital nor operations. So, your best option is to withdraw from the competition. I can give you a sum of money, enough to clothe and feed you for the rest of your life. Chui Ziyuan made the offer. How about it? Think about it. Zhang Yang was silent for a moment, then slowly spoke. Mr. Chui, thank you for your kind words, but I won't withdraw from the competition. This song, I will definitely sing it, even if I get blocked. Chui Ziyuan's face sank. Are you sure? I'm sure, Zhang Yang said decisively. Good, very good. Chui Ziyuan laughed back in anger. Then you're waiting to be blocked. Without saying anything else, Zhang Yang turned around and left the office. Looking at the departing back, Chui Ziyuan ruthlessly pressed out the cigarette but in his hand into the ashtray. If you don't do it until you've toasted, then don't blame me for not being polite. Zhang Li, Zhang Yang. You all wait for me. Picking up his cell phone again, he dialed another number. Hello, Mr. Wang? This is Chui Ziyuan. There's something I want to ask you for a favor. Yes. It's that song Wan from I'm a Singer. I want to ask you to write a song for her. The price is negotiable, as long as the song is good. Any amount of money will do. On the other end of the phone, a slightly arrogant voice rang out. Mr. Chui, it's not that I won't help you. It's just that you also know that writing a song is something that requires inspiration. I don't have much inspiration right now. How about this, you ask Song Wan to come to me? We'll talk and see if we can collide some sparks. As for that Zhang Li's work, there's no need to give me a listen. It's a waste of time. What level can something written in 10 minutes have? I'm afraid of dirtying my ears. Okay. Then that's it for now. Have Song Wan contact me as soon as possible. Hanging up the phone, fingers crossed and folded behind his head. A smile appeared on Chui Ziyuan's face. Wang Lifeng is willing to make a move. This is a sure thing. Wang Lifeng, a veteran musician in the industry, had created countless popular songs. Although there weren't many works in recent years, every single one of them was a masterpiece. He had a very high status in the industry and a wide network. Zhang Li, Zhang Li, aren't you a genius? Chui Ziyuan muttered. I'd like to see if you, a genius, can compare to Wang Lifeng. Zhang Yang, aren't you going to sing that Thai song? I'll let you sing it, and I'll make your song a stepping stone for Song Wan. I'll let everyone know what happens when you offend me. Chui Ziyuan. A few days later, Song Wan's apartment. Will this song really work? Song Wan held the lyrics, her eyebrows furrowed, and her tone carried a few moments of uncertainty. Don't worry. This is Mr. Wang Lifeng's latest masterpiece. Chui Ziyuan sat on the sofa, crossing his legs with a look of determination. If he puts out his hand, can it still be bad? But I always feel. Song Wan wanted to say something. There was always a trace of uneasiness in her heart, feeling that the song seemed to be missing something. Don't but. Chui Ziyuan impatiently waved his hand. You just think too much. Who is Mr. Wang? He's a leading figure in the music industry. If he writes a song, it'll be a hit with his eyes closed. Besides, this song was paid for. The deposit alone was 6 figures. Chui Ziyuan stretched out a finger and waved it in front of Song Wan. If we can't win this, it'll really be a joke. Song Wan took a deep breath and forced down the uneasiness in her heart. Then, I'll practice again. That's right. Chui Ziyuan nodded his head in satisfaction. Practice hard, and when the finals come around, make sure you amaze the whole audience. Aha! Song Wan turned around and walked into the practice room. In the practice room, she put on her headphones and clicked on the accompaniment. The melodious melody sounded, and she closed her eyes and began to hum softly. The wind of spring, gently brushing across my face, like your gentleness, lingering beside me. Chapter 15, Heavy Money for a Song for a Song. It had to be said that Wang Lifeng's piece, with its beautiful melody and delicate lyrics, was indeed a rare masterpiece. Song Wan's voice, ethereal and clear, interpreted the song to its fullest. After the song was finished, Song Wan took off her headphones, a satisfied smile on her face. How was it? I told you this song was good, right? Chui Ziyuan asked with a smile as he stood at the door of the practice room at some point. Well, Mr. Wang's level, it really lives up to its name. Song Wan nodded. This song did give her a lot of confidence. That's good. Chui Ziyuan walked into the practicing room and wrapped his arms around Song Wan's waist. Now you should be relieved, right? Aha! Song Wan snuggled into Chui Ziyuan's arms and said softly, this song will definitely help me win. That's for sure. Chui Ziyuan lowered his head and kissed Song Wan on her forehead. The championship will definitely be yours. By the way, I'm going to sing this song in the live broadcast. Song Wan suddenly said, I want to warm up a bit in advance to see how the netizens react. That's a good idea. Chui Ziyuan's eyes lit up. Let's do it. I'll help you find a few more friends in the circle to stand up for you and build momentum. Thank you, uncle. Song Wan smiled sweetly. A few days later, Song Wan's live broadcast room. Hello, everyone. I'm Song Wan. Song Wan appeared in front of the camera wearing a long white dress with exquisite makeup and a sweet smile. Today, I'm going to sing a new song for you all. I hope you'll like it. A large number of viewers then flooded into the live broadcast room. Wan Wan is so beautiful today. New song? Is it the one written by Mr. Wang Lifeng? Definitely. Expectations are running high. I have good news for you all. Song Wan winked at the camera. I've invited a few special guests to the live broadcast today. They are all my seniors and close friends in the music circle. Let's welcome them. With Song Wan's words, the screen of the live broadcast room split into several, and the faces of several heavyweights in the music industry appeared. Famous music producer Zhao Jie, gold medal lyricist Chen Yuxi, and veteran singer Sun Tao. Each one of them was a resounding figure in the music circle. Hello everyone. I'm Zhao Jie. I'm here today to support Wan Wan's new song. I'm Chen Yuxi. Wan Wan's new song is very good. Everyone must support it. I'm Sun Tao. Wan Wan's vocals are getting better and better. This song is sure to be a hit. The appearance of several guests instantly pushed the atmosphere of the live broadcast room to a climax. Mr. Zhao Jie is all here. Teacher Chen Yuxi is also here. This poker face is too big. Teacher Sun Tao is my idol. I didn't realize he'd come to support Song Wan. The number of people in the live broadcast room continued to rise and soon exceeded the 1 million mark. Song Wan didn't expect that her live broadcast would attract so much attention. Even Zhang Li, because of the official push, entered the live broadcast room. All right, without further ado. Next, I'll sing this new song for you, 10 Miles in the Spring Breeze. Song Wan took a deep breath and tapped on the accompaniment. The soothing intro sounded, and Song Wan closed her eyes and began to sing softly. The wind of spring, gently brushing across my face, like your gentleness, lingering beside me. The song was as sweet and moving as ever. Several guests also nodded their heads in appreciation. This song has a catchy melody and has pop potential. Zhao Jie commented. The lyrics are also beautiful. The mood is profound. Mr. Wang Lifeng's skills are still deep. Chen Yuxi marveled. Wan Wan's vocals have improved a lot, and the emotional expression of this song is very spot on. Sun Tao also gave a high evaluation. In the live broadcast room, fans also swiped their screens. Good to hear. Wan Wan's singing is fantastic. This song will be a hit. Wan Wan, go for it. We'll always support you. However, apart from these voices of praise, there were also some different voices. This song is okay, but it doesn't feel like anything new. Agreed upstairs, the melody is a bit old. Agree with upstairs, the melody is a bit old-fashioned, and the lyrics are average. Compared to Zhang Li's song, Someone Like Me, it's not even close. That's right, Zhang Li's song is really good. But this one is just so-so. What do you know? This is Mr. Wang Lifeng's work. It's much better than Zhang Li's. What's wrong with Wang Lifeng? He's just out of talent. That's right, he's not as good as a newcomer. In the live broadcast room, the two factions of viewers argued endlessly, with no one being able to convince anyone. After the song was finished, Song Wan couldn't wait to ask. Teachers, what do you think of this song? Very good. Zhao Jie gave a thumbs up. Wan, you're very hopeful of taking the title with this song. I think so too. Chen Yu agreed. The quality of this song is very high, and with Wan's rendition, you're definitely a strong contender for the title. Wan, go for it. Sun Tao encouraged. I'm optimistic about you. Hearing the praise from several seniors, Song Wan was happy in her heart. Thank you for your encouragement, teachers. I'll continue to work hard. However, the reaction of the netizens was not as enthusiastic as expected. In the live broadcast room, there were all kinds of comments. Some people felt that the song was good. Some felt that it was average. And others felt that it wasn't as good as Zhang Li's 10 minutes of writing. Song Wan looked at these comments and felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. At this time, a pop-up caught her attention. Teacher Zhang Li is also in the live broadcast room. Song Wan froze and hurriedly searched through the list of viewers. And sure enough, she saw Zhang Li's name. Teacher Zhang Li is also here? Song Wan smiled and said, I wonder what teacher thinks of this song? Zhang Li didn't expect to be named, and hurriedly typed a reply. This song is very well written. Teacher Wang's talent is admirable. It's much better than the one I wrote. However, the netizens did not buy it. Teacher Zhang Li, have you had your number stolen? This song is nothing compared to your Someone Like Me. That's right. Teacher Zhang Li is the best. Looking at these pop-ups, Zhang Li cried and laughed. I didn't realize that his position in the hearts of the netizens was so high. Song Wan, on the other hand, was so angry that her face turned blue. She didn't expect that her carefully prepared song would be devalued by these people. What made her even more angry was that these people even used Zhang Li to step on her. This made her feel incredibly humiliated. Looking at the screen full of praise, Zhang Li's heart didn't have any waves. These netizens were too brainy. The reason why she praised Song Wan was because she didn't want to make enemies for herself. After all, the other party's uncle looked quite energetic. There was no need to cause trouble for himself because of this small matter. Fingers flew on the keyboard. Thank you all for your love, but I'm really not as powerful as you guys make me out to be. After typing this line, he quickly exited Song Wan's live broadcast room. As he left, the popularity of the live broadcast room began to fall at a speed visible to the naked eye. The live room that was originally still bustling with activity instantly cooled down quite a bit. Chapter 16. Zhang Lang's Talent? Live Competition. Song Wan's face became increasingly ugly as she looked at the decreasing number of people online. Originally, he thought that with Mr. Wang Lifeng's song to add to the mix, coupled with the support of several music industry seniors, this live broadcast would definitely be a huge success. However, she didn't expect that a Zhang Li would come out halfway and make her efforts go down the drain with a few words. The number of people in the live broadcast room dropped from over 1 million to less than 500,000. And it was still continuing to drop. This Zhang Li, what an abomination! As she watched her popularity continue to decline, Song Wan was so angry that she stomped her feet. It's all you're doing. Cui Zhuan's face was gloomy as he angrily looked at Song Wan. What did I tell you to mention him in the live broadcast? Now it's good. The popularity has all gone to him. Song Wan bit her lips tightly, her eyes full of unwillingness. I just want him to compliment me. Compliment you? Cui Zhuan sneered. You don't look at your own few pounds. What right do people have to praise you? Uncle. Song Wan's eyes reddened. So what now? What else can we do? Cui Zhuan said in a bad mood. Hurry up and get off the air. At this time, Wang Lifeng, a famous musician, also noticed the live broadcasting room movement. Looking at the pop-ups that belittled his own work and touted Zhang Li, his face was so gloomy that it could almost drip water. This generation of netizens, they're really getting more and more tasteless, Wang Lifeng muttered in dissatisfaction. Teacher Wang, calm down. The assistant advised in a low voice. These netizens are just following the trend. You shouldn't be general with them. Following the trend? Wang Lifeng snorted coldly. I think they are just jealous. Jealous of my talent. Yes, 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 you are right. The assistant nodded repeatedly. No, I can't swallow this breath. The more Wang Lifeng thought about it, the angrier he got. It's just claptrap? Who can't write a song in a few minutes? You mean? The assistant froze. Go. Start a live broadcast for me. Wang Lifeng waved his hand. I'm going to meet this Jiang Li. The assistant didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly opened the live broadcast software and debugged the equipment. Wang Lifeng cleared his throat and appeared in front of the camera. Hello everyone. I'm Wang Lifeng. The live broadcast room instantly flooded with a large number of viewers. Isn't this Mr. Wang Lifeng? Why is he also on a live broadcast? There's a good show to watch. Wang Lifeng looked at the rising number of people online and was pleased in his heart. I heard that some people questioned my creative ability, saying that I'm not as good as a brat. Yo, is this a fight with Jiang Li? There's a good show to watch. There's a good show to watch. Quickly go to Jiang Li's live room and tell him Wang Lifeng is here to kick his ass. I admit, Jiang Li is a bit talented. Wang Lifeng paused. But I don't agree with his kind of claptrap. Today, I'll show everyone what true creation is. At this time, Jiang Li had just opened the live broadcast not long ago, and her popularity had already broken through 100,000. Suddenly, an application for a connecting mic appeared in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. Someone wants to connect. Jiang Li froze, clicked on it, and realized that the person who had linked up was actually Wang Lifeng. Mr. Wang. Jiang Li was a bit surprised. Why are you here? What, not welcome? Wang Lifeng's tone was unkind, obviously still harboring a grudge over the matter of Song Wan's live broadcast. Of course, welcome. Jiang Li smiled. What's the matter with Mr. Wang? I heard that you write songs very quickly? Wang Lifeng got right to the point. I'd like to meet you, a genius, and see just how much skill you have. Wang Lifeng is going to battle with Mr. Jiang Li. There's a good show to watch. This is a duel between a veteran musician and a talented youngster. Wang Lifeng can't afford to lose, can he? He's here to fight with a junior. Who cares? It'll be fun to watch. This old man is shifty. He's in a hurry because he has real skills. In the live broadcast room, the netizens instantly became excited. Mr. Wang is joking, my little skill, in front of you, it's not worth mentioning at all. Jiang Li said modestly. Cut the crap. Wang Lifeng impatiently interrupted him. Just say, do you dare to compete with me? This? Jiang Li was a little hesitant. What, afraid? Wang Lifeng sneered. Isn't it called a genius? Not even this much guts. Teacher Jiang Li, don't be afraid. Compare yourself to him. That's right. Let him see how good you are. Mr. Jiang Li, if you win, I'll give you 10 rockets. The netizens were up in arms, all wanting to see the fun. Jiang Li actually didn't care who he was competing with. What he was most concerned about was his physical condition. Through this period of creation, quite a few songs had been unlocked. Every time he unlocked a song, he was able to gain quite a bit of influence, which he used to redeem his lifespan. One could clearly feel that his body was gradually getting better. Therefore, to him, writing songs with anyone was the same, as long as he could unlock songs. Since Mr. Wang is so interested, I'll make an offering. Seeing this, Jiang Li no longer pushed back. That's more like it. Wang Lifeng smiled contemptuously. Say, how do we compare? Just compare who writes songs faster. Jiang Li thought about it and said, within 10 minutes, whoever writes a high-quality song will win. Good, it's a deal. Wang Lifeng agreed in one gulp. However, I have a condition. Jiang Li suddenly said. What condition? I need a story as inspiration for creation. Jiang Li explained. A story? Wang Lifeng frowned. What kind of condition is that? Although he looked calm on the surface, inside, he actually wasn't completely sure. After all, 10 minutes was just too short. One had to come up with a good melody and good lyrics as soon as possible. Otherwise, once he lost to Jiang Li, there would be no place to put this old face. The news of the two people's battle spread like wings, quickly spreading throughout the entire network. Countless netizens flocked to Jiang Li's live room, wanting to witness this unprecedented showdown. The peak showdown between the talented teenager and the veteran musician attracted countless eyes. Even Song Wan and Chui Ziyuan had quietly entered Zhang Li's live broadcast room. This Zhang Li, he really doesn't know the heights of heaven and dares to compete with Wang Lifeng. Song Wan looked at Zhang Li on the screen and disdainfully skimmed her mouth. Humph. Making a fool of himself, Chui Ziyuan sneered. Who is Wang Lifeng? That's an evergreen in the music industry. Can't he be compared to a brat? Both of them felt that no matter how talented Zhang Li was, he still wasn't good enough in front of a senior veteran musician. Wang Lifeng was a recognized master songwriter in the industry. Could he not be compared to Zhang Li? And at the workers' stadium, the rehearsal site, Zhou Yi, Shuejilu, Chen Yuxi, and the others were also told about this by their assistants. What? Zhang Li is going to compete with Wang Lifeng in songwriting. When Shuejilu heard about it, he immediately got energized. That's interesting. Quick, go check it out. Several people also stopped rehearsing and greeted everyone to the backstage conference room. Using the big screen, they entered the Zhang Li live broadcast room. This Wang Lifeng is too shameless to compete with a junior. Shuejilu looked at Wang Lifeng on the screen and said with dissatisfaction. This isn't like his style. Zhou Yi stroked his chin, pondering. Suddenly thinking of something, he stepped aside and dialed a phone number. Chapter 17. Inspiration Collision. Diva's Favorite. Hello? Zhou Yi. A familiar voice came over the phone, lifting Zhou Yi's spirits. Sister Fei, it's me. He hurriedly answered, his tone carrying a bit of respect. Why did you remember to call me? Sun Fei's voice was soft, but it carried a sense of detachment. After all, she hadn't asked about the music industry for many years. Contact with this former junior was also limited to greetings during the New Year holidays. I heard that you've been looking for someone to write a song recently? Zhou Yi didn't beat around the bush and asked straight to the point. There is such a thing. Sun Fei did not deny it. Why are you interested? I wouldn't dare to show off in front of you. Zhou Yi smiled. However, I do have a candidate here that might be able to satisfy you. Oh, Sun Fei became interested. Who is it? Zhang Li. Zhang Li. Sun Fei repeated, her mind searching for this name. She hadn't paid attention to the music scene for a long time, and was naturally unfamiliar with this name. You may not know him, he's a newcomer but very talented. Zhou Yi explained. He's currently on the air, competing with Wang Lifeng to write songs. Competing with Wang Lifeng? Sun Fei was even more surprised. This young man, he's a bit interesting. You'll know if you go and take a look. Zhou Yi said. He has a special way of writing songs. He needs to listen to other people's stories to be inspired. Stories? Sun Fei pondered for a moment. Okay, I'll go take a look. Hanging up the phone, she opened the live streaming software and found Zhang Li's live room. This kid, he's quite handsome. Looking at the slightly pale teenager on the screen, Sun Fei muttered to herself. At this time, the live broadcast room had long since exploded. Sun Fei unexpectedly came. Tiana, I didn't see it wrong, did I? It's really Sister Fei. Why is Fei here? Could it be that she's also a fan of Zhang Li? Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Sun Fei's heart became more curious. Hundreds of thousands of people online. This Zhang Li, how could he make so many netizens follow him? Moreover, he dared to compete with Wang Lifeng in songwriting. She wanted to see what this young man, who could make Zhou Yi hold him in such high esteem, was capable of. At the same time, Wang Lifeng also saw Sun Fei's prompt to enter the live broadcast room. With a flutter in his heart, he hurriedly typed, Sister Fei is also here? Shall I write a song for you as well? Sun Fei's position in the music industry was unrivaled. If she could be allowed to sing a song written by herself, then her own worth would definitely rise. However, Fei Sun only replied indifferently. Thank you, Mr. Wang, but no need. Looking at the reply, Wang Lifeng's face turned green for a while. In the live broadcast room, the netizens also mocked. Haha. Wang Lifeng has been defeated. Sister Fei is domineering. She doesn't give a damn about him. Wang Lifeng should save himself. Don't make a fool of himself. Looking at these pop-ups, Wang Lifeng was so angry that he was trembling. This Sun Fei really took herself seriously. She didn't just sing a few Thai songs, what's the big deal? And these netizens, each and every one of them is blind. Forced down the anger in his heart, and continued to conceptualize his own song. At this moment, Zhang Li also received a private message from Sun Fei. Mr. Zhang Li, hello? I'm Sun Fei. I have a story. I don't know if it can be used as inspiration for your creation. Zhang Li looked at Sun Fei's private message and was a bit surprised that this music diva would take the initiative to contact him. Of course. Zhang Li replied, "Go ahead." Sun Fei hesitated for a moment and began to tell her story. It was a story about youth, about dreams, and about love. After the story was finished, Zhang Li didn't reply for a long time. Sun Fei was a little apprehensive, not knowing if her story could impress this young musician. Just then, Zhang Li's reply came. "Thank you for your story. I'm already inspired." At the same time, a system prompt sounded in Zhang Li's head. "Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song. 1000 K songs. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song. Legend. 2 songs?" His heart was happy, but he did not show it. In order to avoid being too shocking, he didn't take care of the 2 songs in the first place. Instead, he pretended to think hard, still glancing at Wang Lifeng on the screen from time to time, only to see the other party scratching his ears and sweating coldly. It seems to be very difficult to create. This old man wouldn't really be unable to write, right? That would be meaningless. Time passed by, and the netizens gradually raised their hearts. Why do I feel more nervous than I am for my own exams? Me too. My palms are sweating. This is a 10-minute live composition, and it's also compared to a veteran musician like Wang Lifeng. The pressure is too much. Another veteran musician and a diva. Mr. Zhang Li has never seen such a big battle before. He's probably going blank right now. Alas, Ms. Zhang Li is still too young. She shouldn't compete with Wang Lifeng. Zhang Li retracted his gaze. Zhang Li looked at the time of the cell phone. 10 minutes. Should also start working. In the live broadcast room, countless netizens saw Zhang Li, who was originally glancing left and right, idly walking around, suddenly began to crackle the keyboard and instantly hit the spirit. "It's starting. It's starting." Zhang Li teacher began to write. "This hand speed. How many years must one be single to practice? This is much faster than Wang Lifeng. Worthy of being a genius. Look at Wang Lifeng. He's still scratching his head. He probably hasn't figured out how to write it yet. Haha. Wang Lifeng is still scratching his head. Wang Lifeng knows what it means to be a genius. Don't be too happy. Writing fast doesn't necessarily mean writing well. It also depends on the quality." Seeing Zhang Li, who had already acted, Wang Lifeng was also very anxious inside. "There's no halfway point yet. What should we do? To lose?" Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and remembered that he had written a song for a singer before. He was very satisfied with that song, but after such a long time, the other party did not publish it. Perhaps it could be used to make up the numbers? It was important to save face first, but if not, he could write another song for that person for free. His song is not cheap. I believe the other party will definitely agree. So, 10 minutes later, Wang Lifeng was the first to take out the finished product and publicize it to the netizens to read. Wang Lifeng wrote it so quickly. Worthy of being a veteran musician, this speed is too fast. The vast majority of netizens couldn't read the sheet music, but just by looking at the lyrics, they knew that Wang Lifeng had written this song, and that it was particularly well crafted. The lyrics are really well written. It's Wang Lifeng's style at first glance. Yes, this level worthy of being an evergreen in the music industry. Some netizens coaxed Sun Fei to sing, so they could have a good time. "Fei, sing for me. I want to hear Fei sing." Sun Fei originally did not intend to sing, but after seeing the lyrics, she thought it was quite good, so she tried to sing a few lines. "The past is like a dream. Will my heart gently touch? Once upon a time. I cannot understand how the road of life will be difficult." Just as soon as he opened his mouth, the netizens were mesmerized. As soon as Sister Fei opened her mouth, I was on my knees. It's so good. My ears are getting pregnant. This song is also too well written, right? It's a perfect match for Sister Fei's voice. The vast majority of netizens began to worry about Zhang Li. The quality of this song is too high. It's hard for Mr. Zhang Li to win. She's still too young. She shouldn't be compared to Wang Lifeng. "Mr. Zhang Li, you must resist the pressure." In the live broadcast room, netizens were talking and sweating for Zhang Li. "This song, Mr. Wang, is indeed good." Sun Fei gave Wang Lifeng an affirmation. Hearing the compliment, Wang Lifeng's heart was smug to the core. He glanced provocatively at Zhang Li, as if to say, "Kid, you're still a bit young to fight with me." "Zhang Li, where's your song? Have you written it yet?" There was a slight contempt in his tone, obviously already winning. "Almost done. Zhang Li faintly replied back, and sent the song she had written to the public screen as well. Chapter 18. Talent is revealed. Diva is amazed. Mr. Zhang Li has finally written it. Let me see how well it's written. The netizens were immediately energized and looked at the screen, only to see that on the screen, there were two song titles written, 1000K Songs and Legend. Two songs? Teacher Zhang Li actually wrote two songs. 10 minutes to write two songs? Is this something a human being can do? The live broadcast room instantly exploded. Everyone was shocked by Zhang Li's operation. Even though 20 minutes had passed, two songs seemed normal. But in those 10 minutes at the very beginning, Zhang Li had done nothing. In other words, his creative speed was actually twice as fast as Wang Lifeng's. Was this nymphette still human speed? Wang Lifeng was also dumbfounded. How could he not expect that Zhang Li had written two songs? This kid, is he still human? Sun Fei Fei also froze, looking at the song titles on the screen, her eyes filled with incredulity. 10 minutes, two songs? What kind of monster is this Zhang Li? Sister Fei, do you want to sing Mr. Zhang Li's song as well? A netizen asked cautiously. Everyone held their breath. After a moment of silence, Sun Fei Fei slowly opened her mouth. Okay, I'll try. First, she looked to the lyrics of 1000K Song. Su Su looks back. The night that once belonged to each other. The red is still you, gifting my heart with the colorful sun. After just a glance, I was deeply attracted by the lyrics. This lyrics, written too beautiful. Gently humming it, the voice was gentle and moving, like a sob. In the live broadcast room, everyone was mesmerized by the song. This song is also too good. It's practically tailor-made for Sister Fei. Mr. Zhang Li is amazing. He can write such a beautiful song. This song is called 1000K Songs? The name is so beautiful. After the song was finished, Sun Fei Fei's eyes were aglow with color. This song was simply tailor-made for her. Another look was taken at another song, Legend. Just because I took one more look at you in the crowd, I could never forget your face again. The lyrics, even better, couldn't help but hum it again. His voice was ethereal and indistinct, like heavenly music. In the live broadcast room, everyone was mesmerized. The song is also too good. These lyrics, simply absolute. How on earth did Mr. Zhang Li write them? It's amazing. Mr. Zhang Li is a god. Any one of these two songs could beat Wang Lifeng's. I really want to open up Mr. Zhang Li's brain and see how many CPUs are inside. After finishing the two songs, Sun Fei Fei did not speak for a long time. She was completely shocked by these two songs. The quality of these two songs was simply frighteningly high. Whether it was the lyrics or the melody, they were all perfect. There was no doubt that any one of these two songs had the potential to become a classic. And such two songs were written by Zhang Li in just 10 minutes. This was nothing short of a miracle. Looking at Zhang Li on the screen, his eyes were filled with admiration. This young man, too talented. Mr. Zhang Li. Sun Fei Fei slowly spoke. These two songs, can you sell them to me? Sell? Zhang Li froze, then shook his head. These two songs, which were originally created based on your story, are given to you. Without Sun Fei Fei's story, it was still unknown if these two songs could be unlocked. So, in a sense, these two songs originally belonged to Sun Fei Fei. Of course, these words, he wouldn't say them. After all, the existence of the system was too unbelievable, and no one would believe it if he said it. What's more, he was now counting on exchanging his influence for longevity. Give it to me? Sun Fei Fei obviously didn't expect that Zhang Li would say this. She couldn't be more clear about the quality of these two songs. If they were taken out and sold, they would definitely fetch a sky-high price. But Zhang Li, he actually wanted to give them to her? This young man, interesting. Yes. Zhang Li nodded. Without your story, I wouldn't have been able to write these two songs. These words, to Sun Fei Fei's ears, were Zhang Li's self-effacing words. She had seen too many talented young people who were proud of their talent and had no one in their sight. It was rare to see someone as talented as Zhang Li, yet so humble. This made her feel more favorable towards Zhang Li. If it was someone else, she would pay no matter what, otherwise she would rather not. But Zhang Li's clear eyes and humble attitude made her unable to refuse. Not to mention these two songs, she really liked them. Good. Then I'll take it. Sun Fei Fei nodded. However, I, Sun Fei Fei, never take advantage of people. This favor, I'll keep it. A favor could be much more valuable than money. Especially it was her son Fei Fei's favor. You're welcome. Zhongli smiled and didn't say anything else. For Sun Fei Fei to say this was already the greatest recognition. To be able to use these two songs in exchange for her favor was already worth it. After all, Sun Fei Fei's status in the music industry was there for all to see. In the live broadcast room, the netizens once again boiled. Teacher Zhang Li actually gave these two songs to Sister Fei. This is too generous. These two songs, any one of them, can be sold for an astronomical price. Mr. Zhang Li, I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just saying that everyone here is trash. Upstairs. Do you have a misunderstanding about trash? Mr. Zhang Li, I just want to give away a song. Why is it so hard? Haha. Mr. Zhang Li is too cute. Fei has made a fortune. These two songs will definitely set her on fire again. It's not just another hit. It's a king bomb. The live broadcast room was bustling with activity. Everyone was impressed by Zhang Li's generosity and talent. And at this moment, Cui Zuan, who was hiding behind the screen, felt a congestion in his heart. The song that he had spent 6 figures on was not as good as the one Zhang Li had written for someone else for free. It made him feel like a little cutie, being played for a fool. Then he looked at Song Wan at the side, her face hard to see. Zhang Li's growing popularity was not good news for her. This Zhang Li is so hateful. Song Wan asked through gritted teeth. Uncle, what do we do next? Let's see what happens first. At this time, within the live broadcast room, a pop-up screen was like thunder from the ground, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Wang Lifeng, do you still want Face? This song was obviously bought by me half a year ago at a cost of $600,000. What's wrong with you taking it out now? A user with the ID musician Chang Jie angrily questioned. Chang Jie? That name sounds familiar. I remember now. Isn't Chang Jie that famous singer-songwriter? He even said that Wang Lifeng wrote this song for him half a year ago. The melon is a bit big. Is Wang Lifeng flipping out? In the live studio, netizens were instantly abuzz. Chang Jie is a famous singer-songwriter in the music industry. With his unique music style and deep voice, he has won a large number of fans. His appearance undoubtedly dropped a heavy bomb on this farce. Wang Lifeng's face turned white, and beads of sweat seeped out from his forehead. How could he not have expected that in a moment of impatience, he would make such a low-level mistake? What was even more unexpected was that Chang Jie would be lurking in the live broadcast room. Chapter 19. All come to Zhang Li to write songs? Now it's a good thing that you can't steal a chicken, and you've lost your wife and your army. Originally wanted to suppress Zhang Li and save face. Now not only did the purpose not come to fruition, but instead they got themselves involved. Chang Jie, you... Listen to my explanation. Wang Lifeng stammered, trying to salvage the situation. Explain? What is there to explain? Taking someone else's song and pretending to be a pussy? What a disgrace. Wang Lifeng gets out of the music scene. The netizens were furious and blamed Wang Lifeng. This song is indeed what I wrote to you before. But haven't you been useless? I thought you didn't want it. The more Wang Lifeng said, the more vain he became, and his voice became smaller and smaller. I don't want it? I spent $600,000 on a song. I would not want it? Wang Lifeng, don't think I don't know what you're playing. Don't you just want to suppress your juniors and put gold on your own face? This song must give me a statement. Otherwise, I'll see you in court. Wang Lifeng's face was ashen. This time he had really fallen. If Chang Jie sued, then he would not only have to compensate for the other party's losses, he would also face the risk of losing his reputation. Chang Jie, let's have a good discussion. Don't go to court. Now you know you're afraid? Too late. I'll give you 1 day to get the compensation for this song ready. Otherwise, you'll be waiting to receive a lawyer's letter. After saying that, Chang Jie directly exited the live broadcast room. In the live broadcast room, there was an uproar. Wang Lifeng is completely cool now. Serves him right. Who let him pretend to be a bully? Mr. Zhang Li is the one who is really powerful, writing 2 songs in 10 minutes, and the quality is still so high. When the tide goes out, we'll know who's swimming naked. Mr. Zhang Li's YYDS. The netizens turned their guns around and started touting Zhang Li. Looking at the screen full of mockery and abuse, Wang Lifeng felt remorse in his heart. He was really finished this time. Finished. All finished. If he could turn back the clock, he definitely wouldn't have chosen to compete with Zhang Li. Not only did he lose the match, but he also offended Cheng Jie. It was even possible that it would kill his future. The more he thought about it, the more scared he became, and the more he regretted it. Turn off. Turn off the live stream. Wang Lifeng's voice trembled as he said to his assistant. The assistant was also terrified and hurriedly turned off the live broadcast. On the other side, Zhang Li also turned off the live stream and looked at the system panel. Name, Zhang Li. Current lifespan, 70 days. Influence gained, 135,000. 70 days, still too little. The influence gained from this live broadcast wasn't as much as expected. Could it be because, during this recent period, I've appeared in the public eye too often, causing the threshold of listeners to rise and influence to fall? Zhang Li guessed that the so-called influence should refer to new listeners. If it had been the same group of listeners that listened to their songs over and over again, then the influence would gradually decrease or even disappear. It seems that I need a cooling-off period to reset this threshold. Thinking of this, he decided not to go live for a while. It was also good to allow himself to take a break from his intense creative state and rest. After all, the body was the capital of the revolution. He didn't want to lose his body before the song was finished. So, for the next few days, Zhang Li lived a life of deep simplicity. In addition to eating and sleeping every day, he read books, listened to music, and occasionally took a walk in the hospital's small garden. Perhaps it was because someone deliberately suppressed the hot search. What happened in the live broadcast room didn't make too many waves on the internet. Only a few melon netizens, according to the live cut, follow the trail to find Zhang Li's live account, only to find that he never went on air again. This made those netizens who were looking forward to his continued creativity feel disappointed. Why isn't Mr. Zhang Li broadcasting live? Is he sick? It's not possible that Zhang Li has run out of talent, is it? Don't talk nonsense upstairs. Mr. Zhang Li is not that kind of person. He just needs to take a break. After all, creating is also very energy-consuming. That said, I still want to hear his new songs. Who says it isn't? I've been single-cycling someone like me. 4 days. Online, the discussion about Zhang Li gradually subsided. After a few more days, news broke that Wang Lifeng, a famous music producer, was sued by singer Cheng Jie. This news did not make too many waves. The majority of melon-eating netizens also did not care, the two people exactly because of what caused the courtroom. Because at this moment, everyone was attracted by another piece of news, attracted all the attention. Diva Sun Fei Fei unexpectedly decided to retire and will hold a farewell concert to thank fans. This matter set off a huge wave on the internet. Fans had long heard that Fei Sun had the idea of retiring, only because there is no good work to bring her career as a singer to a successful conclusion. Therefore, over the years, she has been in a semi-retired state. Now that she has publicly announced her intention to retire, she must have a work that satisfies her. Following this clue, fans found bits and pieces of Sun Fei Fei singing 8,000 K songs and Legend in the live broadcast. As a result, Zhang Li's name once again entered the public eye. Everyone was curious as to where Zhang Li got so much inspiration to write so many excellent works one after another. However, his disappearance during this period of time was also seen by some netizens as a sign of Zhang Lang's exhaustion. No way, this is not inspired. I thought it was a diamond in the rough, but I didn't expect it to be just a glass ballast. Some people like shooting stars, although brief but dazzling enough. Upstairs, this is too obvious. Mr. Zhang Li just needs to rest. Understand? Rest? I think he's at his wit's end. I'm waiting for Mr. Zhang Li to come out and punch you in the face. I'll wait and see. On the internet, the debate about Zhang Li is once again raging. Some say he's exhausted. Others say he just needs a break. But no matter which argument, it couldn't change one fact. That was, the name Zhang Li had been deeply imprinted in people's hearts. And at this moment, he was lying on his hospital bed, enjoying a rare moment of tranquility. The sunlight sprinkled on his body through the window, gilding his pale face with a faint golden glow. The music world is in a state of flux, with hot spots taking turns. In the past few days, the news of Sun Fei Fei's retirement swept through the network like a hurricane, and the trend was momentary. At the same time, the capital airport, a woman with a tall figure and outstanding temperament was walking out. She was wearing a long black dress, outlining a delicate figure. Her long hair was draped over her shoulders, making her skin snowy. Her delicate features were even more mysterious under the cover of sunglasses. Sister Tone, you slow down. The assistant jogged after her, carrying a large bag in her hand. Aha! Lin Shireen gently answered, her steps not stopping. Do you have any special arrangements for your return this time? No, just want to rest for a few days. Then why did you also bring back your work cell phone as well? The assistant pointed to the cell phone in Lin Shireen's hand. Getting used to it. Lightly returned a sentence, but her gaze never left the cell phone screen. During this recent period of time, the internet was full of news about Sun Fei-Fei's retirement, as well as her farewell concert. This made Lin Shireen's heart very upset. In terms of strength, in terms of popularity, she thought that she did not lose to Fei Sun. Why was everyone's attention focused on that old woman? Sister Een, if you ask me, you're just too low-key. Manager Sister Lee's voice came from the other end of the phone. If you were to organize a concert of some sort, the publicity would definitely overshadow Sun Fei-Fei. You think I don't want to? Lin Shireen bristled. But where am I going to find a song that can shut everyone up now? It's not that simple? Didn't Sun Fei-Fei ask that Zhang Li to write a song? You can look for him too. Zhang Li. Lin Shireen froze, then reacted. You mean that Zhang Li who wrote 2 songs in 10 minutes? Chapter 20. Refusing to ask for a song. The hot search exploded again. Right. Now the internet is saying that he's a once-in-a-century musical genius. If you can get him to write you a song, wouldn't it be on the hot search in minutes? That's a way. Lin Shireen pondered for a moment. But I don't know him well. Why would he write me a song? With your status and position, it's his honor to ask him to write a song. Not to mention, it's not like we're not going to pay for it. That's true. Hanging up the phone, Lin Shireen opened Weibo. Finding that fans were praising her in the comment section for not having a diva stance and being approachable. Smiling smugly, her fingers tapped quickly on the screen. Soon a tweet was sent out. At Zhang Li, I've heard that you're very fast at writing songs. Are you interested in writing one for me? Once the microblog was sent out, it immediately attracted countless netizens. Lin Shireen actually took the initiative to ask Zhang Li for a song. This is the Queen of Heaven. Zhang Li has made a fortune. Is Lin Shireen trying to fight with Sun Fei-Fei? At this moment, Zhang Li was having a tug-of-war with the attending physician. How many days has it been? And you still can't be discharged? In the hospital room, Zhang Li frowned with a bit of impatience in her tone. I'm almost bored to death. Not yet. The attending physician, a middle-aged man in his 50s, was resolute. Your health has improved, but it's not something to be taken lightly. But I feel better already. Zhang Li argued reasonably. Look, I can even get out of bed and walk now. That won't work either. The attending physician didn't budge an inch. What if the condition recurs? You must observe for some more time. Observe, observe, observe. Observe every day. I'm becoming a monkey in the zoo. Zhang Li muttered in a small voice. The attending physician pretended not to hear it and looked through the medical records on his own. At this time, Chen Yuxi hurriedly walked into the ward. You don't need to worry about the cost. Just treat it without worry. She thought that Zhang Li was in a hurry to be discharged because of the cost issue and hurriedly explained. Zhang Li wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Chen Yuxi. When the day of recovery comes, I'll accompany you wherever you want to go. Her cell phone suddenly rang, and Chen Yuxi clicked on it to see that it was a Weibo message. Rising diva Lin Shireen, want to date Zhang Li for a song? Chen Yuxi looked at the text on the screen and frowned slightly. Handing her cell phone to Zhang Li. What do you think? Receiving the phone and looking at the content of Lin Shireen's microblog, Zhang Li frowned. At Zhang Li, I've heard that you're quick at writing songs. Are you interested in writing one for me? The condescending tone made Zhang Li uncomfortable. He had heard of this Lin Shireen. She was the newest little diva in the music industry and was said to be in full swing and had a tendency to overshadow Sun Fei-Fei. Recently on the internet, there was news about her everywhere. However, this tone of voice was also too much to take himself seriously, wasn't it? What do you think? Chen Yuxi asked. No thoughts. Zhang Li handed the phone back to Chen Yuxi. Help me get back to her. Just say it's my rule to get her to share a true story, or else she's exempt. Good. Chen Yuxi nodded. She also felt that Lin Shireen's attitude made people uncomfortable. With her slender fingers, she tapped quickly on the screen. I'm sorry, Zhang Li needs to hear true stories to write songs. If you can provide them, he'll be happy to create them for you. Lin Shireen looked at the screen of her cell phone and almost pinched it. Outrageous. How dare he reject me? Who was she? She was Lin Shireen, the newest diva in the music industry, with millions of fans, an existence that could trigger hot searches with a random tweet. Usually it was others who begged her to write songs. When was it her turn to take the initiative to ask for a song and be rejected? This was simply a strange shame. Sharing stories? Who does he think he is? What qualifications does he have to listen to my story? The more Lin Shireen thought about it, the angrier she became, her delicate features distorted. Getting to this position today relied on more than just strength. Those unseen past events, those dirty dealings hidden underneath the gorgeous exterior, casually picking out one of them was enough to make her lose her name. How could these secrets be shared to a stranger? Ungrateful thing. Lin Shireen cursed viciously and threw her cell phone to her assistant. Immediately, she changed into a smiling face and greeted the fans who picked up the phone. This matter, there was no way it could just be left alone. Soon, the news about Zhang Li rejecting Lin Shireen's song date spread rapidly on the internet. The marketing numbers were like cats that smelled fishy odors, swarming around, and all kinds of comments that smeared Zhang Li came pouring out of the sky. Hubris. Newcomer Zhang Li refused a song date with diva Lin Shireen. No one in sight. Zhang Li dared not give face to Lin Shireen. Hype knows no bounds. Zhang Li used Lin Shireen as a stepping stone to get attention. These marketing numbers portrayed Zhang Li as a cocky, arrogant, and unselfish villain who would do anything for hype. Some even brought up his previous feud with Wang Lifeng, calling him a tumor in the music industry, who should be banned. For a while, Zhang Li's popularity on the internet took a sharp turn for the worse. Many netizens who had originally supported him began to waver. Can't be? Is Zhang Li really this kind of person? I thought he was quite talented before, but now it seems that his character is no good. Refusing Lin Shireen's song date? Who does he think he is? King of the week? That's right. Lin Shireen asked him for a date. That's a favor to him, and he's still on his nose. I didn't realize Zhang Li was such a person. That's why you can't be red. Once you're red, you'll float away. Upstairs. Don't be embarrassed and black. Not floating. Is not fly up. Fell down. Laughing. Laughing, is this a case of debut at the top, peak at the bottom, and exit at the top? Retreating from the circle is not so bad. At most it is considered on the edge of the entertainment circle, repeatedly testing. Zhang Li. Are you polite? You people, you're just following the wind and hacking. If you're capable, you can write a song like, Someone Like Me. That's right. Mr. Zhang Li is better than those who only plagiarize. You're the water army hired by Zhang Li, aren't you? How much is it? Take me with you. Take you? Are you worthy? Online, the debate about Zhang Li intensified. Some people scolded him for his arrogance. Some said he was a bully, and some firmly supported him. Only these remarks, Zhang Li didn't put them in his mind at all. At the moment, he leaned back on the bed and watched Chen Yuxi clumsily peeling an apple. The peel was lumpy and pitted, and as he watched an apple, it was almost lost to her. Zhang Li wanted to say he would do it himself several times, but Chen Yuxi was like a stubborn child, insisting on doing it herself. He had no choice but to give up. Here. Chen Yuxi handed Zhang Li the fruit meat, with a bit of an inviting look on her face. Zhang Li took a bite. The sweet and sour juice burst open in her mouth. The flavor was not bad. This technique of yours, you still need to practice. He joked. For you to care. Chen Yuxi gave him a blank look and picked up her cell phone to brush up shakeology. Suddenly, as if she realized something, she patted the back of Zhang Li's hand and turned the screen towards him. It was only then that Zhang Li noticed that I Am a Singer had announced the rules for the finals. Simply put, it was a competition for the number of fans. One could hold their own concert or be invited to someone else's, and whoever had more live viewers would be crowned the champion. This Chui Ziyuan, he really went through a lot of trouble. It's really shameless to come up with such tricks in order to guarantee Song won the title. How could Zhang Yang, a dreamer with no background, compare to Song Wan, who had the capital to back her up? As long as Chui Ziyuan was willing, he could put together a powerful concert for Song Wan, even if he had to pay people to do it. But what about Zhang Yang? How could he compete with Song Wan? At that moment, Chen Yuxi's cell phone rang. After answering it, her face turned a bit gloomy. Zhang Yang is going back home. Putting down her cell phone, she said softly. He said he was very thankful to you, and that he liked the song Someone Like Me very much, only he didn't think he was worthy of it. He also said that you're welcome to visit his hometown, Chuanfu, when you have the chance in the future. Chapter 21: The concert that moved the entertainment industry. Zhang Li was silent. He could hear the helplessness and unwillingness in Zhang Yang's words. A young man with a dream, but had to bow to reality. This must be a very unpleasant feeling. After a moment, he opened his mouth and asked, Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu, aren't they going to have a concert? Can we invite Zhang Yang to be the supporting singers? Chen Yuxi hesitated. I'm afraid I can't. Chui Zuan sighed. It was not explicitly stated, but the meaning was clear enough. Chui Ziyuan was determined to ensure Song Wan won the championship, and it would be hard for Zhang Yang to make a name for himself if he didn't give up the competition. Zhang Li smiled. How do I know if I don't try? Even though Zhang Yang's hope of winning the championship was slim, he still wanted to give it a try. Not just for Zhang Yang, but also for himself. The influence that could be gained on stage was much stronger than live broadcasting. He didn't want to see Zhang Yang's dream shattered because of the involvement of capital. What's more, he also needed influence. Massive influence. It was his only hope to survive. Now that the story had been heard and the song had been written, when it was time to reap the rewards, Zhang Yang wanted to give up? Zhang Li would never allow this situation to occur. Even if she had to lift Zhang Yang to the concert. Chen Yuxi thought about it, but she dialed Zhang Yang's number again. Zhang Yang, is it convenient for you to talk now? On the other end of the phone, Zhang Yang's voice was a bit low. Convenient. Go ahead. Mr. Zhang Li said that he wants to invite you to Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu's concert, so that you can sing the song Someone Like Me in the concert. Really? Really? Zhang Yang's voice raised steeply with incredulous excitement. Mr. Zhang Li really said that? Well, he said it himself. Chen Yuxi smiled. Are you willing? I'm willing. Of course I'm willing. Zhang Yang's voice was trembling. Thank you, Ms. Zhang Li. Thank you, Sister Shi. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Li looked at Chen Yuxi with some surprise. For something this big, don't you ask Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu and the others first? Chen Yuxi froze slightly, her eyes flashing with some panic. These days, she had spent so much time with Zhang Li that she had somewhat forgotten that this concert was meant for him. How could Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu refuse Zhang Li's request? It was just that Zhou Yi had asked her to hide this secret from Zhang Li and not to tell him yet. How should she explain? That's right, just say that she forgot. Anyway, with Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu's character, they wouldn't refuse Zhang Yang's membership. Thinking of this, Chen Yuxi smiled. Didn't I? Forget in a hurry. I will call them now, don't worry. They are very nice and will definitely agree, said, turned around and walked to the side, dialed the Zhou Yi phone. Time passed in an instant, and in a flash it was the day of the concert. Outside of the Capital Workers' Stadium, the crowd was raging and bustling. Fans were holding up lighted signs and waving glow sticks, anticipation written all over their faces. At the other end of the same city, outside the Wuxong Stadium, it was equally crowded and bustling. 2 concerts, starting almost simultaneously, was a first in the history of the music industry. Inside the backstage lounge, Chui Zuan had just finished a good fight, slowly and methodically put on his clothes and walked to the window. Turning around, he looked at Song Wan, who was already fully dressed and ready to go on stage, and nodded with satisfaction. Wan, after today, you're the newest little diva. It's still Uncle who's good to me. Song Wan kissed Chui Zuan on the cheek. When I win the championship, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Silly girl, what's the point of being polite with me? Chui Zuan smiled and looked through the window at the dense crowd downstairs. See these people? They're all here for you. In order to ensure that Song Wan successfully won the championship, he had put in a lot of blood. Not only did he invite half of the stars from the entertainment industry, he also spent money to hire tens of thousands of spectators. A large portion of the tickets alone had been given away. However, as long as he could make Song Wan take the title, it was all worth it. After today, Song Wan would become the newest little diva, and he, too, would be able to gain huge benefits from it. Uncle, do you think, on Zhang Yang's side, how many people will go to his concert? Him. Chui Zuan skimmed his mouth disdainfully. What can he compare to you? With just one song written by that Zhang Li. I've invited half of the entertainment industry to come and stand for you. So many green leaves. Just to set off you. The red flower. Song Wan smiled sweetly. When I become a diva, I'll make sure everyone knows how good you are. Haha. It's still Wan who understands. Chui Ziyuan laughed out loud, his tone full of complacency. But Song Wan's words turned, and a few moments of worry appeared on her face. That Jiang Li, although he hasn't moved in this recent period of time, what waves can he turn over? Chui Ziyuan interrupted Song Wan. Talent is worthless in front of capital. It's hard to believe that he can still invite the other half of the entertainment industry to a concert. If he has this ability, I, Chui Ziyuan, will write the 3 words backwards. Song Wan was stunned by these words, and then laughed as well. Uncle is right. It's me who's overthinking. Picking up her cell phone, she wanted to look at the online news about the concert. At this look, the smile on his face froze. What's wrong? Chui Ziyuan noticed that Song Wan was different and asked. Jiang Li. He really called in half the entertainment circle. Song Wan's voice trembled as she handed her cell phone to Chui Ziyuan. Chui Ziyuan took the phone, only to see that on the screen, it was the microblogs of Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu. Both of them released a message at almost the same time, announcing the guest list for the Echo concert. In addition to a host of popular singers and movie stars, several veteran divas and divas were also listed. What is even more shocking is that Sun Fei, who is about to retire, even appeared in the list. On top of that, there was also Zhang Yang, who was competing with Song Wan for the title of I Am a Singer, and at the end of the list there was also a line of small print. This concert is organized because of Jiang Li. How is this possible? Chui Ziyuan's eyes widened, his face filled with disbelief. He couldn't figure out how Jiang Li could invite so many big names to stand for him. Uncle, what do we do now? Song Wan's voice was tinged with tears. Don't panic. Chui Ziyuan took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. Even if he invites half of the entertainment industry, he won't necessarily win. We still have Lin Shirin. As long as Lin Shirin's fans are there, we still have a chance. But Song Wan was still a bit uneasy. No buts. Chui Ziyuan interrupted her. Things have come to this, we can only let go. All you have to do now is to adjust your state and give your best performance. As long as we completely conquer the audience on stage, we still have hope for a turnaround. Chapter 22, Rebellion, Song Wan's Despair. Song Wan forced down the uneasiness in her heart, nodded, and turned to leave the rest room. Now was not the time to panic. One must adjust their state as soon as possible. In the dressing room, Lin Shirin was sitting in front of the mirror, and several makeup artists were surrounding her to do the final makeup. Walking over gently, Song Wan had a pleasing smile piled on her face. Sister Shirin, you are so beautiful today. Eyelids slightly raised, Lin Shirin faintly swept a glance at her without responding. Song Wan was a little embarrassed, but still continued. Sister Shirin, later on can we sing in chorus? Chorus. Lin Shirin finally spoke, her tone disdainful. You think you're qualified to sing with me? Song Wan's face turned red with a swish, not expecting Lin Shirin to give her so little face. However, she could only endure this situation now. After all, nearly 2/3 of the fans in the Wuxong Stadium were all rushing towards Lin Shirin. One still had to rely on these fans to help one win the competition. In order to climb up the ladder over the years, she had long gotten used to looking up to others. Those sneers, those orders, Song Wan had borne them all in silence. Because if you wanted to get ahead, you had to pay the price. She had also fantasized that one day, she could be like Lin Shirin, even more popular and dazzling than her. At that time, she would return all the grievances she had suffered over the years. Let those who once looked down on her prostrate themselves at her feet. Let Lin Shirin also taste what it was like to be coldly mocked. At this time, the door to the dressing room was violently pushed open. Lin Shirin's assistant Xiao Jie ran in with a panicked face. Sister Yin, it's not good. What's the panic for? Is the sky collapsing? Lin Shirin frowned and chided unhappily. It really collapsed. Xiao Jie came up for air and said, The fans have all run away. Ran away? Ran where? Lin Shirin was puzzled. All ran to the workers' stadium and said that Sun Fei is going to be there. Perform the last show of her life. What? Lin Shirin stood up violently, bringing down the chair behind her. Are these people sick? What's the point of running over there at this hour? The venue is full. Is it possible that they want to stand outside and listen? Xiao Jie nodded. That's what they think. saying that even if they stand outside, they want to listen to Sun Feifei's song. Lin Shirin's face became more and more ugly, her chest rising and falling violently. Seeing this look of defeat, Song Wan, who was standing by the side, could not hold back and laughed out loud. Lin Shirin turned her head violently and glared at her viciously. "What are you laughing at?" "No. No. I didn't laugh." Song Wan hastily covered her mouth, but she couldn't hide the laughter in the corner of her eyes. "You still dare to laugh at me?" Lin Shirin was burning with rage, pointing at Song Wan's nose and cursing. "What kind of thing are you? A dirt chicken that flew out of a pheasant troop. How are you worthy of being compared to me? I'm telling you, never try to replace me. Goods like you are only worthy of lifting my shoes." Getting angrier and angrier, Lin Shirin grabbed the bag on the table and twisted her head to leave. "This concert, old lady won't serve anymore. Sisterine, wait for me." Xiao Jie carried her bag and ran after her. In the dressing room, only Song Wan was left standing in place. A few minutes ago, this place was still a bustling scene. Now it was empty and terribly quiet. Snapped. A tear, slipping down from her cheek, fell onto the polished floor. Song Wan slowly squatted down, clasped her hands to her knees, and buried her head in the crook of her arms. "Oh!" Suppressed sobs echoed in the empty dressing room. The news of Lin Shirin's strike quickly spread throughout the entire arena like it had grown wings. Those fans who had originally come for Lin Shirin got up and left the venue when they heard the news. "What's the situation? Lin Shirin isn't performing anymore." "Really? Then why are we still staying here? Go, go, go! Refund the tickets." The departure of the fans triggered a chain reaction like dominoes. Many unknown audience members, seeing this, also followed suit and got up to leave the venue. "What's going on? Why are they all leaving?" "I don't know. Is the concert cancelled?" "Cancelled? Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and leave." For a time, the entire venue was in chaos. The originally packed Wuksong Stadium became empty in an instant. Backstage, Chui Zuan looked at the empty auditorium, his face turning blue. How could he not expect that things would turn out like this? "What can we do about this?" Song Wan cried so hard that her voice was muffled. "Cry, cry, cry. You just know how to cry." Chui Zuan was upset and couldn't help but yell. "What's the use of crying now? Can you cry the audience back?" Song Wan was stunned by the yelling, then cried even harder. "I don't want this either. But what can I do?" All right, stop crying." Chui Zuan rubbed his temples and forced himself to calm down. The most important thing now was to minimize the losses. The appearance fees of those singers and stars were not low. What's more, in the beginning, in order to hardcore promote Song Wan, the tickets were half bought and half given away. It was simply a loss-making business. If Song Wan had won, he would have been able to make up for it elsewhere. But now it seems that this possibility is very slim. Naturally, the concert couldn't continue, and those people had to be billed as soon as they opened their voices. "Stop crying for a moment and listen to me." Song Wan sobbed and raised her head, looking at Chui Zuan. "In this situation now, the match definitely can't go on. This way, when you go on stage in a while, just say that you're not feeling well, then sing a song and end the performance. Will this work?" Song Wan was a little hesitant. "It can only be like this now." Chui Zuan sighed. "At least, it can still save a little face." "But..." "No buts." Chui Zuan interrupted her. "It's settled. What you need to do now is to adjust your state. Don't give me any more trouble." Song Wan wanted to say something else, but was glared back by Chui Zuan with a glare. "Do you hear me?" "Understood." Song Wan lowered her head, her voice as thin as a fly. "That's good." Chui Zuan nodded. "Go get ready." Song Wan turned to leave, her back falling. A flash of disgust flashed in Chui Zuan's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that this woman still had some use, he really wanted to kick her away. Now that something like this had happened, even if he wanted to protect Song Wan, there was nothing he could do. After all, the program I Am a Singer was planned by him. If he didn't even follow the rules he had set, the program would be completely finished. All of the previous investments would also go down the drain. What's more, even if he wanted to make a hard bail, someone would have to buy it. Now that the audience had all left, who was he going to protect it for? Thinking of this, Chui Zuan had a headache. He had to think of a way to get rid of Song Wan's hot potato as soon as possible. Otherwise, sooner or later it would lead to fire. As for those promises promised to Song-won before, naturally they would not count. A person who had no use for him was not yet worthy of being allowed to waste his resources. One had to think about how to squeeze Song-won's value to the last shred. It would be best to sell it for a good price and make up for his losses. As for whether Song-won would lose her reputation as a result, that was not something he should consider. If a man doesn't act for himself, heaven and earth will destroy him. In a place like the entertainment industry, it's all about the weak and the strong, each according to their own abilities. Chui Ziyuan can have today's position. Rely on more than just luck. He didn't use those unseemly tactics. On the stage, the lights were dimmed. Song-won stood alone in the center of the stage, looking particularly forlorn. Below the stage, the sparse audience, chatting with one another, no one even noticed her. Ahem. Song-won cleared her throat and picked up the microphone. I'm sorry. Because of some special reasons, today's performance may have to end early. In order to express my apologies, I will be singing a song for everyone. I hope everyone will enjoy it. After saying that, he bowed deeply. There was still little reaction from the stage. Song-won smiled bitterly and closed her eyes as she began to sing. The sound of the song echoed in the empty arena, appearing particularly desolate. After the song was finished, there was still no movement from the stage. Song-won opened her eyes and looked at the empty auditorium. Her heart was cold. There was no applause, no cheers, not even boos. There was only endless silence and indifference. Song-won slowly walked off the stage and disappeared into the darkness. This farce also finally came to an end. Just wonder how many people will remember her name. In contrast, the workers' stadium. At this moment, the popularity was exaggerated to a horrible extent. Chapter 23. Zhang Li's talent rocks the internet. Inside the workers' gymnasium, the lights were bright and the crowd was boisterous. Outside the stadium, the crowd was surging, shoulder to shoulder and waterlogged. Fanatical fans waving fluorescent sticks, holding up the idol's nameplate, shouting at the top of their lungs. The streets and alleys around the stadium have long been occupied by all kinds of support vehicles, booths and fans. Even the main road, which was usually filled with traffic, had become overcrowded at this moment. Officials had to urgently deploy a large number of police forces to come and maintain order. Hundreds of uniformed police officers shuttled through the crowd, diverting traffic and maintaining law and order. These people, are they all crazy? A young police officer, wiping the sweat from his forehead, looked at the frenzied crowd in front of him and couldn't help but mutter, "What do you know? This concert. Several of my favorite singers are here." An older policeman next to him patted the young policeman on the shoulder. "The four heavenly kings of Xiangjiang, you know, right? The four of them have merged together. This is the first time ever." "Really?" The young cop sucked in a breath of cold air. "What kind of big shot would it take to bring the four of them together?" "I heard that it's for someone named Zhang Li." Another policeman interjected. "Zhang Li? Never heard of him. What does he do?" "A singer too." The young policeman looked puzzled. "Not a singer, just a small anchorman. Seems to have some kind of serious illness. This concert is to raise medical expenses for him." "A small anchor has such a big face?" The young policeman was even more puzzled. "It couldn't be some red third generation, right? You wouldn't know about that, would you?" The older cop smiled. "This Zhang Li is not simple, he—" A few policemen were chatting vigorously, when suddenly a mountainous cheer came from inside the gymnasium. It interrupted the conversation of several people. "It's starting, it's starting. I wonder who's the first one to come out. It's definitely Heavenly King Zhou. I guess it's Xue Zhilu. No, it should be Diva Sun Fei Fei." The fans chattered excitedly, their voices rising in waves. A few police officers also stopped talking, their gazes swiping towards the direction of the stadium. At this moment, Zhang Li was lying on the hospital bed, boredly swiping her cell phone. On the screen was the live broadcast of the concert at the workers' stadium. Yesterday, Chen Yuxi's look of being hesitant to speak was still fresh in his mind. Although she didn't say anything in the end, Zhang Li's heart was as clear as a mirror. It must be related to the concert. During this recent period, the internet was full of news about this concert. It was hard not to know. What Zhang Li didn't expect was that the concert would be held for him. Since he was a child, he had always dreamed of having a concert of his own. Even if it was just on the street, in a bar, or even in an empty room playing and singing by himself, he was satisfied. but he never imagined that one day there would be such a concert for him, even though he didn't appear at the concert in person. But Zhongli believed that after today, his name would spread throughout the streets of the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder this time how much influence can be gained. On the screen, the lights turned from dark to bright. At the center of the stage, a woman in a long white dress arrived in style. Her posture was exquisite. Her long hair was like a waterfall, and her delicate features were even more beautiful under the light. Chen Yuxi stood at the center of the stage, under the spotlight, her long hair flowing, her white dress trailing to the ground. Her beauty was unbelievable. Who is this? She's so pretty. This temperament. It's perfect. I've never seen this before. Which company's artist? This face is more than enough for acting. But can she sing? Is it possible that she's been shoved in here by a rich man? I'll believe it when I say she's been suborned with these looks. Upstairs, this dental calculus buckle down can be more than the brain plasma subsync 2-2 big night back all the way to see the street. A lot of takeaway brother is still running around to send food. Suddenly the heart of the mixed feelings. Other people so late are still eating, and what reason I do not eat it. In the live broadcast room, the screen was full of pop-ups, all talking about this sudden fairy. The netizens in the live broadcast room were talking about it. At this time, the song information appeared on the screen. Song, Twilight Echo. Lyrics, Zhongli. Composer, Zhongli. Arrangement, Zhongli. Mixing, Zhongli. Sung by Chen Yuxi. I declare, from now on, she's my wife. Did you dip the dumplings in vinegar? Dip it. With the humblest of dreams. Your teeth are fresh out of the toilet, right? Zhongli wrote the lyrics, composed, arranged and mixed the music. Who is this Zhongli? Echoes of Twilight is really good, but I don't know who Zhongli is. Legend has it that there is a star in the vast Milky Way that is her, and she still chooses to stay after stepping out of time. She may be in the last place, by your side, in your nightmare. If you see her, please don't be afraid. A melodious melody rang out, and Chen Yuxi's ethereal and misty singing voice instantly conquered everyone's ears. I announced that from today onwards, Chen Yuxi is my fan. This lyrics, this melody, it's simply outstanding. Mr. Zhongli is great. After the song was sung, the scene was filled with thunderous applause and endless cheers. It's so good. One more song. Chen Yuxi. Chen Yuxi. Yuxi Chen. The fans were so enthusiastic that they shouted at the top of their lungs. Chen Yuxi stood at the center of the stage, enjoying this high moment that belonged to her. It was all because of that teenager who was lying on the hospital bed, fighting against death. Looking through the crowd, looking into the distance, there was the direction where Zhongli was. Thank you, Zhongli. And at this moment, he was lying on the hospital bed, looking at the live feed on the screen. At the corner of his mouth, a smile of delight appeared. Influence, it's increased quite a bit again. Looking at the system panel. Name, Zhongli. Current lifespan, 85 days. Influence gained, 355,000. 85 days, still too little. But as long as the concert continues, my lifespan will keep increasing. One day, I'll get rid of this damn disease. And at this time on the internet, the discussion about the song Twilight Echo had exploded. Some people marveled at Chen Yuxi's beauty and singing voice, while others were shocked at Zhongli's talent. Others questioned whether the song was really written by Zhongli. In any case, Zhongli and Chen Yuxi's names once again topped the hot search list. And the concert had just begun. Chapter 24 Zhang Yang's Battle of Champions. After the song was sung, Chen Yuxi did not walk directly off the stage, but raised the microphone with a quiet smile on her face. I know, everyone must be very curious why this concert will be organized for one person. The voice was clear, and through the microphone it spread to every corner of the stadium. The noisy stadium slowly quieted down, with only the sound of light breathing and clothing friction, clearly audible. After a pause, Chen Yuxi swept her gaze across the faces on the stage that were written with doubts, and continued. Because that man is terminally ill, but stubbornly wants to use melodies to record the beauty of this world. He said that he wanted his work to be heard by more people. That's why this concert came about. As he said this, his eyes reddened slightly, and his voice was slightly choked. Off stage, the puzzled expressions on the faces of the audience were gradually replaced by shock and regret. A terminally ill person, but still so devoted to music. He wanted to leave something to the world with his works. This kind of spirit How could it not be touching? Zhang Li, go for it, live. I don't know who shouted first. Immediately after, a second voice rang out. Zhang Li, go for it, live. Zhang Li, go for it, live. The voices grew louder and louder, became more and more neat, and finally converged into a huge wave of sound that reverberated in the stadium. Backstage, inside the lounge, the crowd of heavenly kings and superstars looked at each other with stunned faces. Before they came, they all thought that Zhou and Shuejilu had spent a huge amount of money to invite them in order to curry favor with some powerful person. After all, a concert of this scale cost a huge amount of money. Their appearance fees alone were not a small amount. But it was never expected that this concert would be for a talented musician who was terminally ill. This kid, a bit interesting, a heavenly king softly lamented. Yeah, to be able to value music more than life, not simple. Another heavenly king nodded in agreement. Old Zhou, old Shui. For this concert, we don't want the appearance fee. One of the 4 heavenly kings of Xiangjiang suddenly spoke up. How is this okay? Zhou and Shuejilu were startled at the same time. The appearance fees of these heavenly kings did not add up to a small amount. This was a favor that they could not afford to repay. Nothing can't be done. That heavenly king waved his hand. Although Zhang Li hasn't written any songs for us, his spirit of fighting against the disease has infected us. That's right. Another heavenly king also spoke up. We are willing to do something for such a musician. Old Zhou, old Shui. Don't be polite to us. The third heavenly king smiled. Consider it us, doing our part for the Chinese music scene. This. Zhou and Shuejilu glanced at each other, and for a moment, they actually didn't know what to say. All right, it's settled. The last heavenly king patted Zhou on the shoulder. Prepare well. We're all waiting to go on stage. After saying that, the 4 of them smiled at each other and turned around to walk out of the lounge. Zhou and Shuejilu froze in place, with mixed feelings in their hearts. This heavenly favor, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to repay it for the rest of their lives. On the live broadcast screen, Chen Yuxi stood at the center of the stage, the spotlight sprinkled on her, as beautiful as a fairy who had mistakenly entered the mortal world. On the pop-up screen, densely packed messages, like a tide surging. Terminally ill? Really? I guess it's a rich second generation who wants to enter the entertainment industry. So the company gives him a whole terminal illness persona to gain sympathy. This brain circuit can be, otherwise it must be undergraduate students. I'm a junior college students think through the head cannot come up with this plot. Maybe it's the son of a big shot who wants to play in the music industry on a whim. That's why there are so many big shots to support him. Do you have a misunderstanding of the word support? It's clearly all the stars are holding the moon. Okay? Zhang Li's songs are really good, but I don't believe that he has many works like Twilight Echo. If he really had that many good songs, he wouldn't have gotten famous until now. In the ward, Zhang Li looked at the pop-ups and couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was desperately writing songs purely for the sake of staying alive. If he didn't write songs, he would die. Unexpectedly, this girl, Chen Yuxi, had taken all those words that he had snubbed her with and moved them to the stage. Not to mention, the effect is not bad. At the very least, the influence had risen another wave. Staring at the screen with interest, he wanted to see what would happen next. Only to see on the screen, Chen Yuxi had a gentle smile on her face as she slowly spoke. Next, please welcome Zhang Yang to the stage. This will be the battle of champions that belongs to him. As soon as the words fell, the pop-up screen instantly exploded. Zhang Yang? That Zhang Yang from I Am a Singer? No way. He can participate in a concert of this caliber? This level of curiosity is a bit far from who's Zhang Yang's big shot. After today, his value is going to skyrocket. The winner of I Am a Singer won't really be him, right? It's hard to say. After all, the program organizer wants Song Wan to win the title. Song Wan? Is she still in the show? I just came from her concert, and everyone's gone. Is it true? Is it that exciting? It's true. I heard that Lin Shireen went on strike. Oh my God. This is too bad. What's so bad about it? She deserves it. Who made her look so high and mighty? On the stage, the lights gradually dimmed. Only a beam of chasing light was left, hitting the center of the stage. Zhang Yang, dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans, holding his guitar, slowly walked onto the stage. On his face were a few moments of nervousness, a few moments of anticipation, and a few moments of disbelief. Until now, he still felt that all this was like a dream. A few days ago, he was an ordinary person who was powerless in the face of capital and was forced to give up his dream. And now it was standing in the largest stadium in the country, facing tens of thousands of spectators, about to sing the song that belonged to him. This huge contrast made it a little difficult for him to adapt for a while. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yang bowed deeply to the stage. "Hello, everyone. I am Zhang Yang." The voice was a bit shaky, but it was full of sincerity. "I'm very grateful to Mr. Zhang Li for giving me this opportunity to stand here and sing for you all. This next song is called Someone Like Me. I hope you all will like it." After saying that, strumming the strings, the familiar melody rang out. "A good person like me should have lived a splendid life. How come more than 20 years in the end, still floating and sinking in the sea of people?" The song carried a few vicissitudes, a few points of helplessness, and a few points of unwillingness. He incorporated all his emotions into the song. At this moment, he was no longer that obscure ordinary person, but the most shining star on the stage. Off stage, the audience listened quietly, and many of them were touched by Zhang Yang's song. They seemed to see their own shadows in this song. That self who was struggling in the sea of people for the sake of dreams, for the sake of life. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups also became much quieter. Many people were silently brushing the lyrics, expressing their own resonance. Chapter 25. The whole network discusses Zhang Li. Vulgar people like me never like to pretend to be deep. How occasionally hear old songs suddenly also shook the god. I'm such a weak person. I have to leave a few points for everything. How come I once thought of risking my life for someone? The lyrics are too good to be true. Is this the strength of Zhang Li? I'm in love. Zhang Yang sings very well too. He sings out that helplessness and unwillingness. Yes, it feels like he's just singing. Yes, it feels like he's singing about himself. Ooh, I cried when I heard it. I too remembered myself. After the song was sung, there was thunderous applause, which lasted for a long time. Many people stood up, cheering and applauding for Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang stood at the center of the stage, his eyes moist. He had finally been recognized. No longer was he that little singer that no one asked for, but he had become the center of attention. And all this was thanks to one person. That was Zhang Li. Toward the direction of Zhang Li's hospital room, he bowed deeply. "Thank you, Ms. Zhang Li." At this moment, he thanked this musician he had never met from the bottom of his heart. It was Zhang Li who gave himself this opportunity to stand on this stage and realize his dream. It was also Zhang Li who used music to inspire himself so that he could bravely face the challenges. Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang, Zhang Yang. Off the stage, the audience chanted Zhang Yang's name in unison. The sound resounded and echoed for a long time. Meanwhile, the news broadcast had just ended and countless families were sitting around the TV. They had long heard that the final of I Am a Singer would be in the form of a concert to determine the final champion. The previous winners had all become hot singers in the end. Make records, appear on variety shows, make movies. It can be said that I Am a Singer is the best stage for grassroots to make a comeback. This young man can sing really well. In the living room, the white-haired Master Li pushed the presbyopic glasses on the bridge of his nose and pointed at the TV screen. "Dad, he didn't write this song." The son at the side smiled and explained, "It was written by that young man named Zhang Li." Zhang Li? Grandpa Li raised an eyebrow. "That's the young man who is terminally ill and still insists on writing songs?" "Yes, that's him." The son nodded. "These lyrics are so well written. They sing the hearts of our people." "Yes. How many young people nowadays can calm down and write such songs?" Mr. Li sighed with emotion. "This Zhang Li is not simple." "That's true. My daughter-in-law also came over. I just read on the internet that song Twilight Echoes sung by Chen Yuxi was also written by him." "Oh." Grandpa Li became interested. "I also listened to that song. It's really good. I didn't realize it was also written by this young man. It's really a talent." "Dad, you don't know, this Zhang Li is awesome." His son was energized and started to talk about Zhang Li's exploits. "He's written more than just these two songs. There's also Changzi." "Stop talking for a moment and let Dad finish listening to this song." Li Chang's daughter-in-law interrupted him. Right, listen to the song first. Listen to the song first." Only then did Li Chang realize that he was being a bit boisterous and hurriedly shut his mouth. The family continued to look at the TV, Zhang Yang's song, echoing in the living room. Who is Zhang Li? How come I've never heard of such a singer? He's not a singer, he's a songwriter. In the bedroom, Xiao Shui swiped her cell phone while answering her mom, who was watching TV. He wrote Someone Like Me and Twilight Echo. Yeah. Mom looked up then. That's pretty awesome. More than awesome, Yuki said excitedly. He's terminally ill and still insists on writing songs. AI, what a pity. Mom sighed. Such a talented young man. How did he get this disease? Who says it isn't? Xiao Shui also felt a bit sorry. However, the songs he wrote are really good. I've decided that from today onwards, I'm his iron fan. You girl, you're being a nymphomaniac again, aren't you? Mom laughed and shook her head. All right, stop swiping your phone. Come over and watch TV with me. What's there to watch? The singing is even better. The song behind it isn't written by Zhang Li. Xiao Shui said this on her lips, but her body was honest enough to come over. Old Wang, have you heard? That young man called Zhang Li writes great songs. In the park, Master Zhang, who was playing chess, said to his old friend. I heard. Old Wang said without lifting his head. My son even recommended it to me, saying that the song he wrote was especially deep. Yeah, I listened to the song People Like Me, and it felt like I was singing about myself. Grandpa Zhang lamented. There aren't many young people nowadays who can write songs like this. Who says not? Old Wang nodded. However, I still prefer the song Twilight Echo sung by Chen Yuxi. It's more meaningful. Is that you liking the song? That's you craving someone's body. You old immodest. Grandpa Zhang laughed and scolded. Screw you. I'm appreciating understand? Old Wang's old face reddened and said without any good humor. Okay. Don't bull with you. Zhang waved his hand. I'm going home to watch TV, to see Zhang Li, what other good songs he can write. I'll go back and take a look too. Old Wang also stood up. This young man, a bit interesting. For a while, all over the country, countless families were discussing Zhang Li and his songs. There were praises, laments, and questions. But no matter what, Zhang Li's name was considered a complete hit. And it all stemmed from this particular concert. On TV, the concert continued. The lights in the stadium gradually dimmed, leaving only a beam of chasing light hitting the center of the stage. Xue Zhilu was dressed in a casual outfit, holding his guitar, walking slowly. Xue Zhilu. Before he even opened his voice, there was already a mountain of cheers under the stage. Fans frantically waved fluorescent sticks, held up lighted signs, and shouted at the top of their lungs. Want to hear ugly? Let's have actor. The fans were enthusiastic, shouting out their favorite songs, their voices rising in waves. Xue Zhilu stood at the center of the stage and gently plucked the strings. The prelude to An and the bridge rang out, like a babbling brook, gently flowing through people's hearts. The originally noisy stadium instantly quieted down. Everyone held their breath, anticipation written all over their faces, quietly waiting for the song to start. In front of the TV, countless viewers were about to turn off the TV or change the channel after listening to Zhang Yang's singing. What else is there to watch on this TV? The song at the back is definitely not written by Zhang Li. In the living room, Mr. Wang picked up the remote control and was about to press the off button. Dad, wait a little longer. There might be some good songs. The son hastened to stop it. What good songs can there be? I don't believe that Zhang Li can write a better song. Grandpa Wang looked disdainful. Just then, the intro of Manhwa Bridge sounded, and the unique melody instantly attracted Mr. Wang's attention. He stopped his hands and listened with his ears, his face showing a look of surprise. This song is a bit interesting. Right, Dad? I told you listen to it again. Master Wang did not say anything, just quietly listening, eyebrows slightly wrinkled, seems to be thinking about something. This song, it can't also be written by Zhang Li, right? In the kitchen, his daughter-in-law, who was washing dishes, poked her head out and asked. No way, Master Wang said categorically. No matter how talented Zhang Li is, he couldn't have written so many good songs one after another. This song is definitely not written by him. That's not necessarily true. The son laughed. Young people nowadays are awesome. Humph. I just don't believe it. Grandpa Wang still refused to believe it. Dad, look, Xue Zhilu Weibo all said that this song was written by Zhang Li. The granddaughter held up her cell phone and ran to Grandpa Wang. Taking the phone, she saw that on Xue Zhilu's microblog, it was clearly written, "Thanks to Mr. Zhang Li for creating this song on her bridge, for me." This, Mr. Wang was dumbfounded. At the same time, a few lines of text popped up on the TV screen. Song. Enhe Bridge. Lyrics. Zhang Li.
Composé. Jiang Li.
Arrangement. Zhang Li. Sung by Xue Zhilu. Seeing these lines of curtains, the people who were still skeptical finally believed that the song on her bridge was written by Zhang Li. Chapter 26. Once the night song came out, the entire internet exploded. This Zhang Li is also too good. Yes. This song is very standard just by listening to the intro. I didn't expect that he would be able to write so many good songs. What a genius. For a while, countless families were shocked by Zhang Li's talent. However, there was still a part of the population that still held their ground. This song is definitely not as good as Zhang Yang's song, Someone Like Me. That's right. That song is a true classic. These people stubbornly believed that it was impossible for Zhang Li to write a better song. They held Someone Like Me in high esteem, but they disdained On Her Bridge. Xue Zhilu's slightly raspy voice rang out. The emotions in the song were interpreted to the fullest. I know that those summers like youth can't come back, and in place of dreams it can only be barely. I know the bull that was blown will also be laughed away with youth. Let me be stuck in the city to commemorate you. The song carried some helplessness, some sadness, and nostalgia for the past. The skepticism completely disappeared. Many people finally realized at this moment how big the gap between geniuses and ordinary people really was. While other musicians had written very few masterpieces, Zhang Li used his actions to tell the world, if you can't do it, don't blame the road for being uneven. The martyrs of the past were able to use their physical bodies to rival the gods and reject the enemy outside their country's gates. Those pillars of the great nation could use the abacus to knock out the national artifacts. And that terminally ill teenager are proving one thing with their actions. Nothing is impossible in this world. Many people were moved by this song. They remembered their youth, those dreams and regrets they once had. On the stage, Xue Zhilu's song continued. I know that in this world, there are too many regrets every day, so hello and goodbye. Unlike the bluntness of people like me, the lyrics are more subtle, more introspective. Yet it also struck a chord even more. Backstage in the lounge, the four heavenly kings had long since lost their previous idleness, and each one of them sat up straight, and the expressions on their faces became serious. This song. After a long time, a tall, hard-faced god of song was the first to speak, breaking the silence. Absolute. Yes, the caliber of this song is beyond words. Another celestial god, Liming, who had a slim figure and an elegant temperament, also nodded in agreement. For this one song, Xiao Shui won't have a problem eating for 10 years. The third heavenly king, Zhou Hua, sighed lightly, his tone carrying a few points of envy and jealousy. He had an upright figure and three-dimensional features, and despite being over 100 years old, he was still graceful and charismatic. I have a clear perception of Zhang Li's talent. The last heavenly king, Guochang, also spoke up. Regardless of whether it was in Xiangjiang a few decades ago, or inland now, I'm afraid there's no other musician that can match it. He was not tall, but extremely well-proportioned, with smooth muscle lines and sharp eyes, exuding a mature man's charm between his hands and feet. I really want to meet this Mr. Zhang Li. The god of song's gaze flickered as if he was thinking about something. Unfortunately, he is suffering from a terminal illness. I'm afraid. Liming wanted to say something, a look of regret on his face. Why don't we go see him? Zhou Hua proposed. Guochang was a bit hesitant. This isn't too good, right? After all, what he needs most right now is to recuperate. But I still want to see him. The god of song was resolute, even if it's just a glance from afar. The other three glanced at each other, all seeing the same longing in each other's eyes. Then let's go and take a look. Liming finally nodded. However, we have to keep a low profile and not disturb him. That's natural. The four of them reached a consensus and prepared to visit Zhang Li in the hospital after the concert. On the stage, Xue Zhilu's singing was nearing its end. So hello and goodbye. The last note fell, and the entire audience applauded for a long time. Many people stood up, cheering and applauding for Xue Zhilu. Shuejilu stood in the center of the stage and bowed deeply towards the audience. Shuejilu, Shuejilu, Shuejilu. Under the stage, the audience chanted Shuejilu's name in unison. In the live broadcast room, the pop-ups also swiped the screen once again. Mr. Jiang Li is great. Shuejilu sang well. He sang out all the regrets and helplessness. Yes, it feels like he's singing about himself. Ooh, I'm crying. I too remembered myself once. After Shuejilu got off the stage, Zhou Yi, who was right behind him, walked slowly in a straight suit. Zhou Yi, Zhou Yi. Before he even opened his voice, there was already a mountain of cheers from the stage. Fans were waving glow sticks, holding up lighted signs, and shouting at the top of their lungs. Tomato Channel's headquarters, the studio building. Inside the conference room on the top floor, smoke hung around. A dozen men and women in suits with serious expressions. Duck, duck, duck. On the conference table, station manager Su Zhang knocked on the desktop. Everyone, speak up. What do you think about this concert? As soon as the words left his mouth, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was the first to speak. I think that the influence of this concert has far exceeded expectations. Especially that song on her bridge, both the lyrics and music, as well as Shuejilu's interpretation were perfect. Especially the interlude section of the horse-head Qin was simply the finishing touch, elevating the mood of the entire song to a whole new level. He was the music director of Tomato Stage, Li Wenba. In the industry, he was also quite a prestigious music producer. Old Li is right. Another slightly chubby deputy station director with a kind smile, Wang Hai, picked up the conversation. Jiang Li's talent is truly breathtaking. I can't believe that this is actually a song written by a young man in his early 20s. And that too while suffering from a terminal illness. The crowd chimed in, their words full of admiration. Stage manager, I have a proposal. At this time, a young man sitting in the corner suddenly opened his mouth. Oh, little Zhou, you say? Su Zhang looked towards him. This young man named Zhou Ming. It was the youngest program planner of Tomato Channel. He was also the chief planner of the program, I Am a Singer. I think we should contact Jiang Li as soon as possible and discuss a cooperation agreement with him. With his talent, as long as it's properly operated, he can definitely create a phenomenal music IP. Well, this is a good proposal. Su Zhang nodded. But his physical condition is not optimistic. Can't put too much pressure on him. How about this, Xiao Zhou? I'll leave this matter to you. In terms of treatment, everything will be favorable. Zhou Ming rose. Yes, station manager. Promise to complete the task. Inside the stadium, the lights gradually dimmed. Zhou Yi stood at the center of the stage and gently raised his hand, signaling the crowd to be quiet. The noisy gymnasium slowly quieted down. Today, I won't be singing Sunny Day or November Chopin. The voice was low and magnetic. I'm going to sing a song written by Mr. Jiang Li. This song is called Nocturne. As soon as the words fell, the entire room boiled once again.
Jiang Li.
Jiang Li again. No way. This concert, just how many songs were written by him? Let me count. Twilight Echoes, Someone Like Me, On Her Bridge, plus this Nocturne. That's 4 songs already. My God, this is too prolific, isn't it? The key is that each song is still of such high quality. Teacher Jiang Li is awesome. The audience murmured, their words filled with shock and admiration. Even the group of superstars in the backstage lounge looked incredulous. What kind of monster is this Jiang Li? The speed of creation is too scary, isn't it? The key is that the songs he writes are all so good. The 4 heavenly kings looked at each other in dismay, all smiling bitterly. It was the first time they had seen such a demonic existence after decades in the music industry. On the stage, the intro sounded. A low and rhythmic melody filled the air like the night. Playing Chopin's Nocturne for you, in honor of my dead love. The same sound as the night wind, ruthless, drifting in the wilderness. I've got a pretty rhyme for love that's been plundered. The slightly sad song brings everyone into that poignant love story. Unlike the bluntness of Someone Like Me and the subtlety of On Her Bridge, the lyrics of this song are more gorgeous, more romantic, yet also more sad. Chapter 27. Jiang Li tops the hot search. In the live broadcast room, pop-ups poured down like a waterfall. This song is so great. It's completely grown on my aesthetic. How in the world did Mr. Zhang Li write so many great songs? The lyrics are so well written. Every line is like a poem. Have you noticed that every song written by Mr. Zhang Li has a different style? Indeed, this creativity is unbelievable. It's a pity that such a talented person is. I hope Mr. Zhang Li will be able to overcome his illness. For on 3 off has greatly improved his mental state. Go for it, Mr. Zhang Li. Backstage, lounge. The singers listened quietly, none of them speaking. The room remained silent after Zhou Yi's singing ended. After an unknown amount of time, the first clap sounded. Immediately afterward, everyone stood up. This was not only for Zhou Yi but also for Nocturne, and for Zhang Li to a kind of recognition. Although the broadcast of I Am a Singer had ended, the concert was still in full swing. Especially when the 4 heavenly kings of Xiangjiang appeared together, the atmosphere was pushed to a new climax. Finally, the concert drew to a close. Chen Yuxi appeared on the stage again. Dressed in a long white dress, the hem of the dress was dotted with dots of starlight, just like the Milky Way spilling down to Earth. Under the light, the whole person was covered in a layer of soft halo, immortal, not like a person in the mortal world. Next, please invite the last mysterious guest to appear. Before the words fell, the entire audience boiled. Who is it? Who is it? I've long heard that Fei Fei is coming. It can't be her finale? It's definitely Fifi. No need to even guess. The audience murmured and waited in anticipation. A beam of chasing light hit the side of the stage. The woman dressed in a gorgeous gown, in the midst of the crowd's anticipation, walked in style. Her posture was graceful and her steps were elegant. The hem of her skirt swayed gently with her steps, like a blooming peony, graceful and elegant. Ah, it's really Fifi. 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 The audience went crazy, shouting at the top of their voices. Many people even stood up excitedly, desperately waving the glow sticks in their hands. Thank you all for your continued support and love. The noisy stadium slowly quieted down. Sun Fei Fei's voice was soft, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. Today will be my last public performance. The moment these words came out, the entire stadium was in an uproar. What? I thought it was a rumor. Don't back out, Fifi. Why? The fans were incredulous and rose to their feet, loudly retaining them. Sun Fei Fei's eyes were red, but she still maintained her smile. I'm very grateful to Mr. Zhang Li for composing this song Thousand K songs for me. The music rang out. It was different from Chen Yuxi's ethereal mistiness. Sun Fei Fei's voice had more of a mature flavor, as well as a sense of life. In the future, even though 1,000 K songs, floating in the distance on my way. In the coming day, even if 1,000 evening stars, brighter than the moon tonight, can't compare to the beauty of this night, nor can it make me appreciate it more. The song is sad, lingering, and a bit relieved. Many people were moved by this song, remembering the good times they once had, remembering those youthful years that had already passed. Some people gently hummed along, some people's eyes moist, some people sobbed uncontrollably. At the end of the song, the audience applauded thunderously and endlessly. Sun Fei Fei stood in the center of the stage and bowed deeply towards the audience. Fifi, Fifi, Fifi. Under the stage, the audience chanted Sun Fei Fei's name in unison, and many people even shed tears of excitement. In the live broadcast room, the pop-up screen also brushed the screen once again. It's so good. My ears are getting pregnant. Worthy of being a diva. This singing is absolutely amazing. It feels like she's singing about herself, singing out that kind of attachment to the stage and unwillingness to let go of her fans. This next song, also composed by Mr. Zhang Li, is called Legend. Sun Fei Fei took a deep breath and looked at the sobbing fans on stage with red eyes. Actually, the idea of retiring from the circle has been with me for many years. It's just that I didn't have any suitable songs to use to give back to everyone's support to me for a long time. It's Mr. Zhang Li who gave me this opportunity. The music started. Sun Fei Fei got into the mood for a second. It's just because I took one more look at you in the crowd and never forgot your face again. When I think of you, you're in the sky. When I think of you, you're in front of me. When I think of you, you are in my mind. When I think of you, you are in my heart. The song was like heavenly music, echoing in the stadium. At this moment, time seemed to stand still. Everyone was immersed in Sun Fei-Fei's song, forgetting time and space and self. When the song ended, the entire stadium was silent. Everyone was immersed in the mood of the song, unable to extricate themselves for a long time. I don't know how long it took, but the first applause sounded. Immediately afterward, thunderous applause resounded throughout the entire stadium. Sun Fei-Fei stood at the center of the stage and once again bowed deeply towards the audience. Thank you all for your love and support. Before I completely bid farewell to the stage, I would like to announce something. In the future, I will be setting up a foundation for cancer patients. I hope to help more people like Mr. Jiang Li, who fight unyieldingly against the disease for their dreams. The room roared once again at these words. The audience gave a standing ovation to honor the legendary diva. Many even shed tears of excitement. The concert came to an end, but the impact it brought was just beginning to ferment. Outside the stadium, the crowd slowly dispersed. Many people still had a look of excitement on their faces, and their mouths kept discussing the performance just now. Too shocking. This is definitely the best concert I've ever seen in my life. Who says it isn't? Especially the song Someone Like Me, sung by Zhang Yang. It simply sang to my heart. And Shui Zhilu's On Her Bridge, Zhou Yi's Night Song, every single one of them was great. Jiang Li is the best. He wrote 6 songs by himself, and every one of them is a masterpiece. Yes, it's a pity that he's terminally ill, or else I'd really like to see what this musical genius looks like. On the other side, several middle-aged people were also discussing enthusiastically. I really didn't expect that there are still such talented musicians among the young people nowadays. Yeah, especially that song Thousand K Songs. It brought tears to my eyes. And the song Legend, that Sun Fei-Fei sang at the end, it was simply heavenly. It's a pity that she'll never perform in public again. What a shame. However, she set up a foundation for cancer patients, which is also a contribution to society. Meanwhile, the discussion about the concert on the internet had exploded. The video clips of the concert scene were frantically forwarded by people. Hashtag Jiang Li's 6 compositions have all sealed the gods. Hashtag Jiang Li's ascension to godhood. Hashtag Zhang Yang won the championship of I Am a Singer. Hashtag Sun Fei-Fei's tearful farewell to the music world. Topics such as hashtag Night Song, hashtag On Her Bridge, hashtag Thousand K Songs, and hashtag Legend quickly made it to the top of the hot search lists on all major social media platforms. Almost every topic was closely linked to Jiang Li's name. The word Jiang Li swept across the entire network at an unprecedented speed. Countless netizens spontaneously searched for all information related to Jiang Li. Those who didn't follow the concert also began to learn about Jiang Li's story through various channels. When they learned that this talented musician was suffering from a terminal illness, but still insisted on creating, they were all moved. Many people were touched by Jiang Li's talent and spirit, and said that they had become fans. Major media outlets also reported on the concert and Jiang Li's story. For a while, Jiang Li became the center of attention for the whole nation. His name, songs, and stories spread through the streets and thousands of households. In the hospital room, Jiang Li was frowning. Current lifespan, 95 days. Influence gained, 955,000. 95 days. Still too little. The influence was already close to 1 million, and the redeemable lifespan was still pitifully small. Not to mention the subsequent growth rate, which was bound to gradually slow down. This amount of influence was simply not enough to support him until the day he was completely free of the disease. Not to mention the advanced stage of throat cancer, which could worsen at any time. Once you can't speak, how can you write songs? If you can't write songs, how can you have any influence? Without influence, one can only wait for death. No, one must write another batch of songs as soon as possible. Only then could he gain more influence before his vocal cords completely died. Just who should we find to collaborate with? The 4 heavenly kings of Hong Kong was a good choice. Any one of these people was a mainstay of the Chinese music scene. If they could cooperate with them, they would definitely be able to gain more attention. However, with his current connections, I'm afraid it would be a bit difficult to invite so many people at the same time. As he was thinking, a knock sounded on the door. Chapter 28. Really can't write a song? Please come in. The door to the hospital room was pushed open and Chen Yuxi walked in. How are you feeling? Not bad. Jiang Li smiled. The concert was a success. Especially you, you're almost blinding me. When did you learn the oily accent? Chen Yuxi inserted the flowers she brought into the vase with gentle movements. By the way, there's something I want to discuss with you. What is it? The 4 heavenly kings of Xiangjiang. They want to come and see you. Is it convenient? They want to come? Jiang Li was stunned. Then her heart was delighted. It was really a sleepy day that brought a pillow. He was worried about how to hook up with these bigwigs. But he didn't expect them to take the initiative to come and visit. Of course it's convenient, please. Good then. I'll go make arrangements now. Chen Yuxi turned around and left, leaving Jiang Li alone in the hospital room. It wasn't long before the ward door was pushed open again. Zhou Yi, Shuejilu, and the 4 heavenly kings of Xiangjiang entered the room in a row. Ms. Jiang Li, I've taken the liberty of disturbing you. Zhou Yi was the first to speak, his tone very polite. Where, it's my honor to have all of you here. Jiang Li struggled to get up, but was held down by Zhou Yi. You have a good rest, teacher Jiang Li. No need to be so polite. Right, none of us are outsiders. Shuejilu also said with a smile. Teacher Jiang Li, we all appreciate your talent. The god of song opened his mouth, his tone sincere. Especially that song Nocturne. It's truly amazing. Yes, this song can definitely become a classic in the Chinese music scene. Zhou Hua also praised. Mr. Jiang Li, I wonder what other creative plans you have next? Guochang asked the question that everyone was concerned about. Truth be told, I do still have some ideas. Jiang Li smiled. I just don't know. Are you all interested in cooperating? Oh, please speak. Teacher Jiang Li. The 4 heavenly kings spoke at the same time, their eyes fixed on Jiang Li. Can each of you seniors share one? A true story that happened to you? I need inspiration for my creations. Jiang Li wore a smile, his tone sincere. Of course he knew that his request was a bit presumptuous. But the system unlocked songs that had to be modeled after true stories. A made-up story definitely wouldn't do. This was something that he had long verified many times in his previous live broadcasts. The 4 heavenly kings exchanged glances with each other, all seeing the truth in each other's eyes. All of them had come a long way from being unknown newcomers, so they naturally understood the importance of inspiration for a creator. Even how talented Jiang Li was, it was impossible to create something out of nothing. However, due to his status as a heavenly king, once the privacy of those who couldn't be disclosed was leaked, it would surely set off another bloody storm in the entertainment circle. Therefore, after a short eye contact, several people had reached a consensus. They decided to share with Jiang Li the stories that had happened to them and had long been known to everyone. The god of song was the first to open his mouth, recounting his early years when alcoholism almost ruined his singing career. Immediately after that, Zhou Hua also shared his past when he nearly went bankrupt due to a failed investment. The other 2 heavenly kings also spoke up, recounting their former setbacks. These stories were no secret, and the media and fans had long been familiar with them. However, when several heavenly kings told them in person, it still made the crowd present feel emotional. After the sharing ended, everyone, including Zhou Yi, Shuejilu, and Chen Yuxi, all looked at Jiang Li with anticipation. They were already used to Jiang Li's genius persona. Therefore, they all felt that even if he had to create 4 songs in one go this time, he should be able to do it without any problems. Even the 4 Xiangjiang heavenly kings had expressions on their faces that were tense with a bit of anticipation. The crowd didn't dare to make a sound for fear of interrupting Jiang Li's creative thoughts. They held their breath and waited quietly. At this moment, Jiang Li seemed to have become the center of the entire world. All eyes were focused on him, waiting for him to create another miracle. Meanwhile, the move of the 4 heavenly kings to visit Jiang Li immediately after the concert triggered a shock in the music world. Countless media outlets were out in a frenzy, all wanting to get first-hand information on these heavenly kings. A man's name, a tree's shadow, although the 4 heavenly kings had long been in a state of semi-retirement. But as the earliest batch of top-stream idols in the mainland, almost half of China, are in the 4 heavenly kings movie and television works under the cultivation of the growth. What's more, these 4 people have always had a good reputation and have excellent popularity, so the amount of potential fans is huge. As long as they had first-hand information, then these reporters and paparazzi could write explosive news. They were like sharks that smelled blood, frantically flocking to the hospital. Song God and the others had just entered the hospital room not long ago, and the door was crowded with reporters carrying long guns. With the nurses obstructing them, they didn't dare to rush directly into the ward. However, they disliked the windows and were still able to see the scene in the ward. They kept shooting with their cameras, hoping to capture some valuable images. In the ward, Zhang Li closed his eyes and meditated. He carefully combed through the stories shared by several heavenly kings in his mind. But after waiting for a long time, the system didn't pop up a prompt for the song to be unlocked either. Zhang Li frowned slightly, a trace of uneasiness welling up in his heart. Could it be that he was heading in the wrong direction? Or were the stories not enough to unlock new songs? When he opened his eyes and saw the crowd's expectant gaze, the pressure in his heart increased steeply.
Chapter 29, Giang Cai Lang, Doggy Carnival.
Time passed by. Zhang Li still had no intention of opening her mouth. The ward was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath and watched Zhang Li nervously, not daring to make any noise for fear of disturbing his thoughts. They both hoped that Zhang Li would be able to create a miracle again, but were worried that he would fail due to excessive pressure. After all, creating 4 songs in one breath. This was an almost impossible task for any musician. Even those talented musicians would need to spend a lot of time and energy to create one outstanding song. Not to mention, Zhang Li was also a terminally ill patient. His physical condition would not have allowed for such intense work. But even so, the crowd still had great expectations for Zhang Li. Because in their hearts, this young man in front of them was no ordinary musician. Rather, he was a genius who could create miracles. His talent and works had already conquered everyone. Therefore, they were willing to believe that Zhang Li could create a miracle again, even if this miracle seemed so unbelievable. Outside the window, the reporters still didn't leave, holding up their cameras and shooting. As long as they could capture a valuable photo, they would be able to write news that would stir the nation. It meant a promotion and a raise in salary. And at this moment, Zhang Li in the hospital room was the biggest news source in their eyes. As long as they could dig out a bit of news from the other party, it would be enough for them to gain both fame and fortune. Zhang Li opened her eyes again, and when she saw the crowd's expectant gaze, the pressure in her heart intensified. He couldn't let them down. But for a moment, there was no better way for himself. "Teacher Zhang Li, why don't you rest first?" Zhou Yi broke the silence. "No need to put too much pressure on yourself." "Yes, Teacher Zhang Li, we all know you've done your best." Xue Zhilu also opened his mouth to advise. "If you really can't, let's talk about it another day." The 4 heavenly kings also spoke up, urging Zhang Li not to push herself. Although they longed to have a song created by Zhang Li, they were even more unwilling to see Zhang Li exhaust his body as a result. "I'm fine." Zhang Li forced a smile. "It just needs a little more time." After saying that, he closed his eyes once again. In his mind, he recalled over and over again the stories shared by the 4 heavenly kings, trying to find inspiration from it to find the key that could unlock the song. However, the system still didn't respond. Zhang Li's heart was becoming more and more anxious. It was imperative to come up with a solution as soon as possible, otherwise it would not only disappoint the crowd, but also affect his own plans. Just then, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. Could it be that these stories were not enough? After all, although these stories were true, they had long been known by the public. Perhaps what the system needed was a more unique, private story. Thinking of this, Zhang Li's heart stirred as he looked at the 4 heavenly kings. "Seniors, I wonder if you are willing to share some more private stories?" The 4 heavenly kings froze and exchanged a look with each other. Unexpectedly, Zhang Li would make such a request. "Teacher Zhang Li, you mean?" Zhou Hua asked tentatively. Zhang Li nodded. "It's some untold stories that only you know." "This?" The 4 heavenly kings looked embarrassed. They were all public figures, and their every move was highly scrutinized. If they really shared those untold stories, God knows what consequences would be triggered. "Of course, if it's inconvenient, forget it. I just want to try and see if I can find more inspiration." "Teacher Zhang Li, you've misunderstood." The god of songs spoke. "It's not that we're not willing to share, it's just that—" "I understand." Zhang Li nodded. "This is indeed a bit of an imposition. However, I really need some special stories to inspire creativity. Tell you what, I'll look for more inspiration." The 4 heavenly kings exchanged glances once again and finally nodded. "All right, Mr. Zhang Li, then you rest more." Zhang Li smiled. "Well, it just so happens that I'm also tired." The crowd sniffed and got up to say goodbye. Chen Yuxi went to see off a few heavenly kings. Jiang Li was soon left alone in the hospital room. He lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling in a daze. At this moment, a long-lost mechanical beep sounded in his head. Strong will of the host detected. Song's strong resolution function opened successfully. Current lifespan, 95 days. Influence gained, 955,000. The host can consume his lifespan to forcefully unlock songs. 20 days per song. Currently, for songs can be unlocked. Do you want to unlock them?
Jiang Li froze.
His greatest wish right now was to be able to live. Even writing songs was to renew his life. But now the system was actually asking him to consume his life to redeem songs. Jiang Li chose to reject it at first. After refusing, he felt empty inside. Just like when he was a child, his family thought he could get full marks in the exam, but he ended up getting a failing grade. Although his family didn't say anything, in his own heart, it was still very difficult. Jiang Li is now this feeling. There was a sense of guilt for failing others' expectations. However, if not, what can be done? Should he watch himself die? No, he didn't want to die. There were still a lot of things he hadn't done, a lot of dreams he hadn't realized. If he consumed his lifespan, how long could he live himself? 95 days, minus 80 days, only 15 days left. 15 days, what's enough for? And what can be changed? Outside the door, the paparazzi didn't squat for nothing. It actually allowed them to dig up such fierce news. Jiang Li, who had been hailed as a genius, had actually run out of talent. What's more, the 4 heavenly kings were already extremely popular. Jiang Li is now in full swing, and almost all of the 10 positions on the hot search list are related to him. This is simply the hotspot of the hotspots. It would be hard for them not to get a promotion and a raise. The paparazzi were ecstatic, all of them rubbing their fists and preparing for a big day. This feeling was like someone who had been starving for 3 days and 3 nights and suddenly saw a table full of food. It was also like a traveler on the verge of dying of thirst in the desert suddenly finding an oasis. They were so excited that they were trembling all over, and even the camera in their hands was a bit unsteady. One of the paparazzi reacted at the first time. Can't be bothered to go back to the company. Found a cafe near the hospital, opened the computer and began to edit the copy. Fingers flying, keyboard crackling. In his mind, he had already conceptualized an explosive article title. Shocked, the talented musician Jiang Li has actually run out of talent. The 4 heavenly kings returned in defeat. Jiang Li's myth is broken. Jiang Li's fall from grace. Is it because his talent has run out? Or is there something else going on? The document was edited and sent to the editor-in-chief at the first time to the mailbox. I'm afraid the editor-in-chief didn't see it and missed the best time. So I made another call. Just connected, the editor-in-chief on the other end of the cursing. You kid is not want to do? In the middle of the night, do you still let people sleep? The doggy immediately explained. Editor-in-chief, I dug up powerful news. I have to quickly seize the opportunity to release it. The email has been sent to your mailbox. The editor-in-chief was slightly stunned. What news? More explosive than the birth of the heavenly king's wife. Absolutely explosive. You'll know when you read it. Okay, I'll take a look. The editor-in-chief was half convinced. If the news isn't explosive enough, you're just waiting to be punished. The phone hung up. The doggy crossed his legs and asked the waiter to serve him 5 more cups of coffee. The waiter froze. Sir, why do you need so much coffee? You can't finish 5 cups. Doggy raised his eyebrows. Can't you just pour it over and play with it if you can't finish it? I'll get a promotion and a raise soon anyway. As soon as the words fell, the editor-in-chief's phone call came in. Doggy pressed the speakerphone at the first time, with a proud and self-satisfied face, waiting for the editor-in-chief to praise him and then give himself a promotion and pay raise. Only what he waited for was the editor-in-chief's broken mouth. Chapter 30. The whole internet is buzzing. Black people are going wild. You dumbass. Why didn't you call me earlier for such a big news? Do you know what time it is now? 11 o'clock late at night. Do you know what kind of people are still at their posts at this hour? They're the kings of the press. Do you understand? Now the headline has been stolen by the goose next door. What am I going to tell my boss? What? How am I going to explain this to my boss? On the other end of the phone, the editor-in-chief's voice was like a furious lion, causing the doggy's eardrums to buzz. The doggy was completely confused, thinking that he had written the press release as fast as he could. Never thought that someone would be faster than him. These days, could it be that even staying up all night has begun to implode? With a trembling hand, he clicked on the browser and typed Jiang Li into the search box. The title of the first news item is clearly written.
Shocking explosion.
Jiang Li's talent has dried up, and he is unable to create in the face of the 4 heavenly kings. Publishing media, Goose News. When I clicked on the story, the first thing that caught my eye was a photo. It was obviously taken from outside the ward, through the glass window. Although the angle was tricky, it could still be clearly seen that inside the hospital room, the 4 heavenly kings of Shangjiang, Shui Zhilu, Zhou Yi and the others were standing around in front of a hospital bed. On the hospital bed, Jiang Li's face was pale and his brows were locked, as if he was thinking hard. And standing beside Chen Yuxi is a concerned look, eyes full of worry. Further down is the specific content of the article. The author of this report, the writing style is extremely sharp. The original Simple Things describes the ups and downs, heart-stopping. The article first exaggerates, describing Jiang Li's arrogance. He said that he was so proud of his talent that he didn't even give face to the 4 heavenly kings. Afterwards, the author began to exaggerate how the 4 heavenly kings were courteous and spared no expense in order to get a new song from Jiang Li. Jiang Li, however, in full view of the public, racking their brains, cannot write a note. At the end of the article, the author said that everything he said was supported by on-site photos, which were absolutely not false. In the end, the author even stirred up the fire by suggesting that Jiang Li's previous works might have been plagiarized. It was only because there was no evidence that no one dared to question it. The heat of this article was incredibly high. Only a few minutes after it was published, the number of comments had already broken 10,000. The number of likes was even as high as hundreds of thousands, and the number of retweets was also soaring. In the comment section, the vast majority of netizens expressed their support for Jiang Li. I believe Mr. Jiang Li was just uninspired for a while. Which of the songs he wrote before are not classics? That's right, some people don't throw stones here. If you have the ability, you can also write a few songs like Nocturne and Anha Bridge, which is a god song. Yes, Old Master Spear. The Dragon King hasn't reigned yet. You can't fall down. But among them, there were also some skeptical voices. I told you, how can one person create so many high-quality songs in such a short period of time? It must be packaged by the team. He must have been packaged by a team. Maybe he didn't write those songs at all, but just lent his name to them. Now that the fox's tail is exposed, let's see how he can still pretend. Upstairs, you're right, a small workshop is fierce. I'm afraid it's not using any AI technology, right? Right. I think he's using AI. How else can he explain that he suddenly can't write a song? These questionable comments were quickly met with fierce counterattacks from other netizens. Team? Where is the team? Why don't you find it and show me? If you have evidence, show it. If you don't have evidence, don't talk nonsense here. Black people will be crickets behind their backs. I think you are just jealous of Mr. Jiang Li's talent, a bunch of sour grapes. In the face of the saturation attack by netizens, those who questioned Jiang Li instantly subsided and didn't dare to say anything anymore. After all, Jiang Li's talent was obvious to all, and those who questioned him simply couldn't come up with any substantial evidence. At this moment, that paparazzo's face was like ashes, looking at the computer screen, his heart full of remorse and unwillingness. He had missed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he had been able to grab the release earlier, then the person who was in the limelight right now would be him. Instead, he would have been the one next door, the editor of Teasing Goose who appeared out of some nook or cranny. Sir, do you still want your 5 cups of coffee? We'll be closing soon. The waitress spoke again, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned, as if she was trying her best to hold back something. Doggy snapped back to his senses, like a defeated rooster, shook his head breathlessly, got up in a state of disorientation, and stumbled out of the cafe. The hospital at night was quiet and deep. Wandering aimlessly around the hospital, his mind was chaotic, with all sorts of thoughts coming and going, but unable to grasp any of them. Suddenly, a familiar figure broke into sight. That person's figure was upright. His steps were hurried, and he walked straight into the hospital's main door. Doggy fixed his eyes on it. Wasn't this Tomato Channel program planner Zhou Ming? He was the one who planned, I Am a Singer. How did he come here? Could it be that? The doggy's heart moved. A bold guess came to mind. Could it be that Jiang Li's genius persona was created by Tomato Station? When he thought of this, his eyes lit up, as if he had seen the light of day in the darkness. If that was the case, wouldn't he still have a chance to turn defeat into victory? As long as you follow this line to dig deeper and expose the truth behind Jiang Li's genius, then not only will he be able to get back in the game, but he will even be able to go to the next level. Thinking of this, the paparazzi was energized and quickly picked up his camera, taking several clicks at Zhou Ming's back. He wanted to follow up and find out what was going on. But on second thought, in case Zhou Ming really went to send a song to Zhang Li, then wouldn't he miss another good opportunity? No, can't take any more chances. Decisively turned around, quickly stepped back to the car, opened the laptop, began to write furiously. Fingers tapping rapidly on the keyboard, a text jumped on the screen. Under his pen, a shocking conspiracy gradually surfaced. The talented musician Zhang Li is actually a pawn under the control of Capital. All his talents are all illusions carefully packaged by the Capital. When Zhang Li is trapped by the four Heavenly Kings' invitation to create songs, the masterminds behind the scene are finally unable to sit up and take notice. Zhou Ming, the program planner of Tomato Channel, rushed to the hospital at a rapid pace to deliver the songs that had already been prepared for Zhang Li. He was only trying to maintain his faltering genius persona. In the article, the paparazzi also cited informed sources, who claimed that each of Zhang Li's songs was created by a huge team of gunmen. Zhang Li himself is just an actor in charge of publicity. As for the so-called inspiration and story, it is nonsense, all fabricated lies. In order to support their point of view, the paparazzi also specially matched the photo of Zhou Ming walking into the hospital. Although the photo itself does not illustrate anything, but under his description, it has become hard evidence. This article is full of loopholes and confusing logic, but paparazzi is very satisfied. In this era where traffic is king, no one cares about the truth. As long as it can attract attention and traffic, it is a successful report. As for what the facts are, it doesn't matter at all. What he wanted to do was to use the fastest speed to publish this article and seize the high ground of public opinion. As for the reversal and clarification, that was all an afterthought. On the other hand, Zhou Ming walked into the hospital, his heart restless. On the way here, he received a call from the leaders. What they meant was that now that Zhang Li couldn't write a song, it would be best to put the signing matter on hold for the time being. Zhou Ming didn't feel the same way. Everyone has a low point and a peak. If you can't avoid them when you're at your lowest point, why would they take care of you when you're at your peak? Therefore, he planned to plan a brand new program around Zhang Li. At first, the leader sternly refused. In the end, Zhou Ming told the other party that although Zhang Li couldn't write any songs for the time being, the heat and traffic was still there. Most importantly, he was very confident in the program he was planning. He even made a promise that if the program failed to meet expectations, he would pack up and leave. Now the question was, could Zhang Li's body support him to record a variety show? Or, if Zhang Li refuses, the new program will lose its popularity, and will it still be able to meet the expectations? He also has a seriously ill wife at home. Zhou Ming didn't want to lose this job with a decent salary. With mixed feelings, he knocked on the ward door. "Please come in." Pushing the door in, he saw Zhang Li sitting on the bed, her face still pale. "Teacher Zhang Li, I've taken the liberty of disturbing you." Zhou Ming tried his best to make his tone seem relaxed. Chapter 31 Attractive Proposal, Win-Win Cooperation. "Good day, Mr. Zhang Li. I'm Tomato Channel's program planner Zhou Ming. I'm the one who planned, I'm a singer." Zhou Ming stood in front of the hospital bed and bowed slightly, his tone respectful. Zhang Li frowned slightly, looking the stranger in front of her up and down, remembering something less pleasant. "So, it was also your idea to change the format for the final of I Am a Singer?" The voice was calm. No joy or anger could be heard. Zhou Ming was stunned and hurriedly waved his hand to explain. "Teacher Zhang Li, you've really wronged me here. That was the station's decision. I was extremely against it at the time. But, arm can't be twisted." Zhang Li nodded her head in understanding, then opened her mouth to ask, "Mr. Zhou, you came to find me. Is there something wrong? If it's about writing a song, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Now." After a pause, he smiled to himself. "Zhang Lang has exhausted his talent. Mr. Zhang Li, you've misunderstood. I'm not here to ask for a song. Rather, I want to invite you to participate in a variety show, a program dedicated to musicians." "Variety show?" Zhang Li didn't even think about it and directly shook her head. "With my current physical condition, do you think it's possible? Even if I wanted to, the hospital wouldn't agree." "Mr. Zhang Li, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Listen to me finish my sentence. It's not too late to make a decision then." Zhou Ming stepped forward, his tone sincere. Clearing his throat, he began to introduce his planning in detail. This program is a competitive stage specifically tailored for musicians. We will invite several talented musicians like you, then let them each form a team. The contestants can be chosen by the musicians themselves, and the program group will be responsible for inviting them, as well as paying the expenses and such minor things. Of course, if the musicians don't have a lot of connections, the program can also assign the same number of contestants. These contestants will compete on the same stage, singing the musician's work. Whoever's team had the highest support across the network would be the final champion. And as the champion, in addition to the prize money, he or she will also receive a special reward, the film and television adaptation and development rights of the Immortal Sword series. After a pause, Zhou Ming added, "Of course, this adaptation and development right is currently a blank check. I'll go talk to the station later. As long as you can agree, Mr. Zhang Li, it shouldn't be a problem." Looking at Zhang Li, his eyes were filled with anticipation. This condition was extremely attractive to any musician. After all, the Immortal Sword series had a huge fan base. Its movie and television adaptation and development rights were a huge cake. As long as they could get it, it would mean both fame and fortune. As a musician, Zhang Li would definitely want to present his work to the audience in a more diverse form. So he was confident that Zhang Li would definitely agree. "Oh!" Zhang Li raised his eyebrows, a flash of surprise in his eyes. "This proposal, it's a bit interesting." He admitted that he was impressed by Zhou Ming's words. It wasn't because of the so-called Immortal Sword series film and TV adaptation and development rights. After all, it was still just a vague promise, and whether or not it would be honored was yet to be seen. What really got him excited was the format of this variety show. There was no need to personally perform on stage, only to hand over the works to the contestants for interpretation. This was simply customized for him. What he lacked the most right now was time, and although the system was magical, it had its limitations. Unlocking songs frequently would trigger the cooling mechanism, leading to less efficient influence acquisition. Take the Echo concert not long ago, the later it got, the less influence it gained. Those two songs, 1000K Songs and Legend, sung by the diva Sun Fei Fei, were originally expected to bring in at least 300,000 to 500,000 influence, but in the end, the influence was set at 950,000. This made him realize that the single-minded pursuit of quantity was not a long-term solution. And although live broadcasting can quickly gather popularity, the same problem exists. Frequent swiping will interfere with the normal acquisition of influence. Therefore, in the future, live broadcasting can only be used as an auxiliary means of collecting stories occasionally. In contrast to this variety show, it seems to fit the needs. With a weekly installment, it will not trigger the system's cooling mechanism, but will also continue to expand its influence. Moreover, the audience group that a variety show can cover is much broader than a live broadcast. What's more, the influence of film and television works is above that of variety shows. If he had the opportunity to be in charge of the Immortal Sword series soundtrack in the future, it would undoubtedly push his influence to a new height. Thinking of this, Zhang Li looked at Zhou Ming with a few more points of appreciation in his gaze. This man was not simple. To be able to come up with such a clever idea was simply the best booster he had at this stage. If he missed this village, there would be no more stores. Whether he would be able to come across such a suitable program in the future was still unknown. After weighing the pros and cons, a decision was made in his heart. "I'm very interested in Mr. Zhou's proposal." Zhang Li slowly spoke, his tone calm and steady. Zhou Ming sniffed, and a stone landed in his heart. "But..." The words turned, again causing Zhou Ming's heart to lift. "I have one condition. Please speak, Teacher Zhang Li. As long as it can be done, I will do my best to fulfill it." Zhou Ming hurriedly responded with a sincere attitude. "I need to have absolute say in this program, including the contestants, the songs, and the final judging criteria." Zhang Li's tone was unquestionable as he spoke word for word. He didn't want his work to be dictated by those so-called professional judges. Even more so, he didn't want those related contestants to spoil the fine songs unlocked by the system. After a slight contemplation, Zhou Ming nodded his head in agreement. "This is no problem. I assure you, in this program, you have a higher decision-making power than other musicians." Joking aside, this program was originally tailored for Zhang Li. If one didn't even have this autonomy, then what was the point of playing? Besides, with Zhang Li as the hit maker in charge, what's the worry that the program won't be a hit? Why worry about the program not catching fire? By then, I'm afraid that even the most picky investors will rush to send money over. This wave of operation was not a loss. Good, in that case, let's have a good cooperation. Zhang Li stretched out his hand, a pale smile on his face. Zhou Ming hurriedly held Zhang Li's hand and shook it vigorously. Happy cooperation. Teacher Zhang Li? Believe me, this is definitely a win-win choice. The two of them smiled at each other. Everything was in the air. Outside the ward, Chen Yuxi was about to return after sending off the 4 heavenly kings. However, she saw Zhou Ming from the tomato stage, walking out with a spring in his step. Her heart was puzzled, but she did not ask any more questions, only nodding politely. Leaving the hospital, Zhou Ming immediately dialed the leader's phone, his tone unable to hide his excitement. Leader, Zhang Li has agreed to participate in our program. On the other end of the phone, the leader's voice was also permeated with surprise. You really let your brat get it done? But this variety show requires high-intensity creation, not to mention inspiration. Can Zhang Li physically carry it? Teacher Zhang Li's body is fine. There shouldn't be any major problems. It's just that his face looks a bit pale. I must make this program a phenomenal hit. That's the leader. I want to apply to you for the rights to develop and adapt the Immortal Sword series. Believe me, our station's ratings next year are bound to be pulled out of the water due to Immortal Sword. Chapter 32. Unscrupulous media traffic first. Teacher Zhang Li's body is fine. There shouldn't be any major problems. It's just that his face looks a bit pale. I must make this program a phenomenal hit. That's the leader. I want to apply to you for the rights to develop and adapt the Immortal Sword series. Believe me, our station's ratings next year are bound to be pulled out of the water due to Immortal Sword. Chapter 32. Unscrupulous media traffic first. Teacher Zhang Li's body is fine. There shouldn't be any major problems. It's the leader. I want to apply to you for the rights to develop and adapt the Immortal Sword series. Believe me, our station's ratings next year are bound to be blown up due to Immortal Sword. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming was in a great mood. Walking out of the hospital lobby, a few nurses whispered at the guide desk. Have you heard? That Zhang Li, it seems like he didn't write all those songs. Really? It doesn't look like it. It's all over the internet, saying that he's packaged and isn't that capable at all. Zhou Ming raised an eyebrow and walked forward. Several of you, what you are talking about, is it teacher Zhang Li? Yeah, that's him. A round-faced nurse replied. You know him? Well, there have been a few encounters. Zhou Ming smiled. But why would you guys say that? I see that Mr. Zhang Li is very talented. Hey, these days who doesn't know who? The other nurse bristled. It's all just a result of capital maneuvering, and there are still people who really believe in his? Zhou Ming was curious, so he asked the nurses why they said that. You still don't know? This matter has been spread all over the internet, so just do a search and you'll know. Zhou Ming nodded and returned to the car. He opened his microblog and typed in the word, Zhang Li. The headline that ranked first was clearly written. Shocking big melon. Zhang Li's persona has collapsed, and his genius is actually a capitalist doll. The first news headline reads, Shocking big melon, publishing media gossip pioneer. Click on the story, a photo came into view. In the photo, he was in a hurry and was walking into the hospital door. Further down is the specific content of the article. The author of this report's writing style is pompous. The original Simple Things describes the cloud. First, the article described how Zhang Li was packaged as a talented musician by Tomato Channel. It said that all of his works were written by a team behind the scenes, and that he was just a puppet on a string responsible for showing his face. Afterwards, the author began to play up the story of how Zhou Ming rushed to the hospital in a hurry to deliver a song to Zhang Li that had already been prepared. At the end of the article, the author also swore that everything he said was supported by photographs and was absolutely not false. The article was so hot that it was scary. Only a few minutes after the posting time, the number of comments has already exceeded 1,000. The number of likes is even as high as tens of thousands, and the number of retweets is also soaring. In the comments section, many netizens were questioning Zhang Li. Looking at the article, Zhou Ming frowned. Nowadays, these media outlets simply gave up their lower limits for the sake of traffic. If it was truly as this editor said, he had gone to send Zhang Li a song. What was the point of being so blatant? The cell phones and computers have all been set up? A phone call, a message, not much more efficient than this? Only, with such an obvious logic flaw in the black manuscript, there was still a large group of uninformed netizens at the bottom who chimed in. Zhou Ming sighed. Now this kind of pandemonium in the network environment, why did it have nothing to do with these netizens? Unscreened, people follow the clouds. As long as they could satisfy their own shadowy voyeuristic desires, what did they care about the truth? Thinking of this, Zhou Ming couldn't help but feel a little disheartened. In this era where traffic is king, no one cares about the truth. As long as it could gain attention and attract traffic, then it was a successful report. As for what the facts are, it doesn't matter at all. These unscrupulous media are doing everything they can to get attention, catching wind and shadows, quoting out of context, and even go so far as to fabricate facts and turn black and white upside down. Those who do not know the truth of the netizens, they have become their hands at the mercy of the doll. Being incited to attack and abuse, they still thought themselves to be the embodiment of justice. Zhou Ming shook his head and turned off his cell phone. Who cares? Rumors stop at the wise. Wait until the new show starts airing, and everyone will be able to see Zhang Li's strength. As for Jiang Cailong's exhaustion or whatever, he simply didn't believe it. If he wasn't sure, Zhang Li wouldn't have agreed to him. The contract is in black and white, so it's not a good idea to get into a lawsuit. The car started and slowly drove out of the parking lot. In the hospital room, Chen Yuxi lowered her head to organize Zhang Li's change of clothes. Who was that person just now? He looks quite familiar. While folding the clothes, she casually asked. Zhang Li leaned against the bed, her face slightly pale, but her mental state was quite good. With a slight smile, she explained. Tomato Channel's program planner Zhou Ming. They are preparing to create a variety show tailored for me. A variety show? Chen Yuxi stopped her hand movements, somewhat surprised. Zhang Li nodded and briefly introduced the program concept. Yes, the format of the program is that musicians form battle teams and then write songs for the contestants to sing. The battle team with the highest popularity across the internet will win the championship. In addition to the prize money, there's also the development rights for the film and television adaptation of the Immortal Sword series. Chen Yuxi frowned slightly. You agreed. Well, the contract has already been signed. Zhang Li's tone was calm. Hearing this reply, Chen Yuxi was momentarily speechless. Opening her mouth, she wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Although Zhang Li's health was gradually improving, she still needed to recuperate. If she was overworked again, her condition would probably worsen. What's more, this kind of variety show would definitely require high-intensity creation. This was not only a test of strength, but also a huge challenge to the body. Although Zhang Li did write a few very outstanding works recently. However, his creative inspiration seemed to have begun to dry up. This was something that Chen Yuxi saw in her eyes and was anxious about. All sorts of worries and uneasiness flooded her heart for a while. She was worried about Zhang Li's health, but also felt a little dissatisfied that he had made such a major decision without authorization. How could such a big thing not be discussed with others? Only it was too late to say anything now. Chen Yuxi sighed deeply and looked at Zhang Li once again. By the way, when I sent the 4 heavenly kings away, they invited me to develop over in Shangjiang. They said that returning to the inland in a few years would definitely be promising. Zhang Li's heart thumped when she heard this. You agreed. Chen Yuxi shook her head. I refused. Why? Zhang Li was a bit puzzled. This is a great opportunity. With the 4 heavenly kings escorting you, it's highly likely that you'll become the next diva. Chen Yuxi was silent, just quietly looking at Zhang Li. She couldn't say that she couldn't rest assured about someone, could she? It was only after a long time that she slowly spoke. I'm not used to life over in Shangjiang. Give and take, you can only get what you want when you give up. I know exactly what I want. Hearing these words, Zhang Li's heart suddenly opened up. It was only when there was a give and take that there was a gain. With the status and position of the 4 heavenly kings, if he sang the songs unlocked by the system, then he would gain far more influence than ever before. Retreat for advancement in exchange for a vast space for development. He could completely give up his 80-day lifespan, thus exchanging it for more time to survive. Thinking about this, Zhang Li opened the system interface with a thought. Chapter 33, Life and Death, Re-entry to ICU. Host, Zhang Li. Current life expectancy, 94 days. Influence gained, 945,000. The host can consume his life to unlock songs, 20 days per song. Currently, for songs can be unlocked. Do you want to unlock them? 80 days of lifespan in exchange for 4 classic songs. This deal was worth it. Unlocked. Congratulations to the host. You've successfully consumed 80 days of lifespan. Current lifespan, 14 days. Influence gained, 145,000. Congratulations to the host. Unlocked the song, Kiss Goodbye. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the song, Ice Rain. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the song, I Can't Stop Loving You. Congratulations to the host. Unlocked the song, Will You Come Tonight? As soon as the system tone dropped, a sense of vertigo instantly hit. Jiang Li only felt that the sky was spinning and her eyes were dark.
Jiang Li.
Chen Yuxi was quick on her feet and held his shaking body. Doctor, someone come quickly. Panic pressed the bedside call bell. Several paramedics arrived at a rapid pace and pushed Jiang Li into the emergency room. Standing outside the door, Chen Yuxi clenched her hands into fists. How could this be? Obviously, he was fine just now. Muttering, tears fell uncontrollably. The lights in the operating room were on for 3 whole hours. The moment the lights went out, the attending doctor walked out with a grave expression. The patient's cancer cells are spreading faster than expected. He must be transferred to ICU intensive care immediately. Chen Yuxi was struck by lightning. Her legs softened and she almost fell. Didn't you say it's under control? Why? She choked back tears. The doctor sighed. We were surprised by this situation. The patient's will to live is strong, but her physical condition is deteriorating rapidly. 10 minutes later, through the glass window of the ICU, Chen Yu hoped at Jiang Li on the hospital bed. Various instrument wires were wrapped around his body, emitting regular, dripping sounds. His face was as pale as paper, and his lips were bloodless. You little cutie. Leaning against the glass, tears blurred Chen Yuxi's vision. Turned out that he had been holding on hard. Every time he saw others, he would squeeze out a smile and say he was fine. But in reality, the illness had long since tortured him to the point where he was no longer human. Even signing up for that variety show just now, I'm afraid it was only because he forced himself to finish it, right? You'd better wake up, ah. Chen Yuxi murmured softly. Didn't you say you wanted to make music? Don't you still have dreams to fulfill? Meanwhile, public opinion continued to ferment. Gossip Pioneer's piece was retweeted hundreds of thousands of times in just a few hours. Countless marketing numbers caught wind of it on the hot search lists of Weibo, Jitterbug, Little Red Book, and other platforms. The accompanying pictures were all of Zhou Ming hurrying into the hospital. Hashtag shocked. Genius musician Jiang Li is actually a capital doll? Hashtag exclusive revelation. The inside story of Jiang Li's collapsing persona. Hashtag the tomato terrace manipulator is now in the hospital, and Jiang Li's creative ability is being questioned. Hashtag. Underneath every news, there are countless netizens following the trend and leaving comments. Old immortal Master Spear. The Dragon King hasn't even reigned yet, and you're falling down first? Here comes the man who crickets you behind your back. Mr. Jiang Li, give the world 1 billion points of abstraction. The capital of this wave of operation is indeed abstract. Jiang Li is really hungry. So hungry that he doesn't even want his own life. Pretending to be some kind of genius musician, but not a capital doll. Elder brother is like a father. Elder powder is like honey. Elder eyes are like blindness. We are all deceived. Those songs have very different styles. You taste it. Jiang Li, is this your idea of good and evil? Relying on packaging to cheat fans' feelings? This kid is a paper tiger. He's a dead man. I've been saying for a long time that no one can write so many good songs in a short period of time. It's all just capital operation. The fans who had been firmly supporting Jiang Li also began to waver, although there were still a handful of die-hard fans who were arguing their case. But they were soon drowned out by the surging voices of skepticism. The next morning, Zhuofeng Entertainment's headquarters. Mr. Cui, the directors have arrived and are waiting for you. The secretary stood at the office door and reminded. Cui Ziyuan straightened his suit and tie and walked quickly towards the conference room. The moment he pushed open the door, a dozen sharp gazes were thrown at him in unison. Mr. Cui, please take a seat. The chairman of the board of directors spoke coldly. I called you here today because I want to hear your explanation for privately changing the competition system of I Am a Singer. Cui Ziyuan's forehead oozed cold sweat as he forced himself to calm down. At that time, the situation was special, and I also considered it for the effect of the program. Effect. The chairman of the board of directors interrupted him. The group explicitly states that non-professionals are not allowed to interfere in the production of the program. As an executive, you don't take the lead in abiding by the system. Instead, you use your authority to meddle recklessly. This is your explanation. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. Chui Zuan lowered his head, not daring to meet anyone's eyes. In the end, the board of directors made a decision. Chui Zuan was suspended for 3 months without pay. Considering his wife's status as a shareholder, as well as the fact that the final ratings are still good, the results will not be announced to the public for the time being. Walking out of the meeting room, Chui Zuan has long been sweating through his shirt, taking out a handkerchief to wipe it off, but how could he not wipe it dry? Mr. Chui, do you want some water? The secretary handed over a bottle of mineral water. Chui Zuan took the bottle of water, but his hand shook so much that he couldn't unscrew the cap. With a trembling hand, he managed to unscrew the cap. Only after pouring a few mouthfuls of water did he barely calm down. Returning to the office, he sat paralyzed on the leather seat. A 3-month suspension without pay meant that he would lose nearly $1 million in income. The board's decision caught him off guard. Although he had his wife's shareholder status, this disciplinary action had seriously affected his position in the company. Thinking of this, Chui Zuan gritted his teeth. I blame that damn Zhang Li. If he didn't come out of nowhere and write that song for Zhang Yang, he wouldn't have changed the competition system without authorization on an impulse. Even more detestable was Song Wan, a good-looking girl who was only somewhat useful in bed. Make an appointment for me with Song Wan. Just say meet me at the usual place at 8 p.m. Chui Zuan pulled out his cell phone and casually scratched Weibo. Suddenly, a hot search caught his attention.
Jiang Li's persona collapsa.
Clicking on the link, all sorts of skepticism poured in. Some said that Zhang Li was capital packaging. Others said that his songs were plagiarized. Some even raked up Zhou Ming's photo of him entering the hospital late at night, saying that he had gone to deliver a song to Zhang Li. Chui Zuan's eyes lit up and the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile. Since they're all questioning it, I'll make it so you can't turn over completely. Opening his address book, he found a few familiar musicians. These were all famous gunmen in the circle, specializing in writing songs for celebrities. Hey old Zhang, do me a favor. Yes, it's that Zhang Li. Write an appraisal report for me and say that his songs are plagiarized. You can take care of the specific details, the more like the real thing, the better. Hanging up the phone, Chui Zuan contacted a few more self-media. These are the water army he raised, specifically responsible for bringing rhythm hype topic. I'll give you a task. Hype up Zhang Li's matter. Focus on saying that he was packaged by Capital and that he didn't write any of those songs. Remember, be reasonable and convincing. After arranging all this, Chui Zuan leaned back in his chair, a smug smile on his face. Zhang Li, let's see how you'll end up this time. While this was happening, the secretary hurriedly ran in. Mr. Chui, Song Wan said that she has something to do tonight, so she'll make an appointment another day. Something? A trace of anger flashed in Chui Zuan's eyes. She still dares to pose with me now? Picking up his cell phone, he was about to send a message to Song Wan, but then he saw an update message. Hashtag Zhang Li's condition has deteriorated. She has been transferred to ICU. Chapter 34, The Whole Internet Crusade. Bad reviews. Chui Zuan froze for a moment, then laughed out loud. The heavens have helped me. Now, who will still believe that a terminally ill person can create so many songs? Immediately sending a group message to the media. Add this and say that he is a victim of being squeezed by Capital. Looking at the big show that he had carefully arranged, Chui Zuan was in a much more comfortable mood. In his opinion, this was a perfect revenge. Zhang Li, this is what happens when you offend me. With a single order, the entire network completely boiled over. The storm of public opinion intensified, like an out-of-control wild horse. First, several appraisal reports appeared, pushing Zhang Li into the limelight. Various professionals pointed out that Zhang Li had plagiarized. They compared Zhang Li's songs, from melody to lyrics to arrangement, with some unknown songs, and made a convincing argument. Each article was filled with a lot of music jargon, which ordinary people couldn't understand at all, and could only follow the rhythm of the professionals. The chord progression of the main song of Twilight Echo is highly similar to the theme song of a Japanese anime. The melodic direction of the chorus is a perfect match with an old English song from the 1980s. The arrangement of Someone Like Me is clearly borrowed from the early works of a well-known musician. From the drum beat to the orchestration, you can find the corresponding shadow. The lyrical imagery of Nocturne and Manhwa Bridge has a repetition rate of over 60%, which is an absolute taboo in the industry. And the song structure of the two songs is strikingly similar to the works of certain underground musicians. As for 1000K songs and Legend, they are simply a collection of patchwork editing. The main song, the chorus, the interlude, every part could be found as a prototype in other works. There are 6 songs and no one is immune. These reports cite a lot of evidence. Ordinary netizens who do not understand this. A time was bluffed. Immediately afterward, all kinds of anonymous people have appeared on the scene, bursting out all kinds of so-called insider information. Some claim to be Zhang Li's ex-girlfriend, saying that he usually likes to borrow other people's works, but also called it homage. A professor at the Conservatory of Music said that despite his plagiarism, Zhang Li's songs lacked depth and could not stand up to scrutiny. There are also people who claim to be senior music critics, saying that Zhang Li's works are all commercialized assembly line products with no artistic value. These people have been criticizing Zhang Li's works, saying that they are all commercialized assembly line products with no artistic value. Netizens who were still waiting to see how many professionals came out to testify against Zhang Li began to be shaken. Those who were already dissatisfied with Zhang Li spread the news around like chicken blood. For a while, there was a lot of cursing on the internet. Zhang Li became a street rat, and everyone was shouting at her. And at this moment, another piece of news quietly came out. Zhang Li was critically ill and had been sent to ICU for resuscitation. However, this piece of news didn't attract much attention and was even mocked by many. Pretending to be sick at this time, is it to gain sympathy? Nice use of the bitter meat trick, but unfortunately we don't eat that. It can't be that you know you're going to be cold, so you're purposely pretending to be sick to avoid it, right? Some people even broke the news that Tomato Station will create a new variety show tailored for Zhang Li. Now all the evidence is connected. Tomato Channel has gone to great lengths to make Zhang Li a star. Boycott this variety show. Start with me. That's right, we can't let this kind of person continue to hang around in the entertainment industry. The netizens were outraged and organized themselves to boycott this yet-to-be-released variety show. They all said that as long as this variety show was aired, they would never watch any program on Tomato Channel. Inside the conference room, the ashtray was stuffed with cigarette butts, and the air was filled with a strong smell of nicotine. Tomato Station director Su Zhang sat at the end of the long table, his face grave. On either side of him, in turn, sat deputy station manager Wang Hai, music director Li Wenbo, and a host of other executives. Zhou Ming sat in the far corner, his head lowered, his hands tightly clutching the copy of the talented musician plan, his knuckles white. Tell me, what now? Su Zhang broke the silence, his voice hoarse. Zhang Li's matter. The impact is too bad. Wang Hai sighed. The program, I think it's better to forget about it. Li Wenbo also nodded. Now the internet is full of curses. I'm afraid that launching a new program at this time, I'm afraid. He didn't continue, but those present understood what he meant. Zhang Li's body, too, is indeed a problem. Another senior added, even if the program can be done, he won't be able to participate in it in his current condition. The gazes of the crowd all fell on Zhou Ming. Raising his head, Zhou Ming's lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but in the end he did not speak. In his heart, he knew clearly that the leader's worries were not empty. Zhang Li was now being pushed to the tip of the storm, and with all the negative news, launching a new program at this time would be like adding fuel to the fire. But really unwilling this plan, he stayed up all night. Every detail, every link poured all the effort. He firmly believed that this program will become a phenomenal hit. But now everything had become a fizzle. Zhou Ming, what's your opinion? Su Zhang looked at him. Zhou Ming took a deep breath and slowly spoke. Director, leaders, the contract has already been signed. Breaking it now will have an impact on our station's reputation. But
Wan Hai Frauen.
I know that everyone is worried about Zhang Li's negative press. Zhou Ming interrupted him. But those so-called evidences don't hold water at all. I believe in Zhang Li's talent. He was wrongly accused. Even if he was wrongly accused, the audience didn't buy it. Li Wenbo shook his head. Therefore, it's all the more reason why we should start this project as soon as possible. Zhou Ming raised his voice. As long as the program is aired, all rumors will go away. But if Zhang Li's body, then speed up the preparations. A flash of determination flashed in Zhou Ming's eyes. If by then, Zhang Li is unable to participate due to his health, then it's his breach of contract and has nothing to do with us. The conference room fell silent once again. Several executives exchanged glances with each other, seemingly weighing the pros and cons. In the end, Su Zhang sealed the deal. Fine, let's do as you say and speed up the progress. But Zhou Ming, you have to be mentally prepared. This project we can't afford to lose. I understand. Zhou Ming nodded his head vigorously, his eyes carrying a few bitter, a few prayers. The stage manager's subtext was clear. If this program ended up with dismal results, then there would inevitably be someone who would be pushed out to take the blame. As the program planner, he was also the main person responsible for extremely pushing the project to the ground. Other than him, there was no better candidate. Now that the opportunity has been fought for, the next step is to look at Zhang Li's side, whether his body can get better quickly. He is afraid. Cannot hold out too long. Chapter 35 Bluffing, Stronger Than Ever. Drip drip, the monitor rhythmically sounded, and in the empty ICU ward, the indicator lights of various instruments flashed. Zhang Li slowly opened her eyes, and in her eyes was the bleak white ceiling, as well as the strong smell of sterilized water. Moving her fingers, she only felt weak, as if her body had been emptied. The corner of his mouth tugged, revealing a self-deprecating smile. The effect of the reduced lifespan was really immediate. Those few days when the body was normal were nostalgic na. With a thought, the system panel surfaced before his eyes. Host, Zhang Li. Current lifespan, 13 days. Current influence, 132,000. Unlocked songs, Twilight Echo, Anha Bridge, Nocturne. A gust of weakness came from within his body, and his consciousness gradually became blurry again. Zhang Li twisted her head with difficulty to look out the window, where Chen Yuxi, Xue Zhilu, Zhou Yi, and Zhang Yang stood, each with worry written on their faces. He himself didn't have a few more days to live. If he couldn't give these songs to the 4 heavenly kings of Shangjiang as soon as possible and let them sing them out, I was afraid that he would really play it off. He was still counting on using the influence provided by the 4 heavenly kings to make his health improve and then go participate in that variety show. Thinking of this, Zhang Li raised her right hand with all her strength and waved it towards the window. Outside the hospital room, Chen Yuxi's eyes were red and swollen, and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. The thick tiredness under her eyes couldn't be waved away. Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu advised her to get some sleep, saying that they could keep an eye on her. Chen Yuxi just shook her head in silence. Seeing this, several people let out a sigh. After a long time, Zhang Yang, who had been holding his tongue for a long time, finally spoke up. Several teachers. Now that so many people on the internet are slandering and denigrating Ms. Zhang Li, are we just going to let it go? Zhou Yi pondered for a moment. Let's wait for now. With teacher Zhang Li being like this now, who's still in the mood to argue with those netizens? Xue Zhilu also nodded. Those who are clear will clear themselves. When teacher Zhang Li's condition improves and comes up with more good works, these demons and monsters will naturally show their true colors. Silence fell in the corridor once again. These people had all witnessed Zhang Li's critical condition and had also seen him write songs on the spot. Therefore, they would never be swayed even if the black posters on the internet said it was all over the place. What's more, Zhang Li was an orphan, and now they were the only friends left. Although Chen Yuxi didn't say anything, her clenched fists betrayed her mood at the moment. Behind the storm, Cui Ziyuan's push was inevitable, and Lin Shirin might have played a big role in it as well. The education she had received since she was a child had told her to be kind to others, and not to get into conflicts with people. But this time, she really wanted to disregard her image and tear into these people. But just thinking about it, this most low way would not help Zhang Li's reputation. Instead, it would bring him more curses. At this moment, only Zhang Li raised his right hand with all his strength and waved it towards the window. He's awake! Chen Yuxi exclaimed in shock and hurriedly pushed the door open. Several people also poured into the hospital room right after him. Zhang Li, how are you feeling? Leaning down to hold his hand, Chen Yuxi's voice was tinged with tears. Opening his mouth, Zhang Li let out a hoarse sound in his throat. I am fine. Wanting to sit up, he couldn't make an ounce of strength. Chen Yuxi hurriedly stopped it. Don't move. Lie down properly. Give me the cell phone, Zhang Li said with difficulty. After hesitating for a moment, Chen Yuxi still handed him his cell phone. Effortlessly unlocking the screen, Zhang Li opened the memo and slowly typed. Ruashi, give these songs to the 4 heavenly kings. Handing the cell phone to Chen Ruashi, for song titles were clearly written on the screen. Kiss Goodbye, Icy Rain, Can't Stop Loving You, and Will You Come Tonight? Chen Ruashi froze. These songs, when did he write them? When did you? Cough, cough. Jiang Li coughed a few times and interrupted her. There is no time. Paper and pencil for me. Quickly. Chen Ruashi didn't dare to have any hesitation and hurriedly ran out of the ward, borrowing a few sheets of A4 paper and pens from the front desk nurse. Even forgot to wear a protective suit because she was in a hurry. Handing over the paper and pen to Jiang Li, she only saw him using a trembling hand to write down a single note and lyrics on the paper in a crooked manner. Every word he wrote seemed to exhaust his entire body. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead, soaking the pillowcase. Everyone was silent. Only tears slipped down silently. Even at such a critical moment, this young man still did not forget to write songs. He really loved this world. Even though he was such a pure person, there were still so many people who couldn't stand to see him and slandered him in all kinds of ways. Thinking about this, Zhou Yi and the others felt like a big stone was blocked in their hearts. Zhang Yang's eyes widened as teardrops slipped from the corners of his eyes. It fell to the ground and broke into several petals of water. It was the first time he had ever seen such a scene that impacted his heart. Obviously, his body was full of various instruments, and even holding a pen was extremely difficult. But he still burned the remaining light of his life, turning it into a beam of warm sunshine that warmed the world. He was finally able to understand why Jiang Li repeatedly helped him. Only someone who has been caught in the rain himself would think of holding an umbrella for someone else. What's more, the one who gave him an umbrella had been walking in the pouring rain himself. Compared to Jiang Li, what were the setbacks he had experienced? At least he had a healthy body, which was hard to find. Chen Ruashi even covered her mouth to prevent herself from crying out. Thinking of that usually gentle and easygoing teenager, at this moment, he was clenching his teeth, revealing a sharpness that did not belong to him. That was him turning his work into a spear, declaring war on fate. Every melody and lyric was his defiance and mockery of death. She couldn't think of anything else in this world that could defeat this teenager. Finally, Jiang Li put down his pen and handed the manuscript paper to Chen Yuxi. Breathless, he told her that he must send it to the 4 heavenly kings as soon as possible. He didn't have the time, wanted to hear his work one more time before leaving this world. After saying that, his eyes went black. Consciousness once again fell into a coma. Drip, drip, drip. The monitor sounded a sharp alarm, and several medical staff rushed into the ward and began emergency resuscitation. Chen Ruashi was rushed aside, clutching the pieces of paper tightly. Doctor, how is he doing? The situation is not too optimistic. The attending doctor took off his mask and looked grave. The cancer cells have spread throughout the body. We can only try our best to maintain it. How can this be? Chen Ruashi mumbled, tears coming to her eyes once again. Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu stood by the side, also looking sad. Zhang Yang was even sobbing uncontrollably. Ruashi, don't cry first. Zhou Yi forced himself to hold back his grief and comforted. The most important thing for us now is to fulfill teacher Jiang Li's wishes. Chen Ruashi nodded and wiped away her tears. Right, we must send these songs to the 4 heavenly kings as soon as possible. She carefully folded the sheets of paper and placed them in her bag before turning to Zhou Yi and the others. I must make a trip to Shangjiang right away. I'm counting on you guys here. Don't worry, we'll take care of Ms. Jiang Li. Without further words, Chen Ruashi turned around and left the hospital. Time was now running out. Every minute and every second was crucial. Sitting in the cab, she took out her cell phone and dialed the God of Song. Chapter 36. The 4 heavenly kings each showing their skills. On the other end of the phone, the God of Song seemed to be shocked by this sudden news. Although she had only met Jiang Li once, she had long been deeply impressed by this teenager's talent. The short silence seemed to be as long as a century. After a long time, the God of Song finally spoke. Don't worry, Yuxi. We will definitely produce these songs as soon as possible. This is Jiang Li's wish and our honor. Time is life. Everyone must race against the clock. Hanging up the phone, Chen Ruashi could no longer control her emotions and tears came out of her eyes. Clutching those lyrics tightly, she suddenly seemed to be holding Jiang Li's hands. On the way to the airport, she constantly prayed that Jiang Li would be safe. This was not a simple errand, this was entrusted. It was shouldering the dreams of a terminally ill genius boy in the last moments of his life. Every time she thought of that figure in the hospital bed who still insisted on creating, her heart felt like it was being clutched by an invisible hand, hurting so much that she couldn't breathe. Tears blurred her vision once again, and she forced herself not to cry out. One must deliver these songs to the 4 heavenly kings as soon as possible. Only then could Zhang Li feel a trace of comfort in the last moments of her life. Every second of the 3-hour flight was as long as a century. The airplane finally landed at the Shangjiang International Airport, and Chen Yuxi almost rushed out of the cabin. At a glance, she saw that the god of song had already waited there. Without exchanging too many pleasantries, the two of them went straight to the god of song's villa on Pinnacle Peak Mountain in Hong Kong. The car was speeding on the winding mountain road. The scenery outside the window was receding rapidly. Chen Yuxi did not care to appreciate. Her mind was full of teenage figures. Inside the Pinnacle Villa, Zhou Hua, Guichang and Liming had been waiting for a long time. The 4 heavenly kings were gathered together, and the atmosphere was heavy. Chen Yuxi walked into the living room and handed over the lyrics and sheet music of the 4 songs to them solemnly. Once again, she explained Zhang Li's condition in detail, her voice choking up several times. "Seniors, this is Zhang Li's biggest wish right now, please." After saying that, he bowed deeply. The 4 of them received the lyrics and sheet music and carefully flipped through them. All were shocked by the sincere emotions and subtle melodies contained in the song. "I didn't expect that he would be so seriously ill." Zhou Hua sighed, his eyes reddening. Guichang rubbed the lyrics in his hand and loved them. "Each of these songs is a classic. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I really couldn't believe it. It actually came from the hands of a 20-year-old boy." The god of song took a few deep breaths. "Don't worry, Yuxi. We'll do our best to make these songs the best they can be. This is what we can do for Zhang Li, and what we should do. It's been a long time since a few of us old guys have made music so seriously." Liming's eyes reddened. "This kid, Zhang Li, is marvelous. His talent is worthy of all of our admiration." The 4 of them looked at each other, and it was all in the air. This battle against time was not only for Zhang Li, but also for the music itself. They had to be at their best to pay the highest respect to this young musical genius. Zhou Hua pondered slightly and broke the silence. "I'll be responsible for the promotion of this song, Ice Rain. I know quite a few friends in the movie circle, and the mood of this song is perfect for a movie theme song. I'll contact director Wang and see if I can get him to direct the music video." After saying that, he took out his cell phone, walked to the side, and dialed a number. "Hello, Director Wang? It's me, Zhou Hua." On the other end of the phone, it was none other than the well-known director of Shangjiang, Wang Joey. Zhou Hua briefly talked about the song and invited him to direct the music video. After listening, Wang Joey was silent for a moment. "The song is good. I'll take it. When will we start shooting?" Zhou Hua was overjoyed at his words. "The sooner the better. I can start any time from my side." Guichang rubbed his fists together, his eyes looking towards another song. "The melody of Can't Get Enough of Love for You is dynamic and suitable to be adapted into a dance song. I plan to premiere it at the concert, and then find Mr. Huang to choreograph a dance. The effect will be explosive." The Mr. Huang he was talking about was none other than the well-known choreographer in Shangjiang, Huang Guorong. Liming pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. "The song Will You Come Tonight has lyrics that are full of humanistic care. It's very suitable to be made into a public service song. I know Lin Jiacheng from the Love Foundation. He's always been passionate about public service. I want to work with him to promote this song and raise money for cancer patients." "That's a good idea." The crowd agreed. Liming nodded, took out his cell phone, and dialed Lin Jiacheng. "Hey, brother Jiacheng, this is Lip Ming." On the phone, Lip Ming spoke his thoughts in detail. After listening, Lin Jiacheng immediately expressed his support. Hanging up the phone, Liming was relieved. Brother Jiacheng has promised that the Love Foundation will fully support the promotion of this song. The god of songs pondered for a moment. "The only song left now is Kiss Goodbye. The melody and lyrics are perfect for me. That's why I want to ask Li Comprehensive Shang to be the supervising producer. With him as the gatekeeper, the quality of this song will definitely be guaranteed." Li Zongxing, a gold medal producer in the Chinese music industry. The songs he produced were all classics. Chen Yuxi stood by the side, watching the 4 heavenly kings busy themselves for Zhang Li's sake. Her heart was touched. Walking up to the crowd, she once again bowed deeply. Seniors, thank you. I'm counting on you all for Zhongli's matter. Also, Chen Yuxi wanted to say something. Zhongli, he's recently been caught up in some negative news. She told the four heavenly kings about Zhongli's negative public opinion on the internet, as well as those so-called plagiarism and capital packaging rumors. Outrageous, Guochang said angrily. This is simply creating something out of nothing and maligning it. The internet environment nowadays is really messy. Zhou Hua sighed. Any rumor dares to be made. Those who are clear will be clear, Liming said in a deep voice. When the song comes out, we'll come forward to corroborate it, and we'll definitely clear Zhang Li's name. That's right, the god of song nodded. We four old guys, we're somewhat influential in the entertainment industry, so we'll raise our voices together at that time and see who dares to spread rumors. Thank you, seniors. Chen Yuxi bowed again, her eyes moist. All right, time is running out. The god of song looked at his watch. Let's split up. After the meeting, Chen Yuxi hoofed it and took a flight back to the capital, Qinglu. Just after leaving the airport, she went straight to the hospital. Pushing open the door of the ICU ward, Shuejilu, Zhou and Zhangyang were all there. Sister Yuxi, you finally came back. These songs? Zhangyang was the first to open his mouth, but was interrupted by Shuejilu. It was hard on the road. Sit down and rest for a while first. Chen Yuxi shook her head, her gaze falling on the hospital bed. Zhang Li was still unconscious and her face looked worse than before. Her heart tightened. She quickly walked to the bedside and bent down to check. What did the doctor say? Same as always, Zhou sighed. The situation is not too optimistic. Chen Yuxi was silent, holding Zhang Li's hand tightly. The cold touch made her heart feel like a knife. How about the four heavenly kings' side? Zhangyang couldn't help but ask. They've already started production. Chen Yuxi's voice was a bit choked, saying that they'll make the song as soon as possible. A few people were relieved when they heard that. That's good. I hope Mr. Zhang Li can hear it sooner. Right? Chen Yuxi looked like she remembered something. The few of them also said that when the song is released, they'll stand up together and help Zhang Li clarify those rumors. Great, Zhangyang said excitedly. Let's see how those black people can still be arrogant. Shuejilu and Zhou also wore happy faces. In the hospital room, the atmosphere was slightly lighter. Xiangjiang, Zhou Hua's private villa. Early in the morning, Zhou Hua woke up early, and after a simple wash, he dialed Wang Zhou's phone. Hey, Director Wang, good morning. Ah Hua, calling so early? On the other end of the phone, Wang Zhou's voice was slightly lazy. Regarding the music video for the song Ice Rain, I have some ideas that I want to talk to you about. Oh, you say. The mood of this song is beautiful. I want to. Zhou Hua spoke in detail about his understanding of the song, as well as some shooting ideas. On the other end of the phone, Wang Zhou listened quietly, interjecting a sentence from time to time. Well, this is a good idea. That's about it. What do you think? Ah Hua, your idea is good. Wang Zhou pondered for a moment. However, I still have something to add. Go ahead. For this song, I want to shoot it in black and white tones. What do you think? Black and white. Zhou Hua froze, then his eyes lit up. This is a good idea. Black and white images will better emphasize the poignant mood of the song. Also, I want to use more slow mo to create that, well,
Lonely, sad atmosphere.
Chapter 37 Scrambling for time. The music video starts shooting. I thought of this one too. Zhou Hua nodded and said, heroes see eye to eye. The two of them chatted more and more as they talked to each other. Without realizing it, more than an hour passed. Good. Then it's settled, Wang Zhou said. I'll make arrangements on my side as soon as possible and try to start shooting earlier. All right, then I'm counting on you. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Hua let out a long sigh of relief. Walking to the window to look at the distant seascape, an inexplicable emotion surged in his heart. Zhang Li, you must hold on. At the same time, Guocheng's exclusive practice room. 1 da-da, 2 da-da, 3 da-da, 4 da-da. The dynamic music echoed in the spacious dance practice room. Guocheng was dressed in a sports outfit, dancing hard to the rhythm. Sweat had already soaked through his clothes. On the side, Huang Guorong clasped his hands on his chest, his gaze like a torch. Here, once again, Huang Guorong pointed at Guocheng. This movement, a little bit more amplitude. Guocheng nodded, took a deep breath and started again. No, not like this, Huang Guorong frowned. Your eyes need to be a little more ruthless. Tougher. Guocheng stopped and wiped his sweat. How ruthless. Imagine that you are a wolf now, a lone wolf. Huang Guorong walked to Guocheng and demonstrated himself. Eyes. Be like this. Guocheng looked at Huang Guorong's eyes, pondering. Again. The music started again. Guocheng closed his eyes, and Zhongli modeled in his mind. He imagined that he was in a boundless wilderness, with no one around, and only loneliness for company. Yes, that's it. Huang Guorong's voice came. Keep it up. Over and over again, the two were tireless. Liming's private clubhouse. Inside the tastefully decorated parlor, Li Ming and Li Jiacheng sat opposite each other. Brother Jiacheng, what do you think of this song's public service theme? Liming pointed to the lyrics of the song in front of him. Wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Li Ka-shing carefully read the lyrics and looked up at Lip Ming. Ah Ming, this song is very good. The intention is far-reaching. I like it very much. That's good. Li Ming smiled. On the Love Foundation side, Ken, don't worry. Li Jiacheng waved his hand. This matter, it's wrapped up in me. Then thanks a lot. Li Ming picked up his teacup. Come on. Tea instead of wine, a toast to you. You're welcome. Li Jiacheng also lifted his teacup. For the sake of those in need, let's work together. The two clinked their cups and drank it all. Song Gods Recording Studio. Ayu, what do you think of the arrangement of this song? Li Hyung-song sat in front of the mixing console and turned around to ask the God of Song. The God of Song was wearing headphones, eyes closed, listening carefully. It's good. Song God opened his eyes. But here, he pointed somewhere on the sheet music. Couldn't we add more? Well, strings. Strings. Li Jiang-sung thought for a moment. We can try that. He picked up his walkie-talkie. Xiao Lu, have the string group prepare. Not long after, the melodious sound of strings resounded in the recording studio. Well, this feels right. The God of Song nodded in satisfaction. Do it again. Good. Li Chung-sung pressed the record button. All departments prepare. 3, 2, 1, start. The God of Song took a deep breath and slowly opened his mouth. Past events become clouds of smoke, dissipating in front of each other's eyes. Time passed, and one day had passed since Chen Yuxi left Shangjiang. Shangjiang, an abandoned factory. The former factory building with roaring machines is now only a broken wall. The rusty iron frames look even more desolate under the setting sun. This is where the music video for Ice Rain was filmed. Wang Jiawei, dressed in a long black shirt, stood behind the monitor, his gaze like a torch. Zhou Hua was dressed in a gray trench coat, standing alone in the middle of the ruins. Action! Wang Jiawei gave the order and the shooting officially began. Zhou Hua slowly raised his head, his eyes empty, looking into the distance. He opened his arms, as if he wanted to embrace something, but then he dismally put them down. A simple action was interpreted by him in 100 different ways. Cut! Wang Jiawei shouted to stop. Ah Hua! A little more melancholy in your eyes. Zhou Hua nodded his head and closed his eyes in contemplation. When he started shooting again, his eyes seemed to be covered in a layer of mist, and his sadness was even greater. Good, over. Wang Jiawei nodded in satisfaction. Between shots, Zhou Hua walked to the side to rest. The assistant handed over a bottle of water. He unscrewed the cap and drank it all in one go. Brother Hua, you're in really good shape today. The assistant praised from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Hua smiled and didn't say anything. Only he himself knew that this state came from that song, from that person. On the other side, Wang Jiawei was communicating with the photographer. For this shot, shoot from the bottom up to emphasize that sense of depression. Darken the lights a bit more. Yes, that's the feeling. He was like a painter, using the camera as a brush, sketching the picture in his mind. The shooting continued, and every shot was carefully crafted. Unconsciously, night fell. The abandoned factory was illuminated as if it was daytime. Zhou Hua stood on a high platform, overlooking the entire set. He thought of Zhang Li, of that talented but sickly young man. In his heart, an inexplicable emotion surged. Taking a deep breath, he turned around and plunged into filming once again. Director Wang. Zhou Hua, what are you shooting here? A voice rang out abruptly. The crowd followed the voice and saw only one person, tall in stature, with a stalwart face. Du sir? Why are you here? Wang Jiawei was a bit surprised. The person who came was none other than the well-known director in Shangjiang, Du Chesfeng. I came to visit the class. Du Chesfeng smiled. By the way, I want to see what you guys are up to. Walking over to the monitor, he looked at the playback. This song not bad. Du Cheswind marveled. Who wrote it? A friend. Zhou Hua replied. Oh. Du Cheswind became interested. If you have the chance, introduce me to him.
I'm afraid.
Not for the time being. Zhou Hua smiled bitterly. He is now not in good health. What's going on?
Du Cheswind frowned.
Zhou Hua was silent for a moment and said Zhang Li's matter, briefly. Alas, Du Cheswind sighed. Heaven truly envies the talented. Patting Zhou Hua on the shoulder. Shoot well. This song, it's worth it. After saying that, he turned around and left. Zhou Hua looked at his back, pondering. Due to the rush, the filming had to be done in one go. Wrap up. With Wang Jiawei's command, the filming officially ended. The crowd began to pack up their equipment and prepared to leave the set. Zhou Hua walked outside the factory alone and lit a cigarette. The night breeze carried a slight coolness. Raising his head, he looked up at the starry sky. Zhang Li, do you see it? Your song is being noticed by more and more people. Be sure to hold on. Soon after, all the major media outlets reported the news of the start of shooting for the MV of Ice Rain. Heavenly King Chao Hua joins hands with famous director Wang Ka-wai to create a mysterious new song MV. Ice Rain begins filming. The creator behind the scenes is a mystery. Zhou Hua's new song MV set exposure. Wang Jiawei personally directed. For a while, all kinds of speculations were rampant. Everyone's eyes were focused on the song and the person behind it. And at this time, the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City, inside the ICU ward. Zhang Li was still in a coma, her life and death uncertain. The expert consultation group came out one after another, all sighing. Chen Yuxi rushed forward. Doctor, my friend, there is still hope. The first expert removed the mask, some heart. After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't bear to say those words. So he pushed out the closed disciple behind him. The cancer cells have already spread to the whole body. In this situation now, even if the great Luo Golden Immortals come, they can't do anything. I'm sorry, Ms. Chen. We've done our best. You have to be mentally prepared. It might just be in these few days' time. Chapter 38. Capital Pawn, Pitiful Man? Chen Yuxi's eyes stared blankly at the distant back of the expert group, and her entire body was struck by lightning. It's just a few days away. He hadn't heard his new song come out yet. Why couldn't he be given more time? Other people discarded it like it was nothing and squandered it in a big way tomorrow. How come when it comes to him, it seems so precious? At this moment, the reporters in the hospital are sniffing around. In their line of work, you have to throw away your conscience and bottom line. Eat human blood buns, so what? It's better than guarding your conscience and bottom line, and then starving to death in an unattended corner. They surrounded the ward and pointed their guns at Chen Yuxi. Flashbulbs were flashing one after another, and the clamor was endless. On the contrary, Chen Yuxi's face was haggard and her eyes were red. Sitting alone on a bench in the corridor, she held her cell phone tightly in both hands. On the screen was a photo of her and Zhang Li. In the photo, the two of them were smiling brightly, overflowing with youthful vigor. But now, the people in the photo, one was alive and dead, and the other was gloomy. Ms. Chen, may I ask how Zhang Li is doing now? Ms. Chen, do you have anything to say about the negative news on the internet? Ms. Chen, is Zhang Li really packaged by Capital? The reporters asked questions in a variety of ways. Chen Yuxi raised her head. Her empty eyes swept over the crowd. Her lips opened and closed, but she couldn't make any sound. At this time, Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu squeezed through the crowd and blocked in front of Chen Yuxi. Sorry, no comment. Zhou Yi's face was impassive and his tone was forceful. Please make way. The patient needs to rest. Xue Zhilu also said in a deep voice. Seeing this, the reporters could only disperse unhappily. Yuxi, are you all right? Zhou Yi leaned over and asked, his words filled with concern. Chen Yuxi shook her head, her voice hoarse beyond recognition. I'm fine, thank you. Let's not talk about this at this time. Xue Zhilu sighed. I hope Zhang Li can hold on, his work will be out soon. The trio fell into silence. Meanwhile, the discussion about Zhang Li on the internet intensified. In just a few hours, topics such as hashtag Zhang Li is critically ill hashtag Zhang Li's cancer cells have spread hashtag, and hashtag Zhang Li doesn't have much time left hashtag rushed onto the hot search list of all major platforms. Various media outlets scrambled to report, and all sorts of news flew around. Some said Zhang Li had passed away, some said he was being rescued, and others said it was all hype. At this very moment, a few photos quietly flowed out. In the photos, Zhang Li was lying on the hospital bed. His body was full of tubes, his face was as pale as paper, and he was lifeless. Once these photos were exposed, they immediately triggered an uproar. The netizens who had previously verbally attacked Zhang Li were silent at this time. Old immortal Master Spear is really down. It's time for the Dragon King to make it rain, right? This kid is really crazy. His breath is bigger than his feet. Before he said that he could beat them with 9 punches. Now he can only lie on the hospital bed and grunt. He really scares himself. What does this mean? This shows that one section is stronger than 6. King of Kings, ham and jelly. I want He Jilang. Zhang Li is going to be jelly of the joy when she grows up. Unfortunately, the astronauts are not happy this time. Zhang Li. I'll open with Wang Lifeng 19. I punch, he 9 springs. Now you know who is the old 9, right? This is retribution. Who made him cheat on our feelings? Stop it. I'm going to sympathize with him. Zhang Li is also pitiful, abandoned after being capitalized on. 5 days have passed. The Hungham Stadium in Hong Kong was filled with people. The heat wave wrapped in screams almost toppled the dome of the Hungham Stadium. Inside the packed arena, fluorescent sticks converged into a sea of bright stars, dancing frantically to the rhythm. This is Guochang after many years again held a solo concert, just to fulfill a person's dream. In the center of the stage, the elevator slowly rose. Guochang, dressed in gorgeous costumes, slowly appeared on stage under the attention of millions of people. The prelude of I Can't Stop Loving You suddenly rang out, instantly igniting the whole audience. While singing, he danced a dance choreographed by Huang Guorong.
我，对你爱不完，我可以天天越野，年到永远。
The movements were full of power and beauty, with the beats stepping precisely on the drums. Sometimes waving, sometimes turning, sometimes jumping, each movement attracted a burst of screams. Huang's choreographed dance fit perfectly with the rhythm of the song and was visually stunning. The mood of the fans on stage was completely ignited. Waving fluorescent sticks, vocally singing along with the chorus, screaming one after another. Backstage, Huang Guorong, who was acting as the temporary director, was in a hurry to give orders. Brighter lights. Sound. Push the subwoofer up for me. Camera, keep up the tempo. Don't drop the chain. The entire stadium seemed to have turned into a huge dance floor. Everyone was immersed in this musical feast, releasing their passion to the fullest. Songs, screams, and applause intertwined together, converging into a huge sound wave that echoed in the arena. At the end of the concert, the live video of Can't Get Enough of You quickly went viral on the internet, and it quickly topped the major music charts. With its dynamic melody and passionate interpretation, this song has become the hottest gold song of the moment. Famous music blogger Ear Emperor. In the first time after watching this video. After watching the video for the first time, the famous music blogger Ear D published a long article on Weibo, praising the song's arrangement and dance. In recent years, the Chinese music industry has been producing a lot of masterpieces. But works like Can't Get Enough of You, which is both artistic and popular, are rare. The song is richly layered and has a strong sense of rhythm. It is a perfect blend of electronic music and pop music, which is another classic in the Chinese music industry. The lyrics and arrangement are simply a perfect fit for Guochang. Whether it's the direction of the melody or the rhythmic changes, it's like it was customized for him. His voice is on full display in this song. The high notes are clear and loud, the bass is thick and magnetic, and every turn of phrase is handled just right. The only thing that makes me curious is who exactly is the songwriter for this song. Why wasn't it announced at the concert? Such a talented musician should not remain unknown. If anyone knows, please do tell. I can't wait to pay a visit to this music master. Once Ear Emperor's microblog was sent out, it immediately triggered a heated discussion among netizens. This song is so high. I had a long run last night and looped the song all night long. I'd also like to know who wrote this song. It's too powerful. Isn't it? Could it be Zhang Li? Suddenly, someone said something like this. Only soon after, This sentence was rebutted by other netizens. Upstairs, are you still awake? How can a dying man write such a life-affirming work? Didn't you hear the Ear Emperor say that this song was customized for Heavenly King Gua? That's right, a person who became famous by plagiarizing. How could he be capable of such a thing? Chapter 39 Public Service Songs. Love Surges. The live video of Can't Get Enough of You spread like wildfire on the internet, and the heat remained high. As soon as Zhou Hua's Ice Rain music video was released, it was like a thunderbolt from the ground, quickly sweeping through the major music charts. However, in stark contrast to this bustling scene was Zhang Li's deteriorating health. Although the influence of the four heavenly kings was as strong as ever, these works did not bring any substantial help to Zhang Li. Inside the ICU ward of the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City, after 9 days, Zhang Li finally woke up from his coma. The bleak white light stabbed him with a wave of dizziness. The smell of disinfectant water drilled into his nostrils, making him want to vomit. The dripping sounds of various instruments were monotonous and cold. With difficulty, he opened his eyes and the system panel popped up. Host: Zhang Li. Current lifespan: 6 days. Influence gained: 62,000. There were only 6 days left in his lifespan, but his influence hadn't gotten any better. Could it be that Ruashi didn't give the song to the four heavenly kings? No, that shouldn't be possible. Then why is the influence not increasing? We've lost the game. Inside, there was a moment of panic for no reason. In a trance, Zhang Li seemed to return to that sunny afternoon. He took the diagnosis report and walked out of the hospital in a state of dismay. The hot sunlight made him dizzy. The streets were filled with traffic and people, but nothing had anything to do with him. He walked aimlessly like a soulless shell. Mr. Zhang Li, you're awake. Chen Yuxi's alarming cry pulled him back to reality. Immediately after, Zhou Shuizhilu, Zhang Yang, and the others all flooded into the hospital room. What's going on over at the Four Heavenly Kings? Using all his strength, Zhang Li finally squeezed out a sentence. Chen Ruashi's eyes reddened. Her voice tinged with tears. They're already working on it. Saying that, she opened her cell phone and found Zhou Hua's Ice Rain music video, as well as Guo Cheng's concert video, and handed it to Zhang Li. The melody was entwined, and the images were poignant and stunning. This scene made him even more puzzled. Since the four heavenly kings had already made a move, why was the rise in influence delayed? Could it be that a bad premonition surged in his heart? Ruashi, click on the comments section and I'll take a look. Chen Ruashi hesitated. These days, she had been paying attention to the online public opinion. Those unpleasant comments were almost all unfavorable to Zhang Li, worrying that this negative information would irritate the already weak teenager. Only to click on one of the comment sections at Zhang Li's repeated request. This song is really awesome, but what does it have to do with Zhang Li? That is, a person who is dying can write this kind of song. Heartbroken for the four heavenly kings, being rubbed the wrong way by this kind of person. Looking at these comments, Zhang Li suddenly realized. It turned out that it was because of the negative public opinion. This was what caused other people to not associate these songs with him. With a bitter smile, he only felt a sense of powerlessness sweep through his body. His eyes went black and he lost consciousness once again. Doctor, doctor. The crowd was terrified, all running out of the ward in search of the doctor. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, the public service song, Will You Come Tonight, jointly created by Li Ming and the Love Foundation, was synchronized on all major media platforms. The soothing melody, with Lipman's gentle voice, is like a warm current flowing into thousands of households. The music video of the song is playing on the huge LED screen in Causeway Street. In the scene, a terminally ill little girl lies on a hospital bed, her eyes full of desire for life. A volunteer, played by Liming, gently holds her hand and tenderly sings, Will you come tonight? Is your love still there? Many passers-by stop to watch, touched by the touching images. A young mother, looking at the picture of the little girl, cannot help but think of their own sick children, eyes moist. Beside the 5 or 6-year-old child, tugged on the corner of the mother's coat, milky voice asked, Mom, what's wrong with her? She's sick, choked the mother. Just like the baby sick. And is she going to get better? The child asked innocently. The mother was silent, unable to answer, just hugged the child tighter. The scene was captured on camera by a street photographer, not far away. Inside a small rented room, a middle-aged man ate instant noodles with his head buried in his hands. In the old TV set, playing Tonight You Will Not Come. Hearing this song, the man stopped his hands and looked up at the TV. On the screen, Liming's gentle singing voice reminds him of his wife who died of cancer. Those painful days and nights, those helpless moments, one by one appeared in front of his eyes. Tears silent slide down. In the corridor of the hospital, a young doctor pushed an old man in a wheelchair for a walk. The old man's mouth, gently humming the song. "Grandpa, you also like this song?" the doctor asked with a smile. "Well," the old man nodded. "This song reminds me of many things. What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking." The old man raised his head and looked out the window. "In this world, there are still a lot of good people." Inside the luxurious villa, the young woman was snuggling in her boyfriend's arms. "This song is so touching," the woman said softly. "It's a pity that I don't know who wrote it." "Who cares who wrote it?" The boyfriend was unimpressed. "As long as it's good." The woman shook her head. "You don't understand. In this song, there is great love." After saying that, she got up and walked aside, picked up her cell phone and dialed a number. "Dad, Love Foundation, that charity event. Let's have our company participate." "Baby girl, you're finally willing to care about the company's business." On the other end of the phone came the bright laughter of a middle-aged man. "Good. I'll arrange it right away." The public welfare activity of caring for cancer patients has set off a craze nationwide. People from all walks of life have reached out to help, passing on love and warmth with practical actions. Many famous enterprises also responded positively. Vanke Group, one of the largest real estate companies in China, was the first to donate 100 million. Chairman Wang Shi said in an interview, "The development of enterprises cannot be separated from the support of society, and it is our due responsibility to give back to society." Immediately after, the country's largest internet company, Penguin Group, also announced a donation of $50 million. President Xiao Ma wrote on social media, "Technology for good. Let love pass." For a time, donations flooded the Love Foundation like a tidal wave. Program recording site. Wang Han, the famous host, is watching the music video of "Will You Come Tonight" with the guests. "This song is really touching." Wang Han wiped tears from the corners of his eyes. "I decided to sing this song live to cheer up cancer patients." The audience at the scene was stunned at first, and then broke out into loud applause. Taking a deep breath, Wang Han slowly spoke. "If a thick fog envelopes me, will you still wait for me?" After the song was sung, the scene was already a sea of tears. "This song, it's so well written," Wang Han exclaimed. "Whether it's the lyrics or the arrangement, it's impeccable. I'm curious, who actually wrote this song?" Chapter 40. The classic reappears. The whole internet talks about it. Could it be Zhang Li? In the crowd, a voice rang out abruptly. Upon this statement, the scene instantly quieted down, and the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Wang Han's brows furrowed slightly, his mind flashing rapidly through all the rumors about Zhang Li.
Plagiarism, capital manipulación, collapsed persona.
Negative public opinion was all over the place, but no one had ever come forward to explain or clarify. If one were to openly take a stand in the program at this moment, no surprises, accidents would happen. Weibo would definitely be blasted. Thinking of this, Wang Han's little mind began to come alive in his heart. Without moving, he steered the topic away and turned to interact with the live guests, skillfully avoiding this sensitive topic. On the other hand, the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City. Outside the intensive care unit, the atmosphere was suffocatingly heavy. A group of people surrounded the doorway, waiting anxiously. Chen Yuxi's face was pale, her lips pursed, her hands tightly twisted together, her knuckles white. Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu stood beside her, one frowning and the other pacing non-stop, both silent. Zhang Yang, on the other hand, leaned against the wall, his eyes empty, not knowing what he was thinking. At this moment, the sound of footsteps broke the silence of the corridor. They saw a middle-aged woman dressed in a black professional outfit with an elegant demeanor walking quickly with a few blonde foreigners. Seeing this, Chen Yuxi and the others hurriedly greeted her. "Sister Fei, what brings you here?" The person who came was none other than the diva Sun Fei Fei, who had already retired from the singing world. "I heard about Mr. Zhang Li's situation, so I hurried over to take a look." Sun Fei Fei spoke quickly, her voice dripping with anxiety. These are all top international experts in treating throat cancer. This is the chief oncologist from Johns Hopkins Hospital in the United States of America, Dr. William Jones. He enjoys a high reputation in the field of throat cancer and has won many international medical awards. There is also Professor Hans Schmidt from Heidelberg University Hospital in Germany. He has conducted in-depth research in tumor immunotherapy and has published many groundbreaking academic papers. And Dr. Anna Lindblom from Karolinska Institutet of Medicine in Sweden. She is an internationally renowned tumor geneticist, dedicated to the study of cancer genetic mechanisms and early diagnosis. Any one of these experts is a resounding figure in the medical world. Chen Yuxi and the others heard this, and hope was rekindled in their eyes. Great, Sister Fei, thank you. Chen Yuxi's voice trembled with excitement. Let's not talk about that first. Sun Fei waved her hand. Let's go in first and take a look at the patient. Several experts walked into the ICU ward under the leadership of Sun Fei. The domestic experts followed closely behind and participated in the consultation together. After a detailed examination and discussion, the experts walked out of the ward with a grave expression. How is the situation? Chen Yuxi asked eagerly. Dr. William Jones took off his mask, sighed, and said in fluent English, "The patient's situation is very bleak. The cancer cells have spread throughout the body and there is nothing we can do." Sun Fei acted as an interpreter and relayed the words to Chen Yuxi and the others. Chen Yuxi was struck by lightning and her body swayed, almost fainting. Zhou hurriedly supported her. "Yuxi, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Chen Yuxi held back her tears. "Is there another way?" Professor Hans Schmidt shook his head. "With the current medical treatment, there is no way to stop the cancer cells from spreading. We've heard that the patient was briefly awakened before?" Dr. Anna Lindblom suddenly asked. Chen Yuxi nodded. "Yes, he woke up and watched those song videos and comments." Confused, Sun Fei suddenly interrupted her with a stern tone. "How can you guys let him watch those things at this time? We just want him to know that his work is popular." Chen Yuxi's voice became smaller and smaller. Originally, he woke up under the support of his will to survive. At this time, he was not told some good things to strengthen his belief in living. Instead, he was shown those remarks, completely destroying his will to live. Dr. William Jones became more and more agitated as he spoke, and in the end, he even waved his fists angrily. Originally, we might have had a ray of hope to prolong his life as much as possible with some experimental therapies, but now, Professor Hans Schmidt helplessly shook his head. The patient's desire to live has been completely destroyed, and we really can't do anything about it. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." Chen Yuxi could no longer control her emotions and lost her voice. At the same time as the foreign experts arrived at the hospital, "Kiss Goodbye" was synchronized on all major music platforms. The god of song used his magnetic voice to portray the deep parting feelings in the song, which prompted tears. The number of comments exceeded 100,000 in just half an hour after the song went online. 1 hour later, the song topped the charts of all major music platforms and, at an alarming rate, triggered heated debates across the internet. This song is too good to cry, especially the line, "I kissed you goodbye on a deserted street," which directly made my already unattractive face even worse. Has anyone counted how many people have been killed by this song? This song has the beauty of Shui Baochai punching Jin Guanxi. The god of songs is not being taken over, is he? Shui Baochai punched Jin Guanxi? I think you're blind as a bat. It should be Lin Dayu pulling down the willow. Long as X, long as X, long as X, what else can you do but play bad tricks? The first few matches are just like my life. I don't know what I'm up to. Let's just say I'm more precocious. When other kids are still throwing handkerchiefs, I'm already throwing your mothers. Various media are also clamoring for coverage of Kiss Goodbye. The new song, Kiss Me Goodbye, has swept the music charts. Kiss Goodbye, a love song that brings tears to your eyes. The god of song singing skills have reached new heights, and Kiss Goodbye is the ultimate expression of deep love. They have praised the god of song for his superb singing skills, as well as the song's creator. As the god of song is tight-lipped on the matter, the whole internet is speculating. Which music master has re-emerged with this song? Renowned music critic, Gao Song, commented on Kiss Goodbye in a radio program he hosted. This song is definitely the most touching love song in the Chinese music industry in recent years, bar none. Gao Song sat on the swivel chair in the live broadcast room, unable to hide his excitement between his words. Both the melody and the lyrics are perfect. The lyrics, in particular, express the helplessness of life and the sadness of parting to the fullest. This is a rare masterpiece that deserves to be savored by each and every one of us. However, the song's lyrical style, although mature, is very different from the styles of the great gods I know. Therefore, I guess that the god of songs should have invited out whichever music industry seniors who have long retired for many years. Speaking here, Gao Song paused for a moment, picking up the alabaster pot on the table and taking a sip. Does anyone doubt that it's Zhongli? Gao Song snorted. How can someone who capitalizes on packaging and whose songs rely on plagiarism write this kind of work? If he's capable of this, I'll eat this alabaster pot. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room flew past. Eat it quickly, Mr. Gao, we're all waiting. I've never seen an alabaster pot eaten in my life. All with a handle, a mouthful of spittle. Not eating is not a real man. Gao Song froze in place, his face full of disbelief. Eating an alabaster pot? On what grounds should I eat an alabaster pot? While muttering, he picked up his cell phone. Tapping the screen, he was dazzled by the overwhelming messages. Hashtag the 4 Heavenly Kings support Zhongli hashtag. Hashtag Zhongli's work is not plagiarized. Hashtag returning Zhongli's innocence. One hot search title after another, like a heavy hammer, smashed him dizzy. Gao Song's fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on one of them. The first thing that caught his eye was a statement released by the God of Song. Chapter 41. Heavenly King speaks out, Zhongli's criticism reversed. I have only met Mr. Zhongli once, but I am deeply touched by his sincerity and love for music. Recently, I sang my new song Kiss Goodbye. The lyrics and music are from Mr. Zhongli's hand. This song is the result of Mr. Zhongli's efforts. He put his own feelings about life and the helplessness of parting into his work. He is a true musician, an artist worthy of all our respect. However, it was such a talented young man who suffered from illness. He was diagnosed with advanced throat cancer, which had spread to his whole body, and his days were numbered. At the last moment of his life, he still insisted on composing and left us this touching song, Kiss Goodbye. I don't understand why someone would have the heart to slander such a pure musician with rumors and malice. His talent should not be questioned, his kindness should not be let down. Gao Song stared at this text in a daze, only to feel a hot current surging up to his heart. His eyes were actually a little moist, tapping on the statements of the other 3 heavenly kings again. Zhou Hua. The song Ice Rain is the work of Mr. Zhongli. His talent, it's marvelous. However, fate was so cruel to him. Suffering from a terminal illness, he still pens and plows, and pours all his love for life into his music. Those who questioned him and denigrated him, doesn't your conscience hurt? Guochang, the lyricist and composer of the song Can't Get Enough of You, that I sang in my concert is none other than Mr. Zhongli. The song, vibrant and full of passion, is like him himself, always full of hope for life. He has ignited the dreams of countless people with his music. But the fire of his own life is about to be extinguished. I implore those who have hurt him to stop your malicious attacks and let him take this final journey in peace. Liming. The song Will You Come Tonight was specially composed by Mr. Zhongli for the Caring for Cancer Patients public welfare activity. The song was written by Mr. Zhongli for the Caring for Cancer Patients campaign, using music to call the attention of the society to those who are struggling with the disease. He himself is one of them. He used his weak light to illuminate the path of others, while he himself is about to go into the darkness. I hope that everyone will remember his kindness and his dedication. Once the statement came out, the entire internet was in an uproar. The discussion about Zhongli continued, but the wind direction had completely changed. Those posts that used to denigrate and abuse Zhongli silently disappeared. In their place, countless netizens apologized. The heavenly kings have spoken. It seems we really misjudged Zhongli. I told you, how could someone who can write these songs be a plagiarist? Where are those who scolded Zhongli before? Why don't they say anything now? Zhongli's background is too powerful, isn't it? How can he get the 4 heavenly kings to speak up for him? Upstairs, you're overthinking it. Do the 4 heavenly kings need to bow down to capital? They themselves are the biggest capital. That's right, who are they? They are the top of the entertainment industry, the youthful memories of several generations. Would they help a nobody for the sake of money? Then why are they helping Zhongli? Why else? Of course it's because they love and cherish talent. Zhongli's talent is worth it. That's right. A musical genius like Zhang Li is rare. It would be a loss to the Chinese music industry if he's ruined because of some trumped-up charges. I've heard all of Zhang Li's songs, and every one of them is a classic, especially the song Kiss Goodbye. It's a tear-jerker. I'm a big man. I can't help but cry when I hear it. And Ice Rain. The melody and the lyrics, it's amazing. I've been playing it for days. Can't Get Enough of You is also great. It has a great rhythm. I want to dance to it. Have you forgotten, Will You Come Tonight? It's a public service song, written for cancer patients. Zhang Li is dying and he's still thinking of others. What kind of spirit is that? That's love. Meanwhile, on Chen Yuxi's personal Weibo account, a video was updated. In the video, Zhang Li was lying on the hospital bed. His body was filled with various tubes. With a trembling hand, he was writing on a piece of paper, one stroke at a time. Beads of sweat rolled down from his forehead and dripped onto the paper, haloing it. Finally, stopping his pen, he handed the paper filled with lyrics to Chen Yuxi at the side. That song was none other than Will You Come Tonight? At the end of the video, Chen Yuxi appeared in front of the camera. Her eyes were red and swollen, and her voice was choked. Zhang Li originally had a chance to live. After being diagnosed with terminal throat cancer, he never gave up hope. Insisting on creating, he wanted to use his work to leave something beautiful for this world. The new songs of the four heavenly kings were handed over to me in the hope that I could listen to my own works again before leaving this world. But when he saw on the network those malicious and slanderous remarks, he was completely crushed. He began to doubt himself, his music, and the meaning of existence. Only 20 years old, he still has so many dreams not realized. There are still so many songs have not been written. Those people, those who hid behind their keyboards and hurled insults, destroyed his last hope with their own hands. They are all murderers. At the end of her words, Chen Yuxi could no longer control her emotions and lost her voice. Once this video was released, it immediately triggered a shock across the internet. Everyone was silent. The truth of the matter is like this. They became accomplices of network violence. A word of abuse, a bad review, all is the straw that crushed this young life. What do I see? Is this the same Zhang Li who was hacked all over the internet? How could he be so stupid? Why did he give up hope for life? Those who vilified him, did you see that? Doesn't your conscience hurt? Mr. Zhang Li, wake up. You still have a lot of songs left to write. A lot of dreams left to fulfill. We all owe you an apology. I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang Li. We were wrong. There are still some netizens who stubbornly believe that Zhang Li's plagiarism is real, and there's no way to wash their hands of it. Even if he's dying, you can't deny the fact that he plagiarized. One size fits all. Plagiarism is plagiarism. It can't be washed away. Don't be fooled by his misery. Who knows if this is his own bitter trick? The one in front of you, you go out in the morning before dawn to earn the mortgage, and you come home in the dark at night. What kind of light do you want? Can you see the light? Don't argue with them. They're just a bunch of internet spammers. They don't know how miserable they are in reality. Can you guys stop arguing? Every time I see someone cursing them, I get so angry. Why don't I come up with these words? Can you all just delete your comments and let me do the scolding? Soon, more industry insiders came forward to write Zhang Li's name. Famous music producer Li Zongxing published a long article on Weibo. I can vouch for my years of experience in the industry that Zhang Li's work is absolutely original. Those so-called plagiarism are simply nonsense. What's the difference between their identification method and identifying a corpse? They don't even care about the cause of death. They just say the body is fake. And that chord progression is very common in arrangements. It's used in many classic songs. So how can you say it's plagiarized? Famous lyricist Fang Wenshan followed suit and posted an article in support of Zhang Li. Mr. Zhang Li's lyrics are profound and poetic, which is his unique style. Those who say he plagiarizes, do you really know music? His talent is something you clowns will never be able to reach. Famous musician Tao Ji, even more directly in the interview, angrily denounced those who denigrated Zhang Li. A bunch of idiots who don't know anything about music. You guys can't even imagine Mr. Zhang Li's talent. His musical talent is hard to find in 100 years. Who are you to question him?
Chapter 42. No é que extreme, no é que extreme, no é que extreme.
A stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The four heavenly kings spoke out one after another, like 4 heavy bombs, completely detonating the network public opinion that was already boiling over. If anything, the netizens' attitude towards Zhang Li was still skeptical and wait and see. Now, with the collective endorsement of the four Heavenly Kings and Chen Yuxi's tear-jerking video, the tide of public opinion has completely reversed. Those who once verbally attacked Zhang Li have now turned their guns and aimed their spearheads at those network spammers. For a while, the cry of "Return Zhang Li's innocence" resounded through every corner of the network. At the same time, more people in the industry also came forward to defend Zhang Li's name. Famous music producer Li Zongxing, famous lyricist Fang Wendan, famous musician Tao Ji. One after another, the most important figures in the music industry spoke out in favor of Zhang Li. They analyzed Zhang Li's works from a professional point of view, refuted the rumors of plagiarism, and praised his musical talent. With the endorsement of these authorities, Zhang Li's charge of plagiarism was completely cleared. His tenacious will to survive and his love for music also touched countless people. The name Zhang Li swept across the internet with unprecedented fervor. Outside the ICU ward of the First People's Hospital in Qinglu City, Chen Yuxi, Zhou Yi Shuizhilu, and Zhang Yang had been waiting for 3 whole days and nights. Everyone's faces were written with exhaustion and anxiety. However, their gazes were always firmly fixed on the closed ward door, without the slightest deviation. Suddenly, the ward door opened and Dr. William Jones walked out. The crowd hurriedly gathered around. "Doctor, how is Zhang Li? How is he?" Chen Yuxi asked eagerly, a tremor in her voice. Dr. William Jones took off his mask, a relieved smile on his face. "He's awake." 3 short words, but like heavenly music, making everyone present cry with joy. Chen Yuxi covered her mouth as tears came to her eyes. Zhou Yi and Shuizhilu embraced each other, while Zhang Yang waved his fists in excitement. "Great! He finally woke up. I knew it, he'll definitely pull through. Thank the heavens and all the medical staff." The crowd was thrilled and expressed their joy. Dr. William Jones looked at the ecstatic group of people in front of him, and a complex look flashed in his eyes. As a senior oncologist who had been in medicine for many years, he had seen too many partings of life and death. It was unheard of for Zhang Li to miraculously wake up in a situation where everyone thought there was no way back. This could no longer be explained by medicine. Perhaps this was the power of faith. Although the patient has now awakened, the situation is still not optimistic. Dr. William Jones' words made the hearts of the crowd, which had just been put down, hang once again. His body is very weak now, and the cancer cells have spread to every organ in his body and may deteriorate again at any time. All we can do is try our best to maintain his vital signs and alleviate his pain as much as possible. As for how much longer he can hold on, it all depends on his own willpower. After saying that, Dr. William Jones sighed softly and turned to leave. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, not knowing what to say for a moment. Joy and worry were intertwined together, making the mood at this moment extraordinarily complicated. No matter what, waking up is a good thing. Zhou Yi broke the silence. Chen Yuxi wiped away her tears, took a deep breath, and her gaze became firm again. Turning around, she looked towards the hospital room. "Zhang Li, you must hold on. Still haven't taught me those rare musical skills of yours. Still have to let me stand on the highest stage and let the whole world hear my singing voice. You big liar. You can't break your promise to me. Wake up and live. There are so many things I want to say to you. There are so many things I want to do with you. You can't leave me like this. You can't." Biting her lips tightly, Chen Yuxi didn't let herself cry out. Inside the hospital room, Zhang Li slowly opened her eyes, and what met her eyes was a blinding white color. Blinking, the chaotic brain gradually became clear. Where is this place? How did I end up here? Rolling his eyes, he surveyed his surroundings. White walls, white sheets, white instruments. This is the ICU? Memories flooded in like a tidal wave, and Zhang Li remembered everything that had happened before. Thinking of her being diagnosed with advanced throat cancer, thinking of all the negative public opinion that was all over the place, and thinking of the time she wrote a song in her hospital bed. Also remembering Chen Yuxi, remembering those affectionate peach blossom eyes, remembering her gentle voice. "Yuxi." After opening her mouth, Zhang Li realized that her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't make any sound. Struggling to get up, but found that his body was as heavy as lead, unable to move at all. At this time, the door of the hospital room was gently pushed open, and Chen Yuxi walked in. Quickly walking to the front of the hospital bed, she held Zhang Li's hand tightly, tears once again coming out of her eyes. You know, you've been in a coma for 13 whole days. We're all worried to death. Chen Yuxi spoke incoherently, her voice choked with sobs. Zhang Li looked at her, a warm current welling up in her heart. Wanting to open her mouth to comfort, she still couldn't make any sound. He could only use his eyes to signal that he was fine. Seeming to read his eyes, Chen Yuxi hurriedly wiped away her tears and revealed a smile that was worse than crying. Don't you worry, the experts said that you've passed the danger stage. As long as you recuperate properly, you'll definitely recover. By the way, during the time you were in a coma, a lot of things happened. The 4 heavenly kings have all helped you speak out, saying that your song is original, and those who questioned you are now silent. And your song is especially hot right now. It's being played on the streets and alleys. So many people have become your fans. Now you're a real big star, much more powerful than those what top streams. Rambling on, Chen Yuxi told Zhang Li everything that had happened during this period of time. Listening quietly, her heart was full of emotions. During this period of time when she was in a coma, so many things had happened. What's more, he didn't expect that the 4 heavenly kings would speak up for him. This was something that one wouldn't even dare to think about before. Not long after, Dr. William Jones walked in with another expert. Once again, he did a detailed examination for Zhang Li. It's simply a miracle in the history of medicine, Dr. William Jones exclaimed. With the patient's previous physical condition, being able to wake up was simply impossible. But now, the spreading cancer cells are contained and are slowly dissipating. Professor Hans Schmidt also said, it seems that his will to live is very strong, which is very favorable for the next recovery. We will do our best to help him regain his health. Dr. Anna Lindblom added. Listening to the crowd murmur, Zhang Li's mind moved and opened the system panel. Host, Zhang Li, current lifespan, 80 days. Influence gained, 185,000. This time it could be described as a fire in the belly, almost playing it off. Luckily, the final result was good, the influence directly doubled and is still rising. If he wasn't wrong, the influence of these 4 songs was still in the fermentation stage. Or perhaps the public's negative impression of him had not yet been completely eliminated. That's what caused the influence to not be fully converted into longevity yet. But 80 days was already enough to participate in the next Tomato Channel variety show. Chapter 43, System Reward, Tomato Channel's variety show. The sky was getting dark. The news of Zhang Li's miraculous awakening flooded the major online social media platforms. Netizens felt it was simply unbelievable. However, after realizing that it was retired diva Sun Fei who invited experts from abroad to consult Zhang Li, they all felt that Zhang Li was blessed with good fortune. All of them felt that he was blessed with heavenly fortune. But there are also some netizens who feel that Zhang Li is out of danger so quickly. There is no other statement inside, no one dare to guarantee. After all, Zhang Li still has to appear in the Tomato Channel's variety show, so how could he have an accident right now? It's not electronic vomit, is it? The one who said vomit earlier, did you eat too much at lunch and come here to look for a vomit bag? Is it possible, possible that Zhang Li isn't sick at all, he's faking it? Don't be so sour upstairs. He's backed up by the 4 heavenly kings. Does he need to pretend to be sick? That's right, you think they're all like you. A little black guy who can't do anything but smear others every day. Little black guy, you're showing your chicken feet. No, you guys are focusing on the wrong thing. Can't anyone notice that the Tomato Channel variety show has already begun to publicize? If you don't tell me, I haven't noticed, so Zhang Li will soon be able to appear in the program? Expectations are drawn out, sitting and waiting for Mr. Zhang Li's return as the king. Meanwhile, inside the First People's Hospital, Zhou Ming arrived at the ICU with the latest planning. The preparations for the program had ended, and due to pressure from above, he could no longer delay until Zhang Li's health improved. Otherwise, the program would be cancelled and Zhang Li would face a lawsuit. Just out of danger, if he went through this kind of shock again, not only for himself but also for Tomato Station, it would be a bad influence. Walking into the hospital room, he handed Chen Yuxi the heavy plan in his hand. This is our station's latest planning for a music variety show, specially tailored for Mr. Zhang Li. The format of the program is very simple, with the musicians responsible for creating the songs. It is then given to the contestants to sing, and ultimately voted on by the audience to select the most popular piece. After a pause, Zhou Ming continued. The station attaches great importance to this program and has invested a great deal of resources, so it can be said that no expense has been spared. As long as teacher Jiang Li can participate, it will definitely become a phenomenal hit. Moreover, this program is broadcast live. All the processes take place under the eyes of the audience, absolutely fair and impartial. Those who question Mr. Jiang Li's talent would naturally shut up then. This program was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for Mr. Jiang Li. As long as he can show his talent in this program, all those negative news will disappear. Moreover, the judges of this program had a very strong lineup, all of whom were the top musicians in the industry. With them escorting Ms. Jiang Li, those black people will have to weigh their options if they want to make things happen again. Looking over the plan, Chen Yuxi frowned. Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu glanced at each other, seeing the worry in each other's eyes. Zhang Yang was about to say something, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. Mr. Zhou, thank you for your kind words, but I'm afraid that Mr. Jiang Li's current physical condition is… Chen Yuxi wanted to say something. I know. Mr. Jiang Li's body is most important, Zhou Ming hurriedly said. Therefore, our program team has also taken this into consideration. As long as teacher Jiang Li is willing to participate, we can arrange for all the preparations to take place in the hospital. It will never cause him any labor. Moreover, we've hired the best medical team, standing by 24 hours a day to ensure Mr. Jiang Li's physical safety. Chen Yuxi put down the papers in her hands. His current condition can't withstand any tossing and turning. But this is a good opportunity, Zhou Ming tried to persuade. No matter how good the opportunity is, you have to have the life to enjoy it. Chen Yuxi interrupted him with a resolute attitude. I understand your concerns, Zhou Ming sighed. But there is no time now. If teacher Jiang Li can't participate, this show will be cancelled, and he will be at risk of defaulting on his contract. At that time, not only would his dreams be dashed, but he would also face a huge amount of compensation. The blow to him will probably be even greater. Silence fell in the ward once again. But Chen Yuxi was still uneasy. Yuxi? Jiang Li suddenly spoke, her voice somewhat weak. I want to participate. The crowd's gazes flicked to him. Teacher Jiang Li, you? I know you guys are worried, but I really don't want to give up this opportunity. Jiang Li said slowly, his eyes clear. I want more people to hear my songs. I want them to leave more traces in this world. Even if I leave one day, as long as there are still people who remember these songs and remember me, then it's not really leaving. The ward was silent, and only the slight sound from the monitor could be heard. But your body… Chen Yuxi still wanted to persuade again. Yuxi, you know me, what I've decided. I won't change easily. Jiang Li interrupted her, his tone soft and firm. I don't have much time left. The more this happens, the more I should do something. All of you are doing this for my own good. But I don't want to give my life and leave any regrets. Besides, this show is more about creating. Just writing songs is fine. It's not a big burden for me. Spinning around, he looked at Zhou Ming. Mr. Zhou, follow the contract. Then… Okay. Chen Yuxi finally relented. But you must promise me that you can't force yourself. And if you have any discomfort, you must stop immediately. Don't worry. I know in my heart. Zhou Ming, who was standing on the side, watched the scene in front of him, his heart filled with emotion. This program would definitely be a success. Because here was a musician who was creating with his life. A musician who would leave his work to the world even if he only had his last breath left. A musician who wants to light up the world with his music even in the darkness. His name was Jiang Li, a name destined to leave a colorful mark on the Chinese music scene. Over the next few days, the ward became busy. Zhou Ming brought the program staff in and out, and various equipment was moved into the ward. Chen Yuxi and the others also cooperated fully, trying their best to create a comfortable working environment for Jiang Li. With everything ready, the publicity for Best Buddy was officially launched. Tomato Channel released a preview of the program on all major platforms and highlighted Jiang Li's joining. Once the news was released, it instantly triggered the internet. In just a few minutes, phrases such as hashtag Jiang Li recording with illness hashtag variety best partner hashtag, and hashtag heartache Jiang Li hashtag. Then they firmly occupied the top few positions on the hot search list of all major platforms. All kinds of media swarmed to the scene, scrambling to report on the matter, eager to rake over every detail. Outside the hospital room, the reporters who had caught wind of the incident surrounded the corridor. They were carrying long guns and short cannons, like vultures waiting to be fed. This was the most explosive news in the entertainment industry in recent years. If they could get the first-hand information, they would get their hands on the prize money. Unfortunately, they were destined to be disappointed. Zhou Ming had already arranged for security personnel to protect the ward tightly. Not to mention reporters, not even a fly could fly in. On the internet, various voices rose and fell, buzzing with excitement. Some people questioned that this was a hype by the show's organizers, aiming to gain eyeballs and increase ratings. Some thought that Zhang Li's move was purely self-seeking, and that he didn't even want to die for the sake of fame and fortune. Of course, more people still expressed sympathy and admiration for Zhang Li. After all, a terminally ill person, at the last moment of his life, still insisted on his favorite career. The spirit alone is enough to move people. If this program is muddled, can you reimburse Zhang Li's medical expenses? The terminally ill brother has put up a fight for the sake of Red. This dedication must be praised. But he's not going to fart in the middle of the recording, is he? Behave yourself upstairs, or you'll turn into a jet fighter. These days, anyone with a dream is great. Chapter 44. Since they want to play, let's have a big wave. You guys, is it possible that Zhang Li is trying to give us a whole big one before he leaves? The whole big one? You mean nuclear explosion? Upstairs is the one who understands association. Don't guess, we'll know when the program airs. Waiting for the program to start. Let's see what this terminally ill brother can come up with. If this program is a hit, I'll eat mooncakes filled with herring cans live. Upstairs, you're here to cause trouble, aren't you? All kinds of voices were heard. But no matter what, the program Best Buddy is completely on fire. Before it even started airing, it had already earned enough eyeballs to become the center of discussion on the entire network. Tomato Station, in the station manager's office. Su Zhang looked at the various data on the computer screen regarding Best Partner, a satisfied smile on his face. Zhou Ming really does have two skills. Picking up his teacup, he gently blew on it and took a sip. If this program really makes it our station's KPIs this year, we won't have to worry. Wang Hai, who was standing by the side, agreed. Yes, this program is so hot right now, it's hard not to be hot. However, he turned his words around. Zhang Li's body? Is there really no problem? Su Zhang put down his teacup. Don't worry. Zhou Ming has made all the arrangements. Let's hope so. Wang Hai nodded and did not say anything else. He knew in his heart that what Su Zhang valued was never Zhang Li's death or survival. Rather, it was this program and how much benefit it could bring to Tomato Station. In the end, Zhang Li was just a pawn. Seeming to see through his mind, Su Zhang smiled. Old Wang, you have to know that in this circle, there are no eternal friends, only eternal interests. We are all businessmen. Businessmen emphasize profit over parting, and it's common for them to buy tea in Fuyang in the previous month. Don't think too much. Watch it well. This play has just begun. Finished picking up the teacup, and sip, eyes deep, looking out the window. 2 days later, Qinglu City First People's Hospital, ICU ward. Zhang Li was half leaning on the bed, holding a tablet in his hand, and on the screen was the list of guests sent by the program team of Best Buddy. Besides him, there were 3 music producers. Jin Yi, 45 years old, known in the industry as the gold medalist, is best at blending different styles of music elements together. After working as a keyboardist for a rock band in his early years, he went behind the scenes and produced albums for many famous singers. The songs he produces are always refreshing. His representative works include Summer Light Years, Flying Birds and Fish, and Empty City. Zhang Yun, aged 50, is a veteran musician and recognized as a melody master in the industry. The melodies he creates can always easily capture the hearts of the people, and his representative works include Red Beans, Rush Hour, Fairy Tale, and so on. Lin Shi, aged 42, is an up-and-coming producer, known for his unique arrangement style, and is regarded as a ghost arranger. He is good at using various new sounds and rhythms to create a unique atmosphere. His representative works include Flammable and Explosive, She Said, and Bubble. These 3 in the field of music production are all resounding figures. Moving on down the list of singers. Wang Shun and Na Lan. These 2 are the mentors of I Am a Singer. In the beginning, they had forcibly eliminated Chen Yuxi under Cui Ziyuan's authorization. Zhang Li frowned slightly at the thought. There was also the rising diva Lin Shirin, who had previously approached him for a song date with a rude and unreasonable attitude. After being rejected, she had been harboring a grudge against him. These three people, I'm afraid they wouldn't cooperate well. As his eyes fell on the last name, Zhang Li froze. It was actually Song Wan. At first, Cui Ziyuan had coerced Zhang Yang into abandoning the race in order to protect her from winning the championship. Why was this woman here too? Chen Yuxi, Zhou Yi, and Xue Zhilu sensed the difference and curiously came over. Handing them the tablet, Zhang Li only said faintly, "It seems that some people won't stop until they reach the Yellow River." Chen Yuxi took the tablet and quickly browsed through the list above. After reading it, her face also changed, burning with anger. Immediately dialing Zhou Ming's phone, her tone was ice cold. "Mr. Zhou, what does this list mean? Are you guys deliberately making things difficult for Mr. Zhang Li?" Zhou Ming had been so busy these past few days that he hadn't even looked at the list of contestants carefully. At this moment, when he saw the photo Chen Yuxi had sent, he also froze. Wang Xin, Na Lan, Lin Shirin, and Song Wan. He couldn't be more clear about the relationship between these four people and Zhang Li. After a moment of silence, he rubbed his temples and spoke in a tired tone. "Ms. Chen, I know that this list is inappropriate, but the station side, I will try my best to communicate." These people were clearly rushing Zhang Li. Even if he wrote the best song, these people might not take it seriously. Instead of a competition, it was more like a hongmen banquet. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming immediately contacted the station's leader to argue his case. 10 minutes later, Chen Yuxi's phone rang again. "Ms. Chen, the program group side has given in. If Ms. Zhang Li doesn't accept the designation, she can form her own battle team." Chen Yuxi did not hesitate. "Good. This championship, we'll take it." Zhang Yang, Zhou Yi, and Xue Zhilu also expressed their willingness to compete. Zhang Yang even suggested, "Since they want to play, let's play bigger. How about asking the four heavenly kings to help out again?" This? Not good, right? Zhou Yi wanted to say something. It had only been a short while since he had troubled them, and besides, people were busy. Would this boundary-less behavior cause the four heavenly kings to resent it? Seemingly seeing through what was going on in the minds of the crowd, Zhang Yang waved his hand and said, "There's actually a paradox in interpersonal relationships. The more people are afraid of trouble, the worse the interpersonal relationships. Because troubling others is itself a means of promoting relationships. What we should be worried about is, will the four heavenly kings help?" Chapter 45. The four heavenly kings help out. Zhou Yi was quite well liked in the circle, and when he thought about it, what Zhang Yang said was not without some truth. Since he was a kid, people who had good relationship with him would always trouble each other. After he became famous, he had the aura of a heavenly king. The original good brothers face him more and more constrained, but also embarrassed to have something to trouble him again. Over time, the feelings between each other become more and more diluted. In the end, he is still the same Zhou Yi and hopes that his friends will always be there. Now, looking back, the ones who are still in touch with him are not afraid to bother him. So, the four heavenly kings were also in the same frame of mind, right? Hesitantly, his eyes swept over the faces of both Zhang Yang and Xue Zhilu, as if weighing the pros and cons. "Let's give it a try," Xue Zhilu spoke up. "We don't have any other options right now anyway. More friends, more ways." Chen Yuxi also nodded. "I think Zhang Yang has a point. We can't always be afraid of troubling others. The four heavenly kings are all people of nature. They shouldn't mind this." Zhou Yi pondered for a moment and finally made up his mind. "All right then, I'll give it a try. But let's say it first, people helping is a favor. Not helping is a favor, we can't force it." After saying this, he took out his cell phone and dialed the god of song. It was quickly connected, and the gentle voice of the god of song came from the receiver. "Hey, E, what's up?" Settling his mind, Zhou Yi tried his best to make his tone sound calm and natural. "It's like this, Senior, we have a variety program over here. We want to ask you to be a flying guest for a period. I don't know if you have the time?" "Oh, a variety program." The god of song seemed interested. "What kind of program?" Zhou Yi hurriedly explained the format of the Best Buddy program, as well as Zhang Li's special situation, to the god of song in detail. On the other end of the phone, the god of song was silent. Zhou Yi was apprehensive, beads of fine sweat seeping from his forehead. "Ah, E," the god of song finally spoke. "The program you mentioned is very meaningful. I also appreciate Zhang Li. Tell you what, send me the exact time and place of the program, and I'll see if I can arrange to open it." Zhou Yi was overjoyed at his words. "Great. Thank you, Senior. Thank you, Senior. Don't be in a hurry to thank first. the god of song smiled. I haven't said I can definitely go. But don't worry, as long as time permits, I'll do my best. All right. Thank you, senior. Zhou thanked him repeatedly, his voice trembling a little. Hanging up the phone, he let out a long breath, a relieved smile on his face. How was it? Chen Yuxi asked eagerly. Song God Senior said that he tried his best to arrange a time. Zhou said excitedly, There's a chance. Great. Zhang Yang slapped his thighs. I told you. The 4 heavenly kings will definitely help us. Xue Zhilu also looked happy. Now we have a better chance of winning. Next, Zhou called the other 3 heavenly kings. To his surprise, the other 3 kings of heaven also said that they would definitely come to support Zhongli as long as time permitted. After taking care of the 4 heavenly kings' side, Zhou felt a lot more relaxed. Turning his head towards Zhongli on the hospital bed, he secretly vowed in his heart that he would help him win this match. Not for any other reason, just for that dedication and love of music. 2 days later, the recording of the first installment of the Best Buddy program officially began. Although this program, Zhou Ming told Zhang Li, was in a live format. But the songwriting process was, in fact, boring. Tomato Station took the ratings into consideration and finally decided to let the songwriting be interspersed with the official live broadcast in the form of recorded clips. Another advantage of recording is that it is convenient for the program group to use the musicians' works to do marketing and attract the attention of the whole network. At this moment, the recording site, Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi, the 3 top musicians, were all present. The host stood at the center of the stage, holding a hand card and introducing their representative works, as well as their individual tunes in turn. First of all, let's welcome Mr. Gold Sage Jin Yi. The host's tone was impassioned. Mr. Jin Yi was a keyboardist in a rock band in his early years. His works can always skillfully blend different styles of musical elements, bringing listeners a refreshing feeling. His representative works include Summer Light Years and Flying Birds and Fish. A round of applause immediately rang out from the audience. Next is our melody master, Mr. Zhang Yun. The host continued his introduction. The melodies created by Mr. Zhang Yun can always easily capture the hearts of the people. His masterpieces include Red Beans, The Year of Rush, and so on. Applause rang out once again as Zhang Yun smiled and waved to the audience. Finally, let's welcome Mr. Lin Shi, the ghost of arranging music. The host's voice rose once again. Mr. Lin Shi is known for his unique arranging style, adept at using a variety of novel tones and rhythms to create a unique atmosphere. His representative works include Flammable Explosive and She Said, Dot. The atmosphere was pushed to a climax as the audience cheered enthusiastically, while Lin Shi nodded his head humbly. I'm sure you've all noticed that we still have one musician who is not present. The host's words changed, casting his gaze to the large screen at the back of the stage. He is Teacher Zhang Li. Due to health reasons, Teacher Zhang Li is unable to come to the scene, but he will participate in the entire recording of the program via video link. On the big screen, the picture switched to the ICU ward of the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City. Zhang Li was half lying on the hospital bed. His body was inserted with various tubes. His face was pale, but his eyes were still clear. He turned to the camera, revealed a weak smile, and gently waved his hand. Hello, everyone. I'm Zhang Li. The voice was small, but it clearly traveled to every corner of the scene. Next, we will enter the contestant showcase. The host continued. On the big screen, the artistic photos of the 4 contestants will appear, and they will perform their repertoire renditions in turn. After the end, several teachers can form partners based on the performance of the contestants, as well as the contestants' wishes, in preparation for the next first round of competition. On the big screen, the picture switched again, and 4 art photos with very different styles appeared. They were Wang Shen, Na Lan, Lin Shirin, and Song Wan. Meanwhile, backstage, Cui Ziyuan wrapped his arms around his chest and nestled on the lounge sofa. His legs were folded on the coffee table, and he looked like he was above the rest. Opposite him, Song Wan lowered her head and didn't say a word, only occasionally lifting her hand to fiddle with the broken hair by her ear, making it impossible to see her expression. This is the last time I'll help you. From now on, it's best not to bother me again. Cui Ziyuan's face was grim. If you dare to shake out what happened between the 2 of us before, then before I die, I'll pull you on my back no matter what. At these words, Song Wan's body trembled slightly, but quickly regained her composure, nodded and said, As long as I can pass this program and rise a step in curiosity, naturally I won't pester you anymore. Saying this, his right hand reached into his handbag. First, he fumbled to turn off the recorder, and finally took out the lipstick and smeared it on his red lips. Chui Ziyuan didn't notice Song Wan's small movements, and when he heard her say so, he finally sighed in relief. In order to stuff Song Wan into this program, he had gone through a lot of effort. He had sent money, smiled, and promised many favors. Fortunately, the result was good. It had all come to this point, and the selection was just a walk in the park. Chapter 46 Lin Shirin's car accident scene. Although this woman was troublesome, it had to be said that the taste was quite good. Thinking of this, Chui Ziyuan subconsciously licked his lips. After fixing Song Wan, he could focus his attention on developing other young stars. In the entertainment industry, there was no shortage of beautiful young girls. As long as they had the resources, there were plenty of people willing to stick it to them. As for Song Wan, just kick her out. Anyway, I've seen a lot of these women. As long as the benefits were in place, they could unlock any position they wanted. Song Wan finished her makeup, stuffed her lipstick back into her bag, and glanced up at Chui Ziyuan. Those eyes, so cold that they didn't have any feelings. This old man, does he really think he's still that little girl at his mercy? If it wasn't for the sake of climbing up the ladder, why would I commit myself to this kind of scum? However, everything was almost over. When she became a diva, the first thing she would do was to send this old thing to prison. Let him also taste what it was like to be stepped on. Thinking of this, the corners of Song Wan's mouth rose slightly. She never felt that she was at fault. What was wrong was this world, this circle. Since this was the case, don't blame her for being ruthless. If people didn't act for themselves, heaven and earth would be destroyed. Everything she did was just to make herself live a better life. That's all. The eyes skimmed towards the recording scene on the screen, only to see the host's words change. It's worth mentioning that among these 4 contestants, one of them will be eliminated tonight, because Mr. Jiang Li has chosen to form his own partner. As soon as the words fell, the audience at the scene was abuzz with discussion. Isn't the program group a bit biased? Isn't this clearly opening the back door for Jiang Li? That's right. Is the Crown Prince going to inherit the championship throne? My heart goes out to the other 3 musicians. Isn't this obvious bullying? You can't say that Mr. Jiang Li is like this. It's not wrong for the program team to take care of them, right? That's right. Can't you see that the contestants have a grudge against Mr. Jiang Li? The program group, in order to traffic, is a bit of a murderous heart. Those few contestants are all rushing to the championship. Jiang Li does not set up his own partner. I'm afraid that they really want to be played to death. In front of me, pure passerby, Mr. Jiang Li belongs to cutting off his own arms. Doesn't he? Those contestants are all popular contestants. Where is he going to find ones of comparable strength? What if he invites the 4 heavenly kings? Are you awake upstairs? What class are the 4 heavenly kings? They would come to this kind of program that lowers its price. On the stage, the host continued. Next, please ask the 4 contestants to demonstrate their talents in turn. Song Wan's face was pale and her heart was in turmoil. She originally thought that as long as she hugged Chui Ziyuan's thigh tightly, she would be able to get a good ranking in this program. Even if she was assigned to Jiang Li's team, at most, she would just do a perfunctory job and give him some color. But now, Jiang Li even chose to form his own partner. This meant that of the 4 of them, someone was bound to be eliminated. Wang Shun and Na Lan, both veterans of the singing world, had undoubted strength. Lin Shirin was even a rising diva, with both popularity and strength. She, on the other hand, was no match for these 3 in terms of seniority and strength. Being eliminated seemed to be a foregone conclusion. Chui Ziyuan's face turned blue, originally thinking that everything was under control. As long as Song Wan made it into the Jiang Li battle team, it would make him lose face. But now, the other party was not following the rules. This made all of his previous efforts go down the drain. It's him again. Why is it always him? Chui Ziyuan gritted his teeth, anger burning in his heart. He felt like he was being tricked. How could he swallow this? There had to be a way to salvage the situation. Otherwise, where would this old face go? At the same time, the host walked onto the stage and began to control the scene. Next, please welcome the first contestant, Wang Shun, to the stage to sing. The scene resounded with applause as Wang Shun slowly walked onto the stage and bowed slightly to the audience after standing still. As the music started, he closed his eyes and swayed his body slightly, quickly getting into the mood. If there's a tomorrow, how do you want to dress your face? If there's no tomorrow, how do you want to say goodbye? As soon as he opened his mouth, the scene was instantly quiet, full of magnetic voice. The song, If There Is a Tomorrow, is performed with deep emotion and power. After the song was finished, the scene applauded thunderously for a long time. Wang Shen bowed again to thank him, and then walked off the stage. Next, Na Lan did not show any weakness. The song Conquest showed the style of a diva, and her loud and clear voice pushed the atmosphere of the scene to the climax. The steady play of the two players made Jin Yi, Zhang Yun and Lin Shi marvel in admiration. Worthy of being an evergreen in the music industry, this singing skill, it's really nothing to speak of.
Vin Ye lamented.
Yeah, this scene, it's too stable. Zhang Yun also nodded in agreement. Lin Shi, on the other hand, silently observed, pondering in his heart. When it was Lin Shirin's turn to go on stage, the atmosphere of the scene reached its peak. Under the spotlight, she was dressed in a long white dress, just like a fairy descending to earth. Only the state seemed a bit off today, as her hit song, Summer Love Song, was as easy to sing as it was to walk around. But today, in the second half of the song's treble part, the voice appeared obvious trembling and out of tune. The audience under the stage was first stunned, and then murmured, "What's going on? Is Lin Shirin's voice not feeling well? It couldn't be that she got too high from bouncing around last night, right?" The three tutors also looked at each other with a few surprises in their eyes. Lin Shirin herself realized the problem, but she didn't panic. Instead, she forced herself to endure the discomfort and continued to sing, only to make a series of mistakes. The high notes couldn't go up, the low notes couldn't go down, and her breath was unsteady. The whole song was sung in pieces. The song ended, and the atmosphere of the scene was awkward to the extreme. "This car accident scene, ah," someone under the stage muttered in a low voice. "It's really embarrassing. This level is not as good as me going to KTV to sing it. It can't be a fake singing wearing out, right?" On the judges' table, the three musicians' faces also became ugly. Backstage, Chui Ziyuan's face turned blue. Lin Shirin was also an important part of his revenge against Zhang Li. He just didn't expect that she would drop the ball at such a crucial moment. "This stupid bastard," cursed in a low voice. Song Wan stood on the sidelines, watching with cold eyes. The grudge between her and Lin Shirin had been going on for a long time. Now that she saw her in this state, there was actually a hint of pleasure in her heart. "It's your turn." Chui Ziyuan glanced at her, his tone cold. Song Wan nodded and walked towards the stage. When she passed by Lin Shirin, the other party suddenly spoke. "Don't argue, you can't compete with me." The voice was so small that only the two of them could hear it. Song Wan's footsteps slightly lurched, not turning back. She knew that Lin Shirin was warning her. But so what? This was the only chance, and she would never give it up. How did Zhang Yang feel when Chui Ziyuan forced him to withdraw from the competition? Perhaps only those who had experienced it themselves could truly realize it. The lights came on again, and Song Wan stood in the center of the stage. She chose a lyrical song later today. The melodious melody, paired with a slightly hoarse voice, portrayed the faint sadness in the song to the fullest. The audience gradually quieted down, all infected by Song Wan's singing. When the song ended, the applause rang out like thunder. The music slowly stopped and the lights converged on the center of the stage. The host was smiling, and Na Lan, Wang Shen, and Lin Shirin followed, returning to the stage in turn. The exciting selection session is here. Song Wan stood at the side, her palms slightly sweaty. She told herself to be calm. Tonight's performance was perfect, and she even felt that this was the best she had played since her debut. Originally, she had thought that the fate of elimination was a foregone conclusion, but now it seemed that there might not be no chance of a reversal. If she lost the election and Lin Shirin advanced, then the program's dark secrets could be revealed. She believed that the program group would not play such a self-destructive trick in full view of the public, especially in the first phase of the program. Any negative news could be devastating to the program. So she concluded that the program group wouldn't dare to take this risk. Thinking of this, she took a deep breath to calm down. First, let's look at Mr. Jin Ye's choice. The host looked towards Jin Yi. Without the slightest hesitation, Jin Yi opened his mouth and said, "I choose teacher Wang Shen." A smile appeared on Wang Shen's face as he nodded towards Jin Yi. The two of them smoothly formed a partnership. Next, it's teacher Zheng Yun. The host's gaze turned to Zheng Yun. Then is Teacher Lan willing to sing my song? Zhang Yun asked. Na Lan smiled brightly and nodded towards Zhang Yun. With honor. The two also managed to team up. Finally, it's Ms. Lin Shi's choice. The host looked towards Lin Shi with a slight hint of anticipation in his tone. The eyes of the entire room were focused on Lin Shi. Song Wan's heart was in her throat. Lin Shirin, on the other hand, lowered her head, unable to see her expression. Chapter 47 Highly Difficult Proposition, Live Creation. The two remaining contestants and my style of work don't quite match, so I've chosen to form my own battle team as well. Lin Shi slowly spoke. When these words came out, the entire room was in an uproar. Song Wan's eyes were wide with disbelief. It was even if Zhang Li had formed her own battle team for not teaming up with her. Now, even other musicians were forming their own battle teams. Wasn't her performance tonight good enough? On what grounds was she abandoning herself to herself? Lin Shirin jerked her head up, her face hardened to the extreme. She admitted that her play just now was indeed a bit out of order, but it didn't represent her true level. It was all because she had played too crazy with her boyfriend last night and accidentally caught a cold. But what did Lin Shi mean by this? Public execution. What's the difference between this and slapping her face in public? The more she thought about it, the more angry she became, and she put the blame on Zhang Li. If he hadn't set this precedent, he wouldn't have been so humiliated. The negative press this time would definitely affect her value. In other words, both of you are going to form your own battle team? The host had a smile on his face, but in his heart, he secretly grumbled. This program, can it still be recorded? Yes. Lin Shi reconfirmed. Okay. Let's respect the teacher's choices. The host forcefully controlled the scene. Then next, please ask the staff to bring the three teachers to their respective creation rooms. The three musicians rose, bowed slightly towards the audience, and then walked towards the backstage under the guidance of the staff. The audience at the scene was murmuring, obviously not expecting this result. No, can this show still go on? What kind of mess is this group in? Backstage, Chui Ziyuan's face was so gloomy that it was about to drip water. How could he not expect things to develop to this point? The plan that was originally thought to be a sure thing had now become a pot of porridge. Song Wan stood on the side, not daring to breathe. Wastes, all wastes. Chui Ziyuan finally couldn't help himself and growled in a low voice. What next? Song Wan asked cautiously. What to do? How do I know what to do? Chui Ziyuan roared and whisked his sleeves away. At the recording site, the host took a deep breath and continued to advance the process. Ladies and gentlemen, after the grouping session just now, the three musicians will be working on their songs in 3 separate creation booths. In order to ensure fairness and impartiality, and to avoid all possibilities of cheating, the propositions for this creation will be voted on by the audience at the scene. 12 propositions will appear on the big screen. Please take out your cell phone, scan the QR code on the screen, and vote for the propositions you support. In the end, the proposition with the highest number of votes will become the theme of this creation. As soon as the words fell, 12 propositions with very different styles appeared on the big screen of the scene. The audience took out their cell phones and began to vote. A few minutes later, the voting results came out. All right, voting time. The host spoke in an impassioned tone. Now, let's reveal the final proposition. The winner of the first place for this creative proposition is Nameless. On the big screen, the word Nameless was enlarged, occupying the entire screen. A gasp rang out from the scene. Clearly, this proposition was unexpected by many people. Nameless. This proposition is a bit interesting. It's not easy to write, it's too abstract. I wonder how a few teachers will interpret this topic. The host's face also showed surprise, but he quickly regained his composure. It seems that the audience has given the 4 teachers a difficult problem. So what do the several teachers have in mind for the proposition Nameless? First of all, let's link up with teacher Jin Yi. The camera switched to Jin Ye's creation room. Jin Yi was sitting in front of the computer with his brows furrowed, obviously still thinking. Teacher Jin Yi, what are your thoughts on the proposition Nameless? The host asked. This proposition, the difficulty is very high. Jin Yi confessed. Nameless can be understood as those who are obscure and unknown. In my practicing career, this kind of high challenge is also very rare. I will find inspiration from those anonymous people. Try to understand their inner world and express their emotions with music. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jin Yi. The host nodded. Next, Let's hear what Mr. Zhang Yun has to say. The camera switched to Zhang Yun's composition room. Zhang Yun was holding a pen, writing and drawing on his book, seemingly recording inspiration. Mr. Zhang Yun, what do you think of the proposition nameless? The host asked. It's very challenging. Zhang Yun replied, namelessness represents a state of being, a state of not being noticed or even forgotten. It requires us to dig deeper, to discover the stories that are hidden in the corners. I will try to build a nameless world with melodies so that listeners can feel that loneliness and longing. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Yun, for sharing. The host said, finally, let's hear Mr. Lin Shi's thoughts. The camera switched to Lin Shi's creation room. Lin Shi was wearing headphones and had his eyes closed, seemingly listening to something. Teacher Lin Shi, do you have any unique insights on the proposition nameless? The host asked. Nameless does not mean non-existent. Lin Shi spoke slowly. On the contrary, they may be all around us, just that we don't notice them. I will use my way to show the power of namelessness, so that everyone can see that those seemingly insignificant people actually have their own light. Thank you, Mr. Lin Shi. The host said, all three teachers have expressed their views. So what are your thoughts? Mr. Jiang Li, who is in the hospital? Everyone's eyes were focused on the big screen. Nameless. It makes me think of those corners that aren't cared about, those who quietly give, but don't ask for anything in return. Jiang Li said slowly, I think this proposition is very good, very socially realistic. The host laughed and said half-jokingly, it looks like Ms. Jiang Li has already been inspired? Jiang Li nodded. Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi saw the scene through the screens in their respective creation rooms. None of the three had any special expressions on their faces. However, in their hearts, a bit of contempt coincidentally rose. This kind of subject matter was extremely rare in the music market in the past. It was never easy to find inspiration from it and create an excellent song. How dare Jiang Li say that he already had inspiration? How dare he say that? Is writing songs really as simple as drinking and eating? The three exchanged glances and saw disdain in each other's eyes. They wanted to see what Jiang Li could write. It was simply claptrap. Chapter 48. What is Jiang Li doing? The screen cut back to the ICU ward, where Jiang Li was half lying on the hospital bed, her brows slightly furrowed. The pen in her hand was gently tapping on the tablet. The close-up shot was given to the tablet screen, only to see him writing and drawing, as if he was making a draft. Is this drawing a talisman? In the audience, a young girl couldn't help but spit out to her friend beside her. Don't say it. It's really a bit like that. The spear-old immortal master's magic power is boundless. The friend responded with a smile, her tone tinged with a bit of flirtation. Didn't he say he already had inspiration? Why is he still making drafts? Another boy wearing glasses pushed up his frames and asked suspiciously. Who knows? Maybe there's so much inspiration that he doesn't know which one to choose. The person next to him casually picked up on this with a tone of disbelief. Ugh. I was kind of looking forward to it, but now it seems like it's just that. The fashionably dressed girl shook her head, a disappointed expression on her face. Don't rush to judgment. What if he's holding back a big move? A boy who looked like a fan of Jiang Li tried to argue. Holding back a big move? I think it's more like holding back his poop. The boy with glasses from before nonchalantly retorted. Make means to make right? Ha 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 ha. With this mouth of yours, pouting and sticking it in the ground, crops won't even need fertilizer. The live audience's murmur grew louder and louder. The guide broadcast duly switched the camera to the creative room of the other three musicians. What was wanted was this effect. Without controversy, where was the traffic? Without contrast, how to highlight the talent of the other three musicians? The camera was quickly switched to the creation rooms of Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi. In Jin Ye's room, the computer screen was filled with notes, and the intro was taking shape. 10 fingers fluttered, tapping rapidly on the keyboard. From time to time, he stopped and closed his eyes, seemingly feeling the melody flow. Zhang Yun's room, he was holding a pen, writing lyrics quickly on a piece of paper. Nameless, not silent, just unheard, like dust, yet a dream, longing, sent by the wind. The tip of the pen rustled on the paper, and a poetic sentence leaped onto the paper. In Lin Shi's room, he was wearing headphones and had a variety of musical instruments in front of him. One moment he picked up the guitar and played, the next he picked up the bass and fiddled with it, seemingly searching for the most suitable tone. His brows were sometimes furrowed, sometimes stretched. The images between the three creations switched constantly on the big screen. The audience could clearly see that the three musicians were in a creative state. Wow, Mr. Jin Ye's intro. It gives me goosebumps just listening to it. Teacher Zhang Yun's lyrics are as heartfelt as ever. Is Teacher Lin Shi preparing to form a band of his own? The live audience's admiration rose and fell, clearly looking forward to the three musicians' performance. The director nodded in satisfaction. What was wanted was this polarizing effect. Only this could make the program more topical and make the audience look forward to the next developments even more. As for Zhang Li, it was just a tool person used to create a topic. Whether he could write good songs or not was not important at all. What mattered was how much traffic he could bring to the program. This is the key. Is Zhang Li really writing and drawing? Actually, no. With so many cameras disliking the hospital bed, it wasn't realistic to listen to the story to unlock the song. What's more, the song is a propositional composition. If you hear a story that doesn't match the proposition, it would be ridiculous. Unlocking songs by force requires a drain on life expectancy. It was not easy to have just returned from a ghostly wave. He didn't want to experience that painful feeling again. With this in mind, he opened the system light screen that only he could see. Host: Zhang Li. Current lifespan: 101 days. Influence gained: 181. 5,000. Songs unlocked: Twilight Echo, Nocturne, Anha Bridge. Detected the host's demand. Currently can strongly unlock the song The Man with No Name. Consuming 20 days of lifespan, you can unlock this work. Please ask if you want to unlock it. It was good news that the lifespan value was still slowly rising. Even after unlocking the song, one still had 80 days of lifespan left. It shouldn't be like earlier, when one's life was hanging by a thread. Not to mention that when the program was aired, one could still reap a huge wave of influence. Where in the world is there too much of both? If he's still hesitant about a sure thing, he deserves to be tormented by his illness. Thinking of this, Zhang Li crossed his heart and chose to unlock it. Instantly a flood of water rushed into the mind. The tip of the pen paused on the screen and hesitated to fall. Slightly sideways head, with the afterglow swept the camera not far away. In his heart, he secretly calculated that he couldn't directly write the entire song out like before. That would be too shocking and would easily lead to unnecessary trouble. He now only wanted to quietly complete the program and get rid of the disease. Thinking of this, the tip of his pen lightly touched the screen and slowly wrote down a line of lyrics. I'm the man without a name on this road. I have no news. After writing this line, he deliberately stopped and pretended to think. His brows were sometimes furrowed, sometimes stretched, as if he was weighing his words. It was actually controlling the rhythm, avoiding writing too much at once. In the guide room, the conductor keenly captured this scene, immediately ordering the camera to switch to Zhang Li's creative room. Push close up and give him a flat close-up. The cameraman understood and adjusted the focus, aiming the camera at the tablet in Zhang Li's hand. The line of lyrics that had just been written was clearly presented in front of everyone's eyes. In the audience, the original noisy chatter gradually subsided. He started writing. In the front row, a boy wearing a duck-tongued cap, his tone was excited. Let me con, what on earth can he write? Next to him, a boy in a plaid shirt poked his head out and looked towards the big screen. The writing isn't great, but he's quite handsome. A girl held her chin and muttered in a low voice. Don't be awkwardly dark. What is this called? It's called a handsome-looking person's war. DS come with their own style and bones. The companion beside him immediately retorted. Che, a bunch of face dogs. The plaid shirt man rolled his eyes, expressing disdain. No one commented on having to spell out everything in exchange for an ordinary script. On the big screen, the lyrics written by Zhang Li were clearly visible. That's it? That's too mediocre, isn't it? The duck-tongued boy frowned, his tone disappointed. I thought he could write something amazing. But after half a day, this is it? The plaid shirt guy bristled with contempt. You can't say that. This is just the beginning. What if there's a surprise later? A boy wearing glasses, a gentleman, opened his mouth and said, Surprise? I think it's more like a surprise. The plaid shirt guy snorted coldly. On the big screen, the picture kept switching. One moment was Zhang Li's serious writing, the next was the reaction of the live audience. This kind of interspersed editing made the program's pace more compact and made the audience more engaged. Time passed by, and Zhang Li finally wrote another line of lyrics. "Oh, nameless one, I toast you to your silence and every roar to." Once these lyrics came out, the audience once again murmured. "These lyrics, they're a bit solid. It's really not easy to leave your hometown to fight in the big city." Yeah, aren't the nameless people? Those people who silently bear the pressure in life, but still work hard to move forward? Saying that, I'm suddenly looking forward to this song even more. Me too. I hope Mr. Zhang Li won't let me down.
Chapter 49. Jiang Li's got sailing moment.
The other three musicians, after seeing the lyrics written by Zhang Li through the live big screen, were slightly surprised. As industry insiders, they naturally had a keen sense of smell. It was rare in the music industry to focus on an ordinary person with no name. He had to admit that this sickly child did have some skills and was able to find such a tricky angle. Jin Yi stared at the screen with a slight frown. Nameless person. This kid. Something. Sighing, he deleted the previously written melody. Those lovey-dovey things, compared to nameless, the pattern was too different. Closing his eyes, he tried to draw out ordinary people's faces in his mind. As a former member of the music industry, he is used to seeing the wind and snow, accustomed to the glory of the spotlight. But he had never really paid attention to those ordinary people who were as ordinary as dust. Zhang Li's lyrics let him see a very different world. There were no flowers and applause, only silent dedication and perseverance. Suddenly, he realized that his past creations seemed to be floating in the clouds, never really connected to the ground. There were the takeaway boys running around for a living, the sanitation workers still sweeping the streets late at night, and those who worked hard in the basement for their dreams. There are also those young musicians who practice hard in the basement for their dreams. Aren't they the nameless people written in the lyrics? Jin Ye's eyes grew firm and he put on his glasses again. He wanted to overturn everything and start all over again. He wanted to write a song that truly belonged to ordinary people, a song that could resonate with them. But when he put pen to paper again, he realized that everything was not as simple as he had imagined. There is a condescending flavor between the lines. It didn't fit with the fireworks that I wanted. I tried to make changes and adjustments, but I could never find that feeling. Time passed by, and beads of sweat seeped out from my forehead. I felt an unprecedented anxiety. This kind of anxiety does not come from the pressure of creation. Rather, it came from questioning his past creative concepts. On the other side, Zhang Yun was in a similar predicament. Staring at the lyrics on the screen, his eyes were complicated. As a veteran musician, he knew the potential of this song. If he could write it well, it would surely become a masterpiece that would be sung as a classic. He picked up the pen and tried to write something down, but his thoughts were like a mess that he couldn't sort out. Every line of the lyrics seems pale and weak, unable to reach the depths of the soul. What he is good at is those lingering love songs, those catchy melodies. But that's not what Nameless needs. It needs a kind of power that can penetrate the heart and trigger resonance. And this kind of power is exactly what he lacks. Putting down his pen, he closed his eyes and tried to calm himself down, thinking back to when he first started out. At that time, he was also a nameless person. For a chance, he could write songs all night long, and he could shamelessly sell himself to record companies. But now that he has become famous, he can no longer write with the same passion. Suddenly, he realized that he was already too far away from those nameless people. He needed to find his heart, his pure love for music. Only in this way can he write works that truly touch people's hearts. The atmosphere in Lin Shi's composing room was equally heavy. One had to admit that this young man did have talent, picking up the guitar and trying to find inspiration. But he realized that all that came to mind were magnificent techniques and complicated arrangements. These things were completely inconsistent with the temperament of this song. Put down the guitar and sighed. He could no longer use the past to create the nameless proposition. He needs to break through and try something new. He opened his computer and deleted all the arrangements he had written before. He decided to start with the simplest melody and use the most simple way to show the inner world of the nameless man. This was a huge challenge. But he didn't want to lose to Zhang Li, and he didn't want to lose to himself. He wanted to prove that he was not only a ghost arranger, but also a real musician. Fingers gently struck on the keyboard. 1 note, 2 notes. The simple melody flowed through his fingertips. There are no gorgeous techniques, no complex arrangements, only the purest emotions. He seemed to see those nameless people, is standing in front of him to tell him their own stories. Their joys and sorrows, sadness and happiness, were all integrated into the melody. The more he wrote, the more he got into it, completely forgetting the passage of time. The audience, who were originally skeptical of Zhang Li, were all staring wide-eyed, holding their breath and staring at the big screen. The screen switched back and forth between the three creations. Jin Yi was tightly frowning, sometimes writing furiously, sometimes crumpling the paper he had just written into a ball and throwing it into the trash. Zhang Yun, on the other hand, kept pacing around the room, mouthing words as if he was searching for a rhyme, or as if he was conceptualizing a mood. Lin Shi, on the other hand, hugged his guitar and closed his eyes to capture the ethereal inspiration. What is this situation? In the front row, the duck-tongued boy had his mouth wide open in disbelief. Teacher Jin Yi and the others, this is overthrowing and starting over. The plaid shirt boy was also filled with shock. Are they this shocked by Zhang Li's lyrics? Behind the Sven boy's lenses, some clarity flashed. How is this possible? The duck-tongued boy was still in some disbelief. What's impossible about it? This can only mean that Zhang Li's lyrics were written to their hearts. The Sven boy pushed up his glasses. It's not, is it? Those few dry lyrics have so much magic. The plaid shirt boy remained skeptical. What do you know? It's called going back to basics. Didn't you hear what the teacher said before? The proposition nameless is extremely difficult, and Zhang Li's lyrics, while seemingly simple, actually hit the nail on the head, pointing straight to the essence of nameless. The Sven boy was excited in his tone. In that case, Zhang Li's song, wouldn't it be? The duck-tongued boy's eyes widened. That's right. Once this song is completed, it will definitely cause a sensation, the Sven boy said decisively. The surrounding audience was also attracted by this conversation and joined in the discussion. Then won't we be witnessing history? It's really possible. This program, it's worth it. I want to know now what kind of song Zhang Li can write in the end. Everyone's eyes were focused on the big screen. At this moment, Zhang Li became the center of attention. In the guide room, the director kept a close eye on the live audience's reaction. Good. That's the effect. The director clenched his fists. This program steady. Originally, he just wanted to utilize Zhang Li to create a topic, but he didn't expect that the other party would give him such a big surprise. The camera cut back to Zhang Li's creative room again, only to see the pen in his hand, sliding quickly on the tablet. A line of lyrics, like a trickle of water, gathered into a river. You come from a southern village, from rough hands. You stood in the cracks of buildings, but you didn't flinch. I come from the northern spring, from a step back, behind the intersection of farewell, warm every sunset. The live audience, looking at the constantly updated lyrics on the big screen, was overwhelmed. These lyrics, absolute. It's so powerful. This is the real nameless. Teacher Zhang Li has sealed the deal. Call Mr. Zhang Li. I don't know who took the lead and shouted, and the scene was immediately filled with loud applause. It lasted for a long time. Chapter 50. The music industry's biggest man gets Ed to the point of breaking defense. This mountain of cheers was clearly transmitted to the three independent creative booths through the real-time radio equipment. Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi looked up, their gazes landing on the lines of lyrics. The seemingly pristine words were like a heavy hammer, smashing hard on the heart. Shocked beyond measure. Jin Yi sat frozen in place, his eyes empty. The composing ability that he was proud of, the musical talent that he was proud of, in front of Zhang Li, it wasn't worth mentioning. All those magnificent rhetoric and exquisite arrangements seemed pale and powerless at this moment. He could even feel that his own beliefs were collapsing by the inch. All those creative concepts that he once believed in and held up as the guiding principles were falling apart at this moment. He even began to wonder if he had lived these decades to the dogs. Zhang Yun covered his face with his hands, and between his fingers, there was deep frustration. Can't figure it out, really can't figure it out. He had been immersed in the music industry for decades, but he couldn't even compare to a sick child? Those lyrics that thought they hit the soul in front of Zhang Li's work, it was like a sickly, pretentious text. He didn't even dare to imagine what kind of ridicule he would face when this song came out. Lin Shi leaned back in his chair, his eyes confused. He had always prided himself on being a musical genius and always felt that he was different. But he didn't realize until this moment that his own petty tricks were nothing in front of a real genius. He could even foresee that from now on, there would only be one name in the music industry, and that was Zhongli. And he would be completely reduced to a companion and a laughingstock. Pause the recording. I need to go out and find inspiration. Jin Yi was the first to raise his hand, his voice hoarse. Immediately after, Zhang Yun and Lin Shi also raised their hands one after another, making the same request. The entire audience was in an uproar when these words came out. In the audience, everyone stared at the stage with wide eyes in disbelief. What's the situation? The three teachers are admitting defeat. No way, this isn't a competition anymore. Zhang Li's lyrics, are they really that powerful? Nonsense. Can't you see that the three teachers have closed themselves off? My God, this is too much, isn't it? I've seen a lot of Tianjiao. They all call me Tianjiao. Isn't this the real-life version of desolate heavenly emperor soloing through the ages and suppressing an era? The director's room was silent. Everyone looked at the director, waiting for his instructions. Guide, director, are we still recording? The assistant director swallowed his saliva and asked cautiously. Record, why not? The director slammed the table, his eyes wild. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Pull the heat up for me. Old Lu, you take a group of people and follow the three teachers. Remember, make sure to film them in their truest state. Zhang, you're in charge of editing. Cut out the footage and post it online. I've thought of a title for you. It's called Three Music Industry Bigwigs Being Ed Out of Defense by Zhang Li's Live Song Writing. Old Li, go contact the Water Army and stir up the heat again. Whether this program will be a hit or not depends on this wave. Everyone, get moving. Speaking rapidly, he arranged everything in an organized manner. Only then did the crowd wake up as if from a dream, and they all began to move. For a while, the entire guide room was filled with people and shadows, and the sound of keyboards rose and fell. The live footage was quickly edited into multiple short videos and quickly circulated across multiple platforms. Hashtag 3 music industry bigwigs were ed by Zhang Li until they broke their defenses. Hashtag what exactly was the song that made Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi collectively admit defeat? Hashtag exclusive revelation. Zhang Li's new song was written live, but it drove 3 musicians crazy. Hashtag these eye-catching titles, paired with impactful images, instantly set off the internet. In the video, the audience's cheers for Zhang Li were deafening. On the other hand, Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, and Lin Shi were ashen, raising their hands one after another to signal that they were pausing the recording and going out to look for inspiration. This dramatic scene made countless netizens' jaws drop. Many netizens who did not know the truth, their first reaction was to question. Tomato Station is starting to hype again? It's not the right way to hold someone up, is it? Who is Zhang Li? I've never heard of him, so he's starting to create a god? It must be a script. These days, what hasn't been done for the sake of traffic? But soon, there were different voices. The 3 people in the video are all top music industry leaders, so they don't have to act with a newcomer, do they? I also think, Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, Lin Shi, which one of them isn't famous? What reason do they have to support Zhang Li, who's just a small celebrity? Could it be that Zhang Li's new work is really awesome? At this point, some netizens who claimed to be live viewers began to leave messages in the comments section. I testify, Mr. Zhang Li's song is absolutely divine. I was there at the time, and I can responsibly say that the quality of this song is ridiculously high. At the beginning, it is true that the 3 teachers were ahead of the curve, but as soon as Mr. Zhang Li put pen to paper, the 3 teachers read the lyrics, directly deleted everything they had written before, and started from the beginning. That's right, in the end, the 3 of them, when they saw the complete lyrics written by Mr. Zhang Li, they were directly struck down to the point of having no confidence, and only then did they ask for a pause in the recording and went out to look for inspiration. These remarks completely ignited public opinion. Some people began to press for details. In response, those netizens who claimed to be live audience members said, "Sorry, we signed a non-disclosure agreement. We can't talk about the details. Everyone should still look forward to the live broadcast of the competition on the weekend. Mr. Zhang Li's work will definitely not let you down. Yes, by then you'll know what it means to have a downward spiral. No, is it really okay to whet people's appetites like this? Hey, it's the first year of the Ming Dynasty, and there are still rumors going around. If rumors don't stop, you'll be in trouble tomorrow. Is this song really that amazing? I feel it's a bit mysterious. You're questioning your father's taste? Chapter 51 Lyrics Alarm National Treasure Composer. Overnight. Hashtag the short video of hashtag 3 music industry bigwigs breaking defense spread across the net like a virus, and the number of plays easily broke 100 million. All kinds of marketing numbers smelled the wind and scrambled to forward it. Add oil and vinegar to concoct. Zhongli sealed the god for 3 minutes. Music industry earthquake. The 3 giants collectively lost their voices. The strongest dark horse of the year is born, and other sensationalized headlines. Netizens even had a brainstorm and edited all kinds of Zhongli Seal the God series of videos, with exciting background music, portraying Zhongli as a great master who swept the music industry. YYDS. Mr. Zhongli must be the C-suite. This is the descent of a true god. Those previous flow love beans are simply weak. Pattern. This is the real music pattern. The previous love affairs were small. The entire network was discussing Zhongli, all looking forward to the song Nameless Man. In stark contrast to the frenzied pursuit on the internet, Genie Studio was in a state of anxiety. The PR team met overnight to discuss strategies, trying to turn the tide of public opinion around. We can't let the situation go on any longer. A statement must be issued as soon as possible to salvage Mr. Jin Ye's image. But what statement is going to issue now? Saying that teacher Jin Yi was so moved by Zhongli's lyrics that he broke his defenses, and that's why he suspended the recording. Isn't this the same as admitting that teacher Jin Yi is inferior to Zhongli? Isn't this adding fuel to the fire? The studio head was in a hurry, but could never come up with a foolproof plan. How about saying that teacher Jin Yi is unwell and taking a temporary break? This reason is too far-fetched, right? There are so many people watching at the scene. Who would believe it? If we really can't, we'll just have to tough it out and admit that Zhongli's lyrics are well written, right? Let's just say that Mr. Jin Yi is cherishing his talent and is impressed by the talent of his juniors. In the end, the studio could only release an ambiguous statement. It was to the effect that teacher Jin Yi appreciated Zhongli's talent. The suspension of recording is for better creation, and I hope everyone will look at it rationally and look forward to the follow-up program. Once the statement came out, the comment section instantly fell. This PR copy was written. It's really teary. Appreciation? I think it's shock is more like it. Laughing to death. Rational view? Now that the entire internet is eating melons, you're telling me rational? The netizens obviously didn't buy it, and all sorts of mocking and questioning noises were all over the place. Genie Studio's efforts were ultimately reduced to a large rollover scene. Zhang Yun's agent was even more direct, contacting the program overnight. In a strong tone, he demanded that Zhang Yun's out-of-character scenes in the program be deleted. What's wrong with your program? Why did you release those images? This has caused a great negative impact on Mr. Zhang Yun's image. I demand that you delete the relevant footage immediately. And in the subsequent programs, try to downplay this matter as much as possible. The program director, faced with the pressure from his manager, promised on the surface that he would consider it at his discretion. But in reality, he was happy in his heart. What he wanted was this kind of negative impact. The more negative it is, the higher the traffic will be. As for the deleted scenes, don't even think about it. Lin Shi, on the other hand, chose another way to digest this Waterloo. Late at night, in a bar in Sanlitun, Lin Shi sat alone in front of the bar, pouring cup after cup of spirits. Another glass of whiskey. His eyes were hollow and his tone was low, as if he had lost his soul. The bartender silently refilled his glass. Teacher Lin, drink less? It hurts your body. Lin Shi mocked himself and shook his head, picking up the glass and drinking it all in one go. Hurt your body? Oh, this bit of talent of mine is what really hurts my body. Originally thought I was the pride of heaven, but it turned out the result is even a sick child cannot compare. What is this called? The lowering of the dimensional blow? Or have the times changed and I am really old? Just when the whole network hot discussion, the 3 music industry Big Brother break defense at the time. A phone call pushed the program to a new climax. The program director's office. Hello. This is the program team of Tomato Channel's Best Buddy. I'm Chun Lao's assistant. He wants to take a look in advance at the sheet music for the song Nameless Man that Zhongli composed. On the other end of the phone, a voice that was vicissimo but not too majestic came from the other end of the line. The director instantly froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. Chan,
Chen Lao.
You mean the national treasure composer, Mr. Chen Lao? Yes. Receiving an affirmative answer, the director instantly bounced up from his chair, so excited that his voice trembled a little. How did he suddenly pay attention to our program? Elder Chen saw the reports about Zhang Li on the internet and was very interested in the man with no name. The director couldn't believe his ears. Elder Chen, a national treasure composer, had taken the initiative to ask to review a newcomer's work? This was simply out of this world. One must know that he was a titanic figure in the music industry. He's highly respected, and he's been a great influence on many generations. His works have influenced several generations and his status is unrivaled. Not to mention the talent show, even the CCTV Spring Festival Gala. If you want to invite Chen to appear, you have to book a few months in advance, and it also depends on his mood. And now, Chen's assistant took the initiative to call and review Zhang Li's work? What does that mean? It means that Elder Chen has high expectations for this song. This was definitely a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The director instantly realized that if he could take this opportunity to get in touch with Elder Chen, then their program team and even the entire Tomato channel would see a qualitative leap. Thinking of this, he could no longer sit still and immediately picked up his cell phone and dialed the station director. Half an hour later, led by the station manager himself, a group of people rushed to Zhang Li's hospital in great numbers. Mr. Jiang, hello? I'm Tomato Station Director Su Zhang, and on behalf of all the staff of Tomato Station, I would like to express my sincerest greetings to you. Su Zhang was all smiles, his posture extremely low. It was as if he wasn't facing a patient, but a respected artist. Zhang Li was a little confused, looking at the group of people who suddenly appeared in front of her and were overly enthusiastic, and was a little unable to react for a moment. Director Su, you are. Mr. Jiang, it's like this, the national treasure composer, Mr. Chen Lao, is very interested in the nameless man that you created, and would like to review the score in advance. Su Zhang opened the door and directly explained his intentions. Zhang Li's heart stirred slightly when he heard this. Elder Chen wanted to look at his music score? This was somewhat unexpected, but it was a good opportunity for him to gain influence. Mr. Jiang, is it convenient for you to see? Su Zhang was careful, afraid that Zhang Li would refuse. The score. I haven't had time to organize it into a paper version yet. It's only available in electronic form. Zhang Li pondered a little and said truthfully, it's okay. The electronic version is fine, as long as it can be seen by old Mr. Chen. Su Zhang hurriedly waved his hands, his tone eager. Then, okay. Zhang Li nodded, picking up the tablet from the bedside table and handing it to the other party. The scores are all in here. Su Zhang took the tablet as if it was a treasure, carefully holding it in his hands for fear of bumping into it. Mr. Jiang, take a good rest. We'll send the tablet computer to the sanatorium and give it to old Mr. Chen for review. Su Zhang once again expressed his greetings to Zhang Li. Then he led the crowd and hurriedly left the hospital. The group rushed non-stop to the Fragrant Hill Sanatorium. Guided by the staff, they arrived in front of an ancient villa. At the entrance of the villa, there stood a hale and hearty old man dressed in a tang suit, which was none other than Chen Lao's assistant. Director Su, hello? Elder Chen has been waiting inside for a long time. The assistant politely shook hands with Su Zhang and welcomed the crowd into the villa. The interior of the villa was elegantly decorated, with several famous paintings and calligraphy hanging on the walls. Elder Chen was sitting on a tie-shirt chair in the study, wearing presbyopia glasses and holding an ancient book in his hand, reading it with great interest. Hearing the sound of footsteps, he slowly raised his head and looked at the crowd with a kind gaze. You guys are here. Hello, Elder Chen. I'm Su Zhang. This is the sheet music for The Nameless Man, composed by Mr. Zhang Li. Su Zhang quickly stepped forward and handed the tablet to Elder Chen with both hands, his tone respectful. Receiving the tablet, Elder Chen gestured for the crowd to take their seats. All take a seat, no need to be polite. Only after the crowd had taken their seats did he slowly pick up the tablet, and with the help of his assistant, opened the sheet music. The room was suddenly quiet. Time passed minute by minute, and Chen Lao's expression changed. At first, it was still just casually flipping through it with curiosity. Gradually, his brows began to wrinkle slightly, and his eyes became grave. Then later, he was actually completely immersed in it, his expression focused, seemingly forgetting everything around him. After a full 10 minutes, only slowly put down the plate. Remove the presbyopic glasses, rubbed the sore eyes. The room was still quiet. Everyone held their breath. The atmosphere did not dare to come out, for fear of disturbing Chen's thoughts. After a few more moments, Chen Lao suddenly sighed long and hard. His eyes were slightly red, and his voice was somewhat choked. Good. Good ah. Really? Really good. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. Chen Lao excitedly stood up and walked to the desk. Picking up the brush, he dipped it into the thick ink and waved his brush on the rice paper. A few moments later, a powerful piece of calligraphy jumped onto the paper. The 4 big words "Voice for the People," "Power through the paper," into the wood. At the end of the inscription, the word Chun Ming was clearly written. Chen Lao put down his pen, carefully blew the ink dry, and handed the calligraphy to Su Zhang. This piece of calligraphy is for your program team. Zhang Li wrote this song well. It's really well written. It truly writes the hearts of the common people. This program of yours, it's well run. Keep it up. Give a voice to the people. Sing for the times. Chapter 52 Inner entertainment. Bitter flow for a long time. Coming out of the Xiangshan Sanatorium, the group sat in a commercial vehicle, and the atmosphere was very different from when they arrived. Su Zhang sat in the back row with his eyes closed, but in fact, his mind is full of thoughts. Although Chen Lao has retired to the second line, but the former status and influence cannot be underestimated. To some extent, his words represent a wind direction and attitude. Thinking of this, he slowly opened his eyes and swept his gaze over the people in the car. There's no need for me to say more about how much weight Elder Chen's words carry, right? The program, best beat, the next positioning has to be adjusted. The people in the car were silenced and nodded their heads. Elder Chen had held a high position in his early years, and his words and actions carried great weight. His words, to a large extent, could represent the opinions of the higher-ups. It is no longer an ordinary variety show. Rather, it's a business card. A business card that glorifies the times and conveys positive energy. From now on, all resources are tilted towards best shot. No effort should be spared in publicizing to make this show a household name. As for the proposition, it should keep close to the pulse of the times, carry forward the main theme, and guide the correct values. Understood. The crowd answered in unison, looking solemn. Also, on Mr. Zhang Li's side, he should be treated with the highest specifications. His needs should be prioritized and satisfied, and his safety should be even more focused. Speaking here, Su Zhang's gaze became deep. This time, whether or not our tomato stage can rise to the next level depends on him. Deputy Station Director Wang Hai was the first to state his position. Don't worry, station manager. We will definitely cooperate fully to serve Mr. Zhang Li well. The rest of the people also chimed in, expressing their determination to carry out the station manager's instructions. Also, all negative news about teacher Zhang Li on the internet should be banned. Once discovered, it should be stopped in time, and legal action can be taken if necessary. Su Zhang added, a touch of ruthlessness in his tone. He didn't want to see any unfavorable remarks about Zhang Li festering on the internet. The crowd was again shocked in their hearts. It seemed that the station manager was determined to protect Zhang Li this time. Finally, Su Zhang's gaze fell on Zhou Ming in the passenger side. Being able to have the situation today had nothing to do with this youngster. If he hadn't planned out this variety show and insisted on hiring Zhang Li, I'm afraid that this opportunity to rise would have passed him by. Xiao Zhou, Su Zhang spoke, his tone easing a few points. You've gotten a lot of credit this time. You'll be my assistant from tomorrow onwards. Zhou Ming was stunned. Then his heart was ecstatic. Thank you, station manager. I will definitely do a good job. The others in the car were all envious, but did not dare to say anything more. After all, they didn't have Zhou Ming's vigor, and were able to protect Zhang Li under tremendous pressure. Who would have thought that the young man who insisted on hiring Zhang Li had now become the assistant station manager? It was really fate. Zhou Ming naturally knew what it meant to be the assistant to the station manager. If Su Zhang was promoted to GOAT TV, then as an assistant he would naturally rise as well. All of this could not be separated from Mr. Zhang Li's superb performance. His heart was full of gratitude to Zhang Li. He decided to pay another visit in his personal name some other day to express his gratitude. Back at the station, Su Zhang was thunderous and immediately called a meeting with the heads of all departments, conveying Chen Lao's instructions and deploying the follow-up work in detail. With the full support of Tomato Station, the publicity campaign for Best Buddies swept through the city like a violent wind and rain. Inside the subway station, giant posters occupied the most prominent positions. Zhang Li's name and the title of the song Nameless Man were printed in the center of the poster in eye-catching fonts. The bus stop sign was replaced with a poster of Li in a hospital gown, but with a resolute look in her eyes. The accompanying text was the striking "You are born to be extraordinary." Even the bus body was spray-painted with the program's slogan. On the big screen in the commercial center, the show's highlights were played in turn. Jin Yi, Zhang Yun, Lin Shi, three big names in the music industry break defense moment, was repeatedly edited and played very dramatic tension. The online platform was the main battlefield. Various video websites and social media, open screen ads, and pop-up recommendations were all dominated by the promotional content of Best Buddies. Topics such as hashtag 3 music industry bigwigs breaking the defense hashtag ICU singer Zhang Li hashtag, and hashtag the strongest audio variety of the year hashtag topped the hot search list in turn, and the heat remained high. Offbeat, my mom is asking me if I watched Best Buddies over the weekend, saying that the young man who lies in ICU and writes songs is very inspirational. My grandma has become a Li fan. She holds her cell phone every day to brush the Zhang Li video, and says she wants to mobilize her relatives and friends to vote together. Help, who understands? I don't watch variety shows, but I've been swept away by this program lately, and I can't even hide from it. The lyrics are really something. I don't usually listen to songs. I feel that they are written in my heart. Before watching those talent shows, it's either love and love or just moaning and groaning. This time finally come a little different. Zhang Li's experience is really quite appealing. ICU songwriting. Buff stacked ah. Who isn't a struggling pussy? Mr. Zhang Li is a real struggler. Respect. The pattern has opened up. In the past, we used to look at the face when chasing stars, but now we have to look at the talent and who is more desperate. The internal entertainment bitter flow for a long time. Mr. Zhang Li, this kind of strength has a story, is the future of the internal entertainment. Okay? I'm looking forward to it. Squatting live on the weekend to see how godly Mr. Zhang Li really is. The publicity was overwhelming, like a tidal wave surging to every corner. Whether it's office workers, students, urban white-collar workers, or grandpas on the streets. Almost all of them were surrounded by the publicity information of Best Buddy. Zhang Li had also quickly become a household name from a niche musician. Many people who weren't originally interested in the entertainment industry were also attracted by the publicity. When they searched for related videos on the internet, they saw the image of Zhang Li lying on the ICU hospital bed, focused on composing lyrics. Coupled with the words that hit home, they were instantly impressed by Zhang Li's talent and spirit. This young man, it's really not easy, sick like this and still able to write such a good song. This is the real musician, who doesn't even care about his life for the sake of his dreams. We must watch this program on the weekend and support this Zhang Li. More and more people, because of Zhang Li's talent and experience, became potential viewers of Best Buddy. They are looking forward to the live broadcast of the competition on the weekend and want to witness Zhang Li's God Seal moment with their own eyes. Chapter 53. This splash of riches, it's finally my turn to Zhang Yang. Tomato Channel spared no expense in publicizing, and the benefits brought to Zhang Li were obvious. The sunlight outside the window was just right, and with a thought, he opened the system panel. Host, Zhang Li. Current lifespan, 125 days. Gained influence, 121, 5,000. Unlocked songs, Twilight Echo, Nocturne, Anha Bridge. Just one lyrics alone has made me gain almost 40 days of lifespan. Zhang Li was secretly grateful for his big gamble. Unlocking the Nameless Man had consumed 20 days of lifespan, and now the finished product hadn't even been served yet, and the response was so strong. If he waited for the competition to begin, he couldn't believe to what an exaggerated extent his lifespan would grow. At this time, the door to the hospital room was pushed open and Chen Yuxi walked in first, followed by Zhou Yi, Shuizhilu, and Zhang Yang. Several people had some anticipation on their faces, and their eyes fell on Zhang Li in unison. How is your body feeling? Chen Yuxi was the first to break the silence and asked with concern. Zhang Li leaned against the bed, her face still a bit pale, but her mental state looked pretty good. Much better, you guys are. Zhou Yi stepped forward, his tone tinged with urgency. Teacher Jiang, for tomorrow's competition broadcast, a few of us would like to sing your new song Nameless Man. You see? Shuizhilu and Chen Yuxi also nodded their heads, their eyes filled with eagerness. After all, there was no need to say how hot the song was anymore, and whoever could be the first to sing it on stage would undoubtedly gain huge attention. Zhang Yang stood at the end and did not make a sound, just silently looking at Zhang Li. In terms of seniority and fame, he was at a disadvantage among these people. Being able to come was more of a learning attitude. Zhang Li swept her gaze over the crowd and smiled slightly, her tone calm. Regarding the vocalist, I already have a candidate. Several people sniffed, their expressions varying. As the crowd watched, Zhang Li's gaze finally landed on Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang, do you have the confidence to sing this song well? Zhang Yang froze, not expecting at all that teacher Zhang Li would choose himself. Teacher Zhang Li, I will do my best. Guarantee to live up to your trust. He was a bit incoherent with excitement. To know that this opportunity was simply a pie in the sky for him, or the kind of luxurious pie that was encrusted with gold. Zhou Shuejilu and the others, which one of them wasn't a heavenly figure who had been in the music industry for many years. But Mr. Zhang Li chose him. It was simply the luck of the ancestors, no, the luck of the ancestors. He even began to wonder if he had saved the galaxy in his previous life to be able to encounter such a good thing in this life. This is the premiere of The Man with No Name. The entire internet was now talking about it and looking forward to this song. As long as he sang this song well, he would definitely be able to soar to the heavens and completely get rid of this embarrassing situation. What does it mean to say, when the time comes, heaven and earth are all in the same boat, but when the time goes, the heroes are not free? Zhang Yang has been waiting for a chance to prove himself. And now the opportunity had finally come. And in a totally unexpected way, it hit the head. This heavenly riches, it was finally his turn. Zhang Yang? Looking at that excited look that he couldn't wait to perform a chest-breaking boulder on the spot. Zhang Li's pale face revealed an imperceptible smile. I believe in you. For simple words, but has the power of 1,000 pounds. Instantly let Zhang Yang's heart surging a warm current. A man dies for a friend who understands him. A woman pleases herself. Teacher Zhang Li trusted himself so much. He, Zhang Yang, even if he spared his life, would sing this song to the best of his ability. Teacher Zhang Li, don't worry. I will definitely put out my 12% spirit and perform this song to the best of my ability. Zhang Yang once again stated his position. His tone was powerful and loud. Chen Yuxi and the others on the side, although they were a bit regretful that they were not able to fight for the chance to sing, they were also happy for Zhang Yang. After all, they were all on the same team, and whoever could excel would be good for the whole team. Moreover, Zhang Li definitely had his considerations when he chose Zhang Yang, and they trusted Zhang Li's judgment. In the time that followed, a few people discussed some more details of the competition with Zhang Li. Mainly centered around the song arrangement, stage presentation, and other aspects, they made their own suggestions. Zhang Li listened carefully, nodding from time to time in recognition. After the discussion, Zhou Yi patted Zhang Yang's shoulder. Make good use of the opportunity this time. Don't disgrace us. Xue Zhilu followed suit and joked, yeah, if you're going to sing badly, be careful that Ms. Zhang Li won't take you to play in the future. Chen Yuxi, on the other hand, gently encouraged, cheer up. I'm sure you can do it. Facing the encouragement and teasing from the crowd, Zhang Yang just smiled nervously. This was not only a competition, but also a chance to prove himself. To let everyone know that he, Zhang Yang, had strength and talent and deserved a higher stage. Meanwhile, the Best Buddy program team had entered the final sprint stage. Stage lighting, sound equipment, choreography, all the links are in full swing for the final debugging and rehearsal. The director is personally sitting on the scene, focusing on every detail and strive to do everything. Tomorrow night's live broadcast is about the success or failure of the program and the future of Tomato Radio. Success is not an option. On the internet, the discussion about Best Partner and Zhang Li remained high. Various prediction postings, analysis postings, and support postings are coming out all over the place. Waiting for tomorrow night's live broadcast. I've already moved my small stool, melon seeds, and mineral water, just waiting for Mr. Zhang Li to seal the god. I feel sorry for Mr. Jin Yi, Mr. Zheng Yun, and Mr. Lin Shi. What kind of suffering is it that they have to face this kind of bug player like Zhang Li? There's one thing to say, this Tomato Channel publicity is really powerful. It feels like the whole network is discussing this program. The netizens were enthusiastic, expressing their anticipation for Zhang Li and the Nameless One. Everyone wanted to know what kind of shock this song, which was praised by National Treasure composer Chen Lao, would bring. Chapter 54, there's one more song yet. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock in the evening the next day. Night fell and the lights came on. The Tomato TV studio was brightly lit and crowded. The live broadcast of the Best Buddy competition officially kicked off. The host spoke brilliantly, with a passionate opening speech, instantly igniting the atmosphere on the scene. The camera swept, countless audience waving fluorescent sticks, shouting deafening. The webcast room is even more lively. Come on, come on, come on. I've been squatting for an afternoon, and I'm finally waiting for the live broadcast. If anyone dares to say that Mr. Zhang Li can't do it, I'll be the first one to get angry with him. I'll bet 50 cents that after tonight, the ceiling will change hands. The host briefly introduced the rules of the competition. Tonight, the 4 contestants will take turns on stage, interpreting works customized for them by their teachers. The live audience's real-time voting will directly decide whether the contestants will stay or go. Who will be the best partner tonight? Let's wait and see. As soon as the words fell, the stage lights suddenly changed. Wang Xin took the lead. Dressed in a well-tailored black suit, he appeared mature and steady. The prelude sounded, and the majestic drum beat instantly grabbed the audience's ears. The song Unsung Heroes by Jin Yi himself. Just the intro alone is extraordinary. His voice is soaring and penetrating, and he brings out the boldness of the song. No name is also a monument. No sound is also thunder. The lyrics are far-reaching and the melody is uplifting. The arrangement is even more atmospheric. Various instruments intertwined, creating an epic and magnificent feeling. The audience applauded. The pop-up screen also brushed up a screen full of praise. Wang Shun has not aged. He still has the same flavor when he opens his mouth. Mr. Jin Yi is really something. This song opens up the landscape right away. Although it's a bit too much positive energy, I have to admit, it's still quite exciting to listen to. There are also some picky netizens who have different opinions. There's always something missing. The lyrics are a bit sloganized and not heartfelt enough. The melody is good, but after listening to the end, as if there is no reminiscence of the place. The pattern is there, but the depth is still lacking a bit of fire. It feels a bit, well, airy. After Wang Xin, Nalan walked onto the stage. I chose a very different route of interpretation from Wang Xin. Zhang Yun created for her the man with no name. There is no flashy rhetoric, nor is there a stirring melody. There is just an unflinching outpouring of words. The voice is gentle and delicate, and the lyrics are simple and unadorned. The words are but full of care and understanding for the little people. As small as dust, there is still starlight. Ordinary body can also look up. She used her singing voice to depict the struggles and perseverance of all people under the heavy pressure of life. Many netizens were touched by Na Lan's voice and their eyes were slightly moist. Nalan's song made me want to cry. It's too heartfelt. The lyrics are so well written. Every sentence is heartfelt. I feel like I'm singing about myself. Mr. Zhang Yun is still great. This kind of heart route, the killing power is too strong. Some people also feel that the song is slightly bland and lacks memory points. The song is good. It's just too flat, a little emo after listening, but not much explosive power. The arrangement is a bit of a drag. It feels like it could be a bit more gripping. Suitable for a person to listen quietly on the competition stage, it seems to be a bit of a disadvantage. After the 2 former singers, the new generation of powerful singer Cheng Jie made a grand finale. When the host introduced the singer as Cheng Jie, a gasp rang out from the scene. No one expected that Lin Shi could actually invite this new generation leader. It was important to know that Cheng Jie's curiosity was completely equal to Jin Yi and Zheng Yun. Lin Shi's wave of maneuvering had directly brought the expectations up to full capacity. The stage lights changed again. The prelude slowly sounded, and the low drum beat was like a heartbeat, pounding the audience's heart. Cheng Jie's voice was calm and magnetic, instantly bringing the audience into the song's context. Love you alone down a dark lane. Love the way you don't kneel. The lyrics hit the softest places of the heart. The melody progresses from low to high, layer by layer, and the emotions continue to build up, eventually exploding completely in the chorus. Go, go, with the humblest of dreams. Battle, battle, with the most lonely dream. Cheng Jie's singing is highly infectious, with lyrics that penetrate the eardrums and go straight to the depths of the soul. The voice is sometimes low, like walking alone in the dark night, and sometimes high and impassioned, like crying out in desperation. The audience completely boiled. Countless people stood up and sang along with Chen Yuxi. The webcast room was completely blown up. The pop-ups rolled wildly, with various exclamation marks and exclamation points almost overflowing the screen. Everyone was shocked by the powerful aura and profound intent of Lone Brave Man. The lyrics were written to perfection. The melody was also perfect. The arrangement is also perfect. Mr. Lin Shi is a king of bomb this time. This song will definitely be a hit on the internet. It's going to be the gold song of the year. Mr. Lin Shi's outburst, who's going to be able to handle it? Mr. Zhang Li is in danger. This is a big move. It's a direct hit. Who's going to compete when Lone Ranger comes out? It feels like tonight's champion has been booked in advance. I feel like every word is hitting my heart, and I'm empathizing with you. Chen Yuxi's singing is also great. Goosebumps are rising. This is truly divine singing. I thought Mr. Zhang Li had it in the bag, but now I can't tell who's going to win. My heart goes out to Mr. Zhang Li. I feel sorry for Mr. Zhang Li. He's not even out yet and he's met such a strong opponent. The pressure is immense. Is the man with no name still a fight? It feels like the lonely and the brave has already sealed the deal. Meanwhile, the fragrant hill sanatorium. Inside the ancient and elegant room, the atmosphere was grave and solemn. The old Chen's residence, which was usually deserted, was filled with people today. Several old men dressed in dark-colored Zhongshan suits with a calm and dignified demeanor were seated in their seats, eyes coincidentally focusing on the TV set on the wall. These people who could make China tremble when they stomped their feet. At this moment, they were like elementary school students, sitting quietly around the old man with white hair. The old man was Chun Ming. The national treasure composer was only his least noteworthy identity. These bigwigs were originally asking Chen for advice on the major policies of ruling the country and securing the nation. However, they accidentally found that this old man who was usually drunk on ink and writing and did not ask about world affairs was actually watching an entertainment variety show with great interest. This is really a bit unimaginable. What surprised the crowd even more was that Chen Lao, who had always been known for his calmness and stability, was slightly red-eyed at the moment. On the screen, Chen Yuxi's voice was still stirring. The phrase, "who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes," was like a heavy hammer hitting the hearts of all the bigwigs. People in high positions were accustomed to seeing red wine and greenery, and they had seen through all kinds of deceit. At this moment, they were deeply shocked by this song, especially the lyrics of the tribute to the lone brave, but also let everyone feel the same. On the invisible front, how many unsung heroes, for the country and the people's peace and quiet dedication, and even sacrificed their lives. No flowers, no applause, and even the name will not be known by the world. When the song ended, the room was silent. Several big men looked at each other with moist eyes, unable to speak for a long time. The old man with a stout figure and shining shoulder insignia was the first to break the silence. His voice somewhat choked. "Elder Chen, this song was written to our hearts." Another old man wearing gold-rimmed glasses with an elegant temperament also sighed. "Yes, it's rare for young people nowadays to still be able to write this kind of song." Elder Chen slowly removed his presbyopic glasses, his gaze deep. The song's lyricist is called Zhang Li, a very talented young man. Zhang Li. Several bigwigs had thoughtful faces, seemingly recalling the name. Another old man with a stalwart, unsmiling face spoke decisively. "Elder Chen, don't worry, when we get back, I'll immediately arrange for someone to contact this comrade and make sure to thank him properly. This song should be vigorously promoted in the national political and legal system. Let all the cadres listen to it and take a look at it." Elder Chen nodded slightly at his words, then raised his hand to signal to continue watching. "Keep watching. There's still one more song." Although several bigwigs were immersed in the shock brought about by Lone Brave Man, when they saw Elder Chen say so, they also gathered their minds to continue watching. Just what kind of work could make Elder Chen so expectant? Could it be even more shocking than Lone Brave Man? Chapter 55. There is no coming back. And at this time in the ICU ward, Zhang Li was watching the live broadcast of Best Partner through a tablet computer. When Chen Yuxi's penetrating voice sang the line, "Love you alone in a dark alley." When Chen Yuxi's penetrating voice sang the line, "I love you alone in the dark alley," his hand holding the tablet slightly gave a start, and his expression stagnated for a short period of time. The lonely and the brave? He was sure that he had heard it correctly. The melody and lyrics of this song were exactly the same as the alternate song in his demo file. How could it be Lone Brave Man? This song was clearly the plan B that he had specially prepared in order to deal with unexpected situations. By all rights, it should never have appeared on the competition stage. What's more, the singer was also Chang Jie, a contestant from Lin Shi's team. A series of question marks exploded in his mind. It made Zhang Li a bit puzzled, trying hard to recall last night's situation. Tomato Stage executive Su Zhang had brought Zhou Ming and the others to visit, saying that they wanted to take the music score to Elder Chun for review. At that time, he didn't think much about it. He had directly handed over the tablet computer containing all the song demos to Su Zhang. Could it be that the problem lay in the fact that the tablet was sent on its way to the sanatorium? If that was the case, then the guts of the person behind the scenes was a bit too big. What was Chen's status? He was a national treasure composer, highly respected, and had the status of a titan in the music industry. These people are simply eating their hearts out. Or is it that they are sure that Elder Chun won't come down to the stage for this small matter? Or are they sure that Elder Chun won't personally come down to speak for him as an ICU musician for this trivial matter? Or, a more frightening possibility, Elder Chun didn't even see the lonely and the brave? Thinking of this, Zhang Li immediately exited the live broadcast screen and quickly slid his finger to open the song's demo file. Sure enough, the lyrics and music files of Lone Brave Man had been deleted. Zhang Li's heart was already clear. The lonely and the brave had been plagiarized, and it had been plagiarized by someone from the Best Buddies program. As for who was behind it, the answer seemed to be coming out. The first thing that came to mind was Cui Ziyuan. After all, there had long been a rift between the two. From the insider operation of "I am a singer" to this "best buddy," Cui Ziyuan's face has long been exposed. Plagiarizing this kind of thing with his character, it wasn't surprising that he did it. But what about Su Zhang, the director of Tomato Station? There was no reason, no motive to do such a self-destructive and stupid thing. Plagiarizing a song that hadn't been released yet wouldn't do him any good. Instead, it would ruin his reputation and cut short his career. Well, the results were already calling. The song was stolen on the way back to the tablet for him. Only during this time was it possible to avoid station manager Su Zhang's ears. The tablet was sent back by Zhou Ming himself. But was he that kind of person? Zhang Li's brows were locked in deep thought, thinking of Zhou Ming's forcefulness in arguing against the public and insisting on hiring himself, even going so far as to offend the show's senior management. Even more, he recalled that he had been promoted to assistant by Su Zhang last night. A bold guess surfaced. Zhou Ming was promoted to assistant by Su Zhang, touching some people's vested interests. So he and Cui Ziyuan collaborated and planted evidence to frame him, unless the state authorities intervene. Otherwise, once he pursued the plagiarism of Lone Survivor, he would inevitably implicate Zhou Ming. And Zhou Ming had just been promoted to assistant. His future was bright. Those who were hiding behind the curtain concluded that in order to protect Zhou Ming's future, it was very likely that they would choose to swallow their anger and swallow this bad breath. It is precisely because of this that he dared to plagiarize so recklessly and blatantly. It's a good move to take the paycheck from the bottom of the kettle and kill two birds with one stone. Not only did he plagiarize his song, but he was also able to take advantage of the relationship between him and Zhou Ming, making it difficult for him to speak out and impossible for him to pursue the matter. The meticulousness of his mind and the insidiousness of his methods are simply breathtaking. Really a group of wonderful people. Silently turned off the flat panel, leaned on the bed, closed his eyes and long exhaled a cloudy breath. Anger burning in the chest, but surprisingly calm. I have to find a foolproof plan, not only to get justice for myself, but also to protect Zhou Ming. It would also allow those behind the scenes to pay the price they deserved. Since someone wanted to play dirty, let's see, who is more dirty? He picked up his cell phone and dialed Zhou Ming's number. The call was quickly answered, and a slightly excited voice came through. "Mr. Jiang? Are you in good health?" Zhang Li's tone was calm. Not the slightest difference could be heard. "Much better. There is something I want to confirm with you." "You may speak, Teacher Jiang." "Yesterday, when Director Su came to the ward, I gave him the tablet to pass on to Elder Chun to review the score. Did anyone else touch the tablet before it was delivered to Elder Chun?" On the other end of the phone, Zhou Ming recalled slightly before answering cautiously. I remember that the tablet was always held by Director Su until it was handed over to the staff around Elder Chun. In between, no one should have touched it, right?" Should means not sure? Thinking more carefully, this matter is very important to me. Zhou Ming's tone became serious. Wait a moment, Mr. Jiang. I'll carefully recall. Right. On the way back, the deputy station manager and a few heads of the program team touched it, probably around 5 people. Teacher Jiang, you asked if this is... It's fine, thanks. After saying that, he hung up the phone, not giving Zhou Ming the chance to continue pursuing the question. Zhou Ming's answer confirmed the speculation. Before the flat plate was given to Elder Chen, only Su Zhang was the only one who had come into contact with it. Then it was almost certain that Elder Chen was bound to have seen the Lone Valiant when he reviewed the score. The 2 documents were right next to each other, and with Elder Chen's experience and professionalism, it was impossible for him to look at just one and jump to conclusions. He was bound to open and browse both scores to compare them. And this was the bottom line of his own counterattack. For a great man like Elder Chen, who had a heart for his family and country and a broad mind, what could truly impress him was not fly-by-night calculations, but showing value. Values that are truly beneficial to the country and society. The next thing to do was to let Elder Chen see his value. To see that he, Zhang Li, could not only write a few pop songs. Rather, he is able to create many works that touch the hearts of the people and resonate with the society. As long as Elder Chen was willing to speak up for him, what was a mere best buddies or tomato station? Those behind-the-scenes hackers, demons and monsters, will all have nothing to hide under the sun. Thinking about this, a bold plan is gradually taking shape in his mind. There's no such thing as a long day. Today will make the other party pay the price. At this moment, at the backstage passage, Zhang Yang, who was about to go on stage, had his heart pounding. The lights were too bright, the sound was too loud, and everything around him became a blur. Clutching the microphone tightly, his palms were slightly sweaty. Obviously, the song Nameless Man had been practiced countless times. Now, however, he felt that his brain was blank, and the confidence and certainty he had before was shattered by Cheng Jie's song Lone Brave Man. That song was so bombastic that it made people despair. Zhang Yang couldn't help but doubt. Could he do it? Teacher Zhang Li was so trusting and gave him such an important debut opportunity. If he messed up, how could he face his teacher? Success or failure was at stake, so there was no room for error. If he misses it, there may not be a next time. Thinking of the child even more nervous, breathing became rapid. Trying to calm down, but with little success. No, cannot think about it. The more you think about it, the more chaotic. Close your eyes and recite the lyrics in your mind, trying to find the state. At this moment, his shoulder was lightly tapped. Zhang Yang snapped his eyes open and saw Zhou Ming standing behind him. Zhang Yang, Ms. Zhang Li's call. Teacher Zhang Li? Frozen and somewhat puzzled, he took the phone and put it to his ear. Hello, Teacher Zhang Li. On the other end of the phone, Zhang Li's slightly hoarse, but still calm voice came through. Relax, don't be nervous. Teacher, His voice was a little astringent. Zhang Yang wanted to explain his nervousness, but he didn't know what to say. Seemingly guessing his thoughts, Zhang Li's tone remained calm. It's okay to sing badly. It doesn't matter? Zhang Yang froze, wondering if he had heard wrong. This was a live broadcast of the competition. The whole internet was watching. How could it be okay to sing badly? Teacher, Before he could finish his sentence, Zhang Li spoke again. I'm going to do something later. You can play casually. What kind of things? What kind of thing? Zhang Yang's head was full of confusion, and he still wanted to ask questions. But the phone was busy with beep, beep, beep. Think about it. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. It's just a stage, not a graveyard. Zhou Ming patted Zhang Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, if you can't do it, just take it as an early New Year's greeting to the audience. Biffed. Zhang Yang was amused by the words and his taut nerves loosened up. Yes, the stage is just a stage. What are you afraid of? Even if the song goes wrong, it's not the end of the world. After thinking it through, the whole person felt much more relaxed. Look toward the direction of the stage, step forward. Whether or not the opportunity to take off can be grasped depends on this shiver. Chapter 56. Ordinary as you and I. The stage suddenly dimmed, and the chasing beams of lights were precisely projected on Zhang Yang. He was dressed in a simple gray jacket, just like the most ordinary member in a sea of people. There was no flashy choreography, no showy singing voice, just a guitar, and a slightly nervous but sincere voice. I'm the man with no name on the road. I have no news, no one to comment. Inside the studio, the original clamor of people's voices came to an abrupt halt. All eyes focused on this slightly youthful figure. In the front row of the audience, a few music critics who were originally still talking in low voices unconsciously straightened their backs, their complexion becoming grave. The scrolling speed of the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room plummeted, and countless question marks and ellipses floated by. The title of the song, The Man with No Name, and the lyrics, The Man with No Name, are a bit interesting, haha. This opening is a bit plain compared to the previous few explosive stages. The contrast is a bit large. It's a bit plain, but it feels like, I think there's something there. Inside the Xiangshan Sanatorium, in front of the TV screen, the originally relaxed expressions of several bigwigs instantly became serious. To spell out everything for a common script, twisting and turning but making a living, the simple lyrics didn't have half a bit of rhetoric piled on, but it made them have to look straight at the shadows that were hidden by the prosperous world. The economy is soaring, the country is rising. Behind these dazzling halos, there are countless people at the bottom of the ladder who are silently bearing the weight of life. In the era of the torrent, like dust, as small and powerless. Too many dignitaries are obsessed with grand narratives and data statements, and they don't bend down to listen to the voices of the grassroots. At this moment, the song is like a mirror. It reflects their deepest guilt and remorse, despite enjoying an honor unattainable by ordinary people. But this honor was something that the nameless people had silently paid for and piled up with blood, sweat, and tears. These lyrics, a big brother murmured, his voice shaking a little. It was also written by Zhongli. Elder Chen slowly nodded his head, the corners of his wrinkled eyes slightly moist as he sighed. Yes, nowadays there is a shortage of such literary artists who truly speak for the common people. Those traffic stars who only scratch their heads and moan about nothing. It's simply misleading the country and the people. Slowly getting up, he walked over to the window and looked at the city's night scene with lights in the distance. The lyrics are written to the root. Another big brother sighed along with him, his tone carrying a deep sense of helplessness and guilt. The country is developing too fast and many people can't keep up. The GDP has gone up and the buildings have been built taller. But where are the people's hearts? Oh, nameless one, I drink to you, to your silence, and every roar. The song continued to advance, and the emotion grew fuller. Zhang Yang's voice was no longer trembling, replaced by composure. It was as if what he was singing was not the lyrics, but the heartfelt voices of the people at the bottom. The audience in the studio was also mobilized by the song. Some people wiped away tears from the corners of their eyes. Some people clenched their fists. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room began to intensify. Whoa, broke the defense family. The lyrics really poked me too much. Who understands? Every day 996. Exhausted. In the end, who is not a nobody? Tough to empathize with. It's the song of the social animals. I cried. I feel like I'm the nameless person in the song. Humble as dust, but trying to live. Don't emo upstairs. Life is not easy. Hug you small potatoes. Although life is a mess, but also spirited to live. After all, life is easy, and vice versa. Inside the Xiangshan Sanatorium, Chun Ming slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping over several bigwigs. Such a work should be vigorously promoted so that multiple people can hear it. To let those high and mighty to hear the voice of the people. Literary works can't just sing praises. They must also dare to expose the dark side of society and advocate for the people. Several bigwigs nodded in unison with solemn expressions as they heard this. Elder Chun is right. Such a song should be heard by the entire nation. Turn around and I'll arrange for it to go down and have the propaganda department step up their efforts to publicize it properly. And the education department, they should also organize school teachers and students to study and learn. This is truly the strong voice of the times. As the song neared its end, Zhang Yang's voice became more and more impassioned. Here's to you bending over, going up the mountain to a higher place. Oh, nameless one. The car is open. Go forward. Take your dreams with you. The last note fell and the room fell silent. A few seconds later, thunderous applause erupted like a mountainous tsunami. Countless audience members stood up and applauded, tears in their eyes, using the warmest applause to pay high respect to this nameless singer. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were completely boiling, and all kinds of words of praise came in like a tidal wave. Zhongli teacher Yyydis, Only he can create such a heart-stopping work. From today onwards, I'm Mr. Zhang Li's fan. Who would have thought that Mr. Zhang Li would create this song in the ICU? At this moment, everyone was deeply shocked by the unknown man. It's not just a song, it's a cry, it's a resonance, it's a baptism of the soul. Zhang Li made people see those forgotten corners. Feel those small but great lives. Let them understand. Even if you and I are ordinary, we also have our own light and can be our own heroes. Chapter 57 Equal Votes? The applause was long-lasting. After the audience had calmed down a bit, the host, with a smile on his face, once again walked to the center of the stage. Thank you, Zhang Yang, for your wonderful rendition. The song Nameless Man sang the heart of every ordinary person among us. It also made us feel the greatness of the nameless people. It's true that who says that only those who stand in the light are considered heroes, and namelessness is also a monument. The words once again triggered a resonance in the audience, and the applause resounded once again. Next, it's time for the exciting audience voting session. Everyone in the audience can vote for the contestants you support through the voting machines in your hands. At the same time, we also invite all the musician teachers to share their creative ideas and pull votes for the contestants. Jin Yi took the lead in picking up the microphone, his tone foursquare, like a news broadcast. The song Unsung Heroes was created to pay tribute to those who quietly dedicate themselves in all walks of life. They may not have earth-shattering deeds, but they use their hard work to construct our beautiful life. I hope this song can give them strength, and I hope everyone will enjoy Wang Shen's singing. The speech was moderate and could not be picked apart, but it also lacked novelty and was more like accomplishing a task. Following closely behind, Zhang Yun also took the microphone. His expression was slightly gentle, and his tone carried a bit of a pontificating tone. The song, Nobody, was inspired by the bits and pieces of life. Each of us has been a small transparent, have struggled in confusion. But it is these ordinary nobodies that converge to become the mainstay of society. I hope this song can warm everyone up. I also hope that Na Lan's song can touch the softest place in your heart. The speech is foursquare and solid, but it always made people feel that there was less passion, less spark. When it was Lin Shi's turn, he looked much more relaxed. Taking the microphone, he first looked around, seemingly enjoying the feeling of the whole audience's attention, before slowly opening his mouth. Hello, everyone in the audience. As you all have heard, the song Lone Brave Man is a work of my heart. The original intention of creating this song was to pay tribute to those who are silently walking in the darkness, but still have light in their hearts. They are in adversity and may not be understood, but they are still brave and strong. These are the true Lone Ranger. After a pause, the words changed, and there was an undisguised confidence in his tone. Personally, I think that the song Lone Brave Man has a profound intention and a stirring melody. Chang Jie's singing is even more perfect, and it definitely qualifies as the most explosive stage tonight. If tonight's competition is a Huashan sword fight, then Lone Brave Man is definitely qualified to win the best of the best. These words could be described as overbearing. Directly holding Lone Ranger up to the heavens also implied that he was in the driver's seat, and that he was the winner of the first round of the competition. The effect of this speech was really impressive, and the atmosphere of the scene was completely triggered. All the attention was focused on Zhang Li. The crowd was instantly energized. The pop-up screen was scrolling at a rate of dozens of pages per second. There's a good show to watch. Lin Shi is directly writing the face output. We're in for a good show, waiting for Mr. Zhang Li to fight back. Exciting. This is the kind of competition I want to see. Ms. Lin Shi's pattern is small, directly open taunting, a little low through the heart of the earth. Zhang Li teacher. Do not cue people in the ICU just off the operating table. Upstairs shoots are taken by you finished. However, the netizens are looking forward to the Jedi counterattack, did not appear. ICU ward, facing the camera. Zhang Li look as usual, tone calm. The Huashan sword. Thank you, Mr. Lin Shi, for your affirmation. However, I'm a little unwell and need to undergo further examination. The link will be here for now. Thank you all for your support. After saying that, he politely nodded at the camera, signaling the end of the connection. The guide was also very cooperative, immediately cutting off the ICU ward screen and turning the camera back to the studio scene. This operation directly gave everyone a whole lot of confusion. The netizens were collectively confused. The studio scene also fell into a short silence. No one expected that Zhang Li would react this way. No rebuttal, no explanation, not even a word to the scene. He just lightly conceded, "That's it, Mr. Zhang Li? I've taken off my pants, and this is what you're showing me? Where's the promised comeback? Where's the promised head-to-head fight? This is it?" Mr. Zhang Li isn't scared by the Lone Ranger. Is he? I don't think so. The man with no name is top quality, so there's no need to be so scared, right? Is Mr. Zhang Li really going to lie down and let himself be ridiculed? That's not like him, is it? Mr. Zhang Li's action is really a bit of a crotch puller. I thought I'd see a good show, but this is it? Crotch pulling plus 1086. I'm turning into a fan. Bye-bye. Pink to road plus 1. Disappointed. On the internet, questions and mocking sounds instantly covered the sky. Almost everyone thought that Zhang Li was shocked by Lone Ranger, completely losing his fighting spirit. After all, Chang Jie's performance of Lone Brave Man was just too bombastic. Bombastic to the point of despair. In comparison, although the man with no name was profound in intent and sincere in emotion. However, it was indeed slightly inferior in terms of stage effect and explosive power. What's more, Zhang Li's song, The Unknown Man, was sung by Zhang Yang, an unknown newcomer. No matter which way you look at it, it's hard to compete with Chang Jie's The Lonely and the Brave. But what really puzzled the netizens was this. Given Zhang Li's previous performance, he was by no means someone who would easily admit defeat. From "I'm a singer" to "best buddy." Along the way, he had encountered countless questions and suppression. But he never backed down, never gave up. Instead, he had gotten more and more courageous, proving himself with his strength time and time again. But this time, facing such obvious provocation and oppression from Lin Shi, Zhang Li, however, chose to remain silent and back down. This was really too unlike him. It also disappointed all the netizens who were looking forward to the fairy fight. No one understood what Zhang Li was selling. After a short period of clamor, the final vote count was set on the big screen. The votes for The Unknown Man and The Lonely and the Brave were extremely tight, almost evenly split between them. Inside the studio, the buzz of discussion suddenly amplified. No one expected such a stalemate. Several music critics exchanged words and looked surprised. The audience even exploded, with waves of sound covering one another. No way? This is even a tie. The votes for The Man with No Name are so high? Am I reading it right? Off the charts? Chang Jie's Lone Brave Man? That stage was about to blow up? But only this many votes? The smile on Lin Shi's face froze, and his smug look instantly solidified. He stared at the number of votes on the screen. How could this be possible? He had thought that once Lonely and Brave came out, the champion of the first round of the competition would be in his pocket, and it wouldn't matter if he crushed the entire audience. But what happened? An unknown singer with a mediocre song had tied with him? Especially, Zhang Li didn't canvass at all and didn't even say a word. If he was serious about canvassing, wouldn't he have surpassed him? Thinking about this, Lin Shi felt his face burning hot. As if he had been slapped in the face, he felt ashamed. A moment ago, he was still speaking out on stage, saying something like "one sword to seal the throat, ask for the best partner." Now it seems that this statement has become a laughingstock, slapped in the face. Chapter 58. The face of the fairy tale angrily reprimanding Lin Shi for plagiarism. Meanwhile, Tomato Station's senior management, led by station director Su Zhang, deputy director Wang Hai, and others, were urgently conferring in the conference room. The ratings broke 3 minutes ago. The guide team leader stared at the data screen and gulped. The amount of pop-ups is 10 times higher than usual. They're all brushing black curtains. Wang Hai held his wolfberry tea and blew on the foam. Su Zhang suddenly grabbed the remote control and smashed it against the projection curtain, startling the crowd. The lyrics of Lone Brave Man on the curtain swayed with the ripples. Elder Chun personally told me last night that Zhang Li is the most family-oriented songwriter in the past 20 years. The live broadcast is still continuing, and tens of millions of viewers are waiting for the results. Can any of you tell me what's going on with the votes? Su Zheng's face was ironic, his gaze sweeping over everyone in the audience. Wang Hai, who was sitting at the head below him, had a slightly embarrassed face and pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose with his finger. Taking the lead to break the silence, he opened his mouth as if making peace. Director, this competition is well, it's good to have competition. Both teachers, Lin Shi and Zhang Li, are very strong. The number of votes is close also shows that the program is wonderful. Isn't it? Wonderful. Su Zhang sneered, his tone cold. Wonderful to the point where someone dares to pull this kind of little stunt in the program? Wonderful enough to make Elder Chen look at our tomato stage as a joke. Wang Hai was so choked that he couldn't speak, and looked at Li Wenba as if seeking help. Li Wenba cleared his throat. Director, judging from the effects of the program, the topic of this current situation is pulled full circle. Teacher Lin Shi's Lone Brave Man had a bombastic stage, and Teacher Jiang Li's Nameless Man was heartfelt. The two songs have very different styles and different audience groups, so it makes sense that the votes are close. Reasonable. Su Zhang raised his voice. Li Wenba, you're the music director. You're telling me that it makes sense? Who wrote the song? Don't you have any idea in your heart? Li Wenba's body shook slightly, raised his eyes to look at Su Zhang, then quickly lowered his head and stopped speaking. Beside the conference table, a program leader carefully interjected. Director, right now, the most prudent plan is to announce that Teacher Lin Shi is the winner of the first phase. After all, the stage effects of Lone Brave Man are there, and the audience is more likely to buy it. This will also build momentum for the program and attract more traffic. Su Zhang slammed the table, causing the teacups on the table to jump. Create momentum? Attracting traffic? Are these the only things in your eyes? Let me tell you what kind of person is Jiang Li. Have you guys figured it out? That's the person Elder Chen named for attention. What did we promise him? Fairness and impartiality. And now, what's the point of being fair? Where's the justice? But the station manager. That person in charge still wanted to argue. Su Zhang directly interrupted him and said decisively, there are no buts. Jiang Li's feelings, Elder Chen's attitude, is more important than any traffic. Some people are really ratty, picking up the sesame and losing the watermelon. A senior leader was somewhat unimpressed and bristled. Station manager, aren't you too nervous? No matter how powerful Jiang Li is, isn't he just a musician with a signed contract? How can he still turn over a new leaf? Besides, the contract is right there. How dare he strike? The liquidated damages are enough for him to drink a few pots. Su Zhang laughed in anger at these words, pointing at the man and saying with hatred, you guys really? Small pattern. People Jiang Li lying in the ICU, life are not sure if it can be saved, will care about your bit of liquidated damages? Know how much money ICU burns per hour? For figures, this one doesn't even turn on the pain pump, he's just carrying on writing songs. If he gets upset and quits, what do? Who's going to fill this hole? Who's going to explain to Elder Chen? The conference room instantly fell silent. Those who had just clamored for program effects were silenced, not daring to make another sound. Su Zhang took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger in his chest. It's settled. The first installment is tied for the championship. Who has an opinion? Looking around, no one answered. Remember, in the future, grow some brains when you do things. Don't put our entire station on the line for some petty gains. Just because Jiang Li doesn't care, doesn't mean I don't. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m., the Discipline Inspection Committee will be stationed at Tomato Radio. Don't blame me for not saying hello to certain people with unclean asses. Think of how to say it when you want to. Meeting adjourned. After saying that, he glanced deeply at the deputy station manager Wang Hai. The meeting dispersed unhappily, but the smell of smoke did not dissipate. Instead, it spread to every corner of the studio. The professional smile on the host's face was also slightly stiff. Ladies and gentlemen, music fans, and our friends on the line, the results of the first round of competition have been released. There was a pause and a look around the room, as if he was weighing his words. After the combined judgment of the public judges on site, as well as the professional music panel, the two songs, The Man with No Name and The Lonely Brave Man, have amazingly consistent vote counts, making it difficult to distinguish between them. Therefore, after careful deliberation by the program team, and with the approval of the station's leadership, we have decided that Mr. Jiang Li's The Unknown Man and Ms. Lin Shi's Lone Brave Man will share the honor of Best Partner in the first round. As the words fell, the scene erupted. No way? Tied for the title. This can also be tied? It's the first time I've seen it. Although both songs are good, this always feels weird somewhere. The big screen image flashed and switched to the ICU ward. Jiang Li reappeared, still pale, but her eyes were as sharp as knives. I thank the program group for their good intentions, but I can't accept this result. Lin Shi plagiarized my work and didn't even change his name. I will never share any honor with a plagiarist. The moment these words came out, the entire room fell silent. Pin could be heard. Everyone was stunned by Zhang Li's words. No one had expected that he would be so blunt and forceful in accusing Lin Shi of plagiarism on such an occasion. It was simply a stone-cold shock. The audience instantly exploded. Shouting, murmuring, and questioning instantly flooded the studio. The music critics also got up, exchanging words and looking shocked. Even the other singers at the backstage passages poked their heads out, looking incredulously at the big screen in the center of the stage. Sticky face open big. Teacher Zhang Li is really sticking his face open wide. Here comes the melon. The big melon of the year is scheduled. The amount of information is too much. I'm a bit confused, so the Lone Brave is plagiarized. A fine thought. No wonder the two songs are so close in level. So that's what happened. Exciting. This is what a competition show should be like. It's even more exciting than a TV show. On the internet, it was an instant detonation. Hashtag Zhang Li refused to tie for the title. Hashtag Zhang Li accused Lin Shi of plagiarism. Hashtag the best partners shocking melons. Related topics rocketed to the top of the hot search lists on major social media platforms. Tomato Channel is up to something. The best melon eating bit of the year. Front row sells popcorn, mineral water, melon seeds, and peanuts. It's not important whether the melon is ripe or not. What's important is the excitement. Move your small stool and wait for the follow-up. Chapter 59. This is absolutely crazy. On the other hand, inside the Fragrant Hill Sanatorium, sandalwood incense condensed into thin lines in the air. Chun Lao's thin fingers, knocking lightly on the yellow pear chair armrests. The fluorescent light of the TV flickered on and off his furrowed face. Several bigwigs who were sitting upright coincidentally loosened their collars. Nonsense. The old man with the shoulder badge clapped his hands and shook the teacups. The civic system is rotten to the core. The old man with gold glasses pressed his colleague's arm, the reflection of the lenses covering the essence of his eyes. Old Li, calm down. Chun Lao is afraid that he had a plan long ago. The gazes of the crowd gathered towards the main seat. Chen Ming picked up a June Kiln Azure glazed tea light, blew away the froth and sipped half a mouthful, a soft laugh escaping from his throat. The ripples of the tea soup in the calabash were similar to the shocking waves that had risen in the studio. What Su Zheng sent last night were 2 copies of the music scores. The old man's voice was like the gnarled branches of an old pine, pale with the detachment of seeing through the world. Both Lone Brave Man and the Man with No Name are in the tablet. You knew that. The uniformed old man swallowed his words as they came out. Suddenly remembering a certain border conflict 30 years ago, Chun Lao was also this calm and collected, waiting for the other party to sell the cracks cleanly before thundering out. Chun Ming put down the tea light. The crunching sound of porcelain and sandalwood hitting each other startled the crowd. The literary world is like a battlefield. It is always necessary to tell the juniors to wrestle. The old man looked at Zhang Li's pale face in the screen, his smile spreading across the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Bones are not taught. They are quenched. These words were like a heavy hammer hitting the crowd's ceiling. The elegant old man's knuckles whitened as he pinched the emerald string. The young man that Elder Chun had used the word quenching to evaluate last time was now the youngest hand of a major economic province. Chun Ming suddenly stood up, startling the crowd to follow in panic. The old man waved his hand and paced alone to the front of the blog shelf, his fingertips stroking over the dusty line-bound copy of Wen Xin Diao Long Wen Xin Diao Long. When Chen Zhongshu refused to accept graduate students, he said, "No one in the whole of Tsinghua is worthy of being my student." The old voice rapped in the air of Jingo. I'd like to see if this kid is worthy of saying this. The room was filled with dead silence. The old man with golden glasses lowered his head and straightened his cufflinks, hiding the shock into the folds of the fabric. To be able to make Elder Chun use Chen Zhongshu as a comparison. Zhang Li's weight in the old man's heart was probably 3 times heavier than they had predicted. The night wind suddenly rose outside the window, swirling the scattered ginkgos on the window pane. When Chen Ming turned around, everyone clearly saw the old man's eyes dancing with a long-lost fire. It was the burning heat that only comes when a literary giant meets a diamond in the rough. The withered branch-like finger poked at the screen, the content of which was the image of Zhang Li sticking his face open wide and angrily disliking Lin Shi's plagiarism. Back in the day, When I slapped the table at the Ministry of Culture, it was much fiercer than this. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief. They were all too familiar with this tone. When Elder Chen forcefully pushed for literary reform 20 years ago, he also had this same love and hate demeanor. The iron-faced official from the national security system suddenly sucked in a cool breath, remembering the newly framed lime chant in Elder Chen's study. To leave innocence on earth, ah. Chun Lao rubbed the celadone cup on the yellow flower pear coffee table. Half a slice of biluacun still sunk in the bottom of the cup. Some people kneeling to earn money, kneeling for a long time, really think that everyone in the world has no bones? These words made the ears of several feudal officials burn. They suddenly realized that from the plagiarism of the lone valiant to the public revelation at this moment, it was simply a setup laid by Chun Lao himself. It was a test of Zhang Li's talent, but also a test of Zhang Li's guts. Ministry of Culture officials stared at the pale but upright figure in the screen, suddenly envious to the teeth. Back then, in order to seek Chun Old Ink treasure, outside the courtyard in the snow stood for 3 hours. And at the moment the old man's eyes stretching arc, clearly see a diamond in the rough only have the joy. Outside the window startled night crows, fluttering over the glazed tiles. Chun Lao is afraid to accept the closed disciple. The night color is like ink, splashing on Chui Ziyuan's luxurious villa. The crystal lamp in the living room was glowing, but it couldn't dispel the haze in his heart at the moment. On the TV screen, Zhang Li's slightly sickly, but angular face was like a nail, hard nailed to his heart.
Krisemann.
What a lunatic! Chui Ziyuan slammed down a mouthful of whiskey, the pungent liquid burning its way down his throat. How did he dare? Surprisingly, he lifted the table in front of millions of viewers at a live broadcast. Originally, he thought that this move of his was a brilliant plan. Not only could he steal Lone Ranger to knock Zhang Li, but he could also pinpoint his soft underbelly. After all, Zhou Ming had a very shallow relationship with him. Once the matter was pursued, Zhou Ming would definitely be involved. In order to preserve Zhou Ming's future, Zhang Li would most likely choose to swallow his anger and eat this dumb loss. Who would have thought that the good simply do not follow common sense? Directly came to a fish death net, jade and stone burning. Horizontal afraid of rash afraid of life-threatening. Chui Ziyuan finally realized that he kicked the iron plate this time. Like Zhang Li, this kind of life to write a song of cruel people, there is nothing to be afraid of. Barefoot is not afraid to wear shoes, really want to tear face, who will die is really hard to say. Thinking of this, Chui Ziyuan back a burst of cold. No, cannot provoke this madman again. Further entanglement I'm afraid to put themselves in. The most urgent thing is to hurry to clear the relationship and muddy this pool of water. It's best to make Zhang Li's accusation into a resumen. Picked up his cell phone and dialed Wang Hai's number. The phone was picked up after a few rings, and Wang Hai's slightly low voice came from the receiver. Hello? Old Chui. What's the situation? Chui Ziyuan's tone was urgent. Brother Wang, what is the reaction of the station? The station is in a mess. Wang Hai's voice carries a few points of panic. Director Su has lost his temper, and people from the Discipline Inspection Commission will be stationed tomorrow. Discipline Inspection Committee? Chui Ziyuan's voice steeply drew up, and his face instantly turned white. How is this possible? I'm not sure of the specifics, but it looks like this time, it's for real. Wang Hai sighed. Old Chui, now is not the time to pursue responsibility. We have to quickly find a way to protect ourselves. Self-preservation? How to protect? Chui Ziyuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. As per the original plan, put all the blame on Zhou Ming. Wang Hai's tone was sinister. Just say that Zhou Ming, in order to rise to the top, teamed up with Lin Shi to steal Zhang Li's songs and planted evidence to frame him. Anyway, the tablet was sent back by him, dead or alive. Is this going to work? Chui Ziyuan was a little hesitant. Zhou Ming was after all quite respected by Su Zheng. Now we can only beat a dead horse. Wang Hai was decisive. Immediately arranged for people to spread rumors on the internet, drawing public opinion towards Zhou Ming and Lin Shi. Remember, bite Zhou Ming and Lin Shi to death, and never involve us. Okay. Brother Wang, I know what to do. Hanging up the phone, Chui Ziyuan's eyes were gloomy. In this world of the weak and the strong, in order to climb up the ladder and retain vested interests, what was it worth to sacrifice a few people? The night wind passed through the hall, blowing the curtains hunting and clattering. At the same time, the Tomato Channel's broadcasting hall. Lin Shi, who was at the center of public opinion, was pale and looked straight at Zhang Li on the big screen. Slander is legally responsible. What evidence do you have to sue me for plagiarism? Chapter 60. Interruption of live broadcast, private solution? Facing Lin Shi's questioning, inside the ICU ward, Zhang Li did not respond immediately. He stared at the other party in silence through the camera lens. His gaze was like a torch, seeming to penetrate the screen and hit Lin Shi directly in the depths of her soul. At this moment, the air was frozen. Everyone is holding their breath, waiting for Zhang Li to respond. Evidence? Zhang Li really didn't have any conclusive evidence. For an amateur like him, the possibility of recovering a deleted file was slim to none. Moreover, even if it was recovered, Lin Shi's character might deny it or even bite back. Then, this game can only be won by the wise. If you want to realize that Lin Shi plagiarized, the only way is to use his strength as a bargaining chip and his talent as a bet. Let him make a fool of himself and show his true colors. Elder Chen, the Titan, is the key to breaking the game. In the next match, he must show his creative talent that is far beyond the ordinary. Let Chen Lao, who was watching from the wall, prove it for him. In the midst of his thoughts, Zhang Li finally opened his mouth, his voice not loud, but loud and clear. Since you deny plagiarism, do you dare to compete with me once more? In front of millions of netizens. As soon as these words came out, a furor once again arose in the studio. One more match? Is this a live battle? It's also too exciting, right? This is much better than the previous competition. Is Mr. Zhang Li going to zoom in? The anticipation is building. The audience's murmurs rose and fell, and the pop-ups in the webcast room were even swiped until they flew up. Lin Shi's forehead was oozing with fine beads of sweat, her eyes dodging, not daring to look directly at Zhang Li. At that moment, she almost lost her mind and had the urge to tell the truth. Fortunately, he reacted quickly enough and stabilized his mind in time. As soon as I remembered what happened last night, I was chagrined. When he was buying a drink alone at the bar last night, Chui Ziyuan found him and said that he could help him win the first round steadily. What's more, there was also Wang Hai present at that time, which made him drop his guard. He just didn't expect that this kind of thing would happen today. If he had known that The Lonely and the Brave was written by Zhang Li, he would never have gotten involved with Chui Ziyuan and the others. But now it was too late to do anything about it. The only way to protect himself was not to admit it. Otherwise, not only will his reputation be ruined, but he will also face a huge amount of liquidated damages. In those contracts signed with the capital, it was written in black and white. Once his personal behavior has a negative impact on the partner, he must pay a high amount of compensation. And similar contracts, he signed several more. At that time, how could he not have imagined that one day he would end up in such a situation? As for competing with Zhang Li, he would never dare. Who knows, Zhang Li writes songs fast and well. Once he loses, the public opinion will be completely out of control. Though there is no direct relationship between another competition and plagiarism. But those who followed the trend, those keyboard warriors, would surely scold him to death. What's more, he had indeed done something wrong. This kind of thing that didn't do any good, and even had the possibility of winding himself up. Little cutie. Only then will he do it. Therefore, no matter what, he could not answer the battle. He took a deep breath and forced himself to be calm. Competition? Compare to what? How to compare? Zhang Li, don't you dare to talk about it. Now the question is, on what basis do you say I plagiarized? Do you have any proof? You're legally liable for spitting on people. While speaking, Lin Shi was calculating countermeasures in her mind. He had to muddy the water so that everyone's attention would shift to the evidence. Only then could he have a chance of survival. Meanwhile, backstage at the studio, the atmosphere was oppressive and suffocating. Su Zhang was pacing back and forth with an iron face, his leather shoes hitting the ground with a dull sound. Playing nonsense. It's simply gibberish. Stopping violently, he angrily stared at the group of program leaders in front of him, itching to smash the teacups in his hands over. Live broadcast accident. A heavenly live broadcast accident. What are you all doing for food? Ah! The people in charge were silenced, not daring to breathe. No one had expected that Zhang Li would be so determined to lift the table on such an occasion. Originally, he thought that it was just an ordinary questioning, a minor incident at best. Who would have expected that it would turn into a public confrontation? What's worse, Zhang Li directly pointed out the word plagiarism, which is completely different in nature. Once it was confirmed, the entire program and even the entire Tomato channel would be disgraced. Director, what to do now? The assistant director asked warily, his voice as thin as a mosquito fly. Su Zheng's chest rose and fell violently. His anger attacked his heart, his temples jumping. What to do? He was also eager to know what to do. Things had developed to this point, and it was already far beyond his control. Stop it? How to stop it? The live broadcast is still going on, and millions of eyes are staring at the screen. If we forcefully cut off the signal and cover it up, it will only backfire and make people realize what's going on. What's more, behind Zhang Li there is Chen Lao. Thinking of Chen Lao, Su Zheng felt even more numb. This old man is not good to fool. If you really want to annoy him, not to mention his little station manager, I'm afraid that the entire Tomato station will have to shake 3 times. But if you let the situation develop, Lin Shi sighed. Su Zheng's temples throbbed even more. Subconsciously glanced at Wang Hai, who was standing in the corner. It's all because of this. It's okay to make a mess. Good end of the competition have to mix with these messy things. Now well, stirred up such a big basket. Let him how to end? Wang Hai also felt Su Zheng's gaze. His heart flinched, hurriedly took 2 steps forward, and said in a low voice, Director, you do not worry, things may still have room to turn around. Wrap around room? You tell me how to turn things around. Su Zheng couldn't wait to kick to death this accomplished guy. Wang Hai's neck shrank at the roar, and the fat meat on his face trembled. But still, he braced himself and squeezed out a slightly fawning smile. Station manager, in my opinion, the most important thing right now is to stabilize the situation and not let it continue to deteriorate. Nonsense. Of course, I know to stabilize the situation. The question is how to stabilize it. Wang Hai rubbed his hands together and his eyes rolled. How about this? First pause the live broadcast and insert a commercial. I'll go and communicate with Lin Shi and Zhang Li to see if it can be resolved privately. Solve it privately? Do you think it can still be resolved privately now? Su Zheng was so angry that he laughed out, pointing at Wang Hai's nose and cursing. Other people, Zhang Li, have directly opened fire in the live broadcast, and you're telling me to settle it privately? Are you out of your mind? Wang Hai was cursed, but he didn't dare to refute, and could only respond coyly. Taking a few deep breaths, Su Zheng forced himself to calm down. It was useless to get angry now, the most urgent thing was to solve the problem. After pondering for a moment, he finally adopted the suggestion. Suspend the live broadcast and insert an advertisement. Waving his hand, his tone was tired. Wang Hai, you go install for time. Make sure to stabilize Zhang Li's side. Never let him say anything more out of the ordinary. Yes. Deputy Station Manager Wang Hai was as if he had been pardoned and hurriedly ran off to convey the instructions. Inside the studio, the host's face was slightly embarrassed as he announced that he was entering the commercial break. The stage lights suddenly dimmed. Only the buzzing murmurs of the audience were left behind, as well as the pop-ups that were frantically scrolling in the live broadcast room. Chapter 61 Crisis in Crisis? Seeing that the live broadcast was temporarily interrupted, Lin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Quick as a flash, she yanked Wang Hai's arm and stiffly dragged him back from the backstage passageway entrance. Vice Director Wang, where are you going? The tone of his voice was laced with sarcasm, which still had the panic from before. Wang Hai's face sank, shaking off Lin Shi's hand and lowering his voice. You've seen what's going on now. I have to hurry to the hospital to deal with this. Deal with it? Handle it how? Push me out as an outcast to cover the bag. Lin Shi sneered, his eyes shady. Vice Director Wang, don't forget, the two of us are grasshoppers on the same rope. No one can run away. Wang Hai frowned tightly, his tone unpleasant. Lin Shi, watch your words. What do you mean by abandoning your son? What do you mean by taking the blame? Things have turned out like this. No one wanted it. The most important thing now is to find a way to solve the problem. Lin Shi took out her cell phone from her pocket, clicked on the photo album and handed it to Wang Hai. On the screen was a photo with unpleasant content. The protagonist was none other than Wang Hai, as well as several young women in revealing clothes, taken from a tricky angle, obviously obtained from clandestine photography. Vice Director Wang, you are suave and lucky. If these photos were to circulate, I wonder what Director Su would think. And how will the station's discipline inspection department investigate? Lin Shi's tone was threatening, the corner of her mouth hooked into a cold smile. Oh yeah. There are also some screenshots of the account transactions, TSK. The number of amounts is quite a lot. Wang Hai's face instantly turned iron blue, his forehead veins popping, staring at the screen in death. You even dare to shade me? Wang Hai gritted his teeth. His voice sounded like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. Just like each other. Lin Shi retrieved his cell phone and slowly put it back in his pocket. Vice Station Manager Wang, you've done everything you can to use me as a gun. Haven't you ever thought that a rabbit will bite when it's anxious? Wang Hai's chest rose and fell violently, his face cloudy and unpredictable. Never in a million years did he expect that he would be countered by Lin Shi. After a short silence, the color of gloom on his face gradually dissipated. It was replaced by a slightly stiff smile, and his tone eased down. Lin Shi, look at you, you've misunderstood. How could I treat you as an outcast? We're partners. All for one and one for all. Wang Hai changed into an amiable face, as if the sword clash just now never happened. It was my bad attitude just now. I apologize to you. Don't take it personally. Lin Shi raised an eyebrow, feeling a little surprised at Wang Hai's speed of changing his face. Vice President Wang, you are saying this in a nice way, but just saying it is not practicing, you have to show some sincerity, right? Wang Hai rubbed his hands together and laughed. Sincerity. There is definitely sincerity. You see, this is okay, this matter, the station will certainly protect you. As for Zhongli side, let's find a way to minimize the problem. How do you think? Smaller? Oh. Lin Shi snorted, her tone mocking. Vice Director Wang, do you think we can still make a big deal out of it now? Zhongli guy in the live broadcast are directly named that I plagiarized. Millions of viewers are listening to it. Now the whole internet is eating it up, and several hot searches have popped up, so you're telling me that we can minimize it? I'm afraid you're not kidding, right? Wang Hai's face stiffened again, and his smile became forced. Then, what exactly do you want? Say it directly. What do I want? It's very simple, to retreat in one piece and gain both fame and fortune. Not only can I not be negatively affected by this matter, also want to take advantage of this matter and go to the next level. Wang Hai sniffed and the corner of his mouth twitched. This Lin Shi's appetite was really not small. He was on fire and still thinking about fame and fortune. It was simply a lion's mouth. However, he now had a handle in Lin Shi's hands and didn't dare to directly turn his face. So he could only forcefully suppress his anger and patiently asked, a higher level? How do you want to go to the next level? In this situation now, it's good that you're not blocked. Vice Director Wang, that's your business. Anyway, if I'm going to have a bad time, we'll all end up playing together. Wang Hai asked tentatively, so you're thinking of accepting the challenge and going head-to-head with Zhongli? Challenge? Lin Shi's brows were furrowed and there was a slight resistance in her tone. Challenge my ass. I'm crazy to challenge him. What kind of person is that Zhongli guy? That's a demon. It's a freak. Writing a song is as easy as drinking water. Comparing to him, do you think you won't die fast enough? Wang Hai's face sank and his tone became serious. This isn't the time to get carried away. You must accept the challenge if you want to get out in one piece and gain both fame and fortune. This is your only chance. Chance? Oh, losing is even more humiliating. Lin Shi still shook his head, clearly scornful of Zhang Li's strength. Who says you'll definitely lose? The corner of Wang Hai's mouth hooked into a sinister smile as he approached Lin Shi's ear. I can secretly operate and help you designate propositions. So when the time comes, I'm still afraid that I won't be able to win him? Lin Shi lowered her head in deep thought, her fingers unconsciously rubbing the edge of her cell phone. Designate the proposition? The pros and cons were quickly calculated in his mind. This was indeed an opportunity. The chances of winning were great. After all, the one standing behind him was no ordinary person. A titanic figure in the domestic music industry, with disciples all over the world. Any one of them could shake in the industry. Recently, the teacher has been working hard on a song. He really wrote a new song about growing up. He was lucky enough to hear it first. The melody, the lyrics, and the idea are all excellent. It was only higher than Lonely and Brave, and The Man with No Name. The most crucial thing is that this song has not yet been released. It is an absolute secret weapon. If I can persuade the teacher to borrow this song for a while. Lin Shi's eyes flashed with a flash of light. Perhaps it can really turn defeat into victory, or even go to the next level. Thinking of this, the original resistance in his heart dissipated by half. It was replaced by excitement and anticipation.
Crisis, crisis, crisis.
If this wave is operated well, not only can you get rid of the suspicion of plagiarism, but you can also step on Zhang Li to get to the top. Wouldn't it be great to have both fame and fortune? How is it? Have you thought it over? Wang Hai saw that Lin Shi was silent for a long time and urged. Vice Director Wang, I have an idea. Lin Shi raised his head, his eyes flashing with shrewdness and calculations, telling his plan in a nutshell. Of course, hiding the part about his teacher. It's just that he still has a song in the bottom of his box that is of extremely high quality. If he could designate growth as the theme, he was confident of winning. Wang Hai's eyes lit up after hearing this. This was a great opportunity. If he could really make Zhang Li lose, then all the crap he did before would be nothing. Is that true? Are you sure you can win? Still a bit uneasy, Wang Hai asked after him. 80% sure. Lin Shi gritted his teeth and gave an affirmative reply. Good. I'll go arrange this. Wang Hai slapped his thighs, and a fierce look appeared on his face. However, you have to give me the bottom line. What kind of song is it that can make you so confident? Lin Shi hesitated for a moment and finally decided to reveal something. This song has a far-reaching intention and a big pattern. It can definitely trigger resonance. After a pause, he lowered his voice. Let's put it this way. Once this song is released, it will definitely sweep the major charts and become a phenomenal gold song. Wang Hai sniffed and his heart was greatly settled. It seemed that Lin Shi had come prepared this time. All right, then wait for my news. After saying this, Wang Hai turned around and left. Leaving Lin Shi alone, he stood in place. The color of his face changed. There was both the determination to let go and the apprehension of the unknown outcome. Of course, the most important thing. It was to call the teacher first and ask for his old man's permission. Chapter 62 Overtime. Growth Proposition. Meanwhile, the fragrant mountain sanatorium. As the ginkgo leaves swirled and crashed on the green brick floor, Chen Yuxi, the director of the Southeast Conservatory of Music, rang the doorbell for the third time. The green cloth tunic was lifted up by the penetrating wind at the hem, revealing the satin lining of the brushed wool. Inside the parlor, the golden Nanmu seat clock had just struck 3 times. Chun Lao's fingertips were dipped in tea soup, drawing circles on the yellow pear coffee table. Let him in. The creaking of the door shafts startled the copper bells on the eaves. Assistant guided him through the triple moonhole door. Chen Yuxi nearly tripped when he stepped into the threshold. In the room full of purple sandalwood fragrance, the old man in military uniform was turning down the volume of the TV.
Xiu Shen, seat.
Chun Lao's jaw nodded towards the empty seat at the end. Chen Yuxi's half-ass was next to the yellow rosewood circle chair. 65 years old, in front of the 90 years of the great masters really deserve the word Shaoshin. The crunching sound of a June kiln tea light knocking on a sandalwood table startled his eyelids. He recognized the tea set. The Song Dynasty official kiln that had gone up for sale at the Carlsbad auction last year turned out to be here. I've heard that you've recently been preparing for the revision of the Chinese 100 Years of Golden Songs? Chun Lao flicked the floating foam with the tea lid. I was about to ask you to correct it. No need. The bottom of the calabash knocked on the purple sandalwood table crunching. I invited you here today to watch the young people sing. Chen Yuxi shook his head. Nowadays, the opera singer. Opera. Chun Ming's I wind swept through. The room was silenced. Those who can write, who says that sludge-covered is not considered a hero. What kind of opera singer is that? Chen Yuxi's knuckles pinched white, seeing the uniformed old man frowning at himself. The old man with gold wire glasses turned the emerald string to fly. These giants who were in charge of the culture and education system even sat in a scrutinizing manner. Elder Chun, actually The word spun 3 times before reaching my mouth. I want to study music theory under your tutelage. The seat clamored. The hand of the one in the Ministry of Culture who was pinching the snuff bottle shook, and the emerald trigger finger crashed out with a clear sound. Who does not know Chen Yuxi is the leader of the academy, at this moment even want to lower their status?
Yuxi.
Chun Ming suddenly changed his address. The general history of national music that you edited is still on my desk. Chen Yuxi was just about to open his mouth when a voice suddenly came from the television. Watch the show. Chun Lao raised his hand to cut off the words, his withered fingers tapping on the remote control. This young man used a tablet to send me demos last night. Guess what the file name says? Jiang Li in the screen was wiping the cold sweat from the corner of his forehead, and the cardiac monitoring leads were vaguely visible in the collar of his hospital gown. He wrote, "Please curse Chen Lao awake." Chen Ming suddenly burst out laughing. "The first one in 20 years to dare to make me a quality control inspector." The pupils of the official from the national security system suddenly shrunk. He knew all too well what it meant to have a young man who could make Elder Chen talk about him in such an intimate tone. "I also have a student." Before Song Huijin could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by the old man in military uniform coughing. "Want a face?" The Ministry of Culture official muttered to his colleague in an airy voice. "Do you really think that this is a food market for Elder Chen?" "Elder Chen, I drink tea." Chen Ming cut off the words. Azure glazed tea light pushed over against the coffee table. Half of the residual tea shook out ripples. When Shun Huaishan cupped his hands, he glimpsed the crushed biluacun that had settled at the bottom of the cup, swallowed the hot tea soup, throat burning fire. "The student has an unkind request. You were not a student long ago." Chun Lao index finger knocking, when Xen Diaolong line-bound book, startled the fine dust smoke. "In 2003 you compiled Ethnic Music Theory, which is still a textbook of the Southeast Music Academy, right?" Shun Huishan's spine taut. "If Mr. Monk does not abandon." "I am too noisy." Chun Lao suddenly raised his hand, and the remote control smashed on the LCD switch. Jiang Li's figure disappeared with the sound, and the reflective glass reflected the stunned faces of the crowd. "Bring your family's phoenix seedlings next week." Suddenly got up, withered palm pressed on Shun Huaishan's shoulder. "Let's see if it's the back waves of the Yangtze River pushing the front waves, or—" The old man glanced at the black frame of the screen. The new fire praised the old stove. A few bigwigs exchanged glances. The old man with the gold spectacles unscrewed and tightened his cufflinks. The person Chan used the term new fire to describe last time is now practicing regular script in Qin City Prison. Shun Huishan secretly sighed. Elder Chun had already given the expulsion order, so it was not good to stay any longer. Bowed out of the parlor, the hem of the green cloth long shirt swept over the threshold of the accumulated ash. The wind under the corridor swept the ginkgo leaves onto his face. Raising his hand to block it, his gold glasses slid to the tip of his nose. The cell phone vibrated in the inner pocket of the tang suit and made my ribs tingle. The word Linshi on the caller ID glowed coldly in the night. "Teacher, someone is trying to destroy me." Just connected to the crying voice. "Tomato station that Jiang Li. Based on the background hard to give me plagiarism hat." Shun Huishan corrected his glasses and clenched his cell phone with withered knuckles. "Speak clearly." They purposely arranged the proposition competition, making it clear that they wanted me to make a public spectacle of myself. Current murmur wrapped in a sob. "The student has been mindful of the teacher's training all these years, which song is not a composition of lyrics and music is not blood and sweat. Now, even by the villain." Sanatorium stone path came the sound of footsteps. Shun Huishan quickly turned into the bamboo forest. "How to prove yourself? If you can use your new work to break the cocoon." "Nonsense." Bamboo leaves wiped over the lenses. "That is the finale I prepared for the Centennial Golden Song revision. But this is the only chance for students to prove themselves." Lin, she suddenly raised his voice. "Is the teacher going to stand by and watch them trample on the dignity of the division?" Shun Huishan paused in his steps. 30 meters away, the light in Chun Lao's study was on. "It's cheap for you, kid. Just this once, never again." Pulling off the pale ears stuck to his cuffs. "On the 3rd day of next month, I will take you to see a noble person." "Thank you, teacher. Thank you." When he cut off the call, the bamboo shadow was crawling up half of Shun Huaishan's face. Touching the tang suit plate buttons, he remembered that 20 years ago, Lin she knelt in the Qin room to hand the teacher worship post. How clean the eyes of the child at that time, how nowadays. The back door of the sanatorium closed, startled the old acacia tree night roosting crows. On the other hand, the lights in the studio suddenly dimmed. After a short period of darkness, the chasing lights came back on. The host steeled himself and piled a professional smile back on his face. "Ladies and gentlemen, just now was just a small interlude. The excitement continues." Clearing his throat, he spoke slightly faster in an attempt to cover up the embarrassment he had just experienced. After a short backstage deliberation, as well as the program team's urgent consultation, in order to respond to the ardent expectations of the majority of music fans and friends. After a pause, looking around the room, he raised his volume. We have decided to temporarily add an overtime session. Overtime? The audience erupted in a gasp of surprise. Really? There's an overtime? Tomato Stage is playing for real this time. Exciting. Now that's a godly fight. The host's smile grew wider. Yes, you heard it right. It's the overtime match. For the sake of fairness and openness, as well as to allow the two teachers to fully display their musical talents, we have decided to add one more match live PK. PK, PK, PK. The audience instantly boiled. Shouts, cheers, and whistles, converging into a huge wave of sound, almost toppling the roof of the studio. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room even exploded. I'm not deaf, right? Overtime? Tomato Station is great. City will play. I give this operation full marks. The best variety show of the year is scheduled. Who's in favor? Who's against? My mom asked me why I'm kneeling down to look at my cell phone. I said I'm watching the gods fight. I'm watching the battle of the immortals. I'm eating until I'm full. This is the real battle. The host raised his hand to signal everyone to be quiet. Next, it's time to enter the first part of our overtime match proposition extraction, pointing to the huge LED screen behind him. On the big screen, 12 music propositions of very different styles have been prepared for the two teachers. Later on, we will vote through the live audience. Select the final PK propositions. The big screen image flashed, and the 12 propositions were presented to the audience in turn. Love, dream, hometown, parting, growing up, loneliness, courage, hope, darkness, light, future, memories. Each proposition is concise and clear, yet contains unlimited creative space. The audience was once again excited, picking up their cell phones and scanning the QR code on the screen to participate in the voting. The critic's seat also stirred up, talking to each other and discussing. At the backstage passageway, several other competing singers also poked their heads out, looking at the movements on the stage with different expressions. Lin Shi's face was still pale, but there was a trace of inexplicable luster in her eyes. Staring tightly at the propositions on the screen, her fingers trembled slightly. Jiang Li was still sitting on the ICU bed, his face calm, his eyes as quiet as water, as if all the hustle and bustle had nothing to do with him. Only in the depths of his eyes, a sharp light flickered. The voting channel was opened, and in just a few minutes, the number of votes had already exceeded 1 million. The data on the big screen jumped rapidly, and the percentage of votes for the 12 propositions was constantly changing. The two propositions of growth and courage were in the lead, far ahead of the other propositions. Growing up has 1 vote. I think this one has more depth. It has to be courage. With lonely and courageous in front of us, another courageous will seal the deal. I vote for loneliness. I'd like to hear another emo song like The Man with No Name from Mr. Jiang. Who voted for darkness? I want to see how the two teachers interpret darkness. You've got some serious taste upstairs. I still like light. It's sunny and positive. Finally, the voting channel is closed. Growing Up won by a wide margin and became the PK theme for the overtime round. On the big screen, the word growth is highlighted and enlarged, eye-catching and full of power. The host announced with a big smile. Congratulations to the growth proposition, which was elected as the PK theme of this overtime competition with the highest number of votes. Next, the two teachers will have half an hour to create their works. After half an hour, whoever comes up with a work first will become the ultimate champion of our first round of competition. After a pause, the tone steeply became agitated. If both teachers complete their compositions within half an hour, then we will enter the even more exciting clear singing PK session. The audience once again erupted in applause and cheers. The atmosphere was completely ignited. Everyone was holding their breath in anticipation of the next Battle of the Dragons and Tigers. Chapter 63 Old Boy is a Love Song? Inside the ICU ward of the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City, Jiang Li's eyes were slightly closed, and his mind sank into the sea of consciousness. The familiar system interface jumped out at him. Host, Jiang Li. Current lifespan, 129 days. Influence gained, 129, 6,000. Unlocked songs, Twilight Echo, Nocturne, Anha Bridge. Detected the host's demand. currently can strongly unlock the song, Old Boy. Consuming 20 days of lifespan, this work can be unlocked. Please ask if you want to unlock it. Old Boy? This wave of Brother Unity Z can be very understanding that a man is a teenager until he dies. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he silently said, unlock, in his heart. A mere 20 days of lifespan was just a drop in the bucket for him. When this round of live broadcasting is over, the influence will surely usher in a new round of upsurge, and his life expectancy will rise. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind. Countless notes and snippets of lyrics came and went, converging into a complete piece called Old Boy. Next, let's enter the exciting creation session. Inside the studio, the host's slightly exuberant voice was clearly transmitted into Zhang Li's ears through the ward's external playback equipment. Picking up the tablet, the tip of the pen lightly touched, seemingly seriously began to create. The speed should not be too fast. This is the strategy he calculated in his mind. Since he had entered the game with his body, he had to show the enemy that he was weak, so that the other party could make the first move and take the apparent advantage. If Lin Shi suffered too heavy a blow in the opening, he would only be disheartened and directly swing for the fences. That wouldn't be fun. He had to let him temporarily gain the upper hand in order to stir up a stronger fighting spirit. Only then will this play be more exciting. On the other side, Lin Shi also picked up a pen and paper and pretended to scribble on the paper. He had long coveted his mentor Shan Huaishan's cocoon breaking. He knew the lyrics by heart. At the moment, it is just a pretense to cover up the eyes. Ordinary netizens may be easy to fool, but those professionals in the live broadcast room are not easy to fool. If the speed of creation is too fast, it will inevitably remind people of their teacher, adding unnecessary trouble. Brows slightly knit, eyes flashing. The tip of the pen slowly moved on the paper. Time passed by minute by minute. The first few lines of the lyrics of Breaking the Cocoon were slowly presented under Lin Shi's pen. The words were quite meaningful, and soon won unanimous praise from the netizens in the live broadcast room. On the other hand, although Zhang Li's creative speed was on par with Lin Shi's, the song flowed out from his pen. But the lyrics that flowed out of his pen didn't seem to have anything to do with the topic of growth. That's the person I miss and love day and night. How should I express myself? Will he accept me? A few lines of lyrics came into view. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room instantly exploded, and waves of skepticism came in like a tidal wave. I go, Mr. Zhang to love songs? No way. This is a growing proposition. Thinking day and night, deeply in love? This lyrics are also, too, romantic drama, right? Help. Love again? Mr. Zhang, can you change the subject matter? I'm tired of hearing it. My grandma shook her head at the lyrics. It's too cliched, right? Soft topic, isn't it? Where's the growth? Where's the growth? Is falling out of love a kind of growth? Blind guess. Mr. Zhang is going to write that kind of bitter song. I'm already digging my toes into the ground. I'm already digging my toes into the ground. Ha 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 ha. The truth is out upstairs. It's probably a song called Song of the Spare Tire or Diary of a Dog Licker. Mr. Lin Shi's lyrics are not bad. They're a bit of a thing. On the contrary, Zhang Li's side is heartache for Mr. Zhang. I feel like I'm going to be hanged by Lin Shi this time. Oh. On the network, a piece of singing bad sound. It seems that everyone has decided that Zhang Li is going to completely fall this time. On the other hand, Zhou Ming pushed open the sandalwood door of the station manager's office. The cigar ash in the porcelain jar was still sparking. Su Zhang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with his back to the door, his dark gray suit lining his shoulders straight as a ruler. The lights outside the window passed through the blinds, cutting out lines of light and dark on his face. Station manager, I've come to submit my resignation to you. The resignation letter landed on the mahogany desk. Su Zhang turned around and twisted the envelope, tapping it with 2 fingers clasped in his palm. Xiaowa. Smoky voice wrapped in a smile. Remember the year you just entered the station? Heavy rain washed out the studio cables, who held the equipment to wade through the water over the knee. The back of Zhou Ming's neck tightened slightly. He did stand guard in the power distribution room until the early hours of the morning that night, but how did the station manager know? The intern who sent a pregnant woman to the hospital on a stormy day is now learning to run away when things go wrong? Su Zhang flicked the ashes of his cigarette, sparks splattering on the stamped edge of the resignation letter. The station now needs stability, You hand in your resignation at this time. Is it that public opinion is not lively enough? You've seen the online public opinion. There are questions and abuse against me everywhere now. I don't want to affect the station's image because of personal reasons. Image? Su Zhang suddenly burst out laughing, shaking the lid of the alabaster pot on the sea of tea lightly. Xiao Zhou ah. When did you become so naive? What's this storm? Which TV station doesn't have some negative news? If this little thing makes you resign, then I'll be a joke as the station manager. Besides, just look at those things on the internet. You'll lose if you take them seriously. Those who are clear, and those who are turbid. Understand? What kind of person you are I know very well in my heart. This trust is still there. Resignation? Resigning at this time, wouldn't that be exactly what some people wanted? Zhou Ming was promoted by him with outstanding ability and knows how to assess the situation. He is his rare right-hand man in the station. What's more, there is a subtle layer of good karma between Zhou Ming and Zhang Li. Who is Zhang Li? That was a character that Chen Lao had looked at differently. Although his identity was still unclear, he had a vague feeling that this young man was by no means a pool animal. To be able to get involved with Zhang Li, even if only indirectly. To him, Su Zhang, it would be 100 benefits and no harm. What's more, Zhou Ming had previously released his goodwill towards Zhang Li during the program's preparation stage. This friendship might come in handy in the future. In case Zhang Li spoke favorably for him, Su Zhang, in front of Elder Chen one day, then his career path would be faster than others. This kind of political resources can't wait to flatter. How can they let go of their own accord? As for those online negative public opinion, oh, but some clowns chatter he was just about to protect the person who dares to move. Thinking of this, the tone of voice is more and more firm, even with a hint of unquestionable dominance. As long as I am at the tomato stage for one day, you are qualified to control anything. Don't mention the matter of resignation again. Zhou Ming's heart warmed, knowing that the station manager was supporting himself. Thank you, station manager, for your trust. Vice Station Manager Wang has been making a lot of moves recently. Su Zhang suddenly changed his words, his fingertips rubbing over a certain button on the remote control. The center control room should keep an eye on the voting data. Zhou Ming's eyelids jumped, immediately understanding what the station manager meant. It was an open secret in the station that Wang Hai and Lin Shi were close. Now that something like this had happened, it was hard to guarantee that Wang Hai wouldn't secretly operate in the voting session and favor Lin Shi. The second hand of the European-style wall clock crossed the Roman numerals. In the reflection of the dial, the bookcase behind Su Zhang has a new hardcover edition of Ziji Tongjian. Tomorrow, the discipline inspection group will be stationed, and someone from the propaganda port will have to butt in. This time, I'm afraid there will be a large number of seats vacant. Do a good job on the task given to you. Zhou Ming straightened his spine. Yes, station manager. As he stepped out of the elevator, the frosted glass of the center control room reflected his slightly pale face. The door handle was still stained with the coffee stains left by the previous user. Reaching out to push the door open was interrupted by a snort. Where is Secretary Cho going with this? Zhang Peng, the assistant director, was leaning against a fire hydrant, spinning a paper tube rolled into a tabletop between his fingers. Heavy center control area. Idlers are exempted. Chapter 64 Tears across the internet. Zhang Li's overwhelming advantage. Sweeping over the newly replaced gold-plated license plate on the other party's chest, the original assistant director prefix was bolded and blacked out. The original assistant director prefix was bolded and blackened. Remembering this morning's regular meeting, this person even courteously handed himself a throat lozenge. Director Su asked me to oversee the voting data. Zhou Ming fumbled for his work permit, and the magnetic strip scratched out a crisp sound on the sensor. Zhang Peng suddenly reached out and pressed on the doorframe, the dial of his wristwatch refracting cold light. Don't intervene, Vice Director Wang is inside guiding the work. The tail tone dragged long, like a wire dipped in honey. Your identity? It's not appropriate to go in now, right? The center control room vaguely heard the ringing of something being dropped. You know that Wang Hai wants to protect Lin Shi. Zhou Ming looked straight into the other party's evasive eyes. Director Su asked me to come here to prevent someone from tampering with the data. Ouch, my great secretary Zhou. Zhang Peng suddenly raised his voice, startling the small assistant passing by to shrink his neck. You still think you are the chief planner of the program? 3 of the top 10 hot searches are scolding you for malfeasance. dusting off the non-existent dust on the front of his suit. If you ask me, go back and clean up your office before it's too late. Don't wait for the disciplinary team to come to your door and make it look bad. This Zhou Ming, clear-eyed people can see, lost power. The station manager's office came out with an iron face. Resignation are handed up. 80% was scolded. It is only a matter of time before he is swept away. Now who is the red man? It has to be Deputy Director Wang. Look at his wrist, how hard, how much energy, even Su Zhang kind of hard to mess with. Follow the Deputy Director of the Wang is a bright future. Promotion and wealth is just around the corner. Inside the center control room, the blue light of the LCD screen bounces on Wang Hai's lens. Grabbing the real-time rating statement and flinging it at the director, the paper grazed the other party's ear and crashed on the mixing console. 3.78%. Highest ratings since the start of the broadcast. Wang Hai poked the director's chest with his index finger. Are you out of your mind? How many times have I told you to look at the big picture? We have to consider the effect of the program. Right now, the entire network thinks Zhang Li is going to win, but we're going the opposite way. That's the biggest hit. That's the talk of the town. That's the traffic. Letting Lin Shi win at this time can save the suspense for the second installment, and the ratings can break 4%. Director Lao Chun was motionless, his army green jacket washed white. Vice Director Wang, I don't understand any of what you're saying. I only know that fairness, impartiality, and openness are the bottom line of our program. It's the foundation of the TV station. This kind of backroom operation of yours will only ruin the program, destroying the golden brand of Tomato Station. Golden brand. Wang Hai suddenly laughed out loud and fished out a gold-plated fountain pen from the inner pocket of his Italian handmade suit. Lao Chun, Lao Chun. You are still living in an ivory tower. Ridiculously naive. What era is it now? Traffic is king. Ratings are paramount. Who's gonna tell you about the gold standard? The only way to make money is to make it a hit. Do you know how much this season's advertisement share is? Break 4% and double the year-end bonus for all staff. The pen cap hit the edge of the data screen hard. Your daughter is going abroad next year, right? Old Chen's back teeth creaked, and his neck veins rippled. The monitor screen. Zhang Li wrote, "Youth is like a running river. To change the data, unless you step over me or fire me." Dismissed? Wang Hai's heart stuttered, as hard as swallowing a fly. How easy was it to fire him? Chun Li Tao was a veteran in the station. His business skills are excellent and his connections are complicated. Without a solid reason, it's hard as hell to move him. What's more, it's an extraordinary time, and the station is in the midst of an eventful year. That old fox Su Zhang is surely watching his every move. The slightest carelessness will be caught in the handle. The most crucial thing is Lin Shi's side. Once screwed up, Lin Shi shook out his, then it would really be doomed. Thinking of this, Wang Hai's original arrogant and domineering temper instantly dissipated by half. Instead, there was a slightly stiff smile and a pretense of a warm tone. Pressing Chun Li Tao's shoulder, the force was released gently and slowly. Brother Chun. Just now I was confused in my haste. Removing his glasses and wiping them, revealing reddened eyes. How difficult it is for the station to cultivate a senior director. Don't you think so? The moment Lao Chen froze, Wang Hai made a wink towards the corner. Executive producer Xiao Zhao quietly exited the back door. The USB flash drive clutched in his palm in a cold sweat. Right in the gap between the two men's negotiation, he implanted a backdoor program into the voting software. On the other hand, inside the studio hall, on the big screen, the lyrics of Zhang Li's song were revealed to the audience like a cocoon. That's the person I miss day and night, deeply in love na. At first, the pop-up screen was still skeptical. Help. Love again. Mr. Jiang can't come to something yang. Late stage of love brain has not run away. Identification is complete. But as the lyrics continue to unfold, the flavor gradually changes. Youth is like a rushing river, not returning in time to say goodbye. Wait. These lyrics don't seem to be a love song. Running river? Never come back? This is clearly talking about time, right? I realized, this isn't about love. It's clearly about life. Knees to you, Mr. Jiang. I thought it was a cheesy love song. I'm shallow. Who says Mr. Jiang has run out of talent? This is the intention, this is the pattern, directly pull full. Music critic seats. Several professionals exchanged words and looked different. The lyrics look bland at first, but the fine taste is endless. Yes, it seems to write that youth is easy to pass away, but in fact, it is lamenting that time is passing, and the years are rushing us to old age. The beauty of it is that he uses the rushing river as a metaphor for youth, which is both graphic and vivid, instantly resonating with people. The lyrics continue, word for word, as if telling the heart of an ordinary old boy. Once a teenager, also had a dream, also had a vision of the future. But in front of the cruel reality, but was smoothed out, become mediocre and helpless. Life is like a ruthless carving knife, changing our appearance. Will I wither before I bloom? I had a dream. Ruthless carving knife. So true. Life is a knife. Will they wither before they bloom? That's what I'm talking about. Who isn't an old boy? Dreams and such have long been eroded by mortgage payments. The wind direction of the pop-up screen has completely reversed. The skepticism disappeared, replaced by a flood of empathy and emotion. Knees shattered. These lyrics are written in my heart. I cried. I really cried. I remembered my dad. And I remembered myself. Who isn't an old boy? On the surface of the cheeky, but in the heart has long been a sea of change. Inside the studio, the original noisy chatter gradually subsided. Many people in the audience had red eyes and silently wiped the tears from the corners of their eyes. On those young faces, there was less of the previous ease and banter, and more contemplation and emotion. This is not a love song. It is clearly a song written for all old boys. A song about growing up, about responsibility, about helplessness and resignation. It doesn't directly state the word grow up, but shows the pain and cost of growing up in the most vivid way. Especially the line, "Let the years dry up my ideals. I can't find the real me anymore." The line, "I can't find the real me anymore," instantly shattered the psychological defenses of countless viewers. My mom just called to urge me to get a date. I directly hung up the phone. Now listening to this song, suddenly want to cry a little. I'm not sure how much I'm going to be able to do with this. My mom is forcing me to get married and have children every day, saying that if I don't get married, I'll be old. After listening to this song, I just want to say that old is old, and happy is the most important thing. Who is not yet a little poor thing trembling in fear of being dominated by the army of marriage reminders? What's the point of getting married? Doesn't it smell good to get money? On the pop-up screen, there are also more discussions about marriage reminders. Under the great pressure of life, many young people face double anxiety from family and society. House, car, marriage, children, every big mountain is weighing them down. The lyrics of Old Boy seem to be a shot in the arm, allowing them to find a touch of comfort and empathy in their confusion and anxiety. Maybe not successful enough, maybe bumbling around, but they are still trying to live and carry their weight. I've decided, when I go home this New Year's Eve, I'm going to spend time with my parents, buy them gifts, and take them on a trip. Upstairs, pattern opens. I have to be nice to my parents too. It's not easy for them. I'm transferring money to my parents. It's not much, but it's still a token of my appreciation. In the live broadcast room, the filial piety terrier began to brush the screen. Countless netizens said that after listening to Old Boy, they suddenly realized that their parents were once teenagers too. On the contrary, Lin Shi's Broken Cocoon, the lyrics' intention is also not bad. However, compared with Old Boy, it seems a bit thin and pale. Broken Cocoon is more of a personal emotional expression. Is the cocoon into a butterfly inspirational and exuberant? And Old Boy is more like a mirror, reflecting the plight of countless ordinary people's lives and emotional resonance. Broken Cocoon is also good, but it always feels like something is missing, a bit empty. Yes, it's empty. It feels like it's in the air, not grounded enough. The lyrics of Old Boy are more heartfelt. They poke at me every single time, and it brings tears to my eyes. In the critic's seat, several music critics whispered, Jiang Li's intention for this song is indeed brilliant. It seems to be written about an individual, but it's actually written about a group. It's very easy to trigger resonance. Yes, and his lyrics are so skillfully written, seemingly plain, but actually containing deep meaning that can touch the heart without even realizing it. Lin Shi's Broken Cocoon isn't bad either. The academy skills are solid, but compared to Jiang Li, it's a bit artisanal and less spiritual. The music critics' comments also represented the majority of the audience's views. Old Boy won overwhelmingly with its profound intention and sincere emotions. After the lyrics were completed, It was time for the final arrangement stage. Chapter 65. Do you really want to play so big? The tip of the pen rubbed against the surface of the paper, making a subtle sound. Jiang Li's fingertips fluttered, and the light from the screen reflected his focused brows. When the last note was finalized, his fingertips paused. He breathed a long sigh of relief and rubbed his somewhat sore wrist. Out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed Lin Shi in the camera, still writing at the desk, beads of sweat seeping from the corners of his forehead. Time was infinitely stretched out and flew by like an arrow leaving the string. The countdown numbers jumped silently, and the sense of oppression grew stronger as the second hand turned. Finally, the last second went to 0. Time! The host's loud voice instantly penetrated through the hustle and bustle of the studio, like a thunderclap on a flat earth, exploding in everyone's ears. Lin Shi raised her head violently and set aside her pen, slightly pale face with the fatigue of being relieved, but also vaguely permeated with a few imperceptible excitement. The host took a vigorous step and once again ascended to the center of the stage. Face piled full of enthusiastic smile, voices also more high-pitched and impassioned than before. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone on the scene as well as the audience in the live broadcast room. The time to witness the miracle has come. The speed of speech was fast, but the words were clear. Both teachers are truly the best in today's music industry. Their talent is breathtaking. In just half an hour, they have given us 2 pieces of music that can be called Hall of Fame. Especially worth mentioning. The words turned to a slightly exaggerated awe in his tone. To accomplish such a high level of creation in such a short period of time. Looking at the entire Chinese music scene, I'm afraid that only the 2 teachers of our best buddy can do it. This is definitely a feat that has never been done before and will most likely never be done again. Applause thundered from the stage, and the cheers almost toppled the roof of the studio. Next, in order for everyone to be able to enjoy these 2 masterpieces for the first time. At the same time, also in order to more fully display the strength of the 2 contestants. The program team has decided that the next singing session will take the form of clear singing. The audience instantly erupted, with even louder cries of surprise than before. Surprise, excitement, and anticipation were all intertwined together like boiling water. I'll go. Clear singing? Are you really going to play so big? Exciting. This is the real deal. Tomato Channel is really going out on a limb this time, playing with their heartbeat. Singing clean is good. There's no accompaniment, no voice modification, so you can hear the real level. The gods are fighting. This is a real fairy fight. The audience was buzzing with excitement and anticipation written all over their faces. Without the gorgeous accompaniment, without the post-production sound modification to cover it up, the singer's singing ability would be completely exposed under the spotlight. Any unsteady breath or pitch deviation will have nothing to hide. But this is also the charm of the program, Best Partner. True live, true singing, true character. This ticket is worth buying. Definitely worth the price of the ticket. More than worth the ticket price. It's a bloody profit. This extra time is enough for me to blow for a year. The best audio variety of the year has to be Best Buddy. The speed of the pop-up screen scrolling in the live broadcast room was so fast that it was dazzling. I admit, I was a bit loud just now. Apologize to Zhang Shun, who isn't already a wallflower. Whichever way the wind blows, I'll fall back. Those who said Mr. Jiang was out of talent before, come out and take a beating. Does your face hurt? There's one thing to be said for Old Boy. The pattern is really big, and Broken Cocoon is a bit small. Lin Shi, thanks for the invitation. People in the stage just got off the plane. Do not queue. Suddenly I feel that Lin Shi is a little bit of tea in the tea atmosphere is what is going on. The first thing I'd like to say is that Lin Shi's fans are really good at controlling comments into outer space. I can't say anything else. Just for Mr. Zhang's song Old Boy, I'm going to follow this program. Who says love songs are no longer good? Old Boy is clearly the ceiling of love songs. Upstairs, wake up. Old Boy is not a love song. It's clearly a song for middle-aged social animals. The middle-aged animals are furious. Who's middle-aged? I'm still a baby. Baby bus warning. And then we'll get a warning letter from the lawyer. Don't argue, we're all old babies. Okay? Old baby sticky. Anyway, can we put an end to the plagiarism theory? Half an hour of holding back Cocoon. Lin Shi has a little something to offer. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room are like wild horses that have gone off the rails, completely letting themselves go. All sorts of internet hot stems came out one after another, gluing the screen tightly. The passerby fans who were still wavering originally were also infected by the warm atmosphere and fell to Zhang Li's side. After all, in front of absolute strength, all doubts pale in comparison. The lyrics of Old Boy have already proved Zhang Li's talent. The next part, the clean singing, would be the key to completely establish the victory. Everyone was holding their breath, waiting for the next fairy fight. Meanwhile, inside the practice room, Zhang Yang was huddled in the corner. His knuckles clenched white. He sucked in his nose and wiped his face, trying to stop the tears from pouring out. On the other end of the video link, Zhang Li's voice came through with mild concern. "What's wrong?" Stressed out. Taking another deep breath and shaking his head, Zhang Yang's voice carried an obvious choking. "It's not pressure. Teacher Jiang. This song." There was a pause, as if he was organizing his language, and as if his throat was blocked by emotions, making it difficult to continue. Zhang Li waited quietly, his gaze calm and gentle. "This song reminds me of my dad." The voice was heavily nasal, and Zhang Yang's tears once again gushed out uncontrollably. Raising his hand to cover his face, his shoulders twitched slightly as he tried to suppress his sobs. "My dad left early, when I was still stationed at the bar. I didn't even go home for the new year in order to make more money. When I rushed back, he had..." Voice broken, words filled with irreparable regret and guilt. "Before he left, the most unable to let go of me, always chanting, 'When can I see me become a family?' Stop singing those tuneless songs all day long." Tears dripped down his fingers, wetting his practice uniform. Lowering his hands, his face was streaked with tears, but his eyes held relief and nostalgia. "In fact, my dad, he also likes to listen to me sing, just the mouth does not say. He always said, 'Boys have to be a little serious to do, singing can be a meal.' But every time he got drunk, he would sneak to the door of the bar and just stand there and listen to me sing." Zhang Yang smiled with a bitter warmth. "The lyrics of Old Boy are too much like what my dad would say. It's also too much like ordinary people like us who are running around for our lives but have dreams in our hearts." Looking at the screen again, his eyes were filled with sincere gratitude. "Teacher Jiang, thank you for writing this song. Really? Thank you." Smiling slightly, Zhang Li's tone remained gentle. "There is no need to thank me. The song is sung to everyone. It can touch your heartstrings, and that's the most important thing. As for the pressure, it's just the stage, nothing to be afraid of. It's not the first time you've been on stage. Now sing for yourself and for your father. Carrying this emotion is enough. Remember, you are Zhang Yang, a unique being." The words brushed over his heart like a spring breeze, dispelling the haze that had enveloped Zhang Yang's mind. Nodding vigorously, his eyes became determined again. Chapter 66. When you are discharged from the hospital, why don't you go to Dunhuang together? Xue Zhilu's tone teased. It seems that Mr. Zhang Yang is still a contest-type player. The moment he heard that he had to sing in a clear voice, he directly excited himself to tears. Zhou Yi also smiled and rubbed his nose, picking up the conversation. All right, don't be melodramatic here. Play well and come back with a championship. Next time I go on a world tour, I'll directly put your name in the guest column." After being teased by the two, Zhang Yang's mood really relaxed a lot. Inhaling his nose, he looked at Chen Yuxi, who was standing by the bedside, and hesitantly said, "Brother Zhou took me on tour. What about Sister Yuxi? You don't bring Sister Yuxi together?" When Xue Zhilu heard this, he immediately picked up with a strange accent. "Other people's Yuxi has a more important task now, to take care of our teacher Zhang Li." As soon as the words fell, everyone's gazes swept towards Chen Yuxi. The young girl's originally fair cheeks were instantly colored with a layer of scarlet, like a ripe apple, dainty. Somewhat flustered, she raised her eyes, quickly glanced at Zhang Li, and then quickly lowered her head. Her long eyelashes fluttered uneasily, and her hands were twisted together, appearing somewhat at a loss for words. Zhang Li's face, however, floated out a faint smile. The bottom of his eyes also seemed to have starlight flickering. Looking sideways at the girl. "When I'm a little better, let's go to Dunhuang together to see the murals after I'm discharged from the hospital." The cotton swab slipped from the mouth of the iodine bottle and rolled on the floor with a fine sound. Chen Yuxi's ponytail swept over the back of Zhang Li's hand as she bent down, and when she got up, she bumped into the other party's smiling eyes. In an instant, the atmosphere in the hospital room became subtle. Xue Zhilu and Zhou Yi glanced at each other, unspoken anti-smiles surfacing on their faces. Agu not bad, oh Mr. Jiang. This flirting skill points full marks. Zhang Yang giggled along. Dunhuang hasn't been there yet. Bring me one then. Chun Ruoshi's cheeks were so red that they were almost dripping blood. Biting her lip, she sneaked another look at Zhang Li and saw that he was looking at her with a smile on his face, his eyes gentle and expectant. Her heartbeat seemed to have missed a beat. An unspeakable sweetness surged to her heart. After a long time, he answered like a gnat. Good. The voice was so light that it was almost inaudible. A knock sounded on the door for the umpteenth time to stifle laughter. The groundskeeper poked half his head in. Teacher Zhang, it's time to wait for the stage. The playful sounds came to an abrupt end. Zhang Yang took a deep breath and his eyes instantly became firm and focused. I'll go then. Meanwhile, inside the studio hall, the dome spotlights suddenly lit up as the host weaved his way through the audience with microphone in hand. The exciting moment is about to arrive. Before enjoying the wonderful singing, let's first randomly interview a few of the live audience. Listen to what's on everyone's mind at this moment. A fashionably dressed young girl was fortunately chosen. The host was all smiles and passed the microphone over. This pretty young lady, hello? May I ask which teacher are you more looking forward to singing next? The girl turned to the camera and said with slight excitement. Of course, I'm more looking forward to Teacher Lin Shi and Teacher Chang Jie. Teacher Lin Shi's talent needs no introduction. His arranging ability is absolutely top-notch. Mr. Chang Jie is the top of the new generation of singers. His strength is superb. The combination of the two of them will be a king-sized bomb. The host turned the microphone to another boy. This handsome guy, what's your choice? The lyrics are definitely old boy winning. But Chang Jie knows all about that voice. The boy in the baseball shirt squeezed his support stick to the point of cackling. Best male singer at the Golden Bell Awards. Just like a national team player, the guide camera swept over the occasion. The host disliked the microphone to the middle-aged man's mouth. Which singer do you favor more? The middle-aged man pushed his glasses. Personally, I'm more optimistic about Mr. Lin Shi and the others, although the song Old Boy is indeed quite touching, and Teacher Zhang Li's lyrics are also well written. But the singer, Zhang Yang, is only a little-known singer after all. Compared to a singer of Chang Jie's caliber, the difference in strength was still too great. And what Mr. Lin Shi is best at is arranging music. I believe that Breaking the Cocoon will definitely take on a new life after his arranging, making up for some of the shortcomings in the lyrics. The host interviewed a few more audience members one after another. Without exception, everyone, though, recognized the song Old Boy, also recognized Zhang Li's talent. But in the next singing session, the majority of the audience was more optimistic about the combination of Lin Shi and Chang Jie. After all, Chang Jie's fame and strength were there. The title of the new generation's leader is not for nothing. Lin Shi's arranging ability has also long been well known. His solid academy skills, coupled with his accurate grasp of market trends, always brought surprises. In contrast, Zhang Yang is still somewhat unfamiliar to the majority of the audience, even if the lyrics of Old Boy are more stirring. But in the cruel stage competition, strength is the hard truth. What's more, the quality of the song Broken Cocoon itself wasn't bad, with a positive intention and a catchy melody. After Lin Shi's careful arranging, coupled with Chang Jie's strong interpretation, it is yet to be seen who will win. The atmosphere in the studio was gradually pushed to a climax by the host's interviews and the audience's comments. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room were rolling like a tidal wave, and most of the netizens also held the same concept. But Chang Jie's live is really no hack. The Old Boy lyrics are poking the heart, but the song still has to rely on the singing to hold up. The blind guess a Lin Shi Chang Jie steady. Mr. Zhang's group is still honored despite the defeat. Heartache Zhang, this configuration, feel like bronze with elementary school students to play the king of the game. The elementary school students do not cue, not serve solo, although the questioning sound is not as sharp as before, but look down on Zhang Li-Zhang Yang combination almost become the mainstream argument. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. The sentiment is again moving, but also cannot withstand the hard singing competition. Wait, I seem to have found a point. Clean singing? Singing is not a disadvantage for Brother Yang. Upstairs, the truth is the truth. Singing is the time to test the real gold. Some voice modification fighters are going to reveal themselves, right? Voice modification warning. Are they going to rip off the cloth of shame? Exciting. Sporadic pop-ups are starting to change the wind direction. The clean singing seems to be more favorable to Zhang Yang, but it was quickly drowned out by louder skepticism. Don't be ridiculous. Is Cheng Jie's best male singer at the Golden Bell Awards a pose? The clean singing still kills the show. Okay? Zhongli fans don't dream. Cheng Jie's steadiness is engraved in his DNA. What's clean singing? Waiting for Cheng Jie to kneel down. Don't cry for help when the time comes. The netizens are arguing and disagreeing. The stage lights suddenly dimmed, and the clamor of the entire arena lowered and became silent. Only the support light signs in the front row of the audience were still flashing. With a smile on his face, the host once again walked to the center of the stage, his loud voice piercing through the entire arena. Ladies and gentlemen, the exciting moment has finally arrived. Next, please welcome the first competing singer, Zhang Yang. He will bring us an original song composed by Mr. Jiang Li Old Boy. Let's give him a warm round of applause. The spotlight beams suddenly converged on the stage entrance. Chapter 67. Perfect play. Old Boy explodes and kills the stage. In the deafening applause, Zhang Yang's figure slowly appeared on top of the stage. With a black jacket and simple inner wear, he did not have a flashy stage costume or dazzling lights and choreography. He just stood there quietly, like a boy next door, slightly youthful. The light casts a light shadow on the body, reflecting the thin face. But his eyes are especially bright, like the twinkling stars in the night sky. There is no prelude, no accompaniment to speak of. The whole place was so silent that only the slight breathing of the audience could be heard. Zhang Yang took a deep breath, his fingers holding the microphone slightly whitened. He closed his eyes, as if he wanted to settle down all his emotions before slowly exhaling them. When he opened his eyes again, the bottom of his eyes had become incredibly focused. That's the person I miss day and night and love deeply na. There was no accompaniment trimmed, no skill piled on. Pure vocals, clean as if uncut diamond. But instantly grabbed everyone's ears. I'm gonna go, the clean singing is actually so stable. Brother Yang can do it. This voice, it's got something. Who said Brother Yang was a bronze before? I apologize for the previous one, Brother Yang's voice. At least it must be a gold. The wind direction of the pop-up screen quietly shifted. The passers-by who were still questioning his singing ability were now convinced by Zhang Yang's singing strength. Clear, clean, and stable, without a trace of vibrato or flaws. The song continued to flow, and the lyrics were gradually spreading out. Youth is like a running river. It's too late to say goodbye. The plain lyrics, performed by a slightly hoarse voice, possessed a certain magic, hitting the hearts of the people. In the audience, the young people who were originally still in a watching mood gradually became grave. The laughter disappeared, and the murmurs subsided, replaced by silence, listening, and immersion. The lyrics are really superb. The rushing river never returns. It's too graphic, worthy of being Mr. Jiang. The lyrics brought tears to my eyes. Help, who understands? I really listened to the tears, the lyrics ruthlessly empathy. The pop-ups are no longer flirting and questioning. Replaced by resonance, is touched, is from the heart of the praise. The voice is still calm, but full of deep emotion. Life is like a merciless carving knife, changing our appearance. There was a slight pause here, as if to give the audience time to think, but also as if to build up their own strength. Inside the studio, there was silence. The pause of a few seconds was as long as a century. When Zhang Yang spoke again, his voice had become fuller and more powerful. Is it going to wither before it blooms? I have had dreams. This sentence, like a thunderstorm from the ground, instantly exploded in everyone's ears. Suppressed emotions completely erupted at this moment. In the audience, some people began to sob in a low voice, and some people silently wiped the corners of their eyes. Before you bloom, you have to wither? The question was asked by me. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Dreams and such have long been smoothed out by life, and I want to cry. The lyrics are so heartfelt. They cut to the heart. The pop-up screen was completely boiling, and countless netizens said that they were hit by the lyrics, and their emotional floodgates instantly collapsed. Zhang Yang's voice continued. Let the years dry up the ideal. Never find back the real me. In the climax part, there is no hysterical shouting, and there is no flashy skills to show off. There is just a sincere emotional flow, and the helpless sigh of youthful years. But it is this kind of plain narration but has the power to reach the heart. Like a trickle of water, it slowly seeps into the heart, moisturizing countless long-dried hearts. The lyrics of the song have sealed God. The golden sentence of the year is scheduled. Who's in favor? Who's against? Overruled. The lyrics are engraved in my DNA. After listening to this song, I just want to say, youth, slow down, wait for me, wait for me. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was completely brushed by the 4 words, lyrics seal the God. All the skepticism at this moment have disappeared. Instead, there was a flood of praise and worship for Zhongli. Backstage, she looked at the scrolling pop-ups on the screen and her face sank a little. The response to Old Boy was surprisingly good. So good that it made a trace of panic rise in the bottom of his heart. Pulling at the corner of his mouth, he wanted to laugh, but couldn't. The original confidence in Broken Cocoon was now like a balloon that had been punctured and was deflating a little. Turning his head, he looked at Cheng Jie, who was taking deep breaths to adjust his state. Lin Shi's tone was pretending to be relaxed, but in reality, it carried an imperceptible tightness. Teacher Chang, it's up to you next. Just be better than that Zhongyang just now. The word better was bitten extra heavy. It was like emphasizing, more like applying pressure. Chang Jie heard Lin Shi's words and raised his eyes to look at him for a moment, wanting to speak. Of course, he heard the strings in Lin Shi's words. Pressure that pounced on him. Nodding his head, he didn't say anything. The quality of the song Broken Cocoon really wasn't bad. The intention was novel, the melody was catchy, and the lyrics were inspirational enough. Lin Shi, who came from the academy, had even more unquestionable arranging skills. It's just that the technique is too much. The difficulty of singing has also risen. Especially, it is still a clean singing. Without the accompaniment to cover it up, all the flaws would be magnified infinitely. This made him very uncomfortable. His strengths were stage control, perfect integration with the accompaniment, explosive high notes, and stage presence. The clean singing, precisely, raised the shortcomings and avoided the strengths. What's more, the song Broken Cocoon. In order to pursue the mood of breaking the cocoon into a butterfly, the chorus part is designed with a lot of falsetto, and falsetto has never been his weak point. Thinking of this, Cheng Jie couldn't help but drift his gaze towards the center of the stage. Under the spotlight, Zhang Yang was singing the climax of the song. There were no high notes, no showy transitions. There was only a gentle voice and a slightly hoarse voice. But as if it had some kind of magic power, it gripped everyone's heart. Cheng Jie admitted that the song Old Boy was really well written. So good that it was as if it was tailor-made for Zhang Yang. The thick and magnetic bass was fully utilized. The outburst in the climax part was the finishing touch, hitting the soul. They even began to envy Zhang Yang, envious that he could come across such a song that fit him so well. If Old Boy, let him sing it. Cheng Jie silently envisioned it in his heart and felt that he would sing it better than Zhang Yang. He and Zhang Yang were very similar, both specializing in bass with both explosive kinds of voices. Works with too much falsetto were most unsuitable for singers of their type. It was just that it was too late to talk about this now. Since the choice was made, there was no way back. If given another chance to choose, a heartfelt sigh escaped his lips. If he could do it all over again, he would rather pay to sing and divide himself into Jiang Li's team. Even if he only sang an ordinary mouthful of songs, it would be better than the current situation where he was riding a tiger. On the stage, Zhang Yang's singing continued. The emotion contained in his voice was clearly transmitted to the backstage through the stereo. As Cheng Jie listened, the uncertainty in his heart was gradually replaced by admiration. He had to admit that Zhang Yang sang really well, professional and committed. The essence of the song Old Boy was completely portrayed. Perhaps this was the reason why Zhang Yang chose Jiang Li. He possessed a musical talent far beyond the ordinary, and even more so, he possessed a keen eye to see through the singer's qualities. He could give the most suitable song to the most suitable singer. Thinking of this, Cheng Jie took a deep breath and his eyes became firm again. No matter what, the stage is still going to be on, the song is still going to be sung. One must go all out and bring out their best. Even if clean singing was his weak point. Chapter 68. Servers just card teacher Jiang? The spotlight lit up again. This time, the stage welcomed another highly anticipated singer, Cheng Jie. He was dressed in a well-tailored silver gray suit. Under the light, his posture was even more upright, and his handsome face had clear angles. In contrast to Zhang Yang's simplicity, Chang Jie was a star from the moment he appeared on stage. His hands and feet exuded maturity and confidence. The audience erupted into even more enthusiastic cheers. The screams almost pierced their eardrums. The support sticks waved like a tide, and the atmosphere was instantly pushed to a new high. The intro was still lacking, and the direct, clean singing was even more brutal and exciting. Chang Jie nodded slightly to signal the audience. Then he collected his smile and his eyes became focused and serious. Slowly closed his eyes, brewing the emotions of the song. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze had become sharp and resolute, like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon, with a vigorous vitality. I broke out of the cocoon, flying against the wind, breaking free from the bound gaze. The voice is very recognizable, bright and penetrating. 0 frame rate starting treble is even more killer, instantly ignite the whole scene. Worthy of being the best male singer at the Golden Bell Awards. As soon as he opened his mouth, he showed his powerful singing skills, and his pitch and breath were impeccable. Live pop-ups were again screened. Countless netizens marveled at Chang Jie's strength. The moment he opens his mouth, it's a king's bomb. This is the real power singer. The high notes are amazing. The goosebumps are all up. This is the caliber of a professional singer. Lin Shi plus Chang Jie. This combination is the YYDS. The song Broken Cocoon is too hot, right? However, when the song enters the chorus section, which requires a lot of falsetto techniques, unnoticeable subtle changes quietly occurred. Break through the darkness. Welcome the dawn. Life should bloom. In the word bloom, the falsetto rises and a subtle break in the sound flashes by. It may be difficult for ordinary viewers to notice, but for professional music critics. But for the professional critics, this tiny flaw, like an ink spot on white paper, is particularly eye-catching. On the seats of the music critics, several music critics, who were still relaxed and cozy, were slightly stunned. Exchanging glances with each other, a subtle surprise filled the air.
Chang Jie.
Just wasn't a little. A female music critic lowered her voice, her tone tinged with uncertainty. Well, it seems like there was a little bit, the falsetto part, the breath control was slightly unstable. Another male music critic furrowed his brows slightly, his expression slightly puzzled. It shouldn't be. Chang Jie's live has always been very stable. This kind of low-level mistake doesn't seem like something he would make. Could it be that the pressure of clearing the vocals was too much? Or is the key of the song not quite suitable for him? It's also possible that Zhang Yang's performance just now gave him a lot of psychological pressure. Old Boy was indeed sung so well that whoever sang it at the back would have been pressurized. I rather think that it might be Lin Shi's arrangement. The song Breaking the Cocoon is too skillful, and the difficulty of clear singing is already high. Coupled with so many falsetto sounds, it's too demanding on the singer's breath. Come on, if we want to talk about putting on intensity, it's only right for Zhang Li to put on intensity for Zhang Yang. After all, one is a newcomer and the other is a senior. How could it be Lin Shi giving Chang Jie the upper intensity? I see some people just can't afford to lose and are starting to make excuses. A music critic, who was always known for his sharpness, nonchalantly interrupted their discussion with disdain in his tone. The crowd whispered and expressed their own opinions, all looking somewhat incredulous. Chang Jie's strength was unquestionable in their hearts, and this kind of mistake was really a bit abnormal. On the stage, Chang Jie was oblivious to the fact that he was still singing with all his heart. With his stage experience and skillful singing technique, he quickly adjusted his breath and skillfully covered up the flaw. The subsequent singing remained stable and smooth, with a loud and clear soprano voice and full stage presence. After the song was sung, the audience applauded and cheered for a long time. Chang Jie's performance still won the audience love and recognition. Countless fans screamed madly, waved their support sticks, and expressed their support for their idol with the warmest applause. Chang Jie is awesome. The clean singing is so stable, his strength is crushing. Break the cocoon and charge. Chang Jie is the best. The song is good. The man is even more handsome. Chang Jie YYDS. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was also flooded with words of praise. Fans tried their best to cheer for their idol, trying to overpower the heat of Old Boy with their vocal power. However, even more cheering and shouting can't cover up an objective fact, no matter from the intention of the work, the emotional resonance of the movie. No matter from the work intention, emotional resonance, or live performance. The combination of Zhang Li and Zhang Yang's Old Boy is clearly superior. Broken Cocoon is certainly excellent, and Chang Jie's singing is also wonderful enough. But compared to Old Boy, there is less power to hit the heart, less touching the soul. This gap is not a skill that can make up for, nor is it something that popularity can cover up. This is the height of the work itself, as well as the degree of emotional sincerity decided, as the majority of the audience felt in their hearts. Old Boy won. Won completely, won indisputably. The spotlight swept across the room once again, and the host smiled broadly, his voice full of passion. Audience members, netizens, the exciting voting session now officially begins. Please pick up your cell phones and scan the QR code on the screen. Cast your precious votes for the singers you support. Each of your votes is crucial. It will determine the winner of tonight's championship. As soon as the words fell, a rustling sound of code scanning resounded in the studio. Viewers took out their cell phones one after another, and the bright light of the screen reflected a slightly nervous face. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was also instantly flooded with voting information. Countless netizens flooded into the voting channel to help their favorite works. On the big screen, Zhang Li and Lin Xi's votes were like two rising curves. Intertwined and entwined, intertwined. The frequency of the numbers jumped faster and faster. Every slight increase touched everyone's nerves. The atmosphere at the scene was tense to the extreme, leaving only the slightly rushed breathing of the audience, as well as the occasional footsteps of the staff walking around. Inside the ICU ward, Xue Zhilu stared closely at the number of votes on the screen, his palms slightly sweaty. This vote count is biting too hard. Isn't it? It's like riding a roller coaster. My heart is about to jump out. Zhou Yi also rarely put away his joking demeanor and stared at the screen with a serious expression. This is what I call a fight between the gods. I really don't know who's going to die until the last minute. Chen Yuxi silently focused on the number of votes, her slender fingers tightly clutching the corner of her coat, her beautiful eyes vaguely worried. Zhang Li's expression was calm, as if he had already predicted the outcome, just quietly looking at the screen, the corner of her mouth with an imperceptible smile. Time passed minute by minute, the countdown numbers on the big screen kept jumping. 59 seconds, 30 seconds, 10 seconds. When the countdown entered the last 30 seconds. On the big screen, the growth rate of Zhang Li's votes clearly began to slow down and even showed signs of stagnation. Lin Xi's votes, on the other hand, still maintained a steady growth momentum. The gap between the two had widened a little. Inside the studio, the audience held their breath. In the live broadcast room, netizens also raised questions. What is the situation? How come it feels like Mr. Zhang's votes aren't moving? Me too. I wildly clicked to vote. How come the votes didn't respond at all? The final sprint stage is stuck? Is the tomato factory server pulling a crotch again? Blind guessing a wave of technical failures, Rotten Tomatoes' daily operation. Just get used to it. The skepticism began to spread through the pop-ups, but it was quickly drowned out by the sound of the final countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The voting channel officially closed. The host's loud voice resounded through the studio, announcing the final end of the first round of competition voting session. The entire room instantly quieted down. Everyone's eyes focused on the big screen, waiting for the final results to be revealed. On the big screen, the votes were finally finalized. Team Lin Xi, Broken Cocoon, 587-3215 votes. Zhang Li's battle team, Old Boy 569-8432 votes. I declare, for this competition, the champion team of the first round is Lin Xi Battle Team. The host's voice carried excitement, instantly igniting the atmosphere of the scene. Applause thundered and cheers rose. With a smile on her face, Lin Xi once again walked to the center of the stage. With his hands behind his back, he enjoyed the applause and praise from all directions. Lights converged on his body, setting him off with a radiant glow. Nodding slightly, his eyes swept over the audience as if he was accepting the crowd's worship. However, in stark contrast to the warm atmosphere of the scene, the live streaming pop-up screen was filled with questions and disbelief at this moment. Shady. Absolutely shady. I voted in the last 30 seconds, and I'm sure it wasn't counted. Me too. I voted in the last 30 seconds, but my votes didn't move at all. Rotten Tomatoes is so ugly, they don't even care about the night pot in order to promote Lin Xi. I've got one thing to say. This last wave of operation, I'm cracking up. The power of capital is horrible. Program team, give you the opportunity to vote. But give or not give you up votes, that's another matter, jia. I told you how Lin she could win. Old boys directly sealed God. This result I do not recognize. Family, who understands, I really will thank, voted for a lonely feelings I am in the air vote. Laughing, I thought it was a cell phone jam. It turns out that everyone is the last 30 seconds of the vote stagnation, combined with our teacher Jiang was stuck, right? It's reasonable to suspect that the servers are accurately lagging, and Mr. Jiang is the only one who is stuck, and Lin Shi is way ahead, winning. I'm going to ask the program to give me an explanation. I want justice for Mr. Jiang. The pop-ups poured down like an avalanche. Questioning voices, scolding voices, and denunciation voices converged into a powerful torrent of public opinion, instantly flooding the live broadcast room. The originally harmonious pop-up screen atmosphere had now become tense and full of gunpowder. Countless netizens flocked to the program group's official microblog, as well as the director's personal account. The program group was asked to give a reasonable explanation and return a fair result to Jiang Li. Chapter 69. If heaven wants to destroy it, it must first make it crazy. Inside the ICU ward, the number of votes fixed on the screen was like a slap in the face. Slapped in the face of all those who supported old boy. The monitor made a regular ticking sound. Blue light casts tiny specks of light on Jiang Li's pale face. The index finger resting on the armrest gently tapped. The image of Lin Shi receiving congratulations was reflected in his pupils. After entering the game with his body and planning for a long time, it was finally time to close the net. Next, it was up to Chen Lao's side to see if he would strike a thunderous blow as he wished. This is too dark. Xue Zhilu was the first to break the silence, his voice carrying an overwhelming anger. Chang Jie's falsetto was broken like that, and Zhang Yang's clean singing was simply played perfectly, and this can all lose? When I'm a little cutie. Is that so? Zhou Yi was so angry that he slapped his thighs. The original playful smile disappeared and was replaced by a rare seriousness. This eating is really ugly. Chen Ruoshi's pretty face flushed red, her teeth biting her lips, her chest heaving violently, obviously also infuriated. Secretly glancing at Jiang Li, she saw that her expression was the same as usual, but in her heart, she was even more indignant on his behalf. Teacher Jiang, this is clearly shady. It's fine not to participate in the competition. Xue Zhilu angrily turned to Jiang Li, his tone resolute. I'll pay for the default fee and so on. We won't take this. Zhou Yi chimed in. Yes, we're talented. Why should we suffer here? Chen Ruoshi also softly urged. Let's just forget about it. This program is so irritating to watch. In the face of the three persuasion, Jiang Li only gently shook his head. Face still with a light smile, but the eyes are as deep as an ancient well, so that people cannot see through what they are thinking. Suddenly, he laughed softly. Startled Chen Ruoshi's hand gauze fell to the ground. When she bent down to pick it up, she heard a calm voice from above her head. Remember in Let the Bullets Fly, the scene where Sixth Son disemboweled himself to get the powder? If heaven wants to make them perish, it must first make them crazy. Let them be complacent for a while. The good part has just begun. Xiangshan Sanatorium, Green Pine Pavilion. Chen Lao was draped in a navy blue cardigan. His presbyopic glasses slid to the tip of his nose, and he was reviewing documents with a desk lamp. The sandalwood paperweight is pressed against the rice paper, and the tip of a wolf hairbrush hangs above the title guiding opinions on literary and artistic work in the new era. The years have left traces on his face, but also precipitated a calm demeanor that is unchanged by the collapse of Tarzan in front of him. The door of the room was knocked gently, and the assistant reported in a low voice, Elder Chen, there is something I want to report to you. Elder Chen raised his hand, signaling the assistant to come in. The old voice carried the sound of golden stones. Speak. The assistant quickly walked closer and bowed slightly. The results of the overtime match of Best Buddy are out. Lin Shi won the championship. Got it. Slightly hesitating, the assistant still spoke. There's also something. The song that Lin Shi won, the championship this time, is Shun Lao's work, Breaking the Cocoon. The tip of the pen blotted out ink spots on the rice paper. Chen Lao took off his glasses, revealing a hawk-like gaze. This Shen Huiyuan is willing to put down money. The assistant nodded. Yes. Moreover, it is advertised to the public that it is Lin Shi's original work. Frowning slightly, Elder Chen pondered for a moment and ordered, call up the program video. Soon, the tablet was handed in front of him. With a tap of his fingertips, the screen jumped to a clip of Zhang Yang singing Old Boy. Youth is like a running river. The hoarse voice crashed into the pine waves of the sanatorium, startling the copper bells on the eaves to tremble lightly. Chen Lao's index finger beat on his knee. When he heard life is like a merciless carving knife, his white eyebrows twitched imperceptibly. The assistant caught a glimpse of the old man's knuckles tapping out a rhythm on the sandalwood armrest and turned up the volume. The night wind swept into the carved window pane with the end notes of Old Boy. Elder Chen suddenly pressed the pause button, and the image was fixed on the reflection in the corner of Zhang Yang's eye. Turning his head to look at his assistant, his eyes held a slight probing meaning. This song, Old Boy, was also written by Zhang Li? The assistant hurriedly nodded. Yes, Elder Chen. Original on the spot, lyrics and music completed within half an hour. The tea soup shook out ripples in the celadon calabash. The old man closed his eyes and hummed the last bars of Old Boy, and suddenly burst out laughing. Half an hour? The Jiang family boy is using a yang plot as a sword. The porcelain cup knocked heavily on the yellow pear desk table. Chen Lao ripped the rice paper cursive snappy writing. Ink forced through the back of the paper. Water to clear, there is no fish. Shell listing is also a skill. As long as some things do not touch the bottom line, you can turn a blind eye. Young people strive for fame and fortune. To climb up the ladder is not wrong. But this time, obviously someone crossed the line. Jiang family boy, half an hour original out of Old Boy, the quality of the high for all to see. But Shen Huayuan's disciple, but with the teacher's work, pretends to be the original backroom operation, destroying the fairness of the competition. This is no longer a simple competition for fame and fortune, but touches the bottom line of the rules. What's more, the Jiang family kid was a bit interesting. After a moment of silence, the wolf's hair on the 4 words of the source, hard to close the edge. Li, if someone breaks the rules, what should we do? The assistant understood, nodded slightly, and said in a deep voice, since it is necessary to make them pay the price and maintain the dignity of the rules. Chen Lao nodded in satisfaction and slowly said, then, let them know that the rules are not for breaking. Call the old king of the broadcaster. Chen Lao pulled a towel and wiped his hands. Just say what I said. The literature and art front is not a place of fame and fortune. The assistant was just about to turn around when he was called again. Wait. The old man rubbed the Hutian jade paperweight on his desk. Choose a piece by the Jiang family's kid to send to the Golden Bell Awards for review. Go by the special channel. Moonlight climbed onto the rice paper, illuminating the wildly cursive Zhangben Qingyun. Elder Chen snorted lightly at the pine shadows in the courtyard. Shen Huayuan, you taught a good disciple. The night wind rolled up the corner of the paper, covering the undried ink. The assistant's footsteps were gentle and walked out of the green pine pavilion. The night breeze is slightly cool, blowing away the residual sandalwood flavor on the body. Took out his cell phone and dialed a number. Elder Shen. Excuse me. Elder Chen asked me to ask, what do you think about the song Old Boy? Shen Huayuan froze for a moment. He had just prepared to go to bed and was currently standing in his robe in the study. Old Boy? What song? Just the song that was aired on Best Buddies tonight. The assistant's tone was flat. Chen Lao is very interested. Oh, I haven't watched the program yet. Shen Huayuan walked to his desk and opened his computer. I did hear that Lin, she won the championship. Yes, using your breaking the cocoon. Shen Huayuan's fingers lapped at the keyboard. This kid has a sense of proportion. I trust him. Then give Chen Lao an evaluation after you watch Old Boy. The assistant hung up after saying this. The study fell into silence. Shen Huayuan held his cell phone in front of the mahogany bookcase for a long time. Cigar ash rustled and fell on the embroidered table flag. When clicking on the web page, rosewood ruler pressed by the sprinkling of gold rice paper, still blotched with the words, high and low. What caught my eye was the overwhelming news of Broken Cocoon winning the championship. All kinds of marketing numbers competed to report. The headlines were all touting Lin, she's arranging talent, and Chang Jie's singing prowess. The corners of his wrinkled eyes twitched twice, and his hand holding the alabaster pot paused. Chapter 70, Who Disturbs the Master in the Dead of Night? It was within his expectation that Breaking the Cocoon took first place. But what was Old Boy? Why would Elder Chen be interested in this song? He searched for Old Boy again. This time, what appeared was a link to a replay of the Best Buddies program. When the program replay finished loading, the ashes of the incense fell into the cracks of the keyboard. Zhang Yang's hoarse voice hit the yellow pear wood carvings on the four walls of the study, startling the bamboo shadows outside the window. That is the person I miss day and night. Deeply in love na. Shen Huayuan sat up straight. Fingers unconsciously knocked on the armrest, following the rhythm of the gentle rocking. When the phrase, "will it wither before it blooms," sounded. Hold down the spacebar and slide the glasses to the tip of your nose. Play it backwards 0.5 times and then backwards again. The rise and fall of the song is a masterpiece. This lyric has been polished for at least 3 years. The subtle off-key chords at the second bar of the main song's turnaround sent a fine shiver down the back of his neck. The chorus, "Youth is like a rushing river," is 9 words long. The words hit the trickiest landing spot in the 12 equal temperament. This turn of phrase, taking a drag on his cigar, the sparks flickered and flickered as he cranked up the piano simulator. The right hand in the void rapid false press, suddenly fixed in the E-flat major third interval. So, deconstructing the pentatonic scale with the blues scale, the latter, the 45-36 chord of the main song goes, but steals the Phrygian modulation in the genitive 7th chord. What a good one! Close your eyes, 50 years in music, and you've heard countless pieces. But not many lyrics that hit the soul as hard as this. Life is like a ruthless carving knife, changing our appearance. Shen Huayuan snapped his eyes open. The author of this song was by no means an idle person. Play the video again, over and over again. Every time he listened to it, the shock in his heart was one more point. Turning off the video, he could not calm down for a long time. The lyrics and music of Old Boy had far exceeded his expectations. It was certain that the person who wrote this song was by no means an ordinary person. It was definitely a work that could only be written by a certain music industry expert with a status comparable to his. But who was this person? Racking his brain, he couldn't think of any bigwig in the music industry that possessed such profound skills. And why did Chun Lao ask him to review the song? Once again, I searched for information about Old Boy. When I saw written and composed by Zhang Li, I froze. This name seemed to have been heard somewhere before. I continued to scroll down. When he saw Live Half-Hour Original, Shen Huayuan sucked in a breath of cold air.
Impossible. Muttered, absolutely impossible.
Shen Huayuan clicked on the Broken Cocoon clip again. Chang Jie's broken voice in the falsetto section was particularly harsh in his ears. This kind of professional stage, any flaws would be infinitely amplified. Shen Huayuan violently ripped off his presbyopic glasses, his withered fingers almost poking into the screen. Is this how the third style of Huayuan accent transcription is used? The quality of Old Boy was not in any way inferior to Broken Cocoon, and it was even better in terms of arrangement. Then there must be something fishy behind Lin Shi's win. Fingers tapping on the bookcase, his thoughts drifted away. Chun Lao asked him to review Old Boy, which was by no means a simple musical discussion. Having immersed himself in the music scene for many years, he was more than familiar with this kind of strings. Typing in the word Zhang Li, the search results made his pupils shrink. The record of creating Twilight Echoes in 10 minutes, and the fact that he was suffering from a terminal illness and still insisted on writing songs. Every piece of information was confirming his suspicions. So it is. Shen Huayuan let out a long sigh. This Zhang Li was, I'm afraid, the young man that Elder Chun was talking about. No wonder that phone call came so timely. Turning over the notebook in his hand, it densely recorded Lin Shi's growth trajectory over the years. From the initial musical enlightenment to the later professional training, and then to today's new talent in the music industry. It's a pity. Close the notebook. Shen Huayuan took off his presbyopic glasses and rubbed the corners of his eyes. He believed too much in this favorite student, but ignored the changing hearts of the people in the world of fame and fortune. The gramophone in the corner of the study is still playing the small sample of Broken Cocoon. This song carried his expectations for Lin Shi, but now it had become a double-edged sword. Chun Lao's attitude is already obvious. Protect Lin Shi, or protect his own reputation. Looks like it's time to make a break. Cigar ash rustled on the silk robe. The bottom of Shen Huayuan's eyes reflected the projection of the score of Old Boy. When E-flat major shifted to the Dorian mode, he suddenly pressed his temples. This is exactly what he was at the Vienna Conservatory of Music, the thesis proposed in the theory of the Eastern Blues. The old man's stooped silhouette is reflected in the floor-to-ceiling windows of the study. Shivering, I clicked on Chen's secretary's circle of friends. The latest news is a close-up of an inkstone, vaguely visible the original source topography. In the comments section, there is an inconspicuous reply. Secretary Lee, I heard that the Golden Bell Awards are going to add a special contribution award? Thunder exploded outside the window and torrential rain poured down. Shen Huayuan opened the safe and took out Lin Shi's worship invitation. The fire-painted seal glowed with the color of blood in the lightning. The lighter flame licked up the edge of the rice paper. Thinking of Chen's study, the ink painting of water to clear, there is no fish. It is only now that I understand the true meaning of the inscription, dormant in the year of the December. In the sound of the rain hitting the banana, the carved wooden door creaked gently. Mrs. Shen came in with a celadone lamp. The hem of the silk robe swept over the threshold of the water. The night is cold. Drink some ginger tea. The tea light rested on the yellow pear table. The steaming heat blurred Shen Huayuan lenses. Mrs. Shen glanced at the score of old boy framed on the screen, and her veiled hand trembled lightly. 20 years of husband and wife, she was too familiar with this expression of her husband. Back then, when he uncovered a certain disciple's plagiarism, he also rubbed the alabaster pot in this way, his knuckles turning white. The station's new Artistic Life program, Director Wang has come back 3 times to hire him. She pretended not to mention it, her fingertips brushing the non-existent dust from her husband's shoulder. Said that as long as he's willing to come out, the conditions are as open as you want. Shen Huayuan suddenly grabbed his wife's wrist. The tea soup shook out ripples in the calabash, reflecting the determined light under his eyes. Tell them, I'll take it. Mrs. Shen was stunned. The sandalwood incense broke off in the Bashan stove, and the ashes rustled down on the top of the gilt incense beast's head. Aren't you the most annoying? The words were cut off before they were finished. Shen Huayuan got up and pushed open the window, and the torrential rain wrapped in the melody of breaking the cocoon pounced in. Remember to invite Lin Shi here. The lid of the alabaster pot and the body of the pot made a crisp collision. Master and disciple on the same stage, what a sight. Mrs. Shen finally heard the strings. Watching her husband use silver tweezers to pick up the red-hot sedum wood in the charcoal fire, the green smoke twisted into the shape of a question mark. Is it really going to come to this? Shen Huayuan scattered the incense shavings into the curtain of rain and watched them being torn apart by the gusty wind. What was the first lesson I taught him back then? Without waiting for an answer, he asked himself, the bones of an artist should be straighter than a pentameter. Suddenly laughed out loud, shaking the desktop rice paper rustling. This laugh reminds Mrs. Shen of the day of their wedding. When the hall was full of guests, he also laughed like this and tore the mayor's congratulatory couplet. Simply because the other party referred to the Ode to Joy as a late work by Beethoven. It's time to put an end to this master-disciple friendship. Chapter 71, Stormy Night. Who's laying the groundwork? Meanwhile, Tomato Stage, the station manager's office. Su Zhang stood with his hands behind his back, his executive jacket outlining his upright figure. Outside the floor-to-ceiling window, thunder exploded, and the rain whip hit the glass curtain wall of the China World Trade Center. In the man's lens refracted a cold stream of light. Behind him, the Ming Dynasty Wangwali case set Ru Kiln sky green glazed 3-legged bottle. The ashtray cigar ashes are still warm. Duh. 3 knocks on the door, light and heavy with just the right amount of urgency. The corner of Su Zheng's mouth curved up in a subtle arc. This Zhou Ming was becoming more and more aware of the rules. Enter. As he pushed the door, he brought in the humid vapor from the corridor, and Zhou Ming's sneakers made shallow marks on the carpet. He stopped 3 steps away from the desk. This distance would allow him to hear the leader's commands without appearing to be overstepping his bounds. Director, the first round of competition is over. Su Zheng's fingertips brushed over the gilt lighter relief, the clicking sound extra crisp in the rain. The winner is Lin Shi? Yes. The voting system had an anomaly in the last 30 seconds, and Zhang Li's votes stagnated. The knot in Zhou Ming's throat rolled, the collar of his white shirt blotting out sweat stains. I'm sorry. I didn't complete the task you explained. Task? Su Zhang suddenly laughed out, startling Zhou Ming's back to tighten. What I want you to protect is the tomato table's reputation, not some jumped-up clown. Zhou Ming's gaze followed the man back to the table. He only saw Su Zhang using bamboo tweezers to pick up the tea favor shower. The purple sand golden toad gradually changed color in the boiling water, turning from dark red to dark brown. If Chang Jie had behaved perfectly, there might have been room to turn things around. Unfortunately, some people just don't understand the weight of rules. Touching Chun Lao's bottom line, even if I don't take action and the discipline inspection team doesn't move him, there will always be someone to clean him up. Zhou Ming nodded thoughtfully and hesitated for a moment before speaking. The internet is now full of discussions about the program's shady practices, with the heat even exceeding Lin Shi's championship win. What? Even you think I should manage public opinion? Su Zhang took out his cell phone. Station manager. It's better not to look at it. Zhou Ming wanted to speak. Under the official blog and your private microblog. Haha. Su Zhang laughed out loud. It's only right to get scolded for not doing enough. Clicking on the microblog, the comments that came to his eyes but made Su Zhang frown. Have you slept, Mr. Station Manager? Welcome to the B station to solo with me. This wave is the stench of capital. Suggesting that the station manager go next door to Racer to do a whole job. Maybe it will catch fire. Su Zhang took a deep breath and put his cell phone back on the table. Xiao Zhou, prepare 2 circulars. One clarifying the competition's shady practices, and one about the plagiarism of Lone Brave. Send it out first thing tomorrow after the discipline inspection team takes Wang Hai away. Yes, Zhou Ming answered, but did not leave immediately. Anything else? Station Director. This is the equipment purchase order signed by Vice Director Wang. Placing the document lightly next to the gilt paperweight, the center control room computer has indeed been tampered with. Gazing at the floating Taiping monkey Kuei in his cup, Su Zhang suddenly laughed out softly. Tea soup ripples swung away from the surveillance screen. Lin Shi's self-important smiling face. The sound of the rainstorm came from the rustling sound of turning pages of documents. Su Zhang's fingertips crossed the word agree, approved by Wang Hai. Suddenly, he threw the whole pile of documents at the surveillance computer. Between the fluttering pages, the monitor jumped into a snowflake point. 3 years ago, the Mid-Autumn Festival party, he dared to move the ratings. Last year, he dared to eat 2 kickbacks. When he grew a memory, the result, even Chen Old Scales dare to touch. Notify the finance department to freeze all projects handled by Wang Hai. Su Zhang suddenly tilted his teacup. Taiping monkey Kuei mixed with rainwater dripped hideous traces on the tempered glass. Especially the title fee flow of Best Buddy be faster than the discipline inspection group's checking of accounts. Thunder exploded outside the window, and Su Zhang's face brightened in the lightning. He suddenly picked up a black piece and pressed it into the Go game, and the original stalemate instantly tipped over. It's time for Rotten Tomatoes to change its flavor, don't you think? Zhou Ming had yet to reply, when the intercom suddenly rang. Pressing the speakerphone, Chen's old secretary's voice mixed with electricity came through. Old Su, the time to right the ship has come. Don't worry. Su Zhang caressed the Qingming Shanghe 2 relief. The tea case I have here is the last place to see dirt. The busy tone at the end of the call suddenly hummed an excerpt from The Empty City. Fingertips tapped out a western leather running board on the sandalwood case table. The torrential downpour in Kiru City peaked at 6 in the morning. The curtain of rain washed over the glass curtain wall of the Tomato Desk building. Wang Hai's Audi A8 ran over a pool of stagnant water, the splashing water scattering the roadside sparrows. In the rearview mirror, the secretary jogged after him with a black umbrella raised, the edges of his briefcase blotting out dark watermarks. Wang Tai, you have to be careful. I heard that the discipline inspection team. The secretary breathed heavily, informing all the news of the station's overnight inspection of the accounts. Get in the car. Give you a ride on the way. Half an hour later, the A8 pulled up in front of the building. The elevator mirror reflected Wang Hai's movement of straightening his tie. The silk blue striped bow tie was stuck 3 millimeters below the knot of his throat. This was the standard position he had learned on newsreel. The conference room oak door pushed open for a moment. The whispers came to an abrupt halt. 27 gazes struck like searchlights, and then lowered the moment they touched his line of sight. The corner of Wang Hai's mouth pulled out a subtle arc. This kind of awe reminded him of the wariness of the piglets huddled together when he had watched the butcher kill the pigs in his early childhood. Su Tai was hospitalized with acute gastroenteritis. Zhou Ming handed over a thermos cup, white mist weaving a barrier between the two. The doctor's orders say to recuperate for 2 weeks. Wang Hai took the cup, unscrewed the lid and blew on the floating tea. People of advanced age are just weak. The goji berries sank and floated in the boiling water, like the brightly flickering cell phone breathing lights in the conference room at the moment. Let's start with the best shot opinion. Wang Hai flipped open the conference book, the tip of his fountain pen hovering over the watermark of the party emblem. Xiao Zhou, you're the project leader. Zhou Ming pushed his silver-rimmed glasses, and the blue light of the projector rippled across the lenses. Currently, the microblogging topic #BestBeatBlackout hashtag has a reading volume of over 700 million, and the B-Station-related Ekwang video. The sound of the report was cut to pieces by the rhythm of the torrential rain pounding on the shutters. Wang Hai stared at the dust rolling in the projector beam. He knew these figures better than anyone. At 2 o'clock last night, in the safe at the home of Chen Litao, the director of Best Buddy. 12 extra contracts for public opinion control on different platforms. As soon as someone from the discipline inspection team pushes the door in, these documents will just happen to appear in the project files handled by Su Zheng. The first order of business is to stabilize the Gold Master's father. The director of the advertising department wiped his sweat and got up. This morning, Vulgari's side wrote to inquire about, what's the panic? Wang Hai suddenly struck the ashtray with a fountain pen. The crisp sound startled the gray pigeons outside the window, and 27 cell phones locked their screens at the same time. Tomato Station has been established for 23 years. What storms haven't we seen before? He deliberately emphasized the pronunciation of 23 years. That was exactly the number of years Su Zheng had been employed. The conference room returned to dead silence, with only the central air conditioner emitting an asthmatic hum. Wang Hai slowly adjusted his cufflinks. On the white gold cufflinks, the engraved totem of a brave man is facing the surveillance camera. This is a gift from someone who cannot mention his name after a certain drinking game. It is said to be able to swallow all the 8 sides of the wealth without leaking. Projector blue light swept through the finance director's green face. PPT third page of the pie chart suddenly stuck. Wang Hai flexed his fingers and knocked on the desktop, shaking the thermos of wolfberries up and down. Old Lu of the equipment section should retire. Staring at the undried water stains on Zhou Ming's sneakers when he said this, it's easy to short-circuit during the rainy season, isn't it? Yes, yes. A fine bead of sweat seeped out of Zhou Ming's forehead. The disciplinary team's car should be almost at the elevated area. Glancing out the window at the China World Trade Center LED screen, it was looping the news of breaking the Cocoon's win. The rain stopped a little when the meeting broke up. Wang Hai stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the city veins. In the distance, the black official car of the Discipline Inspection Group is driving into the underground garage. On the way back to the office, he deliberately detoured to Su Zheng's special restroom. Adjusting his tie in the blurry mirror, he suddenly hummed, I was originally a loose man in Wulonggang, from the empty city. I pulled out my personal cell phone, and the wallpaper on the lock screen was the smiling face of my daughter rowing a boat in Cambridge. In the encrypted mailbox, there is a photo of the minutes of a meeting sent by an old friend. The old secretary Chen's pen is resting on the ground. Chen's old secretary's fountain pen is resting on the words, to the point, the tip of the pen blotting out the ink like an unexploded thunderbolt. Over the years, he has deposited enough money in Swiss banks to buy the entire Pacific insurance. When the water is clear, there are no fish hangs in Chen's study, and he knows what it means to fish in troubled waters. I heard about Su Zheng's little maneuver last night. Since he dared to risk the world, he naturally also has a backhand and cards. It is impossible for a person like Chun Lao to do everything himself. Discipline Inspection Group wants to investigate, then let them investigate. These years' tens of thousands of filial piety offerings. Waiting for this day is not it. What's more, he received information in advance that the disciplinary team coming today is full of acquaintances. Pull out the carrot to bring out the mud. It is impossible that Chun Lao for that half-dead Zhang Li. It is a big deal, right? Chapter 72. This time, it's no longer the 8 directions of wealth that's being swallowed. The sandalwood incense broke into 3 pieces in the Bosan stove. Wang Hai just picked up the Ru Kiln cup. The belly of his finger was rubbing the ice-cracked open piece, when 3 knocks sounded outside the door. Enter. The end of the voice still carries the remnants of a Beijing opera accent. The sound of the door shaft turning was wrapped in the humid air of the corridor. 5 men in navy executive jackets fishtailed in. The heels of their leather shoes hit the marble floor with a thump sound.
Wang Hai Pupin Contract Violenti.
The leader of the country face man. It is 3 years ago in the provincial party school lecture. A deputy mayor asked the spot incontinence of the iron face Yen Luo. His right hand pressed on the party logo cover notebook. The second joint of the index finger has a long time holding the pen left indentation. None of these people recognize. Completely different from the news received before. The vague uneasiness in the bottom of his heart was infinitely amplified at this moment, sweeping over the 5 people's badges. The hot gold font in the affiliated units column stung the bottom of the eyes. It wasn't the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission, it was the department that only appeared in red-headed documents. I don't think I've seen you guys before. Which department? Wang Hai pretended to be calm, trying to cover up his inner panic with his official voice.
Comat Wan Hai.
The country face flashed his ID, the steel seal glowing coldly under the incandescent light. Please come with us. The bottom of the roux kiln cup knocked on the yellow pear table, spattering tea soup, blotting out stains on the relief of the Qingming Shanghatu. Wang Hai tugged loose his silk tie, the knots in his throat rolling out in a greasy laugh. Are you all at the wrong door? Director Su's office is at. On April 7, 2023, Chui Ziyuan transferred $12 million to you through a Swiss bank. Behind the country face, the young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses suddenly spoke. Do you need me to read the account tail number? The sound of the rainstorm hitting the glass curtain wall suddenly became sticky. Wang Hai subconsciously touched his pocket and tried to take out his cell phone, but it was snatched away by another disciplinary officer with a quick eye. Don't bother. You can't have any contact with the outside world until the investigation is over. The young man snatched the cell phone with the posture of a tackled prisoner. I want to see a lawyer. The lawyer you hired last year, Lawyer Luo, is cooperating in the investigation of the Yongxing real estate illegal fundraising case. The Yin-Yang contract was handed to him, with his private seal printed on the signature line. The things he had done flashed through his mind like movie slices. Each piece was enough to make him lose his name. Wang Hai finally realized that this time the top is really serious. The back of his shirt was instantly plastered with cold sweat. He staggered to grab the landline, but was pressed by the country face on his wrist. The force reminded him of the way the master tied the pig's hooves when he was practicing in the slaughterhouse 20 years ago. Vice Director Wang. Guizhi face pulled out another stack of photos from his briefcase and dumped them on the desk. The top one showed the smiling face of his daughter propping up Penny in Cambridge. The man in the background wearing a fisherman's hat was none other than a certain double-crossed energy bigwig. The account anomaly during Wang Wanting's study abroad also requires an explanation from you. Of course, this place might not be something you're used to. Then let's talk somewhere else. Wang Hai was brought to a temporarily set-up point of inquiry. The crash-proof wall filtered the sound of the rainstorm into a whimper. When he counted to the 37th wall brick, the iron door suddenly caved in. 2 bigwigs he had personally delivered gold bars to were escorted out hunched over. The silk pajamas were still stained with the clubhouse aroma. Wang Hai wanted to stop and ask questions, but he was shoved into the room like a sandbag by the armed police behind him. Under the bright spotlight, 3 disciplinary officers were circulating the water of his offshore accounts. The presiding judge was spinning a Hero 100 pen. The tip of the pen drew a blood-red circle on the word, Chui Ziyuan. Tell me about the Lone Ranger. Did you give Chui Ziyuan the cracked password for Zhang Li's tablet? Staring at his own reflection in the one-way glass, Wang Hai suddenly realized that his sideburns were blindingly white. The smell of stale bloodstains wafted from the air conditioning vents. It was said that the last person who sat in this chair had bitten off his tongue. I don't know. Wang Hai, please answer the organization's question truthfully. Really no. The presiding judge nodded and glanced at the clerk. Record. Simple words but made Wang Hai's heart thump. What it meant to be on record, he knew better than anyone else. When Hai Rue interrogated Zhang Yuchong and He Mao Kai at the provincial government office, he used this deterrent. And in the end, these 2 feudal officials are not exempt from confiscating the family property, the head of the public. Not to mention that I have not reached that level. The questions came like a barrage, each one pointing straight to the heart of the matter. 2021 Mid-Autumn Gala Ratings Falsification. Tell me about it. The presiding judge pushed in a pile of materials, and at the top was a confession from the owner of a data company. Wang Hai ripped open 2 shirt buttons. This is the collective decision of the station. Then the 2019 Cultural Support Fund was misappropriated. The clerk struck the keyboard. Your nephew opened the media company. Where did the registered capital come from? And the 20-year Mid-Autumn Festival party lighting equipment kickback. Supplier admitted to giving your wife a Porsche Cayenne. These questions are dead ends. Not daring to admit it and not able to admit it, the only thing to do is to be silent. The presiding examiner closed the dossier with an expressionless face. Only one chance. Spinning around, he turned his head to look at the clerk. Send the material up as soon as it's organized. Slowly rising. The rhythm of the heel of his leather shoes striking the floor tiles reminded Wang Hai of the sound of Su Zheng playing with his lighter. Confrontation of the review is a greater offense. This reasoning is not unknown to him. Just look at the attitude of the disciplinary inspectors. It seems that they already have all the information. Hard to carry or all put down. At this time the mind is chaotic. Reason tells Wang Hai, seize the opportunity to make amends is the best choice. But do not want to spend the rest of his life in prison. When the iron door was about to close, he suddenly pounced on the desktop. I said, old Zhou of the Ministry of Culture, and old Li of Radio and Television, they collected more than me. The clerk flashed out his cell phone news with the headline, a top cultural official takes the initiative to explain disciplinary problems. It's your problem that we're talking about now. Wang Hai sat paralyzed in the iron chair, looking at the desktop copy of the score of the Lone Ranger. That song. Cui Ziyuan said that Zhang Li was going to die anyway. Lin Shi needed the work to be gold-plated, and Cui Ziyuan gave a large sum of money. Again, the transcript was signed on the last page. The man with frosty temples handed over the craft paper bag, and the ceiling fire paint print is a familiar brave totem. Only this time, the swallowed is no longer the eight-sided wealth, but Wang Hai's own handwritten confession. Wang Hai was taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. Su Zheng, who claimed to be on sick leave, reappeared in the office. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips rubbing the Hetian jade bravery handle. The morning light of the first clearing of the rainstorm pierced through the clouds and reflected a colorful halo on the tempered glass. Zhou Ming stood 3 steps away holding a flatbed. The soles of his sneakers were still stained with mud run over by the Discipline Inspection Group's official vehicle. Director of the station, the encyclical is ready. Zhou Ming's throat rolled. As you ordered, 2 copies will be sent out at the same time. The bottom of the Ru Kiln cup knocked on the TC of the Qingming Shanghe 2, startling the tender buds of the Taiping monkey kuei as they tumbled in the boiling water. Su Zheng took the tablet and scanned the title. A technical note on the best beat tournament system and progress in the investigation of the alleged plagiarism incident of Lone Brave. Suddenly, he laughed out softly, startling the gray pigeons outside the window. The whole person immersed in the waterfall of light. Executive jacket flooded with lapis lazuli luster. Cell phone vibration. Chun old secretary friend circle updated the inkstone photo. This time the topography is stirring up turbidity and promoting clarity. Send. Su Zheng's fingertips crossed Wang Hai's empty desk. We need to hurry before Shen Huayuan speaks out and muddy the water. Chapter 73. For whom does the golden bell ring? At the same time, deep within the East 6th office of the Forbidden City, a heavy vermilion lacquer wooden door closed tightly. The outside world hustle and bustle will be cut off outside. The only thing left in the room was the sound of low conversations and the occasional clinking of teacups. This is the final adjudication meeting room of the Golden Bell Awards. It is the center of power that determines the future direction of the Chinese music industry. The room was dimly lit. Only the palace lamps hanging on both sides of the wall cast a yellowish halo of light, reflecting a long table made of gold Nanmu wood in the Ming dynasty. 12 official chairs were set around the table. On the chairs were seated 12 music industry leaders. They were all important figures in the Chinese music industry, either with gray sideburns or calm and dignified. The judges were sitting upright, each holding 3 document bags in their hands. Those were the scores of the last 3 finalists. The paper passed noiselessly in their fingertips, and the air was filled with a faint sandalwood fragrance, as well as an imperceptible gravity. Clang, clang, clang. The sudden sound of a bell broke the silence of the room. The gilt self-tuning bell, with its mechanical precision and metallic coldness, announced the arrival of noon. This sudden sound was like a stone thrown into the surface of a lake, startling ripples. The white-haired Judge Fu Lao, who was sitting at the lower hand seat, trembled in his hands. The gentle jade-like Ru Kiln teacup shook slightly, and the turquoise tea soup in the cup accidentally poured out. A few drops of tea stained the sheet music of the lonely and the brave spread out. The ink spread instantly, like a silent sigh. Old Fu, this problem of your shaking hands seems to be getting worse. The middle-aged female judge sitting on the opposite side of the room, a smile on her lips, broke the slightly tense atmosphere. The tone was soft, but carried an imperceptible derision. Could it be that you were shocked by Lin Shi's song, Breaking the Cocoon? The judge, who was called Old Fu, was about to open his mouth to retort. Zhao Yanxiu, the head of the judging team on the main seat, had his cell phone ring suddenly. On the phone tray, a ghostly blue light reflected the caller ID, the 3 words, Secretary Li. Excuse me for a moment. Zhao Yanxiu nodded slightly tugging his neckerchief loose as he rose. 5 minutes later, he returned to the conference table. But his face was no longer as calm as before. He slowly opened his mouth, his voice low. I just received a notice that this year's Golden Bell Awards, a special contribution award, has been added. When these words came out, the room was in an uproar. The sheepskin jade paperweight pressed against the clattering score example paper. It barely suppressed the sudden commotion. The candidate is... Someone couldn't help but follow up with a question, his voice carrying obvious doubts and probing. When Zhao Yanxiu slowly spat out the word, Zhang Li, the air instantly froze. Nonsense! A furious shout was like thunder from the ground, shaking the hearts of everyone in the room. The vice president of the Central Conservatory of Music rose violently and slapped the desktop heavily. The yellow pearwood table made a dull sound, and the tea lights on the table jumped for it. What is the Golden Bell Awards? How can it be reduced to a showground for newcomers to gain popularity? Angrily, he was obviously overwhelmed with indignation at this sudden decision. Adding a special contribution award would not be a bad idea. The old man leaning against the window had been silent, and finally spoke slowly at this moment. Picking up the alabaster pot, he slowly and methodically took a sip, the knot in his throat rolling slightly, making a tiny sound. But to a nameless person, the words were cut off by the sound of a crisp tea lid knocking against the body of the pot. Zhou Feng, the deputy team leader, had been playing with the jadeite trigger in his hand. At this moment, he suddenly stopped moving and swept his gaze calmly over the crowd. Lin Shi's Broken Cocoon just won the championship of the audio variety last night. The heat is unprecedented, and under the organizing committee's official microblog, there are all the voices of petitions. Picking up the tablet, he tapped his fingertip and the screen lit up. The hot search list was clearly visible. There were 3 Lin Shi-related phrases hanging in the top 5. The heat exploded, almost burning through the screen. This kid is also going to use Lone Brave Man to soundtrack an anti-drug public service propaganda movie, and the Ministry of Culture has just notified a commendation. Zhou Feng continued, his tone tinged with appreciation and helplessness. Old Zhou has a point. The Chongsam woman had been listening quietly, and at this moment, she also spoke slowly. The Golden Bell Awards have never broken the rules in 60 years. It can't be for a... Glancing at the name on the rice paper, giving way to a young man, we also have to see if he's worthy. Zhao Yanxiu took off his old-fashioned glasses and breathed into the lens. Elder Chen asked me to convey a sentence, the Golden Bell. For whom should it ring? The voice was raspy, as if it was squeezed out from the depths of the throat. However, it was loud and echoed in the silent conference hall. The conference hall steeply quieted down, and a needle could be heard. Zhang Li's old boy. Bending down to pick up the sheet music example that had drifted down in the uniformed old man's lap, his fingertips pointed at the chorus transposition. Old Mr. Shen Huiyuan, the score that came to me at 3 o'clock in the morning, said that it deconstructed the theory of Oriental blues. The Chongsam woman snorted. Shen Lao is afraid that he drank too much Rainy Dragon well. The words did not fall, but suddenly choked in the throat, and the smile stiffened on the face. Zhao Yanxiu opened the projector. The beam of light projected on the curtain. The score of Old Boy appeared in front of the eyes of the crowd. Side by side with Shen Huiyuan's award-winning thesis, the deconstruction of the blues in pentatonic modulation, they flashed, like 2 mirrors, reflecting the past and present. The second measure of the main song, Zhao Yanxiu picked up the laser pointer, and the red point of light rested precisely on the genitive 7th chord. In this off-key treatment is the same as the example in Chapter 3 of Shen Lao's thesis. The uniformed old man suddenly snatched the laser pointer with one hand, and the red dot trembled, bouncing back and forth between the 2 E-flat major scales. This was a point deduction from the Vienna Conservatory back in the day. They said Eastern music? Impossible. The voice was agitated, with an incredulous tremor, as if he had seen some kind of subversive force. Zhou Feng's emerald trigger finger in his hand was stuck tightly in his knuckles, almost strangling his fingers with blood marks. The blue light of the projection screen reflected on the slightly stiff face. It also reflected the time when he participated in the Golden Bell Awards 20 years ago. He was embarrassed by Chen Yuxi, who used the same technique to point out the chord errors. This young man had accomplished something that no one before him had been able to do. The academics have spent more than 60 years of hard work to gain the dominant position in the music industry. It was being severely provoked by a wild child. Even so, the vice dean rose violently. His face flushed red and his tone agitated, trying to use the market and data to defend the dignity of the academy school. The Golden Bell Award is not an academic thesis defense. Which of Lin Shi's works in the past 2 years wasn't a hit and a hit? Not to mention last night's ratings for Breaking the Cocoon. Zhao Yanxiu suddenly coughed violently, one bout after another, as if she wanted to cough her lungs out. His eyes swept over each of the astonished faces. Gentlemen, do you remember the night of Wuxong in '87? He threw out a dusty, long-lost piece of history in an attempt to awaken the deepest memories within the crowd. Back then, what was the last thing sung by that grassroots group that you guys stuck 3 approvals on? Reflecting the red mountain. The uniformed old man's throat rolled twice, the metal ribbon on his chest trembling slightly. That night he led the troops to maintain order, and saw with his own eyes 100,000 spectators waving red flags. Following the hoarse voices on stage, they sang in unison, their voices like a tidal wave. It shook the eardrums of the soldiers on duty and shook the entire era. Elder Chun went to West Mountain this morning to visit his grave. Accompanying him was not only Secretary Li, but also the old artist who played the moon zither at Wuxong back then. Zhao Yanxiu's voice was like a twilight drum and morning bell, striking the hearts of the crowd one by one. The jadeite trigger in Zhou Fang's hand suddenly slipped off and hit the sandalwood desktop with a clear sound. He suddenly remembered. This morning the driver had said that Chang'an Street was under martial law. He thought it was a foreign guest visiting. It was only at this moment that it dawned on him that it was to welcome an old artist who symbolized the spirit of the times. The symposiums of the cultural port in these 2 years have had folk artists sitting at the chief every time. Zhao Yanxiu's fingernails dug deep into the mortar of the official chair. The knuckles were whitened and the veins rippled, showing the inner struggle and pain. Last month's opera reform proposal was a draft put forward by the Qin opera class, which was born from mudlegs. How much better can Lin Shi's Breaking the Cocoon be than the 100,000 people's Ing Shan Hong? How high can the ratings be? Higher than the 97% viewership share when the Spring Festival Gala was released. The projection screen at some point had already switched to the inside screen. The old video footage of the Wuxong concert was slightly blurred. Yet, the passion that came to the surface could still be felt. Veterans pounded the beat with military water bottles, rough and powerful. When the camera sweeps over the VIP seats, the seats are filled. 19 of the 27 seats, all of which now shine on a merit badge list on the east wall of the conference room. The 3 seniors who obstructed the show that year. The red dot of Zhao Yanxiu's laser pointer rested in a certain corner of the audience. There sat a few serious-faced old men. 1 retired early due to illness, and 2 transferred to the party history office to compile local histories. The lid of the alabaster pot suddenly crashed to the ground. The old man by the window splashed the back of his hand on the hot tea but did not realize, as if he had lost his sense of pain. Thinking about last week, the organization department suddenly accessed the minutes of the last 5 years of review meetings. At that time he thought it was a routine check. Golden bell. For whom should it ring? Zhao Yanxiu used a paperweight to press down the score paper that was blown up by the air conditioner. Should we continue to discuss seniority behind closed doors? Or should we push open the window and listen to what the people are singing? Clang, clang, clang. The gilt autoharp chimed again. Special Contribution Award, unanimous. Pushing the voting slip to the center of the table, Zhao Yanxiu's fountain pen inverted and handed it to the uniformed old man. If you disagree, you can read. The room was silent, with only the sound of the central air conditioner humming in the background. Zhou Fang was the first to grab a pen and sign the voting slip. The tip of the pen made a small rustling sound as it scratched the surface of the paper. He purposely pressed the word agree heavily onto the screenshot of Chen Yuxi's paper. It was as if he was venting his dissatisfaction to some force. When the last voting slip was passed back to the main seat, Zhao Yanxiu once again coughed violently. This time, the coughing was even more severe. The slightest trace of blood leaked out between his fingers, blotting into dots of red plums on the Chengsantang paper. The Cheongsam woman's hand that handed her a handkerchief froze in mid-air and eventually slowly retracted. She finally saw the small, hot gold letters at the bottom of the voting slip. The results of this vote, synchronized and reported to the Personnel Department of the Ministry of Culture. On the way to CCTV at this time, Lin Shi could be described as having a spring in her step. Winner of the first round of competition for Best Buddy. The internet is now full of praise and boasts about him. News had also come from the Golden Bell Awards, where Lone Ranger had been included in the selection list. The praise circular from the Ministry of Culture's official blog was sent out last night. This morning, he himself received an invitation from the program team of Artistic Life. All the signs indicate that the fourth-generation leader of the Chinese music industry. Who else could he be? Chapter 74 Blind Guess. There is a bigger melon. Stepping into the CCTV building, the lights shook him a bit. The air conditioning of the studio hummed, and his fingertips scratched the leather armrests of the guest seats. The hunched figure in the diagonal corner made his throat tighten. Enshu sat alone in the corner, his gray hair standing out in the light. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. It was both complacency and a boundless longing for the future. In the academy of this seniority circle, although the teacher has talent, in the end did not go to the top of the pyramid. Half a lifetime of exhaustive efforts, but also mixed a Golden Bell Award judges on the table qualifications. In the academy, in terms of seniority and status, can only barely reach the end of the first class. And he, the closed disciple. But he is about to become the academy school in the opening of the school-like characters. At that time, his mentor would also be famous in history because of him. When the limelight suddenly lit up, Lin Shi caught a glimpse of his mentor flipping through his cowhide notebook. Half of a yellowed music score was leaking out from between the pages. It was the remnants of the Nei Shang Yue that he had copied on his knees in the courtyard that year. His teacher's expression was so cold that his heart sank. Then he was relieved. It must be that he had recently become too popular, making his teacher unhappy. After all, what teacher would like their students to surpass them? The recording of the program soon began. Xiao Lin passed more words to Eldershin later. The choreographer's headset carried a current sound. We've bought all the hot searches for the teacher-disciple love. Let's welcome Lin Shi, the creator of Lone Brave, the new star of the music industry. Applause roared over like rising sea water. The host followed the flow of the interview. Lin Shi performed with ease and spoke eloquently, as if he had everything under control. However, halfway through the recording, the host suddenly received a directive from the director to look at the news before asking questions. Although puzzled, he opened his cell phone. When seeing the two statements released by Tomato Station, his face immediately became grave. Stiffly, he told Shin Huayuan the news. Will Elder Shin please talk about his views on his beloved disciple? From this moment on, Lin Shi is no longer my Huayuan cavity heir. What he does also has nothing to do with me, Shun Huayuan, anymore. The moment these words were uttered, the entire room was in an uproar. Lin Shi froze in place, as if he was struck by lightning, his mind going blank. Never did he expect that his benefactor would say such words in full view of everyone. Shun Huayuan continued. At the same time, I want to tell everyone that the broken cocoon that Lin Shi created in the program, Best Buddies. It was the finale track that I prepared for the Centennial Golden Song revision. However, I listened to Lin Shi's slanderous words, describing little friend Jiang Li and Tomato Terrace as evil people who play with power. That's what led to the big mistake and caused little friend Jiang Li to suffer an undeserved disaster for nothing. Here, I would like to solemnly apologize to the netizens, to little friend Jiang Li. Saying this, he bowed deeply, his back looking a little stooped. This man of letters who had once stood at the top of the music hall was at this moment like a child who had made a mistake, repenting for his faults. Lin Shi had never seen such a decisive attitude from his mentor. What's more, he had never expected that he would push himself into a corner. His face turned from red to white and then from white to green, and the anger in his heart almost burst through his chest. This was destroying him. Fame, future, all would be ruined because of these words. Lin Shi couldn't hold back any longer and stood up violently, carrying an overwhelming anger. Breaking the cocoon was actually made by me, only signed by Shin Huayuan. What's more, I can create the popular Lone Brave Man in a short period of time. Why do I need to pretend to be someone else's work to boast about myself? The voice echoed in the studio with a bit of hysteria. However, Shun Huayuan only sighed, his eyes revealing helplessness and disappointment. You'd better look at your cell phone first. Lin Shi froze, then pulled out her cell phone. Her eyes swept over the lines of cold text, and her face instantly turned pale. The technical note on the Best Beat tournament system was accompanied by a long 9-panel diagram. The server log was labeled Instantaneous Access Overload with a red circle. The progress of the investigation into the alleged plagiarism incident of Lone Ranger was accompanied by a comparison chart of audio tracks. Zhang Li's creative manuscript and Cui Ziyuan's email records were presented side by side. Weibo instantly exploded. Just after sending Wang Hai away, he sends out a flyer, this wave is abandoning the car to protect the commander-in-chief. So Zhang Li is the true beauty of strong misery? He's seriously ill, writing a song, and he's still having his home stolen. The technical analysis post said that the last 30 seconds of voting requests were maliciously intercepted. Family members who understand, eat melon to eat their own house collapsed. I suggest Mr. Lin Shi change his name to Lin Taylor. His collage skills are even better than my mom's quilt sewing. Purely passerby, these days without a little blackmail are embarrassed to be called inside entertainment. Doghead.jpg. B-Station a million fans up master overnight rush production. When we vote, what is the server doing? Jihu hot list question. How to evaluate the best buddy shady incident? Under. An anonymous user posted a log of the central control room operation in the stage. Thanks for the invitation. Just unblocked the server. Interest-related anonymous. Dubon Gossip Group is floating all over the analysis post. 88 The Gold Master father behind Lin Shi. From the astrolabe to see whether Lin Shi can turn the tide this time. The hottest post used a screenshot from the legend of Zhenhuan with the text. This palace's vote, after all, was paid in error. Lin Shi Global Backup Association. Certain people almost got it. Where did brother Lin Shi plagiarize? Give you guys half an hour. Can you write something of the quality of Breaking the Cocoon? Did you write a song today? Laughing, some people's brain-damaged fans, the color palette is all over their faces and they still pretend to be blind? We suggest downloading the National Anti-Fraud app. Music Student Online. Pure passerby. That last diminished 7th chord inversion is obviously Zhang Li's style. Lin Shi can't write at this level at all. Eat melon badger. Both sides of the fans do not quarrel. I'm the only one who noticed that Chui Mao in the Discipline Inspection Bulletin. There is a bigger melon in the blind guess. Electric Gaming Dead Song. This straight man to say a fair word, old boy, can let me listen to cry, broken cocoon, can only let my toes pick out the magic fairy castle. Law Classroom. Popular Science Time. According to Article 53 of the Copyright Law, Chapter 75 Public Opinion Reversal, the beginning of capital backlash. The studio spotlights suddenly went out. Only a few emergency lights were left behind with a bleak white glow. Lin Shi stood frozen in the center of the stage, like a puppet whose soul had been drained. Shen Huayuan's resolute words are still buzzing in her ears. Words that kill the heart, sentences that break the love. He took great pains to build up his persona, and it fell apart in an instant in front of his teacher's words. The entire network was in an uproar. Social media is like a boiling frying pan, instantly exploding. CCTV interview scene. Shen Huayuan angrily reprimanded Lin Shi, Lin Shi persona collapse, the biggest melon of the year. The new star of the music world is a double plagiarist, and other words and phrases. Rocketed to the top of the hot search list on all major platforms. Social media, news clients, short video platforms. The sky was covered with negative news about Lin Shi. The Iron fans' last cloth of shame was ripped off by Shen Huayuan himself. If anything, they could still talk tough before. Breaking the Cocoon was Lin Shi's half-hour burst of inspiration as a way to refute the netizen skepticism. Now Shen Huayuan personally admitted that Broken Cocoon was the finale that he had prepared for the Golden Melody revision. Not only did Lin Shi plagiarize Zhang Li's Lone Brave Man, he even dared to steal his mentor's work. This was no longer a simple talent dispute, but a naked character issue. Walls fall down and people push. Broken drums are pounded by 10,000 people. The memory of the internet is only 7 seconds, but the netizen's face is faster than a book. A second ago, there was also a mountain of fans who shouted for Lin Shi, instantly turned their guns, backfired more viciously than anyone else. The comment section of each major website was instantly flooded with messages denouncing Lin Shi, who blew up Lin Shi as a heaven-sent purple star before. Pink to black. Get it? Inside the amusement melon field every year, this year 8 to their own walls collapsed. Lin Shi, you compensate me for the house. The archaeologists are here, picking up graves and flogging corpses as a warning. Who remembers the musical family persona that Lin Shi marketed before her debut? His ancestors were all farmers. A musical family? That's a laugh. I'm cracking up. I went 300 rounds with someone to clear Lin Shi's name, and now I think I'm an idiot. The worst is my teacher Li. Her song was stolen, she was cyber-violated, and she was scolded by vampire fans. I feel so sorry for her. Upstairs +1. Zhang Li is the real poor guy on earth. He writes good songs and keeps a low profile, unlike some people who steal songs and have a superiority complex. Deputy Director Wang went in, Lin Shi collapsed the room, and Best Buddies is going to be a hit? Wait a minute. No one noticed that Shen Lao said that he listened to Lin Shi's slander and described Zhang Li as an evil person who plays with power? There are still melons in this melon. Upstairs, the Emperor of Truth. I guess Lin Shi must have blackened Zhang Li into charcoal in front of Shen Lao. TSK, 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 TSK. Who is that Chui in the Discipline Inspection Commission's report? I'm so scared. I have a feeling there's a bigger story to come. The network public opinion is like a wild horse out of control, rushing towards Lin Shi. How beautiful it once was. How wretched it is now. Lin Shi's microblogging comment area has completely fallen into a large slaughterhouse. All kinds of vicious curses, abuse, and mockery were all over the place. The former Global Backing Club also toppled the monkeys scattered, fearing to avoid it. Only a few die-hard fans are still making a last-ditch attempt to salvage the situation, but it seems so pale and powerless. The up masters in the ghost animal area of B Station have caught wind of the situation. Second creation videos such as the story of Lin Shi collapsing the house, Chicken You're Too Beautiful to Break the Butterfly, and the song of the lone swimmer sprang up like a rainbow. The number of plays and pop-ups grew exponentially. Jihu, Duban, Postbar, and other in-depth discussion communities are also filled with in-depth analysis and bitter mockery of the Lin Shi incident. Topics such as the capital operation behind Lin Shi, the power game between academics and grassroots musicians, and the dark side of the internal entertainment talent show were repeatedly mentioned. The wind of public opinion has completely reversed. Lin Shi, once regarded as the hopeful star of the music industry, fell from the clouds to the bottom of the valley in just a few hours. The carefully created talent persona was stripped to the bone, leaving nothing but a mess. In the collapsed house incident, the first to sit down, it is those big companies that paid a lot of money to hire him as a spokesperson. In this era, entertainment is supreme, and the public looks at both talent and face value. College backgrounds already carry a lot of weight in the hearts of the common people. What's more, Lin Shi is also from a genuine academy and has a decent and sunny look. His appeal on the internet is no less than those top streaming stars. Traffic meant attention and real money. Those companies with a keen sense of business saw the huge commercial value in Lin Shi. It was only then that they were willing to drop heavy amounts of money, sign endorsement contracts, and spare no effort to help him expand his influence and shape a positive public image. Who would have thought that the world is unpredictable, and the wind and clouds have changed suddenly? The speed of the collapse of Lin Shi's personality is simply faster than their crisis PR releases. I may still be able to pretend to be deaf and dumb and selectively lose my voice, but the companies that feed off the consumer power of netizens, simply can't turn a blind eye and a deaf ear. Fans who were overwhelmed by anger found that venting their anger on microblogging could not quell their resentment. So the spearhead of the company brands that had been Lin Shi's favorite. A wave of boycotts swept across the internet like a tsunami. The comment sections of the official microblogs of major brands were overrun by denunciation and abuse. Consumers organized themselves to boycott various products endorsed by Lin Shi, from food and beverages to daily necessities to electronic products. Almost all the brands that were associated with Lin Shi suffered an unprecedented impact. The hurricane was the first to roll through the conference room on the top floor of the luxury building. Zhang Mingyu, the CEO of the blue-blooded brand Van Cleef, stared at the curve of cliff-like decline on the financial report. Every beat of the second hand of his wristwatch was like cutting his nerves. 3 months ago, he was the one who argued with the public to sign Lin Shi as the brand's best friend with $80 million. The PPT played at the board meeting at the time is still fresh in his mind. Lin Shi's microblogging supertalk activity is the first in the fault line. The backing club hit list data crushed the top stream. Even the official microblog of the Communist Youth League has forwarded his positive interview. Mr. Zhang. The official blog adds 500 new abusive comments per minute. The assistant's voice was trembling. The flagship store's live broadcast was forced to interrupt, and the anchor was scolded and cried. Are the people in the legal affairs department dead weight? Is the public relations department a deadbeat? Zhang Mingyu grabbed the glazed paperweight on the table and ruthlessly smashed it into the tablet computer that his assistant had just delivered. Immediately draw up a lawyer's letter. Sue him for losing his family's money. Let him know Vank's money, not so good to take. The tablet worth tens of thousands of dollars was instantly in pieces. The screen shattered into a spider web. The assistant was silent, his head buried even lower. The conference room was silent. Only Zhang Mingyu's heavy breathing and the mechanical sound of the wristwatch taking seconds remained. The other executives did not dare to utter a single breath for fear of becoming the boss's punching bag. No one expected that the new star of the music industry, who had a bright future, would fall in this way. What's more, I didn't expect the speed of Lin Shi's collapse to be so swift and thorough. From the outbreak of the scandal to the collapse of the persona, full counting only half a day. Vank smashed out of the 80 million endorsement fee. Even a splash did not stir up on the water. What's even more terrible is that the brand image also followed the fall. After the opening of the stock market, Vank Group shares plunged all the way, market value evaporated billions. This loss, more than the $80 million endorsement fee, was even more painful. General Manager Zhang. The PR manager opened his mouth with trepidation. Should we withdraw all of Lin Shi's materials first? The official blog side is about to be washed up. Withdraw. Of course we have to withdraw. Zhang Mingyu roared. All channels, all platforms. But wherever you can see Lin Shi's face, pull them all clean for me. Also, have the PR department immediately issue a statement. Just say that Vank always insists on originality and will never tolerate any form of plagiarism. Chapter 76. Chui Ziyuan, who is in the wind. Yes. The PR manager was like an amnesty and ran out of the meeting place with a roll. Zhang Mingyu was still furious, pacing irritably in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. His fingertips unconsciously rubbed the Patek Philippe on his wrist, as if this could calm him down a little. Really blinded my dog's eyes. Who said that Lin Shi was the next top stream? Who was it who said that signing him would be a sure thing? No one dared to answer. It was Zhang Mingyu himself who had recommended Lin Shi in the first place. If he pursued the blame now, wouldn't he be slapping his own face? On the other side, Li Wei, the PR director of the beauty giant Flower West Square, was frantically pouring ice Americano. The 6 screens in front of her flashed simultaneously. The most blinding was the short video that had broken 1 million retweets. Angry consumers piled up the lipstick endorsed by Lin Shi into a small mountain, pouring gasoline on it and lighting it on fire. Contact the legal department immediately. The indictment should be added to the brand image loss fee. 500 million to start. 500 million? Director Li, are you afraid you're not dreaming? The head of the legal department almost sprayed out the coffee he had just drank into his mouth. How can you quantify this stuff when the liquidated damages hold up to 8 figures and the brand image loss? Li Wei raised her willow eyebrows, her fingertips knocking the desktop thumping. How to quantify? How much does it cost to hang the number 1 spot on the hot search list for a day? Negative news clear, how much money a day? A stock drop evaporates a few hundred million. Isn't this a loss? But there is no such article in the contract. Contract? Contracts are dead. People are alive. Li Wei sneered. If you really want to follow the contract, is this amount of liquidated damages enough to cover your teeth? Tell them to sue for $500 million. The lion's share of the money. First bluff the surname Lin. This? Well, the head of the legal department wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and picked up the phone. I'll have the legal team work overtime. Li Wei's chest was still gushing. Waxifang was really screwed over by Lin Shi this time. At the beginning of the year, in order to get Lin Shi's makeup endorsement, she fought with her competitors to the death and hardened the endorsement fee by 30%. At that time, the boss was still quite critical, thinking that the premium was too high. Now it seems, where is the premium? It's simply buying a time bomb. Director Li, the PR department over there asked, how to write the statement? The assistant cautiously came up. How to write? Li Wei sneered even more. Just say that Flower West Square and Lin Shi have terminated all cooperation, and that they will never tolerate inferior artists. The wording should be strong and the attitude should be resolute. Remember, the stance must be put up, so that consumers can see that we at Flower West are done with scum like Lin Shi. Understood. The assistant was relieved and darted out with the tablet in her arms. Li Wei rubbed her brow and leaned back in her chair tiredly. Capital seeks profit, it has always been like this. When an artist is popular, they are held up on the altar, flowers are covered with brocade, and the fire is cooked with oil. Once the house collapsed, immediately discarded like worn-out shoes, for fear of being implicated. The entertainment industry is cruel and real. But this time, Lin Shi is afraid to be nailed to the pillar of shame, never to turn around. Far away from the Asia-Pacific headquarters of Reebok in Mordor, the atmosphere was equally tense. CEO Michael Wang was roaring in fluent Chinese. Withdraw. Immediately withdraw all of Lin Shi's advertisements. Online and offline. All channels. Execute immediately. But, Mr. Wang, on the outdoor billboard side, it takes time to dismantle and… The marketing manager tried to explain. I don't care about time or not. I just want results. Michael Wang's eyes glared like bronze bells. Immediately. Immediately. Send someone to cover up those billboards for me. Cover them with cloth or paint them. In short, I don't want to see Lin Shi's face again. Also, notify the legal department to prepare for a lawsuit. I'll sue for breach of contract, damages, and moral damages. As much as I can. I'm going to make Lin Shi lose all his money. The more Michael Wang spoke, the more agitated he became, violently grabbing the coffee cup on the table and slamming it hard on the ground. Bang! Ceramic shards splattered in all directions, and coffee stains spread out like stained blood. The conference room was dead silent. Everyone was silenced, not daring to utter a single breath. Everyone knew that Michael Wang was truly furious. Reebok had spent a huge amount of money and resources to sign Lin Shi. Originally, Reebok had hoped to use Lin Shi's traffic to open up the young consumer market and realize performance growth. Now it seems that there is no hope for growth. On the contrary, it is dragged down by Lin Shi, the brand image is damaged, the share price fell. This is simply a bloody loss. Mr. Wang, the PR department has already prepared the first draft of the statement over there. You see, the PR director handed over a document with trepidation. Michael Wang grabbed the document with one hand, swept a few eyes, and frowned even more tightly. What the hell is this written? It's too soft. The attitude is not tough enough. The tone is not firm enough. Grabbing a pen, he scratched a few times on the statement with force. Rewrite it. The wording should be sharper. The attitude has to be tougher. We want everyone to know that Reebok will never tolerate any form of plagiarism or fraudulent behavior. Yes, I'll have them revise it now. The PR director was like an amnesty and left the conference room as if fleeing with the documents in his arms. Michael Wang was still furious, remembering that a few months ago he had praised Lin Shi. He praised him as the future of Chinese music and the best spokesperson for Reebok. Now it seems that he was really blind. What future, what best spokesman, is clearly a complete liar. Walked to the floor window, overlooking the Magic City traffic. However, behind this prosperity, there are countless hidden deceit, the weak and the strong. Lin Shi's fall may just be the beginning. In this era of traffic supremacy, the bubble will eventually burst. Only when the tide goes out will we know who is swimming naked. Meanwhile, in the VIP channel of the Capital International Airport in Qinglu City, Chui Ziyuan pressed the duck tongue cap to his brow bone, and the black mask strangled his ears. The third time he raised his hand to look at the Rolex green aqua ghost. The reflection of the surface reflected the bloodshot eyes. Wang Hai finished. This cognizance is like a huge stone, weighing heavily on his heart, making him breathless. The scene at the Zhuofeng Entertainment Board meeting was still replaying in his mind. Those directors who used to nod and bow to him had all changed their faces. They were righteously accused of mistakes and stripped him of all his positions without mercy. The reason is grandiose. What with the disciplinary committee investigation, to maintain the company's reputation. Bull. Chui Ziyuan's heart is very clear. This is just unloading the donkey play. Wang Hai, this tree fell. He is only attached to the trunk of the moth, naturally lost value as a discard. It's not that I haven't thought about saving myself. The first time to contact Wang Hai, the phone is always unanswered. Then go to Zhuofeng Entertainment to inquire about the news. The only response was a cold, no comment. Until from the internal channels, turn around and learn that Wang Hai was taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection to investigate. And is double regulation, only completely panicked. The Commission for Discipline Inspection confidentiality work is done. The action is even more vigorous. News blocked tightly, until Wang Hai was completely pressed to death. He only realized it later. It's over, it's all over. Those who had been boasted by Wang Hai sky-high relationship, backstage also followed with the end. Rats scatter from a sinking ship, the wall falls down and people push. Those people are difficult to protect themselves. Where will care about him? Don't need to think. Also know Wang Hai certainly put what all confessed. If you don't, you'll have to. In the Discipline Inspection Commission, who can handle it? With Wang Hai is a grasshopper on a rope. The other side fell, he naturally cannot run. Staying in Qinglu City, waiting only to be investigated, trial, and then jailed. No, we can't just sit around and wait for death. Lighthouse country. The only thing that could save his life was Lighthouse country. He still has $30 million in cash stored in his villa in Beverly Hills, Los Angeles. As long as the escape there. With the money that has been raked in over the years, you can still live the life of a human being. The paper drunkenness, free and easy. As for everything at home, to hell with it. The check-in counter line squirmed forward, and Chui Ziyuan touched the green card in the passport compartment. Next, as the customs officer took the passport, Choi noticed the other person's index finger tapping twice on the stamp of acceptance. This was an unusual action, but it made him wary. When the wind is at your back, there is a ghost in everything you look at. Please wait a moment. Customs suddenly rose and walked backstage. On the uniform, the reflection of the silver buttons shook Chui Ziyuan's pupils. Pretending to look at his watch, his afterglow swept over two groundkeepers pressing their headsets in his direction. Luggage are not wanted. Turning around and mixing into the tour group, the brim of the duck tongue hat was pressed even lower and rushed into the fire escape in 7 turns and 8 circles. Chapter 77. Zhang Li is the first person to fight corruption in the entertainment industry. Not waiting for Chui Ziyuan to run to the airport exit, 3 black suits in a triangular formation encircled over. The female cadre at the head had short, sharp hair, and the party emblem glowed coldly on her uniform. Mr. Chui Ziyuan, hello. The document clip popped open with a snap, the national emblem pressed against the steel seal of the Anti-Corruption Bureau. We are staff from the Anti-Corruption Bureau, and there are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation.
Anti-Corruption Bureau.
These 3 words were like thunderbolts from a clear sky, instantly shattering the last semblance of fluke in Chui Ziyuan's heart. The blood in his body froze, and his brain went blank. Cold sweat broke out on the back of his neck, and his afterglow swept over the 10 o'clock direction. 2 plainclothes men were pretending to swipe their cell phones, their cuffs revealing half of the silver handcuffs. Trying to squeeze out a stiff smile, his voice was a little shaky. It's proper to cooperate with the investigation. It's proper. May I ask, what is it about? Is there some kind of misunderstanding? The woman's face was expressionless. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we will investigate clearly. For now, please come with us. After saying that, several people behind her immediately stepped forward. Seemingly polite, but in reality, they forcefully surrounded Chui Ziyuan in the center, blocking all possibilities of escape. Chui Ziyuan was still bracing himself on the surface, saying repeatedly, "Fine, fine, I will cooperate, I will cooperate." In his heart, however, he was already in a mess. Once taken away by the Anti-Corruption Bureau, it would never be easy to get away. Wang Hai had been double-regulated. His own little fish and shrimp in the eyes of the Anti-Corruption Bureau was nothing at all. Just as the Anti-Corruption Bureau's people let their guard down and prepared to take him away. Run! Adrenaline exploded, and Chui Ziyuan violently pushed away the people around him. Like a madman, he rushed towards the airport revolving door. The glass reflected the commotion that exploded behind him. The security intercom exploded with the sound of piercing current. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The ripples of the Los Angeles villas pool-bobbed before his eyes. This was the last chance. As long as he rushed out of this door, outside was a sea of people, maybe there was still a chance of survival. However, he was still too naive. The revolving door turned to the 3rd compartment, and the cast iron rim suddenly jammed. For iron-clamped hands came from both sides and pressed him face down on the explosion-proof glass. The moment his nose shattered, Chui Ziyuan saw red and blue police lights flashing outside the terminal. Like the neon of the night he went to Macau. Take away. The female cadre's voice fell from the clouds, and cold handcuffs meshed into his wrists. Staring at the crushed gold glasses on the ground, Chui Ziyuan suddenly remembered the $30 million safe deposit box password. It was the mistress's birthday. The woman who always wears a red dress is probably holding her new love and counting the money, right? On the third day of Chui Ziyuan's arrest, the sky of Qinglu collapsed in half. At first, only in a small area of circulation, Zhuofeng Entertainment Mr. Chui was arrested at the airport news. People are still holding the mindset of eating melon and watching the show, guessing whether it is another peach color news or economic disputes. After all, your circle every day do not break some fierce news, are embarrassed to say that they are in the center of the Vanity Fair. But with the official announcement, everyone realized. I'm afraid that this time is not a simple melon, but a landmine, the kind with a shocking yield. Zhuofeng Entertainment former Vice President Chui Ziyuan, suspected of serious violations of law and discipline, is currently under investigation by the supervisory authorities. A short sentence, information explosion. Violation of law and discipline, supervisory authorities, cooperating with the investigation. Each word is like a heavy hammer, striking the fragile nerves of the entertainment industry. Immediately following, the progress of the investigation is like squeezing toothpaste. A little bit is released every day, but it is enough to make the whole industry windy. First, several executives of Zhuofeng Entertainment were interviewed. Then it was several artists who were close to Chui Ziyuan who were taken away to assist in the investigation. The list rolled on and on, from small flowers to veteran actors, from traffic stars to powerful singers. Everyone was in danger of being silenced. Those who have been on the red carpet, bright and shiny, in front of the camera coquettishly smiling stars. At this moment, they are like birds of a feather, afraid that the next one to be named is themselves. Social platforms collectively lost their voices. In the past, the lively and extraordinary star Supertalk instantly became cold and quiet. Only marketing numbers are still tirelessly digging up the edges, trying to piece together the complete truth from the clues. The first to be topped on the hot search was the little diva Lin Shirin. It wasn't that she was directly related to Chui Ziyuan's case. Rather, an insider broke the news that after the Discipline Inspection Commission's investigation team entered Zhuofeng Entertainment, the first thing that was retrieved was Lin Shirin's financial accounts and acting contracts. Although the officials didn't make a clear statement, the signs were enough to trigger unlimited thoughts in the outside world. After all, the gold master behind Lin Shirin is known within the circle as Zhuofeng Entertainment. She was able to rise from a talent show rookie to a top-tier actress in just a few years. The traces of capital operation behind her are too obvious. Netizens have not yet recovered from Lin Shirin's melon. Another heavy bomb was detonated. Wang Lifeng, a famous musician, has been exposed as being connected to Chui Ziyuan's case and has been taken away by the relevant authorities for investigation. When this news came out, public opinion was in an uproar. It is important to know that not long ago, Wang Lifeng was on a TV program, commenting on Zhang Li's head. He even competed with Zhang Li on the same stage in the live broadcast, competing for creative talent. Who would have thought that the music industry senior who was highly respected and full of benevolence and morality in front of the camera would be so bad behind the scenes? More intriguing is that Wang Lifeng was taken away to investigate the reason, not economic problems, but suspected of improper transactions. Specifically, what is the transaction? The official language is not detailed, only said that the nature of the bad, the impact is extremely bad. All kinds of gossip began to fly. Some people say that Wang Lifeng, in order to get to the top, to a senior official sent a valuable antique paintings. Others said that he and Chui Ziyuan collusion, involved in some unseen transfer of benefits. The most outrageous and closest to the truth version is, Wang Lifeng, in order to suppress rivals, has repeatedly paid bribes to Chui Ziyuan, requesting the other party to use their powers to block dissidents. And this competitor, the spearhead pointed directly at Zhang Li. Thinking about Wang Lifeng's difficulties and suppression of Zhang Li in the live broadcast room, combined with the note of time he was investigated, many netizens instantly woke up. Thoughtfully, Zhang Li wouldn't be trying to kill someone with a borrowed knife, right? Your circle is so chaotic. During the day, brother and sister, stabbing each other in the back at night. I feel sorry for my sister Li. She's sitting at home, but the pot is coming from the sky. So Mr. Zhang Li is the first person to fight corruption in the entertainment industry, blindly guessing that Uncle Discipline Commission has been watching Zhang Li for a long time. If someone like Wang Lifeng can be a musician, inner entertainment is finished. Pills. If Wang Lifeng's fall from grace only made netizens lament the deep waters of the entertainment industry, Then the next exposure of the insider is completely shattered the public on the entertainment industry filter. Also let countless once for the crazy fans feel unprecedented disillusionment. As the investigation went deeper, more unpleasant details surfaced. The most shocking of these was the revelation of Song Wan's identity. The innocent actress who has always claimed to be Chui Ziyuan's niece is actually one of Chui Ziyuan's lovers. What's even more outrageous is that in order to climb the ranks of the rich and powerful and achieve ulterior motives, Chui Ziyuan arranged for Song Wan to become his lover more than once. Chui Ziyuan more than once arranged Song Wan's special services. When the news broke, the entire internet was in an uproar. Those who had been mesmerized by Song Wan's innocent appearance and had been crazy about her kryptonite instantly felt their heads were green. They instantly felt like they were being rubbed on the ground repeatedly. Cracked. I've been working so hard and saving money for her to rush to the top one, and the goddess is a bus as a result? List 1 Big Brother. I thought I contracted the fish pond, but it turns out the fish pond is communal. No wonder the resources are so good. There's another way to get promoted. Vomit. I'll never believe in pure jade girls again. The worst thing about this is that it's a big brother who has to spend money on being a tortoise, but also has to count the money on behalf of the people. Thanks to Zhang Li. If it wasn't for him, I'd still be foolishly giving this kind of person a list. If Song Wan's melon only broke some of the geeks' hearts, then Lin Shirin's melon let countless young boys and girls completely on the goddess to get rid of charm. The results of the survey showed that the little diva Lin Shirin was also on the list of power and color deals. This was once worshipped by countless people as a pure goddess, called Ice Clean Flow Actress, but in private is actually another face. In order to maintain her popularity and obtain resources, she even went so far as to sell her sex and commit herself to various bigwigs. Those fans who had been crazy about Lin Shirin's popularity and who were willing to lose their homes and money completely broke their defenses. They couldn't accept that the goddess they held in their hearts was so bad. Countless ranking 1 Big Brothers were crying in the toilet, smashing pots and pans for the goddess to throw money. Originally thought that the guardian is the white moonlight. I did not expect to worship, but is actually the Coster official car. ING direct purple sand. Old sun in order to give her punch sales, not a month of steamed bread. The results of her backside is such a person? List a Big Brother. I spend money to send the goddess on the green clouds. The goddess sent me into the ICU. Collapsed house every year. This year collapsed into a mudslide. Thanks to Zhang Li. If it wasn't for him, I might still be dreaming that the goddess is a fairy who came down to earth to experience the calamity. The entertainment industry is finished. It's all over. Who dares to follow the stars from now on? Chapter 78. The academics arrive handing out soft knives. Same time, a document with a bright red seal. It exploded on the internet like a flat thunderstorm, instantly attracting everyone's attention. When the official website of the Ministry of Culture hung out the opinions on further strengthening the professional ethics of literary and artistic workers, Weibo programmers got up overnight to work overtime. The server crashed 3 times. Every sentence in the document was like dropping a nuclear bomb on the entertainment industry. It is strictly prohibited to provide illegal and unethical artists with opportunities to make public appearances and voices. Resolutely resist the creative tendency of distorting history and putting entertainment first. Zero tolerance for tax evasion and overpriced movie fees. The document is full of content, but the core meaning is only one. Bad artists never turn over. This ban so that those who have tried to fish in troubled waters, or the artists who have a lucky break, completely cut off the idea of comeback. The network instantly boiled. Countless netizens flocked to the relevant news comment area. Suggested to rename Zhang Li's Code of Conduct Manual. I suspect that the document drafting team watches Zhang Li's live broadcast every day. Suggested to give Mr. Zhang Li a work permit for the Entertainment Industry Disciplinary Committee. This brother is even fiercer than the Chaoyang Mess. Suggested to change the name of Inner Entertainment to Zhang Entertainment. It's all Zhang Li who's straightening things out anyway. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Some brands are probably gonna cry to death. Just sign the spokesperson has become a bad artist. Blood loss. Eat melon to eat to hold up. We've had a bumper crop of melons lately, thanks to Mr. Zhang Li. Hashtag Zhang Li Showbiz Discipline Inspection Committee hashtag has reached the top of the hot search list in seconds. Sand sculpture netizens are making emoticons all night. Zhang Li held up a golden microphone as Guan Gong. Underneath the words, "You and other inferior artists, do not quickly back down." A certain voice of God commented on the likes of more than 1 million. The previous star chasing. Brother is so handsome, now chasing stars. This brother paid taxes? I'm not going to be able to get a good deal on this one. With Zhuofeng Entertainment has a relationship? Suggest that the award ceremony should have a political review, more interesting than the red carpet. Suggested Zhang to open a training course for artists. The course includes how to go to jail elegantly, prison dressing guide, just as the melon eaters were frantically at the major official media. The official blog of the Golden Bell Awards suddenly posted an intriguing emoji. The marketing number immediately exploded a shocking melon. Inside information. The Golden Bell Award is going to set up a special contribution award to recognize the benchmark person who rectifies the chaos in the industry. The Golden Bell Awards, as one of the most authoritative awards in the domestic music industry, can attract widespread attention for any movement. And the title of Special Contribution Award makes countless people look at it. The word special contribution carries too much weight. It means that the winner must not only have outstanding achievements in the field of music, but also make outstanding contributions to the entire music industry and even society. For a while, speculation was rife as to who would receive the Special Contribution Award. Some said it would be an old generation of highly respected artists who have dedicated their lives to the development of the music industry and have made outstanding contributions. Others say it's the outstanding young musicians who have emerged in recent years, who are enterprising and pushing the boundaries of music, injecting fresh blood into the music scene. But more people in their hearts vaguely had a common name, Zhang Li. After all, after this recent series of storms, this name is no longer just a musician, but has become a synonym for clean up the world in the entertainment industry. I bet 50 cents on Zhang Li. This brother sent half of the entertainment industry to Orange. The prophet's knife. If I don't give this prize to Zhang Li, I'll wash my head upside down. Zhang Li, I'll fix the music industry. The Golden Bell Awards will fix my wallet. If the Golden Bell Awards don't give Zhang Li this award, I'll be the first one to storm the official blog of the Golden Bell Awards. I'm waiting for the official announcement of the Golden Bell Awards. I hope I won't be disappointed. Zhang Li deserves it. With his actions, he proved what a true positive energy idol is. Zhang Li, I just want to write songs and sing quietly, but my strength doesn't allow it. Zhang Li, I didn't mean to lift the table, but I had to because it was too dirty. In the Rational Analysis Special Contribution Award candidates hot post on a poker forum, Zhang Li is the first in the list with 99.8% of the votes. The remaining 0.2% were netizens who slipped and made mistakes. A certain station's Ghost Zone produced a masterpiece overnight, Zhang Li's award ceremony. Zhang Li holding a lightsaber splits the boulder with subterfuge written on it, and the pop-up screen explodes. 3 o'clock in the morning. The director of the Golden Bell Awards jury liked Zhang Li's microblog, which had been suspended for 2.5 years. The entire network is abuzz. Solid hammer. Zhang Li is going to get a grand slam, suggesting that the award speech should read, "Thank you, Comrade Zhang Li, for delivering a large number of legalistic curiosities to the entertainment industry," suggesting a bodyguard group for Mr. Zhang Li. Now half of the remaining entertainment industry wants to assassinate him. While the entire internet was clamoring over the Golden Bell Awards Special Contribution Award, early the next morning, the entrance of the inpatient building of the First People's Hospital was particularly quiet and solemn. Several black cars lined up and slowly stopped. The doors opened, and the first to walk down was the respected music industry titan, Zhao Yanxiu. Immediately behind them were several masterclass figures who could also shake the music industry by stomping their feet. A group of people looked grave, walked hurriedly, and headed straight to the hospitalization department. Their target was Zhang Li's ward. Inside the ICU, sunlight poured in through the curtains, adding some warmth to the slightly pale room. The smell of sterilized water was washed away by the scent of dozens of fruit baskets and flowers when Zhang Li was staring at the crowd at the entrance of the ward. She had expected the online clamor in her heart. I just didn't expect that this group of academy bigwigs would personally come to the door. Zhao Yanxiu led the way in, followed by a huge group of people. It instantly made the originally spacious ward seem a bit crowded. "Xiao Zhang, how is your body feeling?" The smile lines on Zhao Yanxiu's face contained a mighty pressure. "You are Elder Zhao? Why are you here personally? Please sit down." Zhang Li hurriedly owed her body and wanted to get up, but Zhao Yanxiu raised his hand to stop her. "Just lie down. Just lie down. Your body is important." Waving his hand, Zhao Yanqiu signaled for the others to casually find a place to sit as well. After the simple pleasantries, there was no beating around the bush, directly stating their intentions.
Xiao Zhanga.
Took off his gold glasses and wiped them, the legs of the mirror engraved with the State Banquet Protocol number. This year, the Golden Bell Award to add a special contribution award, the organization attache's great importance. Speaking here, he purposely paused for a moment to observe Zhang Li's reaction, only to see that Zhang Li looked calm and nodded slightly, signaling to continue. Zhao Yanqiu secretly praised in his heart. This composure and calmness was indeed not something that ordinary young people could have. Behind them came the sound of coughing. The nurse carefully handed over the tea, the bottom of the cup knocking out a crisp sound. This special contribution award is to recognize musicians who have made outstanding contributions to the Chinese music scene and lead the industry in positive energy. During this recent period, what you've done is obvious to everyone. With the song Lone Brave Man, you uncovered the chaos in the industry and cleared up the crookedness. This credit is unrivaled. So, after careful consideration by our jury, we unanimously believe that this year's Special Contribution Award is yours. Zhao Yanqiu's words were loud and clear. Zhang Li realized in her heart that she was really here for this award. In fact, from the beginning of the fermentation of public opinion online, he had vaguely guessed a few points. Now that Zhao Yanqiu had confirmed it himself, his guess had been confirmed. The so-called unanimous opinion, I'm afraid, is also the meaning of the higher-ups. Elder Zhao, you and all the seniors are flattering me. I'm just doing what I should be doing. I don't deserve such favor. Zhang Li's posture was low, her tone humble, without the slightest hint of complacency. Little Zhang is too modest. Your contribution, we all see it in our eyes and remember it in our hearts. Zhao Yanqiu turned his words around and added, however, the Special Contribution Award is, after all, the first time it has been awarded since the establishment of the Golden Bell Awards, and it is of great significance. Therefore, there is still a need to deliberate on some details. Among them, it includes your masterpiece. The eyes fell on Zhang Li with a few probing hints. We'd like to hear your opinion on which piece of work Xiao Zhang feels best represents your own musical achievements. Chapter 79 Masterpiece. Representing him, Zhang Li? The Lone Brave Man has a very good pass rate. The director of the Academy of Opera suddenly spoke up, his fingertips tapping out the tune of Ding Jun Shan on the table. But well, the lyrical structure is still a bit sloppy. I think Manhwa Bridge is more appropriate. The old lady in the tang suit followed and interjected, her emerald bracelet clanging against the bedside table. The interlude with the horse head zither is a highlight. No, the lyrics aren't positive enough. Her proposal was immediately otherwise by an old man in a Chinese mountain suit. The ward instantly turned into a seminar, with 7 or 8 old men and women arguing with each other, looking at these bigwigs who could shake the music world with a stomp of their feet. Zhang Li suddenly remembered the hot search he swiped last night #Academy School collective loss of voice #. The way they are sputtering now, they look like the grandparents in the vegetable market who are grabbing the special price of eggs. Representative works. Representative of him Zhang Li? In fact, the system has unlocked the song. These Academy Masters cannot one person can look at the eye. Otherwise, there is no need to praise and disparage. It looks like an argument, but in fact, Zhang Li's masterpiece is criticized as nothing. Perhaps, even if the system is used to unlock the best works, it is still difficult to convince these people. There was always an insurmountable gap between academics and grassroots musicians. Quiet! Zhao Yanqiu's cane poked the floor with a thud, but he turned his head with a kind brow. Which song does Xiao Zhang think is appropriate? The electronic clock on the wall jumped to 9 o'clock sharp. The sunlight from the blinds cut in diagonally, cutting Zhang Li's face into 2 halves of light and dark. He rubbed the corner of the blanket and smiled lightly. Teachers, it's only October. The room was filled with silence. The middle-aged professor in the polo shirt was anxious. This is going down in history. All the more reason to be discreet. Zhang Li touched his cell phone and shook it, and on the lock screen was the Shoto no Ko, emoticon that netizens had PD. What if I write a new song in a couple days? Zhao Yanqiu's pupils contracted violently. He had seen too many geniuses lose their temper in front of honor. Yet, he had never seen one in his early 20s who could play the Academy School of Discourse so skillfully. How many sharp edges had this kid hidden when he was made difficult by Wang Lifeng in the live broadcast? It's good for young people to be humble. Over the thermos cup handed by the assistant, the wolfberries spinning with the water waves. But the rules of the Golden Bell Awards. I heard that the last time to set the repertoire used a day. Jiang Li suddenly interrupted. The judges and teachers shouldn't mind waiting more, right? Zhao Yanqiu's cane was heavy on the ground, and the marble floor made a dull echo. Staring at that righteous emoticon on Jiang Li's cell phone screen, he suddenly burst out laughing. Rather, it's us old guys who are in a hurry. The faces of the crowd alternated between green and red, and the Cheongsam old lady's hand that was pinching her Buddha beads was shaking straight. They didn't expect to be taken to task by a junior to their faces. The Golden Bell Awards wanted to demonstrate the determination to reform, but Jiang Li's reason for winning the award was to reorganize the industry. If they couldn't choose a suitable masterpiece, the award would not be worthy of the name. Jiang is right. October flowers should bloom in October. Zhao Yanqiu got up and dusted off the hem of her coat. I heard that the hospital has a rule that visits can't exceed half an hour. It's time for the ventilator to change the medicine. The nurse pushed open the door at the right time. The sunrise illuminated the corridor with a golden glow. As he turned into the elevator, the dean of opera yanked his tie loose and scolded. Young man doesn't know what he's doing. He knows. Zhao Yanqiu pressed the -2 floor button. He knows that we need this award more than he does. The ward returned to silence. Jiang Li leaned against the bed and let out a long breath. With a thought, the system panel surfaced. Host, Jiang Li. Current lifespan, 233 days. Influence gained, 233, 8,000. Unlocked songs, Twilight Echo, Nocturne, Anha Bridge. The curtains were lightly shaken by the wind, and Jiang Li scratched the light screen and laughed softly. The 300,000 negative emotional values brought about by little diva Lin Shireen's collapsed room were being transformed into a steady stream of longevity. Every curse was renewing his life. The best buddy hadn't quite managed to follow the expected script. But by mistake, entering the game with his body instead had an unexpected effect. Influence was once again increased, and so was life expectancy. This wave of operation was a steady profit. Jiang Li knew in his heart that if it wasn't for Chen Lao's power behind the scenes, trying to bring down people like Cui Ziyuan and Wang Lifeng would never have gone so smoothly. This time, he was able to gain almost a year of life expectancy, and was also accidentally nominated for a special contribution award at the Golden Bell Awards. It was undoubtedly a huge gain for him. It was foreseeable that once he really got this award, his influence would definitely see another explosive growth. Of course, what goes around comes around. Stirring up the entertainment industry and sending so many people to jail. It is bound to offend a lot of people. Those people might be silenced on the surface, but behind his back, they would definitely hate him to the bone and even make some small moves. However, compared to those rats hiding in the gutter, these old pedants of the academy school, on the contrary, appeared to be much brighter and more open. At least they still fancied themselves as cultured people and didn't care to use underhanded means. Shaking his head, he put those chaotic thoughts aside for the time being. Anxiety about things that hadn't happened yet didn't make any sense. The most important thing right now is to get well and stay in the hospital, at least personal safety for the time being. As for the next target, it was still the academy. Jiang Li knew very well that Zhao Yanqiu and the others' visit was definitely not as simple as it appeared. They seemed to be concerned, but in reality, they were testing and pressurizing. They couldn't see themselves as a grassroots musician. If that's the case, then use the strength to speak, completely subdued these old school. The next focus should be on unlocking more songs that reflected social reality and humanistic care. He not only wanted to take this special contribution award, he also wants to take it for granted, to make everyone, including the high-eyed academics, convinced and speechless. The cell phone vibrated. It was an official letter from the Golden Bell Awards organizing committee. Scanning the sprawling words of commendation in the attachment, his eyes rested on the last line of small words. The award ceremony was scheduled for the 28th day of the lunar month a year ago. The floor-to-ceiling window reflected the teenager's lean figure. When this play reaches its climax, those demons and monsters hiding behind the curtain will not be able to sit still. The morning breeze blows the curtains. On the hospital bed, the teenager hums an out-of-tune melody. The golden October sunlight poured over the entrance to the inpatient department of the First People's Hospital. It added a few warm colors to the slightly solemn atmosphere. Zhao Yanqiu led a group of academy bigwigs, looking differently as they walked out of the building. Several bigwigs got into a black car parked on the side of the road. The door of the car was closed with a bang, isolating the hospital from the clamor. Sitting in the passenger side, the director of the Theater Research Institute was the first to break the silence. Too arrogant. He thinks he can compete with the academy by relying on a few Netflix songs. Old Gu, calm down. The old lady in the tang suit twirled her sandalwood Buddha beads. This kid is putting us on the spot. If the special contribution award isn't given to him, it's even more troublesome if we give it to him. The vice chairman of the music association in the Zhongshan suit suddenly sat up straight. Recently, the internet has been saying that as long as Zhang Li gets the award, he'll go and punch the official website of the Central Music Association. The carriage suddenly resounded with rising and falling sighs. The ambergris scent wafting out of the car's aromatherapy, mixed with the bigwig's sadness, swirled around in the air-conditioned circulating wind. It's normal for young people to be a bit arrogant. The important thing is whether he has that ability. Zhao Yanqiu's voice was not high, but it instantly silenced the carriage. Elder Zhao, what do you mean? The director of the Theater Research Institute probed and asked after him. Zhang Li, this person is not simple. At such a young age, he's able to create such a big storm in the entertainment industry. And haven't you guys noticed? The way he acted in the hospital room today, he seemed humble, but in reality he was dripping with water. Every word carried a test, a sharp edge. Yeah, I felt it too. The old lady in the cheongsam nodded. His last sentence, "What if I write a new song in a couple days?" is clearly telling us that he still has a backstroke and a bottom card. Not to mention, at such a young age, he has started his own music studio and signed Zhang Yang and Chen Yuxi, two potential singers. The middle-aged professor in a polo shirt added, "This kid is clearly trying to separate himself from our academy school." The atmosphere in the carriage immediately became grave. Everyone here was a pivotal figure in the Chinese music industry, a representative of the academy school. All of them have been in control of the music industry's discourse and resource allocation. If Zhang Li was allowed to go on like this, the number of singers he's promoted is increasing, and his influence is growing. I'm afraid that the academy school's dominance in the music scene would really be threatened. Elder Zhao, then what should we do now? The director of the Academy of Opera asked somewhat anxiously. Zhao Yanqiu pondered for a moment and slowly spoke. The Special Contribution Award can be given to him. This is the tone set by the above, and it's also to appease public opinion and show our Academy's breadth of mind. Several bigwigs looked at each other, and although they were a bit reluctant in their hearts, they understood Zhao Yanqiu's concerns. Right now, public opinion was in favor of Zhang Li, so if the Golden Bell Award wasn't given, I was afraid it would backfire and fall on deaf ears. But Zhao Yanqiu's tone turned serious. This award can be given, but it's delusional for him to try to shake the foundation of our academy school with this award. Elder Zhao, what is your plan? The old man in the Zhongshan suit asked after him. Zhao Yanqiu lowered the window and looked at the window on the 12th floor of the hospitalization department. 20 years ago, when we performed at the Golden Hall in Vienna, how did we ever put grassroots musicians in our eyes? Chapter 80. Let me teach you what it means to strike a downward blow. These words were like a key, clicking open a box of dusty memories. The golden age that made the European music scene tremble appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Any disciple from the academy could win gold and silver at international competitions. If you ask me, it's better to invite Xiao Zhou back? The dean of opera suddenly lowered his voice. We can't really let a wild child ride on our heads. These three words were like a bomb, blowing everyone's backs. In the rearview mirror, the driver's hand holding the steering wheel involuntarily shook. Zhou Mubai, a once-in-a-century genius of the academy school. At the age of 15, he wrote the piano concerto that sensationalized the Paris concert hall. I heard he's a visiting professor at the Vienna Conservatory? Zhao Yanqiu tapped his index finger on his crocodile leather briefcase. Last year's Tchaikovsky competition, he crushed that Russian prodigy. It just so happens that there's a cultural exchange program next month. The vice president of the Music Association hurriedly flipped open his memo. I'll have the outreach department send out invitations. The black convoy split into two at the exit of the parking lot. Zhao Yanqiu looked at the hospital building that was getting smaller and smaller in the rearview mirror and suddenly said to his secretary, "Put together the Golden Bell Awards historical winners list and ask for the Chinese and English versions." Not long afterward, in a single house on the outskirts of Vienna, Zhou Mubai put down his coffee cup, the sunlight slanting in through the Baroque carved windows, gilding his cold white skin. There were 3 copies of sheet music spread out on the coffee table: Zhang Li's Anha Bridge, The Lonely and the Brave, and Nocturne, respectively. The tip of a fountain pen outlined a red circle at a certain chord, and the annotations were as harsh as a knife blade. The harmonic progression is like a middle school student's composition. The phone vibrated at that moment, receiving a WeChat voice from Zhao Yanxiu. Mubai, how about a few master classes on the way back this time? Some kids need to see real music. Zhou Mubai walked to the Steinway piano and casually played an adapted version of Anha Bridge. The originally bleak melody of the Ma Tu Chin actually revealed the elegance of a Chopin nocturne under his fingers. Zhang Li, right? Snorting at the sheet music. Let me teach you what is meant by descending blows. It was late in the evening. Zhang Li was counting the speed of the drip when the ward door was pushed open. Xue Zhilu was holding a folder under his armpit, and Zhou Yi was carrying 3 cups of milk tea. Zhang Yang squeezed in carrying a cardboard box of paper boxes half a man high. Chen Yuxi hugged a pile of documents and carefully followed at the end. In the past few days, they had left early and returned late working on a major event, and now they finally had an idea. Mr. Jiang. Zhang Yang threw the carton on the ground, shaking the 4-tube. We have a home. Looking at their battle, Zhang Li was a bit confused. What is this for? Asked weakly. Xue Zhilu slapped the documents on the bedside table, and a few goji berries splashed out of Zhang Li's water glass. Take a look. Business license, official seal, bank account all live. Turning the title page pointed to the legal representative column. Your name, Zhang Li, is now hanging on the 18th floor of Block A of the Chaoyang District Cultural Industry Park. Zhang Li stared at the words, Li River Music Studio. The knot in his throat moved, still a little confused. In the past few days, these few people had been secretive. They've been coming out early and going home late every day. I thought they were busy with Zhou Yi's world tour. Didn't expect. Surprisingly, they had gotten themselves a studio, half of the body into the ground people which have the heart to engage in what studio are. Chen Yuxi suddenly squatted down, her fingers picking at the cardboard tape. Last month you helped me change the Twilight Echoes arrangement, coughing up blood and not even saying anything. Now it's our turn to do something for you. I want your music to be heard by more people. Let more people know that a person like you once existed in this world. Speaking here, Chen Yuxi's voice choked a little. Even if there is a day in the future, we will also have more people remember you and remember your songs. Didn't dare to make the words too clear, but the meaning was already clear. She was afraid that Zhang Li would have an eventuality. Hopefully, in this way, he would leave more traces in this world. Zhou Yi inserted the straw and shoved the milk tea into Zhang Li's hand. Old Xue pulled the strings, and I paid to rent the venue. Zhang Yang's legs were thin 2 times running the Bureau of Industry and Commerce. Ruishi designed the logo overnight, just that ink note with lightning. The lightning is afraid that you won't be able to find a lightning rod when you get struck by lightning. Xue Zhilu pulled out the official seal and stamped it on the back of Zhang Li's hand, the bright red sealing clay resembling a scar. From today onwards, the copyrights of all the songs you write belong to the studio. If you dare to swallow your breath early, I'll play Ugly Bastard on your grave every day. Chen Yuxi suddenly stood up, and a bunch of envelopes fell out of the cardboard box with a clatter. The envelopes were scattered on the floor, all kinds of them. These are all letters sent to you by fans. Picking up the top one, the pink envelope had Brother Zhang Li to live a long life, written on it with a fluorescent pen. I went to the company this morning to pack up my things, and the receptionist said that these days, the letters sent by fans are almost piling up into a mountain. Her voice trembled. Look, so many people are waiting for your new song. Zhang Yang's cell phone suddenly rang. Yes, our studio has just been established, but Mr. Jiang is personally the gatekeeper. Xue Zhilu slapped him on the back of his head. Out of breath. Now all the agencies in town are inquiring about our slot. You're so good. You're still begging for help when you take on a promotion. Zhang Li rubbed the raised steel seal on the business license. The system indicated that there were 233 days of life left, but the tears condensed into beads on the wall of the milk teacup. One drop hit the registered capital of 5 million figure. ICU 8,000 a day. Zhou Yi suddenly said, how can we continue to live without making money? The twilight outside the window came in, gilding everyone's silhouette with gold. Chen Yuxi slipped the official seal into Zhang Li's palm, the coolness stinging his fingertips. In the 20-square-meter ward, 5 people's shadows were stacked into raging waves on the wall. Looking at the business license in his hand, Zhang Li had mixed feelings in his heart. Originally thought that the terminal disease is not well, he should not be involved in too much. But looking at these people in front of him, suddenly realized a truth. Since other people entrust their lives to him, it is all the more important to do your best to guard this trust. The second installment of Best Buddies, originally I didn't want to participate. But now it's different. It's not only about the individual, it's about the future of the entire studio. Taking the final champion and obtaining the film and television development rights for the Immortal Sword series. This would be an important cornerstone for the studio to take off. Not to mention the fact that there were now heavenly stars like Zhou Yi and Xue Zhilu escorting the studio. Zhang Yang and Chen Yuxi also put all their hopes on him. These people had given so much for him. How could he let them down? At that moment, there was a knock on the ward door. Zhou Ming, who had jumped to become one of Tomato Terrace's 5 most powerful figures, appeared at the door with a gift. Teacher Zhang Li, is this moment convenient? I want to talk to you about the second installment of the guest lineup. Chapter 81 Capital Joint Siege. Zhou Ming pushed the door in, his face piled with smiles. In his hand was an exquisite fruit basket, and behind him were 2 assistants. Each of them was carrying gifts that were worth a lot of money at first glance. Walking over to the side of the hospital bed, he placed the fruit basket on the bedside table. He also signaled the assistants to put the gifts down, with a respectful attitude. I should call you Director Zhou now, right? Zhang Li smiled and pointed at the chair next to him. Zhou Ming waved his hand to signal the assistants to go out first. Then he pulled over a chair himself, got close to Zhang Li, and lowered his voice to say, "This time, I mainly want to talk to you about the guest lineup for the second installment of Best Buddy." Hearing the words, guest lineup, Zhang Li immediately came into the spirit. After all, this was related to the studio's next big plan for development. Director Zhou, please speak. Zhou Ming cleared his throat, and his expression became somewhat grave. Teacher Zhang, the second phase of the program is taken very seriously by the station. Not only has it invested more funds, it has also attracted the eyes of capital from all sides. There's already a lot of capital entering now, wanting a piece of the pie. Zhang Li frowned slightly. The entry of capital meant that things had become complicated. Sure enough, Zhou Ming's next words confirmed his suspicions. These capitals have recommended many guests for their own interests. There are even some bigwigs who are hidden from the world that they have invited. Those bigwigs each have deep backgrounds and great energy. This time out, the targets all seem to be pointing at you. Mr. Zhang. In the first installment of the program, you had severely offended Zhuofeng Entertainment. Now, the capital behind Zhuofeng Entertainment will definitely not let it go. In addition, your recent storm in the entertainment industry has moved many people's cheese. Those people naturally wanted to surround you in the second installment of the program. They will give you a warning. Hearing the word encircle, both Xue Zhilu and Zhou Yi's faces changed. They hadn't expected that things would become so serious. The guest list in Zhou Ming's hand was lifted up by the wind, revealing rows of golden logos behind it. All of them were the logos of the top capital companies in the industry. 13 joint capital injections? Zhang Li's fingertips scratched across the hot gold list, the air conditioning blowing the edges of the paper slightly curling. The tea scalded Zhou Ming's hand. These old guys have pulled out their coffin money. Look at this one. He pointed to the top of the list, Zhang Shixuan, a master songwriter who hasn't appeared in 20 years. This time, in order to support Dynasty Entertainment, it's rumored that they've given away 2 sets of Townsend. This one is the most troublesome. Zhou Ming pulled up a video that showed the white-bearded old man instructing the female group's practicing students. The godfather of the Hong Kong Circle, Huang Tianyao, chartered a plane last night to return from Australia and let slip that he would teach the younger children to know the rules. Xue Zhilu took the list. Isn't this the gang of old demons that bloodied the Golden Melody chart 30 years ago? Pointing at a certain name, his hands were shaking. Didn't this one swear never to go on a variety show again? The capital opening price is 8 figures. Zhou Ming sighed. They want to press teacher Zhang to death in the competition right now. The ward suddenly fell silent. Chen Yuxi's fingers whitened as she clutched the fan envelope. Zhang Yang stared at the floor counting the tile seams. Only Zhang Li slowly flipped through the list and suddenly laughed out softly. Looks like I've stirred up a hornet's nest. Zhou Ming looked at Zhang Li and advised in a serious tone. Teacher Zhang, I know that you have extraordinary strength, but this time the opponents are not trivial. They are all characters who call the shots in the entertainment industry. I'm afraid it won't be good for you if you fight hard. My suggestion is that you might as well save yourself. Let's withdraw from the second program. I'll think of a way to deal with the liquidated damages. Anyway, you've already gained enough fame and popularity from the first program. Now the studio has been established. The next thing you need to do is to focus on the development of the studio. Release albums, concerts. There's no need to get tough with the capital. Zhou Ming's suggestion was undoubtedly the most prudent. After all, the arm could not be twisted, and the risk of confronting the capital was too great. Xue Zhilu and Zhou Yi also nodded their heads, expressing their agreement with Zhou Ming's view. The best buddy champion can get the development rights for the Immortal Sword series, right? Zhang Li suddenly interrupted him. Zhou Ming froze for a moment, not expecting him to suddenly ask this question. But still, he nodded and replied affirmatively. That's right. The champion reward is indeed the Immortal Sword series copyright. After receiving the affirmative answer, Zhang Li closed the folder with a snap. The first phase's champion was snatched away by shady practices. I'm going to get it back with interest in the second phase. Xue Zhilu and Zhou Yi froze when they heard Zhang Li's words. They didn't expect that this teenager would be so strong. Not only did he not retreat in the face of the capital siege, but he wanted to take the initiative and take back what he had lost. The setting sun outside the window suddenly pierced through the clouds, reflecting Zhang Li's pale face. Zhou Ming saw in a trance the teenager who had fought against the disease. Only this time, the teenager had something he wanted to guard. All right, Mr. Jiang, since you've already decided, then I won't say anything more. However, I do have an idea that might help you take a greater advantage in the second installment of the program. Zhou Ming suddenly pulled out his tablet. I'm going to change the second installment to a 10,000-person stadium public performance, team match mode. Xue Zhilu sprayed a mouthful of milk tea in Zhou Ming's face. Are you crazy? How much money will this burn? Thanks to Mr. Jiang. I'm now the program director of Tomato Channel. Zhou Ming smiled and wiped the milk tea stains off his face. The station just approved a $300 million budget. Turning his head to look at Zhang Li, his eyes suddenly solemnized. You saved me from the quagmire in the first place. This time it's my turn to build the most dazzling stage for you. Chen Yuxi suddenly held up the stack of fan letters. Mr. Zhang, will accompany you to the end of the battle. Isn't it just a meeting of old-timers? Xue Zhilu tore the list in half. When Lao Zi overturned the Chinese music scene back then, these people were still playing cassettes. The night was getting thicker, but the atmosphere in the ward was still warm. Zhou Ming had just left in front of him, when Zhang Li struggled out of bed. Walking to the end of the bed, he bent down and fumbled under the bed for a while. He actually dragged out a laptop computer. Seeing Zhang Li's movements, Chen Yuxi immediately stepped forward and tried to stop him. Brother Zhang Li, you're still not well, why don't you rest? Zhang Li waved his hand, signaling that Chen Yuxi didn't need to worry. While opening the computer, he said, Don't worry, I'm fine. I just want to open a live broadcast. Live broadcast? Chen Yuxi froze for a moment, not understanding what Zhang Li meant by opening a live broadcast at this time. Zhang Yang and Xue Zhilu and Zhou Yi also came over, looking at Zhang Li with puzzled faces. Zhang Li saw the doubt in everyone's eyes and smiled, explaining, Since I've decided to participate in the second installment of Best Buddies, and the scale of the program is going to be fully upgraded to a 10,000-person stadium public performance, then it's obvious that in the next competition, songwriting will definitely not be the focus anymore. What do you mean? Xue Zhilu seemed to understand something and asked with a frown. It's very simple. The first installment of the program, people watched me write songs live and felt it was fresh. But the second phase of the program is so large in scale, those capitals will definitely spare no expense and invite all sorts of heavenly kings and queens. Such a lineup, just by thinking about it, you know how luxurious it is. The program group doesn't even need to rely on me writing songs live to create points of interest anymore. The names of those guests alone are enough to attract eyeballs. So, what you're saying is that the second installment of the show most likely won't be like the first installment, where the songs will be written live on air? Zhou Yi also reacted. Zhang Li nodded. It's very likely. If the songs are still created live, Those scandals that appeared in the first phase of the program will likely happen again. The best way for the program to avoid repeating the same mistakes is to change the format of the competition. Then, you turn on the live broadcast. Chen Yuxi was still a bit confused. Zhang Li pointed at the computer screen. Of course it's to get inspiration. The opponents in the second installment of the show will definitely be stronger. I have to prepare in advance. Chapter 82. Dr. Come and hold him down. Looking at the computer screen, his fingertips unconsciously tapped the keyboard. A lifespan of 233 days did move that huge boulder in his heart a little bit. But relying on overdrafting his life for songs was ultimately not a long-term solution. Moreover, the songs unlocked by the system had a great deal of randomness in terms of style type and couldn't be completely in accordance with subjective wishes. Wanting to completely convince that bunch of old pedants from the academy school. What is needed is not only skillful showmanship, but also works that hit the social pain points and trigger the public's resonance. The live streaming storytelling mode is the least expensive, most efficient, and most sustainable source of inspiration. As he thought about this, Zhou Yi looked at his wristwatch and took the lead in getting up. It's getting late. I still have to prepare for the global tour, so I'll withdraw first. Xue Zhilu followed suit and stood up, patting Zhang Li on the shoulder. Get well. Tell us if there's anything. Don't hold on. Zhang Yang cleaned up the papers and milk teacups scattered on the floor with nimble hands and feet. Chen Yuxi, on the other hand, silently reloaded the fan letters back into the cardboard box. Mr. Zhang, then we'll leave first as well. We'll come back to see you tomorrow. Zhang Yang shouldered the carton and waved at Zhang Li. The hospital room was suddenly quiet, leaving only Chen Yuxi still standing by the bedside, looking a bit hesitant. Brother Zhang Li, why don't I stay and take care of you? Chen Yuxi took the initiative to say, her tone carrying a plea. Zhang Li noticed the faint exhaustion under her eyes and shook his head. No need, you've also been busy all day, go back and rest early. The hospital is pretty quiet. I'll call the nurse if anything happens. But Chen Yuxi still wanted to say something, but Zhang Li raised her hand to stop her. Be obedient and go back to rest early. The studio has a lot of things to do tomorrow. Chen Yuxi bit her lip and finally nodded gently. All right, then take care of yourself and call me anytime if anything happens. After saying that, she carefully tucked in the corner of Zhang Li's blanket before turning to leave the ward. Witnessing several people leaving the ward, Zhang Li sat back down on the edge of the bed and opened her laptop. Debugging the camera, adjusting the microphone, ready to start his inspiration collection program. Zhang Li skillfully opened the live broadcast software, fingers tapping on the screen to give the live room a very gimmicky title. Share your story. $10,000 cash prize waiting for you. Once the title came out, the live room was immediately created successfully. Without doing any publicity, it directly opened the live broadcast. The dark screen lit up, reflecting the snow-white walls and infusion racks of the ward. The camera was aimed at the hospital bed, and Zhang Li's thin face appeared in the center of the screen. However, the number of people in the live broadcast room is very few, only a single digit. A few netizens who clicked in sporadically looked at the familiar scene. And then look at the face in the screen, the first reaction is fraud. This filter is also too fake. Can the scholarly spirit die a death? Before clicking in, Zhangshin YYDS. After clicking in this, Brothers Bud. Report it. This kind of fake studio must be attacked. The pop-ups were sparse, all questioning and mocking. Zhang Li was not annoyed, smiled at the camera and greeted in a calm tone. Good evening, everyone. Casually chatting, just as a bedtime story time. Self-consciously, she picked up the water cup in her hand and took a sip, completely ignoring the questioning in the pop-up screen. This calm demeanor, in turn, made some of the netizens who had originally planned to start spraying a bit hesitant. Huh? This person sounds a bit like hell. Jiang Shun's voice is so magnetic. This person is a stick-reading monster. But then again, this dude really does look a bit like Zhang Li. Wouldn't really be himself, would he? Just as the netizens were half believing, Zhang Li slowly opened the microblogging app. The account that hasn't been logged in for more than 2 years, the message alerts directly exploded. 999 plus unread private messages. 999 plus at S, and countless likes and comments. He casually flipped through them. Most of them were advertisements and marketing messages, as well as some outdated wishes and greetings. Zhang Li didn't care, and directly clicked on the edit box and knocked down a line. 8 o'clock in the evening, casual conversation. Live link. Then clicked send. After sending successfully, threw the phone to the side and looked at the live broadcast camera again. A lot of things have been happening lately, and I wanted to talk to you all casually. Would also like to hear everyone's stories, so if there's anything you're happy or unhappy about, you can tell me about it. After a pause, he added, the friend whose story is selected, there is a cash red packet reward. Oh, 10,000 yuan to start, no ceiling. Pua ha 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 ha, 10,000 yuan to start? This bragging. I almost believe it. Brother, even if you impersonate the god of Jiang, you're still learning to do raffle prizes? Why don't you go to heaven? Scattered, scattered. Must be which small netizen rubbing the heat. We do not waste time. However, just as the netizens were expressing their disbelief, the number of people in the live broadcast room began to slowly rise. From single digits, it slowly rose to double digits, then triple digits. The speed was slow, but the trend was upward. Some of the netizens who had originally come in with the mindset of watching also began to seriously survey Jiang Li on the screen. The more they looked, the more they felt something was wrong. This person seems to really be a bit like Jiang Li. Ah, wait. I seem to have seen this face somewhere. Upstairs, you're not alone. I also feel a bit familiar. Can't really be Jiang Li himself, can it? Suddenly a netizen with the ID Lee's Army Little Strawberry sent 10 rocket effects in a row. Don't argue. This is the real thing. The pop-up screen instantly exploded. The pop-up screen instantly exploded. Quickly pinch me. Shotokan no Ko's corpse is on the air. Family. Where's the doctor? The doctor came to hold him down. This bastard is going to mess things up again. Just when the netizens began to doubt life. On microblogging, Jiang Li's microblogging, Just Talk. Like a deep water bomb, it instantly triggered the entire network. The account that had been silent for more than 2 years was suddenly updated like a swindle. And the first thing that came up was a live preview. This news is simply more explosive than a comet hitting the Earth. Countless diving zombie fans were instantly blown out, wailing and pouring into the live broadcast room. Groove, groove, groove. Is really Jiangshin? I didn't see it wrong, did I? It really is Jiang Li. Live Jiang Li. I can't believe I'm still able to wait for Jiang Li's live broadcast in my lifetime. My mom asked me why I'm kneeling down to look at my cell phone. Because Jiangshan is on the air. Tears. Master Qing back. Jiangshin finally remembered the microblogging password.
我每天都来微博刷一遍，就希望能看到江神更新。今天终于等到了。
The first don't cry, laugh to death. Jiangshin said casually chat, and 10,000 yuan red packet. Duck. $10,000 in red packets? Really? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Unless Jiangshin gives me a kiss. Upstairs. Sit on the ground and ovulate, get out of the way. The red packet is mine. Don't try to steal it from me. The number of people in the live broadcast room, like a rocket, instantly soared. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of. The pop-ups were also like a tidal wave, frantically coming in, instantly flooding the entire screen. It's really Jiangshin. I'm spiraling upwards in place. I love you, Jiangshin. I love you, River God. Jiangshin, how's your body? You look like you've lost a lot of weight. It hurts. The live room instantly boiled, all kinds of gift effects crazy screen. The originally empty live room instantly became incredibly lively. Looking at the crazy scrolling pop-ups in front of him, Jiang Li also had a little more warmth in the bottom of his eyes. Clearing his throat, he said to the camera, "Thank you all for your support. There are a little too many people, so don't be impatient. Tonight draw 3 stories to compose music. The highest praise reward 10,000 cash. Jiangshen is the one who understands the traffic code. Suggest to just write, I'm in ICU rectifying the entertainment industry. Is it too late to sign up? The grass on my ex-boyfriend's grave is 2 meters high. Suddenly a golden ID floated by. Brother Lee, look at me. My grandpa said if you don't update, he'll pull out your oxygen tube. Jiang Li narrowed his eyes and read out the pop-up screen. The light of the righteous path is spread on the big buttocks this netizen. Your grandfather is very thoughtful. Said suddenly coughing violently. The back of his hand veins rippled. Don't die, ah. Who will write songs for us if you die? Quickly call the nurse. This bastard coughed up blood and still insisted on live broadcasting. The most dedicated anchor of the year. Jiang Li wiped off the corners of his mouth, blood lightly smiled. Rest assured, Yan Wang said I life hard. Chapter 83. This thing is going to mess things up again. At the same time, the backstage monitoring center of the short video platform. The computer screen suddenly exploded with a blinding red light. The duty officer who was high on melon seeds instantly bounced up from his engineering chair and spat out the melon shells with a yuck. Which anchor is so arrogant to buy traffic? Staring at the 90-degree vertically soaring curve on the backstage monitoring screen, he copied the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Live room ID 0596 data abnormality. Preliminary judgment suspects malicious brushing. Immediately line up the abnormal IP and block the offending account." The technology department intervenes to fully test the authenticity of the data. The instructions were given in an organized manner. The dense stream of data on the screen scrolled frantically. "Wait, don't block it yet." A middle-aged supervisor with black-framed glasses and thinning hair walked quickly to the workstation. Staring at the traffic curve on the screen that was so steep that it was nearly vertical, his eyebrows twisted into pimples. "This live room looks a bit familiar." Muttering to himself, he dragged the mouse and clicked on the live room details page. Upon seeing the cover of the live room, the slightly sickly yet still clear side face, the middle-aged supervisor violently sucked in a mouthful of cool air, and the thermos in his hand almost didn't hold it steady. "Zhang Li!" Shouting out in shock, his voice instantly raised an octave, drawing sideways glances from his surrounding co-workers. "Old Lu, what are you ghosting about?" A startled one. The young co-worker next to him complained, but his eyes couldn't help but glance at the screen as well. "Take a look. Take a ing look for yourself." Supervisor Lu excitedly pointed at the screen, his fingers trembling slightly. "Zhang Li!" He opened a live broadcast. The young colleague was dumbfounded and put his head together to carefully recognize him for a few seconds. Then his eyes also widened and his mouth opened into an O shape. "It's really Zhang Li? Holy! Is it a scam? Fraudulent you sister ah." Supervisor Lu slapped him without any good humor. "Hurry up and push the stream. Home page recommendation. All the resources that can be used. All ng smash them up for me. Ah? Push. Push stream? Old Lu, you're not mistaken, are you? His data for this live stream hasn't been fully verified yet, in case it's really brushed." The young colleague was a little hesitant. Brush a fart. Zhang Li needs to brush the amount. Supervisor Lu couldn't wait to crack open this elm brain. "You don't look at what time it is now. The whole internet is discussing the Golden Bell Awards, all waiting for him to make a statement. Is he brushing this traffic? This is what the people want. Do you know what it means to have the people's will? Besides, even if he did brush it, he still has to push it. This is Zhang Li. He's a living Buddha with a hot search body. It's not easy for the platform to get a chance like this, and you're telling me not to push it? Are you out of your mind?" Supervisor Lu spat and reprimanded with hatred. The young colleague was sprayed with a dumbfounded face, but his hand movements were not slow at all, and he operated quickly. "Home page pop-up window. Live square top. Push push. Station-wide broadcast. Arrange. Technical department. Optimize the server immediately. Ensure stable operation of the live broadcast." The entire monitoring center instantly boiled. The sounds of keyboard tapping, mouse clicking, and personnel walking around. Various command sounds were intertwined. At this time, on the live broadcasting room ranking, Zhang Li's live room was like an arrow off the string, unstoppably climbing upwards. 11th, 10th, 9th. Every number that jumped moved the nerves of countless people. The original 11th ranked anchor Li Mingyu is facing the live studio camera, vocally playing and singing his own original song, keeping the popular Korean hairstyle, wearing exquisite makeup. Skillful fingering, singing voice is also quite recognizable. A group of loyal fans have gathered in the live broadcast room. The pop-ups interacted enthusiastically, and the gifts and rewards continued. Li Mingyu had a hint of a smile on the corner of his mouth, and from time to time, he swept his eyes at the list ranking in the lower right corner of the live broadcast room. He was quite satisfied with his achievement of staying in the top 11. He boasted that he was a buried pearl. He believes that his talent is as good as any popular singer, but he just lacks an opportunity to become as popular as Zhang Li. Zhang Li's sudden emergence made him both envious and jealous. He envied Zhang Li's talent and luck, and was jealous of the fame and popularity that Zhang Li easily gained. In his opinion, Zhang Li's songs were ear-catching in melody, but the depth and connotation were far from enough. Purely rely on marketing and hype to fire up the Netroots saliva song. Lee Mingyu is the real pursuit of music, artistic value of the college school singer-songwriter. Thank you for the Ferris wheel sent by Autumn Wheat. Thank you to Little Fish for the confession balloon. Thank you all for your support. This next song is my latest creation. Lee Myung-woo skillfully interacted live to the camera. Out of the corner of his eye, however, he suddenly glimpsed that the chart ranking seemed to have changed. His own self, who was originally firmly in the 11th position, had been pushed down. Frowning slightly, he somewhat unhappily scanned the leaderboard again. Tapping on the Share Your Story, $10,000 cash prize is waiting for you of the live broadcast room, wanting to see which unknown anchor dared to steal his position. When seeing that thin teenager, this? Lee Mingyu froze, rubbed his eyes, carefully recognized for a few seconds, and his face instantly turned iron blue. Zhang Li, losing his voice in shock, his voice changed tone a little. The smile that was originally hanging on his face also stiffened and froze. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room instantly exploded. Lee Mingyu also came? Is this to be a serialized touchdown? Mingyu, quickly run. Don't rub. You'll get blood sucked out of you. Don't be afraid. Myung-woo will always be there for you. Kill the porcelain monster. Looking at the pop-up screen with words like, touch porcelain, and rubbing off, his face became even more ugly. Lee Mingyu was an Academy singer-songwriter, and he needed to rub Zhang Li's nose in it? Simply a great shame. However, when he saw Zhang Li's live broadcast, the popularity value that rose like a rocket, his heart couldn't help but feel a burst of heat. Zhang Li's popularity was truly terrifying. If he could connect with him on the line, even if it was just to say a few words, he could bring himself huge exposure. Jealousy, unwillingness, ambition, all sorts of emotions intertwined together. In the end, they converged into one thought connecting to Zhang Li. He wanted to prove in front of everyone that he was more talented and powerful than Zhang Li. Thinking to himself, his fingers trembled as he clicked on the link request. Chapter 84. Zhang never accepts prostitutes. Zhang Li was about to open her mouth to ask who would share the story first. In the lower right corner of the screen, a connection request suddenly popped up. Raising an eyebrow, she clicked accept. The screen flashed, and two faces appeared side by side in the live broadcast room. Lee Myung-woo's carefully groomed face was piled with smiles, but there was an imperceptible scrutiny in his eyes. Staring at the screen, he took a deep breath and intentionally ripped two buttons loose from his shirt collar. He had studied Zhang Li's fire-breaking videos, and this kind of lazy styling was most capable of triggering the pity of female fans. Hello, brother Lee. I'm original musician Lee Mingyu. I've been listening to your songs, and I especially appreciate your talent. This was said politely, but there was a subtle sense of superiority in his tone. It was as if he was here to guide Zhang Li. In his heart, he was crackling with small calculations. He admitted that Zhang Li is a fire, but a fast fire may not burn for a long time. In terms of professionalism, in terms of academic background, Zhang Li, this kind of wild origin, give him shoes are not worthy. Today's link is to take this opportunity to learn. By the way, to show their professionalism. Let those fans who only know how to chase the flow of the fans to see what is the real music talent. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on some of the most popular products in the world. The smell of green tea is coming from all directions. The golden pop-up screen suddenly exploded, and the ID Lee Jia Army Scout frantically swiped the screen. I've got it. Last week, this guy called Brother Lee a short-lived ghost in the fan group. The live broadcast screen instantly became subtle. Laughing to death, just as I finished talking about porcelain, the inner entertainment is really a large-scale performance art scene. Mingyu, don't be afraid. Mingyu, don't be afraid. Mommy fans will always love you. Duck Rush. Certain people's fans don't be sour. My brother politely greeted me. Certain people are afraid that they can't even write the word politely, right? Lee Myung-woo's fans also quickly rallied and started to fight back in the pop-ups. My brother came here to learn with good intentions. How did he become a bumper sticker? These days, even if you say a good word, you have to be labeled. The world is really going out of style. The people's hearts are not ancient. As if Lee Mingyu didn't see the smoke on the pop-up screen, he still maintained a decent smile and a modest tone. Brother Lee, it's like this. Recently, I've also been preparing a new song, but it feels like the inspiration is a bit depleted. It just so happens that I saw you open a live broadcast, saying that you want to listen to everyone's stories to find inspiration. So I thought if I could also come to the live broadcast and learn from you. See if I can find some creative sparks from the stories of netizens as well. That's a beautiful thing to say. He put himself in the position of a junior who was eager to learn. By the way, he also praised Zhang Li. But anyone with eyes could hear it. Li Mingyu's words are permeated with a, "I'm not worse than you. Even more professional than you" meaning. Looking at Li Mingyu's smiling face on the screen, the corner of Zhang Li's mouth slightly hooked up, but his eyes got a few points colder. This person a little interesting. He wants to borrow his live broadcasting room to learn inspiration? I'm afraid that he wants to take the opportunity to show himself and step on him at the same time, right? Vomit, pretense, real head. Get out of here. Don't be so weird in my brother Li's live room. My brother is just politely communicating. Some people's fans should not be too sensitive. The glass heart broken a place strange scary. The flavor of gunpowder on the pop-up screen is getting thicker and thicker. Zhang Li fans naturally did not buy it. Li Mingyu's hypocritical face is simply disgusting. What learning inspiration? He was clearly trying to steal the limelight and stomp on his family's Zhang Shun in the process. Li Myung-woo's fans were also not willing to be weak. His own brother was clearly well-intentioned and modest. How can he be said to be rubbing it in? These days, even if you treat people with sincerity, you have to be scolded. There is really no justice. My brother graduated from Berklee College of Music. Pink pop-ups popped up. Some wild cards are waiting to be beaten up, laughing to death. Your master was still memorizing his multiplication tables when Li was writing his song. Red pop-ups immediately disliked back. Suggest checking who wrote Twilight Echo, Nocturne, and Nameless Man. Looking at the skyrocketing online numbers, Li Myung-woo forced down a smile at the corner of his mouth. This was the effect that was wanted. Later on, he would crush Zhang Li in front of millions of viewers and step on this sickly child to get on the hot search. Narrowing his eyes, he looked at the man on the screen with a fake smile on his face. Zhang Li's fingers hidden under the quilt gently tapped the edge of the bed. With admiration on his lips, the calculations in the bottom of his eyes were almost overflowing. Want to rub his flow and still don't want to bleed? How in heaven could there be such a good thing? Rejection? Of course it couldn't be rejected outright. The hand does not hit the smiling face of the person. In addition, Li Mingyu these words said watertight. Directly rejected not appear to be their own small-minded, afraid of people learning? Besides, the real money smashed down, engaged in 10,000 yuan story collection, is his Zhang Li. Li Mingyu a learning inspiration. You want to empty gloves for nothing? Whoring netizen story? You're kidding. He's not the wrongdoer, why should he be the wrongdoer? Since Mr. Li wants to study, Zhang Li suddenly tilted his head, revealing a harmless smile. Why don't we participate in the raffle together? I'll put up $30,000 for the prize pool. Just feel free to add some change. As soon as the words fell, the pop-up screen in the live broadcast instantly exploded. Ha 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 ha. The moment Zhang Shun opened his mouth, he's an old money grubber, laughing to death. Li Green Tea's face turned green. The white whoring monster got out of the way. You want to get something for nothing? Did you ask the Li family army? Good job, Zhang Shin. I wanted to make him bleed. It's disgusting to see him pretending. Li T-man. I'm cracking up. I can't pretend anymore. Zhang Li, don't come over. The Li family's army was instantly delighted. Zhang Li's words simply spoke to their hearts. Li Mingyu, this bastard, was clearly trying to rub it in. He even acted like he was vainly seeking advice. Who was he disgusting? Now it's good, Zhang Shin directly made it clear. It's simply a great pleasure. On the contrary, in Li Mingyu's live room, the atmosphere instantly froze. The fans who were originally still tough-talking were also somewhat mute at the moment. After all, Zhang Li engaged in story collection is real money out of money. His own brother said learning, and wanted to whore out other people's ideas and stories. This is indeed a bit ugly. But my brother's face should still be maintained. Even if it is a strong argument, you have to be tough on it. Certain people don't be sour. My brother is just modestly learning, unlike certain people who are petty. The pattern is small. My brother doesn't care about your money. You think you're somebody? It's just a few bucks. My brother's got millions of dollars in his pocket. Li Myung-woo's fans were still talking tough, trying to save face. But anyone with a clear eye could see that their defense at the moment was a bit weak and colorful. Jiang Li slowly drank a mouthful of warm water. Looking at the opposite side of Li Mingyu's fake smile could not be maintained. Suddenly coughed violently. The back of the hand veins rippled. Scared the pop-up screen a gasp. When he slowed down, his pale face looked even more fragile in front of the camera. If it's difficult, forget it. Li Mingyu's smile froze on his face, and his heart felt as if a piece of meat had been plucked out.
Tires-tu en dollars?
And he had to add the change? This surname Jiang really dared to ask for a lion's share. He worked hard to live broadcast singing, a down deducted the platform share, and then shaved off all kinds of operating costs. That's all that's left in his pocket. This $30,000, enough for him to buy several new microphones, enough for him to buy a suit, enough for him. Heartache for a while. Chapter 85. It's not easy for a small anchor to make money. But on second thought, refuse? That's even worse. Today is to hold a learning attitude to come, is to exchange, show their humble good learning posture. If he refuses to pay on the spot, will he not be recognized as a whoring monster? What will the fans think of him? What will the passers-by think of him? Wouldn't he be laughed off by Jiang Li's fans? What's more, the purpose of today's visit wasn't just to learn inspiration. He wanted to capitalize on Jiang Li's popularity to increase his own fans and attract traffic. It's best to step on each other to get to the top. This investment is considered as the first thing you need to do is to invest in your own business. Right, investment. For the sake of greater returns, this small amount of money sprinkle water. The heart quickly calculates the gains and losses. Li Mingyu faced to pile up a smile. Just this smile, how to see are some forced. As if it was pulled on by someone. Gritting his teeth, he squeezed out a smile that was worse than crying, and waved his hand in a pretense of bravado. Brother Li is joking, it's only a few tens of thousands of dollars. It's my honor to work with Brother Li to add to the stories of the netizens. I, Li Mingyu, am also not a stingy person. 30,000 is 30,000. I'll transfer the money here. Saying this, he opened his cell phone with a meaty pain. Fingers shivered on the screen. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room boiled again. This time, in addition to Jiang Li's fans, there were also quite a few passers-by who were watching the fun. Ha 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 ha. Look at Li Cha Nan's heartache. His face is twitching. What? Li Mingyu still has to pay Jiang Shun's tuition fee? My brother is paying for knowledge. What do you know about pattern? Li Mingyu's fans are still talking tough, oblivious to the fact that they have already been set up. Forget about tuition and whatnot. Jiang Li coughed lightly and said to the camera in a gentle tone. Everyone, don't make things difficult for Mr. Li. It's not easy for a small anchor to make music, and it's even harder to make money. Taking out $30,000 to support everyone's storytelling is already very generous. The moment these words came out, the pop-up screen became even more lively instead. Puhahaha. Jiang Shin understands yin and yang. It's not easy to make money? Jiang Shin, are you serious? Are you connoting someone? Li T-man. Thanks for the invitation. I'm on the air, but my face is already green. Jiang God knife people do not see blood killing and killing. Hi, really hi. Heartache for Li Charnan for a second. Ha 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 ha. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Li Mingyu almost spat out a mouthful of blood. What do you mean, it's not easy to make money? What does it mean to be a small anchor? Li Mingyu's nightly livestream was more than $100,000. Is he the kind of small anchor who sells songs on the street? Jiang Li's words were clearly mocking him. A wave of anger instantly surged to his heart, and his heart, which was already hurting, was even more hot and painful at this moment. He felt like he was being roasted on the fire, in a dilemma riding a tiger. No way. Definitely can't be looked down upon by Jiang Li. Definitely can't be ridiculed by the fans. He, Li Mingyu, also has dignity. He also wants to save face. What are you talking about, Brother Li? Li Mingyu violently raised his volume, as if he wanted to use his voice to hide his inner panic and anger. This amount of money is nothing to me at all. After saying that, as if to prove that what he said was true, and as if to give himself courage, he added through gritted teeth. It's a rare opportunity to learn from Mr. Jiang, so I'll offer 50,000. Consider it as supporting the development of original music. I hope Mr. Jiang doesn't mind this token of appreciation. As soon as the words fell, Li Mingyu himself froze.
$52,000?
What did he just say?
$52,000?
He even impulsively said that he would offer 50,000? A sharp pain came from his heart once again.
$52,000.
That was his income for half a month. Just so easily. Gone. Already put the words out. In full view of the water can't be retrieved. Want to take back also cannot be recovered. Can only endure the pain of the heart. Squeeze out a smile harder than crying. He said dryly to the camera. Yes, 50,000. Just 50,000. Be true to your word. I, Lee Mingyu, will do what I say. The live broadcast screen was once again flooded with ha 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 ha. Lee Cha-nam has broken his defense. He's completely broken the defense. 50,000? Are you sure you're not blowing it? You say you don't want it, but your body is honest.
Lee Cha-nam. Yeah, so funny.
Thank you, Mr. Lee Cha-nam, for your generosity. 50,000 red packets raining down. Let's go. Lee Charnan. Doctor, come and hold him down for me. I feel that Zhang Li is going to do something again. Zhang Li lowered her eyes to hide the sneer under her eyes. Mr. Li atmosphere. Fingertips, however, in the keyboard quickly struck. Directly changed the announcement to tell your story, to draw 80,000 cash prizes. Also specially marked, special thanks to Mr. Lee Mingyu friendly sponsorship of 50,000 yuan. Seeing the bulletin board instantly, Lee Mingyu's pupils quake. This asshole actually used his money to give himself gold. The pop-up screen had gone crazy with laughter. Zhang Shun's wool-gathering skills are first-rate. Li T-man's face is green with anger, ha 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 ha. Thank you, Brother Mingyu, for the $50,000. You are really a great philanthropist. Zhang Li no longer paid attention to Li Mingyu, but looked at the camera. Any friends want to link up and share a story? It's a rare opportunity with great prizes. First come, first serve. Li Mingyu, who was left out to the side, had his smile frozen on his face. It was like being slapped in public, hot and painful. Wanting to hang up the connection, he felt unwilling. $50,000 have been paid out, just like this slipped away, will not be more humiliating? Can only harden his head and stand there, like a clown. Soon, the application for connection jumped out. Zhang Li randomly clicked on an avatar that looked more pleasing to the eye. The screen flashed. A slightly shy boy wearing glasses appeared on the screen. The boy seemed a bit nervous, and smiled restrainedly at the camera. Hello, Ms. Zhang. My name is Lu Chong. Zhang Li nodded. Hello, Lu Chong. Do you have any stories to share? Lu Chong took a deep breath and seemed to be organizing his words. I want to tell a story about a crush. A crush?
Zhang Li frowned imperceptibly.
These days, netizen stories always seem to be unable to get around love affairs. It wasn't that love stories were bad. It was just that they were so ubiquitous that they inevitably fell into a cliché and lacked novelty. Lu Chang's story is really no surprise. It is nothing more than an adolescent love affair. The object of the crush is excellent and dazzling, and one's own silent dedication, and ultimately ended up without any problems. Zhang Li listened patiently and politely said, "Thank you for sharing your story." Then he cut the connection and clicked on the next application. The next few netizens shared similar stories. Either it was a bloody love triangle or a bad breakup and reunion. Either it was the trivialities of parenting and petty quarrels. Help! It's a love story again. I'm sick of it. What's new? Change the subject matter. Zhang Xin will probably fall asleep listening to this. Ha 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 ha. The pop-ups also started to become listless, obviously losing interest in the same old love story. Zhang Li's fingertips unconsciously tapped the desktop, his patience gradually running out. He didn't need this kind of itchy, irrelevant story. Just when he was feeling a bit disappointed, a cold mechanical tone suddenly sounded in his head. The host's strong demand for high-quality stories has been detected. The story fusion system has been unlocked. Combining different story fragments will unlock the corresponding civic works. Zhang Li was slightly stunned. Story fusion, combining fragments, what did this mean? Zhang Li was about to click on the next linker when her cell phone suddenly vibrated. The screen popped up with an application from a person with the ID Li Dong Street Lao Tang. Chapter 86. The Story of Wedding Card Street. Meanwhile, Shamshuipo, Hong Kong. In the old residential building, Lao Tang sat on a rattan chair. His knees were spread with yellowed photo albums, and the black and white photos were reflected in the old-fashioned glasses. A young girl with a double ponytail smiles in front of a store on Wedding Invitation Street, where the glass window is covered with dragon and phoenix candles. Outside the window, the rainstorm smashed on the tin awning. The words of my son before he left are still echoing in my ears. Abba, times have to progress. How nice that your favorite wedding invitation street has become a shopping center? A withered finger strokes over the gilt signboard of Tang Ki Wedding Invitations in the photo. More than 10 years ago, the demolition team smashed the window of the crunching sound. This moment suddenly in the eardrums exploded. The moment the live broadcasting room was connected, the old man's furrowed face appeared in the camera. The pop-up screen was quiet for a split second. Young man. Old Tang's cloudy eyes flooded with water, and his Hong Kong accented Mandarin carried a trill. I know you like to write about the people of the world. Can you write about the street of wedding invitations? His age-spotted hand held up the picture frame. In the reflection of the glass, there was a faintly visible redevelopment plan of Lidong Street. Jiang Li adjusted her sitting position. The infusion tube shook on the back of her pale hand. You said, once upon a time, when newcomers got married, they all had to come to Wedding Invitation Street to buy invitations. The knot in the old man's throat rolled, his fingertips rubbing the album's hot stamped double happiness characters. The gold foil paper has to be pressed by old Shanghai craftsmen, and you can't turn on the fan when sprinkling the gold powder. My grandfather taught that each wedding character should be traced 9 times with vermilion sand. Li Mingyu suddenly interjected. This old antique process should have been eliminated a long time ago. Now 3D printed wedding invitations. Old Tang violently clenched the photo frame, his knuckles whitening. Young man, do you know how many brides' tears the gold foil paper has been dipped in? The day I helped Ah Ling cut her wedding dress. A typhoon blew away all the wedding invitations on the whole street. The dialect mixed with choking sobs silenced the pop-up screen. Jiang Li frowned slightly and glanced at Li Mingyu on the screen without moving. Uncle Tang, what happened afterward? The old man was hunchbacked and disappeared from the camera for a moment. When he reappeared, there was a rusty tin box in his hand. He carefully opens the lid. With trembling fingertips, he plucks away the layers of greaseproof paper. Finally, the old man held out a pile of yellowed pieces of paper. The golden fragments reflected a dull luster in the dim light. Young man, look. Old Tang's voice was hoarse, like a worn-out bellows. These are the souls of Wedding Card Street. Pick up a piece of tattered gold foil paper, close to the camera. On the piece of paper, you can vaguely see the stamped dragon and phoenix pattern. The edges are frayed, revealing the underlying yellow paper tires. In the past, when young people got married, how could they use prints? Old Tang's tone was tinged with pride, yet deeply despondent. It was all done by hand. The gold foil has to be pressed by hand. The gold powder has to be dotted with toothpicks, and each master has practiced until his wrist doesn't shake. A large number of Mandarin pop-ups suddenly flooded the live broadcast room. Tears collapse. When I was a child, I went with my grandmother to get a red envelope seal on Wedding Invitation Street. The day before yesterday, I passed by Lidong Street, all the chain gold stores. Tang Jie, the Tang Ki that helped me make graduation dinner invitations when I was a kid. The cloudy eyes only stared at the fragments in his hand, reminiscing to himself. Grandpa had a store on Wedding Invitation Street back then. Tang Ki Wedding Invitations, decades old. I grew up in the store when I was a kid, helping Grandpa grind ink all day and learning to write the word shishizur. Later, when I married Ling, the store was handed over to us. How good business was back then. The whole street was full of people, buying wedding cakes, picking out wedding clothes, lively too. The old man raised his head, cloudy eyes reflected in the snow-white walls of the live room. Through the screen, it was as if he saw the brightly lit Wedding Invitation Street of the past. In '97, Ling left. I was left alone to guard the store and the street, thinking to wait until my son took over. Who knows? In 2005, the demolition team came. When the bulldozers started, the whole street was gone. I rushed in and tried to grab some things back, but only got these. Grandpa's signboard is gone. Ling's wedding dress is gone. Even the street is gone. Nothing is left. Lowering his head, the turbid tears dripped down on the gold foil shards, haloing a water stain. The live broadcast room. The pop-ups were surprisingly quiet. Only a few sporadic pop-ups slowly floated by. Listening to crying, my grandmother's wedding invitation was made by Tang Ji. The Wedding Invitation Street is really gone. Every time I go to Hong Kong, I feel so sad. The times have changed, so many old things can't be retained. Jiang Li was silent for a moment, his voice low and gentle. Uncle Tang, thank you very much for sharing. The old man raised his head, and through his presbyopic glasses, He blurredly saw the pale face of the teenager on the screen. Grinning, he revealed a smile with a few missing teeth. Waving his hand, he said in Mandarin with a strong accent, "Young man, thank you very much. I'm fine. It's much more comfortable to speak." Li Mingyu skimmed his mouth and impatiently interrupted. All right, the sensationalism is done. Hurry up and go next." The pop-up screen instantly exploded. Li Cha man is really scum, right? The old man is reminiscing about his heartbreak. What are you rushing for here? Vomit. Why is this person so unsympathetic? Suggests Li Mingyu to die in place. Don't pollute the air here. Zhang Li's eyes suddenly went cold, but his tone remained calm. Mr. Li doesn't seem to have much respect for traditional crafts. Li Mingyu froze, not expecting Zhang Li to suddenly point the finger at himself, and tersely retorted. It's just the truth. What era is it now? It's all about efficiency and effectiveness. This kind of backward stuff should have been eliminated a long time ago. Is that so? The corner of Zhang Li's mouth hooked up in a mocking arc. Then Mr. Li's music. I wonder if it can withstand the elimination of the times? The pop-up screen instantly boiled. Zhang Shen counterattacked. Beautiful. Murderous and heartbreaking. Zhang Shen yyds. Li Mingyu's face flushed red and he furiously tried to retort, but he couldn't find the right words. Zhang Li didn't pay any more attention to him, but instead looked at the camera. Uncle Tang, your story is precious. Thank you for being willing to share it. After a pause, his tone was sincere. I'll seriously consider the story of Pleasant Street. In old Tang's cloudy eyes, light flooded once again. Nodding repeatedly at the camera, he said in heavily accented Mandarin, "Thank you, young man, thank you." The connection was snuffed out in response. In Zhang Li's mind, the system beep arrived as promised. Congratulations to the host, unlocking the song, Wedding Invitation Street. In an instant, countless notes and lyrics, wrapped in the dappled light and shadow of pleasant Invitation Street, surged in. The hustle and bustle of the old-fashioned streets, the temperature of the stamped wedding letters, and the hoarse voice of old Tang, intertwined into a picture scroll of the changing times, slowly spread out in the mind. Zhang Li raised her eyes, and her line of sight landed on the other end of the screen, on the face of Li Mingyu, who had a stiff smile. After listening to so many stories, the tone was light, the end of his voice rising slightly. Teacher Li wouldn't have not found inspiration yet, right? The pop-up screen instantly captured the keyword. A new round of firepower accurately covered Li Mingyu's live broadcast room. Zhang Shen is starting to recite by name. Is Li Cha Nan ready? Li Cha Nam. He's on the line, he just got off the plane, and the inspiration just came. Laughing. Li Charnan's inspiration is not a toilet plunger. It comes out as soon as you press it. Atmosphere Group Leader Li Cha Nam. Business ability a great, pull hate value max. Really, after listening to half a day's story, what else can Li Cha Nam do besides being eccentric? Suggest Li Cha Nam perform an inspiration gush on the spot. It's better than just staring here. Li Mingyu's smile stiffened and his eyelids fluttered. The words Atmosphere Team Leader and Eerie on the pop-up screen were like pins and needles. Like a needle, they stabbed him in the face. He went to great lengths to connect, send money, and force a smile. For what? Is not just want to borrow Zhang Li live show face? Show their talent and pattern? But what happened? Instead of grabbing the limelight, he became the green leaf that set off Zhang Li, and was the living target of the netizens' mockery. A fire of anger rose up, burning his chest. However, the many years of live broadcasting career had also allowed him to practice the ability to remain unruffled in a crisis. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his heart's anger and stiffly squeezed out a smile. Brother Li is joking. Li Mingyu waved his hand in a pretense of relaxation. The tone of his voice took on an air of confidence. Actually, after listening to Tang Bo's story, I've already been inspired a long time ago. Eyes flickered as he tried his best to hide his heart. The tone of his voice drew up a few points, trying to use it to increase his persuasiveness. It's been brewing just now, brewing feelings. After all good works need to settle down. Chapter 87. This hand speed is the printer into essence? Li Mingyu forced down his fire and flipped open his notebook, his pen rustling on the paper. The mind raced to capture the keywords in old Tang's story. Suddenly flashed golden light. Write about the demolition of old streets and the perseverance of craftsmen. This kind of sentimental subject matter is the easiest way to cheat tears and can also appear to have cultural heritage. Wedding card street, tang ki, gold leaf, handmade. These words with traces of age were quickly strung together by him. The tip of his pen danced on the paper as if it had a life. Gold foil paper, yellowed from the old days, carved with dragons and phoenixes. Chanting in a low voice, his fingertips tapped on the desktop, searching for a sonic rhythm. The image of the street of wedding invitations came to mind. Old streets and alleys, filled with the faint fragrance of ink, read happy words reflecting people's expectations of a good marriage. The temperature of handmade flowing from the fingertips, that is the artisan's lifelong faith. A line of lyrics poured out from the tip of the pen, with a little nostalgia, a little sentimental, and with a kind of respect for traditional handicrafts. One had to admit that Lee Mingyu did have two brushes, and his writing skills were quite solid. In just a few lines, he sketched out a picture filled with a sense of the era, quite a bit of mood. The lyrics jumped off the page, smooth and complete. There was even a touch of humanistic sentiment. Mingyu brother fingers are good to look at. The knot in his throat is moving when he writes 5 minutes to write 3 lines. Brother is the star of literature coming down to earth, right? Lee Mingyu's fans had a collective orgasm, and the pop-ups were flying. Jiang Li, on the other hand, is still sitting calmly in front of the camera. It seems that all the noise around him has nothing to do with him. This old monk's calm demeanor has made Jiang Li's fans anxious. Li Bao, he started writing. Why are you still here drinking water? Li Charnan is about to finish writing the chorus. I'm in a hurry. Jiang Xin, why don't you move? Don't just watch the show. On the pop-up screen, fans were like ants on a hot pan. My Jiang Xin has always been a man of amazing words and skillful writing. Why is he so quiet today? Did he really run out of inspiration and run out of ideas? Lee Mingyu's fans, on the other hand, were as excited as if they were pumped with chicken blood. The first time I've seen this is when I'm in the middle of a movie. Don't be in a hurry. Someone's fans? It's over before it even starts. My brother has already started outputting. Certain people are still picking their brains for inspiration. It's been proven that academics are academics, and the wild ones will always be the wild ones. There's no comparison. The pop-up screen was filled with all sorts of mockery and taunts, itching to stomp Jiang Li into the mud. In their opinion, Jiang Li's previous calmness was nothing more than a pretense and a trick. When it comes to the real thing, she will be crushed by their brother Mingyu. Writing a song is all about how the water flows. Jiang Li slowly put down the thermos cup and swept the tip of Li Mingyu's slightly shaking pen. This kind of proposition essay writing method, 80% to fall into the pit of rhetoric piling up. The more Li Mingyu wrote, the more exuberant he became, as if the hot search title appeared in front of his eyes. Hashtag genius musician improvises to beat Jiang Li hashtag. Deliberately tilting the manuscript paper over towards the camera, the beautiful line of block letters resembled print. Gilt paper shattered in the twilight of demolition. The old craftsman's pipe scalded through the years. This word seals the deal. Li Cha Man actually has 2 brushes. The pop-up screen exploded with many passers-by marveling. Jiang Li looked at the screen full of rainbow farts and laughed out softly, his knuckles knocking on the microphone. Teacher Li, suggest that the second line rhyme with N. Li Mingyu's hand trembled, and the just-written phrase, the color of vermilion faded into mottled palm lines, suddenly stopped smelling good. Only then did he realize that he had indeed made a mistake in rhyming, and a cold sweat trickled down his spine. You continue. Jiang Li rested her chin in one hand and watched the other fan start brushing. Brother is not conventional. Again. He thought to himself that this little cutie. Sure enough, he stepped into the rhyming feet trap. The lyrics of Wedding Invitation Street, given by the system, were floating in golden light in his mind. The chorus. Forget the flowers you planted. Start over. Give up your ideals was like a gentle knife. Now he was looking forward to Li Myung-woo writing more. The more tragic the contrast, the more pleasurable the slap in the face. Li Mingyu's pen suddenly stopped. The tip of the pen blotted out ink on the words, mottled palm prints. The rest of his eyes swept over the pop-up screen pool that was updated in real time. Those rainbow farts of brother improvising and beating Jiang Li made the corners of his mouth unconsciously rise. This Jiang actually dared to point out his rhyming mistakes, just in time to show the entire internet what it meant to professionally save the day. There's actually a pun here. Suddenly smiling lightly at the camera, His bony fingers brushed over the lyrics book. The mottling is both a sign of age and also alludes to the Cantonese pronunciation of running around, deliberately dragging out a lazy Hong Kong accent to read out this line, and sure enough, he saw the pop-ups instantly boil over. Brother Mingyu actually understands Cantonese puns. Do certain wildlings understand what is meant by linguistics? In the midst of the fan frenzy, Li Mingyu's afterglow caught a glimpse of Zhang Li finally lifting his pen. Immediately, he pushed the camera closer to the part of the chorus he had just written. The gilt paper is broken into 365 sunrises and moonrises, and the old craftsman transcribes the unfinished promises with wrinkles. The live broadcast room was suddenly quiet for 2 seconds. Even Zhang Li fans had to admit it. Personality aside, the lyrics were indeed beautifully solid. Li Mingyu's Berkeley skills were manifested in the gorgeous rhetoric. Wrote the demolition lament with a sense of epicness. The tip of the pen drew a beautiful arc on the page. Li Mingyu watched with satisfaction as the last line of the lyrics took shape, taking a long breath, as if relieved. His fingertips rhythmically tapped on the desktop, and he silently went over the lyrics in his mind. The more he savored it, the more subtle he felt, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly. Sweeping the screen, Zhang Li was still in the same light and breezy demeanor. He was slowly and methodically sipping the water in the cup, as if it was none of his business. The sneer in his heart intensified. Pretend? Let him pretend. Later, when he finished his own product, let's see how he can still pretend. However, he was lucky, relying on a few songs to cater to the market, so he was lucky to have a fire. In terms of musical expertise, Zhang Li is a halfway decent musician. Zhang Li, a halfway decent artist, is not even worthy of his shoes. He is a Berklee College of Music student. The academy's background, the class background, is Zhang Li. This kind of people cannot reach the height of a lifetime. What's more, composing music was his killer, the key to opening the gap and establishing a winning position. Lyrics are just the shell of the song. What really gives a song its soul is the melody, the arrangement, and the injection of emotion. If Zhang Li thought that he could compare himself to Li Mingyu with just a few ear-catching lyrics, then he was very wrong. Thinking of this, the remaining scruples in Li Mingyu's heart also vanished, replaced by a kind of cat and mouse-like banter and satisfaction. He had even begun to rehearse in his mind that he would finish his own play later on. Zhang Li's face changed dramatically in a wonderful scene. Unlike Li Mingyu's heart drama, Zhang Li's side appeared as calm as water. Putting down the water cup, he picked up the pen and paper at hand. Instead of creating, it was more like transcribing. The lyrics of Wedding Invitation Street, given by the system, were as clear as if they were engraved in his mind. It was just a matter of extracting those notes, the words, from the depths of memory. Then, with the tip of the pen, they were restored to the paper. The speed was incredibly fast. Almost as if the tip of the pen had just touched the paper, the words poured out like a spring. It was so smooth that it seemed to be flowing without the slightest pause or modification. The audience in the live broadcast room was initially attracted by the movement on Li Mingyu's side. After all, people were writing and reading, frowning and meditating. A look of exhaustion and inspiration was extremely performative. On the contrary, Zhang Li's side, except for the occasional sip of water, there was almost no movement at all, so quiet that it was as if it didn't exist. But soon, the sharp-eyed audience realized something was wrong. My eyes are blurred? Jiang Shun's hand speed is the printer becoming a spirit? This speed is too fast. Doesn't he even have to think? A medical miracle. The patient's handwriting is even crazier than my homework at the end of the semester. The pop-up screen instantly exploded. Various pop-ups instantly flooded the entire screen. Even those fans who were originally rooting for Li Mingyu were somewhat confused at this moment. His own brother's side was struggling to conceptualize the song, weighing every word. Zhang Li's side, however, was like a sprinting hang, brushing and writing down. This speed simply can be called horrible. Fake. It must have been written in advance. It's just for show. That's it. It must be a pose. It's just a trick. I don't believe it. I don't believe someone can write a lyric so quickly. Li Mingyu's fans are still talking tough, trying to explain Zhang Li's abnormal speed with various reasons. But more viewers were completely convinced by Zhang Li's amazing speed. It's a skill for people to write fast, so what's the point of being sour about it? The road has turned into a fan. Zhang the speed. Love, love, love. Li T-man. Thank you for the invitation. People in the live broadcast just wrote 3 lines. feel being involution to the atmosphere of the live broadcast room instantly reversed. The original also slightly dull pop-up screen at this moment is like a volcano eruption. Everyone's eyes were focused on the center of the screen, the lean figure that was penning. They all wanted to know what kind of work Zhang Li could actually write in response to Li Mingyu's challenge, as well as everyone's expectations. Chapter 88. Zhang Shen's Elegant Mockery. Li Myung-woo pinched the paper on which the lyrics were written. He repeatedly rubbed his fingers over the phrase, "gilt paper shattered in the twilight of the demolition." The lyrics were both graphic and scholarly, and could definitely beat out those mouth-watering songs. Glancing at the rainbow farts flying through the pop-up pool, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. However, this smugness didn't last long. Zhang Li's action of putting down her pen instantly attracted everyone's attention in the live broadcast room. Li Mingyu also subconsciously looked over, only to see Zhang Li casually push the paper filled with writing towards the camera. The edges of the paper were even a little curled, and the ink hadn't completely dried. The ink had not yet completely dried. When the three simplified Chinese characters, Shi Te Jie, came into view, my heart tightened for no reason. When I saw like this district, once called the beauty of the world, the knot in his throat rolled twice. What the hell is this sentence? The wording was plain and uninteresting, with no sense of rhetorical splendor, not to mention any profound imagery or intent. He laughed in his heart. He was even more convinced that Zhang Li was just at his wit's end and was just playing a mystery. At this moment, a pop-up screen with a golden border suddenly appeared at the top of the screen. It instantly attracted everyone's attention. Isn't this the poisonous music critic Lu Zhouqing? The pop-up screen with the ID music judge Lu Zhouqing crossed the screen at an even speed. Li Mingyu's lyrics are like the Tang Sankai in a museum showcase, exquisite but through glass. Zhang Li's song is the maltose handed by the granny on the street corner, sweetly wrapped in broken porcelain. The former uses Wheel of Years and palm prints to pile up imagery, while the latter uses window pane and sofa to tell a story. The latter tells the story of the sofa with the use of the window pane. The aesthetics of Object Sorrow is played at an advanced level. Li Mingyu's smile completely froze on his face, his back teeth unconsciously clenched. Of course he knew that Lu Zhouqing was the royal producer of Rolling Stone Records. This old thing had just scolded the best lyricist of the Golden Melody Awards to the point of withdrawal last year. At this moment, the pop-up screen had begun to brush up the real-time subtitles of Mr. Lu's sharp commentary. Look at the rhyme scheme again. Lu Zhouqing's pop-ups continued to output professional storms. Li Mingyu rhymes with N, Dusk, and palm prints in written words. Zhang Li used home and words, which are lifelike rhymes. The three sets of imaginary words rhyming with can build up, should be, know how to collapse, are called lifting weights. Li Mingyu suddenly realized he was shaking. Professional. Too professional. This feeling was like being stripped naked. In Lu Zhouqing's words, the skills of the academy that he had always been proud of had become the Tang Sankai in the museum display case, and he scoffed at the vernacular. But Lu Zhouqing regarded it as Granny's maltose on the street corner, wrapped in sweetness with broken pieces of porcelain, hitting the heart. The aesthetics of Object Sorrow, lifting the weight as if it were light, living rhyme. These terms are like heavy hammers hitting Li Mingyu heart. He was so battered that his confidence collapsed. The old smith's pipe burns through the years on the manuscript paper seems pretentious and ridiculous at the moment, like a high school student's hard to put together a perfect score essay. Staring at Zhang Li's paper, good times don't come every day, and you can't just climb the ladder. Years ago, a professor in Berkeley's composition class said. Berkeley composition class professor said, the most advanced lyrics are philosophies that even a grandma at the market can understand. Continuing on, when I read the lyrics, forget the flowers you planted, start over, give up on your ideals, they were like a whitewash. I suddenly choked on the words of my stiff-lipped rebuttal. I remembered that when I was 15 years old, my guitar teacher said that he had no talent and suggested that he should learn programming instead. The pain of having his dreams crushed by reality. Surprisingly, he was dissected out of the bloody kernel by these simple dozen words. Just when Li Mingyu was in great shock and bewilderment, Lu Zhouqing suddenly gave Zhang Li live room even brush 10 rockets. Xiao Zhang, considering coming over to write the theme song for my movie? The screen was full of question marks. The tyrant of the music critic world actually took the initiative to hand out an olive branch. 3 years ago, A certain heavenly king begged him for half a year, but he didn't get this opportunity. And now Lu Jiuqing actually took the initiative to invite Jiang Li.
Li Mingyu's lips pursa.
In a flash, he saw that his carefully sculpted lyrics were fading, and Jiang Li's whitewashed words grew vines, tying those wedding invitations, which had been washed away by the flood of time, firmly to people's hearts. Kneeling, Mr. Lu has a clever mouth. Where are the male Li Cha fans who laughed at Zhang Shun's fast writing? Come out and take a step or two. Don't play dead. Mr. Lu named them. Are your faces swollen? The pop-up screen in Jiang Li's broadcast room was instantly screened by the words Mr. Lu and Zhang Shun is great. The netizens who were originally a bit confused about the lyrics of Wedding Invitation Street were analyzed by Lu Jiuqing. After being analyzed by Lu Jiuqing, they were instantly enlightened, and then went back to savor those seemingly plain words and phrases. The more they felt that the aftertaste was endless and full of energy. I have realized. No wonder it's so superior. It turns out that the sense of superiority is hidden in the details. Mr. Lu deserves to be a judge. I'll copy down the lyrics and study them slowly. I thought Zhang Shun was a fast writer, but now I've been slapped in the face. It's called the flow of ideas, you know? Mr. Lu, take back your powers. Mr. Li's face is all swollen. Some people are still blowing up the academy, and they're being executed on the spot by Mr. Lu. On the other hand, Li Mingyu's live broadcast room, the atmosphere can be described as like a deceased mother. His own brother was publicly executed by the big brother. The face is lost to the grandmother's house. What's even more annoying is that the other side of the fans also ran over to taunt. It is simply intolerable. Who is Lu Jiuqing? I've never heard of him. Pheasant music critic, right? That's right. Our brother is a Berkeley graduate. It's not his turn to point the finger at this kind of chicken. Some fans don't brag about writing lyrics in advance. If you have the ability to improvise, then do it. However, these tough talking statements were quickly drowned out by the firepower of Jiang Li's fans. Do you think Tang Bo is an actor? Can a demolition story be rehearsed in advance? ETC per capita of Li Cha's male fans. Automatic lifting without electricity. Pheasant music critic? If Lu Jiuqing is a pheasant, what is your brother? A quail? A Berkeley senior wrote this kind of museum Tang San Kai? How can he brag about it? Let's compete in arranging music. I'm not afraid of you. Don't cry if you lose by the end of the day. Fans from both sides were frantically trading lines in the live broadcast room. The keyboards were spattered with sparks, and the battle was unprecedentedly fierce. Li Mingyu stared at the screen full of taunts, his face turning green and white. His fingernails were bleeding from his palms. Lu Jiuqing's comment was like slapping him in the face in public. However, his many years of live broadcasting career had long since allowed him to practice the skill of not showing his anger and joy. Taking a deep breath, he tried to pull out a smile. Speaking in a pretense of a relaxed tone, he opened his mouth. Mr. Lu's review was very professional, and I learned a lot. After a pause, the words changed. There was an imperceptible sophistry in his tone. However, the lyrics are only a part of the song. Like the finishing touch, the icing on the cake. What truly determines the height of the song is still the arrangement. These words were said in an extremely subtle manner, but with a hidden wit. On the surface, they were affirming the role of lyrics. In reality, it was emphasizing the importance of the arrangement. It implied that no matter how good Jiang Li's lyrics were, they were only flowers carved on. I have to say, this trick of stealing a beam and replacing it with a pillar was played quite skillfully. Those who were originally still immersed in the afterglow of the lyrics of Wedding Card Street were instantly awakened by these words. Mingyu is right. The arrangement is the soul of a song. If the lyrics are well written but the arrangement is not, it's all for naught. There are so many songs with low lyrics, but when the arrangement is advanced, it instantly turns into a god song. What about a cover song where the lyrics don't change? If you change the lyrics, you can turn a love song into a high-class song. The wind direction of the pop-up screen changed instantly, and many netizens have expressed their agreement with Li Mingyu's point of view. After all, the internet is full of videos of Divine Song Rescue Plan. Those works that are dragged down by the lyrics can be revitalized with a new arrangement. This is an indisputable fact. I have to admit, Li Chanam has a point this time. Let's wait for the songwriting battle and see who's better. Berkeley student versus wild child. Arranging music is the time to see the real battle. The netizens' curiosity and anticipation was once again ignited by Li Mingyu. all eyes focused on the next arranging session. Thank you for Mr. Liu's approval. Let's contact privately for the movie theme song follow-up. Jiang Li slowly clicked on the arranging software and suddenly looked up. By the way, does Mr. Li want to hear guitar or guzheng? Li Mingyu froze. What do you mean? I'm afraid you'll say I'm a bully. After all, you majored in. Jiang Li purposely dragged out her tone. Electro remix? The pop-up screen instantly went crazy with laughter. Killing people to kill their hearts. Who doesn't know that Li Chaman mixes sound like a tractor bouncing? Jiang Shen's elegant mockery. Fight, fight, fight. Chapter 89. How much do you think craftsmanship is worth? Li Myungwoo suddenly heard the soft sound of his back teeth creaking. The phrase electro remix made him shiver. Pretending to be elegant, he set up his music stand. In his mind, he frantically mumbled the notes he had just made. He wanted to prove that he is the orthodoxy of the music industry by playing and singing live. When the slender fingers stroked the keyboard, the fill light that was deliberately dimmed gave a golden edge to the side face. Li Myungwoo glanced at the "Brother Kills Crazy" that was frantically scrolling in the live broadcast room. The corner of his mouth raised in an elaborate three-quarter arc. The moment the intro sounded, the screen full of pop-ups suddenly vacuumed. It wasn't a common Baroque love song melody. Instead, it was an advanced arrangement laced with church arias. The fingertips fell, and the black and white keys instantly poured out cascading waves of sound. It's not a cheesy pop routine. The intro spreads out, with solemn organ tones, like the holy light pouring down from the church dome. In the middle of it is mixed with the sound of rain hitting the banana. The old streets and alleys hustle and bustle of people instantly pull the live broadcast into the cramped and humid wedding invitation street. The pop-up screen is like a street that has been washed away by a rainstorm, suddenly empty. Everyone held their breath, shocked by this sudden advanced tone. Li Myungwoo tilted his head slightly, completely immersed in it. He could even feel the cold touch of the keyboard coming from his fingertips. It was like caressing the broken walls that remained after the demolition of Pleasant Post Street. The harmonies are subtle and complex. While the layman can hear the buzz, the insider can hear the collegiate harmonic formulas. Organ tones are spread out like the echo of a church dome, and then crumbled by distorted sound effects. The cold texture of industrial ruins is added. Lo-fi sounds like old movie film, grainy. The noisy street images are hidden in the background. A sense of conflict between the old and new eras comes to the forefront. Anthem samples stacked on 2 tracks with reverse delay. He explains the arrangement idea into the mic, spitting words with an airy sound. Kind of like the sigh of relief when the Parthenon fell. The look into the camera sparkled with reserved smugness. Somewhere in the moment there was actually some real artist air. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was as if the pause button had been pressed. After briefly blanking out, it was instantly flooded with marvels. Goosebumps. This prelude sounded directly kneeling. Advanced. It's too advanced. This is professional arranging. Li T-Man really didn't pull any punches this time. This is definitely pro level. I take back what I said about him. This arrangement is superb. When he opened his mouth to sing, the breath is steady and the tone is mellow. Every word was bitten off with exceptional clarity. The gold foil note shatters into 365 sunrises and moonrises. Closing his eyes, he let the trills roll in the knots of his throat. The end notes were picked like hooks towards the high register. The Cantonese pronunciation is held just right. Less urbane, more academically worded and sophisticated. The tail note switches smoothly between true and false tones, and the vocal technique is perfected. Every breath is in tune with the rhythm of the song. Obviously the muscle memory of years of professional training. At the moment he was the minstrel standing on the ruins of Pleasant Street. Each turn of phrase carried the gilt shreds of the old Tang story. Fingertips swept across the keys. A series of arpeggios poured out, pushing the mood to a climax. When the last line, "the mountains and seas in the wrinkles," finally faded into the outline of the shopping center, dissipated into the air. The live broadcast room was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. A few seconds later, the pop-up screen was like a volcano erupting, instantly boiling. Sahasha. This direct cranial orgasm. This song style is so advanced, worthy of being Berkeley. Instantly traveled to a European church. Immediately after, a large number of music bloggers flooded into the live broadcast room. Front row melon eating. Lee Myung-woo's arrangement is something. Come on. I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm not sure if I can do it. The score warning. The harmonies are too tasty. The tone samples are superior. The lo-fi texture is spot on. Who says Lee Myung-woo only plays electro? More critics are coming. The best urban anthem of the year is scheduled. The mood is perfect. The sense of the fading of the old streets and alleys is straight to the point. The transposition is amazing. A textbook example. We recommend all music school arrangers to learn it. Who says sentimental songs can only stir up emotions? This song brings out the epicness of emotions. Lee Mingyu smiled and nodded at the camera, and swept his eyes over Jiang Li's thin figure. This time, he had activated the company's golden song template in advance. Even the lyrics had been adjusted to fit the melody perfectly, not giving the wild card a chance to turn the tables. Jiang Li's fingertips subconsciously brushed across her throat. The searing pain of the cancer diagnosis seemed like it was still yesterday. At this moment, touching the smooth skin. More than 200 days of life expectancy turned into a warm current flowing through the veins. I can finally touch my favorite music again. Suddenly, I remembered my sophomore year of vocal lessons. The professor slapped the piano and scolded him.
Jiang Li.
You should quit school before it's too late and go to a construction site to move bricks. That night, he was on the footbridge holding this broken guitar. Adapted the professor into a rap scolding on the campus hot search. The wooden guitar under the bed was stained with thin ash, and the strings buzzed to awaken muscle memory. Was about to tune it. The afterglow swept over the exploding professional crush pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Those comments that mocked old Tang's craftsmanship as inferior to a machine suddenly turned into needles sticking in his heart. Clear the song. He laughed softly, the vibration of his throat bringing up a long-lost itch. The pop-up screen was instantly dead silent. The acoustic guitar was held across his arms. Jiang Li lowered his eyes for an instant, his eyelashes casting butterfly shadows on his pale cheeks. The strings of the guitar lightly vibrated. The humidity of the Lingnan rainy season mixed with the rusty smell of a tin box penetrated the screen. Forget the flowers that have been planted. A fresh start. Give up the ideal. Do not look at the dusty wedding invitation. The raspy voice was like old Tang's cracked palm, obviously singing the farewell words, but gentle like lulling an infant to sleep. There is no high-pitched showmanship. Every breath change hides the gasp of a craftsman pounding gold leaf. Memories of the fortress of the moment has fallen. In the face of this grave up the barren soil, you are destined to learn to dash. Step bricks will not refuse to wear and tear. The window flowers cannot be secluded. The sunset has feelings will be lifelong. And then again, regret useful. Tail tone suddenly mixed with choking. Live streaming netizens saw the gold foil paper shattered into a shower of stars under the demolition hammer in a trance. The whole 5 seconds. The 500,000 people online live room actually did not have a pop-up screen. Until the afterglow of the guitar dissipated, the entire network ushered in a volcanic eruption. Help! I'm kneeling at the subway station crying like a dog. Where are the Lee Dog fans who just scolded Jiang Shin? Come out and get beaten up. This is the true spirit of craftsmanship. It's 10,000 times more real than someone's him sampling. My dad cried while holding a picture of the old factory in Tieshi. Jiang Shun is using music to write epitaphs for old buildings. Jiang Li raised his eyes to the camera, and for the first time, the broken porcelain doll bloomed into a full smile. The fans of Lee Mingyu who had originally swiped the screen frantically suddenly lost their voices. They realized that those carefully laid string arrangements, before Jiang Li murmured. It actually looked like cheap gold leaf mass produced in a window display. The pop-up pool suddenly exploded with golden fireworks as Lu Joqing swiped 5 cosmic hearts in a row. This is the ing aesthetics of material sorrow. A truly good song doesn't need to be draped in gold. Xiao Jiang has put a gentle band-aid on the wound of the times. The screen full of professional crushing, mocking pop-ups was emptied. In its place, there were frantically scrolling. Mom asked me why I was kneeling down to listen to the song. The guitar hit the ground with a thud. Jiang Li propped up the edge of the bed and coughed, but what leaked out between his fingers was laughter. Mr. Li, how much do you think craftsmanship is worth? The camera reflected the reddened ends of his eyes from coughing, like the faded rouge on a wedding invitation. Chapter 90. The wedding dress that will never wither. Lee Mingyu was choked speechless by the sentence. How much is craftsmanship worth? The live broadcast room was awfully quiet. with only the sound wave rolling special effects still proving the heat in vain. Everyone was caught up in the mood created by Wedding Invitation Street. Zhang Li didn't wait for him to answer and broke the frozen air with a clear smile. A total of 4 stories have been used tonight. Everyone knows Old Tang's story. The song Wedding Invitation Street is modeled after his work. The acoustic guitar was placed back next to the bed, and the live streaming gift effects were brightly lit to the point of shaking. So this $80,000 prize money will be equally divided among Old Tang, Lin Xia, Old Zhou, and Mr. Chun. The netizens in the live broadcast room were confused by this sudden 4 stories. They had just been immersed in the mood of Wedding Invitation Street. Now, they suddenly realized that Zhang Li seemed to have something in her words. 4 stories? What are the other 3 stories? Why haven't I heard them before? Yes. What are the other stories Zhang Li is talking about? I'm curious. I'm so curious. Tell me, Zhang Shen. Don't keep me in suspense. The pop-up screen was instantly flooded with question marks and curiosity. Everyone couldn't wait to know what the other 3 stories in Zhang Li's mouth were. On the other side, Li Mingyu was still comforting himself. It must have been Old Tang's story that happened to hit Zhang Li's nerve of inspiration. It was only then that he had gotten away with writing a song that was still listenable. In terms of real skill, it was absolutely impossible for him, who had come out of a science class, to lose to this kind of wild card. Tonight's loss should be taken as his own momentary carelessness. Next time, he would definitely make Zhang Li look good. What's more, after this live broadcast, his Li Mingyu's heat had come up. The fans had risen quite a bit, and the purpose had been achieved. Thinking of this, a smile reappeared on his face. The way he looked at Zhang Li also returned to his previous modest look. Only when he heard Zhang Li lightly say, 4 stories were used, and vaguely hinted that there were still 4 stories to be written. When he heard Zhang Li lightly say, 4 stories were used, and vaguely hinted that there was still inspiration, his smile almost didn't hold. 4 stories? Inspiration? The muscles on his face began to twitch uncontrollably. Does this Zhang really think that inspiration is a cabbage? Pretend. Keep pretending. He wanted to see how much longer Zhang Li could pretend, although his heart was gnawing like tens of thousands of ants. But he still tried to maintain his demeanor on the surface, squeezing out a smile that he thought was sunny. Teacher Zhang is really talented and inspired in a short period of time. Mingyu admires it. Very much looking forward to Teacher Zhang's next work. I wonder if it can surpass Wedding Invitation Street? Zhang Li sniffed and gently shook her head. The corner of her mouth held a meaningful smile. Teacher Li is flattering. Wedding Invitation Street is already the best work I can come up with at the moment. After a pause, his tone slowed down, explaining to the audience in the live broadcast room. As for the remaining 3 stories, they are the inspiration for my other song. It's intended to be put on the 2nd installment of Best Beat. Before the words fell, Li Mingyu's fans instantly stirred. What the hell? I was staring at the live broadcast the entire time. How come I didn't hear the other 3 stories? That's right. I don't think Zhang made it up. Did he? In order to monopolize the prize money, you don't even want to lose your face? Laughing. Inspiration? I think it's paranormal incident. Are you telling a ghost story here? The pop-ups changed direction, and skepticism surged like a rising tide. Li Mingyu's fans finally found an outlet for their emotions and turned up the heat. TSK, some people are really ugly. $80,000 and this is the pattern? So low that it's wearing the center of the earth. Reasonable doubt that Zhang Li doesn't have a story at all. It's purely to fool everyone. The purpose is to put the prize money into his own pocket. Sisters, don't let him fool you. Fans are getting more and more energized, and they're turning into Sherlock Holmes. The logic is meticulous and well organized. They analyzed the situation and successfully incited some of the netizens who didn't know the truth. Even the Zhang Li fan camp also began to appear wavering voice. Li Bao, should we explain it? Otherwise, it feels a bit hard to say. Zhang Shun, don't be silent. Come up with a story to prove it. Don't let Li Cha-chan's fans look down on you. Ooh, I'm starting to panic. Zhang Shun can't really be that kind of person. Rather, I was negligent. For various reasons, these 3 netizens didn't connect and chose to send me private messages instead. Everyone, be patient, the story is all here. I'll post it for your perusal. I'm not trying to cheat you all out of your tears by stacking an armor in advance. You guys are the ones who have to read it. The mouse clicked a few times. Jiang Li copied the 3 stories that he had privately messaged in the background onto the screen of the live broadcast room. The dense text instantly occupied the entire screen. The scrolling speed of the pop-up screen plummeted, and everyone read it carefully. Li Mingyu also pretended to get close to the screen. After a short period of silence in the live broadcast room, one after another, people let out exclamations of surprise. The wedding veil that never dies? This name is sadistic as soon as I heard it. Blizzard takeout? Geography teacher's trip to the wheat field? Just by reading the title, I feel like the storytelling is all over the place. Jiang Shun is really serious, releasing 3 stories at once. Li Mingyu quickly scanned through the words on the screen. His eyes finally rested on the words, "The wedding veil that never dies." A wedding dress? What good story could there be? It's just some cheesy love story to fool the little girls. With a little bit of the mindset of watching jokes, carefully read the never-withered wedding dress. On the screen, a paragraph came to my eyes. On the day of diagnosis, the sun was shining. Through the hospital's floor-to-ceiling windows, I could see the moonflowers blooming in the garden downstairs. I sat in a cold chair and listened to the doctor pronounce the death sentence in a formulaic tone. Advanced breast cancer, 9 months at the most. That sounds like a long time. Enough time to see me through the seasons. Enough time for me to eat a few more cartons of my heart's desire ice cream. Enough time for me to, the decency to say goodbye to the world. As I walked out of the hospital, I looked up at the sky. It was blue, blue, blue without a single cloud. Taking a deep breath, the air carried the dry heat of early summer, and the scent of flowers if nothing else. It was good to be alive. That was my only thought that day. When I got home, he made dinner as usual and waited for me to join him. On the table were my favorite sweet and sour pork and a bowl of steaming carp soup. When he was serving me the soup, his hands were slightly shaking. The soup spilled out and burned the back of his hand. I subconsciously wanted to draw a paper towel to wipe him, but it was dodged. "It's fine, it's not hot." He lowered his head, his voice muffled. Looking at his reddened eyes, I suddenly understood something. Putting down the dishes, I walked to the bedroom and opened the closet. A wide array of wedding dresses instantly caught my eyes. Chiffon, lace, fishtail, flush with the ground, all kinds of 20 sets, crowded the entire closet. I froze, turned back to look at the door. He stood there at some point, against the light, unable to see his expression. The doctor said there are 9 months left. He came over to me and hugged me gently, his voice raspy as hell. "Let's finish our golden wedding anniversary early." Reading this, contempt gradually solidified on Li Mingyu's face. The little bit of gloating in his heart also quietly dissipated. In its place, there was an unspeakably complex emotion. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also became sparse. Everyone was immersed in this sudden story. Seeing the wedding dress there, the tears were instantly strained. 9 months golden wedding anniversary. What kind of absolute man is this? Ooh-hoo. I cry to death. Sisters in front don't cry. I've used up half a pack of tissues. I thought it was a bad love story, but I didn't expect it to be so tearful. The 4 words, "It's good to be alive," instantly breaks the defense. Who understands it? That kind of desire and attachment to life is felt across the screen. Li Mingyu continued to look down. The text was still calm, but every word was heartbreaking. The following days were like hitting the fast-forward button. Every day I woke up, I would change into a different wedding dress. Watching the sunrise from the balcony, learning how to make desserts in the kitchen, square dancing with the elderly in the park, and searching for those overlooked delicacies on the street corners. Every day felt like a countdown, and every day was lived extra hard. He stayed with me and did all the things I wanted to do, patiently recording my every wish and then carefully helping me fulfill it. We walked around every corner of the city in our wedding dresses, hand in hand. Go to eat grilled cold noodles from a roadside stand, go to a crowded night market, go to a midnight movie, go on a Ferris wheel and kiss at the highest point. It seems like I want to spend the romance of my life in these few months. Friends say I'm crazy, running around in a wedding dress, like a clown. I'm not crazy. I just want to live like a human being in the last part of my life, like a real bride, being loved, being spoiled, being treated gently by the world. Wedding dresses are beautiful and heavy. Each set is like a countdown alarm clock, reminding me that time is running out. But I'm not afraid, because love never dies. Just like these wedding dresses, even if they are dusty and eroded by the years, It will also still hold our fondest memories until the end of time. Chapter 91, Blizzard Takeout. The story came to an abrupt end. The live broadcast room, however, fell into a long silence. Everyone was deeply shocked by this seemingly plain, yet deeply emotional story. Li Mingyu squeezed the mouse, his knuckles turning white. He admitted that he was moved by this story. It wasn't that kind of cheap sensationalism. Rather, it was a gentle sadness that hit the soul. One could even imagine her wearing a wedding dress and smiling in the sunlight. In that smile, there must be a love of life, as well as the promise of the future. After reading it, I can't stop the tears from falling down. This story is so poignant. Live like a human being. This sentence is really too heartfelt. Instantly understand Lin Xia's feelings. The wedding dress that never dies. This is a great name. Wedding dresses get old. Love doesn't. The pop-up screen was once again active. But this time, there was less of the previous clamor and questioning, and a few more touches and sighs. Li Mingyu looked up at Zhang Li. The latter sat there quietly, her expression calm. However, Li Mingyu vaguely felt it. Underneath Zhang Li's calmness, there was a deeper emotion hidden, a kind of reverence for life and insight into human nature. This kind of thing could not be taught by academics. It was something that needed to be precipitated with time and experience, little by little. He suddenly realized that he might have really underestimated Zhang Li. This wild child might be even more terrifying than he had imagined. The never-fading wedding dress is indeed quite good for crying. Li Mingyu commented dryly, trying to salvage some face. But the pop-up screen pressed no one to pay attention to him. Everyone's attention was drawn to the second story on the screen. The Blizzard Takeaway. Li Myung-woo also pretended to watch it with interest. To be honest, he didn't think that this kind of little man story could be more powerful than a carefully crafted piece of music. But it was just some bitter drama to bring tears to people's eyes. The text on the screen slowly unfolded. My name is Lao Zhou. I'm a delivery boy. My daughter's name is Star, nicknamed Snowflake. I didn't pick this name, it was her mom. She said it was snowing that day, and the sky was white and clean. Clean, my ass. But my daughter likes it. She's never seen snow before. The snowflakes on TV look like this. White soft like cotton candy. She hasn't left the hospital since she was born. Her lungs are so bad, she can't get off the ventilator. The doctor said that the last operation is very risky. It's half success, half failure. Half is enough. I've never begged anyone in my life. I've kowtowed to every god I've seen. This time, I really want to beg God. I want him to open his eyes and let my daughter see snow. I've been alive for 10 years and I've never even seen snow, what's the point? But this ING place, Lingnan, we don't see many snowflakes all year round. That day, I took an order for hot and spicy food to be delivered to the children's hospital. When I was delivering the food, I heard a few nurses muttering that there would be no snow again this winter. Through the glass window, I saw my daughter's yellow face, covered with tubes. But her eyes were shining brightly, staring out the window. The window was dark and there was nothing outside. Suddenly I thought, why don't we make it snow for her? Even if it's fake, it's still ING snow. Ran to the wholesale market, rummaged around and found an ice crusher, and carried 3 bags of edible ice, dead heavy. There is a movie and TV base on the outskirts of the city. After the crew withdrew, the props were thrown all over the place. Foam snowflakes are not wanted by the crew, and I picked them up like rags. Things come together, just missing the venue. Children's hospital front door, certainly not. Too many people, too eye-catching. The back alley is dark, just right. I rode a small donkey straight to the back alley of the children's hospital. The ice crusher was set up, and the ice was poured in, clattering. Frothy snowflakes spewed out. At the 32nd floor window, I made an OK sign. My daughter couldn't see it, I knew she could feel it. It's snowing. I heard a milky shout from the ICU. Artificial snowflakes mixed with the night rain and landed on my face. The helmet cracked and the rain poured straight in. I couldn't care less. My hands were scrambling to adjust the angle. The security guard appeared out of nowhere and yelled at me. What are you doing? What are you doing? Who told you to make snow here? I ignored him, kneeling in the muddy water to adjust the angle of the ice crusher, shouting at the window. Daughter, look at the snow. Daddy's making snow for you. The security guard came to tug me, but I pushed him away. Don't ING touch me. Let my daughter see the snow. The police came and said I was disturbing the public order and had to be fined. Admit the fine, must admit the fine. Holding the ticket, I froze. There was a line written on the back. I stole the world's snow just to plant a spring under your eyes. The handwriting was quite elegant, like that of a cultured person. No need to think about it to know that it must have been written by the police boy who wrote the ticket. The world is not that ed up. There's always someone who secretly loves you and secretly stuffs you with candy. Like this snow. It's fake. But a happy daughter is ing real. The story came to an abrupt end here. Silence fell over the broadcast room once again. But this time the silence was slightly different from before. If the wedding veil that never dies was gentle sadness, then Blizzard Takeout was silent fatherly love. There are no hysterical cries or earth-shattering feats. It's just a takeaway man guarding his love for his daughter in the most awkward way. Lee Mingyu was silent. He realized that he was wrong. He realized that he was wrong. The stories of these little people were far more powerful than he had imagined, because they are real, vivid, with the fragrance of the soil and the temperature of life. Crying violently. Lao Zhou's story is too good to cry. I stole the snow from all over the world just to plant a spring under your eyes. This poem is a direct God, who said takeout workers are ordinary. This is the real romance, the real hero. It's raining today in Guangzhou, but after reading Lao Zhou's story, the rain has become softer. The pop-ups floated by sparsely, poking the heart with every word. Li Mingyu's eyes changed completely when he looked at Jiang Li. The previous contempt and disdain was gone. In its place was a deep awe and an imperceptible fear. Suddenly, he realized that this teenager lying on the hospital bed was a person who could easily penetrate the heart and transform it into words and notes of monsters. The Blizzard Takeout is also very touching. Lee Myung-woo's voice was dry and his smile looked stiff. He didn't know what to say to hide his inner panic. He just mechanically repeated the word, touching, in an attempt to muddle through. Jiang Li smiled, breaking the silence in the broadcast room. Next, it's time for everyone to read the third story, Geography Teacher's Wheat Field Trip. Li Mingyu didn't say anything, just silently looking at the screen. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room also quieted down. Chapter 92, Geography Teacher's Wheat Field Trip. All eyes gathered on the text on the screen. My name is Chun Mei-yoon. I'm a geography teacher. My suitcase is a bit strange. While others pack clothes and cosmetics, I pack all dirt. Not just any dirt, but dirt from all over the country. The black soil of the Northeast, the red soil of Hainan, the sandy soil of Xinjiang, the purple soil of Yunnan and Guizhou. Every place I dig a jar of soil, loaded into the suitcase. After a long time, the soil even grew wheat seedlings, green like a small furry carpet. My friends all laughed at me, saying that I had eaten too much dirt and my brain was out of whack. I smiled and didn't say anything. They don't understand. This wheat seedling did not grow out of the soil, it grew out of my old textbook. The 1987 edition of my middle school geography textbook. The yellowed pages, the maps printed in ink, and the highlights I drew with red and blue pencils. The edges and corners of the pages were frayed, like the rough palms of my hands. I have treasured this textbook my whole life. When I was a child, my family was poor and I couldn't afford to go to school. I managed to get into the teacher's college, but before I graduated, my family sent me a letter saying that there was a shortage of manpower in the fields and asked me to go back to farming. That night, I hid behind a stack of wheat and cried all night. Holding my textbooks tightly in my arms, I cried like a little cutie. After crying, I dried my tears and buried the textbook in the stacks. The stacks were warm, like a mother's embrace. I told the textbook, I'm sorry, I have to go back to farming. I probably won't be able to use you for the rest of my life. But I'm not happy. I am not resigned to my fate. Every year at harvest time, I would dig out my textbook from the wheat stacks, dust it off and turn to the newest page. Then, I'd clip in an ear of that year's new crop of wheat. It was like sending a letter to an old friend, reporting on the year's harvest. More and more ears of wheat, the textbook is getting thicker and thicker. Thick to the point of being almost impossible to close. I also from a naive girl into a middle-aged woman. The wrinkles on my face are like plowed ridges, and the calluses on my hands are like wind-dried tree bark. But there was always a voice in my heart. Chun Mei-yoon, you can't just admit it. You still have dreams. You still have to see the outside world. Finally, the children were older and the work in the fields got a little easier. I told my old partner that I wanted to go out for a walk. My old partner didn't say anything and silently packed my bags. On the day I was leaving, he stuffed the old textbook into my suitcase. Take it with you. Don't lose your book. I hugged the textbook and tears almost fell from my eyes. My old partner understood me. He knew this textbook was more than just a book. It was my youth, my dream, a proof of my unwillingness to be mediocre. Carrying a suitcase began to travel from the south to the north, from the east to the west. Treading through the mountains and waters of the motherland, measuring every inch of land with his feet. The Yangtze River and Yellow River, Kunlun and Taishan, the Gobi Desert, tropical rainforests. Every place I am like an elementary school student to the textbook map carefully compared. See what is different between what is drawn in the book and what I see. Sometimes I would stare at the map, remembering when I was in the classroom, looking at the map of my country on the blackboard, envisioning the future days. At that time, I thought the world was so big, so big, so big that I couldn't finish walking in my whole life. Now I am really walking, step by step, slowly. Walked to the northernmost part of the motherland, Moh. In winter, Moh is as cold as an ice cellar. The breath you exhale instantly turns into ice. But I don't feel cold at all. Standing under the Aurora Borealis at the Moh Observatory, I felt like I was dreaming. The Aurora Borealis was like a colorful ribbon, fluttering in the night sky, unpredictable and breathtakingly beautiful. I wore a thick down coat, hugged my old textbook and looked up at the starry sky. Tears couldn't stop falling. It wasn't because of the cold, it was because of the excitement. It was because of a dream come true. It was also because, thinking of those days I can't go back to, I turned the last page of my textbook with a trembling hand. 30 ears of wheat lay quietly in the pages, dyed golden yellow by the years, like a tiny fallen leaf. I carefully took out the ears of wheat and put them together on the snow to form a map of my country. The outlines are a little blurred, the lines a little crooked. But it doesn't matter. This is the motherland in my heart. It is the motherland that I have spent 30 years of my youth, countless days and nights of hard work, and measured out with my feet. There is a whistle in the distance. The train is leaving. I'm going home. Back to my wheat field, back to my home. Back to the place where I buried my youth and nurtured my dreams. Before I left, I twisted the last grain of wheat seed from the ear of wheat. Kneeling in the snow, I gently buried it. The moonlight shines in the margins of the textbook, reflecting a line of small fuzzy words. It was what I had secretly written on the pages of the book years ago. For the fields you can't walk away from, and for the railroad tracks that lead to the stars. The story ended. There wasn't a single pop-up in the live broadcast room. Lee Myung-woo felt his throat tighten a little and his eyes burned slightly. He admitted that he was once again struck by the story. Not because of how bizarre and twisted the story was. Rather, it was because of what the story contained. That simple yet powerful force. That love of the land. That dedication to dreams. That passion for life. Like ears of wheat, heavy and radiating a warm glow. The pop-ups finally began to roll. The speed was slow, as if held by an invisible force.
呜呜，地理老师的故事也太好哭了。
I'm crying into tears. For the fields you can't walk out of, and for the railroad tracks that lead to the stars, this is too good. Instant defense. Coordinates northeast. After reading Mr. Chen's story, I feel warm in my heart. I feel homesick. Zhongli looked at the pop-up screen and revealed a pleased smile. The tone was calm and gentle. It's getting late. Thank you all for your company tonight. Li Mingyu came back to his senses. Looking at the pale face of the teenager on the screen, his heart was full of mixed feelings. Wanted to say something, but realized that he couldn't find the right words. Those originally prepared taunts and questions all seemed pale and meaningless at this moment. Suddenly, he realized that he and Zhang Li were not from the same world. Zhang Li's music had a depth and temperature that he could not reach. It was something that came from life, from the depths of the soul. It wasn't something that could be replicated by techniques and academics. These three stories are all very touching. Lee Myung-woo's voice was a bit hoarse, and his tone became much more sincere. I've learned a lot tonight, thanks to Mr. Zhang Li. After a pause, he looked towards the camera and revealed a slightly tired smile. I'm looking forward to Teacher Zhang's next works. In the live broadcast room, the gift special effects lit up again, flooding the screen. But this time it was to honor those ordinary yet great stories. For those who plowed in the fields, ran around in blizzards, and chased their dreams under the stars. For the ignored yet real people of the earth. The live broadcast is over. Online public opinion has only begun to ferment. Using only one story as the source of inspiration, Wedding Invitation Street was already so tear-jerking and cry-inducing. What kind of presentation effect would Zhang Li's new work, which combined 3 stories, have? At this moment, the calls for the second installment of Best Buddy on the entire internet grew louder and louder. Chapter 93. When the whole network is urging for more work. The moment the live broadcast room went black. Countless netizens who stayed up late to catch up with the live broadcast rushed to the major social platforms like Chicken Blood. The Weibo real-time hot list suddenly jumped 3 times in a row like a convulsion. The words hashtag Zhang Li's new work, nuclear explosion level tearjerker hashtag were like rockets, directly squeezing a certain top stream's official romance announcement tag to the 4th. A close second. It was a series of related topics such as hashtag happy invitation street ceiling scene hashtag how much is craftsmanship worth hashtag, and hashtag Zhang Li writing epitaphs with music hashtag. Each phrase was like a heavy bomb, creating shock waves on the internet. The song, Wedding Card Street, was completely on fire. With an almost viral speed, it spread wildly across all major platforms. The circle of friends was screen-brushed, and QQ space was taken over. Even the group of elders who usually don't listen to songs much started forwarding the link to this song. The streets and alleys, shopping malls and stores, cab stations, everywhere echoed the slightly hoarse, yet straight-to-the-heart song. It's like this district, once called the beauty of the world, but in a blink of an eye, the flats in the whole street are about to be filled with crows. The lyrics of the song seem to carry magic, easily touching the softest places in people's hearts. Marketing numbers flocked to the song. All kinds of headline party articles came out. In-depth analysis. What makes Zhang Li a god? The secret behind Happy Invitation Street. You'll never expect it. The content is pretty much the same. It's just a rehash of the live broadcast content, and then forcefully elevate the intention. Hard to the spirit of the times, humanistic care, and other grand themes. But the netizens can't help but buy it. The traffic is rising, and the KPI is easily accomplished. B Station Ghost Animal area of the big men, but also overnight overtime, full fire. Li Mingyu forced a smile on the live broadcast, trying to maintain a decent expression, was cut into moving pictures. With text such as gradually crumbling and smile gradually disappearing, it was made into a brand new emoticon pack, which quickly went viral. It was made into a brand new emoticon pack and quickly became popular. Mr. Li, are you okay? Do you want some gold foil to calm down? Mr. Li, don't smile. I'm scared. Mr. Li's gold foil is going to paste his face. Similar comments pop-ups filled the major video sites. The music section was even more lively. Various versions of Erchuang's works sprang up. Remix version, rock version, electro version, folk music version. There is even a up master using Swona to play Wedding Invitation Street. Froze and blew out a kind of sad and desolate feeling. The netizens jokingly called it Swona a sound, gold 10,000 taels. Send away Mr. Li. Happy to mention Zhang Shenhuang. One of the hottest is Gold Leaf and Humiliation, produced by an up master named Old King of Music District. He edited together Li Mingyu's carefully arranged string accompaniment and Zhang Li's clean version and made a comparison between the left and right channels. The left channel is gorgeous and delicate strings, sounding high class. The right channel is an unadorned version of Zhang Li's singing, simple but full of power. It's like the murmur of the street, straight to the heart. The video synopsis is even simpler and more brutal, with only one sentence. Left ear, Paris Fashion Week. Right ear, Grandma's Bridgehead Vegetable Market. The comment section instantly exploded. Ha 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 ha. Up master, are you the devil? This comparison is also too real. The left ear wants to yawn. The right ear wants to cry. This is the difference. This is not professional crushing. It's simply a dimensional blow. Dubon Gossip Group also opened a technical flow analysis post. Rational discussion of the throat resonance of Zhang Li's clear singing. This TM is the lung capacity of a cancer patient? The title is full of confusion, but click in to take a look. The content is unexpectedly professional. The owner claims to be a vocal enthusiast. From a professional point of view, he analyzed Zhang Li's vocal technique, breath application, and emotional expression. He wrote thousands of words using all kinds of terminology, and finally concluded that Zhang Li's singing was absolutely excellent. Zhang Li's singing skills were definitely seriously underestimated. In the comment section, a netizen certified as a medical student now speaks out. From a medical miracle to a music miracle, It is suggested to be written into the Lancet's case of the year. This comment was instantly topped to the first of the hot comments, attracting countless likes and replies. Jitterbug even became a large emotional catharsis scene. Countless netizens spontaneously uploaded their own videos of demolition ruins, with the background music of Wedding Card Street, as a way to express their inner sadness and nostalgia. The video with the highest number of likes was shot by a demolition household in Guangzhou's old city center. In the video, a gray-haired granny, holding a rusty tin box, sits alone on a pile of rubble, her eyes empty and blank. The accompanying text has only one sentence. "So the sound of broken gold foil is so good to cry," just a few words, but said all the sadness and helplessness, instantly poked the netizens' tears. Li Mingyu was completely reduced to the background plate of the network carnival. Originally wanted to use the live broadcast to crush Zhang Li and make a name for himself. Instead, it backfired and became a tool to set off Zhang Li's talent, which was mercilessly mocked by netizens. The microblogging comment section completely fell. All kinds of spoof comments and emoticons appeared endlessly. The fans were also silenced collectively. In the face of the overwhelming skepticism and ridicule, there was simply no way to refute it. After all, the gap in strength is there, and no matter how hard one talks, it seems pale and powerless. The backing club suffered a heavy blow, released a pause update announcement, but also triggered a new round of group ridicule. The comment section turned into a sea of joy. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Window gold foil lagging sales can find me to spell CCCC cut a knife. Suggested Li Mingyu to change his career to ASMR. The sound of knocking gold foil is quite helpful to sleep. Guaranteed to fall asleep in a second. Suggest to publish a book, from questioning Zhang Li to becoming Zhang Li's fans in 108 positions. The sales will surely explode. On a certain Who, the question about how to evaluate Zhang Li's creative ability shown in the live broadcast continued to climb in popularity. The highly liked answer came from an out-of-favor music critic with the ID Music Vigilante. While we are still studying the 12 equal temperament, Zhang Li has already used the pentatonic scale to write a eulogy for the times. We suggest that a certain top stream fan should not rush to break the defense. First, let your brother learn to use the dantian to make a sound, and then come back to touch other people's jiangshin. The words are sharp and unceremonious, but they have attracted countless netizens to praise and applaud. The most unexpected thing is that the Taobao search volume for the same model also followed the surge. The old-fashioned tin box, overnight sales skyrocketed by 3,000%. Countless netizens flocked to the store, named to buy Wedding Invitation Street with the same tin box. Acoustic guitar sales also hit a record high in the past decade. Many owners of musical instrument stores are confused. Do not know what happened. Customer service chat records are screenshots made into emoticons by netizens, widely circulated. Pro. May I ask if the tin box in your store is made of gold foil? Pro. Can this guitar play the feeling of Wedding Card Street? Dear. Can I have Zhang Li's talent if I buy the tin box? The most classic piece of dialogue is, Customer service 亲爱的，这把琴子不能弹出喜帖街哦. Buyer. It's okay. I bought it to collect dust, merit +1. Zhang Li Studio account quietly updated the dynamic. There is no text, just a photo of a yellowed sheet of music. The edges of the paper are slightly curled, with traces of age. The notes are densely written all over it. Enlarge the picture to look closely. You can see the annotations written in pen at the edge. To all those who are too late to say goodbye. Chapter 94 The World Gives You. A few numbers, but full of deep emotions, instantly triggered countless netizens to resonate. The insomniac netizens across the net coincidentally flocked to NetEase Cloud Music, the audio comment section of Pleasant Invitation Street. In just a few hours, the number of comments exceeded 100,000. And it's still growing at an alarming rate. I just traced the gold on my grandmother's tombstone and suddenly remembered what Tang said. The gold foil should be pounded 9,000 times. Turns out that some people are gone. But the light is still there. My dad polished the old door plate of the old factory in Tieshi district, saying that he would not get lost in his dream to go back to work. After listening to Cry Into, I declare that Wedding Invitation Street is the annual emo god song. No one. No rebuttal accepted. Hashtag contemporary netizens mental state hashtag under this topic. A hot comment quickly skyrocketed to the top position. It was a screenshot of a takeout order. In the remarks column, lines were clearly written. Big Brother writer worked hard. After watching Blizzard Takeaway, suddenly want to give every takeaway boy a reward for milk tea money, starting with your order. The weather is cold. Pay attention to keep warm. The accompanying picture is a cup of boba milk tea with double pearls. However, underneath this comment full of warmth, the hot comments painted a steep change. If Jiangshin doesn't release a new song, my eyes are going to cry into sad frogs. Heavy money for the same type of ticket as the police little brother. Is there anyone in charge of this damn romance? I'm begging the show to release the second installment soon. I can't wait to hear Jiangshin's new song. I'm begging you. The entire internet is clamoring for the second installment of Best Buddy. Viewers' curiosity was completely ignited, desperately wanting to know what kind of amazing new song that incorporates three-tier jerking stories will be. The official microblog of the Best Partner Program Group was even more frantically at by netizens. The comment section completely fell, turning into a large-scale hyping scene. Program Group, are you dead? Still not releasing the second installment preview? Believe it or not, I'll rush to the TV station door to pull a banner. The director's team came out to get beaten. Are you trying to whet people's appetites? If you don't update, I'm going to shut you down. I'm begging for the second installment. I'm waiting for the second installment. I can't wait to hear Jiangshin's new song. If I don't see the second installment, I'll feel like ants crawling all over my body. Even the official media editor of the Central Committee of the Communist Youth League, with his cocktail head, knocked down the headline article title. From the wards to the clouds, the wall breakers of literary creation in the new era. The accompanying picture, on the other hand, is a photo of a green plant on the windowsill of a hospital room. Young shoots break through the paper of the medical record book and emerge, bending into the arc of a pentatonic score in the moonlight. And in the center of all this hustle and bustle, the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City. Inside the ICU, the ventilator in the teenager's ward rattled regularly. The four tubes cast slender shadows on the wall, like strings waiting to be plucked. In the regular ticking of the ventilator, Zhang Li suddenly heard a mechanical beep from the depths of his mind. Story fragment resonance 100% detected. Whether to unlock the world gives to you. The teenager's eyelashes fluttered lightly, casting fine shadows on his pale face. The corners of his mouth curved, if anything. In fact, during the live broadcast, he vaguely felt that there was some sort of connection between these three story fragments. A kind of emotional resonance that transcended the stories themselves and was even more profound. He was curious as to what kind of song would be unlocked when these three emotions were intertwined. Fusion. Congratulations to the host for successfully fusing the story fragments. The song, The World Gives You, has been unlocked. As the system prompt fell, a warm and majestic power instantly surged into the mind. The moment the 10 fingers struck a continuous rain on the keyboard, it was as if a warm current climbed up along the spine. Three distinct emotions exploded in his chest. The tenderness of a wedding dress, the fierceness of a blizzard, and the mellowness of a wheat field, entangled into a colorful, life-affirming scroll. And in the center of the scroll was the song that hadn't really been born yet, The World Gives You. Take a deep breath, collect all the chaotic thoughts, and refocus on the computer screen. The live broadcast was over, and there was no need to hold back as much as before. He was going to pour out the inspiration that had sprung up in his mind without reservation. The fingers returned to the keyboard. This time, the tapping speed was faster and more urgent. There seemed to be a certain urgency in his fingertips. The document page scrolls, the cursor flashes faster and faster. The sound of keyboard tapping suddenly intensified like a rainstorm. Some people set off fireworks. Some people chased the evening wind. As the lyrics leapt onto the screen, in front of Zhang Li's eyes, it was as if brilliant fireworks really appeared. In a trance, the ICU glass reflected Lin Xia's smiling face in a wedding dress eating grilled cold noodles. Borrow a wisp of time. Hold a piece of starry sky. Thoughts flow between. The wheat seeds buried by Mr. Chan in Mo broke through the permafrost and grew ice crystal wheat ears between the lyrics. That geography teacher spent 30 years chasing a childhood dream. Eventually arriving in Mo, he saw the aurora borealis and held up the piece of starry sky that belonged to him. Stop, wait. Don't rush. This sentence is a gentle reminder to everyone. The pace of life is too fast, and everyone keeps spinning like a gyroscope, running around for life, struggling for dreams. Sometimes, it is also necessary to stop and wait for the souls that fall behind. Don't let the hasty steps miss the roadside scenery. Forget the original dream. The dream maker has made good dreams and deserves my praise. The keyboard suddenly jammed, and Zhongli stared at the lyrics and let out a low laugh. The way old Joe carried the ice crusher and ran wildly in the rain. It overlapped into the same silhouette as Mr. Chen's back as he knelt in the snow to bury wheat seeds. The delivery man who breaks the rules for his daughter. In the most down-to-earth way, he wove beautiful dreams for his daughter. Beads of sweat dripped down the thin jawline onto the keyboard. The word thunder was just typed. The world has given me insects, and it has also given me thunder. This was written for Lin Xia. It was also written for all those who, like Lin Xia, chose to remain strong in the face of adversity. The chemo pump buzzes around the clock like a summer night bug. The doctor's pronouncement of the deadline for death is like a sudden thunderstorm that catches people off guard. But she blossomed in the thunder, and even in the face of adversity, she still chose to face it with a smile and tried to live like a human being. In the last days of her life, she lived out the most wonderful self. Gift me a curved moon. Also gift me the evening star. 2 hot tears slipped from the corner of the teenager's eyes. The reflected moonlight trickled through the wedding dress. It snaked into a river on the line of the poem on the back of old Joe's ticket. It eventually merged into the map of wheat ears that Mr. Chen had spelled out in the snow. When he wrote, "Gave me a disease," and slowly healed to shake the wind chimes, Jiang Li suddenly curled up into a shrimp. The pain pump was torn to a clatter, but he was still laughing, so much so that tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. The chest cavity seemed to be blocked by something, and some couldn't breathe. The pain pump worked regularly, injecting a little bit of medicine into the body, relieving the pain. This sentence was written to himself. The wind chime is a glass product hanging in the nurse's station, and it will jingle every time a patient is rescued. It is the wind driven by the busy feet of the nurses. At the moment it is swaying against the moonlight, cutting the ward into blocks of warm and cold colors. The hot air from the thermos cup condenses into droplets in front of the screen. Snapping open the last sentence. He who has gone far away has gone far away. May he be at peace. Outside the window, the bells of morning prayers chimed. The sunlight pierced the mist. The cactus, with its first flower in 20 years, poked its head out of the cracks of the medical record book. Jiang Li was paralyzed in his pillow, breathing heavily, looking at the text in Word, fumbling to press the save button. The blue light of the screen reflected the depth of the pupils. The wine brewed by these 3 stories will eventually intoxicate the entire era. And above the network, the voice of support for Jiang Li has already formed a huge wave, rushing in all directions. Even if the academics are at the top of the ivory tower, they can also feel the enormous pressure that comes to them. Chinese Musicians Association, inside the ancient courtyard. Atmosphere is very different from the courtyard outside the full of autumn. On the contrary, it appeared to be a bit gloomy. Chapter 95. He Zhou Mubai is an insurmountable peak. The muffled sound of the tea light knocking on the yellow pearwood desktop startled the swallows under the eaves. The street of wedding invitations is indeed, in recent years, a rare masterpiece. Zhao Yanqiu took off his golden glasses and wiped the lenses. A slightly cloudy gaze swept over the people present. The old voice carried an imperceptible gravity. The marketplace story plus the topic of demolition accurately poked at the public's nostalgia. Jiang Li was able to cut through such a tricky angle and use music to reflect the pain of social change. The intention is indeed not low. He affirmed the artistic value of Wedding Invitation Street. However, these words sounded more like a kind of helpless acknowledgement in the ears of the others. After all, the almost one-sided wave of praise on the internet. It was no longer possible for them to turn a blind eye to these old guys. With a song called Wedding Card Street, it's too whimsical to want to shake our academy school status. An old professor with gray hair spoke with disdain. Apparently, he didn't think that Jiang Li could really pose any serious threat to the academy school. What really deserves vigilance is not the street of wedding invitations. Shen Huayuan suddenly heaved his teacup. The lid of the alabaster pot jumped up and rolled in a half-circle of wailing on the tabletop. Staring at the live clip still looping on the projection screen, the knot in his throat rolled up and down. Rather, it was those other 3 stories that inspired Jiang Li. Have you guys ever seen a CT film of a cancer cell as it spreads? Now Jiang Li is that metastasized cancer cell. The 3 stories are like 3 metastasized foci, if we let him fuse them into a song. What Elder Shen means is, someone couldn't help but open his mouth, his tone tinged with uneasiness. Shen Huayuan did not answer immediately, but slowly got up, walking over to the projection screen. His eyes rested on the picture framed on the screen. Jiang Li's face was slightly sickly, yet incomparably focused. I have a vague feeling. The voice was soft, but it clearly reached everyone's ears, carrying a lingering worry. As long as Jiang Li plays normally, that piece that incorporates the inspiration of 3 stories will once again become a phenomenal hit. It will even reach heights that we academics can hardly reach. The conference room was silent. Everyone was shocked by Shen Huayuan's words. The academy school had always been the gold standard of the Chinese music scene. It was a symbol of professionalism and authority. Now Shen Huayuan said that a teenager in the ward had created a work could possibly surpass them, the academics who had been immersed in sound theory for decades. This was simply a pie in the sky, but no one went to refute Shen Huayuan. Although this old man was old, his acumen and judgment of music was rarely matched. Suddenly someone snorted out a laugh. The crowd turned their heads to look. Zhou Mubai was leaning back in his eunuch chair playing with a Hetian jade paperweight. All of you teachers have too much regard for this Jiang Li, don't you? Casually throwing the paperweight towards the table. The sound of jade clashing startled the eyelids of several old professors. I've read those 3 stories, they are indeed not bad, and the intention is quite novel. As for inspiration, oh, this kind of thing has never been a problem for me. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly coughed violently, grabbing the medicine bottle and pouring out 2 pieces of quick-acting heart-saving pills nitroglycerin under his tongue. He then trembled and pointed to the projection screen. By look at these data, the Street of Pleasant Invitations has broken 100 million airplay across the internet and Netflix reviews. Airplay? Zhou Mubai got up and walked to the curtain. The slender figure wrapped in a customized suit completely obscured the data charts. It's just the herd effect. It's like the food market Amazons snatching up discounted eggs. Hilarious, but nutrient-less. Pulling the tablet from the inner pocket of his suit, he tapped his fingertips on the screen twice. Here's a first draft I created, based on those 3 stories, for you teachers to listen to. A magnificent string prelude flowed from the conference room's top-of-the-line stereo. The timbre of the 40-member compiled orchestra was like a golden tide roiling over everyone's eardrums. As Zhou Mubai turned around, the refracted spots of light from his wristwatch scratched across Shen Huayuan's pale face. In the main song, the 12-tone sequence technique is used to deconstruct the city's fireworks. The chorus transposes by adding micro-differential tones to express the tearing sense of the era. Of course, these technical details are really over the top for ordinary listeners. Zhao Yanqiu had sat up straight. When he heard the second movement using polyphonic weaving, presenting the heartbeat frequency of the Blizzard takeaway. The age-spotted hands clutched the yellow pair armrests in a death grip, the knuckles turning white. The third movement is even better. Zhou Mubai's fingertips crossed the tablet. Composed with the spectrum, Shen Huayuan suddenly raised his hand to press on his chest, feeling a ball of blazing iron flowing through his heart. That trembling when faced with a perfect work of art, that shame of being crushed by his juniors, and some kind of deeper fear. How was it? As he turned off the audio, Zhou Mubai trailed off with a cat-and-mouse-like lethargy. This level of work should be qualified enough to crush the remnants of that ward, right? The apprehension and uneasiness that had previously clouded the hearts of the crowd instantly dissipated. In its place, there was a sense of relief, as well as a strong confidence in Zhou Mubai that arose. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly burst into violent laughter. Trembling, he got up and slapped Zhou Mubai's shoulder, his eyes glowing with a sickly exuberant red light. This is what the academy should look like, both technical height and retaining artistic character. Mubai, this work of yours is just perfect. Yes, it's simply flawless. Another old professor also nodded repeatedly, his tone filled with awe. Whether it's the intention, the conception, or the use of techniques, it's all reached perfection. There's simply no way to pick any faults. With this work by Mubai, what does our academy school fear from Jiang Li? The old professor who had previously disdained Jiang Li had a relaxed smile on his face at the moment. What phenomenal hit, what surpasses the heights of the academy school, is all nonsense. In front of true professional strength, all fancy gimmicks. All of them are nothing but castles in the air, unbearable. The sound of the morning mist dispersing came from outside the window. Zhou Mubai lowered his head to straighten his cufflinks, the corners of his mouth smiling in a cloudy manner. These so-called academy bigwigs were nothing more than a bunch of old codgers who were stuck in their ways and were frogs at the bottom of a well. Their so-called professionalism and authority in their own eyes, but also just ridiculous self-deception. As for Zhang Li in that ward, he admitted that the street of wedding invitations did have that little bit of meaning. But it was only a little bit. That kind of work wasn't even worth mentioning in his eyes. And those 3 stories? Heh, he would like to see what amazing works Zhang Li could create with those 3 stories. In front of him, any talent or inspiration would be worthless. The academy school will always be the academy school. And he, Zhou Mubai, was the pinnacle that could never be surpassed. Sandalwood incense folded half an inch in the bronze incense burner. Zhao Yanqiu's withered branch like fingers tapped on the yellow pear wood grain road. But Zhang Li may open another live broadcast at any time. For every minute that the street of wedding invitations heat festers, our foundation loosens by an inch. Chapter 96. How does that half-wit deserve to be called a gatekeeper? The academy bigwigs were anxious inside, although Zhou Mubai's work gave them great confidence. However, online public opinion was changing rapidly. In case Zhang Li opened another live broadcast in the next few days and continued to release new songs, then the heat of Wedding Invitation Street would continue to ferment. Zhang Li's reputation in the hearts of netizens would also grow. At that time, I'm afraid it would be much harder for the academy school to turn things around again. Why don't we arrange a live broadcast as well? A professor suggested. Let Mu Bai also start a live broadcast and directly fight against Zhang Li. Crush him with strength and snatch back the initiative of public opinion. This proposal immediately received the approval of many people. Since Zhang Li was able to rely on live broadcasting to turn the tide, the academy faction could counterattack in the same way. Zhou Mubai's strength was far superior to Zhang Li's, so as long as he appeared on the air, he would be able to easily suppress Zhang Li and regain the high ground of public opinion. However, there were also people who raised objections that this was too risky. Sniping in advance is a double-edged sword. An old professor wearing glasses frowned. In case Mu Bai fails to suppress Zhang Li in the live broadcast as expected, and instead allows Zhang Li to gain the upper hand again, that would be an irreversible blow to the reputation of our academy school. This old professor's words instantly cooled down the originally somewhat agitated atmosphere. Sniping Zhang Li in advance was indeed a huge risk. Once it failed, the consequences were unimaginable. The conference room once again fell into silence. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you, no one could decide. After thinking about it, it seemed that only Zhou Mubai would have a few chances of winning if he made a move. In the end, everyone's eyes once again converged on Zhou Mubai, waiting for his final decision. After all, dealing with a junior, if they were to let these old guys step in, it would be suspected of bullying the big with the small. The academy school also wanted a face. The sunlight filtered through the window pane, casting dragon scale like spots of light on Zhou Mubai's suit lapel. He slowly and methodically pulled out a wolf hair from the rosewood brush holder. Dipping the remnants of ink, he wrote a cursive line on the rice paper. Have you all seen a killer whale hunt? Without waiting for the crowd to react, the brush suddenly split the rice paper. The ink exploded in a thunderous explosion on the mahogany desktop. A true hunter doesn't run after a school of fish. The crunching sound of clashing teacups came from the corner. A professor wiped his cold sweat and spoke. But someone has to guard. Guard. Zhou Mubai suddenly laughed out. Li Mingyu's half-assed man is also worthy of being called a guard? Throwing the wolf hair into the celadone brush wash, the splash of water fell on the back of Zhao Yanqiu's trembling hand. Teachers, you guys have not looked down on that Zhang Li too much. The fact that a waste like Li Mingyu lost to Zhang Li is due to his own lack of strength. It doesn't represent the true level of the academy school at all. Dealing with that kind of wild card, wouldn't I be elevating his Zhang Li's stature by personally stepping in? Then what do you mean? Zhao Yanqiu asked cautiously, vaguely sensing that Zhou Mubai seemed to have other plans. All of you are afraid that you have forgotten. Last year at the Golden Hall, who used the three-voice fugue to crush the Alpine Ballad into pieces? Shun Huayuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He recalled the peak showdown that shook the European music scene. The crystal chandelier hanging from the dome of the Golden Hall. It suddenly went out after some Chinese-American teenager played an improvised variation. The Times later devoted a full-page story to it, calling it The Devil's Vibrato from the East. You mean, Mr. Gu? Zhao Yanqiu's bottle cap of quick-acting heart pills tumbled to the ground. Zhou Mubai pulled up a photo from his cell phone. In the rehearsal hall of the Berlin Philharmonic Orchestra, the young man in the black turtleneck sweater was tuning a Stradivarius. Scattered around his feet was sheet music, and the top one was a screenshot of Zhang Li's lyrics from the live broadcast. The annotation column reads, "Interesting folk sample" in German. Gu Mingcheng, the youngest visiting professor at the Berlin Conservatory. Zhou Mubai's fingertips traced the shadow cast by the youth's brow bone. Just picked up the Paganini gold medal last month with an adapted version of two fountains reflecting the moon. Shen Huayuan violently grabbed the armrest of the Taisher chair. 20 years ago, when he took his students to the Chopin competition, he had seen the 7-year-old Gu Mingcheng in the waiting area, posing with candy in the 12 equal temperament. That child could even name the vibrational frequency corresponding to each candy with his eyes closed. When dealing with wild children, you should use a language they understand. Zhou Mubai turned his cell phone to the crowd, and on the screen was Gu Mingcheng's INS updates. The youth wearing skull studs was teaching homeless children to play Hotel California in the slums. With the caption, "The real music is beyond the strings." Zhao Yanqiu's cloudy eyes burst into light. Thinking back to that rainy night 15 years ago, he personally put Gu Mingcheng on a flight to Berlin. At that time, the teenager was carrying a bass violin taller than him, and the case was covered with cartoon stickers. Mingcheng these years. Shen Huayuan's voice was astringent. Hasn't he been doing pioneering experimental music? So it's more suitable, Zhou Mubai smoothed the folds of his sleeves. Burning through the grassroots with fireworks in the streets. Isn't such a fun game more exciting than teasing the oldies at the Golden Hall? An old professor sounded shocked and puzzled. You actually invited him back to China? Zhou Mubai nodded. Although Mingcheng is not as strong as me, I think it's still a handful to deal with a wild man. As for me, I'm going to dive into seclusion during this period of time to prepare for the second installment of the program. Sedum shavings rustled down on the remnants of the rice paper. It covered the last bit of ink on the word, Zhangli. His goal was to obtain the rights to adapt the Immortal Sword series for film and television through Best Partner, to open up the Western market with the Immortal Sword soundtrack, and let the national sound go out of the country. As for Zhang Li, it was just an insignificant blip in the plan. Chapter 97. This heavenly wealth to catch it to work. Sandalwood incense chips rustling fall on the rice paper fragments, covered the last bit of ink, Zhang Li 2 words. Meanwhile, Tomato TV. Tomato TV had gone through a big change in personnel, and the atmosphere was very different from the past. Zhou Ming, who was originally just a program planner, had now transformed into the chief of staff. Not only that, but he had also acted as the deputy station manager. Could be described as a red-hot moment of popularity. All of the station's large and small affairs are now handled by him. Inside the large conference room, smoke lingered. The top management of Tomato Station was gathered together, discussing the matter of the early preparation of the second phase of Best Buddy. The atmosphere appeared a bit heavy, and anxiety was written all over everyone's face. Last night, after Zhang Li created Wedding Invitation Street in the live broadcast, the entire network exploded. The song quickly caught fire at an unimaginable speed, causing a sensation across the internet. The official microblogs of Tomato Channel and Best Partner were also bombarded by a large number of netizens. Every day, countless netizens flooded into the comments section to frantically urge for more. Where's the second installment? How come it's not updated yet? The program team is a collective strike? So good heat do not know to rub? I'm going to turn off the show if it doesn't update again. Pink to black. Similar comments were refreshed almost every minute. What's more, some are directly attacking Tomato Station verbally. Tomato is crazy about money, right? They don't know how to update such a good program and save it for New Year's Eve? Rubbish Tomato Channel. Just knows how to whet people's appetite. Boycott unscrupulous audio programs from me. For a while, both Tomato Channel and the Best Buddy crew were pushed into the limelight. They were under tremendous pressure from all directions. The leaders of the station were also overwhelmed by this sudden situation. They never dreamed that Zhang Li could cause such a huge stir. It was simply more violent and shocking than any annual drama. Director Zhou, what do you think about this? An old leader with gray hair took off his glasses and rubbed his sore brow. There was a tone of exhaustion and helplessness in his voice. Now that the entire internet is urging for more work, if we don't come up with some action, I'm afraid we'll really be scolded to death by the netizens. Yes, Director Zhou, you have to think of something. Another leader followed and chimed in. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We can't just miss it for nothing. If we can capitalize on this wave of heat, our Tomato Channel's ratings will definitely reach new heights. In the face of the crowd's urging and expectations, Zhou Ming felt a pang in his head. Why wouldn't he want to seize this opportunity to take Tomato Channel to the next level? But the problem was, a clever woman could not cook without rice. Leaders, I understand your feelings, Zhou Ming said with a bitter smile, a helpless expression on his face. However, the preparations for the second phase of the program are just too complicated. Our original plan was to put it on air next Sunday. Now that it's only 3 or 4 days left from Sunday, full count. To complete all the preparations in such a short period of time is already very tight. What's more, the second installment of the show was much larger than the first. More guests, singers, venues needed to be contacted. There are also all sorts of trivial things that need to be implemented one by one. In the past few days, I've only slept 2 or 3 hours a day, and I've been working overtime to catch up with the progress. However, wanting to advance the program slot by 2 days and put it on air on Friday night is simply an impossible task. He poured out all the bitter water in his heart. What Zhou Ming said was the truth. The preparations for the second installment of the program were indeed more complicated than he had imagined. Just contacting the guests and singers alone had caused him to break his legs and wear out his lips. Not to mention the venue rental, stage construction, equipment debugging, and a series of other tedious things. Each item requires a lot of time and energy. Trying to get everything done in just a few days was harder than climbing up to heaven. Su Zhang, sitting in the main seat, naturally understood Zhou Ming's difficulties. But as he watched the heat of Wedding Invitation Street continue to rise, he really didn't want to miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Little Zhou, I know that you're having a hard time, and I also know that time is tight. After a moment of contemplation, Su Zhang spoke. But you've seen the situation now. The entire network is urging for more episodes, and they are all looking forward to the second installment of the show. If we can't satisfy the audience's demand as soon as possible, this wave of heat will most likely slowly fade away. It'll be hard to get the show going again then. How about this, you work a little harder and see if you can think of a way. Can you move the program forward a little bit? Even if it's just a day earlier, it's still good. Zhou Ming's mood was complicated to the extreme at this moment. To say that he wasn't happy, that would be a lie. The explosion of Wedding Card Street had directly raised the heat of Best Buddy to an unprecedented height. This heavenly wealth had directly smashed on Tomato Channel's door. But to say happy is not happy either. The netizens are too enthusiastic, and their calls for more are about to raise the roof. But the program production is not a magic trick. How can you say in advance? Not to mention 2 days in advance, even 1 day, that is impossible. It's like holding a red-hot iron in your hand. It's very hot. You can't throw it away, but it's a torment to hold it. With a difficult expression on his face, he once again looked at Su Zhang and carefully opened his mouth. Sutai leaders, it is indeed difficult to advance the schedule. But to say that there is no way at all, that's not true. The conference room's originally somewhat dull atmosphere was instantly enlivened by Zhou Ming's words. Everyone's eyes focused on him in unison. Su Zhang was even more energized and hurriedly asked after him. Little Zhou, what's the solution? Quickly say it. Yes, Director Zhou. Don't hide it if you have any good solutions. Hurry up and say it for everyone to consult together. In this situation now, it's good to be able to rush forward for a day. Even half a day will do. Zhou Ming cleared his throat and organized his language. Leaders, it's indeed difficult to advance the program, but we can think differently. It doesn't necessarily have to be the second installment of the main program in advance. It's also possible to put something else on first to ease the pressure of the netizens' rush. Release something else?
Su Yang Frauen, Somewak Purel.
Put what other? We can't just replay the first installment of the program again, right? The netizens definitely won't buy it. The other leaders also shook their heads, feeling that this idea wasn't very reliable. Yes, the first installment has already been broadcast. Replaying it will definitely have no effect. What the netizens want to see now is the second installment. It's Zhang Li's new song. Replaying the first installment is simply scratching an itch. Zhou Ming smiled faintly and said with confidence. Of course, it's not a rerun of the first installment. What I mean is that I can broadcast Ms. Zhang Li's live broadcast on Friday night. Broadcasting Ms. Zhang Li's live broadcast? Su Zhang and the other leaders, for a moment, failed to react to the meaning of Zhou Ming's words. The conference room was quiet for a few seconds. It was Su Zhang who was the first to break the silence, frowning and asking in a puzzled tone. Relaying a live broadcast? Little Zhou, what do you mean by that? Television stations relaying individual live broadcasts. This doesn't seem to be quite in line with the rules, right? The other leaders also nodded their heads in agreement with Su Zhang's statement. Yes, it's indeed a bit out of order for a TV station to relay a personal live broadcast. Can broadcasting alleviate the pressure of the netizens to push for more? Will it instead make the netizens feel that we are perfuming them? Chapter 98. Then do we still need to broadcast it? In the face of the crowd's skepticism, Zhou Ming didn't rush to explain, and still had a confident smile on his face. It had been expected that this proposal would definitely cause doubts and confusion amongst everyone. After all, for a television station to broadcast an individual's live broadcast, this was indeed a relatively rare operation in the industry. However, the reason why this proposal was made was naturally due to his deep consideration. Clearing his throat, he raised his volume. I know that everyone may find this proposal a bit difficult to understand, but extraordinary times call for extraordinary means. Let's all think about it. Why is Wedding Invitation Street so hot? Apart from the song itself being of excellent quality, isn't the main reason because Zhang Li created and sang the song in a live broadcast? This form of live broadcasting itself carried its own topicality and spread. Netizens like to watch live broadcasts, like to participate in the interaction, like that kind of immediacy and sense of reality. And Mr. Zhang Li's live broadcast precisely satisfies these needs of the netizens. After a pause, Zhou Ming looked around the conference room at the crowd. The reason why we are now being urged by netizens is, to put it bluntly, because netizens want to hear teacher Zhang Li's new song as soon as possible. They want to know when exactly the second installment of Best Buddy will air. If we directly broadcast Mr. Zhang Li's live broadcast, wouldn't that just fulfill this wish of the netizens? The work that Mr. Zhang Li created during the live broadcast was originally going to be featured in the second installment of Best Buddy. If we broadcast it now, it's like warming up the program in advance, and it will also let netizens have a good time in advance. More importantly, broadcasting it in the official name of Tomato Channel would create a huge topic and heat. Television stations took the initiative to go and broadcast individual live broadcasts. This in itself was a very eye-catching thing. It could definitely spark more attention and discussion among netizens. At that time, the heat of Best Buddy will definitely be taken to the next level. Zhou Ming finished speaking in one breath, and the conference room once again fell silent. This time, however, the atmosphere was very different from before. The silence just now was due to doubts and incomprehension, whereas the current silence was due to reflection and recognition. Su Zhang and the other leaders were in deep thought. Zhou Ming's words did make sense. Although it was against the norm for a television station to broadcast an individual's live broadcast. But placed in this particular situation now, it did seem to be a good choice. It could both alleviate the pressure of netizens urging for more work, and also use the opportunity to hype up the heat and warm up for the second installment of Best Buddies. Moreover, going to broadcast it in the official name of Tomato Channel would also highlight Tomato Channel's atmosphere and boldness. This also had a positive effect on enhancing Tomato Channel's image and reputation. Thinking of this, Su Zheng's brows gradually relaxed and an approving smile appeared on his face. He looked towards Zhou Ming, his tone easing up a lot. This idea of Xiao Zhou's is indeed somewhat interesting. Television stations relaying individual live broadcasts may sound like it's a bit hard to understand. But when you think about it, it really does fit the current situation. It can satisfy the needs of the netizens and warm up our program at the same time. It can also enhance our station's image. 3 birds with 1 stone. The other leaders also nodded their heads, expressing their agreement with Su Zhang. Yes, Director Zhou's idea is good. Very creative. I also think it's feasible. We can try it. Let's do it. Immediately arrange for someone to contact Mr. Zhang Li's side and try to finalize the live broadcast as soon as possible. The atmosphere of the conference room, which had originally been somewhat gloomy, instantly became relaxed. Everyone was convinced by this proposal from Zhou Ming. There's no need to be so troublesome. Zhou Ming picked up his cell phone, his tone relaxed. On teacher Zhang Li's side, I have contact information. It's a matter of saying hello. After saying that, he dialed Zhang Li's phone in front of the crowd of leaders. After ringing a few times, it was picked up, and a slightly hoarse male voice came from the receiver. It was very young, with a sickly undertone. Hello, Director Zhou? Hello, Mr. Zhang Li. Zhou Ming's tone was polite and his posture was lowered. It's like this, last night's wedding invitation street that you created live on air was particularly well received. The leaders of the station discussed it and wanted to communicate with your side. Can we broadcast your live broadcast on Friday night? There was silence on the other end of the phone for a few seconds before the voice rang out again. Broadcast my live broadcast? Yes. Relay your live broadcast. Zhou Ming explained. The voices urging for more work on the internet are too loud right now, and everyone is waiting for the second installment of the program. The station means to rebroadcast your live broadcast first, which is also considered to quench the audience's thirst. It can also warm up the second installment of the program. This? Zhang Li's voice paused slightly, seemingly in thought. There's nothing wrong with relaying a live broadcast. However, is your station sure you want to do this? On the Academy faction side, I'm afraid it won't let up, right? Inside the ward of the First People's Hospital, Zhang Li's eyes were stoic. Tomato Channel's reaction was within his expectations. The heat of Wedding Card Street had reached an unimaginable point. The comment section of Tomato's microblog had fallen, and the hot searches had been slaughtered, all of which he could see. Any other TV station would not let go of this sky-splashing traffic. Broadcasting a live broadcast is indeed a good way to ease the pressure of public opinion, and can also take the opportunity to harvest another wave of heat. Only, I didn't expect Tomato Station to move so fast and have enough vigor. Television stations broadcast individual live. This is definitely the first time in the industry. The risk is not small, especially on the Academy side. Li Mingyu was a person from the Academy faction, and it was impossible for the Academy faction to turn a blind eye to the live broadcast's crushing of Li Mingyu yesterday. They might be able to play deaf and dumb now, but they would never allow public opinion to continue to ferment. Watching the authority of the Academy school being rubbed under the soles of his feet by him, a sickly child. As the saying goes, if you hit the little one, you'll get the old one again. The next live broadcast, sniping was inevitable. But this is good. The Academy school's face will be lost more cleanly. What he was worried about was that those old academics would relocate their anger to the Tomato stage. At that time, they would become enraged and trip up the second installment of Best Buddies. Then Zhou Ming and Tomato Station would be under unimaginable pressure. Tomato Channel had invested heavily in this program, and Zhou Ming was in charge of it. Zhou Ming was also considered half a friend of his. He should be reminded of this. Thinking of this, Zhang Li once again picked up his cell phone and sent a message. The message was simple, just one sentence. There's no problem with the broadcast, but you guys have to be prepared to offend the Academy faction. Inside the Tomato Stage conference room, Zhou Ming still had a smile on his face. Well, what did Mr. Zhang Li say? Su Zhang couldn't wait to ask, his tone tinged with anticipation. The other leaders also looked at Zhou Ming, wanting to know Zhang Li's response. Zhou Ming smiled, his tone relaxed. There's no problem on teacher Zhang Li's side, he agreed very quickly. But, after a pause, his face became somewhat subtle. Teacher Zhang Li reminded us that broadcasting a live broadcast might offend the Academy faction. The originally relaxed atmosphere in the conference room instantly solidified. Offend the Academy faction? A leader frowned, his tone worried. What does this, Teacher Zhang Li, mean by this? The meaning is obvious. Another leader took over the conversation, his face grave. Teacher Zhang Li's live broadcast yesterday, but he offended Li Mingyu. Li Mingyu is a member of the Academy school, and those old pedants definitely won't take it lying down. Then do we still have to broadcast it? Chapter 99. As long as you hold Zhang Li's leg, why would you be afraid of the Academy school? Someone's tone was hesitant, obviously frightened by the phrase, offending the Academy. The Academy's status in the Chinese music industry is unquestionable. Offending the Academy was equivalent to offending half of the Chinese music industry. The consequences of this, even thinking about it, made people shudder. Su Zheng's brows were also tightly furrowed, his fingers tapping the desktop one by one, falling into deep thought. The conference room was once again quiet, the atmosphere so oppressive that people couldn't breathe. Everyone looked towards Su Zheng, waiting for his final decision. To broadcast or not to broadcast? This was a difficult choice. Broadcasting could certainly capture the immediate heat and bring more traffic and attention to the program. However, at the same time, one would also have to bear the huge risk of offending the Academy. If you don't rebroadcast, you'll avoid offending the Academy, but you'll be missing out on a great opportunity. Watching the heat fade and the previous efforts go down the drain. The dilemma tested the vigor and boldness of Tomato Station's executives. Only after a long time did Su Zheng raise his head, sweeping his eyes over every leader present. His tone was calm, but carried a sense of determination. Broadcast, decisive and unquestionable.
Su tai.
Someone exclaimed, clearly not expecting Su Zheng to make such a decision. Everyone. Su Zheng stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, his back facing the crowd. This heavenly riches has already smashed onto our Tomato Stage's head. Whether or not we can catch it depends on whether or not we have the guts and the vigor. There's only one chance. If we miss it, it'll never happen again. What about the Academy? He turned around fiercely, his gaze sharp as a knife. Can they really cover the sky with one hand and only one hand? Times have changed. Now is the internet era. The era where traffic is king. Public opinion is the biggest backer. As long as we stand on the side of public opinion and the program is good enough, so what if we offend the Academy School? Su Zheng's words were loud and clear, hitting everyone like a heavy hammer. In the conference room, the leaders who were still somewhat hesitant and worried were all ignited by Su Zheng's words at this moment. Yes, times had changed. It wasn't the time when the Academy was dominant anymore. In the age of the internet, public opinion was king. The explosion of Wedding Card Street had fully proved this. Zhang Li's talent was recognized and sought after by the majority of netizens. As long as they, Tomato Stage, firmly held Zhang Li's thigh, why would they be afraid of the Academy School? Su Tai is right. Zhou Ming was the first to stand up, looking excited. Bottoms up. Broadcast it. It must be broadcast. That's right. Bottoms up. The other leaders also rose to their feet, their group energized. I'm afraid of the Academy faction. If they dare to cause trouble, we'll fight them to the end. Support the broadcast. I don't believe that the Academy faction can still control the world. Damn it. This wave must be stud. The conference room was filled with excitement and blood boiling. Everyone was infected by Su Zheng and Zhou Ming's vigor. They were determined to gamble everything and seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. And at this moment, inside the Songtao court of the Xiangshan Sanatorium, the old mountain sandalwood on the green slate coffee table rose in curls of smoke. Chun Lao's fingers tapped on the armrest of the rosewood circle chair. Under his white eyebrows, his pupils reflected the title of the music score on the flat screen, The World Gives You. On the bridge of his nose are tortoiseshell presbyopia glasses, and his fingers with yellowed knuckles are slowly sliding the flat screen. Behind him, like a few silent mountains, there stood several big men with stoic auras. This group of people who stomp their feet can make China tremble 3 times. At this moment, they are holding their breath, not daring to breathe. All because they respected the old man. At the moment, his face expression is unpredictable, wonderful to the extreme. From time to time, the eyebrow tresses are raised in surprise. From time to time, the corners of the eyes are lowered in thought. Sometimes twirling his whiskers and laughing lightly, but also instantly solemn, as if tasting rare treasures. The last time I saw Chun Lao showed such a look. It was still the first installment of Best Partner. When that kid from the Jiang family made his debut, hardening himself against the Academy School's up-and-coming Lin Shi. That time, it was amazement, admiration, with the expectations of elders for their juniors. This time, however, there were a few more points of gravity, a few more points of shock, and even an unbelievable thrill. After a long time, Chun Lao's fingertips paused and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Slowly removing his presbyopic glasses, he rubbed his hairy eyes. All come over. The knuckles knocked heavily on the coffee table. The old people who were originally holding their breath immediately gathered around. The pale but still upright body, leaning on the back of the eunuch chair, handed over the flat plate in his hand. Take a look. Elder Chen's voice was slightly hoarse, but was still full of vigor. This kid's new work? What are your thoughts? All of you say something. The bigwigs passed around the tablet in order. Even if they couldn't read the professional music score, the lyrics that jumped out of the screen had already made their hearts pound. Then they thought about the 3 stories that had recently gone viral on the internet, as well as Zhang Li's physical condition at the moment, instantly comprehending the deep meaning behind the song. The World Gives You. The title of the song was already shocking enough. The lyrics were even more sobering. There's no blame, no self-loathing. The words are filled with the deepest love and affection for this land and this world. Is this really the work of a terminally ill teenager with little time left to write? This broad-mindedness, this boldness, this pattern, It was simply unlike words. Elder Chen, a big man in a Zhongshan suit with white hair, but hale and hearty, answered a phone call and walked back with a slightly gloomy expression. Tomato Channel's side has already released the news that it's prepared to broadcast the entire broadcast during Zhang Li's next live broadcast. Oh! Elder Chen raised his eyebrows slightly at the words, seemingly smiling. The action is quite fast. More than that. The big brother paused and lowered his voice. Over at the academy school, there are also movements. It seems like they're preparing to snipe the Zhang family kid in the live broadcast to save face. The moment these words came out, the atmosphere in the room suddenly tightened. The original relaxed expression was instantly replaced by gravity. The energy of the academy school was more than clear to their group. If they really wanted to snipe a person with an iron will, the means were endless and could not be defended against. Originally, they felt that Zhang Li would suffer a bit this time. After all, academics weren't all straw men. But after watching the song The World Gives You, they suddenly changed their minds. The intention of this song had already surpassed skill and arrived at the soul level. Can those old schoolers from the academy really stand up to this level of work? I'm afraid that when the time comes, instead of being able to snipe, on the contrary, they would once again become a laughingstock and a disgrace. In my opinion, this time, the academy school is afraid of kicking the iron plate. An old man who had been silent and dressed in a tang suit suddenly opened his mouth, his tone certain. This kid from the Zhang family is evil. The more it is suppressed, the more it bounces back. If we really push the academy faction, we might have to make some kind of trouble. Humph! Elder Chen sniffed and let out a cold snort from his nostrils. The walking stick stumbled heavily on the ground, causing the sandalwood incense burner to tremble slightly. Let them make a mess. Do you really think that this Chinese music scene is still dominated by their academy school? The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the past. Times have changed. It's time for some people to wake up. Looking around the crowd, his gaze was like a torch. Put out the word. Just say that the next time the Zhang clan kid goes live, I, a bad old man, will also watch the whole thing. Let's see what decent things the academy school can actually come up with. In addition, Elder Chen's tone slowed down slightly, a kind smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. For my 80th birthday next month, I'll also put out the word that I'll be inviting the Zhang family kid. With a single hammer blow, Chen Kun immediately turned. When the people in the room heard this, all of them had their hearts shaken. Elder Chen was openly supporting Zhang Li. It seemed like the sky of the Chinese music scene was really going to change. Chapter 100. What does it mean to have a crushing power gap? 2 days later, Qinglu City Capital International Airport. The flight from Berlin landed in the twilight. The young man wearing a studded leather jacket with hair dyed an arrogant red color. Carrying a guitar case patched with graffiti tape, he walked out from the international arrival lane, wearing skull earrings and a pair of reflective sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. His whole body exudes an unruly and untamed gangsterism. It looks out of place with the surrounding businessmen in suits. Zhou Mubai had been waiting for a long time. Still in a well-tailored white suit, with his hands in his pants pockets, his posture was as straight as a pine. Like a statue, he stood beside the black nanny car at the airport exit. Seeing that red-haired youth, the corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, and his taut facial lines softened by a few points. The chief luthier of the Berlin Philharmonic, reduced to flying Spring Airlines? His fingertips crossed the faded California Hotel sticker on the other guitar case. The German pronunciation was elegant with a Viennese accent. Gu Mingqing's backhanded action of removing the case was like a swordsman sheathing his sword. Compared to the Golden Hall, the applause of the slums is hotter to the ears. Suddenly, he came close to sniff Zhou Mubai's collar. Colognes for sinking incense? Looks like old men Zhao didn't use a lot of T-scale to marinate you. When the two embraced, they attracted more star-crossed girls chasing after the camera. Calling me back from Berlin for 1,000 miles. It can't be as simple as dealing with a straw man, right? Gu Mingcheng took off his sunglasses, revealing a pair of slightly gloomy eyes. Zhou Mubai laughed and pulled open the car door. Those who know me, Mingcheng also. Sitting inside the car and signaling the driver to drive, he slowly opened his mouth. Dealing with Zhang Li is just a passing action. The real big headache is still the immortal music to the C program I told you about. Gu Mingcheng raised his eyebrows with interest. Oh? Not too ambitious, Professor Zhoda. Of course it's a bit more ambitious. Zhou Mubai turned his head and looked at him with a burning gaze. Mingqing, do you think that we, the academics, are only worthy of entertaining ourselves in the ivory tower? Gu Mingcheng did not answer immediately, but instead lit a cigarette, inhaled deeply, and exhaled circles of smoke before slowly saying, "Do you mean to change the sky?" "It's not to change the sky. It's already changed the sky." Zhou Mubai's tone was affirmative. In these years, China's national strength has soared, and its cultural influence has increased with each passing day. Immortal chivalry culture, as our unique cultural symbol, has huge potential internationally. Immortal music, too, will inevitably occupy a place in the international music scene. This is the general trend. No one can stop it. So, you want to be the first one to eat crabs? Flicking the ashes of his cigarette, the corner of Gu Mingqing's mouth hooked into a playful smile. Instead of eating crabs, it's more like saving for a rainy day. Zhou Mubai corrected. It's better to wait for others to divide this cake than to make the first move ourselves. This kind of good thing can't be cheapened to those old farts who only dance around. Even more so, we don't want those foreign capitals to seize the first opportunity. Gu Mingcheng narrowed his eyes and nodded thoughtfully. It does sound quite enticing. However, what does this have to do with the movie and television adaptation rights of that what's-his-name Immortal Sword series? The relationship is big. Zhou Mubai tapped his fingers lightly on the leather seat. If we want immortal music to truly go international, relying on a single form of music is not enough. We need a stronger vehicle, a cultural IP that can be widely accepted by the international market. The domestic Immortal Sword series, whether in terms of influence, fan base, or degree of completion of the work, it is currently the only cultural IP that can compete with the Western magic story system. You mean, through the movie and television works of the Immortal Sword series, to drive the spread of immortal music? Gu Mingqing instantly understood Zhou Mubai's intentions. That's right. Zhou Mubai nodded approvingly. I don't need to tell you how influential the Immortal Sword series is, right? Once we get the rights to adapt the Immortal Sword series for film and television, coupled with the carefully crafted immortal music, it'll definitely be able to quickly open up the international market and let the immortal chivalry music shine in the international music scene. The plan sounds perfect. Gu Mingqing smiled. But I'm afraid it's not that easy to get the movie and television adaptation rights, right? Of course it's not easy. Zhou Mubai admitted frankly. That's why we need to get the overall title of Best Buddy. Grassroots influence is indeed a trouble. Gu Mingcheng twisted out his cigarette, scarlet sparks flickering in the ashtray, like a flash of contempt in the bottom of his eyes. However, it's also just trouble. The corner of his mouth curved up with an innate arrogance. Do you really think that by creating a few mouthfuls of songs on the spot, you can call the academy school's bluff? Zhou Mubai smiled, not surprised by Gu Mingqing's reaction. For these proud sons of heaven of the academy school, Jiang Li, who was born from grassroots, naturally carried a rustic flavor. This deep-rooted sense of superiority was hard to eliminate. For you, on-site creation is easy. But for those who only understand the rules and regulations of the Academy of the Old Man, this is their only cover, and their clumsy means of pulling in popularity. Gu Mingcheng grunted, his tone tinged with disdain. Popularity? It's just a bunch of rabble who only know what people say. True gold is not afraid of fire, and works are the hard truth. Having said that, the third round's internet support rating is ultimately an inextricable link. Zhou Mubai rhythmically tapped his fingers on his knees. Jiang Li's momentum is too strong right now, and the internet is almost one-sidedly in favor of him. If it's not curbed, I'm afraid it will adversely affect the finals. Gu Mingcheng narrowed his eyes, seemingly pondering the deeper meaning of Zhou Mubai's words. Raising his head after a moment, "You mean, use this live broadcast to suppress his anger?" "It's not just suppressing the flames." Zhou Mubai shook his head. "More importantly, it's to raise our momentum, so that those wallflowers can see clearly who the real king is." Gu Mingqing sniffed, and the corner of his mouth lifted up again. This time the smile had a few more points of playfulness. Opposing each other across the air? It's a bit interesting. When is the live broadcast time set? Just tonight. Zhou Mubai glanced at his wristwatch. 8 o'clock in the evening in the prime time slot. Gu Mingqing lightly laughed and shook his head. It seems that Tomato Channel's side is really in a hurry. It's also good to get it over with quickly, so as not to have to dream too much at night. After a moment of silence, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, this way of live linking is a bit of a self-degradation. I, Gu Mingqing, am not yet reduced to going to the same stage as a grassroots to perform. Zhou Mubai laughed as if he had expected Gu Mingqing to say that. You kid is still so proud. But I like it. Don't worry, the live broadcast has been arranged. It's just a sparring match, we have plenty of resources and connections. There's no need to play the king's wife sells her melon. Sells herself act with him. Tonight live, you're going to show Zhongli what it means to have a crushing power gap. At this time, the First People's Hospital of Qinglu City. A light rain drifted outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the VIP ward. The sound of instruments being moved startled the sparrows in the treetops. Zhang Li leaned back on the hospital bed. Her fingertips unconsciously rubbed the analgesic pump button, and she watched the field workers carry the camera tripod through the corridor. Even though it was a broadcast, Tomato Channel's attention to this live broadcast. No less than the opening of Best Buddies. Watch out for the track line. The guide wearing a headset suddenly drank low, and the three interns scrambled to collect the cables on the floor. Chapter 101 Old Shui, what are you shaking? When Chen Yuxi adjusted the position of the vase for the 8th time, Zhang Yang finally pressed her trembling hand. Ancestor, the roses will be shaken bald by you if you keep spinning. Only then did she realize that her palms were covered in cold sweat, and with a sarcastic smile, she glanced over to the hospital bed. The teenager was holding a thermos and taking small sips. The hot air blurred his pale face, as if the chaos around him had nothing to do with him. I heard that this time, I used the spare equipment from the finals of Best Shot. Xue Zhilu pretended to be relaxed and picked up the conversation, but his eyes were glued to the heart rate monitor. Zhang Li smiled lightly at his words. The tomato station is trying to use the ward as a studio. The joke was like a stone thrown into a deep pool, the ripples splashing out in an instant. Teacher Zhang, the equipment is almost ready. Can you see what else needs to be adjusted? The guide cautiously asked Zhang Li for his opinion, his tone carrying a bit of respect and nervousness. After all, this was the hottest musician on the entire internet right now. A song called Wedding Invitation Street directly sealed the gods. What's more, it was rumored that another heavyweight would be watching the live broadcast tonight. The pressure was immense. Zhang Li put down the sheet music and looked around, shaking her head slightly. It's quite good, that's all. The tone was calm. No mood swings could be heard. Chen Yuxi quickly walked over to Zhang Li's bedside and lowered her voice. Teacher Zhang Li, are you really not nervous at all after all? The people on the Academy faction side are going to mess things up, aren't they? Zhang Li took over the conversation, her tone still calm. Chen Yuxi froze for a moment, not expecting Zhang Li to be so direct. You know? Zhang Li laughed, an imperceptible mockery in her eyes. After all, some people can't afford to lose. Zhang Yang also came over with worry on his face. Teacher Zhang, this time, the Academy faction is coming on strong. I heard that they've invited some very powerful guys, so you have to be careful. Xue Zhilu also nodded his head and agreed. I heard that the one who came this time seems to be some kind of ace who has won many awards abroad, very powerful. Looking at the three of them in a nervous state, Zhang Li couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry. The soldiers will come and cover the earth. What are you afraid of? But Chen Yuxi still wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Zhang Li raising her hand. All right, don't be nervous, all of you. Make it seem like you're going to war. Zhang Li spoke in a relaxed tone, trying to ease the atmosphere. Isn't it just writing a song? What a big deal. That being said, however, Chen Yuxi, Zhang Yang, and Xue Zhilu were still unable to completely relax. After all, the weight of this live broadcast was just too heavy. What's more, there was an unconfirmed rumor that people had to believe. The one from Fragrant Hill would also be watching this live broadcast tonight. Thinking of the titan who would make the Chinese music industry tremble when he stomped his foot, Chen Yuxi and the others became even more nervous. On the contrary, Zhang Li was not concerned about anything, still calm and relaxed, and even had the mood to joke with Xue Zhilu. Old Xue, what are you shaking? The air conditioning temperature is too low? Do you want to add a quilt for you? Xue Zhilu cried out. Teacher Zhang, I'm dying of nervousness, and you're still in the mood to joke. Zhang Li laughed, picking up a stack of printed A4 paper from the bedside and handing it to Chen Yuxi. Pick a song to sing during the second phase of the competition. Chen Yuxi took it with both hands and quickly skimmed through it. At the top was the sheet music for Wedding Invitation Street. She had heard this song countless times and knew the melody and lyrics by heart. so there was nothing unexpected. What really made her freeze was the title of the song on the second page, The World Gives You. Just by scanning the lyrics for a few moments, her heart raced and her fingertips trembled slightly. That one line of lyrics was like it possessed some kind of magic, instantly pulling her into a whirlpool of emotions filled with warmth and emotion. Wedding dress, blizzard, wheat field. The stories she heard during the live broadcast flashed back in her mind like movie footage. The bride wearing a wedding dress eating grilled cold noodles, the father running around in the blizzard, the geography teacher rooted in the wheat fields of Mo River. Those originally scattered fragments of the story at the moment, but by this song, in an almost perfect gesture, strung together into a complete and moving picture. Chen Yuxi felt as if she was on top of a vast and boundless wilderness. Above her head was the bright starry sky, under her feet was the soft soil, by her ears was the gentle wind, and in her eyes was the leaping light. The best gifts of life are in this song. It flows slowly and speaks without words. Continue reading. When I read the line, gave me a disease, and slowly healed rocking wind chimes. My eyes couldn't hold back the wetness anymore. The smell of disinfectant in the hospital room, the regular ticking of the ventilator, the green leaves outside the window wet with rain, all became vivid. This song is not just writing a story. It was more about Zhang Li himself, about everything he was going through at the moment. Xue Zhilu and Zhang Yang also curiously came over. What song is it? See how it moved you like this? Xue Zhilu probed and glanced at the music score, and his eyes widened. The World Gives You? Is the song title so atmospheric? Zhang Yang also squeezed his way to the front, and when he read the content of the lyrics, he directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air. No way! Mr. Jiang, this song? This is too powerful. The more the two looked at it, the more shocked they became, and the expression of envy and jealousy on their faces almost overflowed. Teacher Jiang, you're also too biased, right? Such a good song, just read about Yuxi? Xue Zhilu said sourly, her tone exaggerated like a whiny woman. That's right. Zhang Yang nodded his head repeatedly and agreed. The intention of this song, this pattern, TSK, TSK. The golden song of the year is scheduled. Mr. Jiang can't be too generous to the other. Let's arrange a song for the two of us as well. Chen Yuxi listened to Xue Zhilu's flirting. Her pretty face instantly reddened, like a ripe apple, delicate and colorful. Raising her head, she glared at Xue Zhilu angrily and secretly glanced at Zhang Li. Zhang Li was amused by Xue Zhilu's exaggerated expression. Look at that little outburst of yours. Laughing, he shook his head, his tone relaxed. The songs are enough, what's the hurry? There's still writing to do in the back. Free up your schedule first. Don't let the songs come out when you're not available. Don't worry. I'm not going to be like old Joe, busy with some world tour. Xue Zhilu patted his chest to assure him. What can be pushed has already been pushed. Just wait for Best Buddy to start. At this point, the guide glanced at his wristwatch to confirm that the equipment was functioning properly. 5 fingers closed into fists in turn-off camera. Zhang Li nodded slightly and looked towards the camera. A smile that was just right was revealed to the ring filler light. Good evening, everyone. On the data monitoring screen, the numbers suddenly began to go crazy. 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. The orange-red curve traced a nearly straight upward line. The pop-up pool was like mints being pressed into a carbonated beverage, dense bubbles instantly exploding across the entire screen. Good evening, Jiang Shen. Squatting report. Front row confesses to Mr. Jiang. YYDS of Wedding Invitation Street. Hyperventilating. I'm sorry. I've heard so much about Wedding Invitation Street. Where's the new one? I have to give kudos to Tomato. It's the conscience of the industry. Tomato is willing to give all the platforms a push. This wave of blood loss, ha 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 ha. Has Jiang Shen been inspired yet? Those 3 stories are really heart-stopping. The netizens' enthusiasm was like fire, various pop-ups and gift effects brushed non-stop. Zhang Li's mood also relaxed quite a bit, chatting casually with the netizens, like old friends chattering. Thank you all for your support. So many people, the little anchor is a bit flattered. Those 3 stories have been completed. The song is called The World Gives You. The weekend competition will be given to Yuxi to sing. Chapter 102. Rubbing it back is called courtesy. Really? I'm looking forward to it. The World Gives You? The title of the song sounds so grandiose. Woohoo! There's a new song to listen to. Happiness comes too suddenly. Chen Yuxi? I'm looking forward to it. She's a good singer. 2. I'm going to squat this weekend. I'm going to burst the tomato stage for this new song. The title of the song is so meaningful. I think it's going to be a hit. I've already started a single song cycle of Wedding Invitation Street, and I can't stop. The netizens were all talking about the new song and story. Zhongli had a faint smile on her face as she casually chatted with the netizens. The topics ranged from the new song to the recent weather to the food in Qinglu City. The atmosphere was relaxed and cozy. He planned to wait for the number of people in the live broadcast room to exceed 100,000 before starting today's story collection session. The more people there were, the greater the probability of collecting quality stories would naturally be. The number of people in the live broadcast room continued to climb and soon exceeded 90,000. It looked like it was about to break through the 100,000 mark, but it suddenly looked like it had been put under a spell. Stuck on the number of 90,000, no longer able to inch forward. The scrolling speed of the pop-ups also slowed down. Zhang Yang kept staring at the background data. Strange. What's going on? It's stuck. Xue Zhilu also came over to take a look and sked. It's still true. Is the server crashing? Chen Yuxi was also a bit strange. According to reason, it shouldn't be. Tomato Channel's live broadcast technology should be very mature. Just at this moment, a pop-up screen floated by, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Run. Next door, Gu Mingqing's live studio is drawing 10SU7S. It was as if a spoonful of cold water had been thrown into the boiling oil. The originally dense pop-up screen suddenly went blank. The number of people in real time began to fall off a cliff. 80,000, 60,000, 40,000. It finally settled at a dismal 37,000. The sporadic pop-ups that floated by still carried hasty trails. I'm sorry, Jiang Shen. This is a Xiaomi car. I'll be right back. I'll go see what the prize looks like. Brothers Mo, put your understanding on the public screen. We're giving away Xiaomi's car. We've got a lot of money to spend this time. Brothers withdrawn. Go next door to try your luck, in case you win the prize. Xiaomi cars. Who wouldn't want that? Brother Li. I'm sorry. I'll go next door to check the enemy. Looking at the plummeting number of people, the smile on Jiang Li's face slowly disappeared, and his eyes became playful.
Xiaomi susette.
Repeated softly, no joy or anger could be heard in his tone. Picked up the thermos cup and drank another mouthful of water. The hot air was dense, covering the coldness that flashed under the eyes. 10 Xiaomi SU7S. It is really a big deal. More than $2 million of giveaways in exchange for a sniper battle firsthand. This deal, how to calculate, is not a loss. After all, once he let this grassroots stand firm, the authority of the Academy will be challenged like never before. What's more, this is not just a matter of face, but also related to the future of the Chinese music world. I have to say that this move to take the paycheck from the bottom of the cauldron, indeed clever. The reason why the Yang conspiracy is difficult to solve is that it is laid out in the open so that you know that it is a pit, but you have to jump. Shut down the live broadcast. That's just what the Academy wants. Sitting on the tomato stage and Jiang Li's colorful weak nature. Not shut down? Watching the loss of popularity of the live room, and finally reduced to a laughingstock, is also unacceptable. The dilemma is that there is a dilemma between the left and right. I'm afraid that other people would have already panicked. But people who have experienced life and death, the state of mind has long exceeded their peers by a large margin. This little scene could not scare him. Suddenly, he laughed softly, causing Zhang Yang's hand to shake and almost drop the tablet. The thermos cup of goji berries with the vibration of up and down floating. Like the tomato table at this moment, the high-level conference room of the military chaos. What international joke! Su Zhang slammed the statement onto the conference table, the pages scattering like snowflakes. Zhou Ming stared at the curve on the projection screen that fell off a cliff. His back teeth gritted in pain. $2 million for a hot event. Gu Mingqing, this lunatic, is really willing to shed blood. What now? The publicity director slammed the tablet on the table. The top 3 hot searches are all pumping cars. The promotion fees we invested are all in vain. Outside, the 23rd floor tempered glass window. The evening rush hour traffic was converging into a river of gold and red stars. But the air in the conference room froze into ice bumps, and everyone's face reflected the ghostly blue light of the cell phone screen. How could this be? How could this be? A leader muttered, with despair in his tone. What was originally a great situation was instantly crushed by the Academy faction. This sense of falling short was hard to accept. Although shutting down the live broadcast stopped the damage, Tomato Stage's face was completely lost. If they didn't shut it down, they could only watch as their popularity was sucked away by the next door, ultimately becoming the laughingstock of the industry. Zhou Ming was silent, his eyes staring unblinkingly at the screen. His mind raced, trying to find a way to crack it. Various scenarios flashed by and were rejected one by one. This move of the Academy School was almost an unsolvable Yang scheme. Unless Zhang Li could come up with more explosive content that would instantly reverse the situation. But was it possible? Creating on the spot was already extremely challenging. What's more, one had to come up with something attractive that could compete with 10SU7S in such a short period of time. Just when everyone was at a loss and close to despair, a sharp-eyed senior suddenly exclaimed, quickly look at Zhang Li's live broadcast." Everyone's eyes instantly focused on the screen. In front of the camera, the pale teenager suddenly reached out to adjust the camera angle. As the cuffs of his hospital gown slid down, the bruised and purple traces of an indwelling needle were revealed. Since everyone is busy with the lottery, finger tapping the interface to bring up the application for connecting, why don't we play something more interesting like linking Gu Mingcheng? There was an instant dead silence in the conference room. Everyone froze, as if time had frozen. Connecting Gu Mingcheng, a leader stammered and repeated, his tone tinged with incredulous shock. Su Zhang stood up violently and walked quickly to the screen, deadly staring at the blinking connect request. Zhou Ming also raised his head, dismay flashing in his eyes. Teacher Zhang Li wanted to connect to Gu Mingcheng? What did he want to do? Almost instantly, he pulled out his cell phone to send a message. And on the screen, Zhang Li pulled out his cell phone to type a reply. Soon, Zhou Ming received the message. Drawing SU7A, what else? I've always had good luck. Su Zhang stared at Zhou Ming's stiff neck veins, his fingertips tapping the conference table. Teacher Zhang replied back. The knot in Zhou Ming's throat rolled twice, mechanically raising his cell phone. He said, to participate in the lottery. The projector's cold light swept across the stunned faces of the executives in the room, and some people spilled their thermos cups and forgot to hold them up. Sweepstakes. The publicity director lost his voice and shouted, what to draw? Our program group budget are the lottery that Mr. Zhang said. Zhou Ming lightly snapped his index finger on the desktop, revealing a meaningful smile in a room full of stunned people. It's not necessarily necessary to pay for it yourself. Su Zhang laughed out loud. The station manager, who had always been known for his iron fist, was now laughing so hard that tears appeared in the corners of his eyes. What a borrowed power. This kid is clearly trying to use Gu Mingcheng's venue as his own stage. The crowd looked at each other in disbelief, and suddenly someone drew cold air. The publicity director violently pushed up his glasses. If we can really connect to the line at this time, regardless of whether we get the draw or not, the conversation level has exploded. The finance director was still wiping his splattered sleeve when he suddenly shuddered. Wait a moment. If we do win the lottery, that would be even better. Zhou Ming scratched the lock screen of his phone, and the latest news sent by Zhang Li bounced on the projection screen. I heard that the SU7 top end costs $300,000. Followed by a playful winking emoji. Su Zhang jabbed his finger at the real-time pop-up screen. See? The Academy is playing with money. We are playing with brains. Between the jaws of the crowd, he turned around and unbuttoned his suit. Last time Li Mingyu rubbed Mr. Zhang's heat. Today we rub it back and call it a courtesy. But if the continuous mic flips, the financial director just opened his mouth was interrupted by Su Zhang waving his hand. Turn over. His knuckles knocked on Zhang Li's live screen. Has Mr. Zhang Li ever flipped a car? On the monitor screen, Zhang Li tapped the Connect application button. The pop-up pool suddenly exploded with scattered sparks. Really want to be linked? Both sides of the live room crosstalk raffle. The grid opens up family members. Zhou Ming clutched his cell phone and rushed to the console. The guide team prepares the dual screen to push the stream. The field control team pick up the backup power supply. Turning his head to meet Su Zhang's approving gaze, Mr. Zhang said that the flow has no position. Whoever uses it is the one who owns it. Su Zhang loosened his tie, a brilliant light appearing under his eyes. Didn't you say that we are being roasted on a fire? Then tap dance in the fire. Tech suddenly exclaimed. Look at the curve. The original cliff-like data line suddenly tipped up its tail. 30,000, 50,000, 80,000. The orange-red numbers shot upwards like crazy. The pop-up pool drifted through patches of golden special effects. User, Xiangshan Songtao, gifted Carnival X10. User, Songtao Butler, gifted Dream Castle X20. In a screen full of golden light, a top pop-up screen stood out. Chun Lao said, "The car which is not as interesting as listening to the song." Chapter 103 Chun Lao descends. Tomato stage is confused. The pop-up pool exploded with colorful fireworks. The ID of Xiangshan Songtao dominated the top of the screen, accompanied by Carnival special effects. The netizens were somewhat confused for a moment. Carnival, Dream Castle, these were the top gifts in the live broadcast room. A Carnival cost several $1,000s, and a Dream Castle was tens of thousands. 10 Carnivals and 20 Dream Castles in one breath. How much money does this cost? Which gold master father is this? 10 Carnivals are thrown away just like that? The happiness of the rich is really simple, and simple. Take out the ancestral porcelain bowl. Next door to the pumping car, this one is spreading money. Tonight we are all badger jumping up and down in the melon field. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was instantly brushed by Jiangshan Powerful and list a Big Brother Mighty. The viewers who had just been shaken by the Xiaomi car were instantly pulled back by this sudden tycoon-style reward. There were even a lot of people who were attracted by the commotion here. The number of people in the live broadcast room began to rise again. Chun Ruoshi stared at the background data and gulped. The amount of money that this ID had rewarded in the past 3 minutes was worth half a year's revenue for an ordinary anchor. What's even more bizarre is that the account information column is completely black, and even the IP attributes can't be found. At this moment, in the 23rd floor high-level conference room of Tomato Channel, the original solidified atmosphere with the screen full of golden special effects once again became subtle. Su Zhang stared at the 4 words Xiangshan Songtao on the screen, his eyes almost glaring out. Xiangshan? Songtao? These 2 words together, and then associated with the sentence just now. The car is not as interesting as listening to music. He felt like he had been struck by a bolt of lightning, and his body went numb. The fountain pen in his hand snapped and fell on the solid wood conference table. The ink seeped into the cracks along the Baroque patterns, like a cracked expression at this moment. Deadly staring at the ID on the projection screen. The encrypted prefix of the exclusive network channel of the Aroma Mountain Sanatorium. Could it really be that one? Fiercely turning his head to look at Zhou Ming, his voice trembled a little. Xiao Zhou. Director Zhou, you. Look at this ID, Xiangshan Songtao. Could it be? Zhou Ming's face was even more shocked and incredulous than Su Zheng. Deadly staring at the ID on the screen, his lips trembled, half unable to speak. Xiangshan Songtao, this ID was too familiar. So familiar that it was engraved in his bones, dreaming about it. Not long ago, accompanied by the leadership of the station to Xiangshan nursing home to send flat, far from having seen a side. The old man lives in Songtao courtyard. The courtyard is full of strong pine trees. When the wind blows, the pine waves, magnificent. The ID Xiangshan Pine Tower was a perfect match for the old man's residence. Taking a deep breath, I tried to calm myself down. Once again, he carefully confirmed the ID, and the Chun Lao said that followed it. There is no mistake. There is absolutely no mistake. It's that person. It must be that person. The neon lights turned into hazy patches of light in the rainstorm. The conference room fell into an eerie silence, the central air conditioning vents emitting a slight hum. Staring at the word, Chun Lao in the top pop-up screen, Su Zhang suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. The crisp sound startled the crowd and made them tremble. It's really Elder Chun. It's not a dream. Su Zhang touched his reddened cheeks and raised his voice an octave, laughing like a mouse that had stolen oil. The other executives in the conference room, although not as well informed as Su Zhang and Zhou Ming, vaguely guessed something. Those who could be so shocked by Su Zhang and Zhou Ming were definitely not ordinary people. Thinking about the keywords, Fragrant Hill and Chun Lao, as well as the phrase automobile just now, as well as the phrase cars are not as interesting as listening to music, a name came out causing them to get excited as well. Director Zhou, is it really that Elder Chun? The publicity director asked excitedly, his voice trembling a little. Zhou Ming nodded heavily, his tone of certainty incomparable. It can't be wrong. It's definitely that elder Chen. Xiangshan Sanatorium, Songtao Hospital. Besides that one, who else could it be? Receiving Zhou Ming's affirmative reply, the conference room instantly exploded. All of the executives stood up in excitement, their faces carrying incredible ecstasy. My goodness, it really is Elder Chen? His old man is actually really watching Zhang Li's live broadcast. How is this possible? How could a bigwig of Elder Chen's level pay attention to such a small live broadcast? Hearing is believing. Seeing is believing. This ID is right in front of us. How can it be fake? Elder Chen actually swiped so many gifts for teacher Zhang Li. He even personally sent pop-ups to stand up. This is simply a heavenly surprise. Our tomato channel really bet on the right treasure this time. Mr. Zhang Li is simply our lucky star. After the shock, there was great excitement and ecstasy. If there was still a slight element of gambling in supporting Zhang Li before, now that Elder Chen had appeared, he had undoubtedly given them a peace of mind. If Elder Chen was willing to stand up for teacher Zhang Li, that meant those people from the Academy faction would definitely not dare to go too far even if they tried to make things worse. After all, in front of a Titanic-level figure like Elder Chen, the Academy faction's little bit of authority wasn't worth mentioning at all. More importantly, Elder Chen was willing to pay attention to Zhang Li and give him gifts. This in itself represented an attitude, a recognition. This was simply a heavenly opportunity for their tomato stage. All of the executives looked at Su Zhang excitedly, and they all started kissing their asses. The station manager is wise. The station manager is really far-sighted. If it wasn't for you arguing against the masses and insisting on supporting Mr. Zhang Li, how could we possibly get on Elder Chen's good side? Yes. At first, I thought that you, the station manager, had a unique vision and extraordinary vigor. And now it seems to be true. Director, you're truly the linchpin of Tomato Channel. With you here, the future of Tomato Channel is bright. Listening to the flattery of the crowd, Su Zheng's face also revealed a smug look. He enjoyed this feeling of being surrounded and praised by the crowd. After all, who didn't like to hear good words? What's more, these good words weren't all false compliments, but rather carried a bit of truthfulness. When he had argued against the crowd and insisted on supporting Zhang Li, it was indeed a decision that he, Su Zhang, had made. In hindsight, this decision was undoubtedly correct. It could even be said to be one of the most astute decisions in his career. If he hadn't insisted, it was possible that Tomato Station would really have lost out to the big ship that was Elder Chen. At that time, their losses at Tomato Station would be incalculable. Other people had cut their heads off trying to climb into a relationship with Elder Chen, but suffered from a lack of access. Now, Elder Chen had taken the initiative to pay attention to their Tomato Channel's live program. He also brushed Zhang Li with so many gifts. This was simply a good thing that fell from the sky. In his heart, he was overjoyed, but Su Zhang also knew very well. The credit for all of this did not go around one person, Zhang Li. Without him, everything was just empty talk. No matter how powerful Elder Chen was, it was impossible for him to pay attention to the tomato table for no reason. In the final analysis, it was Zhang Li's talent and charisma that had attracted Elder Chen's attention. Thinking of this, the smile on his face became a few points more sincere. Waving his hand to signal the crowd to quiet down, he said in a sincere tone, "Everyone, today's situation certainly has my share of credit. But more importantly, it's still Mr. Zhang Li's talent. If not for him, everything we have today is nowhere to be found. So, to be thankful, we should be even more thankful to Mr. Zhang Li." Speaking in a watertight manner, he affirmed his own credit without taking credit for it. Instead, he gave more credit to Zhang Li. These words instantly won another round of praise from the crowd. The station manager is right. We should thank Mr. Zhang Li. Yeah. Teacher Zhang Li is the real credit. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Li. Thank you, God Zhang. A chorus of praise resounded in the conference room once again. Only this time, the object of praise changed from Su Zhang to Zhang Li, who was far away in the hospital room. Notify the technical department to immediately hook up an exclusive server for Teacher Zhang's live room. Make sure to ensure the live broadcast is smooth and stable. Su Zhang flexed his fingers and tapped the desktop. In the live broadcast screen, the teenager was tilting his head to study the connecting interface. He was blissfully unaware that he had become a blessing to the entire tomato stage. Then have the new media operations department, Immediately put the phrase #ElderChun appears in the live streaming room on top of the hot searches. Make sure that the entire network knows about this news. Suddenly coming close to Zhou Ming's ear. Go find 20 marketing numbers and make a 9-panel grid of the past reward records of the Xiangshan Songtao account. Remember, to accidentally reveal the running water of the Opera Association's reward 3 years ago. Zhou Ming's pupils contracted violently. 3 years ago at that highly publicized Peking Opera Symposium. Elder Chen had angrily slammed his teacup in front of the Minister of Culture to show his strong dissatisfaction with certain phenomena. Su Tai's move of hitting a bull across the mountain was ostensibly to sit on Chen Lao's identity. In reality, it was a veiled satire of those academy experts who scoffed at Zhang Li. Accused them of having eyes without pearls, wrongly treating pearls as fish eyes. At this time, inside a certain Chinese-style courtyard at the southern foot of Fragrant Mountain, sandalwood incense was lingering. Zhao Yanqiu, with an iron face, took off his silver wire glasses. Fingers heavily crushed the flat screen on the sentence, "Car, which is not as interesting as listening to music." The yellow pear-wood chair made a creaking sound that was too heavy to bear. Shen Huayuan's face was so gloomy that it seemed like a rainstorm was coming, and he pursed his lips without saying a word. Several other academy school bigwigs. Their faces were no better. There was a lingering haze between their brows. They were all important figures in the Chinese music industry. Stomping their feet could make the music world tremble. The academy school's ability to get to where it was today was inextricably linked to the efforts and management of these people. More importantly, it was also inseparable from Elder Chen's decades-long support. It is no exaggeration to say that without Chen. It is no exaggeration to say that without Elder Chen, it would have been impossible for the academy school to become the dominant player in the domestic music industry. They would never have gotten to where they are today. For the academy, the word Chen Lao is more than just a predecessor. It was more like a flag, a symbol, and an unrivaled backbone. But now this flag seems to fall to the side of the wild that they have always looked down on. How could the people accept this? Especially these bigwigs in high positions, which of them is not the human essence of human essence? Their political sense of smell was as sensitive as a precision instrument. Chen Lao appeared in the live broadcast, but also in the name of Xiangshan Songtao Reward. A sentence, "The car is not as interesting as listening to music," seemingly casual, but actually contains an extremely profound meaning. The crowd instantly detected an unusual flavor. Elder Chen, this is to support the folk faction. Chapter 104 Jiangshen is up to something again. Once this thought popped up, it grew like weeds in their hearts. It made them feel like they were sitting on pins and needles, with thorns in their backs. For a long time, the academy faction and the folk faction were vaguely opposed to each other. With their perfect system and powerful resources, the academy faction had always suppressed the folk faction. They had long been used to being on top, used to looking down and being in control. But if Chen Lao really starts to support the folk faction, I'm afraid that the pattern of the music world will really change. This change is definitely not good news for the academy school. One could even say that it was an unprecedented crisis. Right in the middle of this oppressive to suffocating silence, a voice broke the deadlock. 20 years. Shen Huayuan rubbed his rosewood string, the crystal chandelier casting shadows on the lenses. Since Elder Chen retired to convalesce, this is the first time he's made a public statement. How we stepped on Minil to get to the top back then, how they can lift the table today. The bamboo shadows outside the window, but no one had the leisure to watch. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly grabbed the gilt tea needle and gave a heavy knock on the top of the head of the teapot pishi. What's the panic? If Chen Lao is really determined to promote people, why would he use such frivolous means as rewards? 3 years ago, the Opera Association engaged in online live broadcasting. The old man did not also casually rewarded a few juniors? Which of those kids really caught his eye? The vice president of the Folk Music Association rotated the sea of tea 90 degrees. If you ask me, the old master is hammering us. Don't think that you can rest easy just because you monopolize the right to speak. His old man has always been known for his steadfastness in his high position. The music industry is in a state of flux, and it's a big deal, so he's not going to go down easily. It's even more unlikely that he would hastily change his stance and support the folk faction just because of a grassroots. Several other bigwigs heard this and their eyes twitched slightly as they waited for the following. In my opinion, the old man's move tonight might just be that he's still considering Zhang Li. After all, Zhang Li's talent is there for all to see. The street of wedding invitations is indeed stunning, and it's not unknown for Elder Chen to appreciate his talent. But appreciation is appreciation. It does not mean that Chen is going to support him. It doesn't mean that Chen has to give up on the academy. So, as long as Gu Mingqing plays well tonight, I believe that Elder Chen will definitely revisit, or even change his mind, and continue to support our academy school. These words were like a C-pin, instantly stabilizing the minds of the several bigwigs present. They carefully pondered over these words, and the more they thought about it, the more they felt it made sense. Yes, what kind of person was the old man? How could he be easily confused by a wild kid? His old man might just be on a whim today, wanting to see some action. He might even be secretly observing and checking Jiang Li's character. What really determines the old man's final attitude is strength. It's strength. It's the strength of the academy. As long as Ming Chang can put on an impressive enough performance tonight to completely overwhelm Jiang Li, let the old man see the strength of the academy. Then everything would still have a chance to turn around. Thinking of this, the faces of several bigwigs finally eased up a bit. The haze between their brows also dissipated quite a bit. Shun Huayuan suddenly stifled a laugh, wrinkles weaving into a spider web on his face. Elder Li is right. What this Taishan Beidou of ours is best at, isn't it giving a sweet date and then cracking the whip? As long as it's proven that there are successors to the academy school, the old man will naturally understand who is the foundation of the Chinese music scene. The atmosphere of the tea room suddenly loosened. Zhao Yanqiu removed his glasses and rubbed them slowly. This live broadcast tonight is likely a turning point for the Chinese music scene. The academy must not lose. That's right. Ming Chang is only allowed to succeed, not fail. Several other bigwigs also nodded in agreement. The crowd quickly reached a consensus. The key to tonight all rested on Gu Mingqing. As long as he could overachieve and save the day, the academy faction would still have a chance. A few people conferred in low voices for a few more moments and finalized some details. Then, Zhao Yanqiu personally picked up his cell phone and sent a message to Gu Mingqing. The content was simple, just one sentence. Agree to connect, be sure to go above and beyond. On the other side, Gu Mingqing, who had received Zhao Yanqiu's message, looked at the words, be sure to give a superb performance, on the screen of his cell phone. The corners of his mouth curved up in a disdainful arc. Exceeding normal performance? Dealing with the grassroots still need him Gu Mingqing overplay? Those old guys are really getting more and more timid. They even sent a special message over to warn him, fearing that he would flip the boat in the gutter. Agree to the application? How ridiculous. Even if this group of old farts didn't send a message, he would still agree to the connection without hesitation. This group of old farts from the academy school were all relying on their old age and were all dead. In terms of real skills, they had long been crushed by the wheels of the times. But now they are still posing as superior and pointing fingers. It's really disgusting. What is the future of Chinese music? What glory for the academy? It's just a cover for them to defend their own interests. If you ask him, this group of old guys should have rolled into the trash heap of history a long time ago. And that old Chen. Gu Mingqing's eyes darkened, and an imperceptible haze swept through the depths of his heart. Old but not dead is a thief. Although this sentence is a little treacherous, but at the moment the true inner thoughts. The old man should have retired a long time ago, and obediently stayed in the sanatorium and waited for death. Don't occupy the latrine without ting. It's the right thing to do to give young people the opportunity and position. The future of the Chinese music scene belongs to them, the young blood. It's also good to take this opportunity tonight to use the absolute truth to teach that old man a lesson. Let him take a good look at the young man that he has been looking at on the spur of the moment. Exactly what is an unbearable goods. Let him understand, truly can lead the future of the Chinese music scene. Still have to look at their academy school. With this in mind, he tapped his fingertips and agreed to the connection request. The live screen was instantly split in two. Gu Mingqing's live room was brightly lit and luxurious. Dressed in a well-tailored customized suit, his hair was combed meticulously. There was a confident and slightly reserved smile on his face, like a towering deity, looking down on the masses. The right side of the picture is slightly dimly lit, with a few hospital-specific cold white tones. A teenager with a slightly pale face appeared in the right side of the picture. Dressed in a wide blue and white striped hospital gown, he looks thinner and thinner, as if he could be blown down by a gust of wind. The sickly pallor of his face, however, can hardly hide the clear beauty between his eyebrows and eyes. On the contrary, it adds a little more fragile teenage feeling. sitting against the hospital bed, covered with a thin blanket. The back of his right hand was plastered with an infusion patch, and the traces of a greenish-purple needle were faintly visible. But even so, when Zhang Li's face appeared on the screen, the live broadcast pop-up screen still instantly exploded. Brother Jiangshin. It's really Jiangshin. Brother Li looks so haggard. My heart aches. Ooh. Jiangshin should take care of his health. Don't work too hard. Next door, look. Brother Li is on the line. Come and watch. I feel sorry for Jiangshin. He's sick and he's still broadcasting live. Tomato Channel is really inhuman. The pop-ups were scrolling like crazy, and all kinds of gift effects started to brush the screen. Zhang Li grinned at the camera, revealing a slightly weak but wry smile. Raising her hand, she waved it towards Gu Mingcheng. The tone of his voice carried a few hints of politeness and a few hints of carelessness. Hello, Anchor greatly. The voice still carried the characteristic clearness of a teenager, but perhaps due to his body, there was more hoarse and weak. Instead, it sounded even more sexy and provocative. Gu Mingcheng maintained a reserved smile on his face and nodded slightly as a response. In his heart, he was actually a bit surprised. Originally, he had thought that Zhang Li would put up a posture of sword fighting and tit for tat after connecting. After all, the two were now competitors, and the contradiction between the Academy faction and the folk faction had been going on for a long time. But unexpectedly, Zhang Li's attitude was so calm. Even with a hint of showing weakness, this made the contempt in Gu Mingcheng's heart grow even more. Sure enough, it is just a grassroots can't get on the stage. A little bit of pressure and then wimped out. However, before Gu Mingcheng had time to think about it, Zhang Li's next words made the smile on his face stiffen slightly. I'm here to draw SU7, he said, and scratched his head in embarrassment. By the way, I also want to gather some inspiration. Gu Mingcheng raised his eyebrows, somewhat not understanding what Zhang Li meant. Smoking SU7? Collecting inspiration? What is this all about? Of course, Anchor, don't worry. I won't rub this wave of traffic for nothing. I'm not going to rub off on this wave of traffic for nothing. This time, I will personally take out $100,000 as a story collection prize to reward tonight's storytellers. After a pause, Zhang Li seemed to sigh with some difficulty. It can't be helped, hospitalization is quite costly these days. You also know that medical expenses are deadly expensive. I'm so shy that I can only take out so much, I really can't take out more. Spreading his hands, his tone was helpless and a little self-deprecating. Of course, I believe that since Anchor Dada can take out more than $2 million to draw SU7 for netizens without blinking an eye, I'm sure that raising the amount of the prize pool is nothing more than a smooth matter for you, right? The words were said in a sincere manner, with an extremely low stance, as if he was really a desperate musician who could only rely on traffic to survive. But outside the words, but also hidden wit, hidden needles. It seems to show weakness, but in fact it is a retreat for progress. Secretly poking Gu Mingcheng dug a big hole. 100,000 bonus? Compared to Gu Mingcheng's millions of dollars in prize money, it's just a drop in the bucket, not worth mentioning. Shy? Expensive hospitalization? A musician who could write a phenomenal song like Wedding Invitation Street would be short of the hospitalization fee? I don't believe it. The first thing you do is to make it clear that you're here for the sweepstakes and traffic. He put himself in a weak position to lower Gu Mingcheng's guard. Then he seems to be generous enough to give $100,000 to the storyteller, to create an illusion of, I am also very sincere. In the end, it was only when he didn't move that he threw out his real purpose to praise Gu Mingcheng. It appeared to be praising Gu Mingcheng for being rich and generous, and being able to take out more than $2 million for the raffle. But in reality, it was a moral abduction. If Gu Mingcheng doesn't raise the prize pool. If Gu Mingcheng doesn't raise the prize pool amount, won't he appear to be more shy and stingy than Zhang Li? The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room once again boiled. The actual B is actually a very good way to get the most out of the B. Zhang Shun, this wave of retreat for progress, high, really high. Laughing to death. Zhang Shun calls this crying poor marketing? The things that go along with it, ha 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 ha. Gouda Anchor is going to be roasted on the fire. 100,000 bonus versus 10 SU7S. The pattern opens up at once. Gu Mingcheng. My pants are off, and you're showing me this? We're in for a treat. We're in for a treat. I'm waiting to see how Anchor Gu is going to take it. Gu Mingcheng will be set up by Jiang Xin for 50 cents on chili fries. Chapter 105 Father's Toolbox. The corners of Gu Mingqing's mouth pulled slightly stiffly, his heart bursting with indescribable tiredness. He had been dealing with those crooked people who had straight brain circuits for a long time. It was really the first time that I was held up by a soft knife with this kind of sheepishness. Zhongli, this move is said to be the first courtesy and then military bar pattern is not how clever. It is purely disgusting. He looks like he has made a lot of money, but in reality, his expenses are just as huge. Otherwise, it would not be to save some money on airfare. Return to the country are sitting in the spring and autumn airlines. The 10 Su-7s in the live broadcast room are still sponsored by Mubai. What's more, he was half begged and half invited to come back to smooth things over. To put it nicely, he was helping out, but to put it bluntly, he was being used as a gun. Not only did he not get paid a penny, but now he has to put his own money into it? What is the reason? Gu Mingqing's mind was rapidly calculating, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt aggrieved. Raise the bonus pool? Oh, think about it. He wasn't generous enough to spend his own money to make a dowry for someone else and raise the heat for someone else. Growing up in a straightforward environment like abroad, Gu Mingqing has developed the character of saying what he has to say. He has always disdained that set of curves and roundabouts and is also too lazy to play. Thinking about this, his face rehung the iconic gangster smile. He spoke frankly to the camera. Mr. Jiang is joking. Raise the prize pool or something. There's no need. Shrugging his shoulders, his tone carried a few points of sincerity and a few points of helplessness. As you can see, I've made such a big show on my side, with Su-7 and the lottery. It's actually all just a program effect, a figure of speech. To be honest, this is already the entire budget I can come up with. It's really not a penny more. There was a pause in his tone, and he smiled somewhat embarrassedly. I won't hide it from you all. I also have empty pockets and no money right now. I really can't take out more rewards, so I hope that all of you netizens can understand and not take offense. After saying that, he even made a slightly exaggerated gesture of spreading his hands to the camera to show that he was poor. As for raising the prize pool or something, it's even more impossible. After all, a skillful woman can't cook without rice. But I believe that tonight's story is definitely more attractive than Su-7. These words were watertight, honest, and sincere. Not only did he directly reject Zhang Li's proposal, but he also explained his reason for not being able to raise the prize pool. He also smoothly pulled the topic back to the story collection session. It can be said to be a 3-in-1 move for £2,000. Looking at Gu Mingqing's eloquent and generous appearance in the live broadcast room, Zhang Li's expression on her face did not change. The expression on Zhang Li's face didn't change much, and she only nodded slightly in understanding. It had been expected that Gu Mingqing would react this way. After all, from the beginning, there was no expectation that he could rely on a few words to make the other party obediently shell out money. Like this kind of person who grew up in a foreign country and carried a Western pragmatic style in his bones. Face and other things, far less real than real money to real. Expecting to make Gu Mingqing obedient by using such a small trick as moral kidnapping was tantamount to a fool's dream. However, Zhang Li didn't care. His purpose was not to let Gu Mingqing raise the prize pool. He only wanted to use this opportunity to knock and disgust him. By the way, it would also create a bit of a topic for the viewers and increase the interest of the live broadcast. Now it seemed that the purpose had been achieved. As for Gu Mingqing's refusal to raise the prize pool, it was also within his expectations. After all, not everyone was an ingrate like Li Mingyu, would jump into the pit with a stiff upper lip for the sake of face. Gu Mingqing's frank, crying poor style explanation. The effect was unexpectedly good. Netizens were instantly enamored by his sincere statement. Ha 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 ha. Gu anchor this wave of honesty bureau. I love it. I have no money, I have no pockets, I have no money, he said. I've got no money, I have 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 no money. I give full marks to the explanation that a clever woman can't cook without rice. It makes sense. I like the anchor's sincerity more than some of the others. Gu Mingqing's operation is a reverse powder sucker. I'm a fan. This is the true pattern. This is the real pattern. It's honest and open. No falsehoods. Jiang Shen's moral kidnapping seems to have flipped. I feel sorry for Jiang Shen. I didn't expect Gu Mingqing to be so stingy. The wind direction of the pop-up screen in the live broadcast instantly changed. The netizens who were originally waiting to watch the show and mock Gu Mingqing The netizens who were originally waiting for a good show to taunt Gu Mingqing were impressed by this frank statement. They began to praise him for being sincere, truthful, and not playing false. There were even quite a few people who directly turned to fans and expressed their support for Gu Mingqing. Gu Mingqing was originally a little worried that his explanation would not be bought by netizens. But I didn't expect a turnaround. The darkness is bright. A frank bureau down not only did not lose powder, but also accidentally sucked a wave of road to powder. This makes his heart secretly pleased. The corner of his mouth cannot help but slightly curved. It seems that sometimes sincerity is the best killing technique. Especially to deal with Zhang Li, this kind of dark guy who likes to play conspiracy and trickery. It's even more important to use sincerity to break the trick with force. He was not one of those fools who only wanted to save face and suffer. Clearing his throat, he piled up an even wider smile on his face. Facing the camera, as if to the other end of the line, Zhang Li said in a loud voice, "Alright, joke's over, next to the main topic. After the first story is told, draw out the first batch of Xiaomi SU7 today." The tone of SU7 was intentionally aggravated, as if hinting to everyone. The real highlight is still the lucky draw. The story or something else was just an add-on. The netizens really ate this up. The pop-up screen was instantly brushed with all sorts of anticipation and excitement again. Woohoo! My unicorn arms are already hungry and thirsty, sitting and waiting for the lucky draw. I hope that I can get a little bit of the European spirit so that I, a non-celebrity, can experience the joy of winning the lottery as well. SU7, SU7, SU7. I'll say it 3 times. Duck for the Xiaomi car. Brothers hit the grid on the public screen. This social animal decided to compare the boss scolded my face to SU7 headlights. The number of people online in the 2 live rooms, stimulated by SU7. The number of people online in the 2 live streaming rooms, stimulated by SU7, has once again seen a wave of exaggerated growth. And it continues to climb. 1 million. 3 million. 5 million. Soon, it broke the 10 million mark. This number has far exceeded the previous highest record of the live broadcast platform. Even the server was vaguely unable to withstand this huge flow. The jitterbug opening screen advertisement is stuck as a PPT. In between the pop-up jams, netizens wailed sporadically. I popped up in the melon field with a stump. Well, the technical team is too strong. After some emergency repair, the server is finally stabilized. It didn't cause too much of a live broadcast accident. Thank you all netizens for your patience. Gu Mingqing's voice rang out once again. Now, our connection officially begins. Which friend is willing to share your story? The words fell, but the live broadcast room fell into silence. The pop-ups also became sparse. It was in stark contrast to the lively scene just now. Time passed minute by minute, except for the pop-ups of netizens urging and coaxing. No one ever took the initiative to connect and tell the story. The smile on Gu Mingqing's face stiffened slightly, not expecting this to happen. According to Reason, with SU7 and the huge prize money of $100,000, the netizens should have participated enthusiastically. The netizens should have participated enthusiastically. Why was there no one talking instead? Somewhat puzzled, he subconsciously glanced at Zhang Li on the right side of the link screen. The teenager was still in the same light and breezy demeanor, leaning on the hospital bed, holding a thermos cup in his hand, drinking water with wolfberry in small sips, as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. On the one hand, although $100,000 in prize money is quite a lot, but in front of the SU7, which is worth more than $200,000, it seems a bit inadequate. After all, for most ordinary people, more than $200,000 is not a small amount of money. Winning a SU7 is more cost-effective than getting $100,000 in prize money. On the other hand, after several live broadcasts, the netizens also gradually figured out Zhang Li's threshold. Those lovey-dovey, short and sweet stories simply won't catch his eye. If you want to impress Zhang Li and get the prize money, you have to have a deep enough and meaningful story. But the problem is that the vast majority of netizens are ordinary people. Every day, they live a 9 to 5, 2 o'clock and one-line life. Lying in bed after work, swiping the phone, watching live broadcasts, looking for some fun. What kind of amazing, touching stories can be shared? Even if there is, it is mostly trivial. It's not worth mentioning at all. Not to mention taking it out and sharing it in front of tens of millions of people. In this awkward silence, A netizen with the ID name Chunny Wood Art Studio made a request to connect. Gu Mingqing's eyes lit up, and he chose to agree without hesitation. Between the flashes of the screen, the woman appeared in the third split screen. Her light gray work clothes were stained with wood shavings. Her ponytail was tied casually behind her head, and a pair of half-used black framed glasses rested on the bridge of her nose. She pinned her carving knife behind her ear and smiled coyly at the camera. "Hello, Mr. Jiang. I really like your wedding invitation street. The pop-up screen was instantly overrun by earthy sentiments. Sister, kill me. Workwear beauty YYDS. Is it too late to change careers and become a carpenter? Help. The way she pins knives to her ears is so valiant." The woman smiled shyly and turned her head to Gu Mingqing again, her tone carrying a few moments of gratitude. "Hello, Mr. Gu. Thank you for giving this opportunity to be able to share my story here." A smile reappeared on Gu Mingqing's face, and his tone became extraordinarily warm. Hello. Welcome, Chunny Wood Art Studio. No need to be polite. It's also my honor to have the opportunity to hear your story. What kind of story does young lady want to share? Is it about love or about family, friendship, or something else? The woman sniffed and smiled at the camera once again, warm and serene. What I want to share is a story about inheritance. Under the gaze of tens of millions of netizens, Chunny Wood Art Studio, Chunny narrated, began to tell their own story. That year, Dad's planer stuck in the acacia wood. The wood shavings flew, and the tiny splinters stuck into the back of my dad's hand, oozing out red beads of blood. That year, I was lying on my back on the toolbox, burying my head in arithmetic problems. The fragrance of wood mixed with the rusty smell of motor oil in the toolbox, drilling into the nostrils. Dad suddenly stopped the work in hand. Rough palm gently rubbed the sharp blade of the planer, like talking to himself but also like saying to me, "Chunny, study hard. Get out and don't come back to smell this old wood." My father, Chan Jiangwo, was a famous carpenter in town. In the southern towns of the 80s, there was always a lot of rain. Whenever it rained continuously, the air was filled with dampness. Dad would set up a small bench under the eaves of the house and teach the young me to sharpen a planing knife. The sharp edge should be thin and sharp, and to be a man, you must be round on the outside and square on the inside. Chapter 106. A person with good luck does everything well. Dad's voice was as steady and powerful as the wood he was sanding in his hands. The planing knife made a ching-ching sound on the whetstone. The wood flowers that came out of the planer always stained my crochets. Every time my father came back from the Canton Fair, he always brought me some novelty gadgets. Those brightly colored plastic dolls are the brightest colors in my childhood memories. However, compared to those delicate toys, Dad's toolbox but more attractive to young me. That old toolbox often pressed by Dad under the bed. The box contains a variety of woodworking tools: axes, saws, planes, chisels, and a variety of unnamed bits and pieces. Deep in the toolbox was a somewhat yellowed family photo. On the back of the photo, there was a line written in pencil: "To pay for my daughter's college education." Time passed slowly like sanded wood. In the blink of an eye, I grew up, got into college as I had hoped, and left the small town in the south for the big city. And my father is also getting old, his back is also stooped, the calluses on his hands are also getting thicker and thicker. In 2010, the bad news came that Dad was diagnosed with terminal lung cancer. That winter, he left forever. In order to deal with the aftermath, I took annual leave and returned to my old house in a small town in the south. The empty house was filled with my dad's scent. When I was organizing his belongings, I saw the dusty toolbox in the corner of the old garage. The traces of insect moths on it are clearly an old problem that Dad said he wanted to rebuild in his early years, but was never available. From the rusted mortise and tenon model of the toolbox, I turned out a letter that had been eroded by the years and was somewhat yellowed. The letterhead was cut from the back of a copy of my college diploma. The handwriting was Dad's familiar handwriting, strong and powerful. The letter read, "Don't let the old craft turn into cold pork on the offering table. Abba's ink line is straight, so you can get a new pattern on your path." I took a longer vacation to return to the old house, wanting to properly organize my father's relics. I also wanted to quiet my mind and think about the road ahead. The town is still the same as I remembered, except that all the wood stores in town have long since changed to selling cold resin furniture. I can no longer find the warmth of wood in my memory. That day I was alone, under the moonlight, caressing my father's repair of the carved 8 immortal chair. The chair is the work of my father when he was young. The carving is exquisite, lifelike. Just chair legs, but was dad repair bad. 2 legs obviously 2 inches shorter. Looks a little incongruous. When I was a kid, I laughed at my dad's craftsmanship. He just laughed and didn't explain. It wasn't until that night that I suddenly understood my dad's intentions. Years ago, my cousin, who was addicted to gambling, had come to the door many times to borrow money. He even threatened to move away from home to go to the casino to offset the debt. It turned out that Dad had long been preventing this hand. He deliberately made the chair legs 2 inches short, so that the chair becomes worthless. Cousin naturally will not hit the idea of this chair. In the toolbox, there is still the inkwell that Dad clutched tightly before he died. I picked up the inkwell and pulled open the thread wheel. Inside the wheel of the inkwell, there was a strip of faded blue school uniform cloth. It was the corner of my school uniform that I had used to wipe my tears when I couldn't solve a difficult problem during my senior year's model exam. Dad treasured the strip of cloth until the last moment of his life. Now, Mywood Art Studio has been established. In the center of the studio's exhibition hall, there is a modeled ram's horn hammer on display. That is the tool that my father used, and it is also the town treasure of the studio. I will improve the ancient architecture mortise and tenon model, gratuitous authorization to the National Palace Restoration Division, contributing to the protection and restoration of ancient buildings. In the contract annex, deliberately clamped a copy of the letter of the year. Do not let the old craft into the cold pork on the offering table. Abba's ink line played straight. Your way can come out of the new pattern. 2 lights are always on in the workshop. One is a LED work light, illuminating the modern CNC machine tools. The other is the old kerosene lamp, the light licking the set of chisels left by Dad. When the master of the Forbidden City came to the studio to accept the sandalwood falcon, staring at my restoration of the Qing Dynasty cabin model, frowned and shook his head straight. This mortise and tenon hitting is not like your dad's rules. I opened my dad's 1968 work notebook. Next to the work order diagram, a line was hastily written. If my daughter improves this style, she will break the 3rd fascia. At that moment, the room was silent. Only the smoke rose slowly from the pot of burning glue. It was like the time when my father blew on the hot broth for me, warm and long. The story was finished. The live broadcast room was quiet, and the pop-ups all slowed down. Chen Chunny was a little nervous. She didn't know if Mr. Jiang would like her story. After all, it was just a very ordinary one. A story about fathers, crafts, and inheritance. Compared to those thrilling ups and downs stories, seemed bland and even a bit tasteless. Only very quickly, the live broadcast room was covered in pop-ups. Almost all of the netizens were moved by the story. Although there was no sensational birth and death, there was no earth-shattering pursuit of a dream for decades. But it was often this kind of unfolding ordinary story that could touch the hearts of the people the most. Countless netizens think of their own lives. More or less appeared so a figure affecting the rest of life. The first thing I'd like to say is that I'd like to be a part of the team. Why I cut onions are not crying to see live broken defense. Carpenter Abba is my internet mouth for it. My father also said that year to get out of the test. Do not return to the fishing village, smell fishy. Suggested to apply for heritage. This story is no more tearful than the Spring Festival sketches. This social animal kneeling Chunny sister live chiseling falcon head. Then ASMR helps sleep much. Breaking defense family. This is going to rummage through Grandpa's toolbox. Gu Mingqing adjusted the sapphire cufflinks, and his afterglow swept over the skyrocketing online numbers. The curvature of the smile that did not reach the bottom of his eyes looked like he had measured it with a vernier caliper. Even the depth of the dimple depression was just right. This wave of heat is considered to be completely up. Many of the netizens who originally came here for SU7 are now attracted to the story itself. It seems that netizens are very interested in the story of Chuni. Good thing. He has long been inspired by the father's love genre. It's only a matter of time before he writes the perfect piece. It's like having a pillow handed to you when you fall asleep. It's true that when you're lucky, everything goes smoothly. At this moment, Jiang Li's mechanical beep of the system suddenly sounded in his head. The wolfberry water stalled in his throat for half a second, and he swallowed the warmth without moving. His fingertips rubbed the concave frosted texture of the thermos. Detected host acquiring story fragment X1. Current collection progress. 1-2. Fusion reward. Complete score and arrangement plan for the song, As You Wish. Gu Mingcheng carried a sense of contempt out of the corner of his eyes. His eyes roved over Jiang Li's sickly face. The teenager's eyes were downcast as he fiddled with the four-tube, like a stray cat that had been drenched by the rain. There was no sign of the cleverness that had characterized the previous conversation. I guess he was at his wit's end and couldn't hold back anything decent. After all, inspiration is not tap water. Unscrew the faucet can flow out, especially in this high-pressure live environment. If it was him, he might not be able to immediately get his thoughts flowing. Is it possible that Mr. Jiang has been stumped by this mundane story? The tone carried undisguised sarcasm. Don't embarrass yourself if you're not inspired. After all, a twisted melon isn't sweet, and it's embarrassing to hold back without inspiration. At these words, Jiang Li raised her eyes and looked at the time on the screen. Slowly tightened the lid of the cup, slowly and methodically sipped the thermos of Chinese wolfberry water. Only then did he open his mouth unhurriedly. The tone was still the same kind of nonchalant and indifferent. Mr. Gu is hungry? I've heard that broccoli can replenish the brain. Why don't we order a takeaway for you? It hasn't even arrived in half an hour. What's the rush? The pop-up screen was instantly flooded with bad stems. On the matter of international pianists needing a recipe for a 10% tonic soup. Brotherly. I'm a professional at disliking people. Gu Mingcheng's wave belongs to making a fool of himself. Glancing at the pop-up screen, Jiang Li slightly sidled her head. Sister Chunny, please private message me in the background and transfer a red packet to you. The netizens hadn't yet reacted to what this headless sentence meant. Just as they saw the screen, Jiang Li added in a calm tone. Just now, this Chunny Wood Art Studio story was well told and quite moving. How about this in order to thank this friend for sharing? And also to encourage more friends to participate enthusiastically. I've decided to prepare a small token of appreciation for each of the friends who linked up to share the story. There was a slight pause in his tone, as if he was weighing his words. It's not much, $20,000 of red packets raining down, so don't mind if it's too little. $20,000. There was first a short silence in the live broadcast room, followed by a pop-up screen that instantly boiled like a volcano erupting. 20,000? I didn't hear wrong, right? A small token of appreciation of $20,000? Jiang Shun, don't you have some misunderstanding about small token of appreciation? SU7 is just a castle in the air. But $20,000 is real money. It's real money. Upstairs, you're too small-minded. Why is SU7 a tower? What if we win? Which is more likely to win SU7 or to be hit by a meteorite? I can't say, but I know $20,000 is real. Originally, the live broadcast room was still slightly silent. It was instantly brushed by the pop-up screens of Connect, I want to connect, and Choose me, choose me. The netizens who were just hesitant and even a little bit backed off because of SU7. At this moment, they are as enthusiastic as chicken blood, scrambling to be the first to click on the link application. After all, although SU7 is good, there are only 10 units. But there are nearly 20 million people in the live broadcast room. The probability of winning was so slim that it was almost negligible. Instead, the 20,000 red packets raining down were real. Just connect and share the story and you'll have a chance to touch the big red packet. Which one had a greater probability and was more cost-effective was simply clear. Live broadcasting room backstage. The connection application almost burst the server. Looking at the data bouncing madly in the background, Chen Yuxi's tongue was a bit knotted. Her hands were busy sifting through the connection applications. Only Jiang Li's eyes flashed with an undetectable smile. This was the effect that was wanted. Compared to the nebulous SU7, real money was obviously more stimulating for netizens to participate in the enthusiasm. What's more, $20,000 was just a drop in the bucket for Jiang Li. But for the vast majority of ordinary netizens, 200 was a lot of money. The applications screened by Chen Yuxi were displayed on the screen. The fingertips tapped. Jiang Li randomly selected a netizen with the ID Happy Duck today and accepted the connection application. A new split screen lit up. A handsome-looking girl appeared on the screen. Facing the camera, she bowed slightly and smiled. Hello, Mr. Jiang Li. I want to share a story related to my grandmother. Chapter 107 Grandmother's Blue Scarf. The live broadcast pop-up screen was once again ignited with curiosity. Grandmother's story? Sounds a bit interesting. Sitting and waiting for the young lady to tell the story. I hope it's a touching one. Eat melon in the front row. Let's see if the story this time can impress Jiang Shen. Gu Mingqing also came to be a bit more interested, adjusting his sitting position with just the right amount of smile on his face. A story related to grandma? It sounds very cozy. Miss Sister, please tell it. The girl took a deep breath, seemingly brewing her emotions, and her voice became softer. The year my grandmother left, when I was organizing my belongings, I found a metal box at the bottom of the sewing machine drawer. The box was empty, only some crunchy sesame seeds and half a rusty sewing quilt needle. She always said mysteriously when she was alive, "Here's the key. Don't touch it until you're old enough to understand the sound of the Keelung waves." When I was a child, I secretly opened it and received a mahogany ruler from her. Grandma said, "Seagulls can recognize the way by carrying clouds, and if a person loses the token, his soul will not be able to moor." At that time, I didn't understand, and I only thought that Grandma's words were like a mystery. When I grew up, I became an interpreter at the Pingtan Island War Memorial Museum and was responsible for explaining an exhibit called the Straits Concentration Quilt. It was a quilt made of 320 pieces of blue fabric. The stitching is a blend of Minnan and Hakka embroidery. A few stitches on the lower right corner of the quilt are slightly tender. The label reads "Donated from Anonymous," with a note, "When the clouds become a bridge, the warp and weft will meet themselves." Every time I explain this, I think of my grandmother and the iron box that hid the secret. It was not until 2019, when I was organizing my grandmother's belongings again, that I really unlocked the secret of the iron box. On the inside of the lid, 2 beautiful names were engraved, Yuliang Yulan. It turned out that this iron box, this name, are related to my grandmother's sister, my great-aunt Su Yuliang. My grandmother's name was Su Yulan. She told me that in 1949, the 2 sisters were forced to separate on a night voyage in the Taiwan Strait. At that time, at the age of 18, Grandma and my sister tore open a blue scarf, one half as a token. Grandma told me that my great-aunt was taken away by the Kuomintang army. At parting time, Grandma said to great-aunt, "When you see this clear sky color, you know that your relatives are remembering you." From then on, the half-blue scarf became the only link between the 2 sisters. After separating from her sister, Grandma opened a tailor store in Zhangzhou. In order to wait for her great-aunt, she hung the other half of the blue scarf in the window of the tailor's store. She hung the other half of the blue scarf in the window of the tailor's shop for 40 years. It was a blue color that faded over the years, like Grandma's graying hair, and like the undying longing in her heart. Whenever it rained, the price of cloth rose, and my mother always complained about the old scarf, urging Grandma to get something new. But Grandma always shook her head and stubbornly held on to that blue color. The long wait seemed endless. It was not until the late fall of 1987 that postal service was finally established across the Taiwan Strait. A silver-haired grandmother trembled as she opened a green parcel from Taipei. Inside the package were 37 unsent letters and a blue scarf missing a few inches, half of which smelled of Keelung sea salt. The date of the letter stopped 3 months ago, and in it the great-aunt wrote, "Alan, my closet has stored 44 pieces of wedding clothes for you." It turned out that great-aunt had opened a dowry store in Keelung. Every year, she would sew a dowry dress for her grandmother, holding the expectation of reunion. Only, she didn't wait for the day of reunion. The night she received the letter and the scarf, it was pouring rain. Grandma suddenly rushed barefoot into the rain, clutching a blue package. I chased after her with my umbrella, and the moment lightning broke through the night sky, I saw her kneeling by the gutter at the entrance of the alley. The 2 pieces of scarf that she had shaken off were floating in the rain. Grandma shivered as she unwrapped the 3rd cut of the scarf sandwich, the old-fashioned lenses of her glasses covered in water droplets. "Shall we look?" Your great-aunt drew out all the threads of her own birthday suit to mend the holes. It turned out that, in addition to the half that great-aunt sent, there was another Taipei veteran who had sent another few inches over and over. That was sent by a Hong Kong tea merchant who was entrusted to bring it through customs before great-aunt Yuliang's death. The 3 scarves were finally returned to Grandma in one piece. Grandma guarded the sewing machine and carefully disassembled the 3 scarves into warp and weft threads. She remembered the iron box of paracetamol that she shared with her sister when she was a teenager. The iron box symbolized their deep love for each other. Grandma grabbed anvil scissors and cut the scarf into pieces. Pieces were then sewn together to make a quilt. This is the Straits concentric quilt, now displayed in the Memorial Hall. The stitches on the quilt are sometimes as fine as those of Minnan embroidery and sometimes as rough as those of Hakka. Grandma used every stitch to sew together the depth of sisterly love and the blood ties between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. In 2005, the first cross-strait chartered flight for the Chinese New Year took place. That night, Grandma taught me how to tie the oyster shell knot, a specialty of southern Fujian, with a trembling hand. That was because she wanted to pass on her thoughts and expectations to me, her granddaughter. I ran out of thread for the last few stitches of the straight's concentric quilt. I secretly tied my own red headband onto it. These are the tender red threads at the bottom right corner of the display case. Whenever I explain the straight's concentricity quilt to visitors, I always stop in front of those red threads. I would point to the sentence on the label. When the cloud becomes a bridge, the warp and weft will meet each other. The phrase, the warp and weft will meet, refers to both the texture of the fabric and the ultimate reunion between the two sides of the Taiwan Strait. I always carry that small metal box in my pocket. It is like a key to unlock the half-life story of my grandmother and great-aunt. It also connects our family across the strait, and our longing for each other goes on forever. At the moment, under the lights of the memorial hall, the splash of vermilion on the blue cloth is hidden. In a flash, I heard the creaking sound of my grandmother's sewing machine. Together with the foghorn of Keelung Harbor in the distance, they played a lullaby across the strait. The girl's story was finished, and there was silence in the live broadcast room. Zhongli didn't say anything, just quietly looking at the girl on the screen. The lowered eyes carried an imperceptible movement. I've been listening to you for a long time, and I've been crying for a long time. I really cried. This story is too touching. Instantly feel purified. Thank you, miss, for sharing such a good story. I'm going to tell this story to my grandmother. I'm going to tell this story to my grandmother. Sisterly love. 44 wedding garments. What kind of sisterly love is that? Tears are falling from my eyes. It's not easy for grandma and great-auntie. I instantly felt that all my previous worries were nothing. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was screened with tears and broken defense. Gu Mingcheng was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Thank you. Be happy Duck today too, for sharing such a touching story. It's about waiting, about commitment, about affection. It's also a story about blood ties across the strait. Grandma and great-auntie have spent their lives waiting and holding on to each other, explaining what true affection and love is. This story really touched me very much, and I believe it also touched all the viewers in the live broadcast room. Zhongli raised her head and smiled slightly at the camera. Be happy Duck today too. Thank you very much for sharing. I also hope that your grandmother and sister will be reunited in heaven and be happy forever. The girl bowed again to the camera, her eyes slightly red, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you, Mr. Gu. Thank you, everyone. The girl exited the connection, and the live broadcast room once again resumed its bustle. But this time, there was more warmth and touching in the hustle and bustle. After listening to this story, I feel warm in my heart. Yes, there is true love on earth. This world is still a beautiful place. Looking forward to the next story, I hope it will be as touching. And at this moment, in Zhang Li's mind, the system beep sounded again. Detected the host acquiring story fragments X1. Current collection progress. 2-2. Congratulations to the host for completing the collection of story fragments. Fusion rewards have been issued. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the complete score and arrangement program for the song, As You Wish. The mood of the live broadcast room was still immersed in that, the long thought that crossed the strait. Gu Mingcheng suddenly realized that he had made a fatal mistake. Zhang Li's hand red envelope rain is simply openly repairing the road in the dark, using real money to divert the attention of netizens to SU7. By the way, it dilutes the heat of his father's love theme. No, we can't go on like this. That old man Chen should be watching in front of the screen right now. The old man emphasizes the ability to adapt to the situation. If you're being led by a sick kid, what's the point of talking about the Academy's legacy? The protagonist of tonight's live broadcast is him, Gu Mingcheng. It didn't matter at all if Zhang Li was inspired or not, if he could create something on the spot or not. The important thing is that he must seize this opportunity. The father theme that has been brewing for a long time will be transformed into a real work of art, presented in front of everyone. Glancing at the time in the lower right corner of the screen, there are still 15 minutes left for the SU7 lottery. This is enough time. He wanted to complete a piece that was enough to amaze the entire audience within these 15 minutes, completely turning the situation around. Refocus all eyes on himself. Once the lucky draw session arrived, The great allure of SU7 was enough to detonate the live broadcast room. At that time, who would still remember if Zhang Li had any inspiration and could create a work? Once again, he looked at the connecting screen. The teenager was still in the same calm and self-contained manner. Mr. Zhang still doesn't have any inspiration? The end note was deliberately delayed by 2 beats. Why don't we change the order? I've got a lot of ideas on my side. Let's leave the next storytelling session to Mr. Zhang. Is that okay with you? Zhang Li was stirring the wolfberries in her thermos with a small silver spoon and lifted her eyes at the words. There were 2 locks of broken hair on the collar of his hospital gown. The whole person looked like he had just been fished out of a pile of cotton wool that had gotten enough sun. Mr. Gu, please go ahead. The voice was so light that it could float into a thermos cup. The live broadcast screen instantly exploded. Danger! Jiangshan danger! Gu Peacock is going to open his screen. About the sick beauty being cornered and still keeping a smile on her face. Rush, rush, rush. Where's my royal pen? Hurry up and pass Li Cub a cheat sheet. Gu Mingqing enjoyed this feeling of being noticed. Adjust the angle of the music stand. His long, bony fingers, with a slightly strong undertone, pressed down on the live camera. The screen was instantly occupied by the enlarged knuckles. This next song, Plains and Seas, is dedicated to all the fathers who are as silent as mountains. The rhythm of the fingertips tapping on the desktop suddenly became urgent, like an old-fashioned typewriter chasing after inspiration, deliberately lowering his voice to create a magnetic resonance. First movement, planing knife, E-flat major to G minor. A father uses a paring knife to chip away the burrs of life, and in those flying wood shavings. Hidden in the draft paper of his daughter's Olympiad questions, but also in his simplest expectations of life. Before netizens had a chance to spit out the middle-of-the-road title, they were hit by a sudden piano intro. Gu Mingqing actually used a piano synthesizer to play an improvised melody on the spot. His left hand wandered steadily in the bass, mimicking the dull but powerful sound of wood shaving. The right hand jumps in the upper register, skillfully incorporating the nursery rhyme melody into the variation. There's something. Help! Goosebumps. This wave is really a magic attack. Zhang Li supported her chin, her gaze falling on Gu Mingqing's fluttering fingers in the split screen. The hot air rising from the rim of the thermos blurred the curve of her lips. Listening to the other party's score, the deliberately piled-up transpositional techniques. Suddenly remembering the old inkwell in my father's toolbox. A really good story doesn't need showmanship. The ink line plays straight and naturally someone follows the trail. Chapter 108 10 minutes to write a song is not the limit. Chen Yuxi, Shuejilu, Zhang Yang, and several staff members from the live broadcast team. At this moment, they were all like ants on a hot pan, pacing around the ward anxiously. Gu Mingqing had already started playing, and the live broadcast room was filled with shouts of surprise. On the contrary, Zhang Li's side remained breezy. Shuejilu subconsciously touched the cigarette case, glanced at the ECG monitor, and snapped his hand back. Zhang Yang is spinning in place like a humanoid sweeping robot. Zhang Li sipped a mouthful of water with wolfberry, and the sound of the bottom of the cup knocking on the bedside table startled Chen Yuxi's shoulders. Putting down the thermos in his hand, he shook his head helplessly. In fact, he understood the anxiety of the crowd. Gu Mingqing had come on strong, clearly wanting to take advantage of this live broadcast to completely establish his position in the music industry. And if he himself couldn't produce a work of sufficient weight, it is very likely that the Academy will seize the handle and labeled as Zhanglang talent exhaustion. The crowd didn't push, but the anxiousness in their eyes that they were about to say something was already enough to explain everything. It is better to give Ruashi them to eat a pill of peace of mind. As for the live streaming netizen, let the bullets fly a little longer. After all, it was now Gu Mingqing's home turf. Why should one be in a hurry to steal the limelight and do that kind of scenery-busting thing? Thinking about this, he opened the background of his laptop and called up a blank document. Fingertips lightly touched the keyboard. One side of the careless and live room netizens' interaction. There is a ride without a ride to reply to the pop-up screen. On the other hand, the melody and lyrics of As I Wish that has long been formed in my mind. Little by little, I knocked them into the document. The netizens in the live broadcast room naturally didn't know. At this moment, the Li Bao in their mouths was using 2 things at once. Only Zhang Li popped up with a few lines of humorous banter from time to time. The atmosphere was relaxed and pleasant. The guide in the hospital room, as well as Chen Yuxi and the others, But they really saw the whole process of Zhang Li's dual use of his mind. They watched as the teenager talked and laughed to the camera. While his fingers were flying, he was tapping on the keyboard. His expression was focused and calm. It was as if carrying out two high-intensity jobs at the same time was just an easy task for him. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Each one of them stared wide-eyed, their mouths open into an O shape, as if they had seen a monster. Xue Zhilu couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air and muttered, "My God! Is Mr. Jiang still a human being? This is simply not something a human can do, right?" Zhang Yang also swallowed hard and stammered. I always thought that 10 minutes of songwriting was already Mr. Jiang's limit. Now it seems that I'm still too young and naive. Chen Yuxi was even more shocked and speechless. It had always been known that Zhang Li was talented, but never thought that this teenager would be so powerful to such an extent. Simply beyond the scope of human cognition. Writing a song in 10 minutes wasn't even his limit. What's really scary is that he can do two things at once. Is this still a human being? It's a monster.
Lipo smiled so sweetly.
Mom's fans are so satisfied. Doesn't anyone else feel that Jiang Shen's reflexes have slowed down? He's chatting with 3 topics at the same time. When the thermos bottomed out again, Zhang Li pressed the save button. The timestamp at the end of the document showed 6 minutes and 47 seconds. And at this moment, inside the high-level conference room of Tomato Terrace, outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows was the glittering night scene of Qinglu City. The lights were brilliant, and the traffic flowed, symbolizing the prosperity and vitality of the city. However, the conference room seemed to be frozen in time, the atmosphere so oppressive that it was suffocating. Director Su Zhang locked his brows, his face green, his knuckles slightly white from exertion, deadly staring at the huge curtain in front of him. On the screen, the teenager was leisurely drinking goji berry water, in stark contrast to Gu Mingqing's concentration. Office Director Zhou Ming stood on the side. Fine beads of sweat oozed from his forehead, carefully observing Su Zheng's face, not daring to utter a single breath. Just now, a sudden phone call had split everyone in the conference room to the core. The call was from the Immortal Sword copyright owner, Di Wu. The other party informed in a strong tone that in order to ensure that the IP of the Immortal Sword series was not abused, they had decided to withdraw their IP license from Tomato Terrace. Su Tai, this Di Wu company is too unruly. We have signed a contract. How can they just say they're backing out? A high-ranking officer slapped the table in anger, his voice trembling. The department he was in charge of was precisely responsible for docking with Di Wu. This sudden turn of events had undoubtedly made him a target. Another senior couldn't help but chime in.
Yes, Su Tai.
In order to get the IP license for Immortal Sword, our station has paid sky-high royalties. Now that they have unilaterally broken the contract, they must bear the responsibility of breaching the contract. Su Zhang tapped his fingers heavily on the desktop. How much effort did we put into getting this IP license? How much money was spent? Now they say they'll take it back. Zhou Ming was silent for a moment before opening his mouth. Director, I've heard that this time Di Wu has unilaterally broken the contract and is willing to bear triple the compensation. 3 times? Can triple compensation make up for our losses? Su Zhang interrupted Zhou Ming in a stern voice. Best Buddy is our most important project this year. How many people on and off stage have poured their heart and soul into it? Now that the Immortal Sword IP license is gone, what about this show? What reward will the eventual winner get? All of our previous investments and publicity have gone down the drain. Towards the end, his voice was almost growling, showing how strong the anger in his heart was. Director, why don't we just announce the inside story? Zhou Ming wanted to say more, but saw Su Zhang waving his hand. The words rolled around in his mouth and consciously swallowed. He certainly understood Su Zheng's true worries and concerns behind his anger. The Academy faction wants to fight, but they don't dare to come to the stage now. Su Zheng's words were full of displeasure, and his tone was low and slow, as if he was vaguely knocking at the heart of the people present. If there isn't that gang of old guys behind this, beating me to death, I don't believe it. Do not dare to come openly, so secretly engage in these small actions. Chun Lao sits in the live broadcast room. Those old farts don't dare to do it face to face, thus borrowing to you to warn us not to stand on the wrong team. Zhou Ming shook his head thoughtfully. Although those old antiques of the Academy sect were pedantic and old-fashioned, They had always acted in an open and honest manner. It was unlikely that they would engage in such sneaky little maneuvers behind the scenes. What's more, withdrawing the Immortal Sword IP license would not be directly beneficial to them. So who could it be? A name came to mind: Zhou Mubai. I have long heard that Zhou Mubai is eyeing the IP rights of the Immortal Sword series. More than once in public, he has expressed a strong interest in immortal music. Originally, he thought that he wanted to compete with Mr. Jiang Li on the same stage through Best Buddies. He won the competition squarely and got the Immortal Sword IP adaptation rights in the process. I didn't expect that the other party's methods were so unscrupulous. He told everyone here what he thought. Su Zhang, who was pacing back and forth, stopped and spoke with a certainty. Based on Zhou Mubai alone, I'm afraid that he doesn't have this much energy to make Diwu withdraw the authorization even if it's in breach of contract. Behind this matter, there must be others who are pushing the envelope. The last time Mr. Jiang started the entertainment industry rectification movement, he offended many capitalists. Those capital predators had always been vindictive. In addition to sniping at Mr. Jiang in the Best Buddy program, it was also highly likely that they would trip up Mr. Jiang in other ways. Previously, Zhou Mubai had been staying abroad. Even if those capitalists got the Immortal Sword Series IP license, it would be difficult to maximize its value in a short period of time. Now the situation is different. Zhou Mubai returned to China and also participated in Best Buddies in a high profile. The goals of both sides coincide, and it makes sense that they would hit it off right away. The thing that makes me feel the most tricky is, this kind of business competition is completely within the rules allowed. Even if Elder Chen wanted to show favoritism, I'm afraid there's no suitable reason to intervene directly. Come to think of it, the only ones who are hurt are us, Tomato Stage, and Mr. Jiang Li. A nameless fire burned within his chest. Su Zhang slammed his fist on the desktop, making a dull sound. Simply too deceitful. Looking at the enraged stage manager, Zhou Ming's heart was also filled with worry. Once the Immortal Sword IP license was withdrawn, to the Best Buddy program, and even the reputation of the entire Tomato Station, it would all cause an immeasurable negative impact. More importantly, how should they explain to Mr. Jiang Li? Thinking briefly, he got up and walked to the pantry. Closing the door, he dialed the phone number of the person in charge of the copyright licensing department at Diwu. The phone rang for a long time before being answered. The other party's slightly tired voice came from the receiver. Zhou Ming opened the door and directly asked about the withdrawal of the Immortal Sword IP license. The other party faltered and flickered on the phone, refusing to respond positively. He only vaguely stated that the company's board of directors had carefully considered the matter. It is believed that the professionalism and influence of the Academy in the field of music is more in line with the tone of the Immortal Sword IP. In order to better develop the potential value of the Immortal Sword IP, can only bear the pain. Unilaterally terminate the license agreement with Tomato Channel. Zhou Ming, how smart, from the other side of the flickering words, immediately heard the strings. What is more in line with the tone of the Immortal Sword IP? What better develop the value of the IP? But it is just a grand excuse. The real reason, I'm afraid, is just as he and Sutai guessed. The real reason is, as he and Sutai guessed, the joint pressure from the Academy, as well as the capital force behind it. After some side conversations, the other party finally revealed some inside information. As Sutai said, there are indeed more than a dozen capitals that have joined forces to pressure Diwu, and offered extremely generous authorization conditions. Those capital predators not only promised to give Diwu a higher license fee, they also promised to use all their resources to promote the Academy School. Immortal Sword into a phenomenal cultural IP, faced with such a huge temptation, as well as strong pressure from many forces. Diwu finally chose to give in and unilaterally tore up the license agreement with Tomato Channel, although they were also well aware of the consequences of breaching the contract. However, the strength shown by the Academy behind Zhou Mubai, as well as those capital predators, it did make Diwu feel scornful. In order to avoid offending these behemoths, they could only choose to sacrifice the interests of Tomato Station. The other party apologized repeatedly over the phone and promised that they would do their best to make up for Tomato Station's losses. But Zhou Ming knew in his heart, the so-called make-up for the loss was just some irrelevant compensation. There was no way to recover the huge negative impact caused by the withdrawal of Immortal Sword's IP license. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ming returned to the conference room with a grave expression on his face. Chapter 109, Tajik Border Guard. The atmosphere remained oppressive. Su Zhang and the other senior leaders all anxiously waited for news. Zhou Ming took a deep breath and looked around the crowd. Director of the station, leaders, the situation is not too optimistic. As we suspected, the Immortal Sword IP license was withdrawn. It was indeed pressurized by the Academy as well as the combined forces of capital. The conference room was in an uproar, and everyone's faces became even more ugly. Those people, how despicable and shameless. A leader cursed indignantly. It's useless to talk about this now. Su Zhang forced down his anger and asked in a deep voice. What did Diwu's side say? Is there any room to turn things around? Zhou Ming shook his head, his tone helpless. Diwu Corporation's side said that they were also forced to do nothing. The conditions offered by the other party are simply too generous, and their strength is indeed not to be underestimated. Unless we, on Tomato Stage's side, can prove that after getting the Immortal Sword IP, we will do better than the Academy School. This will impress Diwu's board of directors and make them reconsider the licensing matter. Prove that we do better? A leader frowned. How can we prove it? Now that the authorization agreement has been withdrawn, we don't even have a chance to show it. Zhou Ming looked at Su Zhang and said in a deep voice, there is still a chance. Diwu has revealed that their board of directors will be in half an hour. With the Academy faction represented by Zhou Mubai, they will formally sign the Immortal Sword IP license agreement. In other words, we still have at most 20 minutes to prove ourselves. The conference room fell silent once again, and everyone felt that time was running out and the pressure was immense. How easy was 20 minutes? To prove that Tomato Stage was more suitable for the Immortal Sword IP than the Academy School in such a short period of time was simply a pipe dream. Zhou Ming swept his gaze over the people in the conference room, and his tone carried determination. When I communicated with Diwu's side, I specifically mentioned Teacher Jiang and Gu Mingqing's live streaming duel tonight. Gu Mingqing, as a representative of the Academy's elite, if he loses to Mr. Jiang in the next live creation. That would be enough to prove that we have the strength to make the Immortal Sword IP a classic. Because behind the tomato table stands Mr. Jiang and Chen Lao, and the champion of Best Beat must belong to Mr. Jiang. Soundtrack is the soul of a movie or television work, and the Immortal Sword series plot itself is top-notch. Creating a cultural IP is Diwu's core claim. That side also agreed. They would keep a close eye on the next live broadcast, especially the live creation session between Teacher Jiang and Gu Mingqing. If Teacher Jiang could show his amazing talent again, perhaps things will still turn around. Inside the conference room, everyone's eyes focused on the screen in unison. On the left was Gu Mingqing's brightly lit and luxurious live room. On the contrary, on the right side, Zhang Li faced the camera and interacted with the netizens in the live broadcast room in a relaxed tone. Every now and then, a joke or two would pop up. The pop-up screen was filled with joy. Comparing the two, Gu Mingqing's concentration and Zhang Li's ease and diffidence formed a stark contrast. This contrast fell in the eyes of the people on the Tomato Stage. However, it caused their already hanging hearts to lift even more. Why hasn't this? Teacher Jiang started. A senior couldn't help but murmur in a low voice, with obvious anxiety in his tone. Yes, Gu Mingqing has already popped on. If Mr. Jiang doesn't start, I'm afraid it'll be too late, right? Another person followed suit, his voice filled with worry. Everyone's eyes were focused on Zhang Li on the right side of the screen. This live broadcast was of great significance to Tomato Channel, to Best Buddies. With the withdrawal of Immortal Sword's IP license, Best Buddy was facing an unprecedented crisis. It was almost at the point of survival. Zhang Li is their only lifeline. If he lost to Gu Mingqing this time, then everything would be over. The Tomato Channel will completely lose its chance to turn around. The Best Buddy will also face the fate of being cut down. The cost of admitting defeat was immense. Could even be said that Tomato Station couldn't afford it. But reality is so cruel. The mall is like a battlefield. There is never any foolproof business. There is no such thing as an absolute win. Su Zhang is clearer than anyone else. He knows better than anyone else how heavy the burden is on his shoulders at this moment. The broadcast was a decision that he made under tremendous pressure, against the advice of the public. If Mr. Jiang really lost this time, then he can only follow along and admit defeat. However, there was still a bit of luck in his heart. This teenager who had created miracles countless times would definitely not let them down. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down. With his eyes locked onto Zhang Li on the screen, he silently prayed in his heart. Zhongli teacher please. This time you must win ah. At this time, Zhongli did not know that the life and death of the tomato table was already in his thoughts. In the live broadcast room, the netizens were still discussing Gu Mingqing's song, Plain and See, or they were expecting Zhang Li to fight back. At this time, a new connection request popped up. Zhang Li absently scanned the avatar. A cartoonized hawkish nose with a funny felt hat. The style was quite exotic. Doubts flashed in his heart. When did one's own live broadcast room become internationalized to this extent? With curiosity, he accepted the connection application. The screen flashed. A middle-aged older woman, whose face was reddened by the cold wind, appeared in the live broadcast room. She was wearing a thick cotton jacket, and behind her were rolling snowy mountains. The bitter cold wind seemed to blow through the screen and into the live broadcast room. It made many netizens who were in the warmth feel cool. Hello, Mr. Jiang. The older woman carried a thick accent, but her tone was very enthusiastic. My name is Gully, a Tajik border guard, from the Pamir Plateau. Tajik? Border guard? The netizens in the live broadcast room exploded, and the pop-ups instantly became dense. Tajiks? I've never even heard of them. Pamir Plateau? Sounds awesome. Border guards? Border guards? She's so cool. I'm not good at geography. Is the Pamir Plateau abroad or in China? Upstairs, the Pamir Plateau is west of China. Miss is one of us. Auntie Gully seemed to have gotten used to this kind of reaction, and with a simple smile on her face, she continued. I love listening to Mr. Zhang's songs. Each and every one of them is especially good. Today, I want to tell you a story about my father. His name is Amir, and he was also a border guard, spending his whole life guarding the boundary markers at the border between our Chinese and neighboring countries. Guarded the border monument with his whole life. These words instantly ignited the live broadcast room. The netizens' curiosity was completely ignited, and various pop-ups came like a tidal wave. A lifetime of guarding the boundary monument? The story sounds like it has a lot of depth to it. Really? This is too touching. Tell me. I can't wait to hear it. I love this kind of story. It's much more interesting than those lovey-dovey ones. This is the real deal. This is the real pattern. The pattern of Mrs. Story came up in a flash. At this time, Gu Mingqing was still intoxicated with his creation. The lyrics were 1/3 complete. He didn't realize that Zhang Li had not only completed the creation of the entire song. She was even already collecting story fragments for her next piece. The two speeds were completely not on the same scale. After all, he was facing a hangman. Chapter 110. The Huaxia read on the snow line. Gully Ant's slightly naive smile, in the face carved by the wind and frost of the plateau, looks particularly moving. She turned to the camera, slowly recounted the story of her father Amir. My Abba, Amir has done one thing in his life. That is to guard the boundary marker. The boundary marker on the Pamir Plateau is our Chinese and our Tajik roots. When I was a child, I always thought that the boundary marker was a cold stone. Pestle in the snowy mountains on the top of the wind and sun. What is there to guard? Every time my father returned from a border patrol, his body was frozen. His hands were cracked, which was heartbreaking to see. I didn't understand at that time. I didn't understand why Abba was so persistent, and I didn't understand what the boundary marker really meant to him. It wasn't until I grew up and became a border guard that I slowly understood Abba's heart. Auntie Gully's voice paused, as if she was caught up in some kind of memories. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room also became slow. Everyone waited with bated breath for the following. When Abba was young, he was a PLA border patrol guide. He grew up on the Pamir Plateau and was familiar with every blade of grass and tree here. Where there were glaciers, where there were dark passages, and where it was easy to get lost, he knew it all. Listen to the old man said, in the 50s, the border conditions were particularly difficult. Patrols often had to brave the wind and snow and trek for days on snowy mountains. Abba led them over the mountains, recognizing and guiding the way, and never made a mistake. Abba's father, my grandfather, was also a guide. My family has lived on the Pamir Plateau for generations, guarding the land. Abba always said that Tajiks were born to guard the border. I still remember when I was a child, my father always had a copper whistle hanging from his waist. The whistle was a coming-of-age gift given to him by a PLA patrol in 1953. Abba treasured it so much that he would take it out to rub it and blow on it. He said that when the whistle sounded, he could find his way home. Aunt Gully raised her hand and gently stroked the copper whistle hanging on her chest, her eyes filled with nostalgia. When I was 18, a blizzard took the life of Abba's father, my grandfather. Grandpa was patrolling the border when he accidentally fell into an ice chasm. By the time he was found, the man was already dead. Abba said that before he left, he blew his brass whistle for the last time. The sound of the whistle penetrated the blizzard and traveled far and wide, just like a will. What was Grandpa's will? It was, if 1 inch of snow falls on the boundary marker, 3 inches must be cleared. Since then, Abba took over Grandpa's horsewhip and binoculars, as well as the responsibility of guarding the boundary markers. Every winter, when the mountains were closed by snow, everyone else hid at home and roasted the fire. But Abba had to cross the glacier on horseback alone to clear the snow from the boundary markers. The winter on the Pamir Plateau is so cold that it can freeze you to death. The glacier is even more treacherous, and if you are not careful, your horse will lose its footing and fall into the ice hole. Every time Abba went to clear the boundary markers, it took him several days to come back. When he came back, his body was always covered with ice, and his face was frozen and bruised. Once, Abba got lost in a snowstorm and suffered severe frostbite on his right leg. When he was sent to the hospital, the doctor said that the leg had to be amputated in order to save his life. Our whole family cried when we heard the news. Abba, however, was calm. He said, "We can get a prosthetic leg, but we can't leave the boundary marker unguarded. As long as the boundary marker is there, I will be there." Abba really put on a prosthetic leg, but he still insisted on going up to the mountains to patrol the border. When his prosthetic leg was worn out, he put on thick cotton cloth. When his prosthetic leg froze, he used hot water to scald it. In this way, with one leg, Abba continued to guard the boundary markers for several whole decades. Aunt Gully's voice became a little choked, and her eyes were slightly red. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was completely overwhelmed by emotion and admiration at this moment. Whoa, listening to crying. This uncle is too great. When the boundary marker is here, I'm here. This sentence poked me too much. I'm in tears. I've decided to tell this story to my child, so that he'll know what responsibility is from an early age. Auntie Gully wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and continued. Abba not only guarded the border himself, but also educated us to do so for generations to come. I grew up listening to Abba's stories about border defense. I watched him leave early and return late every day, patrolling the border rain or shine. His figure was deeply imprinted in my heart. I remember when I was a child, Abba would often take me to the hot springs to soak my feet. The hot springs on the Pamir Plateau are made of melting water from the snowy mountains, which is steaming hot and especially comfortable to soak in. Every time I soaked my feet, I would take off my prosthetic leg and put it aside. His prosthetic legs were pitted by the war horses, and gravel often poured out of his leather boots. Once, I asked Abba where the gravel came from. Abba smiled and said, "These are the rocks under the third Eagle's Beak rock south of the boundary marker. They wanted to secretly roll to the neighboring country, but I caught them back." Abba was always like this, making border guarding sound both grueling and fun. He didn't want us to think that guarding the border was a chore, but an honorable and sacred mission. I remember one spring when Abba's pulmonary edema broke out and he coughed terribly. I cried and begged him to go down the mountain to the hospital for treatment, but he shook his head and shoved the binoculars into my arms. He said, "Look at the boundary markers on the other side of the boundary river. They use brushes to paint them, but we use mascara brushes. Paint is expensive, so we have to use it sparingly." Even when he was very sick, he was still thinking about the boundary markers and the border defense. Gully Auntie's voice choked up again, and tears finally couldn't help but flow down her face. The atmosphere of the live broadcast room also became heavy and sad. Tears. This father's love for the boundary monument has melted into his bones. Lacquer is scarce and expensive, so you have to save it. This is so true, and the hardships of the border guards are evident. This is the real national sentiment. This is the kind of idol we should follow. Auntie Gully raised her head. Wiping her tears with the back of her hand, a smile reappeared on her face. Before he died, Abba pulled out a faded piece of flag debris from his chest pocket. The flag was burnt at the edges, and the holes recorded the 1972 lightning strike that ignited the pasture. With a trembling hand, Abba handed me the flag fragment and said with his last strength, "Remember, the land under your feet is the land that your ancestors guarded with their blood." I nodded heavily with tears in my eyes, knowing that Abba was handing over the heavy responsibility of guarding the border to me. From then on, I became a border guard. Like Abba, I steered my horse and patrolled in the wind and snow. On the right side of my saddle, there was always a copper kettle with red paint on the bottom. When I was patrolling the border in a blizzard, the lacquer would freeze at 30 degrees Celsius, so I had to use my body heat to melt it. Just like my father, I used my body heat to melt the frozen red lacquer and wore calluses on my fingers. Last month, a young man from a neighboring village asked me, "Sister, is it worth it?" I showed him the boundary marker on the south bank of the Boundary River. The border guards on the other side were trimming the corners of the monument with an electric grinding wheel, sparks flying everywhere. They don't have the blood of their ancestors knotted under the ice. Raising the ice pick left behind by Abba, the muffled sound of the blades scraping across the granite is a requiem unique to the Pamirs. The live broadcast was silent as Auntie Gully finished her story. Only the sound of wind and snow whistling came from the distant Pamir plateau. It carried a bleak and mournful air. Jiang Li was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. "Thank you, Big Sister Gully. Thank you for telling us such a touching story. Your father, Amir, is a true hero. His story will also inspire us forever to guard our homes and our country. Thank you too, Big Sister Gully. You carry on your father's legacy and continue to guard the frontier. You are all the loveliest people, the backbone of our nation." In the live broadcast room, pop-ups once again came like a tidal wave. Tribute to the heroes. Tribute to the Pamir Plateau border guards. After hearing this story, I feel like my soul has been baptized. Thank you, Big Sister Gully and Uncle Amir. I've decided to share this story with my friends, so that more people will know that there are still such a group of people around us who silently protect the motherland. Auntie Gully turned to the camera with a simple and sincere smile. In a not-so-standard Mandarin, she said, "Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Thank you all. I wish everyone happiness and well-being." The connection ended. The live broadcast room, however, could not be calmed for a long time. The story of Big Mother Gully and her father, Amir, had exploded huge ripples in the hearts of the netizens. People were moved by Amir's perseverance, inspired by Gully's legacy. They were also shocked by the magnificent scenery of the Pamir Plateau. And thousands of miles away on the Pamir Plateau, Gully Big Mother put up the cell phone, once again mounted on horseback, facing the wind and snow to continue to patrol. Snow line on the Huaxia red. In the snow and wind as bright as ever. Chapter 111. Some people are born to do great things. Jiang Li's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the wall of the thermos cup. The sound of the wind and snow on the Pamir Plateau seemed to be echoing in her ears. The monument-keeping story told by Big Sister Gully added a bit of bitterness to the smell of sterilized water in the ward. Detected host acquiring story fragment X1. Current collection progress. 1-3. Reward upon successful fusion. Complete score and arrangement plan for the song 10,000 Borders. The moment the mechanical sound exploded inside the skull, the goji berry water shook out tiny ripples at the bottom of the cup. The teenager lowered his eyes to hide the strange colors under his eyes, and his knuckles lightly knocked on the wall of the cup. It was one step closer to unlocking the 10,000 Borders. A wisp of undetectable expectation quietly rose in his heart. At this moment, Gu Mingqing's live broadcast room is setting off a wave of revelry. The piano synthesizer flowed out the last note. Gu Mingqing shook his slightly sore wrist. In the split screen, behind him was an entire wall of sheet music manuscripts. The dense revision marks on the snow-white paper pages were clearly visible. Regarding the song Shavings and the Sea, I tried to use 3 movements to structure its complete emotion. The knuckles tapped the music stand, making a crisp sound. The first movement, the planing knife, opts for E-flat major to G minor. The purpose is to simulate the tearing sound when the wood is planed. Strive to restore the texture of the wood itself. The second movement, Sea Salt, skillfully uses the syncopated rhythm of triplets to mimic the rhythm of the tides and waves lapping at the shore. As for the final movement, Warp and Weft, it uses polyphonic counterpoint, trying to interweave the mood of a conversation between father and daughter across time and space. The pop-ups were instantly slammed with specialized terminology. Though it's cloudy to hear, it's right to be uncertain.jpg. Gu Peacock opens its screen late but arrives. This wave of X pretend I give 99 points, 1 more point afraid of his pride. Translation: what the hell is that? Gu Mingqing suddenly faced the camera and spread his hands helplessly. The dimples at the corners of his mouth were full of sincere self-deprecation. Unfortunately, This voice of mine is born to be a broken gong. It really doesn't match the subtlety of this tune. Casually tugging his tie loose, revealing his smooth neck. Underneath the pale skin, light green veins were faintly visible. So is there any warrior who dares to challenge this song? Friendly reminder, if you sing it badly, you won't be compensated for any mental damages. Let me do it. I, the god of bathroom singing, apply to fight. In front, you're howling like a pig. Thank you. Don't panic. Gu bow. Mom will give you the whole recording studio sound repairer overnight. I'll make sure you'll be so good that your own mother won't even recognize you. In the midst of a wave of joyful flirting in the live broadcast room, a golden pop-up screen suddenly appeared. I'm Chung Jie. I'm looking for a mic. 6 simple words, making the live broadcast room instantly jammed into a PPT.
Chen Yuxi,
That Chung Jie who won the Golden Bell Award last year. The live Chung Jie. I'm going to perform a groundhog squeal and call for Mr. Chung like crazy. Did Mr. Chung have his number stolen? Or was it actually kidnapped? If it's kidnapped, blink your big Kaziran eyes. Gu Mingcheng raised his eyebrows and tapped his fingertips, pressing the Agree to Connect button. The screen tore apart in an instant and then quickly reorganized. A slightly young face appeared on the live broadcast screen. Chung Jie was wearing a loose, oversized sweater, casually nestled in a gaming chair. The bangs in front of his forehead are also mischievous with 2 pinches of nerdy hair. In his arms, he was holding half a piece of watermelon that he had chewed in half. The living free from not yet graduated college students look. Mr. Gu's song. Chung Jie scooped up a large spoonful of chilled watermelon and said vaguely, the juice slowly sliding down the corners of his mouth. The use of off-key 7th chords in the main song part is to create that sense of wooden texture, right? The chorus, it suddenly shifts to a parallel major key. It's like a shaving splash moment, bright and breezy. That 12-tone sequence in the interlude. Is it trying to convey that salty flavor carried by the sea breeze? Between words, with extreme precision, he spat the watermelon seeds into the trash can next to him. That polyphony of warp and weft. I can try to sing it. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast instantly fell into an eerie silence. All words lost their meaning, leaving only a screen full of ellipses, as well as countless netizens frantically brushing the screen with question marks. This is the world of the Big Brother. Eating melons and talking and laughing and tearing down the tunes to the point of clarity. Chung Jie. I'm just singing casually. Don't take it seriously. JPG. Suggest checking. It doesn't look like an act. Gu Mingcheng's eyes flashed with excitement, and he pushed the sheet music closer to the camera, making it easier for Chung Jie to see it more clearly. Chung Jie casually wiped off the watermelon juice at the corner of his mouth, and his temperament suddenly changed when he cleared his voice. When the first note spilled out of his throat, all the playful pop-ups instantly cleared. He went so far as to choose the very skillful American singing style, to interpret the melody with a light ballad flavor. The mellow baritone voice, like a vintage wine, moves easily between the wide range of G4 to D5. The treble is clear and transparent without being harsh, and the bass is calm and rich with magnetism. The best part was in the singing of the second voice. The second part of the song is the second part of the song, in which the sound of the ocean tide is simulated by the use of the air sound technique. The 2 voices undulate and intertwine with each other. It's like a father's rough palm stroking over his daughter's hair. Vocal teacher writes resignation letter overnight series. Other people sing for money. Chung Jie sings for his life. This voice has been kissed by God, right? At this time, a man of steel silently wiped away tears from the corners of his eyes. Where is this singing? This is clearly telling a story in song Ah. The last note slowly dissipated like a sigh. Chung Jie changed back to his boy next door appearance, scratching his head and giggling, revealing a slightly blushing smile. The new equipment hasn't arrived yet, so I'm casually singing, so I've made you all laugh. The pop-ups didn't realize until this point as an afterthought. People were using just ordinary earphones, but they were hardwired to sing with the stunning effect of a professional recording studio level. Gu Mingcheng solemnly saved the recording file and suddenly bowed 90 degrees to the camera. Thank you, Mr. Chung, for saving the show. Rising with his broken hair falling down his eyelashes, he rarely showed a few moments of youthfulness. Professional things should really be left to the professionals. Grass. Gu Dog suddenly stopped being a dog. Black to road. This wave of atmospheric circle powder. Chung Jie. Deeply hidden feats and fame. JPG. Gu Mingqing's skills amazed the audience, and Cheng Jie's voice was a direct effect of the live broadcast. On the other hand, Xiangshan Sanatorium. The floor-to-ceiling windows reflect the cedar silhouette. Secretary Li quietly walked into Chen's study, only to see the old man sitting upright, staring at the tablet computer in his hand. On the live broadcast screen, Jiang Li was replying to the pop-ups. "Old chief, why aren't you worried at all?" Secretary Li deliberated his tone and broke the silence of the room. Gu Mingqing has already taken out his work, and the response has been very enthusiastic, and there doesn't seem to be much movement on Mr. Zhang's side. Worried about what? That kid from the Zhang family's work was completed long ago. Chen Lao's tone was certain, with an imperceptible smile on his face. His eyes still did not leave the screen. Secretary Li's movement of pushing his gold-rimmed glasses paused. The gaze behind the lenses was tinged with doubt. "Are you saying that Mr. Zhang has finished his new song?" He had been following the live broadcast the entire time. Hadn't teacher Jiang Li been interacting with the netizens, having a chat and gossiping? When did he write a song? The second story is about when the prosthetic limb was frostbitten. Chen Lao cut off the questioning, his finger pointing at the flood of pop-ups scrolling across the screen. Pinpointing a comment. "Look at this, Jiang Shun's typing has slowed down." The tone was calm, but carried the confidence of insight into everything. The secretary leaned over to take a closer look. It was carefully recalled. It seemed that was indeed the case. Previously, Jiang Li had returned pop-ups in almost seconds, dealing with all sorts of tricky questions with ease. But since the Tajik border guard Guli anti-connected, the speed of response was obviously half a beat slower. But he has been interacting with netizens. How could he have time to write a song? Secretary Li's doubts deepened. In his opinion, it was already difficult to do two things at once. Whether it was interacting with netizens and keeping the heat in the live broadcast room, or songwriting, all of them required a high level of concentration and were extremely taxing on the brain. How could a person carry out two such intense tasks at the same time? This was simply unthinkable. Elder Chun seemed to have seen through the secretary's shock. With a slight smile, he did not explain too much. He only said meaningfully, "It's good to watch. I guess the Jiang family kid still has a surprise to give to the crowd." 8 years ago, there was a soldier in the civilian corps who could memorize the Nei Shang Yui song while dismantling a gun. Some people born to do great things. The copper bell on the eaves was startled by the wind through the hall, and the crisp ringing echoed in the quiet room. It's time for the Spring Festival directors team to go into the premiere to pick up wind. The old man pulled up a screenshot of the live broadcast of Guli's border patrol. On the screen, on the snow-covered land, the winding hoofprints look like a string of unfinished music. The third story is very good. The Tajiks can be invited to the Spring Festival. Just sing the song that the Jiang family boy hasn't put pen to paper yet. The secretary's pupils suddenly contracted, finally understanding the deeper meaning of Chen Lao's words. "How are you sure? Mr. Jiang has a new inspiration." His voice trembled slightly. The shock in his heart was already beyond words. Elder Chun meant that Jiang Li had not only completed the work, and that he had a new inspiration after listening to Auntie Guli's story? Is this still a human being? It was simply a monster, just as Secretary Li's mind was in shock. The old man flexed his fingers and knocked on the sandalwood case and spoke again. "Write, pass a message to Diwu. A red-headed document weighs 3 tons more than a capitalist's check. Culture at sea is a national policy, and Immortal Sword IP is not something those people can take away just because they want to." The steady tapping sound shook the tea soup with ripples. It spread in a circle. Secretary Li's heart shook, instantly understanding the weight of Chen Lao's words. Culture going to sea rose to the level of national guidelines. It would never be shaken by the power of a district's capital. With these words, the IP license for Immortal Sword from Tomato Station would be as stable as Mount Taishan. The doubts in my mind have been dispelled. In its place was a deep admiration for Jiang Li, as well as the anticipation for the next live showdown. "So, you're concluding that Teacher Jiang will defeat the Academy elites tonight and hold onto the Tomato Stage's Immortal Sword copyright?" Elder Chan didn't turn around. His eyes focused on the screen on the tablet. "You're talking a bit too much tonight." Secretary Li's heart flinched at his words, knowing that he had overstepped his bounds. Hastily bowing slightly, he apologized. "Yes, I understand." With that, He picked up his cell phone and respectfully exited the room to convey Elder Chen's instructions. Chapter 112 Zhang Li is going to lose? Meanwhile, inside the Tomato Stage's high-level conference room, the atmosphere was so oppressive that it seemed to freeze. Everyone's eyes were glued to Gu Mingqing's live broadcast on the screen. Just now, Cheng Jie's amazing singing was like a heavy hammer hitting their hearts. Everyone's faces turned pale and their hearts went cold. Su Zheng's face was even harder to see. Gnashing his teeth, he tried his best to control himself from thinking about the worst possible outcome. However, his mind was like a walking lantern, constantly flashing one terrifying thought after another. Immortal Sword IP license had collapsed and Best Buddy was facing a cut. All of these were still secondary. The most frightening thing was that once Elder Chen was completely disappointed with Zhang Li, he would continue to support the academy school. The future of Tomato TV is unimaginable. What does a TV station rely on to survive? The only way to survive is to increase ratings through variety shows and TV dramas, and then rely on ratings to attract advertisers. Now, in order to support Zhang Li, they're going against the academy. Behind the academy is the entertainment capital that controls half of the entertainment industry. When the time comes, those capitals can just move their fingers. They will be able to jam the neck of Tomato Station, making it difficult for them to move an inch. At this moment, his heart was mixed. He cared about his career more than anyone else. In order to further his career, he has organized the public opinion and bet on Zhang Li under great pressure. If the bet is won, naturally everyone will be happy. Su Zheng's resume will add another colorful. But once the bet is lost, the government's performance is difficult to see, and there is no hope for promotion, or even be transferred to the Clearwater government office to retire. This is the chain reaction that he is most worried about. And now it seems, the worst seems to be really happening. The entire conference room was dead silent. All the executives were like ants on a hot pan, pretending to be calm on the surface, but in reality, their hearts had already been in a mess. What they were worried about was not just the future of Tomato Station. They were also worried about their own future. Standing on the wrong side of the line never ends well. This reasoning everyone present knows very well. All of them are in the system of crawling through the old oil, know the way of survival in the officialdom. Seeing the wind direction is not right, one by one began to plan for the future. After all, no one wants to become a victim of the power struggle. On the other hand, in the courtyard at the foot of Fragrant Hill, the crunching sound of the blue and white porcelain marigold knocking on the wooden table woke up the copper bell on the eaves. Zhao Yanxiu trembled and took off his glasses. The lenses reflected on the projection screen cloth the rising live data. The quick-acting heart-saving pill tinfoil was kneaded into a ball between his fingers, and then slowly stretched into the shape of a butterfly. It's done. He suddenly clapped his hands. This song by Ming Chang, Plains and the Sea, takes the 12-tone sequence and microdifferentiation techniques and rubs them together to melt them into the city's smoke and fire. This is the meteorology that academics should have. Cigar smoke in between the carved beams and pillars, hovering into a greenish-gray vortex. Shen Huayuan rubbed the batter on the armrests of the eunuch chair. His eyes swept over his red-faced colleagues. A certain professor was stirring the rainy day dragon well with a silver spoon, and the tea broth swirled into a golden vortex in the calabash. It resembled that stunning off-key chord in Gu Mingqing's chorus section. If you ask me, this improvised variation by Mingqing is even more subtle than the one by Mu Bai at the Lucerne Music Festival last year. The old man in the Zhongshan suit twirled his goatee, the rim of his tea light stained with half a slice of tender biluacun buds. Listen to the treatment at 42 seconds of the third movement. It is clear that it is the use of the ancient Dunhuang score of the urgent tune technique. The moonlight leaking through the window pane flowed into a river on the green brick floor. Zhao Yanxiu suddenly coughed violently. The bloody breath that rose in his throat mixed with the smell of burnt cigars. He recalled that 30 years ago, he took his students to the international composition competition. The chairman of the jury's insult of the Chinese music scene is dead, was now shattered into pieces by the sound of Gu Mingqing's piano. Young people should have this kind of sharpness. Shen Huayuan used silver tweezers to pick up the sedum wood in the charcoal fire. When we were in Vienna, we were pointed at our noses and scolded for technical flow without soul. Now Ming Cheng uses academy techniques to cook human fire. This is the real. He suddenly paused. The projection screen cloth flashed the real-time image of Zhang Li's live broadcast. The sickly young man's cloudy appearance pierced one's eyes. The room full of joy suddenly froze, like a vinyl record skipping frames. Brother Huayuan is overly concerned. Zhao Yanqiu twisted the cap of the quick-acting heart-saving pill bottle with a crunching sound. With that kid's live-streaming three-legged interactive tricks? This improvisation by Ming Chang is enough to be written into the textbook of the Berlin Conservatory. Getting up, he pushed open the wooden window. The nocturnal fragrance from the quadrangle, mixed with the smell of rusting metal from the distant construction site, came pouring in. The old professor in the Tibetan green tang suit suddenly burst out laughing. The incense string between his wrists crashed with a muffled sound. Have you guys seen the pop-ups? The netizens say that the work of the city is like dissecting the earth with a scalpel, which is a fresh analogy, pointing to the golden pop-ups that swept across the screen. If you ask me, this scalpel cuts through more than just the earth. The aroma of tea suddenly intensified. The crowd realized that the water on the sea of tea had been boiling for a long time. The steam whined against the lid of the cast iron pot. Shen Huayuan watched the water mist rising into a rainbow in the moonlight. In a trance, he saw the teenager who carried a bass violin into the rainstorm more than 10 years ago. At that time, the robot cat sticker that was attached to Gu Mingqing's violin case. Now it has been transformed into a mountain of Guxin pop-ups in the live broadcast room. Mubai is right. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly poured tea into the celadone water pot. The splash of water scattered the reflection of the moon. This level of sniper battle, there is no need for him to personally make a move. Caressing the cartoon sticker that her daughter had put on the cell phone case. Thinking of the Berkeley College of Music offer she received this morning. When this batch of children in Ming City grows up, it's time for our people to be replaced on the judges' table in the Golden Hall. The old man in the Zhongshan suit suddenly tapped the rim of his marigold with a silver spoon. The tinkling sound actually alluded to the melody of the chorus of Plains and Seas. The crowd looked at each other and laughed. The aroma of tea wrapped in cigar smoke intertwined into a golden river in front of the projection screen. It was as if they saw Gu Mingqing standing on the Grammy podium. Behind him was the Academy's new generation of galactic fleet. The copper bell on the eaves was suddenly struck by the night wind. Shen Huayuan slightly hung his head. Shin gazed at the moon shadow that was floating in the tea soup. Thoughts, however, drifted to the distant border. Trance heard the Pamir Plateau. The cold wind wrapped in the sky, flying snow whistling sound. This slightly sad thought just appeared. He was immediately forced to extinguish in the bottom of his heart. Jiang Li at this moment is just an autumn leaf about to be crushed under the wheel of history. How could he shake the foundation of the academy school? At this time, Pengcheng, which was thousands of miles away, was also brightly lit. A skyscraper lined up, highlighting the economic vitality of the bridgehead of reform and opening up. Daewoo Group headquarters building top floor. In front of the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, the deep night curtain is like a black velvet cloth that is slowly pulled open, taking in the prosperity of the whole city. Next to the huge ring-shaped conference table, a dozen or so middle-aged and elderly people in suits with extraordinary demeanor were sitting with solemn expressions. They were the board members of Daewoo Group, holding the core power of this huge business empire. And at this moment, all eyes were focused on the projection screen in the center of the conference table. Upon seeing Gu Mingqing complete the creation and performance of Plains and the Sea, and the phenomenal internet response it had triggered, the expressions of the board members all became more and more serious. Gentlemen, everyone has seen the situation. The uppermost head of the conference table, the old man with meticulously combed hair and a calm face, slowly spoke. He was the chairman of Daewoo Group, Zhou Shichang, a man of the moment who had been in the business world for decades. When he raised his hands, he carried the majesty of a superior. The standard of Gu Mingqing's work is indeed very high, and it can even be said that it exceeded our expectations. The voice was not high, but it clearly reached the ears of every director present. Judging from the current online public opinion, the Academy faction's voice has completely overpowered the tomato stage. If we make a decision now to license the Immortal Sword IP to Academy faction, it seems logical. It's more likely to show the outside world, especially to those capitalists, our Daewoo's business judgment. Chapter 113. Elder Chen asked me to bring a message. These words were said in a very subtle manner, but the meaning was clear. In business, business is business. From the perspective of maximizing profits, giving up the tomato stage and switching to the academy now seems to be the safest and wisest choice. After all, the mall is like a battlefield, changing rapidly. Before, he had chosen Tomato Channel for Zhang Li's potential and topicality. But now, Gu Mingcheng had used his strength to prove the academy school's heritage and energy. If they continued to choose Zhang Li, once the final result was less than satisfactory, Daewoo Group will have to bear a huge commercial risk and public opinion pressure. What's more, those capitalists behind the scenes had already begun to move around, constantly applying pressure. Hopefully, Daewoo can reconsider the cooperation partner. The board members were all veterans in the shopping mall and naturally understood the deeper meaning of Zhou Shichang's words. For a while, the conference room fell into a short silence. Several directors exchanged glances with each other, seemingly engaging in silent communication. A few moments later, a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. The middle-aged director with slightly thinning hair was the first to break the silence. Chairman, I agree with you. Gu Mingcheng's work is truly outstanding. It already has the potential to be a phenomenal hit. If the Immortal Sword IP can join forces with Academy School, I'm sure it will be able to create greater commercial value. This director was Daewoo Group's vice president in charge of IP operations. The judgment of market wins and commercial value has always been very keen. His stance undoubtedly represented the opinion of a portion of the board. Immediately afterward, another director opened his mouth to concur. I also think that it's time to reassess the cooperation with Tomato Channel. Although Zhang Li is talented, he is still underqualified after all. It still seems a bit young compared to the Academy. The Immortal Sword IP is a big deal. We must be cautious and ensure that nothing goes wrong. With these two directors taking a stance, the atmosphere in the conference room began to tilt in a certain direction. More and more directors agreed with Zhou Shichang, thinking that they should reconsider their cooperation with the Academy. After all, the supremacy of profit was the iron law of the business world. The board of directors was about to tip the scales in favor of the Academy. At this time, Zhou Shichang's cell phone suddenly vibrated. The sound of the vibration seemed particularly abrupt. Frowning slightly, he looked at the caller ID. It was a special encrypted number, with Secretary Li in the memo. With a twinkle in his eye, he signaled the meeting to be suspended. Getting up, he walked to the floor-to-ceiling window and picked up the phone, painting night scenery into a flowing river of light. The gentle accent unique to the system came from the receiver. Elder Chen asked me to bring a message. Culture at sea is not a treat. Always give the new seedlings time to break the ground. Secretary Li's voice was not loud. Every word, however, was like a knock on Zhou Shichang's heart. Xiang Shan called.
Elder Chen's attitude.
These few keywords instantly sent waves of shock through Qin's heart. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm his heart. Does Elder Chen have any other instructions? Trust your own judgment, and trust the young people as well. Thank you, Brother Li. I know what to do. I'll go to the capital to treat you to dinner some other day. Secretary Li did not respond to the sentence and directly hung up the phone. Zhou Shichang's knuckles knocked on the bulletproof glass. In the reflection, the traffic 23 floors below was like red blood cells rushing through his veins. 10 years ago, when he brought Daewoo Games to the United States to go public, had also heard similar words at the New York Stock Exchange. The expression became somewhat subtle. Turning back to the conference table, he gazed at the directors. Gentlemen, I just received a call from the Xiangshan side. Elder Chen is very concerned about the Immortal Sword IP and has given some instructions. A call from Xiangshan? Elder Chen's instructions? The board members froze. The conference room, which was originally somewhat noisy, instantly became silent. Everyone held their breath as their eyes focused on Zhou Shichang in unison. Everyone present was a human being. Naturally understand what Xiangshan call means. More so, they understood Chen Lao's instructions, what it meant to Daewoo Group, to the entire business world. What Elder Chen means is to wait a little longer about the Immortal Sword IP license. Don't rush to make a decision. It's important to give the young people the opportunity to fully display their talents. The final result takes the works to speak. Zhou Shichang's words sealed the deal and completely changed the direction of the atmosphere in the conference room. The directors, who were originally somewhat inclined towards the academy school, at this moment, they all put away their previous arguments and their expressions became grave. Chairman, since it's Elder Chen's intention, then we naturally have to seriously consider it. The vice president, who had first stated his position, immediately changed his tone to one of respect and caution. Elder Chen is far-sighted. His judgment must have its own reasoning. Another director also hastily chimed in. We should give Tomato Stage some more time to see what kind of work Mr. Zhang Li can actually come up with. These were all old foxes, and their ability to see the wind and steer the ship had already been perfected. At this moment, since Fragrant Hill had spoken and Chen Lao had taken a stand, they naturally have to adjust their strategies and follow the wind direction above. After all, in this piece of land in China, any business behavior cannot be separated from the influence of the political environment, especially like Daewoo Group, a huge volume of business giants, more to maintain political acumen at all times, with the above policy guidelines to maintain a high degree of consistency. Otherwise, once they are on the wrong team and on the wrong path, what awaited them would be an unimaginable disaster. Zhou Shichang nodded his head in satisfaction, not surprised by the board member's knowledge of the times. Raising his hand, he glanced at his wristwatch. Let's watch the live broadcast first, and take a final vote on the Immortal Sword IP license in 10 minutes. Half 10 minutes? A director asked with some doubt. Chairman, isn't the time too hasty? Shouldn't we have more time for a fuller discussion and evaluation? Time is running out. Zhou Shichang spoke in a calm tone. Zhou Mubai, as well as those capitalist representatives, will arrive in almost 10 more minutes. After a pause, he said meaningfully. Anyway, remember, Xiangshan called. As long as Daewoo still wants to develop in the country, it's best to follow the policy guidelines from above. If after 10 minutes, Zhang Li still can't come up with a better work, we'll sign the contract again at that time, and no one can say anything. The words were said in a watertight manner, not only indicating that they would respect the Fragrant Hill instructions and give Zhang Li a chance, and also leave enough back way. If Zhang Li eventually performs poorly, Daewoo Group can still logically choose the academy to maximize business interests. This is the way a person in power should be. In the political and commercial game, always looking for a balance. The board members naturally understood the strings and nodded their heads to show that they understood. For a while, the atmosphere in the conference room once again became delicate. Originally almost settled the Immortal Sword IP license dispute. Because of a phone call from Xiangshan, once again the suspense has risen. Everyone's eyes were focused on the teenager in the live broadcast room. Want to see this young musician, whether he can create a miracle. Come up with enough works to turn the tide. Chapter 114 Gu Mingxing breaks defense. At the same time, inside the live broadcast room, the speed at which the pop-ups were scrolling had broken through the sky. Suggest checking the vocal cord structure. Is this the sound that carbon-based organisms can make? I announce, Chang Jia plus Gu Mingcheng, the King Bomb combo. Who's in favor? Who's against? Help! I've got goosebumps. This song is great, and so is Chang Jia. Everyone was immersed in Chang Jia's almost perfect interpretation. Gu Mingxing's strength was also proven once again. The song Plains and the Sea did have the potential to be a god. Even Chang Jia loved this song to the core. Holding the watermelon, he looked up. The juice dripped down his chin onto his sweater. Living like a male college student who had mistakenly entered the Vanity Fair. Teacher Gu, I love this song so much that I can't wait to include it in my new album. I wonder if you're willing to part with it? After a slight pause, he added, how about this? Didn't Mr. Gu say earlier that he would give away 10 SU7S? I'll pay for this amount. Consider it a royalty for buying the song. What do you think? The live broadcast room was once again detonated. Did I hear it right? Chang Jia wants to buy the song? And also pay for the SU7? 10 SU7S. Poverty limits my imagination. $2 million. Just to buy one song? That's outrageous. Upstairs, you've got a small frame of mind. Chang Jia is a rich man. He plays music for fun. $2 million is just a drop in the bucket for him. The truth. The capriciousness of the rich. We can't imagine the joy of the rich. But this also proves that Flower and Sea is really great. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made Chang Jia's heart flutter. Netizens marveled at Chang Jia's bravado. They also became more certain of the value of plains and seas. Gu Mingxing also did not expect that Chang Jia would offer to buy the song in public. His heart snickered, and he quickly regained his composure. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, he pretended to be reserved. Teacher Chang is joking, it's my honor that you like it. The matter of copyright, we can talk privately after the live broadcast. After saying that, the conversation turned and began to fulfill the previous promise. Once again, thank you Teacher Chang for your wonderful rendition. To celebrate, and to thank all of you for your old iron support. Now immediately draw today's first batch of lucky viewers and give away 5 SU7S. As the lottery program started, the atmosphere in the live broadcast room was once again ignited. Soon, 5 lucky viewers were drawn out. The live broadcast room was instantly flooded with pop-ups of envy and congratulations. Really? I actually won the lottery? Happiness came too suddenly. Envy cried. I won SU7 too. Thank you, God of Goo. I'll go to my circle of friends, Weibo and Jitterbug, and go crazy about the God of Goo. The netizens who won the prize were incoherent with excitement. They said that they wanted to become Gu Mingqing's die-hard fans. The netizens who didn't win the prize wailed. Various envious and jealous pop-ups brushed the screen. Whoops, why not me? I won SU7 too. Goo dog, do you understand? You can't just favor these few people. Next time. I'll get my turn next time. Although the raffle was very lively. However, the popularity of the live broadcast didn't seem to be completely on Gu Mingqing's side as he had expected. Many netizens were expressing envy. Also on the pop-up screen, they kept brushing Zhang Li's name. Gu Mingqing is awesome and his songs are really good. But I still want to hear Zhang Shan's songs. Right? Where's Zhang Shan? When are you going to make a big move? Sit and wait for Zhang Shan to counterattack. I don't believe he'll lose. Apparently, even though Gu Mingqing and Cheng Jie's collaboration was amazing enough. But in many netizens' minds, they still had expectations for Zhang Li. Seeing the pop-up screen in the live broadcast room, once again, Zhang Li's name was strongly screened. In Gu Mingqing's heart, the sense of superiority that had just built up due to Cheng Jie's performance of Plains and Seas instantly dissipated. It was replaced by intense resentment and jealousy. Obviously, it was he who had first stunned the entire audience, proving the strength of the Academy with Plains and Seas. But why, in the end, did everyone's eyes focus on Zhang Li again? I don't understand. I really don't understand. Could it be that no matter how hard one tried, one could not surpass the sickly child? The fingertips trembled slightly. Gu Mingqing tried his best to maintain the lightness on his face, speaking slowly to the live broadcast camera. Actually, everyone doesn't need to put too much pressure on Mr. Zhang. After all, something like inspiration is really something that can come and go. The previous times, Teacher Zhang has already proved himself. There's absolutely no need to prove anything more. Tonight, Mr. Zhang is really under a lot of pressure. Everyone should give him more encouragement and support. At first glance, these words seemed to be speaking for Zhang Li. In fact, the words were filled with hints of Zhang Lang's talent is exhausted and running out of skills, as if to say, Zhang Li's previous amazing works, they were just a flash in the pan, a stroke of luck. Now that her inspiration has dried up, she is no longer able to create outstanding works. Most of the netizens in the live broadcast room were watching the action. Where couldn't they hear Gu Mingqing's words, the flavor of yin and yang? The pop-ups instantly became even more lively.
顾神这话说的，茶味儿都溢出屏幕了。
Ming praises and darker criticisms, a conspiratorial flavor, worthy of being a senior student of the Academy, speaking with such a level of sophistication. Gushin is right. Zhang Li did pull his crotch tonight, and he hasn't even held back a song yet. Has Zhang Li really run out of talent? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Waiting for Mr. Zhang to hit his face again. I'm waiting for Mr. Zhang to hit me in the face again. The netizens were talking a lot, and the pop-up screen was a mess. On the other hand, in the live broadcast screen, Zhang Li, who was originally calm, frowned slightly after hearing these words. Originally, he thought that he would let Gu Mingqing be complacent for a little while longer. After all, the more joyful the clown jumped, the more miserable the fall would be. But he didn't expect it. This bastard was so calm that he had to make things difficult for himself. In that case, he would not be polite. The corner of his mouth slightly hooked up, emerging with a meaningful arc. Picking up the song sheet of As You Wish that had long been printed in his hand, showed it to the camera for a few seconds, ensuring that the more than 20 million netizens in the live broadcast room could see the song title clearly. Afterwards, it handed the song sheet to Chen Yuxi beside her, signaling her to sing later. Doubts flashed through Chen Yuxi's beautiful eyes, not understanding why Zhang Li wanted her to sing later. She had already familiarized herself with this song, and knew the melody and lyrics by heart. She could have sung it directly in front of the netizens in the live broadcast room, right? Doubtful as she was, she still obediently took the song sheet. He was about to ask. However, he saw Zhang Li nudging at the camera. Following the gaze, Only then did Chen Yuxi notice Gu Mingqing, instantly understanding the teenager's intentions. The corner of her mouth couldn't help but curl up slightly, surfacing with a playful smile. And at the same time, Gu Mingqing at the other end. After looking at the song sheet that Zhang Li displayed, as well as the two strong and powerful words, "As you wish" on the songbook, his face instantly became extremely ugly. The smile also stiffened on his face. While the layman could see the fun, the insider could see the doorway. Ordinary netizens in the live broadcast room might only realize that the title of the song, "As You Wish," was good, and the lyrics were also written in a meaningful way. But Gu Mingqing clearly knew. This song is definitely not just about the title and lyrics. Just by scanning the song sheet alone, he could feel that the song's arrangement was absolutely top-notch, although he thought to himself that Plains and Seas was also a top-notch composition. It was even enough to be written into a music academy textbook. However, when compared to this song, "As I Wish," it was still significantly inferior. This gap was like the gap between a finely decorated commercial house and a meticulously sculpted work of art. It was simply not on the same level. Realizing this, Gu Mingqing could no longer care about poise and decency. His handsome face was slightly twisted from shock. With disbelief in his tone, he blurted out to the live broadcast camera, "Is this song by Mr. Zhang also created live? How do I remember, just now, Teacher Zhang has been interacting with the netizens, listening to stories and connecting to the microphone again. How can he have time to write a song?" The words fell. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room exploded once again. Everyone smelled an unusual flavor. In the air, there seemed to be a smell called gunpowder odor. There is a good show to watch. Is this going to be a frontal confrontation? Gu Shen is questioning Mr. Zhang's cheating. He's saying that "As You Wish" wasn't written on the spot. The Academy really can't afford to lose. If they can't do it themselves, they're questioning others. I told you, the Academy is a bunch of hypocrites. They do one thing on the surface, but do another behind the scenes. Waiting for Mr. Zhang's response. Let's see how Mr. Zhang swollen his face. Tear it up. Tear it up. I love watching this annual drama. Chapter 115 Academics Rise Up in Love with Talent. Zhang Li didn't rush to defend herself. Her expression remained calm as usual. He only gestured towards the off-camera. The guide immediately understood and cut out the playback screen of the two-way camera. In an instant, Zhang Li's live broadcast screen split into two. On the left was the teenager's cloudy face, still interacting with the pop-ups. From time to time, he would also softly read out a few funny comments. On the right was a panoramic replay of what had just happened. On the screen, Zhang Li's fingers could be clearly seen tapping rapidly on the keyboard. A new document page was created, and the lyrics poured down like a waterfall. In order to be more convincing, the Tomato Channel guide was also very careful to add a timestamp on the playback screen that was accurate to the second, and the last modification time of the computer document. Ironclad evidence. All the skepticism at this moment appeared pale and powerless. The last bit of blood on Gu Mingqing's face had faded. It was replaced by a deathly despair, staring blankly at the split-screen image on the screen. In the two-way camera, Zhang Li's fingertips were fluttering on the keyboard like butterflies. His left hand even managed to find time to give the netizen a heart. The guide gave the document a red timestamp. It's like he's mocking the 15 minutes he's so proud of. A tsunami of pop-ups flooded the screen in the live broadcast room. How many years has Zhang Shen practiced being single with this hand speed? At CS come and arrest someone for research. I told you it was impossible for Zhang Shen to cheat. Where are the black fans who questioned it? Are their faces swollen? 7 minutes? Am I reading this right? You finished writing a song in less than 7 minutes? This hand speed, this efficiency, it's unbelievable. Gu Mingqing's 15-minute song was already blown out of proportion, but Zhang Shen finished it in 7 minutes, and it feels like it's of higher quality. How can we compare? How can you write a song in 7 minutes and still drive with us? Gu Mingqing didn't lose unfairly. Ahahaha. I just want to know now, what kind of divine song is "As I Wish"? Miss Chen Yuxi, sing it quickly. I can't wait. Don't freeze, miss. Sing. Sing quickly. I've got my ears ready. Please, sing. I want to hear Zhang Shen's new song now. Curiosity is already about to explode. Everyone was completely overwhelmed by the strength Zhang Li had shown. They were also filled with unprecedented anticipation for "As I Wish." Chen Yuxi nodded her head slightly in front of the camera, and the light spots from her earrings shaking and shattering fell into the cracks of the keyboard. I would like to dedicate this song to all the ordinary but great watchmen. The intro is a clarinet simulating the evening breeze, mixed with a piano arpeggio like a clear spring. When the first line, "You are a distant road, a light in the fog of the mountains," flowed from the lips, the pop-up screen suddenly stood still. Everyone held their breath for fear of missing a lyric. Chen Yuxi's voice was ethereal and clear, with a hint of sadness, but contained warmth and strength. The lyrics were simple and heartfelt. Every word is like a seed full of emotion, quietly taking root in the listener's heart. I am a child, walking in your eyes. You are the bright moon and the breeze. I am the dream you shine. As the song advances, netizens' thoughts are also pulled by the lyrics, drifting to the depths of distant memories. The father's silent and magnificent figure appeared before their eyes. The smell of motor oil and wood shavings emanating from the toolbox lingers on the tip of the nose. Grandma's weathered face, and the blue scarf that carries half a lifetime of longing, also became clearer and clearer. Chun-chunny carving knife hanging between the folds of sandalwood guanine. Wooden shavings rustled down on the tablet computer. Suddenly she remembered her father's dying words, "Live like a mortise and tenon," when he used sandpaper to polish the handle of the toolbox. Trembling, she picked up the tablet and typed a text in the pop-up box. Chuni's Wood Workshop. Mr. Jiang has put his father's shavings into his song. Listen to the line, "I'll embrace you all my life, whether I see you or not." The warp and woof of the concentric quilt of the straits ripples in the light of the display case. Song Xiaowei pressed the metal box against the microphone. The pop-up sent out is stuck right at the moment when the chorus rises key. "Be happy ducks today too." Grandma must have heard the foghorn in Keelung Harbor. The blue scarf is floating up in the song QAQ. "To see and not to see all my life with you. And I will love the earth you love, and wish for the smile you wish for." The song gradually entered the climax. Chen Yuxi's voice also became fuller and more infectious. The deep emotions contained in the lyrics spilled out, instantly hitting the softest place in the hearts of countless netizens. In the live broadcast room, pop-ups appeared sporadically. It is no longer the previous clamor and flirting. Instead, it is a sentence full of true feelings of the message. Listening to crying. Really listen to crying. The lyrics are too well written. Every line pokes me in the heart. Thinking of my father, thinking of my grandmother. Thank you, Jiangshin. Thank you, Yuxi. This song is really too touching. Meanwhile, in the sanatorium at the northern foot of Fragrant Mountain, the green bamboo curtain was lifted by the night wind, and the moonlight flowed over the teacups on the rosewood table. Secretary Li bowed and refilled the tea light to 7 points full. "Elder Chan, you said 3 years ago that pop music should pick up the bone and blood of Chinese civilization, and this song, As I Wish by teacher Jiang Li, it's a breathing, living word version." Chan Lao stirred the tea soup with a silver spoon, and the surface of the water floated with the azure color of the Northern Song Dynasty's Ru kiln. The first half of the K hooks up the carpenter's inkwell with a pentatonic scale. The second half of the K turns the tone to allude to the straight tides. Do you hear the breathiness of the chorus? Like playing the warp and woof of a quilt? The alarm bells under the eaves suddenly chimed in unison. Overwhelmed by the mountain of ceiling god pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Secretary Li's hand holding up the medicine marigold paused. He had never seen such vivid light hidden in the creases of the old man's eyes. "Look at these lyrics." The old master suddenly pointed at the tablet and let out a loud laugh. "And I will love the earth that you love. Good Jiang family boy." The Chinese music scene should have had something like this a long time ago. A voice for the times. A voice for the people. This is truly a good work. Outside the sanatorium, mountain mist wrapped in the melody of As You Wish roamed through the pine forest. A certain guard suddenly wiped his face and turned his head to look at the lights of 10,000 homes in the distance. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the courtyard at the foot of Fragrant Hill, smoke curls from a rosewood incense burner. The projection screen was fixed on the finale of As You Wish. The pentatonic scale was transformed into steel nails, nailing out fine cracks in the golden signboard of the academy. The faces of the academy school bigwigs, led by Zhao Yanxiu and Shin Huayuan, were so gloomy that it seemed like a rainstorm was coming. The room was filled with silence. Someone heard the sound of the academy school's 60 years of glory, shattering into pieces. These old men who were in charge of half of the Chinese music industry were like puppets on strings with their spines removed. I've seen too many shooting stars crossing the night sky, but I've never seen anyone drag the Milky Way into the recording studio. But today I have. In less than 7 minutes, a piece of such high quality came out of nowhere. It was beyond anyone's knowledge. When it comes to musical skill, everyone here is naturally as good as, if not better than, everyone here. But inspiration is something that can never be found. Like Zhang Li, inspiration gushed out, and in a moment it could be transformed into a sound. He was truly gifted, a genius among geniuses. An unspeakable sense of frustration slowly flooded the hearts of these academy leaders. Originally, they had high hopes for Gu Mingqing. He thought that he could represent the academy school and severely frustrate Zhang Li. Let those folk musicians understand who is the king of size. However, the reality hit him hard in the face. As I wish not only completely shattered Gu Mingqing's confidence, it also brought their academy school's face into disrepute. Shen Huayuan's pupils behind the lenses shrunk into pinpoints. Old Li, how long did it take for the graduate students you brought with you to polish that song Silk Road Camel Bell when they declared the national project last year? The knotted head of the folk music department's throat knots rolled twice. Chapter 116. The Times have chosen Zhang Li. The tea-light cover bowl touched out a crisp trill. 10, 17 months. Less than 7 minutes on one side. On the other side, nearly 2 years. The gap between people, how can it be so big? Zhao Yanqiu smiled bitterly and grabbed the alabaster pot to pour it on the green potted plant. The boiling water was so hot that the leaves curled up into baby fists. This honorary vice president who had used 3 red songs to lay down half of the academy's arm. At the moment, the veins on the back of his hands are as gnarled as old trees. Mingxiu and Road played wonderfully. Even the old man has fallen into the path of the Zhang family boy. The bitter taste of a dragon well being scalded drifted through the room. The crowd stared at the Seal the God pop-up screen scrolling in real time on the projection screen. They could see the high wall built by the academy cracking. But soon, the frustration quietly turned into a complex emotion, the love of talent. How good would it be if Zhang Li was a member of their academy faction? In that case, the academy school's position would definitely be more solid. They could even take this opportunity to further expand their influence in the Chinese music scene. No matter how strong the momentum of folk musicians was, they were still just wildcards after all. It is difficult to be compared to the orthodox academy school that comes from the academy. An idea quietly grew in the minds of the crowd. Right now, it seems that the folk music circles that are circling the wagons have not yet realized Zhang Li's value. In other words, the academy school still had a chance to incorporate this new star into their camp. Shen Huayuan suddenly crushed the cultural walnut in his palm. Perhaps we can try. The end of the words hung in the air, but it was more alarming than saying it all. I don't know who touched over the Ru Kiln tea favor. The broken corner of the bravura rolled over the plains and seas, and as you wish score examples. The former is as neat as a terracotta warrior array. The latter dynamic notes but like Dunhuang fresco flying sky, to break the paper out. Collected. Zhao Yanqiu suddenly spat out 2 words, startling the night heron perched by the window. Keeping it as a treasure for the wild? Bring my obeisance tomorrow, and say that the Music Association has set up a new young artists committee. Shen Huayuan twisted the walnut crumbs and suddenly burst into tears of laughter. Wonderful! What do those muddy legs know about resource replacement? Let's give a false position, not only full of decency, but also can borrow his talent to the academy gilded. Dipped in tea and drew circles on the desktop. When we enter the meeting, these slaps in the face tonight will naturally become a good story of lifting up the juniors. The Secretary General of the Literary Federation, who had remained silent in the corner, suddenly spoke. I heard that Diwu Group's authorization hasn't been signed yet? Since the one from Fragrant Hill has given the word, we must move faster. At this moment, inside the Tomato Stage's high-level conference room, the long-suppressed atmosphere was finally completely dispersed by cheers. It's done. It's done. We got it right. I don't know who was the first to shout, instantly igniting the emotions of the entire conference room. Su Zheng's tense face finally revealed a smile of relief. He clenched his fist and pounded the desktop, making a dull sound. However, no one felt that it was noisy, but instead felt that this sound was like the beat of a victory drum, inspiring people. Zhou Ming was even so excited that his face turned red, as if he wanted to release all the joy in his chest. I told you that teacher Zhang Li can definitely do it. Look, look, less than 7 minutes. Less than 7 minutes to write a song called As You Wish. It's a miracle. A miracle. As Sutai's most trusted right-hand man, he knew better than anyone else. In order to support Zhongli, how much pressure Tomato Terrace had endured. The Immortal Sword IP authorization fiasco, and the Academy's strong sniping. Each of these was enough to send Tomato Station into a state of ruin. Now, Zhongli used the song, As I Wish, to turn the tide. Not only did he make Tomato Station come back from the dead, and even more so, it achieved brilliant results in the hard-fought battle with the Academy. The ecstasy of surviving a robbery and the excitement of a successful bet filled everyone's heart. These executives, who were usually unchanged in color, completely removed their disguises at this moment. At this moment, they completely removed their disguises and released their inner excitement to their heart's content. They are all old birds who have been in the system for many years and know the importance of standing in line. Support Zhongli certainly have Chun Lao's sake. But more than that, it was the crowd's judgment of the general situation, as well as their belief in Zhongli's talent. Su Zhang clenched his fists hard, trying to calm his excitement as he swept his gaze over every senior present. Everyone, we won again this time. Won beautifully. Won completely. Facts have proven that our vision was not wrong. Zhou Ming nodded his head vigorously and said with deep conviction, Yes, Su Tai, if it wasn't for your courageousness and insistence on broadcasting the Zhongli live broadcast, I'm afraid we would have missed out on a good opportunity for nothing this time. Ha 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 ha. Su Zhang laughed openly, the joy in his heart indescribable. This time, Zhang Li's personal ability was the most crucial factor in being able to save the day. However, it was undeniable that he resisted the pressure and chose to believe in Zhang Li. It also required a great deal of vigor and boldness. And as it turned out, his breaking the mold had brought huge rewards for Tomato Terrace. Broke 5%. The real-time ratings broke 5%. On the big data screen, the curve representing the ratings was rising at a 90-degree angle. At this moment, the crowd looked like the gourmets shabu-shabuing tripe in the alleys of Chongqing. The red face was drenched in spicy pain. Zhou Ming took off his glasses, and his breath haloed the hazy light spots on the lenses. He thought of the fiasco of the party 3 years ago. When the advertisers collectively withdrew their funds, the conference room was also lit up like this. Only at that time the light was full of cigarette butts and the deficit on the financial statement. The capital market sense of smell is always faster than public opinion monitoring. The CFO turned the tablet to the crowd. Station manager, 7 advertisers have asked for additional placements. One of them, Vulgari, has jacked up the best shot title fee by 30%. The woman, who was always shrewd, was smiling like a freshly graduated intern at the moment. The tail end dissolved in the applause of the other executives. At this time, the director of the guide group rushed into the conference room with a red face. Director of the station, director of the station. The pop-up peak broke the platform's all-time record. We accounted for 13 of the top 20 hot searches on Weibo. Good. Got it. Su Zhang raised his hand and pressed it in vain. The room full of clamor receding like a tidal wave. Pacing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, his fingertips scratched the rain traces condensed on the glass. Half a month ago, it was the same rainy night. He personally approved and passed the best buddy plan. Those 3 thin pages weighed as much as 1,000 pounds at the moment. Notify the technical department to add 3 more dedicated lines to Mr. Zhang's live broadcast. As he turned around, his cuffs swept across the sandalwood conference table. All resources of the Variety Channel are tilted towards Best Buddy. The director of the advertising department suddenly snorted out a laugh, projecting the text message onto the main screen. A certain senior producer from the Academy sent a message of goodwill. The level of fawning was comparable to a cover letter. The crowd exchanged glances. 3 days ago, this producer had been sarcastically trolling on Twitter. He said that Tomato Station was degrading itself by associating itself with the Wild Ones. Station manager, want to? 8 words back to him. Su Zhang picked up the cold coffee. Sincere cooperation. The future will be long. The hall was full of laughter. Suddenly remembering Chun Lao's previous knock on the phone, at this moment he finally tasted the 3 things. It was not Tomato Channel that chose Zhang Li. Rather, it was the times that chose the person who dared to shield the new seedlings from the wind and rain. Chapter 117. Might as well go and put pressure on Elder Chun. Meanwhile, Diwu Group. Inside the ring-shaped conference room on the top floor. The The floor-to-ceiling windows reflected the bright starry river of Pengcheng. Zhou Shichang's knuckles tapped on the glass, and on the projection screen behind him. The tail end of As You Wish was turning into stardust falling into Chen Yuxi's fluttering eyelashes. Do you all hear the sound of growing wood grain? Turning around abruptly, a few wisps of sedum ash shook off from the folds of his suit. At first, the crowd was still scrutinizing, assessing the value of Zhang Li's prey. However, as the song came to an abrupt end, the directors, who were used to seeing the winds and waves in the shopping mall, removed their cold masks and revealed themselves to be the prey of Zhang Li. All of them removed their cold masks and revealed the soft corner of their hearts. The lyrics of As I Wish reflect the ecology of the crowd. The lyrics of As I Wish reflect the ecology of the crowd, reminding them of their strict fathers, or gentle mothers, or the tenderness and light of other lives. The first to break the silence was the senior director, second only to Zhou Shichang. The voice was a little choked. This song is written to the heart. My old father sold his house in the old country to support my business back then. The vice president in charge of IP operations took off his gold glasses and wiped the water mist condensed on the lens with a flannel. When the vice song of the party played, he remembered the 1,000 paper cranes that his daughter had stuffed into his briefcase before she studied abroad. That kid always said that her business proposal was missing temperature. The projected light cuts a bright and dark border between the faces of the crowd. The finance director, wearing Armani haute couture, had just swallowed his antihypertensive pills mixed with cold brew coffee 3 minutes ago. At this moment, but feel the veins flowing Pearl River spring flood. Zhou Shichang silently turned to look at the screen. His heart also mixed feelings. The song As I Wish allowed him to see Zhang Li's talent and emotional depth far beyond his age. More importantly, the family sentiment and humanistic care conveyed by this song coincided with the corporate culture that Di Wu had always upheld. Looking around, the directors who were originally skeptical of Zhang Li were all showing signs of approval at this moment. Everyone, Zhou Shichang slowly spoke. Now it seems that the previous worries were a bit redundant. Zhang Li's talent is far beyond imagination. The song As I Wish is enough to prove his strength and potential. Chairman is right. The patriarchal director was the first to take a stance. The intention and depth of this song far exceeds Gu Mingqing's song Plains and Seas. I believe that if the Immortal Sword IP is given to Mr. Zhang Li, it will definitely be able to glow with a stronger vitality. I also agree. Another director chimed in. With Elder Chen's strong support, coupled with Mr. Zhang Li's talent, we can be completely fearless of the pressure from Zhou and other capitals. Diwu's core claim is to make the Immortal Sword series an international business card representing China, and Zhang Li is the most suitable candidate. Zhou Shichang paced to the center of the circular conference table. 20 years ago, we made Immortal Sword and Chivalry in order to plant the flag of the Chinese game industry on the world map. His fingertips traced the Immortal Sword logo in the projection. Nowadays, only Mr. Zhang Li can take the chivalry that can't be written in the game and brew it into light across the ocean. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows, the laser beams of the ping and building pierced the clouds. The female director in charge of the overseas market suddenly laughed out softly. This morning just rejected the marketing department martial arts elements westernized proposal. At this moment, however, I feel Zhou Dong's words should be written on the title page of the proposal along with the lyrics of As You Wish. Let's vote by a show of hands. Those who agree to continue licensing the Immortal Sword IP to Tomato Channel can raise their hands. Zhou Shichang pushed his encrypted cell phone to the center of the table. On the screen was the encrypted email that Secretary Li had sent 5 minutes ago. The words cultural confidence in big red letters hurt one's eyes. 17 hands went up at the same time. Suddenly someone knocked on the walnut door. The secretary stepped on her Chanel heels and pushed the door in. Zhou Dong, Mr. Zhou Mubai and the capitalist representatives have arrived. The atmosphere of the conference room suddenly tensed. Everyone looked at the chairman in unison. Zhou Shichang slowly and methodically organized his cufflinks. Glancing at the surveillance screen, the group of uninvited guests in suits. After a moment of contemplation, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his lips. Of course, although the authorization agreement is not signed with them, this group of people cannot be easily offended. Please come to the Zijing Hall, inform them of the truth, and let go to trouble Elder Chen at that time. Turning around, he pressed the curtain remote control. The night scene of Pengcheng slowly closed like a scroll. As Zhou Mubai smoothed out the front of his suit, the elevator mirror reflected the arc of his lips in an imperative. 3 hours ago, the congratulatory telegram from the Academy's old-timers was still ringing in his ears. Ming City's crushing victory had long been rendered a foregone conclusion. At the moment, his mind was full of Grammy producers, kneeling and begging for cooperation in a flattering manner. When the immortal sword IP is in his hands, these ants won't even be worthy of lifting his shoes. The light in the corridor spattered broken gold on his shoes. The capital representative was half a step behind him, and the leather of the document bag rubbed out a creaking sound. Bauhinia hall door open moment. Incense would smell wrapped in cold air on the face. Zhou Shichang sat in the main seat. Both sides are filled with Diwu Group Board of Directors. The expression is slightly serious. How to look at is not like signing an agreement posture. The ambition in his heart couldn't help but falter for a moment, especially when Zhou Shichang informed in a calm tone that Diwu Group, after careful consideration, decided to continue licensing the Immortal Sword IP to Tomato Stage. The smile on Zhou Mubai's face froze, replaced by dismay. Dong Zhou, what do you mean by this? Diwu Group had clearly favored Academy before. Even the details of the authorization contract were almost negotiated. How could it suddenly change its mind again? Mr. Zhou, I'm sorry. Zhou Shichang's tone remained calm. After our board of directors unanimously deliberated, we believe that Tomato Terrace and Mr. Jiang Li may be more suitable for the development of the Immortal Sword IP. More suitable? Zhou Mubai's brows tightened and his tone suppressed anger. Have you mistaken something? When it comes to professionalism and influence in the field of music, who can compare to the Academy School? What's more, the resources that the Academy School can give, the wild ones won't be able to touch the doorframe in 10 lifetimes. The representatives of the capitalists duly turned over the datasheets. North American theater scheduling rates, European streaming share agreements, the design of a giant advertising space in Akihabara, Tokyo. Each piece of paper was drenched in coppery weights. With the capitalists assisting him, Zhou Mubai tried to reason. The value of the Immortal Sword IP is by no means only in the commercial benefits. It's more about the cultural value behind it. Only I can tap into the cultural heritage of the Immortal Sword series. Turn it into a business card for Chinese culture to the world. Jiang Li doesn't understand what cultural connotation is at all. The capital representative accompanying Zhou Mubai continued to pressure the Diwu Group's board of directors. Dong Zhou, we are all optimistic about the strength of the Academy before we are willing to fund our support. If Diwu Group insists on choosing Tomato Stage, I'm afraid we'll have to rethink our subsequent cooperation. Now that the market is so competitive, a decision made in the heat of the moment in the head is likely to cost dearly. Zhou Shichang was unmoved and shook his head. Threats? The thing he, Zhou, was least afraid of was threats. Unfortunately, the board of directors just voted unanimously. The capital representatives exchanged glances. Their document packets spread out in unison to pressure the program. Zhou Mubai, however, raised his hand to stop. The sound of wristwatch gears biting crushed the room full of noise. He is too familiar with this kind of play. Back then, Zhao Yanqiu's acquisition of the folk orchestra was 10 times more authentic than this. You all shouldn't really believe the live show, right? Ming Chang was able to write Plains and Seas in 15 minutes because of the 60 years of Chinese music theory that had been deposited. And certain netizen writers are just sewing the search engine into 100 lines. If your company insists on emotional, deliberate pause, waiting for the capital representatives to turn over the betting agreement, I'm afraid I can't wait for Immortal Sword to go out to sea. I'm going to receive a delisting warning first. Zhou Shichang suddenly laughed out loud, startling the rain swallows peering out of the window. Mr. Zhou may as well go to put pressure on Chen Lao, the cloud tea at the northern foot of Xiangshan Mountain. Cold cannot taste the sweetness back. Chapter 118. Poor skin and rich stomach. The cold air from the Zijing Hall crawled down the back of Zhou Mubai's neck and into the lining of his suit. Staring at the specks of light swimming behind Zhou Shichang's lenses, he suddenly realized that he had missed a certain variable in his calculations. What can make 17 directors vote unanimously is not only the temperature of Xiangshan Yunwu tea. Zhou Shichang moved out Chen Lao, just want to use this mountain to block his own mouth. But he did not believe that just the word Chen Lao, could make this old fox, who had been in the business world for many years, make such a decision. Even categorically rejected the academy and the capital behind the generous conditions. Businessmen seek profit, this is the unchanging truth. What's more, this Immortal Sword IP competition, the interests involved behind the scenes amounted to more than millions of dollars. Just because of Chun Lao's attitude, let Daewoo Group give up the huge benefits that were within their grasp. This was simply a pie in the sky. Unless there was a deeper reason that one did not see. Then what exactly was the reason? Zhou Mubai's mind raced, trying to find a reasonable explanation. And so on. Suddenly remembering, Zhou Shichang mentioned that Tomato Terrace and Mr. Jiang Li are more suitable for the development of the Immortal Sword IP. His heart sank violently. Did something unexpected happen in the live broadcast? A strong uneasiness surged in his heart. Panicked, he took out his cell phone and clicked on the official Tomato Channel live broadcast. The pop-ups gnawed at the retina like locusts. Chun Ruoshi's unsettled voice penetrated the cell phone speakers. The pop-up screen pool tears in the sea. The reddish-gold reward effects of Jiang Shun's divine work floated sporadically. As I wish. How is this possible? How is it possible to write such a high-quality song in just a few minutes? Rather believe that this was all pre-arranged by Tomato Stage and Jiang Li. An elaborate bureau designed to confuse themselves and everyone else. It must be so, trying hard to find various reasons to try to convince himself. This song must have been prepared in advance by Jiang Li, pretending to create it live in the live studio. But no matter how much self-assurance, the uneasiness and suspicion in his heart always lingered. I clicked on the replay and watched it over and over again, trying to find the cracks and prove their guesses. However, the more you watch, the more your heart sinks. Whether it's the lyrics or the melody, all of them seemed like they had been refined and perfected over 1,000 times, especially the deep emotions contained in the lyrics. And Chen Yuxi's ethereal and infectious voice, a perfect blend, straight to the heart. This is by no means a hastily written song, much less a cassock put together by some search engine. Mr. Zhou, are you all right? The voice of the management representative pulled Zhou Mubai back from his thoughts. Raising his head, he looked around, discovering that everyone was scrutinizing themselves with a strange gaze. Zhou Shichang had a faint smile on his face, but his eyes were teasing. Mr. Zhou, since you have a problem with our decision, you might as well take a look at this. Saying that, he signaled the staff to pull up a video. On the screen, it was the entire process of Jiang Li's creation of As You Wish in the live broadcast room. In order to enhance the persuasive power of the video, the Daewoo staff deliberately kept the detail that the guide used red bolded fonts to mark the final revision time of the document. Looking at Jiang Li's cloudy expression, Zhou Mubai's entire being cracked in place. While the teenager was creating, his left hand even found time to compare hearts to the netizens. A new document page was created, and the lyrics poured down like a waterfall. 6 minutes and 47 seconds. In just 6 minutes and 47 seconds, a song that was enough to seal the gods was born. It was no longer a category that could be explained by talent. It was simply a demon, a monster. At this moment, the worldview completely collapsed. The talent that he was so proud of appeared so ridiculous and unbearable in front of Jiang Li. A strong sense of despair surged through his heart. The Immortal Sword IP license was gone, which meant that all the previous efforts had gone down the drain. What made him feel even more fearful was, if he wanted to get the Immortal Sword IP development license, he would have to continue to participate in Best Buddy. But, facing such a demonic teenager, could he defeat his opponent? Suddenly, he remembered 3 years ago at the Juilliard School, when he was surrounded by European music critics. Zhao Yanqiu transatlantic phone call. That sentence, the roof of the academy is always half an inch higher than the starry sky of the wild. So it is. Zhou Mubai loosened the knot of his tie, and the projection screen reflected the rekindled sparks under his eyes. The 7-minute myth is certainly stunning. But after all, Best Buddy is not an improvised ring. The second installment of the competition is not about improvisation, but about the depth and skill of the work. Behind him stood Zhou Mubai. He is the most authoritative academy in the entire Chinese music industry. In terms of compositional skills and depth of work, they are by no means inferior to anyone else. The academy's 60 years of heritage, can't it still suppress a wild rosewood plant? As long as we follow up the competition with the most carefully crafted works, we'll completely crush Jiang Li's sharpness. Then everyone will know that the Academy School is the leader of the Chinese music scene. He still had countless cards to show. The true power of the Academy School was still far from being revealed. Jiang Li must be made to understand. Talent was important, but substance and accumulation was the key to victory. Even more so, they had to make Daewoo Group regret it. To make them realize what a foolish choice it was to give up on the academy school. Take a deep breath, exhaling all the pent-up chi in his chest. A confident smile reappeared on Zhou Mubai's face. It was even more determined than before. Dong Zhou is right, it's time to ask Elder Chen for a cup of tea. As he turned around and walked out of the Zijing Hall, the cuffs swept down the betting agreement handed by the capital representative. The wildfire is no longer strong, but in the end, it cannot burn through the glazed tiles. Zhang Li can write as you wish in 7 minutes. He can use 3 days to cook a cup of Buddha jumping wall with 60 years of strength. After all, outside the live camera, who can see whether it is firewood or canonical books burning in the stove fire? Meanwhile, inside the live broadcast room, when Chen Yuxi's last note dissipated, the pop-up pool in the live broadcast room exploded into a sky of starbursts. The wood carving knife hanging in front of the screen was suddenly realized by Chun Chunny. The wood shavings that fell on the flat plate actually spelled out the shape of 1 billion times more. Electronic down jacket. This is definitely the most top electronic down jacket this winter. Suggest Gu Mingqing not to go on the variety show, and suggest Zhang Shen to directly seal the god. If I use as I wish as my alarm, I will wake up every day with a sense of mission. Whoa! I announce that As I Wish is my single of the year this year. It's on my playlist. Zhang Shen is awesome. He wrote this song in 7 minutes. How can Gu Mingqing compare? Academy. Do not queue, no such person. Doghead to save life.jpg. Miss, let's go over it again. I'm begging you. I haven't heard enough. I've fallen in love with Ru. I've completely fallen in love with the song, As I Wish. The screen was filled with pop-ups asking Chen Yuxi to sing it again. And more people were marveling at Zhang Li's talent over and over again. Who was it that said Jiang Xinjiang Lang's talent was gone before? Come out and get beaten up. Does the face of certain academics hurt? Is it swollen? Do you want me to send you some ice masks? My heart aches for Gu Mingqing for a second. And then, ha 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 ha. Those fans who supported Gu Mingqing. At this moment, they collectively lost their voices and didn't even dare to fart. Just as the pop-ups in the live broadcast went wild. Chang Jie, who was in the middle of connecting, finally came back to his senses from the shock he had just experienced. The collar of his sweatshirt was still stained with watermelon seeds, but his eyes were even more burning than when he raised his hand at the auction. Teacher Jiang, I've bought the copyright for this song, As I Wish. 3 million. No, 5 million. As long as you're willing to part with it, the price is whatever you want. As soon as these words came out, the pop-up screen instantly mutated into carnival ribbons. If it was said before that one had to spend more than $2 million to buy the copyright of Plains and Seas, it had already left the netizens in awe. Then to spend $5 million now to buy the copyright of As You Wish was simply trenchant. Tiny old man grumpy. Great Zhang Shen hanging strength. Gu Mingqing. I sell 200W, you backhandedly pull out 500W. Polite? You? Poor skin. Rich stomach. Zhang Shen's songwriting is not too expensive. Suggested to check Chang Gongzi's composition. This is not a rich third generation. It's clearly Zhang Shen's motivation to push people. Gu Mingqing plus 10086. He thought he was good enough, but he was rubbed on the ground by Zhang Shen. Friction? This is called friction? This is simply a 3-dimensional land, sea, and air beating. All-round crushing without any dead angle. Gu Mingqing. My mind is broken. While netizens were shocked by Chang Jie's bravado, they were also once again impressed by Zhang Li's talent. The creation of Plains and the Sea lasted 15 minutes and was worth more than $2 million. As I Wish lasted less than 7 minutes, but was worth $5 million. This gap, it was simply not too obvious. Gu Mingqing stared at the pop-ups floating by in the split screen, his knuckles pinched white. The watermelon juice that splashed out when Chang Jie opened the bidding was swooshed into a mocking smiley face on the screen. The guide badgered the 2 live broadcasts and placed them side by side. On the left was Zhang Li calmly sipping her wolfberry tea, and on the right was Gu Mingqing's gradually frozen expression. A netizen cut off the corner of his twitching mouth and put a picture of Wu Keqiong is coming. In 3 minutes, the number of retweets exceeded 10,000. Gu Bao don't cry. Mommy hugs me. Today's joke. The Academy's dignity is worth 3 million. Mr. Gu's face looks like the bacon my milk has been curing for 3 months. Chapter 119. Gu Mingqing is silent. just a broken defense. A certain pop-up screen suddenly drifted red. All are laughing at Gu Mingqing. Am I the only one who feels sorry for Cheng Jie? His hands were shaking more violently when he opened the price than when I grabbed the coupons on Double 11. Only, Zhang Li's next words caused a momentary silence to appear in the originally noisy live broadcast room. I appreciate Mr. Cheng's kindness. Zhang Li's tone was still gentle, but with an unquestionable firmness. But I'm afraid I can't sell this song to you. Unsellable? Once these 3 words came out, not only Cheng Jie froze. Even the tens of millions of netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly confused. Did I hear it right? Jiang Shen rejected it? $5 million. And Cheng Jie offered to buy the song. And he turned it down? Jiang Shen is really something. Everyone else is begging the father to buy the song. But Jiang Shen is good. He directly pouted the father. Respect. Pattern. This is the pattern. This is the difference between someone who is grinning from ear to ear for more than $2 million. Jiang Shen. Sorry, I'm not short of money. The pop-up screen instantly exploded, with all sorts of marveling and flirting. Everyone didn't expect that Zhang Li would refuse Cheng Jie's request to buy a song. This wasn't a small amount of money, it was $5 million in real money. What's more, the one who asked to buy the song was Cheng Jie. Anyone else would have gone crazy with joy, and would have been eager to kneel down and give the song to Cheng Jie with both hands. But Zhang Li did the opposite and rejected the deal. This operation is simply a riot. Cheng Jie hadn't expected Zhang Li to refuse so simply. The smile on his face slightly stiffened, but quickly returned to normal. After all, he was a veteran in the entertainment industry for many years, and he still had this sense of propriety. Oh? Can you tell me the reason? Cheng Jie raised an eyebrow, his tone carrying a bit of curiosity. Because all of my works, the copyrights are under the studio's name. Zhang Li's gaze turned to Chen Yuxi on the side, the corner of her mouth slightly hooked up. Selling the copyright won't work, and this song is more suitable for Yuxi to sing. Chen Yuxi sniffed, and her eyes became softer as she looked at Zhang Li. The live broadcast pop-ups, on the other hand, were once again strongly screened by Jie, Grid++ and other pop-ups. Knock to knock to knock. Jiang Shen and Miss Yuxi lock up. Ooh. Jiang Shen favors Chen Yuxi too much. This is the real CP. Patterns. Jiang Shen's pattern is really perfect. $5 million to pave the way for his own studio singer. Some people should learn from this. Look at what it means to have a pattern. What does it mean to think about your own artists? Don't just stare at money all day long. Jiang Shen. It's only $5 million. It's just a drop in the bucket. What's important is that my Yuxi is going to debut in the C-suite. Cheng Jie also reacted quickly. Zhang Li's words seemed to be rejecting him. In fact, she was lifting up Chen Yuxi, and by the way, she was also giving her studio a free advertisement. However, he wasn't angry. Instead, he felt that Zhang Li was quite an interesting and bold person. I see, Mr. Jiang is considerate. Cheng Jie smiled and nodded. That's a shame. I kinda like this song. It's okay. There will be opportunities to work together again in the future. Zhang Li explained in a gentle tone. Some other day, if I have new inspiration, I can customize a song for Teacher Cheng. It's guaranteed to be even more stunning than this one. Cheng Jie laughed, his appearance quite cheerful. That would be great. I'm waiting for Mr. Zhang's masterpiece. The 2 men exchanged a few more polite words. Cheng Jie then took the initiative to end the connection and handed the live broadcast back to Zhang Li. The screen once again returned to the split-screen state of Zhang Li and Gu Mingqing. It was as if Zhang Li did not hear the pop-ups that were almost drowning the screen. Once again, she cast her gaze to the other end of the split screen. Mr. Gu, do you still want to continue? Gu Mingqing's mood at the moment was like swallowing a fly. It was still alive. It was fluttering around in his throat, disgusting to the extreme. He couldn't wait to immediately cut off the live broadcast and then drop his cell phone. And then pull out those guys from the tomato station to give them a hard scolding. However, sanity remained. He knew clearly that he couldn't do this. The 2 live broadcast rooms added up to more than 20 million viewers. This was no longer a simple personal live broadcast. Rather, it was the Academy School's face. It was even, to some extent, an invisible battle between the Academy and folk musicians. What's more, this live broadcast was also burdened with a task given by the Academy School. He mustn't get carried away, much less run away from the battlefield. Otherwise, what awaited him would be an even harsher accountability within the academy school. Riding a tiger was difficult, and the dilemma of advancing and retreating could not be more aptly described Gu Mingqing's state of mind at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he tried to squeeze out a stiff smile. Of course we have to continue. There are still 5 SU7s left to be drawn. How can we give up halfway? The family's storytelling is so wonderful. Of course we should continue to listen to it. How about this, in another half hour, I'll draw another 5 so that more friends will have the chance to participate. When he finished speaking, Gu Mingqiang felt that the words were pale and weak, full of reluctance and embarrassment. He didn't even dare to look at Zhang Li's eyes, afraid to see mockery and teasing in the other party's eyes. Isn't Mr. Gu afraid that if we draw a prize later, I will also draw one? Gu Mingqiang froze for a moment, then shook his head exaggeratedly as if he had heard some heavenly joke. Teacher Zhang's luck shouldn't be that euro, right? After saying that, he laughed dryly and hurriedly changed the topic. Haha. Well, the joke's over. It's better to continue connecting to the next netizen. Said hurriedly cut to the next connected netizen. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was once again active. Only this time, the pop-ups were filled with derision and flirting. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Gu's smile? It's worse than crying. Gu Mingqiang didn't say anything. He just kept on breaking the defense. My heart aches for Gu Bao for a second, and then, ha 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 ha. Wu Keqiong is here. Lian's netizens rushed into the picture with the ID, Crayon Xiao Sa Wild Salt. The opening is a storm. Mr. Gu, if Jiangshin really won the SU7 lottery, is this live broadcast considered a work injury or a blessing? Gu Mingqing's back teeth were clenched, but he had to show the dignity of a college unicorn on his face. If Mr. Jiang can win, I will personally send another set of car stereo. The screen was full of ha 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 ha, like locusts passing through, suggesting that the academy school match Mr. Gu with a psychological counselor. I'm afraid that he'll write plain and see too. The age of breaking defense right after the next broadcast. Gu Mingqiang stared at that pop-up and suddenly remembered Shen Huayuan's advice before going on air. The roof of the academy is always half an inch higher than the starry sky of the wild. But what is leaking from this roof today is not moonlight. It's the boiling oil poured by 23 million pairs of eyes. Wax crayon little sprinkle wild generation salt tells a story about love but not love. Netizens were touched to the core. However, there was no system alert ringing in Zhang Li's head. Just as he was wondering, Crayon Xiaosa Wild Generation Salt took the initiative to reveal itself. He is actually a netbook author. The story is all made up. After ruthlessly harvesting a wave of nationalism in the live broadcast, he went offline at light speed. Immediately after, the 7th water friend chose to connect. Look at the background in a gloomy cave. The storyteller was an old woman wearing black framed glasses. The netizens knew at a glance that this must be a storyteller, so they held their breath. The pop-up refreshing speed of the live streaming room also slowed down. Chapter 120. The Wheel of the Year in Lapis Lazuli. My name is Lin Wanqing, a restorer of cultural relics who has been stationed at the Mogeo Grottos in Dunhuang for 30 years. Every day at 4 in the morning, when the city is still asleep, the stars are still fond of the night sky of the Gobi. I have walked into the caves alone. The cave is quiet, with only the sound of my light footsteps and the sound of my breathing. Breathing must be lighter than the desert night wind, because I'm going to touch those who have experienced thousands of years of wind and sand, years of erosion of the murals. Camel hair brush gently sweep away the floating dust on the murals. Those dust is from 1,000 years ago sand. It may also come from the depths of a longer history. Fingertips dipped in mineral pigment. Little by little, carefully fill those flaking gaps on the frescoes. The pigments are ground by myself. Lapis lazuli, cinnabar, stone green, these colors from nature, through my hands, rejuvenate the luster of 1,000 years ago. Restoration, not creation, but guardianship. Guard those ancestors left us, the traces of beauty, the marks of history. I remember once, the repair of a Tang Dynasty flying sky, Dunhuang murals in the most dynamic elves. They dress fluttering, delicate posture, as if to ride the wind. When I repaired to the corner of the mural, accidentally found a line of small words. In the 13th year of Zhenguan, painter Zhang respectfully painted. 13 years of Zhenguan, that was the beginning of the Shang Tang Dynasty and the golden age of Dunhuang art. Painter Zhang, an ordinary name, but after 1,000 years, it still shines brightly, gently stroking those handwriting, as if touching the body temperature of the craftsman 1,000 years ago. Their blood, sweat, are condensed in this mural above. At that moment, my eyes were moist, and tears dripped down on the restoration knife. You leave the beauty to future generations. I'll guard it for you, I said silently in my heart. 30 years, more than 10,000 days and nights. I spent time with these ancient murals. They are like my old friends, silently telling of the vicissitudes of history and the passage of time. My daughter Xiaohe grew up in Dunhuang. She also has a special affection for these murals. Xiaohe did not inherit my mantle. Instead, she became a researcher in mural restoration techniques. That time she brought the latest mural restoration technology. Want to use digital means, those damaged murals restore to the original appearance. Looking at my daughter's eyes full of expectation, I shook my head. Restoration is not creation. History needs real scars. Cracks on the mural, color flaking, are historical traces, is the mark left by the years. These real scars cannot be erased in the pursuit of perfection. I taught my daughter to make mineral pigments using traditional techniques. I tell her about the characteristics of each pigment and the wonders of each technique. 2 generations of us sit side by side under the cave lights. The sound of Dunhuang's wind and sand accompanied us. The bloodline of civilization continues quietly in this sound of wind and sand. The restoration knife once hung in the corner of the Bodhisattva's eye for 3 hours. That was during the restoration of the Guanyin statue in Cave 45. Over the past 30 years, I have long been accustomed to holding my breath and gazing in concentration, adjusting my breathing to be lighter than the desert night wind. But that time, when I was about to complete the fluttering straps of Guanyin's heavenly garment, my wrists were shaking. The recovery map showed that there should be a triple tassel here. But the remaining mineral fragments are clearly indigo, not vermilion. My daughter, Shuwa, held up the spectrometer and asked softly, "Correcting by data?" A gale of wind suddenly poured into the cave. The ultramarine color of the Northern Way provider's shirts abruptly diffused across his pupils. In that instant, it was as if I heard the painter of the 13th year of chastity sighing in my ear. That night, my daughter and I huddled on a serge blanket in the restoration room. A serge blanket is a woolen blanket hand woven by Tibetans. It was rough and warm, with the smell of the highland sun. I took half a lapis lazuli from the safe. This was sifted from the silt of a Song Dynasty robber's cave in 1998. I handed the lapis lazuli to my daughter. The mineral flowed in the light with the ghostly glow of rain. Little was said, she suddenly understood why I always wore a blue cloth shirt. Years and years of rubbing lapis lazuli, my whole person, all seeped into the background color of the mural. At dawn, my daughter turned off the projector. She carefully filled in the mural's defects with the lapis lazuli she had ground with her own hands. The monitor showed that the color difference exceeded the limit by 3%. But I smiled and said, "You see, Zhang painters also adjusted the off-color back then. This error is just renewed." Now in Cave 217, new electronic tags. Juxtaposed display of the Tang statues of the brush strokes with the trajectory of contemporary restoration. A visitor complained that the newly replenished celluloid is not bright enough. Xiaohe smiles and points to the water seepage at the top of the cave. When you've seen the sunrise coloring the murals 30 times, you'll be able to tell which blue is the filter given by the years. As twilight spreads across the Mingsha Mountains, my daughter and I can always be found sitting side by side in front of the cave. The sandstone takes the sunset glow and filters it into a soft Buddhist light. It envelopes the square bench that hasn't moved in 30 years. I counted my daughter's newly gray hairs and suddenly remembered the first time the afternoon when I discovered the fingerprints of the Tang Dynasty painters. It turns out that the wheel of the year does not only grow in the trees. It will also quietly take root in the wind of Dunhuang. Students once asked me curiously, "Mr. Lin, why do you use the Song Dynasty's sand-mending method?" My camel's hair brush hangs from a band of silk draped by the flying sky. A fine grain of sand drifted down from the roof of the cave. It landed right in the corner where Zhang Painter left his name in the 13th year of Zhengguan. Because the Tang Dynasty people also dropped sand here. I sucked away the grains of sand with a piece of cotton paper. Look here. The light hits diagonally, and half a fingerprint is faintly revealed in the fissure of the mural. That is 1,000 years ago. The painter inadvertently left a mark. In 1998, when restoring the Guanyin statue in Cave 45. My tweezers caught out a camel's hair from the cracks of the mural. Carbon tests showed that it was a Northern Way relic. That day I sat in the cave until late at night. The wind of the Gobi tinkled like camel bells from 1,000 years ago. Suddenly, I heard someone behind me say, "Little lady and stay half defective place." Suddenly turned around, only to see the moonlight pulling the projection of Hushang on the wall. The day my daughter, Xiaowa, used modern technology to restore the demon-subduing transformation. I was so angry that I dropped the lapis lazuli. At night, wrapped in the felt blanket I used to keep vigil in front of the cave, she rubbed over and whispered, "Mom, I scanned all your restoration records for 30 years, and the program can now mimic the tremor of your wrist." The computer screen lit up. Digital strokes and my mending pen mingled perfectly in the folds of the bodhisattva's coat. At that moment, I cried out in pain. The nights of boiling red, the pen's worn bald, those years of perseverance in the sand. After all, they did not dissipate in the sands of history. They were recorded by my daughter in another way and passed on. And at this moment, it was as if I heard the sigh of the painter Zhang again. That sigh traveled through 1,000 years, with my heartbeat resonating in the silence of the cave. Chapter 121. 1,000 years of body temperature roaming through the 13 years of Xinguang. The moonlight in the cave flowed over the murals. When Lin Wanqing's last sentence, "sighing through 1,000 years," dissipated, it was as if the pause button had been pressed on the pop-up screen. Everyone was immersed in the distant historical mood, unable to extricate themselves. Zhang Li's fingertips unconsciously rubbed the thermos relief. The thermos cup suddenly became hot. 30 years of lapis lazuli debris seemed to penetrate the screen. It landed on the back of his hand with a lagging needle. Turns out that some things are more turbulent than love between lovers. For example, when Lin Wanqing rubbed the mural, the body temperature from the 13th year of Xinguang roamed over. Mogao grottos he has long desired. Even thought of waiting for the health condition to improve a bit, and then go with Yuxi to Dunhuang to see. Feel the wind and sand there, and observe the frescoes that have lasted for thousands of years up close. Lin Wanqing's story made him re-examine the significance of Dunhuang from a whole new perspective. It's not just a tourist destination. It was more of an artistic temple that carried the heavy history of Chinese civilization. And Lin Wanqing, as well as countless heritage workers like her. Decades of perseverance and dedication. What is it for? For money? For fame and fortune? Obviously neither. They are guarding the precious cultural heritage left by their forefathers. Guarding the bloodline of Chinese history. If they didn't love this land so much. If you don't have a deep love for this land and a paranoid belief in Chinese history, how can you bear the loneliness and isolation of Dunhuang? How can one endure the loneliness and coldness of Dunhuang? Decades as one day, their lives are dedicated to those silent murals, just when immersed in the moving and shock. In his mind, the long-lost system beep sounded again. Detected host acquiring story fragment X1. Current collection progress. 2-3. Fusion reward. Complete score and arrangement plan for the song 10,000 Borders. The system voice was still mechanical and cold, without any emotional color. But to Zhang Li's ears, it was like heavenly music. 10,000 Borders. Just listening to the title of the song gave me a strong sense of national pride. Obtaining one more story fragment. It would be enough to unlock this piece that carries a heavy sense of family and nationhood. I don't know what kind of wonderful expression would be on the academics' faces when they heard this song. How would Elder Chen react when he heard this song? To be honest, he was already a bit impatient and wanted to continue inviting the next storyteller. And in turn, unlock this song. Believe the next. The weekend's second installment of the Best Buddies competition broadcast would be quite exciting. A song called The World Gives You, and a song called 10,000 Borders. These two pieces, combined, incorporate 6 story fragments. I wonder what kind of sensation it would cause across the internet then. Teacher Zhang. The guide reminded in a low voice. Zhang Li was only shocked to realize that the wolfberry tea was already cold. Raising her eyes, she looked at the split screen. Gu Mingcheng was using tweezers to hold a small piece of tuo tea. The movement was so elegant that it looked like he was pinching a pentameter. If you ignore the twitching at the corner of his mouth. The pop-up pool suddenly thawed. Hats off to all the cultural relic restoration workers. They are the backbone of our nation. I announce that from today onwards, I am also a self-waterer of Dunhuang culture. After listening to Mr. Lin's story, I suddenly feel that my pattern has opened up. Before, I used to emo every day, but now I feel full of power. I've decided to go to Dunhuang this winter vacation. I want to see the Mogeo caves and feel the charm of Chinese culture. Electronic down coat. This story warmed me up so much that I took off my down jacket. I suggest checking Grandma Lin's composition. This narrative rhythm is even more tearful than my thesis acknowledgement. I've eaten the spiritual food of the restorers of cultural relics until I'm full. DNA moved. Suddenly, I want to do a carbon-14 test on my family's ancestral pickle jar. As she laughed softly, Zhongli caught a glimpse of Chen Yuxi, wiping the corners of her eyes off camera. The blue silk scarf she's wearing today. It resembled the color of the rain in Lin Wanqing's story. What does Ms. Gu think of this story? Zhongli suddenly asked. Gu Mingqing's hand shook, and the small tuati shattered on his customized suit. Forcing a smile, he dusted off the crumbs. The tea dregs stuck in the cracks of his nails resembled the flaking mineral pigment of a mural. Very touching, but artistic creation is still about technique. Just like we academics composing music must follow the 12 equal temperament laws. The netizens really did not spare Gu Mingqing. Academy School? That's all the songs written by the Academy School? It doesn't sound as good as the old king next door's humming tune. Laughing, he's talking about academics. I thought he's some kind of master, but this is all he's got. That's it? That's it? Mr. Gu, don't just talk without practicing. If you have the guts, do another one live. Don't embarrass Mr. Gu. He's an academic. Upstairs is right. The Academy songs are all used to hypnotize. It's easy to live a long life listening to them. Manual dog head. Looking at the screen full of mocking pop-ups, Gu Mingqing was surprisingly calm. There was even a faint smile on his face. Everyone is right, I'm really just a minion in the Academy School. I'm not much of a character. The true masters are all waiting at the weekend's live competition. At that time, you all will naturally be able to see the real deal. These words fell on the ears of the netizens, but they changed flavor. Suggestion to check Mr. Gu's ingredients. 50% tough mouth plus 30% broken defense plus 20% dead ducks. Gu Bao, don't cry. Mom will buy you 80 calcium milk. Ha 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 ha. I'm already looking forward to the weekend's live broadcast. Waiting for the Academy to get hit in the face. Gu Mingqing remained unperturbed and looked at the time in the lower right corner of the screen. It's almost time. It's better to let Mr. Jiang continue. As for me, inspiration dried up today. I really can't write any new songs. Said, also helplessly shrugged his shoulders. A look of, I've tried my best. But why did my talent dry up? Looking at Gu Mingqing's slightly stiff smile in the split screen, Zhongli realized in her heart. This high achiever of the Academy School, his mentality had completely collapsed. With a slight nod, her eyes went back to the live broadcast room. Anyone else want to share a story? The pop-up screen instantly became active again, with various IDs scrambling to connect. At this time, a Q version of a lowly avatar suddenly popped out. In the screen full of application lists, it stood out. Agree to connect. The screen lit up and a small face appeared. Tied with 2 fluffy crochets, her eyes were as bright as the stars on the grassland. The girl was wearing a faded Mongolian robe with an auspicious cloud pattern embroidered on it. Only some parts of it had worn out, revealing the cotton wool underneath. She was holding an old telescope that was bigger than her face, curiously blinking at the camera. Hello, Brother Jiang. The girl's voice was clear and pleasant, like the rustling sound of pasture grass when the wind blew across the grassland. My name is Kikij. I'm 15 years old this year, and I'm a child of the Bedangelan grasslands. Zhongli smiled faintly. Kikij, hello? What story do you want to share with everyone? Kikigu hugged her binoculars, her eyes glittering with pride. I want to tell about Grandpa and my home and the stars on our grassland. The pop-up screen in the live broadcast room was instantly flooded with words like adorable and cute to death. No one had expected it. The ones who had linked up before were all adults. This time, there was such a cute little girl, and listening to her accent, it seemed that she really came from a distant grassland. Kikiki cleared her throat. A childish voice rang out in the live broadcast room. Chapter 122. The grass roots are sending out the tremors of spring. Abu Dad says my eyes are the brightest stars on the prairie. But I knew that the brightest was the moonlight that leaked in through the cracks in Grandpa's telescope. That night, the moon was like silver horse's milk, wine sprinkled on the grassland. Outside the felt bag, Wolves howled one after another, like the wind was whimpering. I curled up in my grandfather's Mongolian robe. The Mongolian robe carries the distinctive smell of tobacco and goat stench from my grandfather's body. It was warm, like the milk cakes baked by my mother when I was a child. Grandpa sat by the fireplace, and the sparks from the copper smoker flickered in the darkness. As I counted the sparks, I suddenly heard a strange sound coming from outside the barbed wire fence. The sound wasn't a wolf howling, it was more like a human whisper. Grandpa, there seems to be someone outside. I pulled the corner of Grandpa's coat and whispered. Grandpa put down the tobacco pot. His ears moved slightly, and his eyes became sharp. He walked to the door of the felt bag and lifted the curtain. A cold wind mixed with the smell of snow blew in. It made the fire in the stove sway a few times. Grandpa squinted his eyes and peered into the distance through the moonlight. There was a moment of silence before he turned around and handed me the binoculars in his hand. It's the oil-stealing badgers. Take it and see what they're doing. The telescope's cold barrel carried the temperature of Grandpa's chest. Holding it in my hand was like holding a fire. I carefully lifted the binoculars and stuck them in front of my eyes. The crack from 10 years ago pinched my brow bone. It hurt a little, but looking through the crack, the world was a different place. The dark shadows on the borderline were sliced in two by the crack, twisting and distorting like ghosts roaming the grasslands. I saw 3 heads floating in the waves of grass, black and sneaky like the thieves that dryads are when they steal and nibble on the boundary pillars. They were dressed in black, and their faces were covered with black cloth. In their hands were daggers that shone with a cold light, and they were cautiously approaching the barbed wire fence. Grandpa rolled onto his horse with a movement lighter than a cloud shadow. Age had left its mark on him, but he was still agile as he had been when he was young. The lasso pole shakes its silver arc in the moonlight. Grandpa rode out on his date-red horse like a gust of wind. I clenched my binoculars, the cracks framing his back as he rushed toward the border. The hooves of the ewes as they nursed their young were not as urgent as his, and the dewdrops on the blades of grass cried out in pain under his hooves. The wind carried Grandpa's voice, torn to shreds. Yet it still reached my ears clearly. Kickig, count to 100 and shout for Uncle Liberator. Grandpa's shout woke me up like a horsewhip. I bit my lip and forced the fear in my heart to start counting. I tasted a faint rusty flavor on my tongue. It was blood seeping through the cracks in the telescope. It was left behind when the mob's dagger slashed Grandpa's brow bone 10 years ago. That scar, like the crack in the telescope. It stayed on Grandpa's face and in my memory forever. 97, 98, 99. A flashlight suddenly exploded across the Boundary River, piercing the silence of the night. With a half-cry stuck in my throat, I saw my grandfather's lasso pole strangling the Black Shadow's neck. The dagger of the oil-stealing badger flashed in the moonlight. Suddenly it turned and rushed toward me. At that time I was scared out of my wits and my mind went blank. I could only watch the dagger getting closer and closer. Kickig, turn 3 times. Grandpa's roar jerked me awake. Clutching the telescope and spinning in place, the cracked starry sky shattered into a kaleidoscope. Dark shadows stumbled and floundered in the distorted view. The pursuing uncle of the PLA swooped down and pressed the Black Shadow into the shallows of the Boundary River. Later, the gangster cried and wailed at the police station, saying that he had run into a small shaman who knew demonic magic. The uncles at the police station laughed and said he was scaring himself. Grandpa laughed and stuffed milk tofu into my mouth. It was lightly sour and milky, sweet and delicious. Which is sorcery. It's the national border that tripped his ankle. Grandpa said with a smile, his eyes filled with pride. I knew that the national border line Grandpa was talking about was not just the line on the map. It is more the bottom line that we guard in our hearts. When the white-haired wind blows in 2020. My little horse, chasing the wind, has just learned to skate on the ice. The white winds and snowflakes were coming from all over the world, and the world was in chaos. As Agee Mom slipped the last handful of fried rice into my robe, the diesel stove let out its last breath and went out completely. The felt bag instantly became freezing cold, and the cold wind scraped at my face like a knife, making it raw and painful. Grandpa draped the leather robe over me. It was thick and warm, and it still smelled of Grandpa's body heat and sweat. The faded leather robe also carried 38 patches. Each patch was a wound from his fall by the boundary marker. They are the engraved marks of the wind and snow, the witnesses of the years. I touched the bloody scab on the 5th patch. It was left behind by Grandpa when he fought with cattle thieves to protect the boundary marker. Suddenly I remembered the song he taught me. Beneath the white clouds is home. The smoky river reflects the cows and sheep. The song floated in the wind and snow, carrying the vastness and deep feelings of the grassland. Eiji's cries were chewed up by the wind and snow. It was inaudible, only intermittent whimpering remained. Grandpa suddenly laughed, shaking off the snow on top of the felt bag. Bayer, do you remember our family boundary stone? The snowstorm of 1957 gnawed at the boundary pillar for 3 days, and we'd rather starve to death than move our hoofprints southward. The boundary marker Grandpa was talking about was an old yellow cow that our family raised. That old bull was like the guardian god of our family. I curled up in my leather robe and used my frozen fingers to swing the tiles. The goat bone plaque was engraved with the word, Huaxia. Abu says his grandfather brought it back from Ulaanbaatar. That year, he followed a caravan and traded half a bag of salt for bones engraved with Chinese characters. These bones carry the history of our family and the inheritance of grassland culture. When my uncle from the PLA broke through the wall of snow, I was wrapping the last card with a hata. Eiji's tears were frozen in his cheeks. Grandpa, however, held up a bowl of milk wine like a lump of ice and shouted, "Just in time. The milk wine is still warm." The PLA uncles laughed and took Grandpa's bowl of milk wine and drained it in one gulp. Today that leather robe sleeps in a glass cabinet in Sumu. My new robe is encrusted with threads that fell off of it. Ms. Narain Toya said it was a legacy, a continuation of culture and a symbol of spirituality. Instead, I felt like sewing the 4 seasons of the steppe onto my body. The tire coat of the spring lamb, the campfire of the summer night, the gilt of the autumn grass, the silver scales of the winter snow. Wearing this robe is like wearing the 4 seasons of the prairie. Today, when I was picking up wolf dung stones at Boundary Pillar 38, a drone buzzed overhead. Grandpa Bartle said this was the new age of the lasso pole. But I filled my cloth bag with stones anyway. Each one had heard me sing the national anthem. Some of them are still stained with the snout of the wind-chasing ponies. On the way back, I met a tour bus rumbling across the grassland, raising dust in the sky. Auntie in a raincoat asked me, "Little friend, where's the border?" I pointed to my feet. "The grass you are stepping on is falling to the north, and all the grass that grows to the south is Chinese grass." The setting sun stretched the shadows of Wind Chaser and me, like Grandpa's horse pole that always points to the border. The sound coming from the felt bag is Abu watching the news, concerned about national affairs. When she said this, the little girl brooded for a moment. The wolf dung stone is not a stone. It's the grassland's frozen watch. The cracks in the telescope are not wounds. They are the eye lines of motherland. Kikig held up the wolf dung stone she had picked up. The grass roots under the ice were sending out the tremors of spring. Chapter 123, Moonlight Scalding Through 56 Palm Prints. The wolf dung stone in Kikig's hand refracted the shimmering light of the ice. The live broadcast room fell into a brief silence, like the low pressure before a prairie blizzard. The moonlight from the 38th boundary pillar trickled across the screen. On the palm prints of the 56 ethnic groups, a fine totem is ironed out. Suddenly a pop-up screen broke the silence. It is a string of garbled IDs with the snowflake logo unique to Tibetan IPs. Cam. My eyelashes have fallen into the gi. Is there a brother who can pass me a piece of paper? This sentence was like a spark. The silent pop-up pool instantly exploded into a sky of stars. Xinjiang netizens applied to fight. I've just cried naan bread into a bun. Fujianese say seafood allergens are their own tear ducts. Shanghai floating social animal in the subway crying into vibration mode. Next to the ant asked me to take fast-acting heart pills. Zhang Li's knuckles unconsciously knocked on the thermos. The Chinese wolfberry is floating in the cup, reflecting the jumping heart of the screen. Once upon a time, the internet was filled with all kinds of negative remarks about ethnic minorities. Some people with ulterior motives took advantage of the information gap and cognitive bias. They wantonly distorted the facts and created ethnic divides. The publicists wagged their lips and drummed their tongues. The self-media fueled the flames, and the marketing numbers fanned the flames. All kinds of arguments are clamoring. Let a lot of unknown netizens, misunderstanding of ethnic minorities, and even prejudice. However, today, the story of Gully Auntie and Kikij, but like a light through the fog, illuminated the truth. It turns out that those misunderstood minority compatriots love for the motherland the same deep and passionate. border ethnic minorities face is not the city lights. Rather, the sound of wolves howling in the grasslands, the glacier carved by the wind and snow on the border line, is common sense, monotonous year after year, day after day. When a person from the heart with life, to guard the dignity of the Chinese nation and history and culture. The energy generated is undoubtedly at the level of a nuclear explosion. The pop-up quietly swam through a few deep-water fish. 10 years ago, I saw the border guards in Kanas, and they really had wolf dung stones in their tents. My grandfather, a veteran of the Corps, said before he died that he wanted to smell the rust of the border monument again. I've been running a youth hostel in Lhasa for 6 years, and the Tibetan Ajia leaves a pot of sweet tea for the patrolling soldiers every day. Chen Yuxi's blue silk scarf suddenly shook out of the camera. The sound of suppressed sobbing came from the hospital room, like the soft sound of ice ripples crashing into the boundary river as the spring snow melts. A pop-up began to report the latitude and longitude. 4376 foot north latitude, 8741 east longitude. The grass here falls to the east. Longitude 11623 foot east. Latitude 3954 north. The brick of the Forbidden City says it wants to listen to the horsehead fiddle. Zhubi Reef in Nansha. The salty water song is mixed with the Sile tune. Geographical coordinates fall like stars. In 9,600,000 square kilometers on the map connected to the Milky Way. Suddenly popped up a pop-up screen with actuary certification on the top. We just modeled that every Chinese has at least 3 ethnic components in their genes, with an error of 0.5. So rounding up, we are all Kiki's distant cousins. In the screen full of hello cousin pop-ups, a Yunnan IP is mixed in. Cousin Pot, come to my bamboo house to eat mushrooms. Guaranteed to see the elf. Jiang Li turned the thermos cup. The water droplets condensing on the wall of the cup are like the dew on the grassland in the morning. In the past, I always felt that minorities. He weighed his words. His fingertips scratched the embossed warp patterns on the cup's body. It wasn't until today that I realized that the same moonlight flows in our veins. The words seemed to flick some switch. The pop-up screen began to scroll the greetings of 56 nationalities. Chinese, Tibetan, Mongolian, Uyghur. Different words blossomed into a sea of gesang flowers on the screen. Orican netizen. The mountain god said your pop-ups woke up the reindeer. Chong girl. The towers on the clouds received a signal. She brother. The silver jewelry on the phoenix costume is reflecting. Never tears. Suddenly a plain pop-up screen floats by quietly. The Han programmer, at his grandfather's wake, suddenly realized that the falling leaves return to their roots. He recited is the oldest form of national unity. Moonlight spread across the corners of Gu Mingqing's stiff mouth. The pu'er tea in front of him was already cold, reflecting the scrolling national totems on the split screen. This collegiate noble son suddenly got up and made a Mongolian chest clasp salute to the camera. The movement is as raw as a new toddler pony. Shocked, noble Duke Gu is worshipping a grassland budgie late at night. Amidst the flirting, Jiang Li's thermos cup suddenly overflowed with lapis lazuli luster. That was the unchanged Dunhuang background color of 1,000 years in Lin Wanqing's story. Kikij's face suddenly came close to the camera, pointing to the inset of her Mongolian robe. Look, this is the thread from Abu's old uniform, this is the silk from Aji's turban, and this is... The camera swings over the colorful knots of rope around his waist. Each knot carries the blessings of a different ethnic group. The non-genetic bearer is ecstatic. This is the coiled button technique of the southwestern ethnic minorities. Wait a minute. That knot tying technique is clearly our Hakka style. The pattern on it looks like my grandmother's Hmong bird coat. The girl held the wolf dung stone to her chest, her eyes brighter than the Big Dipper. The teacher said that this is called forging a strong sense of community among the Chinese nation. This sentence caused a 3-second vacuum in the pop-up screen. Following that, it burst into a more fiery light. To put it in human terms, we are all brothers in our own family. When I got lost while traveling in Xinjiang, a Kazakh uncle rode me back to my lodging house on horseback, with a Chinese book bag for my granddaughter hanging from the saddle. My Tibetan classmate taught me how to dance the pots and pans, but it turns out he's better at dancing the materia medica than I am. The moonlight turns over the center of the sky. Frost hangs on the grass blades of the prairie. The murals of Dunhuang are bathed in dew, and the neon signs of the city are lit up. 56 beams of light pass through the screen, branding the same temperature in everyone's palm. I don't know who started it, The screen suddenly began to brush the same sentence. I have no regrets about joining Huaxia in this life. The pop-ups in different characters were like 100 rivers returning to the sea, eventually transforming into Chinese characters. The snoozing Kikig rubbed her eyes and said, Brothers and sisters, I'm going to tie a hata for the boundary pillar. Her waving little hand was still covered with grass clippings and starlight from the wolf dung stone. The number of people in the live stream was fixed at 23.56 million. The number was still pulsating, like the common heartbeat of 56 nations. The Kikiki figure disappeared into the connecting screen. In Zhang Li's mind, the familiar mechanical beep sounded again. Congratulations, host. Obtained story fragment X1. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song, 10,000 Borders. A stirring melody instantly surged into his mind. The lyrics were like a rushing river, surging through the heart. The red sun rises in the east. Its great road is full of haze. How fortunate am I to be born in your arms, bearing a lineage of blood flowing. Each sentence carries the echo of 5,000 years of history, with the spirit of the nation born on this land. Zhang Li's knuckles suddenly clenched the thermos, and the wolfberry tea caused tiny ripples. The orchestrated score spread into an infinite territory in the sea of consciousness. The Ma Tochin's vastness succeeds the mottled murals of Dunhuang. The joy of Dong Bu La leaps above the frosty flowers of the boundary stakes. When the illusory bronze chimes hit the Chinese mountains and rivers morning and evening line, his entire body leaned against the head of the bed and trembled slightly. The pop-up pool suddenly exploded with 7-colored glaze. Woohoo! Is Mr. Zhang's expression psychic or electrocuted? Suggest checking the composition of the thermos. I bet 50 cents added Moutai. Mr. Zhang. It's just that my ability to empathize is too strong. Dog's head. The netizens flirted with each other. No one expected that Zhang Li's seemingly unintentional outpouring of emotion. Once again, the popularity value of the live broadcast room climbed again. Chen Yuxi reached out to touch his trembling shoulder blades, but it froze into a plaster statue in midair. The teenager's spine is taut like a fully drawn bowstring at the moment, and every bone joint resonates with the echoes of 1,000 years of civilization. Chapter 124 Running over the not yet scabbed summer. In the split-screen image, Gu Mingqing saw that the teenager had once again become the center of attention. His face grew more and more somber. It was as if he was destined to become Zhang Li's backdrop. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't cover up the other party's light. This feeling of intense frustration grew savagely in his heart like vines. Next, let's conduct the second draw of the night. Strongly suppressing the anger and unwillingness in his heart, Gu Mingqing squeezed out a stiff smile. The last 5 SU7S. After this round, tonight's live broadcast will come to an end. Mechanically repeating the lottery process, his tone carried an undisguised fatigue. However, fate seemed determined to work against him. The scroll bar for the live draw spun rapidly. Eventually, Zhang Li's ID appeared on the screen. Congratulations to user Zhang Li Smoke for winning a SU7 automobile. The list of winners that popped up completely shattered Gu Mingqing's last psychological line of defense. He only felt a burst of blackness in front of his eyes, and his chest was blocked by a huge stone, so stuffy that he almost suffocated. It's not enough that Zhang Li has lost all his face. Now he had even hoarded away a SU7 worth more than $200,000. A strong sense of humiliation surged to his heart. Although the prize was provided by Zhou Mubai, but it was sent out from his hands and ended up on Zhang Li's head. How could one be willing? So much money had been smashed down, but instead of bringing any benefits to himself. Instead, he had given Zhang Li a dowry for nothing, making him even more popular. What about yourself? Not only did he gain nothing, but he became a green leaf to set off Zhang Li. From now on, I'm afraid I'll be nailed to the pillar of shame. Become the backdrop to Zhang Li's brilliant life. Ha 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 ha, Mr. Gu's face is green as a grassland. Suggest to change the name to About the Matter of the Right Family whoring $200,000 for nothing in my live room. Mr. Lei. Thank you for the heat sent by the old iron. The friend is... Gu Mingqing tugged his tie loose, the knot in his throat rolling as he swallowed some sort of bitterness, thinking of the careless promise to Zhou Mubai before the start of the broadcast. At this moment, each word turned into an arrow with barbs, nailing his pride to the altar of traffic. Congratulations to Teacher Zhang. Squeezing out a stiff smile, There will be a staff member to buttress the delivery matters later. Bungbu lived, Mr. Gu's expression. I can laugh for a year. Heartbroken Gu bow. Touch the head. Don't deliver next time, dog's head. Mr. Gu. I cracked. Really cracked. The screen is stuck to me broken. The pop-ups flirted with each and every one of them precisely poking at the sore spot. Gu Mingcheng only felt hot blood rushing to his head, his temples jumping, as if he was going to explode in the next second. Taking a few deep breaths, he tried to maintain the last vestiges of decency, but found that his fingertips were trembling slightly. That is pretty much the end of today's live broadcast. Thank you all for watching and supporting. Hurriedly said, good night. Then he ended the live broadcast with a speed that was almost like fleeing. The screen instantly went black. Only left the netizens full of question marks. Bungbu lived family members. Mr. Gu carried the train overnight and ran away. Mr. Gu. Goodbye to this sad place. I'm going to outer space to heal. Academy's route. From 12 even laws to 12 broken defenses. And the other end of the live broadcast. Zhongli looked at the winning information that popped up on the screen and was also a bit surprised. Originally just randomly participate in the lottery. Did not expect to really win. After all, he hadn't been discharged from the hospital yet. And the SU-7 was dispensable for him now. Compared to this car, Chen Yuxi needs to boost his popularity and exposure more. As one of the artists signed by the studio, she has been busy during this period of time, and she has seen it herself. Dropping her eyes to hide the deep meaning under her eyes. The hot air steaming along the thermos blurred the edges. SU-7 is useless for me to keep. The teenager suddenly spoke, his voice wrapped in the warmth of goji berry tea. Yuxi, keep it on my behalf. Just as a transportation tool during the period of taking care of me. Chen Yuxi looked at Zhang Li in a daze, completely not expecting him to make such a decision. The pop-up pool drifted through strings of stone to death. However, she read the deeper scheming underneath the teenager's eyes. The coupe that was destined to ignite hot searches was clearly a traffic springboard prepared for her. Teacher Jiang, this is too. I get carsick. The teenager cut off her unfinished words, his eyes like the spring breeze melting away the ice prongs of the Erguna River. Grid. Mr. Jiang shoves a 200,000 flow pack into someone's hand and still says it's motion sickness. Contemporary language arts. I get carsick, I want to hold you up. Suggestion to check Jiang Li's composition. 30% sickly beautiful boy plus 70% white cut black. Chen Yuxi got close to the camera, the cold light of the screen reflecting the reddened ends of her eyes. Can't take Mr. Jiang's luck for nothing, so I decided to send 50,000 red packets raining down on the live broadcast. The end voice carries an imperceptible tremor, like the lassoed horse rope that was taut to the extreme in the story of Kikage. Zhang Li flexed her fingers and knocked on the thermos cup. The ripples from the vibration of the cup's walls awakened the baffled guide. Then I'll make up a hole. Cloud lightly added the fatal blow. 100,000 red packets. Just as an early celebration of Ruashi's new song's entry into the hot list. The pop-up screen pool was instantly swiped by Boss Atmosphere. Chen Yuxi turned her head violently, and the teardrops in her eyes finally fell onto the blue silk scarf. The haloed dark color traces were like the border river meandering along the national border. It turned out that he had seen through it, and he had emptied his savings for the establishment of the studio. Even the last decency has to be guarded with springtime. Those earlier words were all about boosting her popularity and accumulating fans. A seemingly random decision. Behind it lay a deep sense of good intentions. Red packets rained down, and the live broadcast room boiled into an ocean of joy. Netizens have screenshots to share the joy of grabbing red envelopes. The pop-up screen was filled with words like, "Thank you, boss," and "Boss Atmosphere." Interspersed with them were wishes for Zhang Li and Chen Yuxi. "Thank you all for your company tonight." Zhang Li's voice was still warm, with an imperceptible tiredness. It's getting late, so let's stop here for today's live broadcast. I hope tonight's story will bring you all some warmth and strength. Good night, everyone. Waving her hand towards the camera, she signaled that the live broadcast was coming to an end. Chen Yuxi also smiled sweetly at the camera and said, "Good night." The guide understood and cut off the live broadcast signal. The clamor of the live broadcast room instantly quieted down. It was as if all the hustle and bustle just now was just a dream. Tomato station staff began to pack up the equipment, ready to evacuate the ward. Cameras, lights, and radio equipment were moved away one by one. The room gradually returned to its original emptiness and quietness. Chen Yuxi silently stood by the side, looking at the busy figures of the staff, with mixed feelings in her heart. Tonight's live broadcast was of great significance to her. Not only did she gain popularity and attention, more importantly, felt a long-lost warmth. And all of this, all stemmed from the seemingly sickly, but extremely strong spiritual core of the teenager beside her. The staff withdrew from the ward one after another. In the end, only Chen Yuxi and Jiang Li were left. The room was quiet, and only the faint sound of traffic could be heard outside the window. Chen Yuxi turned around and faced Jiang Li. Her eyes were red and her voice was choked. "Mr. Jiang, thank you. Thank me for what? Thank you for everything you've done for me." Chen Yuxi's voice trembled a little. "Thank you for helping me write songs, helping me increase my popularity, and also giving me such an expensive gift." Su 7. Jiang Li smiled, her tone relaxed. "Didn't I say? I get carsick. It's a waste to put it away." Tears could no longer hold back the tears that came to her eyes. Chen Yuxi lowered her head and tried not to let the tears fall. "Teacher Jiang." Choking back tears, she opened her mouth, her voice carrying a suppressed sadness. "Actually, I have a lot of things I want to say to you." The thermos cup resting on the nightstand made a soft sound. Jiang Li quietly looked at her, waiting for the following. "The year I was 8 years old, the ice watermelon was especially sweet. Dad picked the watermelon seeds clean and said that he would take me to see the Leshan Buddha when the weekend came. But he went back on his word and got into a car accident on the way home. The ambulance siren sounded from noon to dusk. The smell of sterilized water leaking from the doorway of the ICU was more bitter than watermelon rind." Jiang Li gazed at those trembling eyelashes. There condensed the vapor of childhood that could never dry up. The ripples of the heart monitor sharpened a little, like a green train rushing towards the funeral parlor, clanging and clanking over the girls not yet scabbed over summer. Chapter 125. Moonlight on the bottom of the sea has no echo. The odor of disinfectant water froze into icy prisms in the nostrils. Instead, memories trace back to the damp, moldy patches of the old mansion in Leshan. Relatives chewed on the white buns and called me a mourner, saying that Mom's husband's face was a grimace. When my grandparents overturned the table in the spirit hall, my mom held me kneeling in the ashes of incense on the ground. Hot tea was poured on my mom's back, emitting white smoke that was even more blinding than the mourning hemp clothes. She was dragged by her aunt's hair and pressed into the fire pit. In the end, I called the police to save my mom from the others. In my second year of junior high school, my neighbor Uncle Wang always blocked me at the entrance of the alley. Said the little girl looked like his dead daughter. Mom found out about his bad intentions and took me to the police station overnight to report the case. The police said there was not enough evidence, but turned around and muttered, "Dressed so plain, still attracting butterflies." Suddenly pulling the corners of his mouth, he smiled harder than he cried. "The day Xiao you beat the boy who bullied me into the hospital, we sat on the playground double bar and chewed on old popsicles. She said, 'Yuxi, you're going to be a cop someday and catch all the bad guys.' But in her senior year of high school, her father died chasing drug dealers. With red eyes, Xiao Yu said, 'It's your turn to see a bigger stage for me.' The night I received my notification letter from Chuan Yin, my mom combed my hair until midnight. The broken teeth of the comb hooked the tips of my hair, and she suddenly said, 'The next time you come across something, just go around it. Don't learn from your mother,' she said. I didn't understand at the time and laughed at her worrying. When the train to Chuanfu started, Mom ran after the platform for a dozen steps. Her lake blue shirt was blown up by the wind, like the mist on top of a May mountain. That was the last time I saw her running. 2 months later, the salvage team called, saying that found in the lower Minjiang River, the sudden surge of acidity in her throat made her curl up. They wouldn't let me see it one last time, saying it was bad luck. When Xiao Yu led the men to smash open the lock of the shrine door, I saw 46 remittance slips neatly stacked in my mom's dresser box. It turned out that she worked 3 jobs a day so that I could study voice without worrying. Jiang Li's knuckles unconsciously rubbed the thermos relief. The wolfberry tea reflected Chen Yuxi's trembling shoulder line, like the embers of the evening sun falling into the Min River. Sophomore year work study, the brokerage company said they wanted to hold me as a star. At the dinner party on the night of the signing, the boss said, "If you want to be popular, you have to learn how to bend over." I heard the sound of dreams shattering as I poured thatch over his head. I broke my cell phone when I escaped from the box. The face reflected in the cracks of the screen looked like my mom's swollen face from the river. Mr. Jiang, have you ever seen a recording studio at 4 a.m.? I have. The radiators were covered in ice, and the monitor headphones were frozen to my ears. That's the closest I've ever gotten to my dream. Until the producer asked me to sing Itchy at a drinking party. I grabbed the boiling hot teapot and splashed it. Then the whole industry circulated, that uneducated one from Chuanin. And then later, my name disappeared from all the gig lists. Zhang Li's fingertips unconsciously scratched across the edge of the computer, remembering how Chen Yuxi looked when she first met her. That girl always stood 3 steps away from the crowd, using both hands to receive things, bowing 15 degrees to say thank you, like a scared bird always ready to flee. Everyone I met afterward was like a reminder that being pretty is an original sin. Once after a commercial show, the investor locked me in the hotel bathroom. I escaped by stepping on the toilet tank and flipping through the window, almost falling from the 6th floor. Do you know what the most desperate thing is? It's not the darkness. It's seeing the light go out again. The night I passed the audition for I Am a Singer, I had my first hot meal in a whole month. Before the main event started, Chui Ziyuan slipped me the room card. I threw that card in his face. So being eliminated wasn't really a surprise at all. When I was miking with you, I was worried about the elimination. That $1,000 reward was actually the only savings I had left. Later on, you shoved Twilight Echo down my throat and didn't even want royalties. Just like Mom secretly stuffed tea eggs into my suitcase back then. That night, I hid in the bathroom and cried 3 wet packs of tissues. Not moved, but scared. Suddenly looked at Zhang Li. The pupils shook with the cold reflection of the infusion stand. Vocal teacher said, "The gifts given by fate are all marked with a price in the dark." But in the bottom of this teenager's eyes, she only saw the clarity of a boundary marker. The lid of the thermos cup suddenly made a soft sound. Chen Yuxi saw goji berries floating in the amber-colored tea, like the ashes that leaked through her fingers on the day of her mother's cremation. A certain kind of shudder that had been suppressed for 20 years suddenly broke through. Everyone says I should resign myself to my fate, but I'm going to take a look. The choke clogged his throat and dissolved into a cub-like whimper. To see if living clean, will I ever see the light of day? The night wind lifted the curtains. Those years gnawed by fate transformed into countless her. The 8-year-old girl clutching her last photo. The 18-year-old clutching her acceptance letter. The 23-year-old singer with a forced smile. At this moment, they all shattered into ice crystals in the breath of sterilized water. Hot teardrops dripped onto the back of Zhang Li's hand, causing his fingertips to tremble slightly. The girl choked and buried her face into the sheet, her voice muffled like cumulus clouds before a rainstorm. "Zhang Li, you can't die. If you die, no one in this world will ever treat me as Chen Yuxi again." As the tears blotted the sheet, a mechanical beep sounded in his head. "Congratulations, host. Obtained story fragment X1. Congratulations to the host. Unlocking the song, Under the Sea." A tidal wave of melody wrapped in a sense of suffocation surged into the nerve endings. Scattered moonlight passes through the clouds, hiding from the crowd, spreading into the scales of the sea. Looking at the trembling shoulder blades curled up on the edge of the bed, I suddenly remembered what Xue Zhilu had said. The night of the critical notice was issued. Chen Yuxi tears almost never broke. Finger rubbing the embossed engravings on the cup, suddenly startled to realize that he had become someone's driftwood. If there is no system to forcefully renew his life so that his body gradually improved, I'm afraid that Chen Yuxi, who is curled up here at this moment, will be a corpse. You in the eyes of others are not you. Zhang Li suddenly spoke, startling the teardrops on Chen Yuxi's eyelashes. The young girl's panicked face wiping action was like a homework book that had been messed up by the wind. The handwriting was scribbled to hide the heart. "It's the others in your eyes that are yourself." The scent of dates spilled from the thermos as it swirled open, mingling with the bitterness characteristic of a hospital room. To be able to shine a rainbow out of my stagnant water means that you have the sun living in your bones. The blush that rose from the tips of Chen Yuxi's ears diffused over the sterilizer's blue light. Fingertips unconsciously twisted the blue silk scarf fringe, rubbing the Dunhuang mural-like pattern into a mess. And the teenager suddenly leaned over. The heat of the wolfberry tea is heavy on the brow, but it can't cover the clear brightness in the eyes. Just now those words, Counting confession? Chen Yuxi's entire body leaned back, the back of her head knocking on the backrest of the escort chair. The moonlight happened to diffuse over her burnt red ears. Who wants to talk to a sick kid? The tail end of her voice dispersed in the smell of sterilized water, lighter than the willow flakes outside the window. The shadow cast by the four stand on the floor swayed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zhang Li laughed softly as she rested her arms. For the 32nd time, the young girl finally popped up when she wanted to speak. I'm going back. The figure that fled hastily towards the door was nailed into silhouette by the moonlight. As her fingertips touched the doorknob, an airy voice with laughter drifted behind her. Remember to pick up your car at the 4S in the morning. The sound of falling footsteps woke the dozing sound-activated lights of the hallway. The goji berries settling at the bottom of the thermos cup soaked into faded blood scabs in the moonlight. Looking out the window at the swaying tree shadows, Zhang Li suddenly remembered the lyrics of the last line of the healing version of Under the Sea. Spring rain, summer cicadas, tomorrow is a good day. In the silence of the corridor sound-activated lights going out. Call out the system panel. The familiar blue curtain of light unfolded in front of his eyes. Host, Zhang Li. Remaining life, 733 days. Influence, 103, 457, 892. Unlocked story fragments, 0. Unlocked songs, Twilight Echoes, As I Wish, 10,000 Borders. The World Gives You, Under the Sea depressing version. A series of numbers came into view, and Zhang Li was startled. The influence had actually broken 100 million, more than 700 days of lifespan, nearly 2 years. Enough time for him to do a lot of things. Slightly surprised at the surge in influence. 100 million, a figure that he wouldn't have dared to even think about a few days ago. Carefully reviewing what had happened during this period of time, he again felt that everything made sense. Chapter 126. Industry innovators should be seen. The explosion of Zhou Yi's concert, the discussion sparked by the release of Xue Zhilu's new song, the continued fermentation of the Best Buddy program, and the sentiment added by the Four Heavenly Kings concert. Everything was continuing to provide him with influence. The fingertips lightly knocked on the edge of the bed and made a dull sound. It felt like the body's functions were steadily recovering. Perhaps it really was as he had predicted. The day of discharge from the hospital was not far away. A plan was taking shape in his mind. Tomorrow, I will communicate with the doctor about being discharged from the hospital. If it goes well, it might be possible to go to the Best Buddy competition site this weekend. If it suddenly appeared on the competition scene, what kind of expression would appear on Chen Yuxi's face?
Surprise?
Stunned? Or disbelief? Just imagining that picture made me look forward to it. Pulling his thoughts back from the weekend competition scene, Zhang Li's gaze fell on the system panel's song column. Every single one of them was enough to create waves in the music scene. Especially 10,000 Borders and The World Gives You. Both were nuclear-grade gold songs unlocked only by 3 story fragments. Once they were publicized on the competition stage, they were bound to trigger a huge shock across the internet. There was also Under the Sea, which had 2 versions of the song. Depressing and healing were like 2 sides of a coin, together forming the complete core of the song. He planned to release the depressing version first, taking the lead in planting an emotional anchor point in the hearts of the netizens. Waiting for the critical moment of the competition, he would then release the healing version. Tear apart the night of despair with the light of hope. The contrast of the 2 versions stacked on top of each other was bound to create a new topic explosion. After all, influence was the source of longevity. No one would mind living a long life. The eyes stopped on 10,000 Borders. The pattern and intention of this song was far beyond other songs. The incorporation of the opera cadence was the finishing touch. Majestic and magnificent, it was a well-deserved epic masterpiece of national style. Unfortunately, the song was not suitable for Zhang Yang to sing. His voice could not sing with the heaviness and sense of history that 10,000 Borders needed. Chen Yuxi's voice was ethereal and clear, with delicate emotions. However, her aura was on the softer side and could not support the grandeur of 10,000 Borders. What's more, he had already prepared 3 songs for Chen Yuxi, As I Wish, The World Gives You, and Under the Sea, plus the earliest song, Twilight Echo. For songs in the evening was enough for her to gain a firm foothold in the singing world and raise her curiosity. The song 10,000 Borders, was also not suitable for Xue Zhilu and Zhou Yi. Xue Zhilu's voice was explosive, but it clashed slightly with the tone of 10,000 Borders. Zhou Yi's vocals are unquestionable, but his personal style is a bit obvious. It doesn't fit well with the core of 10,000 Borders either. In that case, another person would need to be found. The heart silently calculates. There were only 2 days left before the weekend competition. It was imperative to find a singer who could perfectly interpret 10,000 Borders within 2 days. It was best to be a powerful singer who brought their own traffic and topic. In addition to 10,000 Borders, Zhang Yang and Xue Zhilu were still owed new songs. These two guys every time, sideways, suggesting that he wants to rain on the parade. It seems that he needs to unlock a few more new songs. Otherwise, those two live treasures are going to be chanting favoritism in his ear again. According to the customary law of the internet, the moment the live broadcast ended was the beginning of the real party. Although Gu Mingqing closed the live broadcast with a slight haste, the heat of the night was out of control. However, the heat of the night was like out-of-control fireworks, spreading in all directions, the first to detonate the court of public opinion. Naturally, it was the song, As I Wish, that Zhang Li had composed during the live broadcast. As if overnight, this song became the brand new BGM of the internet. Various short video platforms, but all the up masters of the music area that have a little bit of traffic. All of them are scrambling to cover the song. Various versions have sprung up. Folk ballad version, rock version, electric version, opera version. There's even a dialect rap version, and the list of interpretations goes on and on. Chen Yuxi's official studio version has yet to be released. All kinds of cover versions have already dominated the new songs list on all major music platforms. Just click on a music app. At least 7 or 8 of the top 10 new songs are variations of As I Wish. A certain sound hot search list is like a kaleidoscope with the fast forward button pressed. Hashtag the entire network is searching for the fugitive heir to the non-heritage hashtag. Hashtag grandma's blue scarf kills me hashtag. Hashtag SU7 the birth of koi hashtag. Every word clicked through sees netizens wetting 3 packs of tissues with second creation videos crying. Thanks for the invite, just cried into vibration mode at the workstation. The leader asked me if I triggered the hidden function of the ergonomic chair. Orican sisters apply to fight. We'll record the call version of the birch bark boat tomorrow. Zhang Li's thermos cup is not filled with wolfberries. It's the arrangement code for the theme song of National Treasure. Right? Who knows? After listening to As I Wish, my dad took out his Eru and said he wanted to dub the song. Help! The company's annual program is forced to sing As You Wish in chorus. And the social terrorists are already shivering. The explosion of As You Wish is not only because of the melody and lyrics. More than that, it accurately hits the deep emotional resonance of contemporary young people. Especially when the live cuts circulated online. People realized that behind this song. After people realized that behind the song, there are 2 stories, Parents' Toolbox and Grandma's Blue Scarf. The speed of spreading has even increased geometrically. Countless netizens were deeply moved by the spirit of inheritance contained in the song. Spontaneously retweeted and amped up on social media. Various Jihu analysis posts, Duban analysis posts, and short video platforms are full of hot topics. The whole network is discussing the song, as well as the story behind the song. After listening to As I Wish, I directly burst into tears. Who doesn't have a family member who has been quietly dedicated to their home and country? The lyrics are really superb. The mountains and rivers are unharmed. The fireworks are ordinary. Just 8 words, directly sealing the god. I announced that As I Wish is my single of the year. No rebuttal accepted. Various media outlets also came down, interpreting and touting the song, As I Wish, in an all-encompassing and multifaceted manner. People's Daily praised As I Wish as a beautiful soundtrack for young people in the new era to pay tribute to the feelings of family and country. Guoming Daily commented that the song shows the sentiment of the country from an individual's point of view, triggering a wide range of emotional resonance. Even the New Beijing News, which has always been known for its sharpness, also wrote a rare lengthy review. Praised As I Wish, with music to build a bridge of the spirit of the times. For a time, As You Wish became a phenomenal cultural event. The degree of fire is staggering. And at the same time as You Wish was on fire all over the internet. Another network storm is also quietly brewing. There are netizens in the Ministry of Culture official policy documents in the comments area. launched the industry innovators should be seen topic. At first, there were only a few comments, but soon, more and more netizens joined in, have left messages of solidarity. Strongly recommend that the Ministry of Culture give Mr. Jiang an award. This is true cultural innovation. As I Wish is on fire like this, and certain corpses are still pretending to be dead? Open your eyes and see what the people really want. Industry innovators must be seen. Mr. Jiang is YYDS. In just a few hours, the topic of industry innovators should be seen has garnered more than 2 million interactions. The hotness was close to the top of the hot search list. Countless netizens flocked to the comments section of the Ministry of Culture. Using a variety of humorous and sharp language, they expressed their recognition and admiration for Jiang Li. Ministry of Culture greats. Don't play dead. If you don't arrange it for Mr. Jiang, be careful of us rushing your comment section. I suggest that the Ministry of Culture set up a Jiang Li Cultural Development Special Fund to support industry innovators like Mr. Jiang. I propose that today be designated as Jiang Li Day to commemorate his outstanding contribution to the cultural industry. Chapter 127. The Golden Melody Revolution in the Tidal Wave Era. The winds of the Chinese music scene really seem to be changing. The heat of As You Wish was still continuing to ferment, and was even vaguely on the verge of breaking the circle. First, a netizen broke the news in social media. Said CCTV a set of preparations for a long time the Spirit of Spaceflight documentary. It is very likely to use As I Wish as the end song. When this news came out, it once again triggered the court of public opinion. To know CCTV's documentary, especially this kind of national spirit of the promotion, the selection of songs has always been careful and cautious. If As I Wish can really be selected, it will be of extraordinary significance. Netizens are excited. They have run to the official account of the CCTV documentary to leave a message. Use As I Wish. It's too appropriate. The lyrics and the spirit of spaceflight are a perfect match. I'm crying. As I Wish with the spirit of spaceflight is a king bomb combination. Every time I listen to As I Wish, I get tears in my eyes. This is the song that truly represents our national spirit. The outcry grew higher and higher, almost drowning out the comments section of the official media account. Immediately afterward, another heavy news came. The official account of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism officially announced that it would adopt As You Wish as the theme song for the upcoming Non-Heritage Awareness Week. If the CCTV documentary is just a maybe, then the official announcement of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism is the nail in the coffin. The style of As You Wish has instantly been raised to another level. It's no longer just a pop song, but it's been given a cultural and contemporary significance. The Ministry of Culture and Tourism has also made an official announcement. This is the rhythm of As I Wish to be on fire all over the country. Mr. Jiang, this is the real cultural output. The theme song of the Non-Heritage Awareness Week. This is too high. As I Wish. The pattern is up again. As You Wish is definitely the song of the year. It could even go down in history. Proud of Jiang Li. Proud of the Chinese music scene. The successive recognitions from the official media made wishful thinking completely boil over. Jiang Li's name also entered the public's view in a real sense. It was no longer just limited to the music circle. His contribution and value were being recognized and affirmed more widely. And the recognition from the officials was far more than that. The Huaxia Federation of Literature has also released a rumor that it is actively preparing for the Young Artists Support Program, Jiang Li Special Show. The Federation of Chinese Literature is the highest organization representing the official arts and culture sector. What it means to be supported by the Federation is self-evident. This means that Jiang Li has already received the highest level of official recognition and support. The Federation of Literary Associations is going to make a move. Is Mr. Jiang going to be cultivated by the official government? Young Artist Support Program. It sounds so lofty. Mr. Jiang. Punch the duck. Hurry up. I want to see the special show. This is a real role model for young people. Some stars should learn from this. The Huaxia Musicians Association also followed suit and quietly opened the Golden Song Folk Heritage channel on their official website. Golden Song Heritage? What is this new concept? Netizens were curious to click in, only to find that the association is to respond to the National Cultural Self-Confidence Call. It is ready to discover and promote excellent original music works from the private sector. Those songs that really have cultural value and significance of the times will be included in the Intangible Cultural Heritage, into the Intangible Cultural Heritage Protection category. and As I Wish has become the Golden Song Folk Heritage channel. The first work recommended by the netizens co-signed. In just a few hours, the number of co-signers exceeded 1 million. And it is still growing at an alarming rate. What's more surprising is, the official website of the Music Association announced that Zhang Li has been officially appointed as the ambassador for the promotion of non-legacy music. Non-legacy music promotion ambassador. Another official title. Zhang Li's influence has reached an unprecedented level. The Music Association has also stepped in. Non-legacy music promotion ambassador. This title is too good to be true. Golden Song Folk Heritage? This channel is so powerful. From now on, your favorite songs will have the chance to apply for heritage. As I Wish. It's got to be a success. Even the Forbidden City's cultural creation has keenly captured this cultural craze. Quickly get in touch with Zhang Li Studio to launch As You Wish co-branded woodworking box. This kind of cultural and creative products with a strong traditional cultural flavor and the mood of the song As You Wish is simply a match made in heaven. On the wooden box, there is a beautifully carved auspicious cloud pattern. In the center of the lid is the word As You Wish stamped in gold. Open the wooden box. Inside is not only a selection of cultural and creative peripherals. Also included is a beautiful card with the lyrics of As You Wish, as well as Zhang Li's autographed letter of thanks. Of course, the signature was printed. Once it hit the shelves, it quickly sold out and became a phenomenal cultural and creative product. Netizens have said, OMG, must support and buy it. The Forbidden City cultural creativity also came to join in the fun. The co-branded woodworking box of As You Wish sounds like a good cultural flavor. The Forbidden City's products must be of high quality. I have to buy one just for the co-branding. The co-branding of As I Wish with the palace is the best expression of cultural confidence. I give full marks to this wave of co-branding. By now, As You Wish has become more than just a song. It has evolved into a cultural symbol, a symbol of the spirit of the times. Zhang Li's name is also closely associated with keywords such as positive energy, cultural innovation, and youth role model. His influence has snowballed. It has reached an unprecedented level. On the other hand, the surging public opinion of #industry innovators should be seen. It eventually converged into a wave of invisible pressure. It was pointed directly at the Golden Bell Awards organizing committee. Originally, everyone was planning to go to the hospital and have a good exchange with Zhang Li, to see if this rising star could be brought into the Academy's fold, including the Academy under the banner. After all, in the eyes of these old-school musicians, the Academy is the orthodoxy, is the Chinese music industry's earliest. However, the sudden turn of public opinion on the internet. But they had to change their plans temporarily. The original solicitation trip was called off. Instead, an emergency consultation meeting was held within the organizing committee of the Golden Bell Awards. At this moment, in the depths of the 6th East Wing of the Forbidden City, inside the Golden Bell Awards final review conference room, the sound of the bottom of the cup hitting the desktop was particularly harsh. Zhao Yanqiu pinched the latest guidance issued by the Ministry of Culture. Her fingertips rubbed repeatedly over the bolded words, "Encourage innovation in the industry." Everyone, you've all seen the voices on the internet. Public opinion is like a tidal wave, and it can't be violated. In addition to the Special Contribution Award, the Golden Song of the Year Award should also go to Zhang Li. The entire internet is now staring at us, and then we'll engage in the small circle dividing the cake routine. Elder Zhao, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Elder Li suddenly coughed and interrupted. Wisps of white smoke emerged from the mouth of the purple clay pot, like the year-round clouds on top of a May mountain. If the Golden Bell Award is led by the netizens, how can we, the old guys, show our faces? There are only so many spots, so if we give Zhang Li one more, doesn't that mean we'll have one less? His words immediately resonated with many people. In the eyes of these Academy conservatives, the Golden Bell Award was the Academy's territory. It was only natural that they should have the final say on where the awards belonged. Although Zhang Li had recently gained a lot of popularity, he was still just a grassroots talent. It would be too much to give him two such important awards at once. What's more, in the hearts of the people there was another layer of concern. Chapter 128, who's stopping, As You Wish, from sealing the deal? Isn't it too early to give him the Golden Song of the Year award? The old lady in the tang suit frowned, displeasure in her tone. In case he wins the award but refuses to submit to the academy school, then won't we lose our wife and our soldiers? Her words had undoubtedly spoken the minds of many. It was fine to give Zhongli an honor, but the prerequisite was that he had to know his place and show submission to the academy first. Otherwise, this honor would be a white-eyed wolf that wouldn't be fed, and would only backfire on its master. The atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became subtle. Shen Huayuan violently closed his notebook. The sound of metal clasps crashing startled the sparrows on the windowsill. Rising up, he brought up a gust of wind through the room, blowing the list of past winners on the wall with a clatter. 10 years ago, we set the bar for talent singers. 5 years ago, jammed the qualifications for internet song finalists. Now even Elder Chen has spoken out for reform. Can't you all see the situation? Snickers came from across the conference table. Counselor Sun, who wore a Zhongshan suit, twirled his jadeite trigger finger. The drooping eyelids behind the lenses looked like 2 slices of air-dried stale leather. Last year, 2 newcomer awards were vacated to give to the talent flow, and what happened? People turned around after receiving the awards and scolded the organizing committee for being old-fashioned. The sunlight cut diagonally across the shutters. It branded bright and dark scars on Zhao Yanxiu's white shirt. The broadcast volume of As You Wish has already broken 200 million, and the linked publicity effect of the Ministry of Culture and Tourism and the Audio Association. Elderly suddenly clapped his hands. The slices of Western ginseng in the thermos cup, sinking and floating in the boiling water. Data can be a meal? Shen Huayuan grabbed his jacket on the back of the chair, and his cufflinks scraped off a page of the public opinion newsletter. The paper fluttered and covered the bolded title, What the People Want. He stared at the hidden door at the end of the corridor. Suddenly, I felt the light leaking out of the crack was particularly blinding. Don't forget, the Golden Bell Award's gold character is never plated on itself. If you keep sticking to your own ways and turn the Golden Bell Awards into the Academy's own place, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction from above. At that time, I'm afraid our Academy school will lose control of the Golden Bell Awards. Shen Huayuan's words were like a blow to the head. It made some people who originally still had their hearts in the right place instantly sober up a few points. It was not that they did not understand this. It was just that, for a long time, the Academy's strong position let the crowd used to the Golden Bell Award as the bag. It was just difficult to change their mindset for a moment. However, the power of the stubborn faction still could not be underestimated. Elder Shen is wrong. A white-haired, hale and hearty old man said angrily. What dissatisfaction from above? I think you, Shen Huayuan, are completely growing others' ambition and destroying your own. A young man who became popular by relying on a few Netflix songs. Is he really capable of shaking the foundations of our academy? Anyway, I'll leave it at that. We'll give him the Special Contribution Award. None of the other awards can be left out. They must be reserved for our academy school. The atmosphere in the conference room once again became tense. Seeing that both sides were at a standstill, the argument intensified. Shen Huayuan's face became increasingly ugly. Sighing deeply, he knew that saying anything more, there was no way to change the prejudice and arrogance of these old codgers. Toward Zhao Yanxiu, he nodded slightly. Elder Zhao, since all of you have already made your decisions, I won't say any more. Farewell. After saying that, he whisked his sleeves away. The wind brought up when he slammed the door lifted Counselor Sun's wig, revealing the thinning gray hair underneath. When Shen Huayuan pushed open the door of his house, the copper bell on the eaves was crashing into the setting sun. Before he had time to change shoes, he heard the doorbell ring. Open the door. Standing in the doorway was a middle-aged man wearing glasses with meticulously combed hair. It was none other than Li Zongxing, the Academy's most vocal authority in the field of pop music. Teacher. Li Zongxing shouted respectfully, carrying 2 bottles of wine in his hand. Shen Huayuan sidestepped and let him in. Variety Sheng, why are you here? Came to see you, and by the way to report to you about the recent work. Placing the wine on the tea case, Li Hyungsung spoke directly about the Golden Bell Awards. This Golden Bell Award, many people in the Academy are discussing it, and there is a lot of controversy over Jiang Li. Shen Huayuan had already expected this and picked up the reviewer's notes. Take a look at this first. The cowhide cover shocked away the dust floating in the tea smoke. Li Zhaoxing took the notes with both hands and carefully flipped through them. These were the judging records of the Golden Bell Awards over the years. On it were detailed records of the Academy patriarchs, their evaluations of various music styles. Between the lines, it revealed the rejection and suppression of non-academy music. The more Lee Hyung-sung looked at it, the more his brows tightened. He didn't realize that within the academy, the prejudice against folk music had reached this level. Turning to the preliminary page of last year's Best Arrangement Award, his fingertips tightened abruptly. The composer of the folk piece Ballad of Dunhuang is not from the academy, downgraded. Zhou Yi's new song has too many pop elements. It is recommended to be removed from the shortlist. Teacher, these? Li Zhongxing was somewhat shocked and looked up at Shen Huayuan. The academy school has indeed been a bit stuck in its ways over the years. Times have changed. I'm afraid that if it doesn't change again, it will really be eliminated. When the tea soup gradually cooled, Shen Huayuan sighed and picked up the young Longjing buds that had settled at the bottom of the calabash. 12 years ago you defended your thesis, arguing for the possibility of modernizing and adapting the pentatonic scale. Suddenly choking and coughing, the taste of medicine rising in his throat mixed with the aroma of tea. Li Zhaoxing panicked and got up to pour water, but was pressed by a withered palm. At that time, 7 judges, 6 gave you a failing grade. The twilight color diffused through the old man's trembling silver threads. Now Jiang Li's As I Wish, but sang your theory back then into reality. The notes were pushed back in front of the student. Li Zhaoxing touched the hard object underneath, but it was a USB flash drive. There are some things that it is not convenient for an old man like me to intervene. But if academics don't want to be left behind by the times, someone has to stand up and say something true. In the next issue of Music Deconstruction, it's time for you to change your mindset. The old man's back as he curled into the rattan chair blended with the evening sun that would go out outside the window. Li Zhaoxing understood what the teacher meant. Nodded. Don't worry, teacher. I know what to do. Coming out of Teacher Shin En's house, Lee Hyung-sung rushed directly to the TV station, preparing for the latest installment of the Music Deconstruction program. The theme of this episode was originally to analyze a few of the recent hit internet songs. Lee Comprehensive Shang temporarily decided to add Jiang Li's As I Wish to it. The program began. Li Zhaoxing first briefly commented on a few internet songs. Then the conversation turned and mentioned As You Wish. Everyone has seen the recent heat of this song, As Wish. It's being played on the streets and even received official recognition. Today, let's properly deconstruct this song and see what magic it really has. Gesturing for the guide to play the audio of As You Wish, the intro played and he started humming along with the melody. The most gripping thing about the song, As You Wish, is its melody. It's very beautiful and very Chinese. Can everyone hear it? This song makes extensive use of the pentatonic scale. On the whiteboard, Lee Hyung-sung quickly wrote down a few notes of the pentatonic scale. The pentatonic scale is the foundation of our traditional Chinese music. Like the familiar Jasmine Flower and Little Star, they are all representatives of the pentatonic scale. But the brilliance of As You Wish is that it takes the traditional pentatonic scale, a new interpretation with modern arranging techniques. It sounds both national flavor and unconventional, very fashionable. Chapter 129. Backwash topples the ivory tower. There was a pause and an aggravated tone. This modernized application of the pentatonic scale can be said to go beyond the textbook paradigm. It's very worthwhile for us musicians to learn and study. The live audience and those in front of the television were somewhat surprised. It was not expected that the Academy authority figure, Lee Chong-sheng, would give such a high rating to a network song. But that wasn't all. Lee Hyung-sung's next words were even more shocking to everyone. Of course, the success of As I Wish has also sparked some controversy. Some people think that this kind of folk music is not of a high standard. It shouldn't be recognized by the Golden Bell Awards, and I personally don't agree with this viewpoint. Pointing to the judge's notes beside him. Today, I would also like to take this opportunity to publicize the judging notes of certain Academy patriarchs from previous years. Let everyone see how the so-called Academy faction actually treats the folk faction. On the big screen, some excerpts of the judging notes began to scroll. Folk music is crude and uncouth. The Academy is the orthodoxy of music. The folk faction is nothing but claptrap. The Golden Bell Awards is a stage for academics. We can't let the folk faction get their hands on it. Zhou Yi's new song has too many pop elements. We suggest that he be removed from the shortlist. The composer of the folk piece Ballad of Dunhuang is not from the Academy, so he's demoted. An evaluation full of prejudice and arrogance. It made the audience in front of the scene and TV go into an uproar. Li Zongxing's voice also became heavy. These judging comments are just the tip of the iceberg. For many years in the past, the Academy faction has been occupying the absolute voice of the music industry. They used the power in their hands to exclude and suppress non-Academy musicians. As a result, many excellent folk musicians have been buried. Many excellent folk music works could not get due recognition. But times have changed, and the internet era has seen faster information dissemination and more diversified channels. Folk music has more opportunities to be heard and recognized by the public. The popularity of As I Wish is the best proof. The Golden Bell Award, as the highest award for Chinese music. It should represent the highest level of Chinese music and encourage the common development of various styles and genres of music, instead of sticking to the old ways and rejecting dissenters. If the Golden Bell Award continues to hold on to the concepts of the past, it will only end up losing credibility and being abandoned by the times. After the program was aired, Li Chungsung's speech, which was like, "Heaven and earth are the same," caused a nuclear explosion on the internet. It caused a nuclear explosion on the internet. This was the first time that a professional publicly blasted the Academy. What's worse, that person is also a mainstay of the Academy. Hashtag topics such as hashtag Li Comprehensive Shang dislikes the Academy School, hashtag Music Deconstruction Live, and hashtag Academy School Bias. With rocket-like speed, they rushed to the top of the hot search list on all major social platforms. The first to charge were the segmenters. Good guy. The Golden Bell Award judges' notes are more exciting than the script of Legend of Donnie Darko. Suggest Mr. Li change his career to become a screenwriter. Golden Bell Awards No Hidden Corner is an absolute hit. Academy? Li Hyunsung. Are you polite? Li Jongsong. I'm polite to you. 10,000 words omitted here. Internet opinion was almost one-sided in favor of Li Hyunsung and denounced the Academy School. People have long been dissatisfied with the academics' long-standing superiority and stubbornness. Li Chongshang's opening fire has undoubtedly ignited the long pent-up anger. Many of the passers-by who had illusions about the Academy before, they also began to re-examine this music group that dominates the Chinese music scene. The original Academy is like this. I always thought that the Academy represented professionalism and authority, but I never thought it was also so. No wonder the Chinese music scene is getting more and more declined now. The Academy School has to take a lot of responsibility, right? In addition to ordinary netizens, professionals in the music circle have also come down to show their solidarity. Some of the musicians who have been feuding with the Academy for a long time. It's even as if they've been pumped with chicken blood. On social media, they openly supported Li Zongxing and denounced the Academy's evil behavior. Independent music producer G Fat wrote on Weibo, "The courage of Mr. Li Zongxing is admirable. Some of the practices of the Academy have really hindered the healthy development of the Chinese music scene. It's time to break this monopoly and let more outstanding musicians be seen." Rocker Wang Xin also publicly stated, "Although I'm also an academician, I've long been tired of seeing those guys leaning on the old. Their judging criteria are simply antiques from the last century. Support Mr. Li and music innovation." Even some music critics who had originally remained neutral have also begun to change their stance. They wrote long articles analyzing the shortcomings of the Academy and calling for reforms in the industry. Veteran venomous music critic Lu Jiuqing wrote in an op-ed, "The downfall of Li Gongsheng is undoubtedly an important turning point in the Chinese music industry. It signals that the Academy's long-standing dominance is being challenged like never before. And this challenge may become an opportunity for the rebirth of the Chinese music scene. The professional's downfall is a magical scene." A professor of a music academy microblogging the application for withdrawal, with the text, suggests that the Golden Bell Awards be renamed the Academy's internal gala. Grammy judge Jeffrey Cohen top jet lag tweeted in Chinese, "Our Chinese counterparts have taught us that awards shouldn't be dinosaurs in a China store. The most extreme is the official microblogging of the Palace Museum. Out of the Guangxu period of the Ministry of the Interior Office of the Secret Fold Photocopies. Zhu approved these craftsmen, although no official body, but the skills of the superb when the exception to be employed. The accompanying picture is a draft of the woodworking box design for As You Wish, those folk musicians who originally struggled to survive under the suppression of the Academy. It also seems to have found an organization have come forward to speak out. They talked about their own experiences of being suppressed by the Academy and accused the Academy of injustice. Back then, my band was rejected by the Golden Bell Awards because our style was not collegiate enough. Now, finally someone is speaking for us. Me too. My graduation work obviously incorporated a lot of ethnic elements, but I was criticized by my tutor for being unorthodox. The academics are the biggest enroll makers in Chinese music. Even if they rolled themselves, they have to drag everyone else along with them. It's simply outrageous. For a while, the internet public opinion completely turned to the side of Li Zongxing and folk musicians. The Academy faction became a target and was infamously criticized by the netizens. Academy faction. I'm not a person, I'm a stumbling block. Suggests that the Academy school disband in place and give resources to those who truly love music. Golden Bell Awards? I think it would be better to change the name to Golden Bell Award, to cover the interests of the Academy and the future of the Chinese music scene. On the internet, all kinds of taunts and segments against the Academy are endless. A storm of public opinion against the Academy was triggered by the backlash against Li Zongxing. It is sweeping across the Chinese music scene with an unstoppable momentum. Chapter 130. The era belonging to Zhang Li's title surge. At the same time, in the sound of pine waves in the fragrant mountain sanatorium, Secretary Li walked through the moonhole door holding a tablet computer. In the octagonal pavilion, two old men were landing their pieces on a green jade chessboard. The old man in the navy green Chinese mountain suit reached out to stir up the game. Old Zhou, it's a rule to drop stones without regret. Chen Lao's fingertips twirled two warm chess pieces, and his words were tinged with a three-quarter smile. The old man known as Zhou Henian lifted the alabaster pot, the spout pointing in the direction of Zongnanhai. Playing chess with you, the rules are all made up as you go along. Secretary Li duly stepped forward to report, and only bowed and whispered when Elder Chen executed the black drop. The news has been confirmed. Li Chungsung openly accused the Academy in the program Music Deconstruction. The finger twisting the chess piece gave a slight lurch. Raising his eyes, his gaze was calm but with an insightful meaning. Oh? What was all said? Secretary Li succinctly recapitulated Li Zongxing's remarks in the program. It included the Academy's judging bias, as well as the suppression of folk music. After hearing this, Elder Chen did not get angry and picked up the black pieces and slowly dropped them on the board. Those flyboys of the Academy school should have been exposed to the sunlight a long time ago. Hiding dirt and filth, they are self-righteous and hold the resources and the right to speak. The Chinese music scene is all twilight by them. Zhou Henian picked up his thermos cup. The CPPCC vice chairman who had been in charge of the National Literature and Art Award system for 30 years. The laugh that rolled out of his throat was deeper than the twilight of the Western Mountains. Originally, I thought it was just some petty gateway argument, but I didn't realize it had reached the point of accumulation. This move is truly unexpected. The students that Shaoxin has brought out have a few moments of the madness he had when he was young. The Academy still has people who understand, knowing the general trend of change and seeking newness. Chun Lao picked up the black jade chess piece that had been flicked off and blew away the non-existent ash. 10 years ago, we straightened out the gateway to the opera world. 5 years ago, we cleaned up the mountainous culture of the Composers Guild. And now it's the music world's turn to take a bath. Chess pieces ta, embedded in the star position, startling the dewdrops on the pine needles to fall. After a pause, the tone turned cold. The opportunity was given to them long ago. It's a pity that some people are corpses, holding on to old ideas. Then it's no wonder that others help them to be decent. Zhou Henian touched out the tin cigarette case specially supplied by the inner staff, and the mint flavor mixed with the fragrance of Longjing roamed across the chess ping. Those old pedants have handed you a review 3 times, right? Chun Lao does not answer. Only the Ministry of Culture and Tourism has just submitted the non-heritage music promotion program, pushed over the chessboard. The word Zhangli on the cover was glowing in the twilight. The orderly 20 meters away suddenly got a chill on the back of his neck. He saw Zhou Henian take out his personal seal and press it on the blank space of the red-headed document. The last rays of sunlight from the western mountains happened to diffuse over the coiled dragon on the seal. When that Zhou Henian seal was stamped on the guidance suggestions on the reorganization of the review mechanism of the Golden Bell Award, the whole Xiangshan mountain was filled with the chorus of cicadas. The entire Xiangshan mountain cicadas are quiet for a moment. Let Huayuan take the lead in setting up a steering group. Elder Chen suddenly opened his mouth to the twilight of the pavilion full of color, waking up the spotted cat frozen on the stone steps. Chess is owed first. You personally handle this matter. Zhou Henian understood, deeply aware of Elder Chen's position and influence in the temple. Even more so, he understood what thunderous force lay beneath this seemingly calm tone. Nodding slightly, he placed the pieces in his hand back into the chess box. The action of getting up was crisp and clean, without the slightest hesitation. The remaining pieces were left in the pavilion to form their own pattern. Secretary Li saw that the black stones were trapping the white dragon in the double flying swallows formation. At the foot of the hill, headlights suddenly broke through the twilight. 3 red flag cars are quietly driving along the mountain highway towards the city. He put away his tablet computer. He knew that tonight at the Golden Bell Awards organizing committee, countless people were destined to be unable to see the Chang'an Street outside the window. The night poured down like splashes of ink. Chang'an Street lights, reflecting the solemn palace East 6. However, this solemn atmosphere is particularly taut tonight. Like the calm before the storm. Who would have thought that the action from above would be so swift? The night music deconstructed aired. The red title document stamped with a seal was publicized on the official website. In the document numbered, When Banfa, 2025, number 178. The words 333 system were mentioned several times. The red top documents are here. This is about to get real. 333 system jury? Academics, non-geneticists, and representatives of the general public? I give this operation full marks. The official father is taking action. The Academy's good days are over. This guidance on further deepening the reform of the Golden Bell Award judging mechanism, issued by the official department. The opening paragraph directly refers to the shortcomings of the current review mechanism of the Golden Bell Award. The wording is harsh and unceremoniously pointed out. For a long time, the composition of the jury of the Golden Bell Award is too single. Academy experts occupy an absolutely dominant position, resulting in award selection, small circle. Inbreeding phenomenon is serious, seriously detached from the public aesthetics, contrary to the trend of the times. The document clearly put forward, in order to implement the people-centered creative direction, fully absorb the views of all sectors of society, to enhance the credibility and authority of the Golden Bell Award, decided that from now on, a major reform of the Golden Bell Award judging mechanism, the formation of the 333 system jury. The so-called 333 system, that is, the jury is composed of 3 parties. The jury consists of 3 parties. Representatives of experts from the Academy, representatives of inheritors of intangible cultural heritage, and representatives of the general public. Each of the 3 parties takes up 1/3 of the seats and participates in the selection of the awards. The document also specifies in detail how the tripartite representatives are to be generated and the selection criteria. The document also specifies how the representatives of the 3 parties are formed and the selection criteria. It strives to maximize the fairness and representativeness of the jury. Academic expert representatives, recommended by major conservatories and research institutions. Senior titles and rich industry experience are required. Representatives of non-heritage bearers are recommended by cultural departments and non-heritage protection associations. They need to be representative inheritors of national or provincial non-heritage programs. The representatives of the public hearing are generated through online voting and random selection. Ensure broader social participation. In order to avoid the question of layman guiding layman, the document also clearly states that the tripartite jury has its own focus. College experts focus on the professional and technical nature of the work. The non-geneticists focus on the cultural and ethnicity of the works. The public listens to the review focus on the popularity of the work, the degree of singing. Finally synthesize the opinions of the 3 parties, selected both professional, cultural, and popular excellent music works. And in this reform guidance, nothing is more striking than the naming and praising of Zhang Li and his work, As You Wish. The document devotes a paragraph to Zhang Li and As You Wish in the encouragement of creative orientation section. It praised As You Wish for its lofty intention, sincere feelings, beautiful melody, and catchy sound. It has both a deep cultural heritage and fits the spirit of the times. It is a rare and excellent original song in recent years, and called on the majority of music workers to learn Comrade Zhang Li deep life, rooted in the people. Listen to the people's voices and create more excellent works like As You Wish, which are popular among the people. Contribute to the prosperity and development of socialist culture. Officials are praising as you wish by name. Mr. Jiang is the real deal. Learn to be like Jiang Li. The Academy's face has been swollen. Mr. Jiang, thanks for the invitation. People sit in their wards. Prizes come from the sky. Once the redhead document was released, it was like a thunderbolt from the ground, instantly detonating the entire court of public opinion. The network is more boiling against the sky, a piece of jubilation. Netizens are running around, as if the new year is generally lively. Universal celebration. The Golden Bell Awards will finally change. The 333 system. This is the real reform. The good old days of the Academy are gone. The Academy. I've lost my mind. Upstairs, the Academy is probably crying in the toilet right now. They're probably meeting all night to figure out what to do. Countermeasures? All countermeasures are paper tigers in front of the redhead document. We strongly suggest that the Golden Bell Award Organizing Committee publicly apologize. Apologize to Mr. Jiang. Apologize to all the musicians who have been suppressed by the Academy. In stark contrast to the cheering on the internet, there is dead silence within the Academy. Deep in the 6th East Wing of the Forbidden City. In the past, the experts and professors who used to talk so much and point the way. At the moment, they are as wilted as frosted eggplants. Silent. Who did not expect the above will be so decisive. Directly take the paycheck from the bottom of the kettle. From the evaluation mechanism to completely subvert the dominance of the Academy. This red tip document is not only a reform of the Golden Bell Award judging mechanism. More so, it is a head-on blow to the academics who have long held the right to speak, stuck in their ways and excluded dissenters. The ivory tower that has been painstakingly operated for many years. In the surging public opinion and official iron fist under the collapse. The era belonging to them seems to be really coming to an end. And belonging to Jiang Li, the era of music belonging to the folk faction is coming in a tidal wave. Unstoppable. Chapter 131 Criticizing as You Like It. The Academy's backlash. The night grew thicker. The silence that enveloped the eastern 6th of the Forbidden City became more and more suffocating. It's all my fault. I should have listened to Huayuan in the first place. Zhao Yanxiu rubbed his brow wearily and looked around. In the past, those patriarchs who had made impassioned speeches and argued with reason in the meetings. At this moment, they were all like defeated roosters, hanging their heads and not saying a word. No one responded. Only the wind whistling outside the window made a whimpering sound. Elder Li slowly looked up. This titan who had established his academic status with the general history of Chinese music. At this moment, the bags under his eyes are so puffy that they look like they are filled with 2 air-dry dragon eyes. Is going to watch the Golden Bell Awards, being given by those grassroots and net stars. 2. Didn't say further, but everyone understood what he wanted to say. To tarnish, to spoil, to take away. The old lady in the tang suit sighed heavily, despair in her tone. Things have come to this point, what else can be done? The red-headed document has come down. Who dares to disobey? Counselor Sun was still turning the emerald trigger in his hand. Only his speed had obviously slowed down. Really want to change according to that 333 system? Let those non-hereditary bearers, public hearing also come to judge the award? This is simply nonsense. Li Lao picked up the purple sandpot and wanted to pour a cup of water. However, he found that his hand was a little shaky, and the slices of western ginseng were spinning feebly at the bottom of the cup. Shen Huayuan was in the meeting before, bitterly persuaded them to follow the trend of the times and accept folk music. But at that time, no one took Shen Huayuan's words seriously. Reality ruthlessly gave the crowd a slap in the face. Although the red top document is written as trial run, but these in the system immersed in many years of old oil. How could they not understand the deep meaning behind this trial run? This is only the official in order to take care of the face of the Academy, to give a buffer period. Once the trial run is over, the official implementation is just a matter of course. You're really going to watch the Golden Bell Awards be tainted by those mudbloods? The old lady in the tang suit was obviously unable to accept this fact. The Golden Bell Award was not only an award for the Academy. It was more of a symbol of their status and voice. Once they lost control of the Golden Bell Awards, it would mean that the Academy School's dominance in the Chinese music scene would be in jeopardy. Suddenly, a slightly younger voice broke the silence. I think things might still have a chance to turn around. The one who spoke was a rising star of the Academy School. The name was Zhang Mingyuan. It was a student that Zhao Yanqiu valued quite highly. Although his seniority was still shallow, he was considered young and talented in the academy school and was quite valued. Compared to Zhou Mubai, the crowd was a few points more highly regarded. The document purposely puts "as you wish" as a sample project. Have you teachers not tasted it yet? Although the official wording is harsh, it is after all only a trial run document. Since it's a trial run, it means that the attitude above still has room for maneuver. Wiggle room. Elderly frowned, clearly not understanding the deeper meaning here. Zhang Mingyuan nodded. In the document, it purposely singles out Zhang Li's "as you wish" for praise, and says, "Learn from comrade Zhang Li." What does this indicate? It shows that the higher-ups now value "as you wish" and Zhang Li. So what? The old lady in the tang suit was a little impatient and cut off his words. Do we have to go and praise "as you wish"? The corner of Zhang Mingyuan's mouth rose slightly. No, what I mean is that since the higher-ups value "as you wish" so much, then let's do the opposite. Utilize the Academy's best professional parsing to criticize "as you wish" as worthless. Criticize "as you wish"? The conference room resounded with a chorus of puzzled voices. That's right. All of you teachers are connoisseurs and have the most say in the professionalism of music. You can completely deconstruct and criticize "as you wish" from a professional perspective. Point out all the shortcomings of the song in terms of melody, lyrics, and arrangement. It can even rise to the cultural level. Criticize the song for being low-grade, pandering, and lacking artistic value. This, Elder Li was a bit hesitant. Will this make us seem too petty? The Ministry of Culture has already praised "as you wish." If we criticize it again, wouldn't we be openly singing against the official? Elder Li, this is one time and another time, Zhang Mingyuan patiently explained. It's the trial run stage now, and the attitude of the higher-ups is still unclear. If we can come up with a reasoned and professional critique, prove that "as you wish" isn't as good as the official touted, or even a mediocre song, then I'm afraid the higher-ups won't be able to save face, right? At that time, in order to maintain their own authority, the matter of the trial run will definitely have to be left unsettled. A rustling came from the corner. Zhang, the vice president of the Institute of Ethnic Music, was sketching in the blank space of the document with a gilt fountain pen. The tip of the pen suddenly blotted out ink clumps on the words, "representatives of the public hearing." When we were stuck on the declaration of the Ballad of the Yellow River, didn't we use the words "rough technique"? When he looked up, the reflection of the lenses covered the coldness of his eyes. Does "as you wish" really stand up to scrutiny? The eyes of the Academy executives present lit up. Yes, why hadn't they thought of that? In terms of professionalism, who could compare to the Academy School? It was entirely possible to utilize their professional advantages to refute "as you wish" to the core. Let the official praise into a joke. The teacher of the Forbidden City Restoration Office said. Counselor Sun suddenly rose, sweeping down a few grains of sedum ash on his sleeve. If the Nanmu pillar is infested with insects, you cannot rush to replace the beam. You have to take the hot tung oil to pour into the moth hole first. Withered fingers crossed Chen Huiyuan on the jury list, pinching out crescent-shaped white marks on the desktop. The Golden Bell Award still has to be surnamed Zhao Li Sunjing. Do you all say it's not this rationale? Elder Li suddenly coughed violently. The phlegm sound in his throat mixed with the bitter flavor of American ginseng. Back then, 2 springs reflecting the moon was declared a non-heritage item. We were able to jam it for 3 years with too many improvisational components. Is "as you wish" even harder to deal with than Bing? I agree. The old lady in the tang suit took a deep breath. Instead of sitting on the sidelines, we should take the initiative. Criticizing "as you wish" may be our only way out now. Zhao Yanqiu pondered for a moment and slowly nodded as well. This proposal from Mingyuan is indeed worth considering. In that case, let's study it. From what aspects? Let's make a professional critique of "as you wish." After thinking for a moment, the Academy executives quickly unified their front. A storm of professional criticism against "as you wish" was secretly brewing in earnest. As the night wore on, the internet world became more and more noisy. The first to act are some music media. The headlines of In-Depth Music Review are eye-catching and sharp. Deconstructing the Divine Comedy, "as you wish." The pale kernel under the gaudy rhetoric. Analyzing from a professional point of view, the popularity of "as you wish" is the sorrow of the Chinese music world. Vigilance. Who is touting "as you wish" excessively? The content of the article is even more firepower. From the melody, lyrics, arrangement, and other aspects, the wishful thinking has been meticulously and professionally deconstructed and criticized. The melody looks beautiful, but actually lacks innovation. The traditional pentatonic scale is piled on top of each other, making it a cliché. The lyrics are pretentious and empty, and the whole song is full of rhetoric, forcibly elevating the meaning. In fact, the emotion is pale lack of real feeling. The arrangement is even more of a disaster, with cheap electronic sounds and confusing orchestrations. The arrangement is a disaster, with cheap electronic sounds and confusing orchestration. It completely overshadows the few highlights of the song itself, making it a terrible listen. The words are full of arrogance and prejudice. It seems that As You Wish is just a pile of overpackaged garbage in their eyes. At first, these critical articles did not attract much attention. Instead, they attracted a lot of flirting from netizens. Chapter 132. The Academy's Staged Victory. As You Wish is on fire like this, and you still have the nerve to say that people are sad? I think it's you who are sad. Professional music review? I think it's more like a professional black review. The sour taste is all over the screen. Is it hard to recognize others' excellence? It's hard to recognize someone else's excellence, but you have to nitpick. You really can't afford to lose. Netizens scoffed at these media outlets, believing that they were just dying out of desperation. However, the Academy's backlash went far beyond that. Soon, some old-timers and senior musicians, who are quite prestigious in the music industry, also came down. They are not like the self-media as blunt abuse. Instead, they put on an attitude of being heartbroken and worried about the future of the Chinese music scene. They began to analyze the shortcomings of As You Wish rationally and objectively. In the well-known music forum Sea of Pentatonic Scores, poster topped with Central Conservatory of Music Composition Department visiting professor certification. A 10,000-word article with a spectrum diagram, the As You Wish criticized worthless. The popularity of this song does reflect a certain trend in the current public aesthetic. But this trend is not, in my opinion, healthy. There is no denying the success in terms of spread and popularity. But this does not cover up its lack of artistry. A song that only focuses on catering to public taste and ignore the artistic value of the music itself, it will not go far in the end. Understand the public's love for As I Wish, but this is more of an emotional projection. But it is more of an emotional projection than a recognition of the artistry of the music itself. As musicians, we should be guiding the public to improve the aesthetics of music, rather than catering to them. Not to mention that the modernization of the pentatonic scale is simply a false proposition. The arrangement of the gong, shang, angle, liang, and feather in the main song of As I Wish is a complete copy of the 1980s folk song, Shandandandan. Many netizens are confused by the magnificent arrangement. In fact, the chord progression of this song is stuck in the canon formula. The chorus transitions, in particular, are clearly copied from the Soviet folk song Katyusha in the way the emotions are laid out. The list goes on in turn on major internet platforms. These veteran musicians are more euphemistic in their wording and more elevated in their arguments. But the kernel is the same as those self-media critics, devaluing the artistic value of As I Wish and questioning the rationality of its popularity. More importantly, these senior musicians have a very high voice and influence in the circle. Their voices have swayed some netizens who were originally firm supporters of As I Wish. What Big Brother said seems to make sense. Although I can't understand it, I'm greatly shocked. 985 professors don't lie, do they? I suggest you become tailors. You're good at it. If you know so much, why don't you write a song with 200 million views? Bull. My cats love As I Wish. And you're telling me it has no artistic value? Some people are getting antsy, aren't they? Red eye, right? If you're capable of writing a song, write one too. You're so low. At first, the netizens could barely hold on. In the comments section of those professional music reviews, they argued with the fans of the Academy. But as more and more professionals joined in the criticism, it became more and more powerful. The original voices in favor of As I Wish were gradually drowned out in the verbal attacks. Those senior musicians from the Academy seemed to have mastered some kind of public opinion code. They no longer limit themselves to the technical analysis of the song itself. Instead, they began to deconstruct the value of As You Wish from a more grandiose level. A music sociologist wrote that the popularity of As You Wish is a typical manifestation of the fast-foodization of popular culture. It is a concentrated reflection of the vulgarization of aesthetic taste. In the long run, will lead to the Chinese music industry bad money expelled good money, and ultimately to the decline. Some cultural critics say that the lyrics of As I Wish seem to be family and national sentiments, but in fact they are empty sensationalism. Lack of deep concern for social reality is a cheap, moving, even spiritual opium, paralyzing the public nerve, hindering social progress. What's more, some people directly equate As You Wish with vulgar culture and kitschy fun. It is considered to have lowered the tone of the Chinese music scene and polluted the aesthetics of the younger generation. It is a tumor in the cultural field and must be resolutely resisted and completely eliminated. For a time, all kinds of hats were flying all over the place and clamoring. Unknown masses of melon eaters, it is easy to be wrapped up in public opinion. What's more, this time to come forward to criticize are topped with a variety of halo experts, scholars, professors. Under the bombardment of these authorities, the original firm support for the As You Wish people also began to become hesitant, uncertain, and even wavering. What? Said seems to be a bit reasonable, right? After finishing, listening to them analyze it like this, it feels like, As You Wish, isn't that good? Could it be that all the moving we've been doing is an illusion? All brainwashed? And just as this countercurrent of public opinion reached its peak, the major music platforms, almost simultaneously, received an urgent notice from the group's senior management. The wording is harsh, the tone is strong, and the core content is only one. In view of the current As You Wish and related works of Zhang Li, the huge controversy and adverse social impact, in order to maintain the healthy and orderly development of the platform, from now on, the whole platform to take down all the works created by Zhang Li, including but not limited to songs, MVs, audio programs, and so on. Make sure to implement this without fail. The platform party executives, looking at the bright red seal on the red-headed document, as well as the several thunderous names at the bottom of the document. All of them sucked in cold air and were silenced. Of course, they are aware of the powerful energy behind this emergency notice. It was definitely not something that the platform operators, could compete with. What's more, the controversy over As You Wish was intensifying. It has gone far beyond the realm of music. It has risen to the level of ideology and cultural orientation. At such a sensitive moment, no platform dared to or could go against the trend. Take it down. Take it all down. Goose Factory Music's headquarters. Inside the 26th floor conference room, Vice President Zhang Qi took off his headphones. He sighed helplessly at the densely packed, off-shelf orders on the computer screen. The tone of his voice carried a deep sense of exhaustion and powerlessness. Notify the technical department to immediately implement this, and make sure that all platforms, all corners, can't find any works related to Zhang Li, including those cover works. Leave no one behind. Eliminate the roots. Zhang Qi gritted his teeth and waved his hand in near despair. Thus it was on this night. Countless netizens were surprised to discover, on all the major music platforms, about the name Zhang Li, as well as all traces of the song As I Wish are disappearing at an alarming rate. Searching for Zhang Li results in empty. Searching for As You Wish also turned up nothing. The phenomenal song As You Wish, which topped all the charts, dominated the recommendation screen, and received hundreds of millions of plays, and all of Zhang Li's other works have disappeared, as well as all of Zhang Li's other works. As if they had never appeared, they completely evaporated from the internet world. Even the cover versions of As You Wish that were hot all over the internet were all taken off the shelves together and disappeared without a trace. What the hell? Where's As I Wish in my song list? No way? It's really off the shelves? Is the platform for real? This is outrageous. It's just a song, what's the point? The power of capital is terrifying. Are some people satisfied? It's all clean now. Master Green Knot. Farewell, As I Wish. Farewell, Mr. Zhang. Farewell, Chinese music industry. On the internet, once again, a huge uproar has arisen. Only this time there was more dismay, bewilderment, and a deep sense of powerlessness. The netizens who were touched by As I Wish and conquered by Zhang Li's talent, they watched as their favorite songs were brutally erased, but could do nothing about it and could only let out a helpless sigh. The academics who had previously criticized as I wish, and attacked Zhang Li. As well as their fans, they were secretly bouncing off the walls. A carefully planned, step-by-step counterattack by the academics. So far, it seems to have achieved a stage of brilliant results. Chapter 133. The four heavenly kings speak out, stiffening the academy faction. At this moment, far away in the top-floor suite of the Peninsula Hotel in Shangjiang, outside the floor-to-ceiling windows was the glittering night view of Victoria Harbor. The god of song was sitting upright on the sofa. In the tablet screen, there were clearly those articles criticizing As You Wish. His brows were locked and his face was so gloomy that it looked like water could drip off. It's too much. It's simply too much. The always gentle and elegant god of song couldn't help but be enraged at this moment, slamming the tablet in his hand heavily onto the coffee table. The loud sound made Sister Chen, the manager standing by the side, startled. Rongxing, what's wrong? Getting so angry? Zhang Rongxing pointed at the tablet, his voice trembling a little from anger. Take a look at these articles. These academy people, they're simply bullying people. Sister Chen picked up the computer and quickly browsed through the articles that criticized As You Wish. At first, she didn't pay too much attention to them, thinking that they were just some unusual music reviews. But the more she read on, her face became more and more grave. On the surface, these articles were professionally analyzing the shortcomings of wishful thinking. In fact, the words were full of malice and prejudice. What made her feel even more alarmed was, behind these articles there was the shadow of the academy. Are they trying to stink up Zhang Li? Sister Chen asked in a somewhat uncertain tone. Zhang Rongxing sneered. More than stinking, they're trying to completely ruin Zhang Li. The officials have only just praised As You Wish, and they can't wait to jump out and criticize it. Isn't this slapping the official face? I think they're so desperate that they don't care about anything anymore. Sister Chen was silent. She was well aware of the academy school's position and influence in the Chinese music scene. Once they were targeted by these people, the consequences would be unimaginable. What's more, this time, the academy sect's counterattack was clearly prepared and aggressive. Then Sister Chen wanted to speak, her expression worried. Of course we support Zhang Li. I know very well in my heart how classic the kiss goodbye he sent is. Those people are simply jealous of Zhang Li's talent and are deliberately smearing him. But the academy faction is powerful. Will we do this? Sister Chen was worried that Zhang Rongxing, in order to support Zhang Li, it would offend the entire academy faction and even affect his own career. The god of song waved his hand. There's nothing to be afraid of. I've been on the road for decades. What storms haven't I seen before? Would I be afraid of those old pedants? Besides, who was Zhang Li? Suffering from a terminal illness, he still insisted on creating and leaving the world with his best work. Such a junior deserves everyone's respect. If even those of us who have been favored by him choose to remain silent, then who else will speak up for him? Sister Chen was deeply touched by these words. She knew Zhang Rongxing's temperament better than anyone else. Once a decision was made, it would never be changed. Understood, Rongxing. I'll go make arrangements. Almost at the same time, the three heavenly kings, Zhouhua, Liming, and Guocheng, separately in different places, they saw the critical articles that were all over the internet. They reacted in the same way as Zhang Rongxing. Anger, shock, and disbelief. This bunch of academics, they're really crazy. Zhouhua slammed the table, and the solid wood desktop shook. The song Icy Rain meant a lot to him. For the academy faction to turn black and white so upside down was simply unbelievable. Liming, on the other hand, was worried, thinking that Zhang Li was still in her hospital bed fighting against her illness. Yet she had to endure such immense public pressure. His heart was even more mixed. Will You Come Tonight is an important work for the public good. This song was written by Zhang Li for him in the ICU ward. If he didn't do something, his conscience would be hard to be at peace. Guocheng was silent for a long time after reading those articles, and finally sighed long and hard. His interactions with Zhang Li were not considered deep. But the song Can't Get Enough Love for You made him see the great energy contained in Zhang Li's works. He admired Zhang Li's talent, but even more so, he admired his calmness and resilience in the face of a desperate situation. There can be no more silence. Zhang Rongxing was the first to break the silence and contacted several others by phone. We must do something. Of course we can't be silent. Guocheng's voice came from the other end of the phone with obvious anger. Soon, the four heavenly kings made a shocking decision. They were going to join forces to fight back and write Zhang Li's name, declaring war on those forces that had suppressed Zhang Li. Late at night, the agencies of the four heavenly kings released statements at almost the same time. Zhou Hua's agency declared, effective immediately, Mr. Zhou Hua will terminate his partnership with all companies and brands involved in suppressing and smearing Mr. Zhang Li. At the same time, Mr. Zhou Hua will withdraw from all music activities led or participated by the Academy. We firmly support original music and oppose any form of malicious suppression and unfair competition. Statement from Guo Cheng's agency. Mr. Guo Cheng expresses his strong indignation at the recent malicious attacks and slander against the musician Mr. Zhang Li on the internet. Mr. Guo Cheng will immediately terminate his cooperation with all the companies involved and announce his withdrawal from all activities organized by the Academy. We believe that justice lies in the hearts of the people, and talent cannot be defamed. Li Ming Agency Statement. Mr. Li Ming has always been committed to promoting the healthy development of the Chinese music scene. Mr. Li Ming is deeply saddened by the unfair treatment of Mr. Zhang Li. Mr. Li Ming decided to stop the cooperation with all the related enterprises immediately and withdraw from all music projects led by the Academy. We call on the industry to return to rationality and respect the creative achievements of every musician. Statement from Zhang Rongxing's agency. Mr. Zhang Rongxing deeply admires Mr. Zhang Li's musical talent and charisma. Mr. Zhang Rongxing strongly condemns the malicious suppression of Mr. Zhang Li by certain forces. Mr. Zhang Rongxing will immediately terminate his cooperation with all companies involved in the incident and withdraw from all activities with an academy background. We believe that true music will eventually overcome all prejudice and darkness. The four heavenly kings' joint statement was comparable to a 12-magnitude earthquake, instantly shaking the entire Chinese music scene. No one thought that things would develop to such a state. The influence of the four heavenly kings was pivotal in the entire Asian and even global Chinese circles. Any decision they made was enough to trigger a huge chain reaction. Topics such as hashtag the four heavenly kings collectively showing solidarity with Zhang Li hashtag the four heavenly kings angrily disliking the Academy School hashtag, and hashtag the four heavenly kings withdrawing from the Academy School's activities hashtag instantly rushed to the top of the hot search list on all major social platforms. Network opinion instantly boiled over. My God, the four heavenly kings actually went down en masse. What kind of divine scene is this? The heavenly kings are really righteous. For Zhang Li, they're willing to offend the entire academy. The Academy School has hit a brick wall this time. The influence of the four heavenly kings can't be compared to theirs. He's so domineering, worthy of being a heavenly king. This is the true style of a big brother. Cancel the contract. Withdraw from the event. The four heavenly kings are serious this time. Support the four heavenly kings. Speak up for Zhang Li. Resist all malicious suppression. This is a real musician. He's a true musician. He's got the courage to act. Fans were even more excited and took to social media to show their solidarity with their idols and organized themselves, boycotting those companies and brands that suppressed Zhang Li. For a while, the internet was filled with voices supporting the four heavenly kings and showing solidarity with Zhang Li. And those netizens who were still wavering before also completely fell to Zhang Li's side. Chapter 134. What the hell do you mean by the people's favor? On the other hand, the Tomato Channel headquarters building. Inside the conference room on the top floor, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead clouds pressing down on the city. Director Su Zhang tapped his fingers on the mahogany desktop, making a dull, duck sound. This veteran of more than 30 years in the arts and culture industry had a rare layer of gloom hanging over his brows. Zhou Ming stood in front of the projection screen. On it was scrolling the news that the major music platforms had taken down all of Zhang Li's works, as well as the music review articles criticizing As You Wish that were raging on the internet. The capital is down, and the Academy has torn its face off. Do you really think that we at Tomato Stage are made of clay? Su Zheng's voice was tinged with anger, breaking the silence of the conference room. Looking around, each of the core figures of Tomato Station present had a sulky look on their faces. Zhou Ming pushed up his glasses, his tone also carrying indignation. They're trying to completely block Mr. Zhang, not giving As You Wish a chance to live. So what if the four heavenly kings speak out? Under the joint stranglehold of capital and the Academy School, even a louder voice seems like a weak force. It can't just be left like that. The deputy station manager slammed the table and stood up. Our tomato station supported Mr. Jiang and put up with so much pressure to make best buddy. It's about to take off. This group of people took away the bottom of the barrel. It's simply bullying. The rest of the tomato stage executives were silent. All of them were thousand-year-old foxes, naturally clear about those dirty tricks of the academy and capital. It's just that they didn't expect to go so overboard this time, not even wanting to lose face. This time, the academy and the capital joined hands to suppress Jiang Li, seemingly targeting him personally. In fact, it's even more of a warning to the tomato stage. Compromise will not bring peace. They will only be hit harder and harder. Therefore, there was only one option left for them, and that was to fight to the end. Su Tai, we must do something. Zhou Ming turned to Su Zhang with determination in his eyes. Su Zhang tried to suppress the anger in his heart. Little Zhou, what do you have in mind? Zhou Ming pointed at the critical articles on the projection screen. Didn't they say that as you wish doesn't work? Didn't they say that the public aesthetic doesn't work? Then let's let the facts speak for themselves. Use the most direct way to tell everyone whether As You Wish is a good song or not. What do you mean? Someone asked in confusion. Zhou Ming raised his volume and threw out the plan in a loud voice. 100 city street audition. Since some people won't allow the people to listen to As You Wish on the music platform, then we'll put this song on the streets. Put it on the squares. Put it to the ears of the populace. Use the mass tears of As You Wish in 237 city squares across the country to respond to the Academy's skepticism and capital suppression. 100 city street auditions? A murmur resounded in the conference room as the crowd seemed to be pondering the feasibility of this plan. Good. Su Zhang slapped his thigh, his eyes shining brightly. This idea is good. Let's do it like this. Don't some people want to plug up the long list of people? Then let's just let the sound of As You Wish resonate throughout the land of China. I want everyone to know. It's not the academics who can judge a song. It's the general public. Act now. Propaganda department, technical department, outreach department. All departments cooperate fully. Turning around, his gaze swept over every senior present. Before dawn tomorrow, I want to see the 100 City Street audition fully rolled out. Funding is not a problem. Manpower is not a problem. This time around, we're bound to show those who suppress Teacher Jiang what is meant by the people's will. 11 o'clock at night. Wanda plazas in 237 cities across the country were swarming with people.